I was once a useless young master from a top-tier wealthy family. In one night, my family was slaughtered, leaving only a handful alive. And I was branded with the crime of patricide and the extermination of my clan. I was imprisoned in the world's most terrifying prison. However, my brutal nature caught the warden's attention, and I became his prized disciple. Over the years, I learned medicine, martial arts, and how to manage the prison. From elite warriors to petty criminals, all had to bow before me. 5 years later, I returned to Jiangling in an invincible manner, vowing to take revenge on those who betrayed me. At this very moment, inside Long Island Prison, Tang Wanner, draped in sheer fabric, lay hidden on the sprawling sofa. Hong Yu asked, "Hey, how much longer will this take? My teacher can't take it anymore." I held 36 silver needles in my hand and replied quickly, then swiftly pressed them into my teacher's back, smooth as jade. I watched as spiritual energy surged. Tang Wanner let out a soft moan and fainted. I exhaled a sigh of relief, my eyes sparkling with joy. After this treatment, my teacher's soul-devouring poison was completely eradicated, which meant I could finally leave Long Island Prison. 5 years ago, I was the young master of Jiangling's top family, but my stepmother, Ji Kaiyue, conspired with outsiders. In a single night, the Gu family's estate, covering hundreds of acres, was reduced to ashes, and 100 lives were slaughtered. The reason I survived that conspiracy was not because Ji Kaiyue was merciful, but because she needed a scapegoat. Under her manipulation, I became the one responsible for it all. Desiring my stepmother's beauty, I attempted to claim her for myself during a family banquet, only to be caught by my father. He publicly reprimanded me and expelled her from the house. In my drunken rage, I held a grudge and set my father ablaze, leading to my infamous reputation spreading throughout Jiangling. I was soon captured by the law enforcement and imprisoned in Long Island Prison. To execute the robbing stepmother who killed my father and wiped out my family, I thought. Long Island Prison suppressed countless violent offenders, yet I felt no one could match my strength. Ha ha, I liked it. This was the first thing the warden of Long Island Prison told me. Later, I became the warden's disciple, learning medicine and martial arts while also helping to manage the prison in my spare time. From international drug lords to fallen warriors of enemy nations, all have felt the sting of my hand. 2 years ago, my master entrusted me with Long Island Prison and my stunning teacher. Just as my thoughts were racing, old Tang slowly woke up and said, "I didn't expect your medical skills to improve so rapidly. According to your master's calculations, it would take you at least 8 years to cure my soul-devouring bone, yet you only took 2 years. I stood, gazing in the direction of Jiangling, and replied, "Teacher, your illness is cured, and I should leave." My master had little time left and entrusted me to stay in Long Island Prison, treating you every day until you were healed. Once you were well, I would be free. Old Tang let out a soft huff and said, "Humph, I thought you were concerned about your teacher suffering from the poison and diligently healing her, but it turns out you just wanted to leave. Are you dissatisfied with your teacher's age and beauty, unwilling to stay with me?" I shook my head and smiled. How could that be? "Teacher, you are the best and most beautiful woman in the world. I would gladly stay by your side for a lifetime," but I didn't finish my sentence. Snatched by Tang Wanner, I replied, "It's just that you've mastered martial arts and want to go out and do wrong for your own desires." The image of Ji Kaiyue's flower-like face appeared in my mind, and I couldn't help but smile as I thought about going out to wreak havoc in Jiangling. Tang Wanner sat up and said, "You have the same flair as your master back in the day." Then she reached into her bosom and handed me the Dragon God token, symbolizing my identity as the warden's disciple. I took the token. It was warm to the touch and carried a faint fragrance. Old Tang continued, "You're not a child anymore. You should consider your lifelong matters. You have 7 senior sisters, each a stunning beauty. If you like any of them, just go for it." I was momentarily taken aback. After 5 years as my master's disciple, it was the first time I heard I had senior sisters. Tang Wanner leaned close and whispered, "What, do you think one isn't enough? Do you want to have all 7? Or do you find those sisters unappealing and have feelings for me instead?" I pointed to a small mound nearby and said, "Master's grave is over there." Tang Wanner laughed, "Isn't that even more thrilling?" One hand wrapped around my waist, and a faint fragrance filled the air. My heart raced, and I quickly activated the Dragon God technique to steady myself. My teacher was naturally alluring, and it was hard to resist her charm. I responded, "Teacher, don't tease me. I haven't even met the 7 senior sisters. Even if we meet in the future, I might not recognize them." But Tang Wanner smiled and said, "Don't worry, all your senior sisters have dripped blood on the Dragon God token. When you meet, it will react. Also, here are 7 letters. When the time comes, just show them these letters. They will understand everything." After receiving the letters, I approached a helicopter and opened the door. At that moment, Tang Wanner ran over and stuffed a blood-red bank card into my arms, saying, "This is some pocket money I saved for you. Use it." After thanking her, I took off in the helicopter, flying towards Jiangling. 3 hours later, the helicopter landed in a wasteland. Tears streamed down my face as I walked among the ruins and dry grass, saying, "Father, little sister, I'm here to see you." I took out a bottle of white liquor and poured it onto the charred earth. Suddenly, I paused, and a figure ahead let out a low exclamation. Anger flared in my eyes as I asked, "Who is it?" The shadow in front was startled and fled frantically, clutching something in its hands. I stepped forward and was already behind the shadow. In the next moment, I lifted the shadow from behind, my voice laced with murderous intent as I asked, "Who are you to dare evade me?" The shadow flinched and then slowly turned to meet my gaze. My pupils dilated as I exclaimed, "You are Qingning." Gu Qingning tentatively called out, "Brother, is that really you?" I pulled my sister Gu Qingning into my embrace and said, "Yes, it's me. I'm so glad to see you're alive." A smile spread across her face as she replied, "What a real dream this is. Brother, I haven't dreamt of you in months. I've missed you so much." I gently pinched my sister's arm. "Qingming, this isn't a dream. Brother is really back." Gu Qingming gasped in pain, clearly feeling it. Suddenly, a phone rang at the wrong moment. Glancing at the caller ID, fear flashed across Gu Qingming's face as she said, "Wait a moment, I need to take this call." He stepped aside and lowered his voice, saying, "Just give me a few more days, and I will definitely get you the money." On the other end of the phone came a barrage of insults. "You filthy bitch, you think you can delay? It must be delivered today, or I won't hesitate to let you feel the iron again." Then the call ended abruptly. Gu Feng suddenly appeared behind his sister and asked, "Have you been bullied?" Just as Gu Qingning was about to deny it, her sleeve was rolled up. At a glance, my heart shattered. Her delicate arm was covered in bloody welts, with some places scabbed over and others festering. This was clearly a hand that had been repeatedly pressed against a 120-degree iron. No wonder when I gently pinched my sister's hand earlier, it hurt her so much. I snatched her phone and redialed, asking, "Where are you?" A pretentious female voice came through the phone. Who would have thought that this ugly bitch would have a man by her side? "I'm at Dianbei University. Are you planning to bring me the money?" In a cold voice, I replied, "I'm here to take your life." Laughter erupted from the other end. "Haha, you think I, Zhao Qi, am scared of a pathetic loser like you? You only dare to shout over the phone. In reality, you wouldn't even dare to fart in front of me." With that, Zhao Qi hung up. A killing intent surged in my eyes as I grabbed my sister and headed out. Gu Qingming asked nervously, "Brother, what are you going to do?" Looking at him with concern, I said, "My sister has been bullied. As her brother, I must seek justice." Gu Qingming quickly replied, "Brother, you don't need to worry about me. I can handle my own issues. You should leave quickly. The farther away, the better. If Ji Kaiyue finds out you're still alive, she will definitely send someone to kill you." I gently patted my sister's head and said softly, "Xiaoming, now that I've regained my memories, I have no intention of leaving again. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare bully you again. As for Ji Kaiyue, she is destined to die." I then pulled my sister onto the helicopter, and we took off, flying directly to Dianbei, located on the border of the Divine Dragon Nation, 1,000 miles away from Jiangling. However, 3 hours later, a helicopter covering 1,800 kilometers hovered over Dianbei University, which was celebrating its 50th anniversary today. Dianbei was filled with wealthy elites, and a large crowd was seated below. At that moment, the student president began to speak. "Now, let's invite our student council representative to the stage to give a speech." A girl wearing a warm yellow down jacket stood up from her seat, and the audience erupted with whistles. At this moment, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the sky, and everyone looked up to see a majestic helicopter descending from above. I jumped off the plane and walked straight up to the principal, asking, "Is there someone named Zhao Qi at your school?" The principal only thought I was a young master from a prominent family in northern Yunnan, and didn't dare to neglect me. He pointed forward and said, "Look, that person standing up with a ponytail and bangs, is him. He is the representative of the student council at our Yunnan University. Do you have something to discuss with him?" I didn't answer his words. I just turned around and walked briskly towards Zhao Qi. Everyone looked at the suddenly appeared young man with either curious or envious eyes. The 3 girls beside her asked who this person was, actually arriving by helicopter to attend the celebration. What a big party. Maybe it's the young master of a prominent family from northern Yunnan. He specifically wants to find Senior Zhao Qi, but it's unclear what it's for. Needless to say, Senior Zhao Qi is exceptionally talented and her reputation has long spread throughout the entire Dianbei, attracting the pursuit of some wealthy young masters, which is not surprising. As soon as the words fell, a burst of whistling and cheering erupted. Lu Yusen, who was sitting next to Zhao Qi, looked enviously. "It's really too hard to be your best friend, Chi-Chi. Your boyfriend is already so outstanding, and now someone is coming to pursue you in a helicopter, and this man is even more handsome than your boyfriend. How about you take this one and let me have your boyfriend?" Zhao Qi shyly said a word of nonsense, but his mind had already become active. The man in front of him was tall, handsome, and looked extraordinary. It was indeed worth getting to know him. If the other party really had a deep background and kicked Jung Koen, that sycophant, aside, it wouldn't be unreasonable at all. In the flow of thoughts, I have already stood in front of him and asked, "Are you Zhao Qi?" Zhao Qi's cheeks were slightly red, and her voice was soft and glutinous. "May I ask which family in northern Yunnan you are from?" I am like the cold. The heart-like eyes stared at him. I came from Jiangling. Hearing this, there was an uproar around. Everyone didn't expect that buffing came from such a distant place. Doesn't this mean that Senior Zhao Qi's beauty is so renowned that even Jiangling, 1,000 miles away, has heard of it? The discussions around made Zhao Qi feel very proud. Her rosy lips involuntarily curved into a smile. "Although I have some beauty, it is not worth the young master crossing thousands of miles to seek me in the north," I said in a calm tone. "You do have self-awareness. 3 hours ago, I said I would come to take your name, so here I am." Zhao Qi was slightly stunned, and a storm surged in his heart. The other party's missile was coming to find him, and they even came by helicopter. "This bitch, when did you get to know such a powerful person?" Fortunately, today is the school anniversary, and the school is full of people. Even though the other party has some background, they still dare not act recklessly. He spoke with a panicked look in his eyes. "I don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing wrong, please leave quickly. I still have to go on stage to give a speech." I stretched out 2 fingers, forcefully pinching Zhao Qishua's delicate chin and said, "Since I have come today, you will have no chance to go on stage again." With a crack, Zhao Qi's chin was actually crushed, and blood mist splattered everywhere. The surrounding students were scared and retreated one after another. Zhao Qi's tragic screams echoed across the playground, and at that moment he realized that the other party was serious. His beautiful eyes were filled with endless fear, and his voice trembled as he said, "You can't kill my boyfriend, that's not fair." He hadn't finished speaking when I unleashed a punch like thunder, and his curious body flew into the air like a kite with a broken string, blooming with splashes of blood in the blink of an eye, and then crashed to the ground like a dead dog. Watching this bloody scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and the campus fell silent for a moment. I turned around and left without saying a word. Nearly 10,000 people on campus, and there are quite a few wealthy gentlemen with epilepsy, yet not a single person dare to stop until the plane soars straight up, entering the peak of the sea of clouds. Looking down at the emperor, Gu Qingling only felt a thrill of revenge in her heart, but for a moment she couldn't feel happy and asked, "Brother, is it really okay for you to kill someone in public?" Although it is said that northern Yunnan is the border of the Divine Dragon Kingdom and has weak public security, to commit a crime in front of nearly 10,000 people is too rampant, and the impact will surely be very bad. Moreover, Zhao Qi's boyfriend is Zhang Kuan. How could he let this matter go easily after learning about it? I smiled faintly and didn't take the murder to heart at all. I said to my sister, "I have returned, so no one can bully you anymore. Tell me, apart from Zhao Qi, is there anyone else bullying you?" "Brother will handle it all," Gu Qingning quickly said, fearing that her brother would start killing again. I nodded and asked another question. "How did you end up in northern Yunnan?" On the way to northern Yunnan, I had already learned some details from my sister. My sister has been living in northern Yunnan for the past few years, and it was precisely because she studied at a university in northern Yunnan that she had interactions with Zhao Qi, who tortured and humiliated her in various ways. As for how my sister ended up here and how she managed to pay for her studies, I had no idea. Gu Qingning, lost in thought, spoke up and said it was Butler Qin who brought me here. It turns out that on the night of the Gu family's incident, Gu Qinglin received a call from her good sister and went out to have fun, while Heir narrowly escaped a disaster. After the big fire, Ji Kaiwei took him in, treating him with great care and affection on the surface, but secretly scheming against him. Gu Qingning became increasingly emaciated, and at the critical point of his illness, it was Steward Qin who helped him escape from the Ji family and flee from Jiangling. But Ji Kaiwei did not give up, and assassins came one after another. Butler Qin hid and dodged, finally making his way to northern Yunnan, where he could settle down. My sister's voice filled my ears, and I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. After 5 years of wandering, my sister has lived a truly difficult life. The plane flew very fast, and a small-scale courtyard appeared in my sight. According to what my sister said, this is the place where the Qin family lives. At this moment, in the courtyard of the residence, several burly men are surrounding Qin Huaijiang. "Old man Huaijiang, these past 2 years, it has been hard for your brothers to find you." Qin Huai riverside and said, "It's been 5 years, why won't Ji Kaiwei let go of Qingming? How much threat can a girl who is powerless even to tie a chicken pose to him?" The leader, named Du Xiong, slapped Qin Huaijiang's old face hard, showing that he doesn't understand the principle of cutting the grass to get to the roots. "It's evident that you've lived your life in vain at your age. Enough nonsense, hand it over immediately, and Gu Qingming might spare your worthless life, otherwise, I'll send your soul back to the underworld. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the Jiahua character, asking what you want to do. In my opinion, we might as well just kill him directly instead of waiting here for a rabbit to come by, to avoid any unnecessary complications. Du Xiong raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when he caught a glimpse of Qin Huaijiang's hand in his pocket, seemingly making a move. What the hell are you doing? Du Xiong shouted, striking towards his opponent's abdomen with a thunderous palm. Qin Huaijiang was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear and dread surged within him. When he was in Jiangling, he had seen Du Xiong a few times. Back then, Du Xiong had barely reached the Mingjing realm, but now, his speed was such that Qin Huaijiang didn't even have a chance to block. It was important to note that he was at the peak of the Yanjing realm. Although he was older and had many ailments, he had the advantage of rich experience. In martial arts, there are three major realms, Mingjing, Anjing, and Huajing. The gap between each realm is like a chasm. If he couldn't withstand Du Xiong's palm, didn't that mean Du Xiong had entered the Huajing realm in just a few short years? Du Xiong took a few steps forward, bending down to rummage through his pocket, pulling out a phone. The screen was lit up. The words "run fast" had already been typed out and sent, with the recipient noted as Qingning. Damn it! Du Xiong was furious, his eyes turning red in an instant. They had spent who knows how much effort tracking down to northern Yunnan, and now this old man had sent out information, making their efforts a complete waste. Today, not only will I take your life, but I will also take the lives of your wife and daughter. Du Xiong's teeth ground together as he struck towards Qin Huaijiang's face. What are you going to do? At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from the doorway. Du Xiong paused, turning to look, and saw a withered yellow face. 5 years of hardship had changed Gu Qingning's appearance drastically, but the mold was still there. He recognized her at a glance, unable to hide his ecstatic expression. Gu Qingning, you came just in time. I was about to take your head to report back to the lady. The living Gu Qingning no longer needed to be taken to Jiangling. To avoid complications, one head would suffice. A flying knife had already spun through the air towards Gu Qingning's neck as he spoke. Gu Qingning was just an ordinary person. Before she could react, the knife was almost upon her. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her, grasping the knife's handle. Today, not only will you not take Qingning's head, but you probably won't live either. Du Xiong looked at the young man stepping out from behind Gu Qingning, first in shock, then his eyes flickered with joy. You are Gu Feng, you actually didn't die. I didn't die, but you seem quite happy. Du Xiong laughed heartily. Indeed, I'm very happy. If I can capture the infamous Gu Feng and take him back, not only will the lady reward me handsomely, but the people of Jiangling will probably sing my praises. I will return, and when I do, Jiangling will surely be in a grand state. Gu Feng smiled coldly. It's just a pity you won't live to see that. As his words fell, he flicked his finger lightly, and the knife that had just been in his hand shot through the air like an arrow. Du Xiong felt a sharp pain in his neck, and as he struggled to lower his head, he saw the knife had embedded itself in his throat, a stream of crimson blood flowing from the wound. For a moment, he even forgot his shock, his face filled with disbelief. Was he really going to die like this? Before he could think further, his body fell straight down. His companions, who had come with him, were all horrified. After 5 years of training, Du Xiong had gone from Mingjing to Huajing, and in Jiangling, he was considered a formidable figure. How could Gu Feng kill him more easily than swatting a mosquito? Just as they were stunned, Gu Feng's voice suddenly reached their ears. Are you planning to end it yourselves, or do you want me to send you on your way? The group gritted their teeth and charged towards Gu Feng. Now it has come to a situation of life and death. They know they are no match for Gu Feng, yet they can only brace themselves and rely on their numbers, hoping to seize a slim chance of survival. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, his figure flashing as he charged at the crowd, unleashing a flurry of punches. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. There were no screams, for wherever his iron fists landed, the person was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, unable to utter a sound. In the blink of an eye, the assassins were nearly all dead or injured, with only one left alive, so terrified that he was trembling and wetting himself. He fell to his knees with a thud. Young Master Gu, spare my life. I am willing to be your slave, to serve you and die for you. Be my servant? You think you're worthy? Gu Feng said, but he had no intention of striking again. I'll spare your life this once. Go back to Jiangling and tell Ji Kaiwei that I, Gu Feng, will soon meet her for a drink. The man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and ran off like the wind. Gu Feng stepped forward and helped Qin Huaijiang up. Uncle. Just that one word made Qin Huaijiang's eyes turn red. He had worked for the Gu family for 20 years, watching Gu Feng grow up bit by bit. Before, he had never dared to even imagine seeing Gu Feng's corpse. Now, the living Gu Feng stood before him. Old servant Qin Huaijiang greets the young master. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he wanted to bow deeply. Gu Feng was about to help him when he saw the old steward sway and fall straight down. Gu Qingning was startled and nervously took out her phone to call an ambulance, but her brother stopped her. "It's nothing serious, he just fainted from some injuries and emotional distress. I'll take care of it." Saying this, he hoisted the old steward onto his shoulder and entered the bedroom. As night fell, he emerged from the bedroom. The courtyard had been cleaned spotless by Gu Qingning, and there wasn't even a hint of blood in the air. "Brother, is Uncle Qin better?" Seeing him come out, Gu Qingning dropped the cloth and hurried over. Gu Feng nodded. "He's about to wake up." A heart that had been hanging finally settled, and Gu Qingning sighed in relief. "That's good. For the past 5 years, Uncle Qin has taken care of me meticulously. If anything were to happen to him today, I really wouldn't know how to face Alwan." Alwan? With a slight thought, a playful figure in a red dress jumped into Gu Feng's mind. The old steward had a daughter named Qin Luan, who had lived in the Gu residence since childhood, so she had a very close relationship with him and his sister. He still remembered how Qin Luan would call him Brother Feng while happily following him around. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That girl must have grown into a charming young woman by now. Thinking of this, he asked another question. "Qingning, since you're studying in northern Yunnan, why did you run to Jiangling? It's full of Ji Ciyue's people." "I didn't go in previous years on my father's death anniversary, but this year I settled down, so I thought I must go back to pay my respects no matter what." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Isn't your father's death anniversary still half a month away?" His sister couldn't possibly forget that. Why did she have to go a month early? "That's correct," Gu Qingning said softly, "but every year on my father's death anniversary, Ji Ciyue brings a large group of people to pay respects, making it very grand. I can't show up, so I have to go early and pay my respects secretly." Gu Feng clenched his fists. The culprit who killed his father paid respects to him every year, gaining a reputation for being deeply affectionate among the people of Jiangling. As his children, his sister could only hide like a rat in a gutter, sneaking around, even afraid to burn a handful of yellow paper for fear of being discovered. The image of his sister fleeing in panic that morning flashed in his mind, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. "Dad, I'm back." At that moment, a crisp girl's voice rang out. A girl in a white dress walked in, a milk tea straw in her mouth. Seeing Gu Qingning at home, she was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to be in Jiangling? You're back so soon? Did you take the high-speed train?" The journey of 1,800 kilometers would take nearly 20 hours on a green train. Qin Luan knew that Gu Qingning had only arrived in Jiangling this morning, and if she had taken the green train back, there was no way she could have returned today. Gu Qingning shook her head. "I took a plane." She had no intention of hiding her plans from Qin Luan and was ready to share the joy of reuniting with her brother, believing that Qin Luan would be very happy too. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qin Luan's sarcastic tone. "Oh, as expected of the Gu family's young lady, you have money to fly." Then, her fair little hand reached out. "What about the Tianshui Lao Jia you were supposed to bring?" Jiangling's liquor wasn't widely known, but the locals loved it, especially the sorghum liquor produced by an old workshop on Tianshui Street, which was highly sought after. Before Gu Qingning went to Jiangling, Qin Luan had messaged her on WeChat, asking her to bring back 2 or 3 pounds of Tianshui Laojia. Gu Qingning had originally remembered this well, but the appearance of Gu Feng had such a huge impact on her that she had completely forgotten about it. It was only at this moment, when Qin Luan mentioned it, that she suddenly recalled, her face showing embarrassment. I forgot." "Forgot?" Although Qin Luan's expression didn't change much, a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Well, after all, I'm just a servant's child. You're the esteemed young lady of the Gu family, so of course, you wouldn't bother to think about my matters." This remark left Gu Qingning flustered, and she hurriedly pulled Gu Feng over. "Alwan, look who this is." She thought Alwan would be very happy to see her brother. When they were young, she was even more attached to him than she was. Once the mood improved, it wouldn't be too late to explain about forgetting the liquor. Gu Feng extended his hand. "Alwan, long time no see." It was only then that Qin Luan noticed Gu Feng. She clearly hadn't expected to see him again, and was somewhat surprised, but a cold smile soon replaced her expression. Another vampire has arrived." Gu Feng frowned but didn't say anything. Qin Luan continued in a sarcastic tone. "Our family has already raised a Gu Qingning. Don't expect us to take you in as well. You should go wherever it's cooler." "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking?" A sudden sharp voice rang out. It was Qin Huaizheng, who had woken up at some point and come into the hall. "More than 20 years ago, your mother and I were being chased by enemies, on the brink of death. It was Master Gu who saved us, allowing us to survive. I often tell you, a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring, let alone a life-saving grace." All right, I've heard you drone on about this for years. Qinluan pouted, clearly dissatisfied. If your master Gu was so good to you, why did he ruthlessly kick you out of the Gu family in the end? Ever since Ji Kaiyue married into the Gu family, she had been picking on Qin Huaijiang's faults, and ultimately, a year before the Gu family fell into trouble, Gu Feng's father signed a dismissal order, sending away the old steward who had worked diligently for 20 years in the Gu family. Who doesn't make mistakes in their life? Qin Huaijiang sighed. The master is old after all, and was bewitched by that Ji woman. I don't blame him. Qinluan snorted coldly, scoffing at her father's words, but she didn't argue further and turned her gaze to Gu Feng. Our family has raised your sister for 5 years, that's already generous enough. Don't expect us to raise you too. Gu Feng lit a cigarette and said slowly, don't worry, I won't stay long. I don't care what you're planning, you can stay here for a month at most. After a month, you should leave on your own. You're a grown man, don't make me look down on you, Qinluan said, then went straight back to her room. Qin Huaijiang sighed helplessly, it's my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. Xiaofeng, you mustn't take it to heart. Gu Feng smiled it off. What one lacks, one fears. He didn't come to the Qin family to live off others, and Qin Luan's words had no impact on him. Moreover, the old housekeeper had taken care of his sister for 5 years, prioritizing her safety even in life and death situations. How could he quibble with Qin Luan over such trivial matters? During dinner, Qin Huaijiang asked about Gu Feng's experiences over the past 5 years. On one hand, he wanted to know if Gu Feng had been well, and on the other, he was curious about how Gu Feng had survived and learned such extraordinary skills. These years, I've been in Long Island prison. Gu Feng spoke candidly to Qin Huaijiang, briefly recounting his experiences over the past few years. Hearing that Gu Feng had not only endured hardships but had also trained in martial arts and medicine with a master, Gu Qingning and Qin Huaijiang were both very pleased. However, Qinluan maintained a cold expression, her thoughts unknown. After taking a shower, Qinluan returned to her room and received a call from Jiang Tao, inviting her to go shopping together the next day. Jiang Tao was a wealthy young man who had been pursuing Qinluan recently. Although they were not officially a couple, their conversations had taken on a somewhat ambiguous tone. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tao noticed Qinluan's lack of enthusiasm. Luan, did someone upset you? No, it's just that an annoying guy came to my house, Qinluan replied, the Gu Feng I mentioned to you before. Jiang Tao responded with an oh, that young master from the Gu family in Jianling, right? Didn't you say he was executed long ago? Who knows what the situation is? Remembering Gu Feng's face, Qinluan couldn't help but roll her eyes. They say he became the warden of Long Island prison, some kind of international drug lord, a god of war from an enemy nation, and everyone has felt his wrath. Is that true? Jiang Tao was taken aback. He had heard of the infamous Long Island prison. If the other party was indeed the warden, he would definitely be worth befriending, even currying favor with. Come on, that's clearly just bragging. He's a useless dog. If I slapped him, he'd be on the ground for 10 seconds and might not even get up. The next evening, after school, Gu Qingning went to Xianhazhuang, the largest hot pot chain in northern Yunnan. 6 months ago, she started working at the chain store in the Cangdong district as a waitress. It was not only close to home but also offered generous pay. She only needed to work half a day in the evenings to earn 3,000 yuan. However, she was there to request leave that night and to advance some wages, as her brother had been in prison for 5 years, and she wanted to take him around northern Yunnan. Everything went smoothly until she was suddenly called out as she was about to leave with her advanced 3,000 yuan. Gu Qingning, come here and peel this plate of crayfish. Gu Qingning turned her head and caught sight of a few familiar figures, Wang Hui, Chao Guoping, Lu Yusin, and Li Ziang. These four were her classmates, currently sitting by the window enjoying hot pot. The one speaking to her was Li Ziang, who came from a wealthy family, was tall and handsome, and liked to show off, making him quite popular among some girls in the department. However, Gu Qingning disliked and feared him greatly. At school, Li Ziang often troubled her, and after learning she worked there, he came by frequently to make fun of her. Gu Qingning mustered her courage and said, sorry, I took leave today. With that, she quickly walked towards the exit. Li Ziang stood up and grabbed her wrist, dragging her back to the table. Finish peeling the shrimp, and then you can go. The cold, menacing gaze he cast made Gu Qingning shrink back, and she didn't dare to refuse, silently peeling the shrimp where she stood. She was afraid of getting beaten. All she could do was work quickly and speed up her peeling. It was just past 5 o'clock, and she hoped to finish peeling the shrimp before 6, otherwise, her brother would start to worry about her. Seeing her timid and submissive demeanor, Li Ziang revealed a satisfied smile, took a bite of pig brain, and began chatting with a few other classmates. As the conversation meandered, it turned to yesterday's school anniversary. That thug yesterday was too ruthless. Zhao Qi's body fell right next to me. Her intestines were all out. Wang Hui said. Lu Yusin chimed in, yeah, I was close by. He just pinched her chin with 2 fingers, and it shattered. Lu Yusin, you were the closest to Zhao Qi. What has she been up to lately to attract such a disaster? Chao Guoping asked. Lu Yusin tilted her head, hesitating, not much, really. If I had to say, she did burn Gu Qingning with an iron again. This time it was especially severe, a large patch of skin got burned off. Could it be, Wang Wei picked up the thread, that the thug is Gu Qingning's brother? The air suddenly fell silent, and a few seconds later, they burst into laughter. Li Ziang said, then I have to be careful, if Gu Qingning's brother sees me making her peel shrimp, wouldn't he peel my skin off? He looked at Gu Qingning. Gu Qingning, unwilling to talk to him any longer, placed the shrimp meat in the plate. I've peeled all the shrimp, I need to go. She glanced at the clock on the wall, it was 5:50, if she called a taxi, she should make it to the agreed location on time. Li Ziang chuckled lightly, did you really finish? You haven't even peeled a single piece of meat from the shrimp claws. Gu Qingning panicked, peeling the claws was many times harder than peeling the tails. With several pounds of crayfish, if she had to extract all the meat from the claws, she wouldn't be able to do anything else tonight. I really have to go, my brother is waiting for me. If he doesn't see me on time, he'll come looking for me, she said, mustering her courage. Li Ziang raised an eyebrow, so what if he comes looking? Do you really think your brother is the kind of living king of hell who killed Zhao Qi with a wave of his hand? If he comes, he'd have to obediently stand in front of me and peel shrimp. You seem to really like eating shrimp. A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked up to see a tall man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes striding over. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Lu Yusin, Wang Hui, and Xiao Guoping trembled, fear wrapping around them like thick ink. This was none other than the living king of hell who had killed Zhao Qi with a single punch yesterday. The 3 sat stiffly in their seats, not daring to breathe. Li Ziang had not attended the anniversary yesterday due to other matters and had never seen Gu Feng. However, he noticed Gu Feng's extraordinary presence as he walked and guessed he was a young master from one of the prominent families in northern Yunnan, so he did not dare to be disrespectful. Brother, who are you? Gu Feng pulled his sister behind him. I am Gu Qingning's brother. Li Ziang was taken aback, the contemptuous smile returning to his face. I thought who it was, turns out it's rotten skin Ning. Bang! Gu Feng threw a punch, cutting off Li Ziang's words, sending him flying while blood gushed out. You dare hit me? You actually dare to hit me? Li Ziang roared in fury, wanting to get up and settle the score with Gu Feng, but Gu Feng had already appeared in front of him, stepping on his head. There's no need to say I'll hit you, even killing you is just a thought away. Li Ziang desperately tried to struggle to his feet, but the foot on his face felt like a mountain, pinning him down. As a young master from one of the 10 prominent families in northern Yunnan, he had never endured such humiliation. His eyes were about to burst with rage. Xiao Guoping, Wang Hui, what are you still doing? Come over and chop him. I'll take responsibility for everything. The 3 remained seated, not daring to move until Gu Feng's cold gaze fell on them. Only then did they rush over like madmen. Then, they all knelt in front of Gu Feng. Brother, it has nothing to do with us. We didn't mean to make things difficult for Qingning. It was Li Ziang who insisted on having Qingning stay to peel shrimp. You guys? Li Ziang was furious. He initially thought these people had come to help, but who knew they would bow down instead. However, he wasn't foolish and quickly pieced things together. The reaction of these 3 was too abnormal. It was just a fight, why were they so scared? He even saw Lu Yusin, who usually had a lot of courage, scared to the point of wetting her pants. Who exactly was this man before him? You, who exactly are you? Gu Feng looked at Lu Yusin, you tell him. Lu Yusin was trembling in fear, struggling to speak. Zhao Qi. He killed him with 1 punch. Upon hearing this, Li Ziang's face turned pale. No wonder Lu Yusin and the others were so terrified. A monster who dared to kill in front of thousands of people. What wouldn't he dare to do? Li Ziang felt a chill run down his back. Who would have thought that Gu Qingning's brother was actually this great demon? He swallowed hard. Brother, let's talk this over. I was indeed in the wrong today, and I'm willing to pay for my mistakes. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll ask my dad. Li ran. Gu Feng grabbed Li Ziang and walked back to the previous dining table, pressing him down into a seat. Don't be in a hurry. Don't you like eating shrimp? Finish the shrimp first, and then we can talk slowly. As he spoke, he poured the plate of peeled shrimp into the boiling red pot. Li Ziang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, invoking his father's name was effective. After all, his father was a prominent figure in northern Yunnan. Even this demon would have to show some restraint. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to take a bite of the shrimp, but Gu Feng slapped the chopsticks out of his hand. My sister peeled this lobster for you with her own hands. Shouldn't you eat it with your own hands? Li Ziang's face changed in horror. Brother, don't joke around. This red pot is over 100 degrees, if my hand goes in, Ah ah ah. A piercing scream echoed through the hall. Gu Feng had already grabbed Li Xiang's forearm, plunging his entire right hand into the boiling red pot. In an instant, his hand was a bloody mess. Gu Feng looked at Lu Yusin and the others. From now on, when you see him, call him Rotten Skin Yang. Do you understand? The three were already numb with fear, their hair standing on end, and they dared not refuse. They kept bowing to the ground, repeatedly agreeing. Gu Feng snorted coldly and left with Gu Qingning. Upstairs, a woman in a qipao, as beautiful as a flower, chuckled lightly and pointed at Gu Feng's back, asking, Tianqing, what do you think of this person? Tianqing commented, Li Xiang won the championship at the Northern Yunnan University Taekwondo Championship. This person can knock him away with one punch, his foundation is not bad, and he strikes ruthlessly. He's a talent. It's just a pity that although the Li family is the weakest among the 10 clans of Northern Yunnan, they are not ordinary people that can be provoked. This little guy won't see the sun tomorrow. The woman said, you go tell him that if he is willing to join the Red Clothes can guarantee his safety. Tianqing hesitated for a moment. Our standard for accepting members into the Red Clothes is at least dark strength. This kid is at most mid-bright strength. I'm afraid he doesn't even qualify to join the Red Clothes. He's still young, let him be an external member first and cultivate him slowly, the woman said calmly. The Red Clothes were the largest underground force in northern Yunnan, and this stunning woman was the leader of the Red Clothes, Pei Hongtang. Tianqing didn't say anything more, nodded, and turned to leave, but not long after, he returned. Sister Tang, that kid refused. Did you mention the name of the Red Clothes? I did. I told him the Red Clothes were willing to take him in as an external member. He didn't say a word and just walked away. Pei Hongtang took a sip of white liquor. Letting a mere mid-bright strength kid enter the Red Clothes is already an exception, yet he still looks down on it. He doesn't know what's good for him. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Gu Feng and his sister got into a taxi. Gu Feng said, I told you to quit your job at the hot pot restaurant, I can support you. It's not the same, Gu Qingning smiled, I'm not a 3-year-old child, I can't always rely on my brother. Gu Feng didn't continue the topic, you were bullied at school, why didn't you tell Uncle Qin? Uncle has already suffered too much for me, I don't want to trouble him with trivial matters. Besides, even if she told Uncle Qin, what difference would it make? Zhao Qi's boyfriend, Zheng Kuan, had a powerful background, he wasn't someone from a small family that could be provoked. But she couldn't say this to her brother, she was afraid he might act impulsively and do something foolish. Gu Feng played with his sister's hair, 5 years had passed, and she had become more sensible, even her face showing signs of weariness and pallor that didn't match her age. He secretly resolved to help his sister regain her former beauty, and he would also heal her skin condition. In fact, this was also the reason he didn't return to Jiangling immediately after killing Zhao Qi. The taxi stopped at a snack street, and Gu Qingning took Gu Feng to try some local delicacies from Yunnan, then they went to a mall where she bought him a suit that cost over 2,000. Gu Feng initially wanted to pay for it himself, he had a job at Long Island prison and received a salary, plus the gifts from the notorious inmates. Not to mention the bank card given to him by his teacher's wife, his own savings had already reached several million. However, his sister insisted, so he accepted it quietly. After all, it was her heartfelt gesture. Anyway, when he left Yunnan, he would leave some money for her. At the entrance of the mall, they unexpectedly ran into Qin Luan, who was followed by a young man with handsome features and a tall stature. He greeted Gu Qingning warmly and asked, Qingning, who is this beside you? This is my brother, Gu Feng. Gu Qingning briefly introduced him and then said to her brother, this is Zhang Tao, a good friend of Luan. He has treated me to meals several times. Zhang Tao took the initiative to greet him. Hello, brother Feng. I heard from Luan that you just got out of prison yesterday? Gu Qingning, fearing her brother would be looked down upon, quickly added, my brother was wrongfully imprisoned, he is a very good person. I know, Qingning, you are a very good girl, how could your brother be any worse? Zhang Tao smiled, what I mean is, since brother Feng just got out of prison, we should celebrate. I happen to have a gathering at Donghuan Bar, why don't we go together? Sure. Without waiting for Gu Feng to respond, Gu Qingning nodded repeatedly. It wasn't that she liked to mooch off food and drinks, she just thought that since Qin Luan and her brother had a falling out yesterday, it would be good for them to spend more time together, perhaps easing their relationship. Qin Luan also wanted to show off her almost boyfriend's capabilities in front of the Gu siblings, so she just rolled her eyes and didn't object. The group got into Zhang Tao's car and soon arrived at Donghuang Bar. After getting out of the car in the parking lot, Gu Feng casually lit a cigarette, and before he could take 2 puffs, he heard Qin Luan's displeased voice, Gu Feng, don't flick the ash around. This car is brand new, worth 5,200,000, if the paint gets scratched, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sold yourself. Gu Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Luan could have just boasted directly but insisted on finding an excuse. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Tao chimed in. Luan, we're friends, there's no need for that. Besides, it's just a car, I don't care about it. Casually showing off in front of Gu Feng, he pointed to a pitch-black helicopter in the corner of the parking lot. My dream is that helicopter. If you want to buy a helicopter, just buy it. It's only a little over 100,000. This car is worth as much as 5 helicopters. Luan said. Zhang Tao shook his head. $1 million or so can indeed buy a helicopter, but it can't buy this one. This is the latest military-grade helicopter developed by the White Eagle Empire last year, with a starting price of 83 million. Hiss. Luan gasped. 83 million? That's so expensive? Do you want to go up and sit in this helicopter? Gu Qingning suddenly asked. Luan replied irritably, sit in it? Do you think this helicopter is yours? Yes, Gu Qingning nodded. I wanted to say yesterday, Luan, I'm going back to Dianbei, and I'm taking this helicopter. It's my brother's vehicle. Yesterday, the helicopter hovered in the sky, and when it found no good landing spot, it stopped here. Gu Feng even paid a parking fee for it. Gu Qingning didn't expect this helicopter to be so expensive. She was quite happy. Initially, she had some doubts about her brother's words, about being guided by a master and sitting in a prison, which sounded too bizarre. But if her brother could afford such an expensive helicopter, it must be true. Luan couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qingning, I find you're getting better at telling jokes. Gu Qingning hurriedly said, I'm serious. Luan sneered, come on, I saw it. The suit he's wearing was bought with your money. If he were really rich, would he need to spend your money? Luan, this kind of thing concerns a man's dignity. How can you just say it casually? Zhang Tao gently reprimanded, then turned to Gu Feng. Sorry, Luan speaks without thinking, don't take it to heart. Gu Feng nodded secretly. Yesterday, Qin Huaijiang mentioned that his daughter was getting close to Zhang Tao and asked him to keep an eye on things. So far, Zhang Tao seemed to have a decent character. The group entered the bar, and Gu Qingning was still tangled up about what had just happened. After eating a few bites of duck neck, she said, my brother is rich, I just insisted on buying him clothes. And about that helicopter, if you want to sit in it, after we finish eating, let my brother take you for a ride. Luan didn't want to bother with her at all, but Zhang Tao nodded, no need to sit, I trust your brother's capabilities. Not long after, 5 or 6 young men came to the booth and chatted for a while, then Zhang Tao followed them to play billiards. They had also invited Gu Feng to join, but Gu Feng didn't agree. He was calculating which medicinal materials he would need for treating his sister and planned to buy some after the bar's gathering ended. By the billiard table, a purple-haired youth named Chen Long was wiping his cue and said, Tao Gu, who is the young master sitting next to Gu Qingning? I've never seen him before. What young master? That's Gu Qingning's brother, just out of prison. He looks decent, but in reality, he's broke. The clothes on him were bought by Gu Qingning. Chen Long was a bit confused. Then why were you calling him Feng Gu just now? What do you know? Zhang Tao said, I'm currently pursuing Luan, just one step away. The Gu siblings hold some weight in Luan's father's eyes, so I can't be careless. Still not caught? It's been half a year, right? Chen Long was a bit surprised. Zhang Tao smiled nonchalantly. The more it is like this, the more interesting it becomes. I have a feeling that this Luan, I won't get tired of playing with her for 2 months. Chen Long glanced at Luan and secretly swallowed. Can I have a turn in 2 months? Zhang Tao slapped him on the forehead. Even though I play around, the women I've been with, even if I let them go, you don't have the right to touch. The words were very straightforward, but Chen Long didn't dare to get angry. Although he was a rich second generation, he couldn't compare to Zhang Tao. The Zhang family ranks 7th among the 10 clans in Dianbei, with extremely strong power. At this moment, Zhang Tao changed the subject. However, if you're really craving it, you can find Gu Qingning. I can introduce you. Tao Gu, don't get me into trouble. Chen Long waved his hands repeatedly. That Gu Qingning, at 20, has the face of a 40-year-old. Every time I see her, I want to throw up. Zhang Tao replied, when the lights are off, isn't it all the same? Don't be fooled by Gu Qingning's current appearance. She used to be the most beautiful woman in Jiangling. Moreover, she's a true rich girl. Luan told me that the Gu family was much wealthier than our Zhang family. Chen Long clearly became interested. A rich girl, huh? That could work. With her family's decline and looking so ugly, if I just show her a little warmth, wouldn't she obediently kneel before me like a dog? Ha ha ha, I just wonder if Gu Qingning is, responsive. The air behind them suddenly turned cold. Chen Long felt an inexplicable panic and turned around to see a stern face. Feng, brother Feng, do you want to play a game? Playing ball is not as interesting as hitting you. Smack! Gu Feng raised his hand and slapped Chen Long, causing him to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Zhang Tao frowned. Brother Feng, what are you doing? What am I doing? Do you think I'm deaf? Did you think I couldn't hear what he said? Jiang Tao was somewhat surprised. When did Gu Feng arrive behind them? How much did you hear? Gu Feng replied, not a word missed. Jiang Tao's expression turned somewhat ugly. Gu Feng had actually heard their entire conversation. He coldly said, in that case, I can't be bothered to play along with you. Watch your mouth. If you dare to sow discord between me and Family.One, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, as long as you behave, I'll pretend I didn't see you slap Qianlong today. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another smack. Gu Feng slapped Qianlong hard again, knocking out his teeth and sending him flying 10 meters away. The few young men who came with Qianlong were all stunned. This guy was too bold, not only completely ignoring Jiang Tao's words but even slapping Qianlong again. This wasn't just hitting Qianlong, it was clearly a slap in Jiang Tao's face. The question was, how did he dare to do that? Did he not know that Jiang Tao was the young master of the Jiang family, one of the 10 clans of Dianbei? At this moment, Jiang Tao's face was indeed flushed red, as if he had been slapped. Qianlong was just a follower, he didn't care about him, but having someone slap his follower in front of him was a different matter. Gu Feng, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Gu Feng raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Tao's neck, lifting him high. Jiang Tao, I warn you, keep your distance from Family.One, or your fate will be worse than Qianlong's. Family.One had protected his sister for 5 years, and he should also protect Family.One from harm. Gu Feng, what are you doing? Let go of Jiang Tao. Family.One rushed over from the booth, shouting. Gu Feng did not let go and said calmly, Family.One, stay away from Jiang Tao in the future. This person has no intention of being sincere with you. What makes you say that? Family.One asked. What I heard. You're talking nonsense. Family.One was furious. You were sitting in the booth the whole time. The pool table is so far from the booth. How could you hear what they were talking about? Not to mention that there was a huge DJ echo in the bar. Two people talking face to face might not even hear each other clearly. Gu Feng said, I told you yesterday, I'm not the same as before. It's normal for my hearing to be a bit better than average. Besides, we grew up together. Think carefully. When have I ever lied to you? Family.One shouted, stop talking nonsense here. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to break me and Jiang Tao apart and take advantage of the situation, right? Let me tell you, 5 years ago, I pursued you, and you didn't take me seriously. Now, you are no longer worthy of me. Give up on that thought. Ha! Gu Feng sneered, throwing Jiang Tao to the ground. So this is how you think of me? If it weren't for your father's face, do you think I would care about you? He turned around and strode out. Qingning, let's go. Gu Chengning had been sitting with Gu Feng and, to be honest, she found it hard to imagine someone could hear Jiang Tao and the other's conversation from so far away. But since it was her brother who said it, she believed him unconditionally, responding with an O and following closely behind him. Jiang Tao stared at the backs of the Gu siblings, his gaze icy. The young master of the 7th largest clan in Dianbei had actually lost face to a freshly released punk. What a Gu Feng! If I don't make you kneel before me today and beg for mercy, then I won't be called Jiang Tao. He picked up his phone and directly dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Li? I need your help with something. After leaving the bar, Gu Feng hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the largest medicinal herb market in Dianbei. After about half an hour of searching, Gu Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. To help his sister restore her beauty, he needed some special herbs. This market was vast, but it only sold ordinary herbs. Just as he was about to head home and think of another way tomorrow, he found the road blocked by people. At first, there were only 1 or 2 individuals, but soon more gathered, and ultimately over 30 people surrounded the street entrance, making it impassable. They wielded iron rods and knives, looking fierce and clearly there to cause trouble for Gu Feng. Gu Chengning felt a bit scared and hid behind her brother. You are Gu Feng? A middle-aged man at the front had his hands clasped behind his back. Daring to provoke young Master Jiang, I must say you have quite the guts. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd. Dad, he's the one who crippled my hand. Kill him, kill him. This person was Li Ziang. The Li family operated a security company in Dianbei, supplying talent to major companies and controlling a group of elite forces. With this manpower, Li Ziang's father, Li Ran, had built a formidable reputation in Dianbei. That evening, after receiving Jiang Tao's call, Li Ran brought his men over, while Li Ziang was supposed to be resting at home. However, hearing about the plan to attack someone, he couldn't contain his pent-up anger and followed along. He wanted to take out his frustrations on tonight's unfortunate target, only to find out it was Gu Feng. What a narrow path for enemies. Li Ran was taken aback and began to reassess the young man before him. After a moment, he revealed a chilling smile. You're quite something. I was only here today to teach you a lesson on young Master John's orders. Now, immediately sever your own arms and kneel before my son to admit your mistake. If my son is in a good mood, I might give you a quick death. Gu Feng seemed not to hear his words, letting out a light sigh. Li Ziang, I already spared your life once. Why do you insist on seeking death? Li Ziang, seeing him still acting tough at this moment, couldn't help but explode in anger. You little punk, what are you pretending for? You're surrounded now. I'll give you 3 counts to roll over and kneel before me. Otherwise, not only will you die here today, but I'll also chop your sister up to feed the dogs. You made a mistake there. It's not you who surrounded me, but I who surrounded you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Feng suddenly appeared in front of Li Ziang. Then, with a single palm strike, bang! Li Ziang was instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Ziang! Li Ran's eyes widened in rage as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. He never expected that, in a surrounded situation, Gu Feng would dare to treat his own son so ruthlessly. Kill him, I want him to accompany my son in death. At a high-end restaurant on the second floor at the street corner, Tian Chang looked down. Sister Tang, it's that kid from this afternoon, there's a show to watch. Pei Hontang followed his gaze and saw Gu Feng trapped in the encirclement. If he had joined our red clothes this afternoon, he wouldn't be dying here. In her eyes, Gu Feng was already a dead man. Just a little mid-stage Mingjing, how could he possibly be a match for more than 30 adults? Moreover, Li Ran was at the peak of dark strength. Even without those 30-plus people, Li Ran could easily kill Gu Feng. She withdrew her gaze, not wanting to see the scene of blood splattering, as it would affect her appetite. Just after she looked away, Gu Feng moved. Holding Gu Qingning in one arm, he darted through the crowd like a ghost. Dragon battles in the wild. Li Ran hadn't even had time to make a move when all 30-plus people had turned into blood mist, not even letting out a single wail. For a moment, Li Ran felt like he was dreaming. How could killing be so fast? He prided himself on his peak dark strength, and against more than 30 trained adults, he could at most manage to protect himself. Just how terrifying was this person's strength? In shock, Gu Feng had already thrown a punch. He wanted to dodge, but that fist was so fast, beyond imagination, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on his chest. Bang! His body flew back, crashing onto the concrete ground more than 10 meters away like a dead dog. Gu Feng walked over. Your bones are pretty tough, you didn't die from one punch. But that's fine, if one punch didn't kill you, then I'll give you another. Li Ran desperately rolled over and knelt on the ground. Brother Gu, spare my life, spare my life. I, Li Ran, am willing to serve you as my master for life. He couldn't die, absolutely couldn't die. Although the Li family had risen to be one of the 10 clans in northern Yunnan, they had long since declined. As long as he was alive, he could still hold things together. If he died, the entire Li family would soon fall apart. After all, there were countless families below wanting to replace the Li family. Oh, Gu Feng laughed. I killed your son, and yet you want to serve me as your master? Li Ran replied without hesitation. He offended the master, he deserves to die, and rest assured, I have more than one son, I won't let the entire family accompany him in death for his sake. But what use are you to me? Gu Feng asked. Li Ran said, although my Li family has declined, we are still the 10th largest family in northern Yunnan, with connections and resources. If the master wants to do anything in northern Yunnan, with my Li family's help, it will save a lot of time. Gu Feng secretly nodded. He was troubled over the matter of medicinal materials. If he could use the Li family's resources to search for medicinal materials, it would indeed be twice the result with half the effort. Very well, I will give you a list of medicinal materials, deliver it to me within 10 days. If you dare to play any tricks, I will slaughter your entire Li family. Li Ran noted down the names of the medicinal materials one by one and quickly disappeared into the night. However, Gu Feng did not leave but stood in place. Brother, aren't we leaving? Gu Qingning asked curiously. Gu Feng ignored him and looked into the depths of a fork in the road. Zhang Tao, are you coming out on your own, or do you want me to drag you out? Zhang Tao, hiding in the dark, was startled. How did Gu Feng know he was hiding here? What the hell? He had made no sound since he arrived. How did the other party find him? There was no time to think about that now. Having witnessed Gu Feng's killing methods, he was already scared out of his wits. Although he pretended to be a suave young master in front of Qin Luan, he had done many immoral things behind the scenes. But compared to what he had done, it was nothing but child's play next to Gu Feng. In just a few seconds, he slaughtered over 30 people. This man was like a demon crawling out of hell. He turned and ran, not even having time to pull Qin Luan beside him. Bang! After running for a while, his head suddenly crashed solidly into a wall, causing him to stagger back. He looked up and realized he hadn't hit a wall, but Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground. Zhang Tao, why are you running? Zhang Tao's face was filled with terror. Gu Feng, let me go, let's settle our grievances once and for all. Slap! Gu Feng slapped him backhandedly. and 2 rows of Jiang Tao's teeth fell out, blood gushing from his mouth. In this world, those who provoke me have only one outcome, death. Jiang Tao, both shocked and furious, shouted, "Gu, my Jiang family ranks 7th among the 10 clans in northern Yunnan. If you dare to kill me, no matter where you run, the Jiang family will hunt you down until death." Gu Feng laughed. "Alright, I'll kill you and see what this so-called Jiang family in northern Yunnan can do to me." With that, Gu Feng threw a fierce punch. At that moment, a graceful figure rushed out, standing directly in front of Jiang Tao. It was Qin Wan. "Gu Feng, I won't allow you to kill him." Gu Feng replied without courtesy, "Since when do I need your permission to do things?" Qin Wan paused for a moment before slowly saying, "You can ignore my words, but if you want to kill Jiang Tao, you must kill me first." Saying this, she stepped forward, completely shielding Jiang Tao behind her. "You don't think I dare to kill you?" In the darkness, Gu Feng's fist cracked ominously, the sound sending chills down Qin Wan's spine, but she still mustered her courage to shout, "Then go ahead and kill me. I want to see if you, Gu Feng, are truly a heartless villain. Qin Huaijiang risked his life to raise your sister for 5 years, and the first thing you do upon returning is to kill the daughter of Qin Huaijiang and the man she loves." Boom! Gu Feng threw a punch that grazed Qin Wan's cheek and smashed into the wall. Dust flew everywhere. "Jiang Tao, treat Qin Wan well, or the Jiang family in northern Yunnan will leave no one alive." With that, he took Gu Qingning and left, quickly disappearing into the night. In the following days, Gu Feng hardly went out, various medicinal herbs being sent to the Qin family's small residence by Li Ran. Using these herbs, Gu Feng began to treat his sister's injuries. Meanwhile, Li Ran was also extremely busy these days. The herbs Gu Feng asked for were mostly very precious. He wasn't short on money, but some herbs were valuable yet hard to find, requiring great effort to seek out. Today, a subordinate reported that the largest auction house in northern Yunnan was holding an impromptu auction, featuring many rare herbs. Li Ran hurried over, spending extravagantly, totaling 13 million, to bid on 5 herbs that Gu Feng needed. One of the herbs was coveted by Pei Hontang, but he didn't back down, raising the price all the way until he secured it. This made Pei Hontang very displeased. That herb was dispensable to her, but Li Ran publicly clashing with her was clearly a sign of disrespect. After the meeting, Li Ran hurriedly took the herbs and was about to leave when Tian Qing appeared beside him, walking alongside him. "Master Li, I, Hongi, have done you many favors over the years, right? Today, I, the leader of Hongi, wanted that Tian Shan Snow Lotus, but you snatched it away. How ungrateful." Li Ran said apologetically, "Tian Protector, I'm truly sorry, but if I can't get this Tian Shan Snow Lotus, I fear I'll end up with a ruined family." "I have no choice." Tian Qing angrily replied, "If others can bring ruin to your family, can't I, Hongi, do the same?" Li Ran was exhausted and unwilling to argue, even less so to create new enemies at this time. "Tian Hufa, this matter was my fault from the start. So, I will have someone send 10 million to Hongi later as an apology." A pleasant laugh came from nearby, and Pei Hontang lightly waved her fan, walking over with a smile. "Master Li is joking. It's just a Tianshan Snow Lotus, I haven't taken it to heart. However, I am a bit curious about who could make you so afraid. It seems your family hasn't had any conflicts with the top families in Dianbei recently." Li Ran dared not hide the truth and sighed softly. "I don't know who that person is, I only know his name is Gu Feng." "Gu Feng?" Pei Hontang was taken aback. Wasn't that guy already killed by Li Ran? She suddenly remembered that day when she only saw Li Ran surround Gu Feng, but she hadn't paid attention to what happened afterward. However, Gu Feng was merely at the mid-stage of Mingjing. Even if he had miraculously survived, he couldn't possibly make Li Ran so fearful. She tentatively asked, "Aren't you his match? I can't take one of his punches." Those few short words shocked Pei Hontang. Li Ran was at the peak of Anjing, yet he couldn't withstand a punch from Gu Feng. What kind of strength did Gu Feng possess? Conservatively speaking, he must at least be at the early stage of Huajing, right? Hongi had 4 great protectors, and the strongest among them was only at the late stage of Huajing. To think that Gu Feng was only in his 20s, with his talent, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would surely reach the late stage of Huajing in the future. Pei Hontang suddenly understood. No wonder Gu Feng had directly refused her invitation to join Hongi before. It turned out he had real skills. Achieving the early stage of Huajing at such a young age indeed warranted pride. Being a mere external member of Hongi was truly a slight to him. She thought for a moment and asked, "Are you planning to send the medicine to Gu Feng's house?" "Yes, I've been sending it for several days now." "Tian Cheng, go with him. This time, you must bring him under Hongi's banner," Pei Hontang commanded. Tian Cheng nodded and then asked, "Should we make him a formal member of Hongi right away?" Pei Hontang smiled. One of the 4 great protectors of Hongi died in battle last year, and the position has been vacant. "Let him fill it." Tianchang took his leave, and an hour later, he returned. Seeing that he was the only one back, Pei Hongtang frowned slightly. He refused? Tianchang's expression was grim. He said he would join Hongyi, but the position of the leader must be his. Arrogant. Pei Hongtang was furious, shattering the cup in her hand. I really gave him face. Tianchang said, should I bring people to teach him a lesson? Ha! Pei Hongtang waved her hand. No need. In this hour, I had someone check some of his information and found out he killed Zhao Qi. And Zhao Qi is Zhang Kuan's girlfriend. Zhang Kuan? The young master of the Zhang family, ranked 5th among the 10 clans of Dianbei? Tianchang exclaimed. That's right. Pei Hongtang confirmed. If he joins Hongyi, considering his high talent, we would not hesitate to offend the Zhang family to protect him. But now that he has missed his opportunity, he can just wait to die. At the Donghuang bar, in the parking lot, Zhang Kuan stared at the pitch-black helicopter, clenching his fists tightly. He had only been away from Dianbei for a few days, and his girlfriend had been killed by someone with a single punch. He could not quell his rage until he tore the culprit to pieces. He returned to Dianbei late last night and immediately began investigating with all the connections of the Zhang family. Soon, he locked onto the helicopter that Gu Feng was flying, but there had been no actual progress in investigating Gu Feng himself. Guan Yu, have any suspicious individuals appeared? Zhang Kuan asked. After learning that the helicopter was parked at the Donghuang bar, Zhang Kuan ordered the old steward of the Zhang family to keep watch there, waiting for the right moment to act. Guan Yu wiped the bloodstains from his sleeve. There are a few. I have questioned them one by one, and they are not the owners of this helicopter. Zhang Kuan looked behind Guan Yu and saw several mangled corpses lying there, clearly having undergone severe torture. However, he did not care about the lives or deaths of these people. Keep guarding. I will urge the investigators to speed up. After saying this, he turned to leave but was stopped by Guan Yu. Young master, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should. Seeing Zhang Kuan remain silent, he continued, this helicopter, I had someone study it. It is the latest military-grade helicopter produced by the White Eagle Empire, worth 83 million. The mysterious person who killed Zhao Qi must have an extraordinary identity. Zhao Qi is just one of your many girlfriends. Perhaps, we don't need to go to great lengths over a trivial woman like her. Zhang Kuan kicked out, landing a blow directly on Guan Yu's chest. Old man, what nonsense are you talking? Zhao Qi may be trivial, but that guy killed her in front of nearly 10,000 people. If I pretend nothing happened, how will the people of Dianbei view me, Zhang Kuan? How will they view the Zhang family? Moreover, so what if his identity is extraordinary? In Dianbei, there is no one I, Zhang Kuan, dare not provoke. A cruel smile crept across his lips. I not only want to kill him, but I also want everyone in Dianbei to know the consequences of offending me, Zhang Kuan. Kuan Ge, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. A voice suddenly appeared. Zhang Kuan turned to see Zhang Tao striding over. As part of the top 10 families in Dianbei, Zhang Kuan had a decent relationship with Zhang Tao. Taozi, you came just in time. Zhang Kuan said, quickly mobilize your Zhang family's people to help me find someone. Zhang Tao waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome. I came here today for this matter. Zhang Kuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Do you know the owner of this helicopter? Not only do I know him, but I also know where he lives, Zhang Tao replied with a smile. Previously, Gu Qingning had mentioned that this helicopter belonged to Gu Feng. At the time, he thought it was a joke, but after witnessing Gu Feng kill over 30 people with a wave of his hand, he realized Gu Qingning was not lying. Ha, I didn't expect that Gu Feng actually killed Zhang Kuan's girlfriend. After learning this news, Zhang Tao was extremely excited and rushed to see Zhang Kuan. He originally wanted to mobilize the elite forces of the Zhang family to take down Gu Feng, but Gu Feng was exceptionally skilled. Once a battle broke out, the Zhang family would surely suffer heavy losses. Now that he had Zhang Kuan as a weapon, it was like heaven helping him. Zhang Kuan was very excited. Tell me where he lives. I'm going to catch him right now. Catch? Zhang Tao asked. Kuan Gu, aren't you going to kill him directly? Zhang Kuan said fiercely, killing him is too boring. He dared to kill my woman. I want him to wish he were dead but be unable to die. Hurry up and tell me where he lives. Zhang Tao quickly reported the address and added, I know he has a sister. She should be working at a hot pot restaurant right now. How about I go catch his sister and let Kuan Gu vent his anger together? Very well, let's do it. I'll go to his house, and you go to the hot pot restaurant. We'll act separately. After Zhang Kuan finished speaking, he left with Guan Yu. Zhang Tao got into his car and headed straight for Xianhe village in the Cangdong district. Qin family. Gu Feng slowly unwrapped the bandages that were wrapped around Gu Qingning. For several days, he had been treating his sister's injuries, while she had been lying in bed, her body covered in bandages, including her head. Fortunately, today, the treatment was basically finished, and it was time to check the results. As the bandages fell inch by inch to the ground, Gu Qingning's skin began to reveal itself. The originally dark and withered skin had disappeared, replaced by smooth, tender, delicate, and fair skin. The traces of the festering wounds could no longer be found. Every inch of her skin could be deemed perfect. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the pink veins beneath her snow-white complexion. Gu Qingning stretched out her arms, gazing at her jade-like skin and those delicate hands, and was momentarily stunned. Gu Feng, seeing her expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't just stand there, hurry and look in the mirror." Gu Qingning quickly stood in front of the mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she was taken aback again. The woman in the mirror had brows and eyes like a painting, cheeks like peach blossoms, and beneath her delicate nose, her lips were naturally rosy. Wasn't this exactly her from 5 years ago? No, she was even more beautiful than she had been 5 years ago. Stunned for a good 10 seconds, Gu Qingning suddenly turned around and threw herself into her brother's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The hardships of the past 5 years had changed her appearance, turning her into the ugly girl in her classmates' eyes. She had walked through ridicule and mockery, never once thinking that she would have a day to become beautiful again. "Brother, I love you to death." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Gu Feng on the cheek before turning to run away. "Qingning, where are you going?" "I haven't been to work for several days. If I don't go back, I might get fired." Perhaps too happy, she ran off like the wind, disappearing in an instant. Gu Feng smiled helplessly and walked outside as well. Now that his sister was well, it was time for him to leave Dianbei and head to Jiangling. Before he left, he planned to buy her a car. Taking the bus every day for school and work was both time-consuming and inconvenient. Jiang Tao arrived at Xianhe village but did not find Gu Qingning. After inquiring, he learned that she hadn't been to work for several days, likely spending all her time with Gu Feng. He wasn't in a hurry, directly ordering a hot pot and waiting for good news from Zhang Kuan while eating. 20 minutes later, Zhang Kuan called. "Taozi, are you messing with me? I came to the address you gave, and there's not a single person in sight." Maybe they just stepped out. "Why don't you wait there? They'll definitely come back," Zhang Tao said confidently. "I don't have that kind of time." Zhang Kuan replied unhappily. "You should have found his sister by now, right? 20 minutes ago, I notified all the prominent figures in Dianbei to gather at Juanhao Hotel. You need to bring his sister over immediately. I have his sister in my hands. I don't believe he won't come." Before Zhang Tao could respond, Zhang Kuan hung up in a hurry. He shook his head, about to call back, when he suddenly heard a commotion in the hot pot restaurant, with many people looking towards the door. He raised his eyes and saw a beautiful figure. So beautiful. Which prominent family in Dianbei does she belong to? Why had he never seen her before? Even though Zhang Tao had seen countless women, his gaze couldn't help but follow that figure. Finally, he couldn't resist walking up to her. "Hello, beautiful." Jiang Tao. Gu Qingning recognized the face and was startled, stepping back 2 paces. Was Jiang Tao here to cause trouble for her? After all, her brother had hurt him badly a few days ago. Jiang Tao frowned, that voice sounded so familiar. He looked closely at the face before him, growing more astonished the more he looked. Damn, this was Gu Qingning. How had this ugly girl become so beautiful after just a few days? Had she gone to the pickled vegetable country? No, even plastic surgery couldn't create such a perfect face. "What happened to your face?" Zhang Tao asked, his eyes scanning Gu Qingning up and down. It had to be said that now, every inch of Gu Qingning's skin was filled with allure. Gu Qingning replied, "My brother helped me. Do you need something?" It seemed that Gu Feng had indeed learned quite a bit in Long Island prison. It was just a pity that he had offended me and Zhang Kuan without realizing it. He wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Thinking this, Zhang Tao said, "It's like this, I had a bit of a misunderstanding with your brother before, so I specially booked a private room at Juanhao Hotel today. I wanted to invite you and your brother over to clear up the misunderstanding." "Does my brother want to go?" Gu Qingning asked. Zhang Tao looked sincere. "I haven't called your brother yet. He might not want to come, which is why I came to invite you first. If your brother doesn't want to give me face, he will still come for your sake." Seeing Gu Qingning hesitate, he added, "Qingning, I truly like Qin Luan and plan to marry her. You and your brother grew up with her, so I want to build a good relationship with you both." Gu Qingning thought about how much the Qin family had helped her over the past 5 years. She really shouldn't let Qin Luan be caught in the middle, so she nodded. She took leave from her boss and got into Zhang Tao's car. Zhang Tao was overjoyed and, as he started the car, he directly called Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, I'm taking your sister to Juanhao Hotel, hurry up, or you'll miss the meal." Gu Qingning was focused on the beautiful picture of Zhang Tao reconciling with her brother and eliminating the barriers with Qin Luan, so she didn't pay attention to this statement. It wasn't until the scenery outside the window gradually became desolate that she curiously asked, "Aren't we going to Juanhao Hotel? Why does it look like we're heading out of the city?" Jiang Tao remained silent and suddenly turned around, striking with a hand chop. If Gu Qingning were still the ugly girl from before, he would definitely take her to Juanhao Hotel. But now, anyway, having made that call, Gu Feng would definitely go to Juanhao Hotel, so his task was complete. As for Gu Qingning, he would have to find a secluded place to enjoy her slowly. He understood Zheng Kuan, if he took Gu Qingning to Juanhao Hotel, that lecher would definitely play her to death, and by then, there would be no share left for him. Juanhao Hotel. Half an hour ago, all the diners here were asked to leave. At the same time, luxury cars carrying the dignitaries of Yunnan North arrived one after another. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall. Young Master Zhang just returned to Yunnan North and is throwing such a grand banquet. I wonder what it's for. Old Pooh, your news is too outdated. Zhang Kuan's girlfriend was killed a few days ago. I think he set up this banquet to catch that scoundrel and prepare to execute him publicly. Tisk tsk, it's been a long time since such a brazen scoundrel appeared in Yunnan North, daring to provoke the fifth largest family. He deserves to die. A group of wealthy gentlemen chatted and laughed, while Pei Hongtang sat quietly, smiling without speaking. She had guessed the purpose of Zhang Kuan's banquet, so even though she was busy, she made time to come. Good for you, Gu Feng, repeatedly rejecting my goodwill. Today, let's see how you die. Suddenly, the venue fell silent as Zhang Kuan, dressed in a sharp suit, walked to the center of the stage. Perhaps some of you already know why I set up this banquet today. Just a few days ago, a villain flew a helicopter into Yunnan North University and killed my girlfriend with a single punch. After returning to Yunnan North, I immediately sent people to investigate. This scoundrel is named Gu Feng, a ruthless criminal who committed the heinous crime of patricide and extermination of his clan 5 years ago, and now he has killed my beloved for no reason. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and kill this scoundrel. I also ask everyone to remember, anyone who dares to provoke the Zheng family will have no place to be buried. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside the hotel. Everyone turned to look and saw a tall, upright man walking into the hall. What a righteous act on behalf of heaven. What a killing of this scoundrel. The man ignored the countless gazes directed at him and said leisurely, "Then let me ask you, when Zhao Qi bullied my sister, trampling every inch of her skin with an iron, where was your righteous act on behalf of heaven?" Gu Feng, you really came. Zhang Kuan's eyes lit up. When he parted ways with Jiang Tao, he had asked for information about Gu Feng and learned about his past from the materials sent over, even seeing Gu Feng's photos. He said, "Your sister, is she that ugly one? I have indeed heard Zhao Qi mention her a few times, but, your sister is a born lowlife. What's wrong with her being bullied? My girlfriend, if I don't like someone, I just beat them up. Isn't that only natural? Moreover, I've seen your sister's photo, she's so ugly that just living is polluting the air. Zhao Qi not killing her is already the greatest mercy, and you, ungrateful, instead killed Zhao Qi. You really deserve to die." Boom! A wave of overwhelming momentum swept in, causing countless local gentry from Yunnan to shiver involuntarily. The air around seemed to drop by several degrees. Before anyone could think further, Gu Feng had already appeared on the stage, right in front of Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan was first taken aback, then sneered, "Ha, you think I'm Zhao Qi? You think I'm just a playboy who knows nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun? I'm in the mid-stage of dark strength, dare to come close to me? You're looking for death." With that, he threw a punch, and Gu Feng met it with his palm, instantly gripping that fist and applying slight pressure. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clear as Zhang Kuan's fist was crushed. "Just a mere dark strength, and you dare to punch me?" Gu Feng's eyes were like knives as he took down Zhang Kuan, stepping on his chest. "Hand over my sister, I'll give you 5 seconds. 5. Presumptuous! You dare to cripple our young master, pay with your life." Guan Yu roared, striding forward, slapping at Gu Feng. The speed was astonishing. Smack! Gu Feng countered with a slap, hitting Guan Yu squarely on the forehead. His head burst apart. Guan Yu had been assisting the Zheng family head since the family's humble beginnings, all the way to their rise to prominence. He himself had reached the initial stage of transformation, making him one of the top experts in Yunnan. And now, he was killed by Gu Feng with a single slap. Everyone gasped in shock. What kind of monster was Gu Feng? Among them, the most astonished was Pei Hongtang. Wasn't Gu Feng at the initial stage of transformation? How could he kill Guan Yu with one slap? Could he be at the peak of transformation? No, that was impossible. He was only in his 20s, how could he reach the peak of transformation? Right, even if he was at the mid-stage of transformation, if all his strength was concentrated in his hands, then slapping to death someone at the initial stage of transformation wasn't impossible. But being in the mid-stage of transformation at just 20-something was still too shocking. 4. Gufeng counted down again, simultaneously crushing Zhang Kuan's left hand with a kick. If you don't speak in 1 second, I'll cripple another limb. If you still don't speak by the end, I'll crush your head. Zhang Kuan roared through the pain, let me go. Don't you know what situation this is? Your sister is in my hands. If you don't let me go, I'll have someone kill her immediately. If you dare to kill my sister, the Zhang family of Yunnan will leave no one alive. Gufeng's eyes were filled with madness as he crushed Zhang Kuan's left leg with a kick. Let my sister go. Facing Gufeng's frenzied gaze, a great fear suddenly rose in Zhang Kuan's heart. This person was a madman. If he continued to act tough, he might really die here. He was precious and esteemed. How could he die here? Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, your sister is not here. Gufeng crushed his right leg with a kick. Finish your sentence. If she's not with you, then where is she? I had Zhang Tao bring her to me. He agreed, but he just hasn't delivered her yet. That's all I know. I've told you everything. At the critical moment of life and death, Zhang Kuan surely wouldn't dare to lie. Gufeng directly took out his phone and called Zhang Tao back, but the mechanical female voice informed him that the other party had turned off their phone. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Just as he was about to walk out of the hotel, Zhang Kuan reacted and shouted angrily, kill him! Kill him! Whoever brings me this bastard's head, I'll reward them 30 million. Dozens of Zhang family's trained assassins, who had previously been too afraid to act under Gufeng's presence, now lost their hesitation. With the heavy bounty on offer, they all rushed towards Gufeng like a swarm of bees. They were all at the mid-level of the dark strength stage, but they had experienced life and death battles, making them much stronger than the average mid-level fighters. Coupled with their numbers, even a master at the mid-level of the transformation stage would find it hard to survive against this pack of mad dogs. Gufeng smiled coldly, casually flicking his wrist as dozens of silver needles shot out. The carefully trained mid-level assassins of the Zhang family were doomed. He didn't linger and strode away. Boarding the helicopter, Gufeng headed straight for the Northern Yunnan Patrol Office. Xinhuan finished work early today and, feeling spirited, invited her best friend Liang Feng to go shopping. Unknowingly, they wandered until nightfall and ended up on Hanzheng Street. The patrol office and many institutions were located here, and for girls, there really wasn't much to shop for on this street. Glancing at the time, Xinhuan said, Feng, let's call it a day here. We'll walk the streets together next time. Liang Feng suddenly made a shushing gesture. Xinhuan, listen, there's a faint rumble. Xinhuan shook her head, thinking Liang Feng was being overly dramatic again. But then she felt something was off. Above her, it seemed there really was a rumbling sound coming from afar. She quickly looked up and saw a black dot approaching, gradually enlarging. The rumbling grew louder, and the black dot became clearer. Xinhuan finally saw it was a dark helicopter. She recognized it as the one parked at the Dongwang bar. Now, this helicopter was landing right in front of the patrol office. Many people were stunned by this scene. What the hell, who is so impressive, flying a helicopter and daring to land it at the patrol office? Who needs to guess? It must be someone extraordinary. Even the top families in northern Yunnan wouldn't act so arrogantly. Who cares? Let's take a video and post it on social media. Xinhuan also quietly took out her phone, aiming it at the all-black helicopter. She wasn't doing it to post on social media. Earlier, Gu Qingning had said this helicopter belonged to Gufeng. When she got home, she could show the video to Gu Qingning and slap that rich girl in the face. While she was thinking, the cabin door slowly opened, and a tall, upright figure stepped down. Liang Feng's eyes widened. So handsome. Xinhuan, did you see? This man is so handsome. Let's get his WeChat. Wait, no, you're prettier than me, you go ask him. I'm afraid he won't give it to me. Xinhuan's expression was blank, but inside, her emotions were in turmoil. The person stepping down from the helicopter was none other than Gufeng. How could this be? This helicopter really belonged to Gufeng? How was that possible? He had spent 5 years in prison. It was already a miracle that he was alive. How could he afford a helicopter worth 83 million? Thinking back to how she had mocked Gufeng and his sister at the Dongwang bar, recalling her harsh words when Gufeng first arrived in northern Yunnan, her face burned with shame. It felt as if she had been slapped hard. She didn't want to stay there for another second and turned to leave. Liang Feng, who had initially wanted to encourage her to ask for WeChat, looked confused but ultimately had to follow Xinhuan out. Gufeng had no idea that Xinhuan was among the crowd. His mind was solely focused on his sister's safety. He stepped out and walked towards the office of the Patrol Domain Division. To his surprise, 2 guards approached him first, blocking his way. Who are you to flaunt your power at the entrance of the Patrol Domain Division? If you want to show off, go somewhere else. They assumed Gu Feng was some big internet celebrity, doing outrageous things to attract attention. After all, in this day and age, some internet stars would go to any lengths for fame. Gu Feng frowned. I'm here to report a crime. My sister has been kidnapped. The guard sneered. Are you kidding? Who the hell reports a crime by arriving in a helicopter? Gu Feng initially thought of slapping them both to the ground but realized that time was of the essence. Every second wasted put his sister in more danger. He suppressed his anger and took out the Dragon God token. I am Gu Feng, the warden of Dragon Island Prison. Quickly summon the head of the Patrol Domain Division in Yunnan. As he spoke, he tossed the token. The guard took it, exchanging doubtful glances with his companion. One of them said, wait here for a moment. He turned and entered the office. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding authority without anger, walked out. Vice head of the Patrol Domain Division in Yunnan, welcome, Warden Gu. He slightly bowed and paid his respects. In fact, given his status, a typical warden wouldn't need to bow, but Dragon Island Prison was a special entity. The warden of Dragon Island Prison was not someone to be compared with an ordinary warden. Seeing him show such respect to Gu Feng, the two guards who had just spoken rudely changed their expressions. They hadn't said anything good about this important figure. Subordinates, welcome, Warden Gu. The two shouted earnestly to make up for their earlier mistake. No need for such formalities. Gu Feng waved his hand. Vice head, my sister has been kidnapped by a villain. I hope you can dispatch personnel to help me track down that person's whereabouts. What should I do? The vice head asked respectfully. Gu Feng provided a license plate number. Just check this license plate. This car was seen at the Xianhe Hotpot chain in the Dongcang district. On the way to the Patrol Domain Division, Gu Feng had already called the owner of Xianhe Hotpot and learned that his sister had left the restaurant with Jiang Tao. As for the license plate number, he had memorized it after riding in Jiang Tao's car during a previous visit to the Dongwang bar. The vice head wasted no time and immediately arranged for personnel to review the surveillance footage along the route. Since Jiang Tao hadn't deliberately avoided the cameras and there were enough personnel, the results came out in just a few minutes. The vice head said, 20 minutes ago, this car appeared outside the West City Gate and continued westward, eventually disappearing from the camera's view. Beyond that, there are no more cameras. Gu Feng, unfamiliar with Yunnan, asked directly, where do you think Jiang Tao would go? The vice head replied solemnly, there are many mountains outside Yunnan City, especially in the western suburbs, with peaks rising one after another. I think they must have gone into the mountains, but I don't know which mountain. Gu Feng furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, then suddenly took out his phone and called Qin Luan. He called several times, but the other party hung up directly. He then called Qin Huaijian. Uncle, is Qin Luan at home? Yes, what's up? Oh, I need to tell you something. It seems someone came to the house today and made a mess of it. Gu Feng guessed this must have been done by Zhang Cohen and didn't have time to explain. He turned and left the office, boarding the helicopter, and rushed back to the Qin family's small residence as quickly as possible. Boom! When the helicopter landed in the small courtyard, the already small space became somewhat crowded. Seeing this scene, Qin Luan's heart sank completely. After returning, she had been trying to convince herself that what she had seen earlier was fake, or perhaps that person just looked like Gu Feng. As a result, Gu Feng directly flew the plane home. Qin Luan, come out. Hearing Gu Feng call her, Qin Luan felt a surge of annoyance, and a wave of anger rose within her. Like a broken pot that had nothing to lose, she rushed out. What are you shouting about? It's just a plane. What's so impressive about it? Did you have to fly it home to show off? Fine, I know you have a helicopter now. Are you satisfied? After saying this in one breath, she turned to leave, but Gu Feng pulled her back. You know Jiang Tao, he's currently taking my sister out of the city from the western suburbs. Do you know where exactly he's going? Qin Luan struggled a few times but couldn't break free from his grip. Furious, why should I tell you? Gu Feng raised his voice. Qin Luan, I have no objections to any dissatisfaction you have with me. But Jiang Tao has kidnapped Cheng Ning. Are you just going to watch her get into trouble? Qin Luan was startled by his gaze, recalling that Gu Feng had just flown the helicopter to the jurisdiction office, presumably to report the case. Cheng Ning had really been kidnapped by Jiang Tao. But what did that have to do with her? Qin Luan. Her mind raced, and suddenly she had a clever idea. I know which mountain Jiang Tao has gone to, but if you want me to tell you, you have to agree to one condition. You say. Qin Luan said, from today on, you and Gu Chengning are not allowed to stay at my house anymore. You can go wherever you want, but you must not set foot in my home. Gu Feng did not hesitate. I agree. Right now, everything else was trivial. His sister's safety was the priority. Qin Luan smiled with satisfaction. Jiang Tao should be going to Tsangyu Mountain. He often took me to the top of that mountain to play. There were even several times he wanted to take me right there. Of course, she didn't say the last part to Gu Feng. At the top of Sangyu Mountain, beside a hot spring, Zhang Tao placed the unconscious Gu Qingning on a huge rock, admiring her beauty while swallowing hard. He had brought Qin here many times. The environment was beautiful, with the blue sky and white clouds seeming within reach, and the hot spring steam wafting around. It was simply an excellent place for romance. He had wanted to take Qin right there several times, but she always found various excuses to refuse. Unexpectedly, today he was going to fall into the river of desire with Gu Qingning here. But that was fine. Gu Qingning's looks were even better than Qin. His heart was ablaze as he bent down to kiss Gu Qingning's rosy lips. Suddenly, Gu Qingning opened her eyes wide and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Zhang Tao let out a cry of pain and rolled off the big rock onto the ground. Gu Qingning said nothing, did a flip, and turned to run down the mountain. 5 years of hardship had taught her a lot and made her more composed in the face of danger than the average girl. In fact, she had been awake for over a minute, pretending to be asleep just to wait for the best opportunity to attack Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao rolled over and wiped the dust from his face, then chased after her. However, years of indulgence had drained his body, and after a while, he found the distance between them was only increasing. Run, run, run. I'll make you pay for running. He shouted in frustration, pulling out a handgun from his pocket and firing a shot. The bullet hit Gu Qingning in the thigh, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Zhang Tao ran over, panting, and dragged her by the hair towards the hot spring. A long trail of blood was left on the ground. Run, why aren't you running now? When they reached the hot spring, Zhang Tao threw Gu Qingning to the ground and slapped her. It's an honor for you that I want you. Gu Qingning glared at him, if you dare to touch me, my brother won't let you go. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed loudly, your brother? You heard the call I just made to him, right? I tricked him into going to Juanhao Hotel. He's walking into a tiger's den, he will undoubtedly die. You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Gu Qingning shouted, biting down hard on Zhang Tao's arm. Zhang Tao was furious, and after slapping her 5 or 6 times, Gu Qingning finally let go, exhausted. His arm was already covered in bloodstains. Gu Qingning's cheeks were swollen, and tears streamed down her face. It was because she had naively believed Zhang Tao's words that her brother had fallen into a trap. She regretted it deeply. Gu Qingning, how could you be so foolish? You're not only harming yourself but also pushing your brother into an irretrievable situation. Cry, cry, I like this pear blossom with rain look of yours. Zhang Tao sneered, lunging forward to tear at Gu Qingning's clothes. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Zhang Tao looked up, his expression changing drastically. It was Gu Feng's plane. Gu Feng was actually alive. How could this be? After a moment of panic, he calmed down. Gu Feng must have discovered something amiss and didn't go to the Juanhao Hotel, instead chasing all the way here. But it didn't matter, no matter how skilled he was, he feared the kitchen knife. He had a gun in his hand. No matter how strong Gu Feng was, as a mere mortal, he couldn't withstand bullets. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed wildly. Gu Feng, you're in for a treat today. Come, let's enjoy Gu Qingning's exquisite body together. Rip. He tore forcefully, and a large piece of Gu Qingning's clothing was instantly gone, her fragrant shoulder half exposed, paired with the tears on her face, making her look truly pitiful. So white, so tender, I like it so much. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao had already thought it through. The plane would take at least a minute to land, and during that time, he had enough to humiliate Gu Qingning at will. When Gu Feng finally landed and rushed out, he would shoot Gu Feng's legs, letting that dog lie in a pool of blood, watching him play with Gu Qingning. But at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Zhang Tao, you deserve to die. Zhang Tao suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in shock. He saw Gu Feng leap from the plane, diving straight towards him. What the hell? The plane was at least 10 meters above the ground. Was this guy crazy, daring to jump down like that? Wouldn't he just splatter into a puddle of mud? After the shot came extreme excitement. He laughed maniacally while firing several shots at Gu Feng. Bang bang bang. The bullets shot out instantly, heading towards Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng, plummeting at high speed, boldly reached out and caught several bullets in his palm. Clap clap clap. The bullets were casually flicked away, instantly piercing Zhang Tao's shoulder. Blood gushed out. Zhang Tao screamed in agony, collapsing in a pool of blood. Damn it! Had he known Gu Feng could catch bullets, he wouldn't have wasted his time shooting. Now he regretted it deeply. However, it wasn't a fatal wound, he wouldn't die, but Gu Feng, he would have no way to survive. Closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Yet, the scene he imagined of Gu Feng splattering into meat paste did not occur. Zhang Tao only felt a blur before Gu Feng was standing right in front of him, his gaze like a world-ending blade. At that moment, Jiang Tao's worldview was completely shattered. Why you? Are you human or a ghost? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Gu Feng's large hand directly covered Jiang Tao's forehead. You should go report to hell. As the words fell, his fingers closed. Jiang Tao's head burst open like a split watermelon, shattered and oozing. This young master of the Jiang family, who had roamed Yunnan for years, was dead. At the same time, a deafening sound suddenly erupted, dust flying dozens of feet into the air, and the hot spring surged up over Tianjiang. The earth shook and mountains trembled, sand and stones flying everywhere. It turned out that Gu Feng's plane had crashed onto the peak of Tsangyu Mountain. It was worth the value of 83 million, and when it fell from a height of over 10 meters, it surprisingly did not break apart or catch fire. It merely rolled a few times and tumbled down the mountain. At that moment, Gu Feng had no time to worry about the helicopter. He called Li Ran, urging him to drive to Tsangyu Mountain as quickly as possible. Gu Qingning, whether from being beaten or from excessive shock, had already fainted. Gently stroking his sister's swollen cheek, Gu Feng began to treat her injuries on the spot. Just as the bleeding from his legs stopped, Li Ran arrived in his car. Gu Feng took his sister and found a 5-star hotel, booking a presidential suite to stay in. In the middle of the night, Gu Qingning screamed and woke up. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Gu Feng rushed in from another room. Qingning, what's wrong? Seeing her brother, Gu Qingning's tense nerves finally relaxed. It's nothing, just had a nightmare. By the way, brother, where are we? Gu Feng smiled wryly. Xinluan didn't want us to stay at her place anymore, so I had to book a hotel. Sigh. Gu Qingning sighed. Brother, do you think Alwan has changed a lot? Gu Feng nodded. She has indeed changed to the point where I hardly recognize her. She wasn't like this before. Gu Qingning said, brother, you mustn't dislike Alwan. The Qin family has suffered a lot to help me over the years. They worked for our family for so long and had decent savings. Because they brought me along through all the hardships, when we arrived in northern Yunnan, they could only afford such a small house. Uncle Qin had to become a primary school teacher to earn some money. Even so, Alwan has never complained about me. She only changed because of that incident. What incident? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Gu Qingning replied, not long after we arrived in northern Yunnan, Aunt Kai had a car accident and died. I guess Alwan blames part of Aunt Kai's death on me. After all, if we hadn't come to northern Yunnan, this wouldn't have happened. Gu Feng was somewhat stunned. Aunt Kai was Qin Luan's mother. After arriving in northern Yunnan, he hadn't seen Aunt Kai and had even asked Uncle Qin about her. Uncle Qin only said that Aunt Kai had gone out of town for something and wouldn't be back for a while, so he didn't think much of it. He never expected that Aunt Kai had already died. Just then, the phone rang. It was Qin Luan calling. Gu Feng, where are you? Gu Feng was somewhat baffled. Why wasn't Qin Luan sleeping at this late hour? After he reported his location, the call was abruptly ended. About half an hour later, there was a rapid knocking at the door. When Gu Feng opened it, Qin Luan rushed in and slapped him hard. Gu Feng reacted quickly, grabbing Qin Luan's slender wrist. Qin Luan, what are you doing? Why did you kill Jiang Tao? Why? Qin Luan screamed, her heart-wrenching cries accompanied by tears streaming down her face. Half an hour earlier, Qin Luan had woken up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, and had scrolled through her phone. To her shock, the news of Jiang Tao's death was everywhere. It turned out that the massive roar of the plane crash had attracted the attention of the villagers at the foot of the mountain. They hiked up overnight and discovered Jiang Tao's body. Some who thrived on chaos immediately started a live broadcast. Thus, the news of the young master of the Jiang family dying in the mountains swept across all of northern Yunnan. The common folk were speculating about the cause of Jiang Tao's death. Opinions varied widely, but Qin Luan knew that Gu Feng was the one who killed Jiang Tao. It couldn't have been anyone else. Gu Feng replied calmly. He wanted to force himself on Qingning, shot her in the leg, and even tried to humiliate her in front of me. Wasn't he deserving of death? Qin Luan rushed in like a madwoman, directly pulling open Gu Qingning's nightgown. Where is it? Just a scabbed scar. Don't tell me that in such a short time, you've healed the wounds caused by the bullet. Gu Feng shrugged. You might not believe it, but it's true. I told you on the first day I came that my medical skills are exceptional. Stop making things up, really stop. Qin Luan shouted, already in tears, Gu Feng, I hate you, I will hate you for a lifetime. I never want to see you again, woo woo woo. Just having heard the bad news about Aunt Kai, Gu Feng was unwilling to lash out at Qin Luan and simply said, Qin Luan, I know you want to marry a good man, but Jiang Tao is really not a good person. If you want money, just say a number, I can give it to you, so you can live a life free of worries, and you can find someone you truly like. Qin Luan laughed loudly, money? Do you really think I, Qin Luan, am a gold digger? Do you really think I don't know what kind of person Jiang Tao is? I approached him, worked hard to keep him interested, just for one thing, and now you've completely ruined all my plans. By the way, aren't you capable? Don't you say you can kill whoever you want? Didn't you say you were the warden of that damn Long Island prison? Then go kill Lu Kuang. Go kill him. After shouting, she ran away without looking back. Gu Feng felt utterly confused. What was Qin Luan planning? Was her mention of killing Lu Kuang just a spur-of-the-moment name she threw out, or was there something more to it? He turned to his sister. Qingning, do you know who this Lu Kuang is? Gu Qingning's expression turned a bit ugly. Remember the car accident I just told you about? Aunt Kai was killed by Lu Kuang's reckless driving. Drunk driving? Gu Feng asked. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingning finally replied, yes, he had been drinking. At first, I thought Lu Kuang was just drunk and slow to react, causing him to hit Aunt Kai who was returning home late from work, but the reality is even worse. On the day Aunt Kai was killed, Lu Kuang was playing Truth or Dare at a bar with a group of wealthy young men from Yunnan. He lost. Someone jokingly suggested he should drive and hit the first person he saw when he left. Without a second thought, Lu Kuang strode out of the bar. It was close to midnight, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Aunt Kai was finishing her shift at the hotel and, wanting to save on taxi fare, was walking home when she happened to run into Lu Kuang as he exited the bar. Lu Kuang politely greeted her, then got in his car and killed her on the spot. This was something Qin Luan had gone to great lengths and spent who knows how much to find out. After the incident, the wealthy young men from Yunnan admired Lu Kuang to no end, while Lu Kuang casually remarked, just an ant. The Lu family ranks third among the 10 great families in Yunnan. To him, the lives of the poor and destitute were indeed just like ants, or even less than that. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill. In contrast, he was more upset about the blood splattered on his beloved car. Ha 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 ha. After a long silence, Gu Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, Yunnan is full of heroes. Gu Qingning asked, brother, will you go kill him? Gu Feng stopped laughing. Of course, I, Gu Feng, specialize in killing heroes. Gu Qingning gently nodded, not saying much more. In fact, she had always felt quite guilty about Aunt Kai's death. She had hesitated earlier, not telling her brother about it, fearing he would impulsively seek trouble with Lu Kuang. But now, having witnessed her brother's endless methods, she had no reason to stop him. Lu Kuang, this young master from the third largest family in Yunnan, who viewed human life as mere grass, should indeed pay the price for his actions. The next day, Gu Feng called Li Ran to ask for the address of the Lu family. Li Ran was taken aback. Was this devil going to trouble the Lu family again? He provided the address and added, however, if the master goes there today, I'm afraid he won't meet anyone from the Lu family. Why? Today, Lu Kuang's sister is being discharged from the hospital after giving birth, and their family has gone to the Dtian Hotel for a meal. So that was it. After hanging up, Gu Feng got up and went downstairs. In the lobby of the hotel on the first floor, all the diners stood up. Several fierce-looking men were searching everyone's pockets one by one. Gu Feng took a glance and then lost interest, striding towards the exit of the hotel. Stop right there! Shouted a short man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features at Gu Feng. Someone stole my stuff, and no one can leave the hotel until it's found. Gu Feng replied, I wasn't even in the lobby just now, how could I have stolen your things? He continued walking without stopping. Damn it! The man cursed angrily. If I tell you to stay put, then stay put. Why so much nonsense? He lunged forward, trying to grab Gu Feng by the collar. Gu Feng's gaze turned cold, and he swung his hand, delivering a palm strike. The man flew back 10 meters, his head ringing from the blow. You bastard! I'm Pei Nan, the brother of Pei Hongtang. How dare you touch me? He got up, wanting to settle the score with Gu Feng, but found that Gu Feng had already vanished. Ha! Runs pretty fast. Let's see if I can't kill you. He waved his hand, abandoning the lost items, and charged out with a group of his underlings. Seeing Gu Feng had already jumped into a taxi and sped away, they each got into their cars. 4 or 5 vehicles closely followed the taxi. Dtian Hotel. Today, it was booked exclusively by the Lu family. In the luxurious lobby, there were 2 or 3 tables occupied, mostly by members of the Lu family. However, there were also a few people who had close ties with the Lu family sitting among them, such as Pei Hongtang. Recently, Hong Yi had business dealings with the Lu family, so this time, with Lu Kuang's sister Lu Ji giving birth smoothly, she brought gifts to congratulate them. After some pleasantries, they took their seats. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, the formalities were over. Lu Ji said, during my days in the hospital, I heard that there have been quite a few major events in Dianbei. The 10th-ranked young master of the Li family, Li Ziang, and the 7th-ranked young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tao, have died. The 5th-ranked young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Kuan, has had all his limbs disabled and is still lying in a coma in the hospital. Yes, all of this was done by a young man named Gu Feng, who is still at large and has not been captured, Lu Hai said after taking a sip of wine. He was the head of the Lu family, a true giant in Dianbei. Lu Ji asked, it's well known that the Dianbei Patrol Bureau is incompetent. That's not surprising. What puzzles me is why the Jiang family, ranked 7th, and the Zhang family, ranked 5th, haven't taken action. Logically, they should have sent someone to turn Gu Feng into minced meat by now. Why is he still living well? Lu Hai smiled. They found out that Gu Feng is the warden of Long Island Prison and didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Kuang exhaled a puff of smoke. A mere warden, we in the Lu family have strong connections. Killing him would be easy. But for the Zhang and Jiang families, it's a bit tricky. So last night, they specifically visited my father, hoping that our Lu family could take action. Lu Ji curiously asked, did father agree to take action? Just as Lu Hai was about to answer, two figures suddenly crashed into the center of the lobby like cannonballs. Upon closer inspection, they were two bodyguards stationed outside. Ignoring their injuries, they shouted, head of the family, someone has broken in. We couldn't stop them. As their words fell, a sound of footsteps echoed, and Gu Feng walked in from outside. Lu Hai frowned. Warden Gu, what do you mean by this? Do you really think you can walk all over Dianbei? At that moment, a few more people rushed in, and the one at the forefront, with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, was Pei Nan, who had just been sent flying by Gu Feng's palm. Kid, if you provoke me, it won't matter if you hide in the Dtian Hotel. Pei Nan's nostrils flared, but after he finished speaking, he felt something was off. Damn, why is the entire Lu family sitting here? The owner of the Dtian Hotel is somewhat famous in northern Yunnan, but Pei Nan didn't take him seriously at all. However, he did have some apprehension about the Lu family. In terms of hard power, Hong Yi was slightly inferior to the Lu family. But when he saw his sister Pei Hongtang sitting among them, he immediately calmed down. He clasped his fists and said, Lu family head, this guy just slapped me, and when I tried to corner him, he actually hid in the Dtian Hotel, so I followed him in. Don't worry, I'll drag him out right now. Go cool off somewhere else. Lu Kuang picked up a chopstick and smashed it on Pei Nan's forehead. You! Pei Nan was furious. Lu Kuan was being too disrespectful, especially with his sister sitting right there. Pei Hongtang shouted, what are you doing? Come sit next to me. Don't interrupt the Lu family head's questioning. Pei Nan had no choice but to obediently sit down. Lu Hai, having discerned Gu Feng's background, naturally knew that the latter wouldn't hide in the Dtian Hotel out of fear of Pei Nan. Speak, why did you injure my Lu family's death warriors? Just wanted to hurt him. What more reason do I need? Gu Feng's voice was as calm as water. Lu Hai's forehead twitched with veins. He was the head of the Lu family, having dominated northern Yunnan for decades. Who dared to be so arrogant in front of him? He hadn't originally agreed to the Zhang and Jiang family's requests, but now he truly had the intention to kill Gu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Kuang quickly said, Father, don't be angry. I know why Gu Feng is here. He must have learned about the Zhang and Jiang families coming to find you last night, which is why he came. He then turned to Gu Feng and said, don't worry, buddy, my dad almost agreed to kill you yesterday, but I stopped him. He picked up a wine glass and walked straight towards Gu Feng. I, Lu Kuang, am just as my name suggests, wild since childhood, but I find that you're even wilder than me. I've never liked Jiang Tao and Zhang Kuan either, but usually, I just teach them a lesson. I never dared to kill them directly. Buddy, I like your style. Is that so? Gu Feng replied coldly with a smile. Of course. Lu Kuang said, so, how about it? Follow me from now on. I can't promise anything else, but if you stick with me, the Zhang and Jiang families definitely won't dare to trouble you. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Lu Hai's eyes turned, suddenly realizing that his son, while appearing wild, was actually quite astute. Gu Feng was the warden of Long Island Prison. Although the Lu family wouldn't hesitate to kill him, making a friend out of this promising young warden wouldn't be a bad idea. It could be seen as an investment. The seeds sown today might grow into towering trees in a few years. Gu Feng chuckled lightly and shook Lu Kuang's hand. You want me to follow you? You're not worthy. Ah, Kuang, you really are something else. I like it. Lu Kuang's smile twisted into a grimace, and a piercing scream echoed throughout the Dtian Hotel. Everyone turned to look, only to see one of Lu Kuang's hands had turned to powder. Gu Feng had crushed Lu Kuang's hand. What the hell? How could he? How dare he? Lu Kuang's eyes turned bloodshot. Gu Feng, I was trying to protect you. Why did you hurt me? Hurt you? No, I'm here to kill you. Gu Feng threw a punch, and Lu Kuang's body slammed into the opposite wall like a cannonball. The wall was smashed into a deep pit, dust flying everywhere. Lu Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. Lu Hai was worried about his son's injuries, rushing towards Lu Kuang while shouting, capture him alive. I want to slice him into 1,000 pieces. From the shadows, 6 figures suddenly appeared, silently charging towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng stood still, watching the 6 men approaching him, shaking his head and sighing. With a light snap of his fingers, a powerful wave of energy surged from him, pushing forward. A hidden dragon's roar echoed. Boom, 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 boom. 6 explosive sounds erupted like muffled thunder. Blood flowers blossomed from the 6 men, who were now dead beyond recovery. I came here today to kill Lu Kuang, and anyone who stands in my way will die. Gu Feng placed his hands behind his back and walked straight towards Lu Kuang. There were naturally more than 6 assassins hidden in the shadows, but upon seeing Gu Feng's snap of his fingers, the 6 mid-stage transformation assassins fell dead on the spot, leaving the others too terrified to move. Among them were 2 peak transformation assassins, equally frightened to the core. Killing with a snap of the fingers? They knew they could never achieve that. Energy projection? Lu Hai looked at Gu Feng. No wonder you dare to be so reckless. You've already stepped into the master realm. In the martial arts world, there were bright energy, dark energy, and transformation energy. If one was fortunate enough to break through transformation energy, they would truly enter the door. After transformation energy came the master, grandmaster, and extraordinary master. Each major realm was further divided into 7 minor realms. Once one stepped into the master realm, they could project their own energy outward, just like Gu Feng did when he killed. It seemed like he merely snapped his fingers. In reality, it was the energy he projected that killed the mid-stage transformation assassins. Gu Feng said, "So, are you preparing to let me slap you to death by standing in front of your son instead of getting out of the way?" Ha ha ha. Lu Hai laughed sinisterly. "Do you take me for some lowly dog like the Zhang or Zheng families? Do you know why they came to seek my help?" Seeing Gu Feng remain silent, he said sharply, "Because I, Lu Hai, stepped into the ranks of 2-star masters 5 years ago." Gu Feng, you are young and have already entered the master realm, indeed a remarkable talent, but there are always people beyond you, and heavens beyond the heavens. Given time, your achievements will surely surpass mine, but today, you will die at my hands. After saying this, he also snapped his fingers. A torrent of energy suddenly surged outward, like a mountain flood breaking loose, overwhelming everything. The tables in the hotel had already been overturned, and dishes lay shattered. Many people, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, knelt on the ground. This Gu Feng is completely finished. How dare he provoke our Lu family? It's been years since the family took action. If Gu Feng dies at the hands of the family head, it can be considered a worthy death. Humph, not even fully grown yet, and already so arrogant. What if he has exceptional talent? What if he is remarkable? My Lu family kills the world's greatest talents. Amidst the discussions, Gu Feng walked towards Lu Hai, facing the overwhelming energy. Strangely, such a surging force could turn any newly entered master into mush. Yet Gu Feng seemed to walk through an uninhabited realm. By the time he stood before Lu Hai, the latter's face had turned pale with shock. Why are you unharmed? Because I am stronger than you. Gu Feng punched out, striking fiercely at Lu Hai's abdomen. Lu Hai's body was deeply embedded into the wall, and the life force within him vanished in an instant. The head of the 3rd largest family in Yunnan, a 2-star master who had suppressed Yunnan for over a decade. Lu Hai. Dead. The Imperial Sky Hotel fell into a deathly silence. Their family head, just like that, died? What would happen to the Lu family now? One important reason the Lu family became the 3rd largest family in Yunnan was because of the top-tier combat power of Lu Hai. Now that Lu Hai was dead, where would the Lu family go from here? The title of the 3rd family in Yunnan was likely to be lost. Anger, fear, panic, hatred. In an instant, countless emotions intertwined in the hearts of the Lu family. Yet, no one dared to step forward and confront Gu Feng. A single punch had killed a 2-star master. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Gu Feng shook his hand, bent down, and locked eyes with Lu Kuang. Your father is dead. Now, it's your turn. Lu Kuang stared fiercely at Gu Feng, fully aware that he was doomed today. He did not plead for mercy, only squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Can you tell me why you want to kill me? Sure, Gu Feng replied with a light laugh. I had nothing to do today, so I played chess with someone. Whoever loses has to agree to one condition from the winner. I lost, and the person who won told me to kill the first person I saw after lunch today. You were the first person he saw after lunch, so your death is just bad luck. Lu Kuang was furious. Gu Feng was simply talking nonsense. He had slept at home all day and only came to the Dtian hotel after picking up his sister from the hospital. Not to mention outsiders, even his family hadn't seen him all day. He opened his mouth to curse angrily but suddenly felt that this line of reasoning was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a long-forgotten memory surfaced in his mind. You are. However, he did not finish the sentence. Gu Feng had already twisted his head off and stuffed it into a black plastic bag. Then, he walked out as if nothing had happened. No one dared to stop him. Watching his retreating figure, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A madman. Gu Feng was simply a madman. He actually came to kill Lu Kuang and Lu Hai just because he lost a game of chess. Meanwhile, Pei Hongtang's brother, Pei Nan, was already so scared that he wet his pants. He huddled in his chair, trembling. Witnessing the tragic deaths of the Lu father and son, he finally realized what kind of demon he had just provoked. So terrifying, I actually wanted to teach him a lesson just now? He muttered to himself, suddenly feeling that he had offended Gu Feng, and the other party had only slapped him. It was truly too gentle of a response. That night, as the lights came on and thousands of homes lit up, the Qin family, Qin Huaijiang and Qin Luan ate in silence, the atmosphere unusually heavy. Because Qin Luan had driven Gu Feng and Gu Qingning away, the father and daughter had already had a big fight that morning. After a few more bites of food, Qin Huaijiang put down his chopsticks and finally broke the silence. I'm going to pick up Xiao Feng and Qingning. No way! Qin Luan shouted, I never want to see Gu Feng again in my life. Qin Huaijiang was furious, you've gone too far, this family is not yours to control. He lifted his foot to leave. Qin Luan's resolute voice came from behind, Dad, if you insist on bringing Gu Feng and Gu Qingning back, fine. I'll leave. You go with them. From now on, I, Qin Luan, am no longer your daughter. You. Qin Huaijiang was so angry he was shaking. I just don't understand, it's just about adding 2 pairs of chopsticks. What are you really thinking? Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside. The father and daughter looked over simultaneously, only to see Gu Feng walking in with a black bag. Qin Luan immediately went into a rage. What are you doing here? Get lost, you're not welcome here. Gu Feng was not angry, I came to deliver something to you. Who cares about your stuff? Disappear from my sight, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Qin Luan shouted fiercely. Gu Feng said nothing, he just shook his hand, and something fell to the ground. The object rolled a few times and finally stopped at Qin Luan's feet. Upon seeing what was at her feet, Qin Luan's hair stood on end, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. It was, shockingly, a human head. Gu Feng, you, what do you mean? Are you threatening me? After all, she was a girl, and such a horrifying scene made Qin Luan stutter as she spoke. She looked up at Gu Feng, only to find that he had already left silently. Gathering her courage, she glanced at the severed head and suddenly froze. This was Lu Kuang's face. Due to their vastly different statuses, she had never met Lu Kuang, but she had seen countless photos of him. This was the culprit who had killed her mother in a moment of careless laughter. Even if he turned to ashes, she would recognize him. The reason she had approached Zhang Tao was with the hope of one day getting close to Lu Kuang and personally killing him. For this goal, she could endure 5 or even 10 years, even marrying the man she didn't like, Zhang Tao, was nothing to her. Of course, she knew that no matter how hard she tried, the hope of killing Lu Kuang was extremely slim. Lu Kuang had real skills, and even if she could get close to him one day, it would be very difficult to kill him. But aside from this method, she truly couldn't think of a better way. Yet now, the head of her mother's murderer lay quietly at her feet. She had avenged her great grievance. Just yesterday, she had only spoken in anger, but unexpectedly, Gu Feng had really killed Lu Kuang. This was Lu Kuang, the young master of the 3rd largest family in Dianbei. Tears filled her eyes unknowingly. Qin Luan cried out, Mom, that demon Lu Kuang is finally dead, finally dead. Beside her, Qin Huaijiang was already in tears. Wife, did you see? Xiao Feng avenged you, you can finally rest in peace. That night, the news of Lu Hai and Lu Kuang's deaths quickly swept across Dianbei. It shook the land once again. In just a few days, too many significant events had occurred in Dianbei. The 10 major families had encountered troubles one after another, and now even the 2-star master Lu Hai had died at Gu Feng's hands. Moreover, it was said that Gu Feng had sought trouble with the Lu family just because he lost a game of chess. For a time, Gu Feng's name became infamous in Dianbei. Whenever Gu Feng was mentioned, people would change their expressions. He was a pure madman. Once he went crazy, even the dogs on the street would get slapped. The next day, Gu Feng had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he saw Qin Luan standing outside in a purple long dress. She lowered her head, fiddling with her skirt, and after a long pause, managed to say, Gu Feng, can I come in and sit for a while? Gone was her usual fierceness. At this moment, she resembled her former self a bit. Gu Feng stepped aside. Qin Luan walked in and took out a gift box from her bosom, handing it to Gu Qingning. What is this? Gu Qingning asked. It's for you. Gu Qingning opened it to find a delicate bracelet. This was something she had seen and liked when she first came to Dianbei last year while shopping with Qin Luan, but it cost several thousand yuan, and she hadn't been able to bring herself to buy it. Wow, Alwan. I almost forgot about this bracelet, you actually remembered. Gu Qingning was very surprised and put the bracelet on. She looked left and right, unable to put it down. This made Qin Luan feel a bit embarrassed. It's not something valuable. My dad said to invite you all back for dinner tonight. You will go, right? Oh Alwan, even if you hadn't said that, I would have to go back today. This bed is so uncomfortable, nothing beats my own bed. Qin Luan stole a glance at Gu Feng and, seeing that he had no objections, let out a sigh of relief. Not waiting until evening, in the afternoon, the Gu siblings returned to the Qin family's small residence. The few of them went to the market to buy groceries and busied themselves in the kitchen. As night fell, the dishes were finally all served on the table. The family chatted and ate together, enjoying a warm atmosphere. Qin Huaijiang asked, Xiaofeng, what are your plans next? Gu Feng took a bite of rice and casually said, return to Jiangling and destroy the Ji family. This was within Qin Huaijiang's expectations. He said with some concern, Xiaofeng, I know you have some strength now, and you can handle the 2-star Master LV High with ease. But Jiangling is not like Dianbei. I lived there for 20 years and know well that there are hidden talents and experts everywhere. Are you really okay going there? Gu Feng smiled faintly, Uncle Qin, you need not worry. I carried deep-seated grudges. If I didn't have complete confidence, would I rush to my death? Qin Luan watched Gu Feng talking to her father and realized that this young master, who had once been by her side day and night, had truly changed a lot. He used to be confident and carefree, but always gave off a frivolous vibe. Unlike now, the same confidence and carefree attitude somehow made people feel more at ease. Gu Feng's gaze suddenly intertwined with hers. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Qin Luan felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, I just noticed you've changed a lot. Well, in your eyes, I must have changed quite a bit too, right? Gu Feng nodded, yes, you've changed a lot. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan felt a pang of regret. It seemed she had left Gu Feng with quite a few bad impressions during this time. Don't get me wrong, I mean, you've become much prettier than before, Gu Feng added. Qin Luan's fair face flushed instantly. She quickly changed the subject. I was thinking, how about you leave in a couple of days? The day after tomorrow is my mother's memorial. Gu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. He indeed should pay his respects at Aunt Kai's grave. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the dead of night, Gu Feng's door was suddenly opened gently, and a figure slipped inside. Gu Feng woke up instantly. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Without needing to open his eyes, he knew it was Qin Luan. He was a bit curious. Why was Qin Luan sneaking into his room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? So he kept his eyes closed. Qin Luan tiptoed to the bedside and sat down. With the light from the street lamp outside, she could vaguely see Gu Feng's handsome face. Gu Feng, I came to apologize. Sigh, I originally wanted to say it to your face, but I tried several times during the day and couldn't bring myself to do it, so I came while you were asleep. I know my image in your heart must be terrible, that you think I'm materialistic, vain, and even harsh. But I never intended to be like this. I wanted to get along well with Qingning, but every time I think of my mother's death, I can't control myself and end up venting my frustrations on Qingning and you. I know my mother's death has nothing to do with you, but I just can't help it. Forget it. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Anyway, I still want to thank you for killing LV Kwang for me. Without you, I might have to work hard for another 10 years to kill LV Kwang, or be toyed with by Jiang Tao and then swept into the trash like garbage. After saying this, she fell silent for a long time. Looking at Gu Feng's peaceful sleeping face, she suddenly wanted to reach out and touch it. She used to follow Gu Feng around every day. After 5 years apart, with the knot in her heart untied, his face seemed even more familiar. Just as her jade hand was about to touch his cheek, she hesitated. What if Gu Feng suddenly woke up? Just then, Gu Feng sprang up like a carp and rushed outside. What's wrong, Qingning? Qin Luan might not have heard anything, but he had heard his sister's call. Gu Qingning, who was showering in the bathroom, said, Brother, can you help me get my pajamas? I forgot to take them. What a false alarm. Gu Feng chuckled. He had thought something serious had happened when he heard his sister calling for him. After fetching his sister's pajamas, Gu Feng returned to his room. At this moment, Qin Luan had not left. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Did he hear everything? He must have heard it, right? Thinking about those pretentious words just now, Qin Luan felt a wave of embarrassment. Where were we just now? Gu Feng said, realizing something was off. No, I mean, how did you end up in my room in the middle of the night? Qin Luan looked at Gu Feng with a resentful expression. Stop pretending, you heard everything, didn't you? Gu Feng cleared his throat lightly. Should I say I heard it, or I didn't hear it? At this point, Qin Luan decided to let it go. I know, I have no image left in your heart now. Gu Feng smiled, silly girl, the Qin family has done so much for Qingning, how could I hold a grudge just because you said a few words to me? If that were the case, my fist wouldn't have been smashed into the ground that day on Hanjing Street. Although Qin Luan's attitude towards Qingning had been quite poor over the past year, and she had been cold towards herself, for the past 4 years, she had never treated Qingning as an outsider. Without her and Uncle Qin, Qingning would have probably been captured and killed by Ji Kaiyue long ago. Hearing this, Qin Luan felt much more at ease, but she didn't get up to leave. Aren't you going to sleep? Gu Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. I have a small request, Qin Luan said cautiously. Could you tell me about the process of how you killed Lu Quan? I want to hear it. In the southern suburbs of Yunnan, there stood a magnificent mansion. This was a landmark building in northern Yunnan. It earned this honor not only because it cost 200 million to build, but also because it was the residence of the first family of northern Yunnan, the Nangong family. At this moment, Lu Ji was pacing back and forth in the hall, repeatedly dialing a phone number. Her father had died yesterday, and she was at the scene. At that time, she was filled with fear and was intimidated by Gu Feng's aura, not daring to make a sound. After returning home, it took her a long time to regain her composure, and she hurriedly called her husband. That's right, she came from the third largest family in northern Yunnan and married the second young master of the first family in northern Yunnan. She lived a life of luxury that countless women dreamed of. The day before, she had given birth to a big baby boy for the Nangong family, and her status in the family rose sharply. Nangong Xiao, answer the phone. It's been 2 days, why haven't you picked up a single call? Lu Ji shouted while continuing to dial the phone. This time, the call finally connected. The voice of Nangong Xiao, the second young master of the Nangong family, came from the other end. Xiao Ji, you must be missing me too much, you've called me thousands of times in 2 days. Sorry, I've been on a mission in Mississippi these past 2 days, my phone has been off. Lu Ji yelled, Nangong Xiao, Dad is dead, Dad is dead. What, my dad is dead? Nangong Xiao was taken aback. No, my dad is dead. And my brother. Lu Ji shouted, quickly recounting the events. Nangong Xiao was silent for a moment, then Lu Ji heard his cold voice. I understand, I will take a flight back as soon as possible, at the latest the day after tomorrow, I will arrive in northern Yunnan. Whoever dares to kill my father-in-law, Gu Feng, you must be tired of living. What did Xiao say? As soon as Lu Ji hung up the phone, Nangong Xiao's mother immediately asked. As the first family in northern Yunnan, the Nangong family's foundation was naturally extremely strong. The Lu family, as the third largest family in northern Yunnan, also had many strong individuals, but the true top combat power was only the head of the Lu family, Lu Hai. The Nangong family, on the other hand, not only had two 2-star masters, but the head of the family, Nangong Yi, had even reached the mid-stage of 3-star master. However, based on Lu Ji's description, they deduced that Gu Feng had also stepped into the ranks of 3-star masters. As the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yi naturally could not act rashly, he needed to stay behind in command. Two 2-star masters, along with a group of death warriors raised by the Nangong family, might indeed be able to kill Gu Feng, but they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. This was something the Nangong family absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, they were thinking of bringing their second son back. The second son, Nangong Xiao, had been battle-hardened abroad for a long time. Not only had his own strength become unfathomable, but he also commanded a mercenary group. Lu Ji said, Xiao said he will take a plane immediately and will arrive in northern Yunnan the day after tomorrow. Good, great. Nangong Xiao's mother slapped her thigh. Jir, don't worry, you gave birth to such a big fat boy for our Nangong family, we will definitely not treat you poorly. When Xiao arrives in northern Yunnan, it will be the time when that demon Gu Feng meets his end. No! Lu Ji's eyes were filled with hatred. Let him die alone, that would be too easy for him. I want all the people around him to go to hell. I want this demon to experience the heart-wrenching pain of losing loved ones. I want him to kneel before me, wagging his tail and begging me to spare his family. I want to torture him to death, piece by piece. Good, good. As you wish, all as you wish. Nangong Zhao's mother nodded. In fact, the deaths of Lu Hai and Lu Quan were a good thing for the Nangong family. Now that the Lu family was in chaos, Lu Ji had a great opportunity to take over the Lu family and become its new master. And since Lu Ji was the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family, controlling the Lu family would mean the Nangong family controlled the Lu family. Therefore, the Nangong family was doing its best to meet Lu Ji's current demands. Just a Gu Feng, although somewhat tricky, would be an easy matter to resolve once Xiao returned. The next afternoon, Gu Feng took Qin Luan and Gu Ningen to the Fengrui car dealership. This was the largest car dealership in northern Yunnan. He had previously planned to buy a car for Gu Qingning, but was tricked by a phone call from Jiang Tao to the Juanhao Hotel midway. After paying respects to Aunt Kai's grave tomorrow, he would leave northern Yunnan. Since he had some free time today, he decided to take care of this matter. As soon as he entered the Fingrui car dealership, a saleswoman in a cheapao warmly welcomed him. "Hello, sir, I am Nana, the automotive consultant for Fingrui car dealership, number 034. How can I assist you?" Gu Feng asked Gu Qingning. "Sister, is there a car you want?" "Ah, I'm fine with anything, any car will do. Just for transportation." Nana quickly replied, "We have many affordable models here, and several new energy vehicles have been released recently, priced under 300,000, which would be perfect for this beautiful lady. Introduce the best car in your store to my sister. Whatever car she likes, she can have it," Gu Feng said. Upon hearing this, Nana was overjoyed. It seemed she was about to earn a considerable commission. She led Gu Qingning to the luxury car section and began introducing the cars one by one. Gu Qingning was quite satisfied with the latest red top-tier Porsche, and after a test drive, she decided to take that car. Xin-Luan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Speaking of which, when her father was the steward of the Gu family, he also drove a luxury car. However, later on, he was kicked out of the Gu family by Gu Feng's father, and with Qin Huaijiang's income drastically reduced, he and Gu Qingning had to endure 5 years of hardship which made it impossible to afford a luxury car, so they sold it. Now that Gu Feng was back, he could easily buy Gu Qingning a luxury car. She wondered when she would be able to buy such a luxury car worth 4 to 5 million. Just as she was thinking, Gu Feng's voice suddenly rang out, "I want 2 of this Porsche." Two? Nana was both surprised and delighted. It was rare to encounter someone buying a luxury car, and today she had hit the jackpot. Xin-Luan was a bit confused. "Gu Feng, this Porsche is suitable for girls, you should get a Maybach instead." Gu Feng glanced at her. "It's meant to be bought for a girl to drive." "Ah?" Xin-Luan was stunned for a long time before reacting. "You bought this for me? This is too precious." Gu Feng smiled. "It's precious because it should be. You'll be driving this car to work every day. You grew up in the Gu residence, how can someone from the Gu family be looked down upon? Plus, when you occasionally take Uncle Qin out for a drive, it will also reflect well on him." Such a rare opportunity, Nana wouldn't let Xin-Luan hesitate any longer and quickly said, "Sir, are you sure you want 2 top-spec Porsches?" "Yes," Gu Feng nodded. "Please follow me, there are some forms you need to fill out." Nana led Gu Feng to the office, continuously praising him. "Sir really has great taste. This top-spec Porsche was just released not long ago, and we only have 2 in the store, and you bought them both." While Gu Feng was paying, Gu Qingning pulled Xin-Luan back into the Porsche. "I drove just now it's your turn. Anyway, my brother is going to buy it, so you can try the feel." Xin-Luan nodded with a smile and prepared to take a lap around the showroom. Just as she started, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, isn't that Xin-Luan? Testing a car, huh? So, is Zhang Tao getting you a new car?" From the voice, Xin-Luan recognized it was Feng Ye. "What's it to you? Hurry up and get out of my way." Xin-Luan snapped, annoyed. "Oh, still putting on a bad temper." Feng Ye crossed her arms. "Your car? Do you really think I don't know Jiang Tao is dead? Without Jiang Tao, what are you? Just a poor loser. Can you even afford this top-spec Porsche? You don't even deserve to sit in it. Get down." Feng Ye was the daughter of a second-rate family from northern Yunnan. She had pursued Jiang Tao for a while, but at that time, Jiang Tao was busy chasing Xin-Luan and didn't even bother with her. Because of this, she had caused Xin-Luan a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, during one of her troublemaking attempts, she was caught by Jiang Tao and beaten up. This infuriated Feng Ye, and from then on, she regarded Jiang Tao and Xin-Luan as her lifelong enemies. A few days ago, she heard that Jiang Tao had been killed in a particularly gruesome manner, and she was so happy she rolled around on her bed. She didn't expect to run into Xin-Luan today. Ha, what a narrow road for enemies. Xin-Luan rolled her eyes. "Too bad Jiang Tao was still chasing me until the end. What about you, clown?" He. Feng Ye sneered. "You think I care about Jiang Tao? Look who this is." She called out to a man in the distance. "Darling, come here." "Coming." A young man in casual clothes walked over, glanced at Xin-Luan in the car, and said, "Oh, it's Xin-Luan." Xin-Luan was taken aback for a moment before quickly recognizing him. He's Xin-Yan. The He family from northern Yunnan ranks 8th among the 10 great families and is quite renowned. She had seen Xin-Yan a few times when Jiang Tao took her to nightclubs. The He family and the Jiang family didn't get along well, and whenever Jiang Tao and Xin-Yan met, it was always tense, though they had never actually fought. "See?" Feng Ye said. "My boyfriend, Xin-Luan, do you concede? What's wrong with her? Why should I concede? It's not like I made you pursue Jiang Tao. You deserve to be beaten by him for causing me trouble. Besides, if I hadn't stopped him back then, Jiang Tao would have been even harsher." But Xin-Luan was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue. I concede, Feng Yeye, you're so impressive. Now, can you move aside? I want to test drive. Feng Yeye was very pleased, but that alone couldn't quell her resentment. Test drive? I don't think that's necessary. Anyway, Jiang Tao is dead, and you can't afford it, so get down. Xin Luan frowned. Whether I can afford it or not seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Feng Yeye was momentarily choked, her eyes darting, and she shouted, of course it has something to do with me. I came here today to buy this car. You're sitting in it, how can I buy it? Sorry, it's already been bought by me, Qin Luan said with a smile. Feng Yeye was too lazy to argue with Qin Luan, stepped forward, and reached for the car door. Qin Luan was quick and directly locked the door. Feng Yeye was furious. Qin Luan, get down here. Her loud shout drew the attention of others in the dealership. He Xinyan pulled her back. There's no need to shout and lower yourself. We can just call the dealership staff to handle this, he said, snapping his fingers. Nana, who had just come out of the office, immediately walked over. Sir, how can I help you? He Xinyan said, my girlfriend wants to buy this newly released top-spec Porsche, but this woman keeps hiding in the car. Please handle this quickly. If we get in a bad mood, we won't buy the car from your dealership. Nana looked troubled. Sir, why don't you choose another car? This one has already been bought by this lady. Are you kidding me? He Xinyan said, she's just test driving it, how can she buy it? You don't want to offend a customer, do you? He pointed to another Porsche. How about this? You quickly make her leave and do as I say. I'll buy both of these top-spec Porsches. Honey, you're so good to me. Feng Yeye exclaimed joyfully, giving He Xinyan a peck on the cheek, then looking triumphantly at Qin Luan. The tides have turned, now it's my turn. You're my girlfriend, who else should I treat well? He Xinyan said, wrapping his arm around Feng Yeye's slim waist. However, Nana's untimely voice reached his ears. Sorry, sir, these two top-spec Porsches have all been bought by this lady. At this, Feng Yeye couldn't hold back anymore and rushed over, grabbing Nana by the collar. Are you in cahoots with Qin Luan? I know her conditions clearly. Can she afford 2 cars? These 2 cars together cost 8 or 9 million. Nana hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. A gentleman bought these 2 cars, but he came here with Miss Qin. At that moment, footsteps were heard from behind. Nana turned and pointed. Look, it's this gentleman. Since he's come out, he must have already paid. Feng Yeye looked up and saw a handsome, tall man striding towards them. He had an extraordinary presence. Her jealousy flared up. I was wondering how you could afford such luxury cars. Turns out you've got a new boyfriend. Qin Luan, you really are a fighter among gold diggers. How long has Jiang Tao been dead, and you've already hooked up with a rich guy? Truly shameless. Slap. Suddenly, her face was struck hard, the force making her lose her balance and fall to the ground. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Gu Feng's cold voice came from above. Feng Yeye instinctively wanted to retort, but when she met his eyes, which were as cold as a mountain's icy pool, the words stuck in her throat. She turned to look at He Xinyan with a pitiful expression. Honey, he hit me. He Xinyan frowned, and after a long pause, said, You are Gu Feng? This surprised Gu Feng a bit. You know me? Sorry for the offense, He Xinyan said, pulling Feng Yeye and walking outside. Recently, the name Gu Feng had become too prominent in northern Yunnan. Even the head of the third largest family, Lu Hai, was killed by this demon with a single punch. As a junior from the 8th family, he dared not act up in front of Gu Feng. Angering this demon could very well cost him his life. He had never seen Gu Feng, but the feeling Gu Feng gave him just now was very unpleasant, so he cautiously asked a question. Just as he was about to leave the car dealership, a staff member walked up to Gu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, your card balance is insufficient. If you wish, we can assist you with installment plans and loan services. He Xinyan paused. You don't have enough money in your card to buy a car? What, are you going to cover the difference for me? Gu Feng replied lightly. After filling out the information earlier, he hadn't asked about the price and had just handed over his salary card to the staff. That card had about 7 to 8 million in it, and he thought it would be enough. But it didn't matter, he still had the card given to him by his master's wife, or he could call Li Ran to pay for it. Do you know that the infamous Gu Feng owns a plane worth 83 million? He Xinyan said as he pulled Feng Yeye back. So, you, who can't even afford a few million for a car, dare to impersonate Gu Feng? Gu Feng smiled. So what? The fierce light in He Xinyan's eyes flickered as he spat on the ground. So, right now, lick up the spit on the ground and apologize to my girlfriend, or I will make you regret it. Not only had he hit his girlfriend, but he also impersonated Gu Feng and almost tricked him. Thinking of that panicked look just now, he felt a wave of humiliation. He was He Xinyan, the young master of the 8th family in northern Yunnan. When had he ever been toyed with like this? Feng Yeye followed suit and spat on the ground as well. Xinluan, since your boyfriend is going to lick up my boyfriend's spit, shouldn't you also lick up my spit? That way, you two would really be a match. At that moment, she felt very pleased. She had thought Xinluan had found some rich guy again, but it turned out to be just a pathetic loser pretending to be someone at the car dealership. Xinluan, Zhang Tao is dead. You can forget about ever raising your head in front of me again. A cold glint flashed in Gu Feng's eyes, and just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard an extremely furious roar. Unfilial son, what are you doing? He Xinyan turned around to see his father, He Zhang, striding towards him. Dad, what are you doing here? He Xinyan was quite surprised. He Zhang had come to Fengrui car dealership to discuss some business matters with the owner, and upon entering the store, he had spotted his son. Without explanation, he raised his hand and slapped him. Unfilial son, kneel down. He Xinyan was a bit dazed. Dad, I haven't caused any trouble recently, have I? You haven't caused trouble? Aren't you causing trouble right now? He Zhang shouted, do you even know who he is? He Xinyan suddenly realized, oh, Dad, don't worry, I'm being cautious. This guy is just a pathetic loser. He just tried to trick me into thinking he was Gu Feng, but luckily I was smart enough to see through his scheme. He Zhang was furious. He is Gu Feng. Don't joke around, Dad. Gu Feng is worth billions. How could he not afford a few million for a car? Dad, I know you want me to be more restrained lately, but this guy is flaunting his status and even slapped Ye. I have to let him know how powerful I, He Xinyan, am today. You don't even realize you're walking towards your doom. He Zhang trembled with rage. He is Gu Feng. He didn't deceive you. He Zhang no longer wasted words with his son. As the head of the 8th family in northern Yunnan, he suddenly knelt in front of Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, my son is unruly and has offended you. I am willing to apologize on his behalf. Please show mercy and do not harm my son. Saying this, he knocked his head on the ground 3 times. Blood was already seeping from his forehead. On that day at the Imperial Sky Hotel, he had been present and had witnessed Gu Feng kill the 2-star master Lu Hai with a single punch. He knew all too well the terror of this demon. If you lose at chess, you will go and kill the Lu family. If you do not sincerely express your apologies at this moment, your own son will surely die without a burial place. The He family has only this one seedling, and they are counting on their only precious son to carry on the family line. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Apologize? Doesn't your son have a mouth of his own? He Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he scolded sharply, unfilial son, kneel down quickly. At this moment, He Xinyan had already realized the seriousness of the situation. His father had always been proud. If he wasn't terrified to the extreme, he would never kneel and bow his head. He hurriedly complied, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the mountain earlier, please let me go. He Zhang let out a slight sigh of relief. Mr. Gu, are you satisfied with this? Gu Feng replied indifferently, not enough. Keep bowing. He Zhang ordered without hesitation. He Xinyan didn't hesitate either, continuing to bang his head on the ground. As the bloodstains on the ground increased and his son's head was about to be battered to pieces, Gu Feng still showed no sign of wanting to stop. He Zhang grew anxious. Mr. Gu, this should be enough, right? Not enough. Gu Feng's hands were clasped behind his back, still speaking indifferently. He Zhang took a deep breath and suddenly said to He Xinyan, you made this mess, you must bear the consequences. Lick up the spit you just spat out. Ha! He Xinyan's face changed. Licking his own spit? That was too disgusting. But looking at Gu Feng, who stood before him with an imposing presence, an inexplicable fear spread in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, changed from kneeling to lying on the ground, and stretched out his tongue to start licking his spit. And you? He Zhang glared at Feng Ye, get down and lick. I won't, that's too disgusting. Before she could finish her sentence, He Zhang pressed her head down. Her beautiful face was pressed firmly against her own spit. This scene left Nana both shocked and nauseated. She wanted to vomit, but having undergone professional training, she held it in and finally managed to suppress it. At that moment, she heard Gu Feng's voice. This is my other card, take it and swipe. She turned her head to see Gu Feng handing her a blood-red bank card. Why was this bank card blood-red? It looked so eerie. What kind of bank would issue a card like this? As Nana's mind raced with thoughts, she reached out to take the card from Gu Feng's hand. Just as she was about to grab it, He Zhang rushed over like a madman, shoving a bank card into Nana's hand. Use my money, use my money. Gu Feng glanced at him. What do you mean by this? He Zhang quickly smiled apologetically. Today my son was blind and offended Mr. Gu. I'll pay for these 2 Porsches, consider it an apology. Gu Feng smiled. You're quite understanding. He Zhang hurriedly replied. It's only right, I just hope Mr. Gu won't find it bothersome. Alright, I accept the cars, but I have a piece of advice for you. Gu Feng put the blood-red bank card back into his pocket. Don't be two-faced. If you think about getting revenge on me after you go back, your He family will only end up worse than the Lu family. He Zhang was drenched in sweat. Mr. Gu, your skills are extraordinary. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to hold a grudge against you. Gu Feng said nothing more and drove away with Qin Luan and Gu Qingning. That night, at Dali International Airport, a private jet roared as it landed. As the cabin door opened, a strong middle-aged man stepped down with a fierce aura. Following him were more than 20 armed men in military uniforms, stepping steadily behind the middle-aged man. This scene attracted quite a few travelers waiting at the airport. Who is this? What a grand display! Are they filming a movie? Guns are banned within the borders of Shenlong. How dare these people flaunt firearms here? It must be a movie. Those guns are probably props. Someone in the crowd interjected, "You must be outsiders. You don't even know that Nangong's second son, Nangong Shao, is here." Ha, the Nangong family is the leading family in our northern Yunnan, no different from a local emperor. It's not surprising to see such a grand spectacle. Nangong Shao has been fighting abroad for years. How could he allow his subordinates to carry fake guns? That would be a laughingstock. But they wouldn't usually be so arrogant. This time, carrying guns must be aimed at that demon Gu Feng. And Gu Feng is indeed audacious, continuously offending the 10 clans of northern Yunnan. Now he has provoked the real god of death. He might end up with no place to be buried. Amidst the crowd's discussions, a graceful figure rushed past and directly threw herself into Nangong Zhao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It was Lu Ji. Nangong Shao stood like a statue, allowing Lu Ji to cry her heart out. After a long while, as her cries softened, he said, "Don't worry, my wife, I won't let your father-in-law and brother-in-law die in vain. I will capture Gu Feng alive, and then you can deal with him as you wish." Lu Ji choked out, "One Gu Feng isn't enough. I want all his relatives to accompany my father and brother in death." "Alright, as you wish." Nangong Shao ordered in a deep voice. Immediately spread the word among the 10 clans of northern Yunnan. Anyone who provides Gu Feng's whereabouts will be rewarded 80 million. Anyone who provides the whereabouts of Gu Feng's relatives will also be rewarded 80 million. A scar-faced man asked, "My lord, should we spread the news throughout the city?" Such an enticing reward. Once it's announced, all the people of northern Yunnan will take action, and that thief Gu Feng will surely have nowhere to hide. Nangong Shao waved his hand. "No need. If the commotion is too great, and Gu Feng gets scared and quietly runs away, then it will be no fun." His subordinates received the order and began to take action. Lu Ji nestled in Nangong Zhao's embrace. "Honey, didn't you say you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow? How come you're here tonight?" Nangong Shao stroked Lu Ji's hair. "I had some matters to wrap up, but your situation is urgent, so I set those aside." After a moment of silence, he gazed at the pitch-black night sky. "Gu Feng, it's been a long time since someone has appeared in northern Yunnan that I could personally deal with. I hope you can last a little longer in my hands, otherwise, it won't be as enjoyable." News of Nangong Zhao's return to northern Yunnan quickly spread among the upper echelons of northern Yunnan, and his bounty stirred the 10 clans into action. 80 million was already a significant temptation for the lower-ranking families. For them, killing Gu Feng might be difficult, but just tracking his whereabouts or those of his relatives was an easy task, right? This 80 million was simply too easy to earn. With a bit of luck, they could even make several 80 millions. Besides, families like the Lu family, the Zhang family, and the Zhang family would spare no effort in this matter, even without a bounty for providing information. At this moment, at the He family mansion, He Xinyan was sitting on the sofa with He Zhang. "Father, that Qin Luan is Gu Feng's girlfriend. Should we go to Nangong Shao? Not only can we get 80 million, but we can also vent our anger." "No," He Zhang directly rejected. "Gu Feng is so young yet has become the warden of Long Island prison. This person is certainly not simple. We shouldn't get involved in this mess." Seeing his father's serious tone, He Xinyan dismissed the idea. "What are you afraid of?" Feng Yeye walked out of the bedroom. She had been eavesdropping on the father-son conversation by the door. At this moment, someone rushed out impatiently. "Nangong Shao is so powerful. I've heard he brought a mercenary group of over 20 people to northern Yunnan. Is he really afraid he can't kill Gu Feng?" "Shut up!" He Zhang shouted. "If it weren't for you stirring up trouble today, I wouldn't have lost nearly 10 million for nothing, and my son wouldn't have been humiliated in public. Do you still want to provoke Gu Feng? Do you want my son to die, want the Yi family to be destroyed?" He Xinyan also said, Yeah, listen to your father, he won't harm us." Feng Yeye replied with an "oh," then stepped outside. He Zhang hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" "I'm going out to buy some sanitary pads, my period just started," Feng Yeye said softly, then opened the door and left. Once downstairs, she quickly hailed a taxi, to the Nangong residence. Humiliated during the day, Now she had a chance for revenge. If she didn't seize this opportunity, wouldn't she be a fool? Qin-Luan, right? Gu Feng, right? You want me to lick your boots, huh? If I don't take care of you two dog lovers, then I won't be called Feng Ye yet. As for whether the Yi family would find out she had snitched, she wasn't worried. He Zhang and He Xinyan were just scared out of their wits by Gu Feng. As long as Gu Feng was dead, what did it matter if they knew she had informed on them? At that time, they wouldn't blame her. Instead, they would praise themselves fiercely. The car quickly arrived at the Nangong residence, and upon learning her purpose, the servants quickly let her in. Feng Ye hurriedly revealed that Gu Feng had a girlfriend. Very good. Do you know where she lives? Yes, her home is in the Tsangdong district. Great. Nan Gongxiao stood up. Once I catch Qin-Luan, the 80 million will be transferred to your account without a penny less. Can I make another request? Feng Ye said cautiously. Nan Gongxiao's expression was unchanged. I didn't expect you to be so greedy that 80 million isn't enough for you. Feng Ye quickly replied, no, I just want to go with you. I want to see Qin-Luan die with my own eyes. Nan Gongxiao looked deeply at Feng Ye. Interesting. Time had already passed midnight. It was a new day. And today was the anniversary of Qin-Luan's mother's death. Since her mother had died in the early morning, the memorial was also set for that time. Gu Feng loaded the prepared firecrackers, yellow paper, offerings, and other items into the trunk of the car. Then the four of them got into the car, with Gu Qingning driving. Just as she was about to start the car, Qin-Luan suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to prepare tea leaves. Aunt Kai had loved drinking tea when she was alive. Back at the Gu family, she drank Haiyan tea Guanyin and Biluokan, but after coming to northern Yunnan, she had to settle for some ordinary tea. This was the first year after her mother's death, and regardless of the quality, tea was a must. What should we do? Gu Qingning asked softly. Qin-Luan thought for a moment. I remember that the hot pot restaurant where you work has a 24-hour convenience store that sells tea leaves. I'll go buy some. Gu Feng said. I'll go with you. No need. Qin-Luan waved her hand. You and Qingning go up the mountain with my dad first. I'll catch up after I buy the tea. It won't take long since you bought me a car. With that, she opened the car door and jumped out. Alyuan, you haven't driven in a while. Be careful on the road, Gu Qingning said. Qin-Luan rolled her eyes. You're the same, be careful too. Saying this, she returned to the small Qin family house. In her room, she grabbed the car keys, suddenly remembering something, and slapped her forehead again. Almost forgot this too. How can I go to my mother's grave without it? As she spoke, she rummaged under her bed and pulled out something. It was the head of Lu Kuang. At this moment, the head was starting to smell a bit, but Qin-Luan didn't care and directly tossed it into the trunk. Just then, the roar of a car engine mixed with the sound of footsteps approached. Qin-Luan's heart skipped a beat as she reached out to close the trunk lid. Baiyu! A flash of spark shot out from the silenced gun's muzzle. The bullet whizzed past Qin-Luan's head and embedded itself in the wall of the courtyard. Dirt flew everywhere. Move again, and the bullet will go into your head. Cold sweat broke out on Qin-Luan's forehead, her heart raced, and she obediently raised her hands. No one wants to die, and she was no exception. Are you Qin-Luan? A man in a military green coat stepped in front of Qin-Luan. He was more than a head taller than her, looking down at her with an overwhelming presence. Feng Ye immediately jumped out. That's right, she is Qin-Luan, Gu Feng's girlfriend. Qin-Luan instinctively replied, who told you I was Gu Feng's girlfriend? Feng Ye slapped Qin-Luan's face. What are you pretending for? Weren't you all high and mighty this morning? Now that you're in trouble, you immediately want to distance yourself from Gu Feng? TSK, Qin-Luan, you are simply the pinnacle of gold diggers, refreshing my understanding. The slap felt very satisfying, and Feng Ye was getting into it, wanting to hit again. Suddenly, a chill swept over her, and she turned her head just in time to meet Nangong Zhao's cold gaze. She shrank her neck and silently retreated behind Nangong Zhao. At that moment, a subordinate pulled out Lu Kuang's head from the trunk. Master, here is the head of young Master Lu. Nangong Zhao's expression remained unchanged. Very good, it seems you indeed have a close relationship with Gu Feng. Take her away. As Qin-Luan was pushed into the car, Nangong Zhao sent out invitations to the upper circles of Dianbei. Have you heard? In half an hour, Nangong Zhao will hold a special auction at the Zhangmao auction house, with only one item for auction. What kind of auction can there be at this late hour? Sigh, I really don't want to go. Not going? Do you dare to ignore Nangong Zhao's invitation? Do you want your head hanging on the city gate of Dianbei tomorrow? Exactly, besides, Nangong Zhao is making such a big deal out of it. I guess it must be related to Gu Feng. It wouldn't hurt to go and see the excitement. Late at night, the originally quiet streets of Dianbei suddenly filled with luxury cars. Members of the 10 major families, including some second-tier families, all mobilized. The target was only one direction, the Zhangmao auction house. Zhangmao auction house, the largest auction house in Dianbei, belongs to the Yun family, the fourth largest family in Dianbei. At this moment, it had been requisitioned by Nangong Xiao. Inside the hall, the lights were bright. Many people were already seated in the audience. On both sides stood a group of strong men armed to the teeth. They were, of course, Nangong Xiao's subordinates. Seeing that most people had arrived, Nangong Xiao pressed his hands down, and the crowd immediately quieted down. I have returned to Dianbei this time, and I believe everyone knows why. Gu Feng, this devil, killed my wife's father and brother. In Dianbei, no one can provoke our Nangong family, even if Gu Feng is a peak 2-star master, or even a 3-star master, or even the warden of Long Island prison, it cannot be an exception. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Especially from the Zhang and Jiang families, their cheers were the loudest. Zhang Jia's head, Zhang Haguang, said, "So, young master Nangong invited us here so late because he has already captured that thief Gu Feng?" Nangong Xiao shook his head. "No rush, if I kill Gu Feng all at once, what would be the point?" He clapped his hands, and immediately 2 subordinates brought Qin Luan up. At this moment, Qin Luan was tightly bound by an iron chain, her clothes wrinkled deeply. Nangong Xiao said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will first kill Gu Feng's loved ones one by one, and only then will it be Gu Feng's turn. Only in this way can I relieve the hatred in my heart." He paused for a moment and then said, "Of course, I know that many of you here have deep-seated grudges against Gu Feng. I can't just seek revenge for myself, so I specially organized today's auction. Qin Luan is the only item for this auction. As long as you have enough money, you can freely trample and ravage Gu Feng's girlfriend's body." A wave of whispers erupted from the audience. After a while, Zhang Shiqin, the head of the Zheng family, said, "Young Master Nangong, can't you capture a few more? With just one Qin Luan, fighting over her will only be enough for one person to vent their anger." Nangong Xiao laughed. "Although there is only one of her, she has many parts on her body. I must declare in advance that you cannot bid on Qin Luan's head. I want to keep it for my wife to vent her anger. As for the other parts of her body, feel free to bid. There are many components in the human body, and sharing them out will still be sufficient." The people sitting in the audience couldn't help but feel a chill. Damn! They initially thought Nangong Xiao was auctioning off Qin Luan as a whole, but it turned out he intended to auction off her body parts one by one. How ruthless! No wonder he is a true warrior, he can even come up with such methods. Qin Luan, who was already somewhat terrified, turned pale at once. If her body parts were auctioned off one by one, wouldn't that mean they would be removed one by one? Too terrifying. She would rather die than end up in such a situation. However, she was now tightly bound by iron chains, unable to even commit suicide. Soon, the auction officially began. The first item to be auctioned was Qin Luan's left hand. 500,000. 2 million. The attendees were all wealthy, with the top 10 families basically represented. Before long, Qin Luan's left hand was auctioned off for 5 million. In a corner of the audience, Peinan stared intently at Qin Luan and couldn't help but say, "Sister, should we bid on something to have some fun? This is Gu Feng's girlfriend." Pei Hongtang replied, "I remember after coming out of the Emperor Tian Hotel, you were so scared that you didn't go out at all, and at night you had several servants guarding the door. How come you're not afraid of Gu Feng now?" Pei Nan said, "What's there to be afraid of? With Nangong Xiao here, Gu Feng won't last long." Pei Hongtang fell silent. Would Gu Feng really be defeated by Nangong Xiao? To be honest, from the first day she met Gu Feng, he had shocked her time and again. Each time, she thought he was doomed, yet he crushed his opponents with absolute strength every time. She had a vague premonition that even Nangong Xiao might not be able to do anything to Gu Feng. She even felt an impulse to secretly call Gu Feng and inform him that Qin Luan had been captured and brought to the Zhangmao auction house. Gu Feng, who had descended upon Dianbei to stir up trouble, and the second young master of the most renowned family in Dianbei, who had been through many battles. In a direct confrontation, who would come out on top? Gu Feng, will you surprise me this time? The corners of her rosy lips curled into a smile as she took out her phone. Earlier, she had investigated Gu Feng, so she naturally had his contact information. "Your girlfriend Qin Luan has been captured by Nangong Xiao and brought to the Zhangmao auction house. Hurry over." She didn't make a call, she just sent this simple message. She was really looking forward to the upcoming confrontation. Gu Feng, this time is different from the Juanhao Hotel. Nangong Xiao not only has greater strength but also holds a hostage. In such a desperate situation, how will you turn the tide? Pei Hongtang didn't have high hopes for Gu Feng, but it didn't matter. If Gu Feng died, then he died. If he could really find a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation, she could use this message to ask Gu Feng for a favor. If Gu Feng died, then it would be as if nothing had happened. Of course, there was also the possibility that Gu Feng wouldn't come at all. That would be the choice of a smart person. On the other side, Feng Yeye looked at the pale-faced Qin Luan on stage, smiled smugly, and then went to the restroom. She directly called He Xinyan. Husband, didn't you receive any news? Nangong Xiao has invited all the celebrities from Dianbei to the Zhangmao auction house. Now, out of the 10 clans in Dianbei, 9 have come, and only our He family hasn't shown up. He Xinyan's voice came from the other end. Gu Feng has been captured? No, it's Qin Luan. Young Master Nangong said he wants to slowly torment Gu Feng, starting with his girlfriend today. Right now, several people are fighting over Qin Luan's left hand. I heard a bit of news that you brought Nangong Xiao to capture her? He Xinyan said. That's right. Feng Yeye said proudly. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Before she could finish her sentence, He Xinyan interrupted her. My father and I have already packed some things and are preparing to leave Dianbei to avoid the limelight. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, the phone line went dead with a busy signal. Feng Yeye was stunned for a moment, then immediately furious. No, you two are out of your minds. Nangong Xiao has returned with a mercenary group, and now he has Gu Feng's girlfriend in his hands. Is it really necessary for you to be so scared? Just running away like this? With this kind of courage, I really doubt how you two managed to get into the 10 clans of Dianbei. She sulked back to the audience, glaring fiercely at Qin Luan. It was just that the 80 million promised by Nangong Xiao hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, she would have to participate in the bidding. In front of Qin Luan, she wanted to toy with her body parts. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction became increasingly heated. All of Qin Luan's limbs had been auctioned off, including some organs, which had also found owners. The most ruthless bidders were naturally the Zhang and Zhang families. For instance, Zhang Haogua spent 10 million to buy Qin Luan's hands. Zhang Shiqin even acquired one of Qin Luan's legs and 2 kidneys. If I remember correctly, there's still 1 heart left to be auctioned, and I want that heart. No one should compete with me. If anyone does, I'll get angry. After winning another part, Zhang Shiqin said loudly. Nangong Xiao shook his finger. No. Qin Luan's heart is reserved for my wife, so today's auction ends here. But don't worry, everyone, I heard that Gu Feng has a sister. Tomorrow, I will bring his sister over. For those who didn't have enough fun today, we will continue tomorrow. Cheers erupted from the audience. So, the first cut on Qin Luan must be made by my wife. After my wife vents her anger on her face, those of you who won items earlier can come up to collect them. Come up on stage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiqin and Zhang Haogua were both excited. This meant they could personally sever Qin Luan's hands and feet. One of them had lost a son, and the other had a son lying in the hospital, uncertain of life or death. Now, being able to strike at Gu Feng's girlfriend was a form of revenge. Nangong Xiao ignored the whispering crowd and waved to Lu Ji in the audience. Wife, come up to the stage. Lu Ji's lips curled into a cruel smile as she lifted the hem of her elegant gown and walked toward the stage. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the auction hall. I think that's unnecessary. The hall, which had been somewhat noisy just moments ago, fell silent at that instant. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Gu Feng walking step by step toward the stage. This was the demon who had turned Dianbei upside down in recent days. He came alone to the banquet. TSK. Nangong Xiao sighed lightly. Your news is quite well informed. I originally planned to leave Qin Luan's heart at your doorstep tomorrow morning, but now you can take it home directly, saving me a trip. He had already seen Gu Feng's photo, so he recognized him at a glance. Gu Feng said, let Qin Luan go, and I can pretend tonight's events never happened. Even with Nangong Zhao's experience, he couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this. Immediately, he burst into laughter. Ha, everyone, did you hear what he just said? The various wealthy gentlemen in the hall also laughed together. Is this Gu Feng out of his mind? If I weren't a native of Yunnan, I might actually think he was the young master of the first family in Yunnan. To dare speak such arrogance at a time like this? Does he really think so highly of himself? If it were me, I would have already knelt before young Master Nangong, begging for forgiveness. Although I couldn't escape death, perhaps my family could be spared. Nangong Xiao stopped laughing. Gu Feng, actually, if you want me to let Qin Luan go, it's not impossible. I only have one condition, you sever your own arms. As Gu Feng walked, he replied calmly, if I sever my own arms, wouldn't that mean certain death? Nangong Xiao said, since you've come tonight, you definitely can't leave alive. But just as the Zhang family head said earlier, you may die, but your girlfriend can survive. She is not my girlfriend, I don't have a girlfriend. You've got the wrong person. Gu Feng stepped forward. It doesn't matter, Nangong Xiao shook his head, your willingness to come here proves that you can't let her go, and that's enough. As he spoke, he suddenly flashed to Qin Luan's side, pressing a sharp knife against her delicate neck. And if you dare take another step forward, I'll kill her right away. Gu Feng frowned. Just now, he had been using the opportunity of conversation to get closer to the stage. He only needed to take a few more steps. He would then take action. Whether to capture Nangong Xiao on the spot or rescue Qin Luan, the initiative was in his hands. However, it was clear that Nangong Xiao was no fool. Threatening me with a woman? What kind of skill is that? Gu Feng said with a mocking expression. Ha ha ha. Nangong Xiao laughed heartily. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Feng, I admit you're strong, but in front of me, Nangong Xiao, you're not enough. The reason I used Qin Luan to threaten you is that I'm afraid you won't listen and will insist on coming up to fight me. I don't hold back when I strike. If I accidentally kill you with a slap, wouldn't that be too boring? Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, a chilling aura pouring out. The temperature of the air around them dropped by several degrees in an instant. Since you want my hands so badly, why not come and take them yourself? Nangong Xiao ordered. Iron Tower, go take Gu Feng's hands. From behind him, a man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out of the shadows. His build was as imposing as his codename, robust and solid like an iron tower. His arms bulged with muscles, filled with explosive power. It seemed a single punch could shatter the marble floor beneath them. Murmurs of surprise arose around. Iron Tower. It's actually Iron Tower. Young Master Nangong brought Iron Tower back to Yunnan this time. He's his right-hand man. I heard Iron Tower entered the ranks of the 3-star masters last year, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Gu Feng seems to be a 3-star master too, but there are differences even among 3-star masters. With Gu Feng's small frame, he might get crushed by a few punches from Iron Tower. Amidst the discussions, Iron Tower charged forward like a wall of steel. The entire hall seemed to tremble, and the chandelier above swayed gently. In an instant, this massive figure was already in front of Gu Feng. A muscular hand shot out, reaching for Gu Feng's arm. At that moment, Gu Feng twisted away like a ghost, dodging the grab while his fingers closed into a fist. He punched Iron Tower's chest. Boom! The punch struck like a hammer on a giant ancient bell, producing a resonating sound. Everyone felt their eardrums throb painfully. Iron Tower's dark face turned pale. In an instant of distraction, Gu Feng had already slapped his broad shoulder fiercely. This slap, seemingly ordinary, caused the towering and robust Iron Tower to suddenly sink down. His legs bent, and he knelt on the ground. The precious marble floor was directly cracked by the impact. Blood seeped from his knee, spreading through the cracks. At the same time, Gu Feng had somehow acquired a small knife in his hand, which was now pressed against Iron Tower's neck. The discussions of the crowd had long fallen into his ears. He said, Nangong Xiao, Iron Tower is your right-hand man. I will exchange his life for Qin Luan's life. What do you think? The crowd was taken aback. What was happening? In just 2 moves, the 3-star master Iron Tower had been subdued by Gu Feng, without any ability to fight back. Just how strong was Gu Feng? Had he already reached the peak of the 3-star master? How old was he? Just over 20. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Gu Feng, you really make me see you in a new light. To reach the peak of 3 stars at such a young age, when I was your age, I was still playing in the mud at the transformation stage. Using my useless subordinate's life to exchange for your girlfriend's life, I think it's worth it. How about we work together? He twisted the sharp knife in his hand, and with a sizzle, he drew a terrifying wound across Qin Luan's delicate face. Blood gushed out. Ah ah ah! Qin Luan screamed uncontrollably, her body bound by chains shaking more violently. The chains creaked in response. Gu Feng, don't mind me, run quickly. Lu Kuang is dead. My life has already been worth it. You can't die here, you still have a great revenge to take. Qin Luan was extremely frightened and did not want to die. However, she also knew that even if Gu Feng severed his own arms, Nangong Xiao would never let her go. At that time, not only would she die, but Gu Feng would die with her. It would be better to let Gu Feng decisively give up on her and leave for now. At least he could find a chance to avenge her. Moreover, if Gu Feng really died here today, her father and Chang Ning would also not escape Nangong Xiao's clutches. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Xiao laughed maniacally. So touching, really so touching. Your girlfriend's spirit of self-sacrifice truly moves me. He slashed at Qin Luan's face again. I just couldn't help but come for another cut. By the way, why aren't you making a move? Hurry up, give Iron Tower a couple of cuts on the face too, that would be fair. We agreed to act together. Gu Feng frowned. You win. He kicked Iron Tower's back, and the 2-meter-tall figure shot towards the stage like a cannonball. Nangong Xiao smiled coldly. Gu Feng, I've been battling on the battlefield for many years. I can't handle a reckless young man like you. Iron Tower was at the early stage of 3-star mastery, considered his top combat power, and had assisted him for many years. He was truly his right-hand man. He didn't seem to care about Iron Tower's life and death as much as he appeared. Just as Nan Gongxiao was secretly pleased, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Because Gu Feng had somehow appeared behind Lu Ji, a knife pressed against Lu Ji's neck. Damn, I fell for it. Just now, Gu Feng seemed to concede, but in reality, he had used Iron Tower's flying body to cover his own actions. The moment Iron Tower landed, he had already taken Lu Ji hostage. Nan Gongxiao's gaze darkened. He had thought Gu Feng was just a somewhat capable reckless youth, but he didn't expect him to be so cunning. Without hesitation, Gu Feng made 2 cuts across Lu Ji's face. This famous beauty from Dianbei instantly had 2 terrifying gashes on her face. Her beauty was ruined. Nan Gongxiao was furious. Gu Feng, you're seeking death. Do you know that as long as I give the order, you will be immediately turned into a beehive by countless bullets? Alright. Gu Feng grinned maliciously, the blood-stained dagger pressed against Lu Ji's neck. Let's see, is your gun faster, or is my knife faster? Seeing that Nan Gongxiao remained silent, Gu Feng continued, Nan Gongxiao, you ruined Qin Luan's face, and I ruined your wife's face. This is fair. I'll say it again, if you let Qin Luan go, I'll let your wife go, and I can promise that as long as you do so, I won't hold tonight's events against you. Not hold it against me? Nan Gongxiao's eyes seemed to spit fire. What are you, to dare speak so arrogantly? Ji La. Gu Feng slashed at Lu Ji's face again. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. If you keep stalling, I'll kill her directly. You wouldn't want your son to be born without a mother, would you? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Gu Feng came here today, originally destined to die. Who would have thought he would turn the tables? You. Nan Gongxiao was so furious that his veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. Despite this, his mind was racing. He certainly didn't want his son to be born without a mother, but now that Lu Ji's face was ruined, he was unwilling to let Gu Feng and Qin Luan go just like that. Gu Feng didn't give Nan Gongxiao a moment to breathe. I'll give you 1 minute to think. If you still don't accept my proposal, I'll kill your wife. After all, this was Nan Gongxiao's territory. Delays could lead to changes. Nan Gongxiao's gaze was dark and wavering. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, Lu Ji, it seems your husband doesn't love you as much as you thought. He's still hesitating at a time like this. Lu Ji was also a bit scared. She was filled with hatred for Gu Feng, wishing she could skin him alive. But now was not the time to think about that. Only by staying alive could she seek revenge. She absolutely could not die here. She wasn't worried that Nan Gongxiao would abandon her. After all, they had been married for many years and had a good relationship. However, she couldn't guarantee that Nan Gongxiao wouldn't come up with some bad ideas to protect himself while capturing Gu Feng. She was unwilling to take such a risk. With this thought, she hurriedly said, Husband, don't be impulsive. Gu Feng is a madman. He can do anything when he goes crazy. Just agree to him first. I can't trade my life for Qin Luan's. Seeing that Nan Gongxiao didn't respond, her heart sank. Husband, our son is still waiting for me to come back and feed him. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao's expression finally changed. He sighed softly, Alright, Gu Feng, today you've outsmarted me, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Good, first let all your subordinates withdraw. Gu Feng was not foolish. With these armed mercenaries around, even if he managed to get Qin Luan into his hands, it would be difficult to leave safely. Everyone, listen to my command, withdraw from the Zhangmao auction house. Nan Gongxiao issued the order, and at the same time, he snapped his fingers. Over 20 mercenaries began to walk out, but their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they looked at Gu Feng. At that moment, Gu Feng keenly caught a faint sound. The sound of a bullet being fired. Someone had set up a sniper in the darkness. The bullet was aimed directly at the back of his head. Almost instinctively, Gu Feng threw Lu Ji behind him. Puff! Lu Ji felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down at her chest in disbelief, where blood was already gushing out. Am I dying? Her pupils quickly dilated, and her body fell weakly onto the marble floor, making a dull sound. No one expected this scene. They all looked at Lu Ji's lifeless body. Nan Gongxiao's wife, dead? After a long pause, a mournful roar erupted from Nan Gongxiao's mouth. Heir, Heir! He rushed towards Lu Ji's body, desperately shaking her. However, Lu Ji could give him no response. How could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? Long before Gu Feng took Lu Ji hostage, the snipers under his command had retreated into the shadows and set up their rifles. The snap of his fingers just now was a signal to the snipers to attack. He had thought that this shot would directly end Gu Feng. Who would have thought that Gu Feng's reaction would be faster than the bullet? Fire! 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 He roared loudly. In his life, he had never suffered such a loss. Gu Feng, you won't leave here alive today. After you die, I will capture your sister and make her suffer the most cruel tortures this world has to offer. Bang! 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 As he issued the command, over 20 guns fired simultaneously, all aimed at Gu Feng. But Gu Feng had already taken advantage of the moment to carry Qin Luan on his back. He dodged left and right, evading the hail of bullets like a ghost, heading straight for the second floor. Nangong Xiao, you are becoming more and more audacious, daring to bring so many firearms into Yunnan North. Are you trying to rebel? Just as Gu Feng reached the corner of the second floor, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the Zhangmao auction house. Following that, a woman clad in a military green coat stepped in. Behind her were dozens of armed bodyguards. Everyone was taken aback. Du Huakai had arrived. Du Huakai, the governor of Yunnan North, overseeing all affairs in the region. If the Nangong family were the local emperors in Yunnan North, then Du Huakai was the true emperor. She held the real power in Yunnan North. Governor Du, Nangong Xiao said with red eyes, bringing firearms into the country is my problem. Once I deal with Gu Feng, I will personally go to the governor's office to apologize. Impudent! Du Huakai snapped, to commit violence in front of this governor? What do you take the governor's office for? Governor Du, my wife was killed by someone, and I can't seek revenge? I see. However, this governor will seek justice for you according to the laws of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, Du Huakai replied. Nangong Xiao and Du Huakai locked eyes, slowly speaking, it's just a small matter, no need for the governor to worry. I can handle it myself. Du Huacai's face turned completely cold. Nangong Xiao, are you challenging this governor's authority? I now command you to have your subordinates lay down their weapons immediately, or they will be killed without mercy. Everyone was somewhat stunned. In the past, when the 10 great families acted, unless the situation was extremely severe, the governor's office would generally not pursue matters too harshly. Usually, they would turn a blind eye. Why suddenly make a move today, especially against the Nangong family? Nangong Xiao was furious, but thinking of the other party's identity, he could only swallow his anger. Since the governor wants to intervene in this matter, I have nothing more to say. That demon Gu Feng has already taken his girlfriend and escaped to the second floor. Du Huakai instructed her aides, send 5 people to bring Gu Feng down. No need, I will surrender. Gu Feng suddenly walked down from the second floor. Qin Luan's face turned anxious. Wasn't this walking into the tiger's den? Although it seemed that this Governor Du was upright and would handle the case fairly. Moreover, Gu Feng was not responsible for Lu Ji's death, but he had killed quite a few people in Yunnan North before. Enough to behead dozens of times. Are you crazy? Gu Feng smiled without saying a word, just carrying Qin Luan and striding towards Du Huakai. He had originally planned to escape with Qin Luan by jumping out of the window from the second floor room. But suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness came from his arms. He reached in to feel, and the Dragon God Order was icy cold. His master had once said that when encountering his senior sister, the Dragon God Order would react. Nangong Zhao's pair of sinister eyes fixed on Gu Feng, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Governor Du, notify me on the day Gu Feng is beheaded and displayed to the public. With that, Nangong Xiao prepared to leave with his men. Du Huakai coldly said, did I let you go? Nangong Xiao was taken aback. What else does Governor Du want? Du Huakai replied, this case is related to you, so you must come with me to the governor's office to cooperate with my investigation. She didn't give Nangong Xiao a chance to speak and directly ordered people to confiscate the weapons of those mercenaries, taking Nangong Xiao, Gu Feng, and Qin Luan away from the Zhangmao auction house. Once they left, the hall full of wealthy people from northern Yunnan erupted in discussion. What exactly is going on? Governor Du rarely meddles in these trivial matters. Why is she acting today? It must be because of that Gu Feng. Recently, he has caused chaos throughout northern Yunnan. Governor Du is responsible for the region's affairs, and with such a big incident, she has to respond. That makes sense, but why take Nangong Xiao as well? I remember the Nangong family has always had a vague relationship with the governor's office. Needless to say, it's just for show. Nangong Xiao brought so many firearms into the country, and with so many witnesses, Governor Du has to put on a performance. Everyone felt this reasoning was quite valid. It was likely that Governor Du would only symbolically punish Nangong Xiao, while Gu Feng clearly faced a grim fate. For a moment, whether they were there to watch the excitement or had deep-seated grudges against Gu Feng, everyone felt a sense of regret. Pei Hongtang was no exception. In just a few days, Gu Feng had stirred up a bloody storm in northern Yunnan, with the young masters of the 10 major families either dead, injured, or terrified. Even Nangong Xiao from the first family couldn't gain any advantage in front of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, with your talent, if you acted more discreetly and had a steadier temperament, your future would be immeasurable. What a pity. In the northern Yunnan governor's prison, in a spacious cell, several prisoners were bowing and scraping around a middle-aged man. They were massaging him, patting his back and flattering him incessantly. Captain Rong, it is truly an honor for us to be in the same cell as you. Thanks to Captain Rong, our meals have improved so much in the past half-month. You must eat first, we only deserve your leftovers. Rong Chang was the captain of the governor's personal guard, but he had been sent to the prison for half a month due to a minor mistake. Naturally, the prisoners were afraid of him and sought to please him. Not to mention, he was also a two-star master. Just as Rong Chang was enjoying the prisoner's services and savoring his meal, the prison door was opened. 2 men were brought in. When Rong Chang saw one of the men, he was immediately shocked. Nangong brother, when did you return to northern Yunnan? Did you come specifically to see me? Rest assured, I can get out tomorrow, and we can go to the Drunken Immortal Tower for drinks. Although Nangong Xiao rarely returned to northern Yunnan, he always made a point to meet with Rong Chang whenever he did. He would occasionally bring various precious gifts for Rong Chang. Therefore, Rong Chang had a very good impression of Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao said, Captain Rong, I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the Drunken Immortal Tower with you tomorrow. Rong Chang was momentarily stunned, but his mind quickly turned, and he soon realized, Nangong brother, you wouldn't be. Nangong Xiao took over. Someone killed Lu Hai and Lu Kuang. You know my wife is from the Lu family, her father and brother are dead, so I must avenge her. The commotion got a bit too loud, so Governor Du invited me here to calm down. Rong Chang was taken aback. Who has the guts to attack someone from the third major family? If it weren't for you, Nangong brother, killing that guy, I would make him regret coming into this world once I get out. I really want to kill that demon myself. Isn't Governor Du arriving just in time? I haven't had the chance to act yet. However, Governor Du said he would handle this matter fairly, so that kid won't live much longer. Rong Chang nodded, shifting his gaze from Nangong Xiao to Gu Feng. Brother Nangong, is this your new subordinate? He has quite a fierce aura about him, his skills should be decent, right? Nangong Zhao's voice was low. This is Gu Feng, who killed my father-in-law and brother-in-law. Tonight, he even personally killed my wife. What? Rong Chang was taken aback, staring intently at Gu Feng. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Nangong Xiao, I admit to what I've done, but your wife was clearly killed because of you. What does that have to do with me? Don't blame everything on me. Look at this demon, still smiling even when death is imminent. Nangong Zhao's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Captain Rong, I truly wish I could tear him to pieces. Letting him die by gunfire is too easy for him. It's just a pity that I'm currently in prison, and Governor Du has warned me sternly. Sigh. Rong Chang, being a seasoned player, could easily catch the underlying meaning in Nangong Zhao's words. He immediately patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder. Brother Nangong, since you can't act, isn't there still me? Gu Feng was a dead man, educating him wouldn't be a problem and could even leave Nangong Xiao indebted to him. Why not take advantage of it? As he spoke, he had already struck out a palm towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you could have lived a few more good days before dying, but unfortunately, you ran into me. This palm was as fast as lightning, carrying immense force, and in an instant, it was before Gu Feng. Gu Feng looked at him coldly, reached out, and firmly grasped Rong Chang's wrist. If you want to use me to gain a favor, you've got the wrong target. Rong Chang's hand exerted force, trying to break free from Gu Feng's grip, but that hand was like a vice. After struggling for a long time, it was all in vain. How could this be? He was a 2-star master. Rong Chang was both shocked and angry. Suddenly, he remembered that Gu Feng had killed Lu Hai, who was also a 2-star master. His strength must be above his own. You, a prisoner, dare to block me? Do you know I am the captain of the governor's personal guard? Seeing that he couldn't free his right hand, Rong Chang simply balled his left fist and struck out, aiming directly at Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow and kicked Rong Chang in the chest. As a 2-star master, Rong Chang's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the prison wall with a thunderous sound. Rong Chang was utterly furious. Kid, you're quite something, even daring to hit the captain of the governor's personal guard. At that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. Gu Feng said indifferently, if you weren't the captain of the governor's personal guard, you would already be a corpse by now. Nangong Xiao frowned. This Gu Feng was simply lawless. Even he, the young master of the first family in northern Yunnan, had to be cautious here, yet Gu Feng completely disregarded everyone. Just then, 2 personal guards walked in. Gu Feng, come with us. The governor wants to see you. Gu Feng nodded and turned to leave with the guards. A fierce light flashed in Rong Chang's eyes as he shouted at the 2 guards, I'm going with you. The guards looked troubled. Captain Rong, the governor specifically requested to see only Gu Feng. Rong Chang roared, are you 2 blind? I've been beaten by this kid, so of course, I need to see the governor. He then said to Nangong Xiao, Brother Nangong, don't worry. I still have some weight in the governor's heart. I will definitely help you fight for Gu Feng's death sentence, and you will execute it. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shao was overjoyed. Thank you. If this works out, Captain Ron will be my lifelong brother. He sneered at Gu Feng. You brought this upon yourself. You could have died without a trace of pain, but you were simply too arrogant. As for me executing you, I will make you understand what true cruelty is. Gu Feng left the cell accompanied by 2 personal guards. As soon as he entered the governor's mansion hall, Rong Chang rushed forward, kneeling on one knee. Governor Du Huakai, draped in a military green coat, looked at him with authority. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't be stepping out of the cell until tomorrow, right? Yes, but... Rong Chang pointed at Gu Feng. He provoked me as soon as he entered the cell and even attacked me. I want to request. Get out. Rong Chang, do you not understand human language? Du Huatsai's eyes narrowed. Rong Chang's heart trembled. He had followed Du Huakai for many years and knew that once she made that gesture, she was already angry. He had no choice but to shut up. I obey your orders. Why does Governor Du seem so strange today? The 2 personal guards left the hall with him, closing the heavy door behind them. One of them said, Captain, Gu Feng not only killed Lu Hai and Lu Quan but also Li Ziang and Zhang Tao. He has blood on his hands from who knows how many lives. The governor is troubled by this. So that's it. Rong Cheng understood. Although Yunnan was chaotic, it hadn't stirred up such a big commotion in many years. The governor must be seething with anger, wanting to deal with that demon Gu Feng personally. That's fine. He didn't return to the cell but waited outside the hall. He would wait for Governor Du to vent her anger on Gu Feng and then make his request. Surely the governor wouldn't mind letting him take out his frustrations on Gu Feng. Inside the hall, only Gu Feng and Du Huakai remained. They looked at each other, and Du Huakai spoke first. Gu Feng, you have some nerve to impersonate the warden of Long Island Prison. Gu Feng smiled. Senior sister, I did not impersonate anyone. Impudent! Du Huakai shouted. How dare you try to get close to me? Don't I know I have a junior brother? Gu Feng took out the Dragon God token. In the years you have been away from Long Island, there are naturally many things you do not know. I have this as proof. As he spoke, he tossed the Dragon God token to Du Huakai. The moment it landed in her palm, Du Huakai knew it was genuine. She had dripped blood on the Dragon God token before, making it easy for her to discern its authenticity. But her expression remained serious. Even if you have the Dragon God token, it does not prove you are the warden of Long Island Prison. Who knows if this token was stolen by you or obtained through some other means? Although her master was stationed at Long Island Prison, if he willingly chose, the Dragon God token would be nearly impossible to appear in someone else's hands. But given the gravity of the matter, caution was still necessary. In fact, the reason she had made such a big move this time was that she had heard Gu Feng was the warden of Long Island Prison. She came from Long Island Prison and knew very well who the true master of Long Island Prison was. If someone dared to impersonate the warden, she naturally had to capture them for questioning. Otherwise, a mere Gu Feng, if killed by Nangong Shao, would be just that. She wouldn't pay much attention to it. Gu Feng was not flustered. He took out several letters from his pocket and pulled out one with the character Du written on the cover, handing it to Du Huakai. My master said that when I meet my senior sister, I should present this letter. Du Huakai took the letter with suspicion and opened it to read carefully. Halfway through, a smile appeared on her lips. The handwriting on the letter was indeed that of her master, Tang Wanner. The old man really doesn't keep his word. He drove us all out of Long Island Prison years ago and declared he would never take in disciples again, yet secretly took in a junior brother behind our backs. She grabbed Gu Feng's hand. Go, quickly take a shower, you're covered in blood and dirt. What a sight. When they reached the second floor, she pointed to the left and said, the bathroom is over there. You go wash up first, and I'll find you some clothes. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. He was covered in the blood of Lu Ji and Qin Luan, sticky and uncomfortable. However, as soon as he entered the bathroom, he was taken aback. The decor of the bathroom was filled with a feminine touch, with pink tiles adorning the floor and walls. More importantly, various types of women's intimate clothing hung inside, dazzling to the eyes. He took a few steps back out. Senior sister, is there another bathroom? There isn't. I live alone in the governor's mansion, and the servants all stay outside. Why would I need so many bathrooms? What? You don't want to use the bathroom that your senior sister has used? Gu Feng quickly clarified. How could that be? It's just that as a big man, it feels a bit strange to shower in there. Besides, senior sister, we just recognized each other, and you're being too bold. But before Gu Feng could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Du Huakai. Then hurry up and wash. I haven't heard any news about Long Island Prison for a long time, mainly because Master doesn't allow inquiries. When you come out, we can talk about it properly. Gu Feng had no choice but to brace himself and enter the bathroom. Du Huakai listened to the sound of water splashing from inside, reminiscing about the words in the letter from her master. Gu Feng was a rare true dragon's sacred body in the world. Indeed, there was only this one sentence in the letter, yet it stirred her heart. The 7 sisters had lived in Long Island prison since childhood, and the reason they were driven away by their master was that each of them had a calamity to face. In the past, the master tried various methods, but none were effective, so he sent them away to find the true dragon's sacred body. Because the calamities they bore could only be resolved by the yang essence of the true dragon's sacred body. Ever since I became the governor of Yunnan, I've been searching for the true dragon's sacred body, but unfortunately, there have been no leads for years. I never expected, that my junior brother would actually be the true dragon's sacred body. With my junior brother here, I won't have to worry about my calamity every day. But, I just recognized my junior brother. Is it too presumptuous to ask him for his yang essence right away? She rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. She hurried into the bedroom, took off her military coat, and rummaged through the wardrobe for suitable clothes. When Gu Feng was almost done showering, the doorknob of the bathroom suddenly began to shake up and down. Immediately after, he heard Du Huatsai's dissatisfied voice. Junior brother, are you guarding against thieves in there? Why did you lock the bathroom door? Senior sister, what's wrong? Du Huakai replied, what do you think? Hurry up and open the door, I found a set of clothes for you. You can just leave it outside. I just want you to open a crack. What? You don't think your senior sister wants to peek at you, do you? I'm the governor, and I have no interest in men. That said, you are my junior brother, so what's wrong with me taking a look? Forget it, the clothes are at the door, remember to wear them. Am I not supposed to wear them? After getting dressed, Gu Feng felt a wave of refreshment. However, when he saw Du Huakai sitting on the sofa, he was momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, Du Huakai was still wearing a military coat, long pants, and military boots, exuding the authority of a superior. Now, she was only in a light yellow short skirt that barely covered her knees. Her jade-like legs were slightly together, with a portion of the skirt caught in between. Her delicate collarbone was hidden beneath cascading black hair, barely visible. A face even more beautiful than Luji's wore a faint smile. In just a few minutes, Du Huakai transformed from the imposing governor into the gentle neighborly sister. Junior brother, how long are you planning to stare at your senior sister? Du Huakai suddenly spoke, her voice soft and gentle. Gu Feng suddenly came to his senses, feeling a bit awkward. I thought someone like senior sister wouldn't wear such a sweet short skirt. Do you think I want to wear an ugly and stuffy military coat? But in my position, I can only dress like this in front of outsiders to maintain my image. However, since you are my junior brother, I can dress casually. She patted the sofa. Come here and tell me about things on Dragon Island. Gu Feng sat down beside Du Huakai, organized his thoughts, and began recounting from the moment he was taken to the Dragon Island prison. There wasn't much to say, as most of his time in the Dragon Island prison was spent either cultivating or managing the prisoners during his leisure time. In just a couple of hours, he briefly covered his 5 years of experience. He also told Du Huakai about the news of their master passing away 2 years ago. Surprisingly, senior sister didn't seem as heartbroken as he had imagined. According to her, everyone has to die eventually, and besides, the old man lived for over 100 years, so it's a good thing that he passed away peacefully. There's no need to be sad. Gu Feng was taken aback. It was the first time he learned about his master's age. He didn't expect him to be over 100. Did that mean his master's wife was at least in her 80s or 90s? That shouldn't be the case. If she were in her 80s or 90s, how could she look like a beautiful woman in her 30s? Du Huakai suddenly said, Junior brother, after 5 years of hard cultivation, what level have you reached now? Well, I don't really know. Anyway, my master's wife once said that in this vast world, not many people are my match, Gu Feng replied honestly. Du Huakai stood up. Come on, let me test your strength. I'm afraid I might hurt senior sister. Do you think I got to be the governor of Yunnan North by being weak? I'm the pinnacle of combat power in Yunnan North. Come on, show me what you've got. Gu Feng had no choice but to stand up as well. Du Huakai wasted no time and launched a swift kick aimed at Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng didn't expect senior sister to attack without any warning. In a moment of distraction, her leg was already right in front of him. He focused his gaze, raised his arm, and swiftly grabbed Du Huatsai's ankle. With a gentle twist, her delicate body spun 360 degrees in the air, and she fell backward. Not bad, Du Huakai praised as she was about to hit the ground, suddenly exerting force from her abdomen, her body instantly bouncing back up, throwing a punch at Gu Feng. The punch was small but incredibly powerful. In that instant, the force was unleashed. The decorative items on the coffee table were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Gu Feng also threw a punch in response. He intended to meet Du Huakai head-on but was worried about hurting her. In a split second, he shifted his punch a few inches to the left. The next moment, Gu Feng felt as if he had punched a cloud. Du Huakai flew backward, her body crashing heavily onto the dining table behind her. The tremendous force caused the table to slide across the floor until it finally stopped against the solid wall. Gu Feng's expression changed, and he hurried over to help senior sister up. Du Huakai said irritably, "Junior brother, you could have been gentler." Didn't senior sister say she was the top combat power in Yunnan North? So I used all my strength. In reality, fearing he might hurt Du Huakai, Gu Feng had only used 50% of his strength. Since senior sister claimed to be the top combat power in Yunnan North, he thought using 50% of his strength would allow them to fight evenly. Who knew that this so-called top combat power in Yunnan North couldn't even withstand his 50%? However, he certainly couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, senior sister would lose face. You really don't know how to cherish a lady, Du Huakai muttered. Gu Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Fortunately, senior sister only grumbled that one line and didn't dwell on the topic any longer. Has master taught you the yellow dragon exploration technique? Gu Feng replied, I have mastered it. The yellow dragon exploration technique is a massage method used for healing and saving lives. Once mastered, it can resolve most difficult ailments with ease. Now that you've injured senior sister, you must heal me, Du Huakai said. Of course. Du Huakai pulled Gu Feng into her bedroom and then lay down on her back. Come on. Seeing the waves of her figure, Gu Feng felt a bit awkward. Senior sister, you can lie on your stomach. I was injured on my front, why should I lie on my stomach? Du Huakai asked, dissatisfied. Senior sister, you have an internal injury, lying on your stomach is fine, and it's easier for me to work. Moreover, although senior sister looked quite disheveled from the beating, he had only used half his strength, so she wasn't seriously hurt. To be honest, with senior sister's strength, she could recover in a few days. However, since she asked him to heal her, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, Du Huakai turned over. Gu Feng approached, his hands resting on the fabric of Du Huacai's short skirt. Even through the layer of cloth, he could feel the delicacy and smoothness of her skin. He really didn't know how she maintained her skin. For someone who practiced martial arts, hers was even better than that of an 18-year-old maiden. As he pondered, his fingers began to move. With his actions, Du Huakai felt a warm current entering her body, as if her internal organs were being soaked in a gentle spring. A mischievous glint flashed in Du Huacai's beautiful eyes. She deliberately let out a few soft sounds. Gu Feng felt a bit flustered. Senior sister, please be a little quieter, it's distracting. Well, if you're pressing so comfortably, how can I help it? Besides, I haven't made any strange noises, have I? Why are you distracted? Though she said this, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Little junior brother, hurry up and give me your yang essence. Once the calamity disappears, I will no longer be bound. Gu Feng, of course, had no idea what Du Huakai was thinking. He continued his movements, the Tianyan dragon god technique silently operating within him. Soon, the restless blood calmed down, and the yellow dragon exploration technique became even more proficient. Originally, Du Huakai was waiting for Gu Feng to make further moves, but her earlier words were true. The yellow dragon exploration technique was indeed very comfortable for her, and even the miscellaneous thoughts in her mind gradually faded away as she enjoyed a moment of comfort and peace. Her eyelids grew heavier. By the time Gu Feng stopped, Du Huakai had completely fallen asleep. Her breathing became very even, and a smile lingered at the corners of her rosy lips. Gu Feng covered her with a blanket and then sat cross-legged on a chair, closing his eyes to circulate his mind method, silently cultivating. Rongchang had been waiting outside the hall for an entire night. In the latter half of the night, he could no longer hold on and leaned against the wall for a short nap. But when he woke up, the two doors of the hall were still tightly shut. He frowned and asked the guard at the door, it's been a whole night, has Governor Do not come out? Receiving a negative answer, he asked again, what about Gu Feng? Has he come out? No, the guard replied. How could this be? Even if Governor Du wanted to teach Gu Feng a lesson, she couldn't possibly do it for an entire night, right? The second floor of the governor's mansion was where Governor Du lived. Although she had received guests, she had never kept them inside for a whole night. Not to mention, Gu Feng was a man. His mind raced, and suddenly he thought something was wrong and rushed inside. The two guards' expressions changed. Captain Rome, you absolutely cannot. Governor Du has said that without her orders, no one is allowed to enter. Rome Chang shouted urgently, get out of the way quickly, Governor Du may be in danger. He knew that his thought was somewhat ridiculous. After all, Governor Du could become the governor of northern Yunnan, and his personal strength was undoubtedly unquestionable. But Gu Feng was by no means an ordinary person. He could kill a 2-star master, LV High, with a single punch, and he could also escape unscathed under the muzzles of countless guns. Who knew what his true strength was? Governor Du would never allow any man to stay in her residence for an entire night. It was very likely that Gu Feng had already poisoned him. The 2 bodyguards were taken aback. Impossible, right? There's nothing impossible about it. Gu Feng is a madman. You all know how many people he has killed. He can do anything. The expressions of the 2 bodyguards changed drastically. Their Governor Du wouldn't really die quietly, would she? The 2 quickly made way. Rong Chang rushed in directly, taking the lead. Seeing that the hall was empty, his heart sank sharply, and he hurried toward the 2nd floor. The living room on the 2nd floor was in disarray. Cups and dishes were scattered on the floor, shattered into pieces. It was a complete mess. Rong Chang's heart sank to the bottom. Governor, Governor, he shouted while opening door after door on the 2nd floor. He had never been to the 2nd floor and had no idea which room belonged to Du Huakai, so he could only search room by room. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the opposite room. Rong Chang turned to see Governor Du walking out from the room across the hall. Governor, you're okay, that's great. I thought. He couldn't finish his sentence because he felt that today Governor Du was somewhat different. He couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Governor Du was actually wearing a short skirt? What was going on? He had followed Governor Du for many years, and she had always been in military attire. Was today the day the sun rose from the west? Or was it that Governor Du always maintained a stern demeanor in front of others but hid a girlish heart inside? What's wrong? At that moment, another voice came from Du Huatsai's room, and Gu Feng walked out from inside. Rong Cheng's eyes instantly widened larger than copper bells, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What was going on? Why was Gu Feng coming out of Governor Du's room? Did they spend the whole night in the bedroom together? Looking at Governor Du's light yellow short skirt, an extremely bold guess suddenly surged in Rong Cheng's mind. But, how could this be possible? Du Huakai was the governor of northern Yunnan, with unparalleled strength and immense power. And Gu Feng was just a prisoner. How could these two possibly come together? Get out. No one is allowed to step in here without my command. Du Huakai knew that Rong Cheng was worried about her safety, so she didn't punish him too harshly. Yes. Rong Cheng dared not say more and quickly turned to run away. Du Huakai felt somewhat frustrated as she entered the kitchen. How did she fall asleep without realizing it yesterday? It was a complete waste of a great opportunity. But thinking about it now was useless. While personally preparing breakfast for Gu Feng, she began to talk about recent events in northern Yunnan. Little junior brother, you've caused quite a stir in northern Yunnan lately. Gu Feng smiled helplessly. If I had known my senior sister was the governor of northern Yunnan, I would have definitely restrained myself a bit. Causing so many deaths, has it made things difficult for you? Hee, just the 10 great families, I don't take them seriously. On my territory, you can do whatever you want. Not to mention you only killed this many people. Even if you wiped out all 10 great families, what would it matter? Gu Feng said, I haven't gone that insane yet, and I have my own reasons for killing those people. If my senior sister wants to hear, I can explain. Gu Feng had never cared about others' opinions, but his senior sister was different after all. Little did Du Huakai know, she extended her delicate fingers, gently resting them against his lips, and softly said, little junior brother, do whatever you wish. No matter the consequences, your senior sister will bear them for you. Gu Feng didn't know what to say. Her words left him somewhat flattered and astonished. Although they were nominally senior and junior siblings, they had only met for the first time yesterday. Du Huakai saw through his thoughts. You are the only male disciple under Master. Now that Master has passed away and the mistress is guarding Dragon Island, if we senior sisters do not cherish you, who will? After a pause, she added, do you want to personally kill Nangong Xiao? Yes. Gu Feng answered without hesitation. If he hadn't arrived in time, Qin Luan would have likely been torn apart by Nangong Xiao. Du Huakai nodded and called Rong Cheng over. Rong Cheng, from now on, you will fully cooperate with Gu Feng in whatever he needs to do, understood? Rong Cheng knelt on one knee, understood. Du Huakai said to Gu Feng, go ahead. After you finish, take Qin Luan back first, but you must come back to the governor's office tonight. I have something to discuss with you. The matters that couldn't be resolved yesterday must be tackled again today. Gu Feng and Rong Cheng left the governor's office and returned to the prison. You go bring Nangong Xiao to your office, and I will go get Qin Luan. Yes. Rong Cheng's voice was loud as he took out his walkie-talkie to have his subordinates assist Gu Feng in everything, then went to find Nangong Xiao.
Nangong brother, come with me to my office.
Nangong Xiao was overjoyed upon hearing this. It seemed Rong Chang had already taken care of things. Upon arriving at the office, he looked around and saw no one, feeling somewhat puzzled. Where is Gu Feng? He'll be here shortly. Sure enough, a few minutes later, not only did Gu Feng arrive, but the disfigured Qin Luan also came. Seeing Qin Luan's shattered face, Nangong Xiao thought of his deceased wife, Lu Ji. Before Lu Ji died, her beautiful face had been slashed 3 times by Gu Feng.
Gu Feng, you deserve to die. Do you know how much I loved my wife?
Today, I will let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Nangong Zhao's eyes turned bloodshot, and in a flash, he lunged towards Qin Luan. In an instant, countless torturous methods to torment Qin Luan flashed through his mind. He wanted Gu Feng to watch Qin Luan die before using the same methods to send Gu Feng on his way.
Only then would it be enough to honor the unclear death of Heir.
A sudden sharp pain struck his lower abdomen, and Nangong Xiao was sent flying out, the office desk collapsing with a loud crash, along with 2 computers shattering into pieces, screens scattered everywhere. Nangong Xiao got up from the ground, his face as dark as water. Gu Feng, since you don't like standing, I will break your limbs so you can lie down and taste this despair.
Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Do you have that kind of strength?
Just now, I was caught off guard by you. I admit I am no match for Governor Du, but dealing with you is as easy as pie.
Boom! As these words fell, a mighty aura surged from Nangong Zhao's body, shooting into the sky. His black hair stood on end, moving without wind. He resembled a demon god, descending upon the world.
Rong Chang was taken aback. You have already entered the ranks of 5-star masters. He remembered that half a year ago, Nangong Xiao had just reached the peak of 4-star master. Who would have thought that in just 6 months, his strength had improved again? Nangong Xiao did not respond, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and tiger, appearing before Gu Feng in an instant, ready to make a move. Gu Feng had already anticipated this, and he threw a powerful punch.
This punch, it seemed to have a dragon's roar. Boom boom boom.
Explosive power suddenly erupted from Nangong Zhao's chest. His entire body rippled with muscle, and his bones shattered inch by inch. He was sent flying again. Like a pile of mud, he crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. But he was not dead. Gu Feng walked over, squatting in front of him. Nangong Xiao, it's time for you to go down and reunite with your wife. Nangong Xiao was filled with a mix of fear and dread. In his lifetime of military service, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Why was Gu Feng able to be this strong? In a direct confrontation, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from the other party? What kind of monster was this person? Coming back to his senses, he immediately shouted with the little strength he had left, Captain Rong, hurry and call someone in, this madman Gu Feng wants to kill me. Rong Chang took a deep breath, neither pulling out his walkie-talkie nor leaving the place. He simply turned his head to look out the window, as if he could neither see nor hear anything happening in the office. Nangong Xiao was not a fool. Seeing this, he suddenly understood a lot. He forced a bitter smile. Gu Feng, who on earth are you? A person who dared to kill in front of the captain of the governor's personal guard, someone even Governor Du did not dare to touch. What kind of extraordinary background must he have? Nangong Xiao knew that he was undoubtedly going to die today, but before dying, he had to understand which giant he had offended. You don't have the right to know, Gu Feng said indifferently, then called Qin Luan over and tossed her a short knife. You do it.
Qin Luan was taken aback. Me, really? You were disfigured by him, don't you want revenge?
Qin Luan glanced at Rong Chang, who still seemed to be looking out the window as if he hadn't heard anything, and a surge of determination rose in her heart. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into Nangong Zhao's face repeatedly, stabbing him over a dozen times. That handsome face, once as sharp as a knife, was instantly unrecognizable.
Nangong Xiao,
a master of the 5-star level, the second young master of the first family in northern Yunnan.
Dead.
Captain Rong, I'll leave the body to you to handle, Gu Feng said.
Rong Chang quickly replied, it's part of my duty, how could it be a trouble?
Gu Feng nodded, no longer lingering, and left the governor's mansion with Qin Luan. Along the way, Qin Luan was very downcast, keeping her head down and silent.
Gu Feng asked, what's wrong? Isn't killing Nangong Xiao enough to vent your anger?
It's not, it's just my face. Qin Luan couldn't continue, her eyes reddening. Despite desperately holding back, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. As they ran over the wounds on her face, the pain was unbearable.
Gu Feng, am I going to have to live with this ugly face for the rest of my life? I'm so scared.
Gu Feng comforted her, don't worry, I can heal you.
Really? Qin Luan was somewhat skeptical. Isn't Qingning a living example? You've seen the changes in her, right? The image of Gu Qingning's beautiful face unconsciously appeared in Qin Luan's mind.
She instantly turned her tears into a smile.
Gu Feng could restore Qingning's beauty to the peak of 18, he could surely restore her appearance to its original state. After returning home, Qin Huaijiang, who hadn't slept all night, finally felt relieved when he saw his daughter return safely. Gu Feng coldly ran and instructed him to immediately send some medicinal materials to the Qin family. By the time they returned home after paying respects to Qin Luan's mother, the medicinal materials had all been delivered. Gu Feng wasted no time and began to prepare needles and medicine for Qin Luan. He was busy until nightfall before he finally had some free time. After giving Qin Luan some prohibitive instructions, he went out to find his senior sister. Entering the governor's mansion without any hindrance, Gu Feng met his senior sister Du Huakai in the hall. Du Huakai, dressed in official attire, exuded an air of authority. After dismissing the servants, her eyes returned to the tenderness of the previous night. Xiao Feng, my dear junior, I'd like to ask you for a favor, do you think you can help? Gu Feng smiled and said, sister's matters are my matters. Du Huakai pondered for a moment. The day before yesterday, the top scholar of the Divine Dragon Nation, Xiao Qianxue, departed from the Neon Nation and landed at the international airport of the Tai Nation. Xiao Qianxue studied in the Neon Nation for 2 years, excelling in every aspect, especially in her in-depth research on photolithography machines. The Neon Nation had even wanted to keep her with a high salary, but Xiao insisted on using her talents to serve the Divine Dragon Nation. The higher-ups received news that the Neon country did not want Xiao to return to her homeland smoothly. They feared the accusations from the international court and did not dare to act on their own soil, so it was highly likely they had set an ambush along Zhao's route home. The great country was very close to Northern Dian, so the Northern Dian governor's office dispatched a dozen skilled individuals to the great country to secretly protect Zhao's safety. Over the past 2 days, Xiao had already been attacked 3 times, all of which were thwarted by my subordinates. Tomorrow morning, Xiao would enter the country from Northern Dian and safely set foot on her homeland's soil. Gu Feng fell silent for a moment. So, senior sister, what do I need to do? Du Huakai said, the closer we get to the border, the more uneasy I feel. The subordinates I sent out have suffered considerable losses, and I fear they may encounter unforeseen circumstances that they cannot handle. Your strength surpasses that of my subordinates. Therefore, I hope you can go out of the country. With you escorting her in secret, Xiao will surely arrive safely in Northern Dian. Once she enters the territory of the Divine Dragon Country, we need not worry about the Neon Country's people causing trouble. I see. I'll set off right away. Gu Feng did not ask anything further and directly agreed. Du Huakai gave Gu Feng a call. Feng Qingshu, the deputy governor of Northern Dian, my right-hand man and the person in charge of this mission. After you leave the country, you can call him. She then tossed Gu Feng a set of keys. This is my car key. Your helicopter has been pulled out from Tsangyu Mountain for repairs, and it won't be ready for a while, so you'll have to make do with my car. Gu Feng took the keys and turned to leave. Watching her junior brother's back, Du Huakai sighed softly. Originally, she had called Gu Feng over to continue what happened last night. But in the afternoon, a call came from the higher-ups, saying there had been unrest in Northern Dian and that she needed to investigate thoroughly. The caller held a high position, although she was not afraid, if she did not at least put on a show, her junior brother might run into significant trouble. Thus, she could only assign this task to her junior brother, allowing him to gain some experience while she could operate more smoothly later. Damn it, among the 10 clans of Northern Dian, someone actually managed to contact someone at that level. But it's fine, we are close to Northern Dian now, and the Neon country shouldn't make any more moves. If they do, with my junior brother's skills, he should be able to handle it. Gu Feng drove his senior sister's Land Rover, crossed the border, called Feng Qingshu to confirm the location, and then continued to speed along. Finally, at 2 in the morning, he met up with several people at a barbecue restaurant on the border with Myanmar. A few burly men were gathered around, eating barbecue, and in the middle sat a girl in her 20s, looking quiet and demure. Governor Feng. While in the car, his senior sister had already sent him photos of the people. So as soon as he entered the restaurant, he recognized them. After greeting them, he sat down. The men who had been drinking and toasting all stopped, looking at him coldly without saying a word. Gu Feng thought they did not know who he was, so he said, Governor Du sent me to assist you in completing this mission. The governor has already called me and shown me your photo, Feng Qingshu said with a smile. So, who exactly are you to the governor? She not only let you join the mission midway but also lent you her special car. In Feng Qingshu's impression, it was the first time Governor Du had lent her car to an outsider. Gu Feng did not hide it. I am her junior brother. No wonder, Feng Qingshu suddenly understood. Come, eat. After we finish, we still have to continue on our way. Gu Feng was indeed hungry and did not decline.
However, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly cold. Only Gu Feng and Feng Qingshu were eating, while the others had stopped using their chopsticks. The quiet girl had wanted to eat a bit more, but perhaps sensing the unusual atmosphere, she took a skewer of meat, took a couple of bites, and then silently set it down.
Gu Feng asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating? Have you all had enough?" Feng Qingshu also said, "Hurry up and eat. Only when you're full will you have the energy to drive. I want you all to stay alert on the last stretch of the road. I don't want any mistakes." Suddenly, a lean man slammed the table and shouted, "Governor Feng, I refuse to accept this." His name was Zhong Yaoming, one of the top fighters in the governor's office.
"We were executing our mission just fine, so why does this kid have to come in and meddle? In the end, we do the work, and he wants to take part of the credit. I refuse to accept it." Seeing someone break the ice, the others immediately chimed in. "Exactly. When we set out on this mission, there were 15 of us, and now only 5 are left. We bled and sweated. Why should we share the credit with some kid who just popped up out of nowhere?"
Governor Du is being a bit too biased this time. "Enough!" Feng Qingshu shouted, "What are you all? How dare you question the governor's arrangements here? If you're so capable, why not call the governor directly instead of arguing with me?" The crowd fell silent at his outburst. Feng Qingshu turned to Gu Feng. "I'm sorry, Brother Gu. Too many companions have died these days, and my subordinates are already feeling uneasy, harboring some resentment. I hope you can understand." Gu Feng was unconcerned. "Don't worry, I'm just here to assist you in completing the mission. I don't care about the credit." This little credit truly didn't matter to Gu Feng. If it weren't for his senior sister asking him for help, he wouldn't have come here at all. "Assist?" Zhong Yaoming sneered. "Do you even know your own worth? With you here, we'd be lucky if you don't become a burden." Gu Feng's expression turned cold. "How about I let you see my worth?"
"Sure." Zhong Yaoming rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. "Let's see if I can crush you with one hand."
"Enough! Zhong Yaoming, do you really want to stir up trouble during the mission?"
Zhong Yaoming's face turned ashen with anger. "Governor Feng, we are only a few hours away from the border, and we've already wiped out all the Neon people along the way.
The mission is already a complete success. I just refuse to accept it. My brother died in this mission. Why should an unrelated person join halfway through?
The honor and credit my brother earned with his life, and this kid gets to take it just by lying there. Why should that be?"
Everyone, please stop arguing."
The quiet girl finally stood up. "It's all Qianshue's fault for causing trouble for everyone." It turned out she was Xiao Qianxue.
After disembarking from the great nation, Xiao Qianxue had been traveling to Myanmar under the protection of several bodyguards, planning to enter Yunnan from the southern border of Myanmar.
However, they encountered several assassination attempts before even leaving the great nation, and all the bodyguards were killed. Fortunately, the Yunnan side was prepared and managed to rescue Xiao Qianxue. After that, everyone surrounded Xiao Qianxue's vehicle in the middle, forming a protective barrier. They traveled all the way to the southern border of Myanmar, not far from home, but after a long journey, they had no choice but to stop and eat something.
"Shut up!" Zhong Yaoming yelled. "It's all because of you that so many of us died. I really don't know what your value is." Xiao Qianxue lowered her head, remaining silent.
Suddenly, a roar of engines came from outside the shop. Several neon men with handlebar mustaches and swords at their waists rushed in.
"Ha, foolish people from the Divine Dragon Nation, do you think you're safe just because you've reached the border? Little do you know, you will never set foot on the land of the Divine Dragon Nation again."
Feng Qingshu's expression darkened. He didn't expect the neon people to refuse to give up.
"Zhong Yaoming, you take Miss Xiao out the back door, we'll handle things here."
He could sense that the few neon people who had come were not weak. With Xiao Qianxue left here, they would have to divide their attention to protect her.
Zhong Yaoming didn't waste any words, picking up Xiao Qianxue and sprinting towards the back door.
Gu Feng hesitated for a moment but also headed for the back door. The few people from the governor's mansion saw him actually following and were instantly furious. "Damn it, he was so tough just now, I really thought he had some skills. Turns out he just came to take credit, seeing the situation go south and running away.
How can someone like this be Du Governor's junior?"
Feng Qingshu growled. "Enough talk. It's good that he's gone, at least he won't be a burden to us.
Everyone, focus and prepare to face the enemy." Then, a mighty aura burst forth from his body. "You persistent little devils, today I, Feng Qingshu, will bury you in a foreign land."
Zhong Yaoming got Xiao Qianxue into the car and sped away, planning to call Governor Du after they had put some distance between them to check on the situation. The car had just turned a corner and entered another street when a black SUV came crashing head-on.
Zhong Yaoming was taken aback, quickly yanking the steering wheel, but still couldn't avoid it.
The tires screeched with a harsh sound, sparks flew,
and the car was pushed sideways, crashing against the wall on the side of the street. Two neon people jumped out of the SUV, looking smug. Run, where do you think you're going? Since we neon won't allow Xiao Qianxue to set foot in the dragon country, she can never go back. Zhong Yaoming punched through the windshield, pulling Xiao Qianxue out from inside. Miss Xiao, you go first, Xiao Qianxue replied with a okay, and turned to run. She knew she was powerless and staying here would only be a burden. Once she was far away, Zhong Yaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his sharp gaze towards the two neon people. With me from the Yunnan governor's mansion here, you can't harm Miss Xiao in the slightest. Ha ha ha. The two neon people erupted in thunderous laughter, their overwhelming aura pouring out. Zhong Yaoming's face changed in shock. You are all 3-star masters. He was barely at the peak of 2-star master. How could he be a match for two 3-star masters? One of the neon people said, kneel down and serve our neon country, and I will spare your life. Zhong Yaoming roared, wishful thinking. Today, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Ha 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 ha. The Yunnan governor's mansion is just a bunch of local chickens and dogs. Even if Governor Du himself comes, we still have the strength to fight. You, a mere 2-star peak, dare to boast? Killing you is like killing a chicken. The neon person's iron fist came crashing down. Zhong Yaoming gathered all his energy into his fist, ready to fight to the death. Better to die in battle than to live in shame. Just at that moment, a hand silently reached out from behind him, grabbing the neon person's iron fist. The hand closed into a fist, and the neon person's right arm instantly exploded. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. Just a mere island ant, my intervention is enough, no need to trouble my senior sister. Zhong Yaoming turned in shock to see that standing beside him was Gu Feng. When did he stand next to me? How could he disable a 3-star master's hand in an instant? Kid, you're looking for death. The neon person roared in anger, kicking out, while the other neon person, seeing his companion's hand disabled, charged in with a katana. Gu Feng raised both hands, lightning fast, and struck down on the heads of the two neon people. Crack! Crack! Two heads shattered. Gu Feng glanced at Zhong Yaoming, and in a flash, he had disappeared into the night. Zhong Yaoming stood there, dumbfounded. These were two 3-star masters. Even though he had resolved to fight to the death, he had no confidence in surviving 10 rounds against these two. Yet, in an instant, they had perished at Gu Feng's hands. In a foreign land, now separated from the officials of the Yunnan province, Xiao Qianxue felt like a rootless floating weed, unsure of where to escape. She could only run to where there were more people. As she dashed into a main street, 2 cars roared towards her from a distance. Xiao Qianxue, now you're all alone, why bother wasting your energy? The neon people in the car shouted wildly while arrogantly honking the horn. Xiao Qianxue's heart raced with fear, but her feet did not stop. She turned and rushed into a nearby small inn. She absolutely could not be killed. If she died here, wouldn't those who died for her be sacrificed in vain? She sprinted up to the 2nd floor of the inn, flung open a window, and jumped down without hesitation. Thud! She landed hard on the solid ground. Enduring the excruciating pain in her body, she got up and continued to run, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Her foot was broken. Quick, quick! She jumped out of this window, chase her. You filthy bitch, the neon country gave you such generous treatment, yet you want to go back home, you ungrateful thing. When we catch her, don't kill her right away. I heard the women of the divine dragon country are very moist. Let's have our fun first before we kill her. Right, we need to record a video and post it online. The people of the divine dragon country will be furious when they see it. From the 2nd floor window came unbearable shouts. Xiao Qianxue felt a deep sadness and despair. The neon people had already set a trap. Tonight, she could hardly escape death. The shouts of the neon people faded, and footsteps approached from behind. It seemed someone had already jumped down from the window, ready to take her life. She no longer hesitated, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and aimed for her delicate neck. Even if she had to die, she could not be defiled by the people of the neon country. This was the only thing she could do. However, a steady and strong hand seized her petite wrist. No matter how hard she struggled, the dagger, only inches from her neck, could not advance an inch further. Xiao Qianxue was utterly hopeless. She couldn't even die. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed, "You beasts, despicable neon people, may you never die a good death. Today, I, Xiao Qianxue, am humiliated. One day, my divine dragon country will make you pay in blood for your debts." However, the imagined humiliation did not come. Her dagger was knocked away, and in the darkness, that person carried her on their back and walked out of the alley. Xiao Qianxue was filled with suspicion, peering closely. In the dim light outside the alley, she saw a young and handsome face. Wasn't this the young man who had just driven the Land Rover and joined the mission halfway? Did those neon people all die? After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "They're dead. What's your name?" "Gu Feng." Xiao Qianxue silently noted this name in her heart. She didn't know where Gu Feng was taking her, but she didn't ask. Just leaning against this solid back gave her a sense of security. The tense string in her mind completely relaxed at that moment, and her head tilted. She fainted. The barbecue shop. The fierce battle was in full swing, and the shop was a mess. Boom! Oda Masanobu threw another punch, smashing into Feng Qingshu's chest. Wounded all over, Feng Qingshu could no longer hold on and collapsed into a pool of blood. "Feng Jun, being able to fight with me for so long, I must say, I admire you." Oda Masanobu stepped on Feng Qingshu's face. "With your strength, I could have kept you under my command to serve the Neon Country, but unfortunately, you have the blood of the Divine Dragon Country in you, so I can only ask you to die." Feng Qingshu glared at Oda Masanobu. "A true man born in this world fears not death. Today, I die here, but Miss Xiao can safely return to the territory of the Divine Dragon Country. That is enough." Dying at the hands of the Neon people, Feng Qingshu was unwilling. But the opponent was a peak 5-star master, while he was only a mid-level 5-star master. To have held on until now was entirely due to his tenacious willpower. Oda Masanobu laughed heartily. "How pathetic, truly pathetic, foolish people of the Divine Dragon Nation. Do you think Xiao Qianxue can escape from my 5-finger mountain? Let me tell you, we have long set up a net of heaven and earth here. Besides us, there are 6 or 7 other strong warriors from the Neon Nation. Although they are all 2 or 3-star masters, it seems that only one peak 2-star master is escorting Xiao Qianxue. Tell me, how can Xiao Qianxue survive?" Feng Qingshu's eyes were about to burst. He had thought about why Oda Masanobu didn't split his forces to chase after Xiao Qianxue when he saw her being taken away. It turned out he had a backup plan. "Oda Masanobu, I curse you." Feng Jun, your anger is truly delightful, so just wait a little longer to die. I look forward to seeing the expression on your face when Xiao Qianxue's corpse is placed before you. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Oda Masanobu looked up and saw Gu Feng carrying Xiao Qianxue towards him. He remembered this young man. Not long after Xiao Qianxue was taken away, this young man had also left. "What happened to my subordinates?" Gu Feng replied, "I killed them." Oda Masanobu was taken aback, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. "Not bad, young man. I couldn't tell at first glance that you had the strength to kill 2 or 3-star masters. How about we make a deal? You hand over Xiao Qianxue to me, and I will let Governor Feng go." Feng Qingshu shouted, "Don't listen to him, run as far as you can." "Shut up." Oda Masanobu stepped down hard, directly deforming Feng Qingshu's face. "Alright," Gu Feng said, "you come and take her." Oda Masanobu shook his head. "You bring her to me." Gu Feng nodded and continued walking towards him. Feng Qingshu shouted, "Gu Feng, how can you trust the words of the Neon people? They are inherently treacherous. If you hand over Miss Xiao, not only will he not let me go, but he will also kill you too. Run. You talk too much." Oda Masanobu stomped down again, burying half of Feng Qingshu's head into the ground. He smiled at Gu Feng. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Also, don't look at Governor Feng's current miserable state. I held back my strength, he only suffered some superficial injuries." As he spoke, Gu Feng was getting closer and closer to him. Oda Masanobu's fist, hidden in his large sleeve, was already clenched tightly. He was a very cautious person. No matter whether Gu Feng would play tricks later, as long as he entered within 5 steps, he would launch a fierce attack, preventing any unexpected occurrences. It was precisely because of such a character that he had escaped death time and again, ultimately becoming a 5-star master, just 1 step away from becoming a 6-star master. Feng Qingshu wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth, only sighing inwardly. Infinite desolation. Gu Feng's ability to kill a 3-star master was beyond his expectations, but he was still a bit too young, unaware of the dangers of the world. Even less did he know how treacherous the despicable Neon people were. Finally, Gu Feng had entered within 5 steps. A sinister smile flashed across Oda Masanobu's lips, and his fist shot out like lightning from his sleeve, like a venomous snake striking. However, he was fast, but Gu Feng was even faster. Before Oda Masanobu could see clearly, a fist had already covered his entire field of vision. This punch, containing immense power, the heavens and earth changed color. Boom! Oda Masanobu's brain burst. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone's minds were somewhat unable to comprehend. Oda Masanobu was a peak 5-star master. Why did he return to the underworld with just 1 punch? Several sounds of breaking air rang out. 8 silver needles pierced through the remaining few Neon people's foreheads in the blink of an eye. At this point, all 12 Neon people who came to assassinate Xiao Qianxue tonight were dead.
Looking at the bodies sprawled on the ground, Deputy Governor Feng Qingshu was momentarily speechless.
So this is Governor Du's Jr.? Truly a hero of the age. Zhang Yaoming had rushed over from a distance at some point.
He helped Feng Qingshu, whose half-buried head was in the dirt, not daring to look at Gu Feng. He had seen from afar the scene where Gu Feng had exploded Oda Masanobu's head with a punch. At this moment, he felt a burning pain on his face. If it weren't for Gu Feng, he feared he wouldn't have survived in front of those two 3-star masters. If it weren't for Gu Feng, Deputy Governor Feng would likely have died tonight. Not to mention Xiao Qianxue, who would surely have been ground to dust by the neon people.
Feng Qingshu rubbed his head and said to Zhang Yaoming, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Gu." Zhang Yaoming quickly bowed deeply to Gu Feng, stammering out some words of gratitude. Gu Feng waved his hand. "You are all trusted aides of my senior sister. If you truly feel guilty, then assist her well in the future and never question any of her decisions." Taking advantage of the night, the group got into the car and headed towards Dianbei. The few people left with Oda Masanobu had sustained serious injuries, but fortunately, no one else died. As they got closer to Dianbei, the atmosphere became cheerful. Finally, at 7 in the morning, the convoy entered Dianbei, and after another half hour, they stopped at the Dianbei governor's office. Gu Feng handed Xiao Qianxue over to his senior sister, chatted for a bit, and then returned to the Qin family. He called Li Ran and instructed him to gather the 10 clans. Unless something unexpected happened, they would leave Dianbei tomorrow. He had one last thing to do. After waking up in the afternoon, he continued treating Qin Luan, and just as he was about to finish, Li Ran's call came in. "Master, I have called a meeting of the 10 clans for tonight at 8 o'clock at the Zhangmao auction house, at 8 o'clock in the evening." The Zhangmao auction house was brightly lit. The heads of the 10 clans in Dianbei had all arrived. 2 days ago, they had also been here, witnessing the contest between Gu Feng and Nangong Xiao. In the end, both were captured. Looking back now, the scene from that day was still vivid. It was evident that Gu Feng would surely be executed. However, 2 days had passed. Why was there still no news of Nangong Xiao being released? As everyone whispered among themselves, Li Ran had already taken the stage. The head of the 7th clan, Jiang Shiqin, said, "Li Ran, do you know that the 10 clan meeting cannot be held unless it is a matter of life and death?" Li Ran replied lightly, "Head Jiang, I am holding this meeting of the 10 clans precisely to save your necks." He continued, "My master has safely left the Dianbei governor's office. He demands that anyone who bid on Miss Qin Luan at the auction must double their bid, or face death without mercy." The audience fell into a dead silence. Li Ran's allegiance to Gu Feng was an open secret among the 10 clans. When Nangong Xiao opened the auction, he had tied up Li Ran to prevent him from leaking information. Several families that bore a grudge against Gu Feng planned to kill the Li family once Nangong Xiao was released. But today, as the lowest-ranking member of the 10 clans, how dare Li Ran openly threaten them? If not for a powerful backing, how could he be so bold? Could it be that Gu Feng really came out of the Dianbei governor's office? Thinking that Nangong Xiao had been silent for 2 days, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Li Ran, as one of the 10 clans in Dianbei, your son was killed by Gu Feng, yet you still serve him. Do you have any shame left?" Li Ran frowned and looked at the speaker. It was Feng Yeye. Since the beginning of her relationship with Yixinyan, Feng Yeye had been flaunting it, wishing the whole world would know. Because of this, when Li Ran couldn't get through to Yizhang and his son, he called Feng Yeye. "However, Feng Yeye, why are you here? I called you to notify the head of the He family to come. This is a meeting of the 10 clans, not a place you can step into." Those two cowards haven't been heard from since they sneaked away that night. "Do you think I don't want to call?" Feng Yeye couldn't reveal the truth and insisted, "My husband and father-in-law are both unwell, so I'm here on their behalf. As the future lady of the 8th clan, why shouldn't I come?" She changed her tone, "Li Ran, do you think we're fools? Gu Feng has been captured by Governor Du and can never step out of the governor's prison again. I see you're afraid of retaliation from the 10 clans, so you're burning your boats, trying to swindle us for some money before you run away, right?" Upon hearing this, the heads of the 10 clans felt a sudden clarity. "You can't say it's impossible." In an instant, everyone began to argue. Li Ran wanted to stop them, but no one was listening. Until a tall figure stepped into the hall. The world instantly fell silent. Gu Feng had arrived. There was no need for words, just his presence in the sight of everyone, standing at the pinnacle of the 10 clans in northern Yunnan for years, sent chills down their spines. Finally, Gu Feng walked onto the stage. "Just now, I overheard a few words outside. It seems you are not very willing to pay. That's fine, there are 8 of you here. If any of you are unwilling, just raise your hand. Gu Feng, will not force you." In the hall, the heads of the 10 clans didn't even need to raise their hands, they were breathing cautiously. It was a joke. Raising a hand meant they wouldn't have to pay, but their lives would likely be forfeit here. What puzzled the heads of the 10 clans was that aside from Li Ran standing behind Gu Feng, there were clearly 9 people sitting below. Although the head of the 3rd clan was dead, they had sent a proxy head to attend. But why did Gu Feng say there were only 8 people sitting below? The man who stirred up the storm in northern Yunnan couldn't possibly miscount people. Could it be that he didn't count Feng Yeye? That made sense. Feng Yeye hadn't married He Xinyan yet, so strictly speaking, she couldn't be counted as one of the 10 clans. Li Ran spoke up, "Master, I must remind you, Feng Yeye's presence here represents the 8th clan." Feng Yeye bit her silver teeth. "Gu Feng, on the day of the auction for Qin I didn't bid, but I can offer 10 million on behalf of the 8th clan." At this moment, she regretted it deeply. If she had known Gu Feng had really come out, she shouldn't have said those things earlier. No, she shouldn't have come tonight at all. Now she could only hope that Gu Feng would spare her life for the sake of the 10 million. If 10 million wasn't enough, then she would just hand herself over to Gu Feng. Being favored by the young master of the 8th clan, her looks were certainly not something an ordinary girl could compare to. If she got a fever, as long as Gu Feng was a man, he wouldn't want to kill her. However, it seemed Gu Feng hadn't heard her words at all. His fingers clenched, and he threw a punch through the air. Feng Yeye's seat was already empty. Only a thick mist of blood lingered in the air. "Feng Yeye, which Feng Yeye?" he asked Li Ran. Li Ran was shocked. Subordinate miscounted. There are only 8 people sitting below. The heads of the 10 clans turned pale with horror. No wonder Gu Feng only mentioned 8 people. It turned out that from the moment he stepped into the hall, he had already considered Feng Yeye as dead. This person, is he really not a demon crawling out of hell? Gu Feng's voice rang out again. "Aren't you going to call someone to send money? Are you planning to make me go with you?" Everyone suddenly realized. The head of the 7th clan, Jiang Shiqin, took out his phone and immediately dialed a number, shouting, "Send 30 million to Zhangmo auction house right now, hurry up." The head of the 5th clan, Zhang Guohao, was also on the phone, roaring, "Send 20 million to Zhangmo auction house. I want to see the money in 15 minutes. Don't ask questions, just do as I say." In an instant, the sounds of phone calls filled the venue. Gu Feng did not linger. He instructed Li Ran to deposit all the money sent by everyone into the same bank card and to hand it to him once it was done, then he left. An hour later, Li Ran arrived at the Qin family with a black card, respectfully handing it to Gu Feng. That night, under the bright moon and scattered stars, on the eaves of the Qin family, 2 figures sat. It was the Gu siblings. Gu Qingning rested her small head on Gu Feng's shoulder. "Brother, do you remember when we were kids, you always took me to the rooftop of our Gu family to watch the stars?" "I remember, the stars tonight are just as beautiful as before." "Brother, you're leaving tomorrow, right?" "Yeah." In the Dragon Island prison, he had been training day and night, all for the purpose of personally sending Ji Kaiyue into the 9 nether yellow springs. "Qingning, I should have taken you with me, but after thinking it over, it just doesn't feel right. I don't want to leave any handles in others' hands." Gu Qingning nodded in understanding. "I know, brother, but you promised me, take me to the rooftop of the Gu family one more time, let me see the stars of my childhood again." Gu Feng rubbed his sister's head. "Okay, I promise you. Ji Kaiyue will die, and the Gu family's mansion will rise again. Qingning, by then, I will return to northern Yunnan and take you home." Gu Qingning gazed at the vast night sky. With the gentle breeze and bright moon, she hoped to reunite with her brother someday. The next day, Northern Yunnan International Airport. Since Gu Feng's helicopter was still under maintenance and could not be flown, he had to choose to take a flight back to Jiangling. Qin Luan, Qin Huaixiang, and Gu Qingning came to see him off. Gu Feng handed the bank card that Li Ran had sent him yesterday to his sister. "Qingning, there are 70 million in here, enough for you to live worry-free. You can join the class at Xianhe Zhuang if you want, and it's completely fine if you don't." Gu Qingning understood her brother's good intentions and carefully took the card, then took out a small jade pendant from her pocket. "Brother, this jade pendant is for Lin Ruochu, please take it to her." Lin Ruochu? A graceful figure appeared in Gu Feng's mind, the best friend you played with a few years ago? Gu Qingning nodded. 5 years ago, during that massacre, I received her call and was spared from death. I lived at her house until Ji Kaiyue came to take me away. Later, Uncle Qin rescued me from Ji Kaiyue, who had sent assassins to find me. She had warned me several times, and because of that, I was able to survive until today. This jade pendant isn't anything precious, I just want to let Ruochu know that I'm still alive. I understand. Gu Feng put away the jade pendant. It was already 10:15, and there was only half an hour left until boarding. Just as Gu Feng was about to wave goodbye to everyone, a woman in a military green coat approached from a distance, followed by a team of armed bodyguards. Many in the waiting hall turned to look. Gu Qingning saw the woman heading straight for her brother and couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking there might be another twist. Little junior brother, I haven't come to see you off yet, and you're in such a hurry to leave? The visitor was none other than Du Huakai. Gu Feng smiled and said, Senior sister, when I called you yesterday, you said you wouldn't come to see me off. Wasn't I just upset with you? Du Huakai stopped in front of Gu Feng. I originally wanted you to stay a few more days in northern Yunnan, but you insisted on leaving in such a hurry. Gu Feng was about to speak when she waved her hand. Alright, I've already found out why you're so eager to go to Jiangling. Don't embarrass your senior sister. Since you're going, this battle only allows for victory, not defeat. She then took out a ring. Additionally, this ring is for you. It's a space ring, although the space isn't large, it can hold quite a few things, very convenient. Gu Feng had heard about this space ring from his master's wife and knew it could store all inanimate objects. It was indeed convenient, but also extremely precious. This is too valuable. Valuable? It was confiscated from the Nangong family, not my own, Du Huakai said dismissively. Hearing this, Gu Feng took it and put it on. After a moment's thought, he said, Senior sister, since you're here, let me introduce you. This is my sister Gu Qingning, and this is our family's former steward and his daughter. They will be living in northern Yunnan for a while, so I hope you can protect them. In fact, this was precisely why Gu Feng felt at ease leaving his sister in northern Yunnan. With his senior sister, the governor of northern Yunnan, stationed there, who would dare bully his sister? I've already nagged about it 7 or 8 times on WeChat. Are you annoyed? You can rest assured. If anything happens to Qingning in northern Yunnan, I'll offer my head to you as a ball to kick, alright? Seeing the two chatting happily, Xinluan could no longer hold back. Gu Feng, who is this? Gu Feng replied, the governor of northern Yunnan, my senior sister. Xinluan's eyes widened in shock. Oh my! The governor of northern Yunnan is actually Gu Feng's senior sister. No wonder Gu Feng surrendered so easily that day, and no wonder the captain of the governor's guard obeyed him so readily. At that moment, many of her previous confusions became clear. Yet the shock in her heart took a long time to settle. She wasn't the only one shocked. In the distance, Pei Hongtang was also watching. Last night, she had learned from Tian Chang that Gu Feng was still alive. The intelligence network in her hands immediately sprang into action, quickly discovering that Gu Feng was taking a flight to Jiangling at 10:45 this morning. After much thought, she decided not to call Gu Feng but to come personally to meet him today. She had previously sent Gu Feng a message, which she believed would make him have a good impression of her. She no longer hoped for Gu Feng to join the Red Clothes, but having such a person owe her a small favor was still a good thing. Perhaps it would play a crucial role in the future. However, witnessing Gu Feng laughing and chatting with Governor Du, she finally understood that she had always underestimated Gu Feng. To have someone like Governor Du personally see him off was simply unimaginable in terms of background. Remembering the initial scene where she had asked Tian Qing to recruit Gu Feng, she couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous. Pei Hongtang, the leader of the largest underground force in northern Yunnan and the head of the Red Clothes, sighed softly. She turned to leave. Tian Chang beside her said, Leader, since you're here, why not go over and say hello? Pei Hongtang smiled wryly, forget it, a person like him is beyond our reach. She felt a bit disappointed, such a remarkable talent, yet she had never truly spoken a word to him. It was indeed a regret. Meanwhile, Gu Feng finally bid farewell to everyone, passed through security, and headed off into the distance. Du Huakai watched Gu Feng's back and thought, little junior brother, hurry up and deal with Ji Kaiwei, your senior sister is waiting for you to return and resolve your calamity. She turned to chat with Gu Qingning for a few moments, agreeing to go to Juanhao Hotel for dinner together that evening before leaving first. Once in the Land Rover, she asked Feng Qingshu, how did the matter I instructed you about last night go? Last night, she had instructed Feng Qingshu to list the term Gu Feng as a prohibited word online and simultaneously delete all information related to Gu Feng from the northern Yunnan internet. The reason for this decision was that Du Huakai had thought it through carefully. On one hand, it can provide an explanation to the above, and on the other hand, Gu Feng's trip to Jiangling will inevitably attract investigations from all sides. The less others know about the information regarding the junior disciple, the more beneficial it will be for him. Feng Qingshu nodded and said, there is no information about Gu Feng on the internet in northern Yunnan. In the Ji family of Jiangling, Ji Kaiwei, dressed in luxurious attire, leaned gracefully against a sandalwood chair. Her delicate jade-like hand toyed with a white chess piece, hovering as if about to drop. Ji Kaiwei, the most beautiful woman in Jiangling, married Gu Rinchang, the head of the Gu family who was already 50 years old, at the age of 25. This caused a sensation throughout Jiangling.
5 years after marrying into the Gu family, the Gu family fell into turmoil, and overnight, the once prominent Gu family scattered like the wind. Once, Jiangling was the territory of the Gu family. Since Gu Renqing settled in Jiangling, the Gu family had ruled Jiangling for a full 25 years. That was the era belonging to the Gu family. The major families of Jiangling paled in comparison to the Gu family. However, in a single night, an era came to an end. After the collapse of the Gu family, the major clans of Jiangling shone brightly, resembling a scene of great contention. The Ji family, having inherited a portion of the Gu family's legacy, had already become one of the most dazzling families in Jiangling. Over the past 5 years, Ji Kaiwei had lived a smooth life and was quite popular among the people. It had been exactly 10 years since she married into the Gu family. Now 35, Ji Kaiwei still looked like she was in her early 20s. Not only was she beautiful, but her long-standing position also exuded an air of nobility. The great literary figure of Jiangling, Zhu Qiran, once commented on Ji Kaiwei, "In Jiangling, the beauty is worth 10 dou, and Ji Kaiwei alone occupies 8 dou." The chapter of northern Yunnan has ended, and the chapter of Jiangling begins. Ladies and gentlemen, the curtain is slowly rising. Ji Kaiwei finally made her move. A single piece for the kill. Her father, Ji Tian, casually tossed a black piece onto the board. "Kaiwei, your chess skills have become increasingly exquisite." Ji Kaiwei smiled lightly. "It is thanks to my father's good teaching." At that moment, an old man stepped in. "Madam, there is news from northern Yunnan." Although the Gu family had fallen for many years, Ji Kaiwei still presented herself as the deceased wife of Gu Renqiang, so the servants continued to address her as "Madam." "Speak," Ji Kaiwei said, playing with the chess piece in her hand, not even glancing at the old steward who had assisted the Ji family for many years. The old steward, Zui Yuman, said, "Gu Feng killed Lu Hai. This man is the father-in-law of Nangong Shao, the second young master of the Nangong family, the largest clan in northern Yunnan. Nangong Shao is leading his mercenaries back to northern Yunnan, preparing to kill Gu Feng himself." "And then?" the old steward replied, "We haven't found out what happened next. So, you can't confirm whether my son is dead or alive?" Ji Kaiwei narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes. The old steward said, "Northern Yunnan is simply too far from Jiangling, beyond our sphere of influence. Being able to gather this information is already the maximum limit. Moreover, as far as I know, Nangong Shao is a 5-star master and has brought so many armed mercenaries, Gu Feng is undoubtedly doomed." Upon hearing this, Ji Kaiwei let out a gentle sigh. "My poor son, though I don't know why he was taken to Long Island prison for execution back then, he escaped death. But thinking about it, in these 5 years, having cultivated to the level of a 2-star master, he must have endured a lot of hardships. He wants to return to Jiangling and share a drink with me. As a mother, how could I not wish for that? It's just a pity that in the end, he was still too reckless, and without seeing me for the last time, he returned to northern Yunnan." Her father, Ji Tian, said, "Kaiwei, in a few days, you will be engaged to the Jun family. After that, you should stop calling yourself for mother, to avoid displeasing the young master of the Jun family. Besides, you are only in your 30s and have not given birth. Don't make yourself sound old." Ji Kaiwei smiled. "It's just that mentioning Xiaofeng reminds me of the past, and I feel a bit sentimental." She looked at the steward Zui Yuman and said, "In a few days, I will go to Fingbo Pavilion to pay respects to the master." "Has the news spread?" "Madam, everything has been arranged. The major media outlets have already begun their coverage, and the streets and alleys of the city are filled with your banners. This is the last year for Madam to pay tribute to Gu Renqiang, so it naturally needs to be grander." After a moment of thought, she said, "By the way, send the assassin who escaped from Yunnan back to the basement." Ji Tian's expression changed. "Kaiwei, are you going to kill again? They acted on their own, shouldn't they be killed?" Ji Kaiwei retorted. Ji Tian understood what his daughter meant. For years, she had never given up searching for Gu Qingning. Originally, she had requested that once there was news of Gu Qingning, she would be notified immediately, and she would arrange for the person to take action. However, Du Xiong and his group, upon discovering Gu Qingning's whereabouts, acted recklessly and not only failed to report back to her but also rushed to Yunnan, hoping to claim a great achievement. Ji Tian said, "They deserve to be killed, but you shouldn't get your hands dirty again, it's not good for you. Father, after marrying into the Jun family, I will have to live with a mask again. Please allow me this time," Ji Kaiwei said pitifully. Ji Tian sighed. Being taken to the basement was not just about losing a life. His daughter had become increasingly crazed over the years, with methods of tormenting people emerging one after another. However, his daughter had brought immense wealth to the Ji family, and how could he refuse such a small request? If he went against her wishes and she refused to marry into the Jun family, the Ji family would miss an opportunity to rise to a higher level.
At that moment, Zwayuman said, "Madam, do you need me to personally lead a team to Yunnan?" "No need. After the memorial, I will personally go to Yunnan.
I haven't seen my daughter in years, and I miss her dearly," Ji Tian replied. Zwayuman said nothing more and took the assassin who had escaped from Yunnan into the basement. Ji Kaiyue also held a corner of her luxurious attire and leisurely made her way to the basement. A stunning face gradually faded into the shadows. At Jiangling International Airport, as a passenger plane landed, travelers streamed out of the aircraft, and Gu Feng was among them. Just as he turned off airplane mode, several messages popped up, sent by his senior sister Du Huakai. "Junior brother, there is a sword in the spatial ring, a family heirloom of mine. It's of no use to me, so take it. The name of this sword is Nian Nu Jiao. Additionally, Ms. Xiao has sent you a piece of jade, which is also in the spatial ring." Gu Feng extended a thread of consciousness and indeed saw a sword in the spatial ring. The sword was 2 feet long, radiating a mysterious light, and its quality was extraordinary. Besides that, there was also a jade pendant, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Gu Feng immediately recognized that it was made from high-quality IC jade. Its value was at least several million. However, what left Gu Feng speechless was that next to the Nian Nu Jiao were several pairs of stockings and high heels. "Wait, senior sister, what do you mean by this?" Pulling back his consciousness, Gu Feng smiled helplessly and continued walking outside. The last time he returned to Jiangling, he had only stayed briefly at the Gu family's old residence, probably not even 10 minutes. Now, stepping out of the international airport, he truly felt like he had set foot in Jiangling. 5 years had passed, and Jiangling had undergone tremendous changes. The airport had been expanded to more than twice its previous size, and the once bare exterior now featured a massive electronic screen. At that moment, the electronic screen displayed a stunning face. Ji Sayue's face. Gu Feng's breath quickened slightly, and one hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Just seeing this face, hatred surged like an endless wave crashing against his chest. The image on the electronic screen shifted, beginning to introduce Ji Sayue's life. That enormous face transitioned into a graceful and elegant figure. This year marks the 5th anniversary of Mr. Gu's passing. As Mr. Gu's wife, Ji Kaiyue has held a grand memorial ceremony for him for 4 consecutive years. A few days later, the memorial ceremony for the 5th year will be held as scheduled, and the people of Jiangling can send him off together. The narrator's voice was full of emotion, and with Ji Kaiyue dressed in mourning clothes, many onlookers were deeply moved. Sigh, Mrs. Ji is truly admirable. In today's society, which woman can do what she does, visiting her deceased husband's grave every year? Yes, who doesn't find a new love the year after their husband dies? Not to mention Mrs. Ji's celestial beauty, her suitors are as numerous as the fish in the river. If you ask me, Mrs. Ji is foolish. Look at how infamous Gu Renchang has become, yet she remains a widow for him. It's really not worth it. If I could spend just one wonderful night with Mrs. Ji, I would have no regrets. The murmurs of the crowd reached Gu Feng's ears. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. "Brother, are you stunned by the beauty of this woman on the screen?" "No," Gu Feng replied. The young man beside him said, still denying it. "You've been staring at the screen for several minutes. Is this your first time in Jiangling?" "To be honest, I was also transferred to Jiangling around this time last year, and it was here that I saw Mrs. Ji. Damn, my state back then was just like yours." Gu Feng asked, "Has this Mrs. Ji never remarried?" "No, Mrs. Ji is deeply devoted to Mr. Gu. I reckon she plans to remain a widow for life. Honestly, there's no need, 5 years is enough." The young man paused and suddenly said, "Damn, you asking that means you might have thoughts about Mrs. Ji, right? Brother, let me tell you the truth, give up on that idea. Over the years, countless wealthy young masters in Jiangling have pursued Mrs. Ji, and she hasn't even glanced at them. We ordinary folks aren't even worthy of carrying her shoes." Gu Feng smiled. "I came to Jiangling to have her carry my shoes." "Oh wow, you really know how to boast." The young man said, "But brother, you shouldn't say that. I only heard it because I'm here. If others hear it, especially those wealthy young masters, you might not live to tell the tale." The young man wanted to say more when a girl walked over. "Wang Hong, don't you know to wait for me? Running off so fast on your own. Come on, let's eat. I've been on a plane for several hours and I'm starving." Wang Hong waved at Gu Feng and walked outside the airport with the girl. The girl asked, "Who was that just now?" "I don't know, just chatting. But the charm of Jiangling's #1 beauty is indeed no joke. That kid just now looked to be in his 20s, quite handsome too. I didn't expect him to be so infatuated with Ji Kaiyue, even saying he wants to conquer her and have her carry his shoes. No wonder the #1 young master of Jiangling, Gu Feng,
would commit such heinous acts for her back then? Gu Feng shook his head. He didn't care about his reputation and continued walking outside the airport. He planned to visit the Lin family first to take care of what his sister had asked him to do. Lue Jiao looked at Song Chang, who was following her, with disdain. I told you not to come pick me up, yet you insisted. It's so annoying. As one of the 12 major families in Jiangling, Song Chang, the young master of the Song family, was already used to Lue Jiao treating him this way and didn't get angry. He smiled and said, I was just worried that your journey would be too tiring. Here, let me carry your suitcase. He took the suitcase and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Jiao, I booked a private room at Feng Wujiu Tian for dinner tonight. We've known each other for so long, and we've never eaten together. Can we? No. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, you just want to date me. Yes, I do want to go on a date with you, but look, the resort project that the Xiao family is investing in north of Jiangling City, I managed to secure a part of it for your Lu family, a contract worth 200 million. Jiao, I really like you, just give me a chance. Fine. Lue Jiao said angrily, so you've got some guts now, huh? Threatening me with this, as if I begged you to help our Lu family. If you think it's a loss, just take the contract back, I don't care. Hearing her say this, Song Chang immediately hung his head, his expression very unpleasant. Lue Jiao took in his expression, feeling a bit scared that Song Chang might really turn against her. To be honest, that contract was quite important for the Lu family. If the project went well, not only could they make a fortune, but they could also build a relationship with the Xiao family. Who knows, in the future, her Lu family might also become one of the prominent families in Jiangling, turning the 12 major families into 13. Thinking of this, she said, dinner is impossible, but you can find a cafe tonight. I can meet you for 15 minutes. Song Chang's expression softened a bit, but he still pushed. Coffee is fine, but 15 minutes is too short. How about half an hour? Are you pushing your luck? Lue Jiao exploded. Although I, Jiao, am not as beautiful as Ji Kaiwa, I am still one of the top beauties in Jiangling. So many people pursue me, wanting to date me. I'm giving you 15 minutes, you should be grateful. A guy like Song Chang, who was so eager to please, needed to be kept on a string. She could only give him a little at a time, otherwise, he would only become greedier. Lue Jiao understood one thing well, the easier something is to get, the cheaper it is. She wouldn't let Song Chang have her easily. She would take as much as she could, and after a few years, if there were better options, she would kick this eager dog to the curb. If not, this was impossible. As long as the Lu family entered the ranks of Jiangling's prominent families, her chances of mingling with the upper class would increase. With her looks, wouldn't she easily attract someone even more handsome and wealthy? The Song family was ranked 11th among the 12 major families in Jiangling, the bottom of the barrel. She wouldn't even look at them. Seeing Song Chang still hesitating, Lue Jiao's eyes darted, and she walked a few steps to a tall, handsome man. It was Gu Feng. Hey, am I pretty? Gu Feng frowned, not saying a word. Lue Jiao felt a surge of pride. See, I told you I'm a top beauty, this clueless guy is completely stunned by my looks. But when she tilted her head back and saw Gu Feng's handsome face, her breath caught. So handsome. Lue Jiao had initially wanted to pretend to scare Song Chang into submission, but now, she was genuinely interested. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee, she said. Having such a handsome man around as a second-rate admirer wouldn't be bad at all. Upon hearing this, Song Chang panicked. Jiao, I'll agree to you, just 15 minutes. Lue Jiao replied, you're finally being sensible, but I already have plans today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Song Chang was a bit at a loss. What? This is a punishment for threatening me just now. If you're unwilling, then let's just cancel tomorrow's date. After saying that, Lue Jiao took out her phone. Hey, take out your phone and add me. Gu Feng shook his head, not adding. Why? Lue Jiao was taken aback. Not interested. What? Upon hearing this, Lue Jiao exploded with rage. Am I not giving you face? A beautiful girl like me invites you for coffee, and you dare to refuse? Gu Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Get lost. What the hell? This guy actually dared to tell her to get lost? Lue Jiao was furious. TSK, so rude, you little man. Today has been truly unfortunate, running into someone like you, trash like you. Do you really think I, want to date you? You've even gotten a bit too confident. How dare you tell me to get lost? You've made me laugh, slap. Gu Feng struck back with a palm. Lue Jiao's 2 rows of teeth were directly knocked out. Lue Jiao's cheeks swelled, lying on the ground, completely dazed from the hit. After a while, she finally regained her composure. Damn it, you dare to hit me. I've grown up this big, my parents wouldn't even lift a finger against me, and you dare to hit me. Seeing Gu Feng had already walked far away, Lue Jiao instinctively wanted to chase after him,
but her whole body was in excruciating pain, and she couldn't get up. She could only shout at Song Chang, "Song Chang, what are you still doing? Can't you see I'm being bullied?" Song Chang's face was as dark as water. Taking a few steps forward, he grabbed Gu Feng by the collar. "Who gave you the guts to hit a Jiao?" Gu Feng glanced at him. "Song Chang, back then, you didn't even have the courage to look up at me. I never thought that now you would be so bold as to speak to me like this." Meeting Gu Feng's calm and deep eyes, Song Chang inexplicably felt a shiver run down his spine. This person felt so familiar. Had he seen him somewhere before? Unconsciously, his hand had loosened. Gu Feng hailed a taxi and left. Lue Jiao finally got up, limping towards Song Chang, her small fists bombarding his chest. "Why are you so useless? You're the young master of the 11th great family in Jiangling, yet you're scared to the point of not daring to let out a peep by a little brat's words. Are you even a man?" Song Chang felt embarrassed and quickly tried to explain. "He just revealed my name. I suspect his identity isn't simple." Lue Jiao asked. "Suspect? You've attended many gatherings of the Jiangling elite, haven't you seen this person?" "No, I haven't. 5 years is enough time to blur many things, especially since when Gu Feng was making waves in Jiangling, Song Chang was just a teenager." Hearing this, Lue Jiao exploded with rage. "Then what are you afraid of? Your Song family is one of the great families in Jiangling. It's not strange for others to recognize you, is it?" "I don't care. Lue Jiao, can't swallow this anger. You hurry up and have someone take care of that lowly man." But then she seemed a bit deflated. "But we don't even know his name, how are we going to find him?" Song Chang quickly said, "This is the airport, there are surveillance cameras. With my identity, I can easily have the airport pull up the footage. Once we get the footage, I'll have Master Hong mobilize people to find him." A Jiao's eyes lit up, very happily saying, "Good, let's do it. If you handle this well, I'll not only go with you to Feng Wuzhou Tian for a meal, but I'll also accompany you to the movies." Upon hearing this, Song Chang seemed to be invigorated, quickly walking towards the airport. Gu Qingning and Lin Ruochu were very good friends, and because of this, Gu Feng has gotten closer to her, often going to the Lin family to play with his sister. He naturally knows the location of the Lin family residence very well. Soon, a familiar building appeared before his eyes. However, the main door was tightly locked, and there was no one around. A sense of foreboding rose in Gu Feng's heart, and the phone number Lin Ruochu had used 5 years ago flashed in his mind. He immediately dialed the number. To his surprise, after 5 years, this phone number was still reachable. "Hello, hi." A slightly weak voice came from the other end. "Is this Ruochu?" Gu Feng asked. There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "I'm Gu Feng, where are you now?" "I'm at Lin's building materials." Gu Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and instructed the driver, "Go to Lin's building materials." "President Lin, how have you considered it?" In the president's office of Lin's building materials, a middle-aged man spoke. He was Lu Chen, the head of the Lu family. The Shao family is planning to build a resort project in the south of the city, with a total investment reaching an astonishing 3 billion. The Lu family is fortunate this time to get a share of the pie, worth 200 million. That's already a considerable amount. Once this project is completed, not only can they make a huge profit, but they might even win the favor of the Shao family. From then on, they could soar to great heights. This time, Lu Qin is representing the Lu family to negotiate business with the Lin family. To successfully complete the project at hand, he needs a significant amount of building materials. Lin Ruochu's father, Lin Beishan, shook his head. "Master Lu, the acquisition price you offered is simply too low. If we sign a contract at this price, we won't make any profit." Lu Chen replied, "President Lin, don't think I don't know. The price I'm offering is still higher than your cost price." Lin Beishan said, "But I still have to pay the employees' salaries. The acquisition price you offered, after deducting the cost of materials and labor, really won't make any money." Lu Chen smiled. "At least it won't result in a loss, right?" "No way. If Master Lu was willing to raise the price by another 20%, I'll sign the contract," Lin Beishan said. 20%? Are you crazy? Lu Chen was somewhat irritated. Lin Beishan replied, "The Shao family's resort project is about to start, and the prices in the building materials market are rising sharply, with supply unable to meet demand. Master Lu, the price I'm giving you is already very favorable." "Humph." Lu Chen snorted coldly. "Lin Beishan, you know that my Lu family is currently very close to the Song family, one of the prominent families in Jiangling. Let me make it clear today, your building materials can only be sold to me, no one else will buy from your company." With that, he turned and left. After he walked far away, Lin Ruochu came in. "Dad, what should we do now? I've heard that Luo Jiao and Song Chang are very close. If Song Chang has the Song family blacklist us, then..." She had already heard the entire conversation outside. Although Lin Beishan felt a bit anxious, he still comforted her. Luo Jiao hasn't officially become Song Cheng's girlfriend yet.
Maybe Song Cheng is just playing around. Ruochu, don't worry.
The building materials market is very hot right now. Our products won't have trouble selling. He changed the subject, looking at his daughter with concern. Ruochu, I told you to rest at home.
Why didn't you listen and came to the company?
Lin Ruochu smiled lightly. I was just idle at home.
Dad, you know I'm not someone who can sit still.
By the way, Dad, I just received a call from someone.
Who? Brother Gu Feng. Gu Feng?
He called too.
Wait, you mean that Gu Feng?
Lin Beishan suddenly jumped up from his chair. The voice sounded somewhat similar. Lin Ruochu said seriously.
Could it be someone's prank?
Lin Beishan was uncertain. Everyone in Jiangling knew that 5 years ago, the young master of the Gu family, Gu Feng, had been sent to Long Island prison for execution.
Uncle Lin, Ruochu, long time no see. Just then, Gu Feng walked in from outside.
After taking a taxi to Lin's building materials, he directly stated that he wanted to find Lin Ruochu. Although the security guard at the door didn't recognize him, seeing his extraordinary demeanor, he not only didn't stop him but also kindly informed him of the location of the president's office. Lin Beishan and his daughter looked at the suddenly appearing Gu Feng, both extremely excited. The Lin family had no real connection with the Gu family. When the Gu family was dominating Jiangling, Lin Beishan had just started his company not long ago. However, Gu Qingning and Lin Ruochu attended the same high school, and they happened to share similar interests. Thus, their relationship grew closer.
With Gu Qingning's secret help, the Gu family would occasionally leak some small projects to the Lin family. As a result, the Lin family quickly rose, and although they didn't become a prominent family in Jiangling, they ranked among the top of the second-tier families.
With the sudden collapse of the Gu family, the Lin family was also affected, and their business was nowhere near as prosperous as before. They had become a second-rate family at the end of the line. However, Lin Beishan always remembered the kindness the Gu family had shown to the Lin family. Without the Gu family, in the land of Jiangling where wealthy families were everywhere, it was a delusion for the Lin family to aspire to be a third-rate family, let alone a second-rate one.
Xiaofeng, is that really you? You're not dead. This is simply wonderful.
Lin Beishan's eyes turned red with excitement, his voice trembling. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Come on, let's hurry back home. I'll host a welcome dinner for you. Uncle Lin, Gu Feng spoke up. Lin Beishan grabbed Gu Feng's hand. What's wrong? You and your sister used to come to my house every few days, and now that you've grown up, you're too good for us? Gu Feng shook his head. I just went to the Lin family residence and found the front door tightly locked.
What about Auntie?
Having learned from Aunt Kai's experience, Gu Feng was cautious. Back then, he and his sister not only had a close relationship with the Lin family, but after the Gu family fell into trouble, his sister even stayed with the Lin family for a while. Not to mention, when Ji Kaiyue sent people to hunt down his sister, the Lin family had warned them multiple times.
He was afraid the Lin family would be implicated because of this.
She's been tending to a small vegetable garden not far from the Lin family. She goes there every day to fuss over it, and no one can stop her. We agreed that tonight we must go to your uncle's house for dinner, or he will be angry.
Gu Feng nodded, okay.
Lin Ruochu was also very happy. Then I'll go buy some vegetables.
No,
Lin Beishan commanded, I'll call your mom to buy them.
Don't get so excited when you see Gu Feng that you forget everything. Your niece is still at school.
Lin Ruochu slapped her forehead. I'll go pick her up right now. Her niece was only in the kindergarten senior class, and her sister Lin Ruoma was usually busy, so Lin Ruochu had been the one to pick her up every day.
Gu Feng was a bit surprised. Your sister is married and has children now?
The Lin family had 2 sisters, and back then, the Gu siblings were close to Lin Ruochu but had little interaction with Lin Ruoma. Yes, but she's already divorced, and the child was given to my sister. The 3 of them arrived at the parking garage downstairs the company. Just as Lin Ruochu opened the car door and was about to get in, her legs suddenly went weak, and she fell directly to the ground. Her face turned extremely pale. Gu Feng hurriedly helped her up. I'm fine, just an old problem, it will pass if I endure it. Lin Ruochu forced a smile.
Gu Feng said, let me drive, you sit in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Feeling weak, Lin Ruochu didn't insist.
Lin Beishan drove away in one car, while Gu Feng drove another towards Jiangling Kindergarten. As he drove, his peripheral vision kept falling on Lin Ruochu's face. On her delicate doll-like face, her bright eyes blinked adorably. She looked very cute. The casual clothes she wore were slightly loose, making her petite figure appear even smaller. She was still as beautiful as before. But Gu Feng's eyes turned a bit red. Why was her abdomen so flat on both sides? Just a moment ago, when he helped Lin Ruochu up, he had already noticed. Lin Ruochu's 2 kidneys had vanished. Was it Ji Tsayue's doing? Did she do this? Gu Feng couldn't control himself, his teeth grinding together. Lin Ruochu sensed his unease. Gu Feng Ji, what's wrong? Gu Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Ruochu, where did your kidneys go? Lin Ruochu's expression changed. You. How did you know my kidneys are gone? Tell me who did it. Gu Feng's voice was hoarse. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruochu sighed softly. It was me who got sick, and the doctor had no choice but to remove my 2 kidneys. In the past 2 years, thanks to Dr. Wu's secret methods of treatment, I fear I would have long since left this world and would never see Brother Gu Feng again. Her eyes were already red, and her body trembled slightly. Gu Feng said, I know this isn't the truth. Tell me, who did this? Was it Ji Kaiwei? It wasn't. Lin Ruochu hurriedly denied it, but she didn't dare to meet Gu Feng's gaze. At that moment, the car had stopped in front of the kindergarten. Lin Ruochu got out of the car, saying, Today is a happy day, let's not talk about this. Brother Gu Feng, wait here for a moment, I'll go pick up little Tuanzi and be right back. I'll go with you. Don't. Lin Ruochu was afraid Gu Feng would bring up the kidney issue again, so she jogged into the kindergarten. Seeing that Gu Feng didn't follow, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. When she arrived at her niece's class, she didn't see her niece and was puzzled. Teacher Li walked over. Ms. Lin, please come with me. Lu Tuan has hit someone. Lin Ruochu quickly followed Teacher Li to the office. At that moment, a little boy was complaining. Dad, she hit me. Look, I still have a handprint on my face. Lu Tuan's childish voice protested, You bullied me first. You kick my butt every day and pull my hair. Today you even got glue on my chair, and my pants are torn. You're talking nonsense, you wild child. Who would want to bully you all day long? Lu Tuan was furious. You're the wild child. Your whole family is wild. The tall man standing behind the little boy slapped Lu Tuan without hesitation, sending her flying. How dare you insult my son, you uncultured thing. Lin Ruochu's eyes turned red instantly. She picked up little Tuanzi. Lu Jiang, are you even human? Hitting a child. Lu Jiang sneered. This little brat hit my son, I have to teach her a lesson. Sickly thing, get out of here quickly, or I'll hit you too. Seeing this, Teacher Li hurriedly tried to mediate. Mr. Lu, you are a person of status. There's really no need to lower yourself to hit a little girl. Slap. Lu Jiang struck back, sending Teacher Li flying. Who asked you to speak here? Seeing Lin Ruochu still holding little Tuanzi, Lu Jiang grabbed her hair. Lin Ruochu, I'm not my father. My father is a businessman who follows rules, but I'm a person of the underworld. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lu family is opposing me, the leader of the Blood Alliance, and the entire Blood Alliance. With that, he suddenly exerted force. Bang! Lin Ruochu's forehead slammed hard against the corner of the desk. Blood flowed profusely. Auntie! Lu Tuan screamed and ran over, wanting to help Lin Ruochu up. But she was only 4 years old, small and weak. Lin Ruochu gasped for breath. You came for the contract. Lu Jiang sneered, pulling Lu Tuan away and stepping on Lin Ruochu's abdomen. Do you think I have the time to pick up a child? Go back and tell your father, if he knows what's good for him, he should sign the contract quickly. Otherwise, this leader will make your Lin family restless. Don't let it be that the Lin family doesn't earn money, and you, this sickly thing, end up being the first to be played to death by me. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Lin Ruochu's face and left. Lu Tuan wiped her tears while trying to clean the blood and dirt off Lin Ruochu's face. So sensible it was heart-wrenching. At that moment, Teacher Li got up from the ground. Ms. Lin, let me take you to the hospital. Thank you, no need. Lin Ruochu struggled to get up from the ground. I'm fine, and there are important guests at home today, I need to go back. She walked unsteadily outside the kindergarten with Lu Xiaotuan, as if she might fall at any moment. Upon seeing Gu Feng, she quickly forced a smile. Let's go, brother Gu Feng, we're going home to eat. The blood on her forehead had not yet dried, and her face was even paler than before. Even if Gu Feng were a fool, he could tell that Lin Ruochu had encountered something at the kindergarten. The blood on your forehead. I accidentally fell, you know my health isn't good, Lin Ruochu hurriedly explained, afraid that Gu Feng would worry about her. Auntie, who is this big brother? Lu Xiaotuan asked in a baby voice. Lin Ruochu opened the car door and lifted Xiaotuan into the back seat. He is Auntie's best friend from before, and he's really amazing. In the past, no one in Jiangling dared to mess with him. Lu Xiaotuan's eyes lit up. Big brother, are you really that amazing? Gu Feng rubbed the little one's cute face. What your auntie said is true, in Jiangling, no one dares to look down on brother. Wow! So amazing! Can big brother help Xiaotuan teach that bad guy a lesson?
Just now, a big bad guy hit Auntie and even spat on her face. Lu Xiaotuan, don't talk nonsense. Lin Ruochu shouted anxiously, then said to Gu Feng, don't take what the child says to heart. Lu Xiaotuan shouted, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Tears streamed from her beautiful big eyes. Auntie was hit so badly just now. That bad guy is really too despicable. Gu Feng took a deep breath. Ruochu, what exactly happened? Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, Lin Ruochu sighed slightly. It's Lu Chen's son, Lu Jiang. He came because of a contract issue, but don't worry, we can handle this matter. Xiaotuan shouted, Big brother, you must teach that Lu Jiang a good lesson. He said that he would hit Auntie for fun in the future. Auntie's health is already weak. If she gets hit a few more times, she will definitely die. Woo woo woo. Okay, brother promises you, I will definitely teach Lu Jiang a good lesson so that he won't dare to bully your aunt anymore, alright? Gu Feng said gently. Gu Feng drove all the way to the Lin family mansion. Lin Beishan quickly welcomed them inside. Aunt Wang has gone to the market to buy groceries, she'll be back soon. Gu Feng nodded, Uncle Lin, I'm going out for a bit. Lin Ruochu immediately asked warily, Brother Gu Feng, where are you going? I'm out of cigarettes, I'll be back soon. You go rest in the bedroom for a while. After leaving the Lin family mansion, Gu Feng hailed a taxi and asked the driver, do you know where the Lu family mansion is? Gu Feng was familiar with the mansions of all the wealthy families in Jiangling, but he had never even heard of the Lu family, let alone know where they lived. I know. Recently, the Lu family got a big project worth 2 billion from the Xiao family, and they're about to soar to great heights. Many people are rushing to curry favor with them. I've driven there several times. Jiangling Lu family. After sending off a batch of guests, the head of the Lu family, Lu Chen, was in high spirits. TSK, the number of visitors has been increasing lately. It seems everyone is sharp-eyed and knows that my Lu family is about to rise. At that moment, his son Lu Zhang's voice came from outside, this is nothing. In a few days, there will be even more visitors. Son, what do you mean by that? Do you have good news? Lu Chen asked. Lu Zhang smiled, Father, just today, Lord Hong has appointed me as one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Good, very good. Today is a double celebration, you and I will drink together. And that's not all, Lu Jiang said, this afternoon, didn't you call me to say that Lin Beishan, that old fool, wouldn't sign the contract? I gave his daughter a little warning today. Which daughter, Lin Ruomo or Lin Ruochu? Lu Jiang smiled and briefly recounted the events that had taken place in the kindergarten. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, Son, this Lin Ruochu is a sickly child, you can't hit him. Be careful not to cause a death. What if I do? I'm the newly appointed leader of the Blood Alliance. Lu Jiang scoffed. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed heartily, that's true. It seems the fortune belonging to our Lu family has arrived. Given time, our Lu family will surely become the new aristocracy of Jiangling. I'll order the servants to fetch some wine. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk. What kind of good wine is it? Let me have a taste too. A voice suddenly interrupted. Lu Chen focused his gaze and saw a young man strolling in from outside. He felt somewhat displeased. It's late, my Lu family does not receive guests. Come back tomorrow. Recently, many people had visited the Lu family, and he regarded this young man as just another sycophant. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, since I've come today, I will definitely drink this wine. Impudent. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Someone, throw this unruly and arrogant fool out. Immediately, 2 men rushed out from the shadows, intending to drag Gu Feng away. Gu Feng sneered, and 2 silver needles shot out, instantly embedding themselves in the bodies of the 2 men. They fell silently into the night without even a scream. Applause erupted, and Lu Jiang, instead of being angry, laughed, Brother, good skills. Since you want to come to my Lu residence for a drink, I naturally have no reason to refuse. He ordered the servants to bring the wine and poured 3 cups. Gu Feng sniffed, excellent Tianshui Old Cellar. Not bad. Lu Jiang said, 40-year-old Tianshui Old Cellar is rare in the market. To be able to recognize the taste of Tianshui Old Cellar, you must be from Jiangling. But I wonder, which family's young master are you? Gu Feng leisurely sipped his wine. I come from the Lin family. Lu Jiang was taken aback. Are you here to settle accounts with me over Lin Ruochu? I must say, your courage is rather great. Do you know I've become the leader of the Blood Alliance? Gu Feng took another sip of wine. I've never heard of the Blood Alliance while in Jiangling. Is it very powerful? Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiang laughed loudly, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. You dare to cause trouble for me without even knowing what the Blood Alliance is? Someone, cut off this ignorant fool's limbs and throw him out to feed the dogs. Suddenly, more than a dozen people rushed out from the courtyard towards Gu Feng. You think these people can take me down? Gu Feng said. Lu Jiang replied, "These are all death warriors raised by my Lu family. They can turn you into meat paste in an instant, kid." Before he could finish his threat, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Gu Feng crush the wine glass in his hand and casually throw it backward. Countless shards of glass flew through the air, instantly embedding themselves in the necks of the crowd. Before they could even get close, the death warriors raised by the Lu family for many years all returned to the underworld. Lu Jiang's heart felt as if it were bleeding. These death warriors were all at the peak of the dark energy realm, and raising even one of them required an unimaginable amount of money. And now, more than a dozen were dead. "Kid, you will not step out of the Lu residence today." Lu Jiang's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to strike. But just as his hand was raised, Gu Feng's iron fist had already ruthlessly landed on his chest. Boom! The stone chair beneath him instantly turned to dust. His chest caved in completely, and he fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Jiang looked at Gu Feng in disbelief. How could this be? He was at the peak of the transformation realm. How could he not even have a chance to strike in front of Gu Feng? You are a master." Gu Feng did not answer his question. He simply squatted down in front of him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lu Jiang was greatly alarmed. "You can't kill me. I am the leader of the Blood Alliance. You killed me, and the Blood Alliance will not let you go. We are one of the 3 giants of the underground forces in Jiangling. The leader is even a 2-star master." Before he could finish his words, Gu Feng had already reached out with both hands and ruthlessly crushed his jaw. The 2 shards of the wine glass in his hand were thrust into Lu Jiang's mouth and stirred violently. Lu Jiang's tongue was directly shattered. His mouth was filled with blood. "I heard you like to spit, so spit one more for me to see." Lu Jiang desperately shook his head, his eyes filled with pleading. He had just become the Blood Alliance's hall master for a day. How could he be willing to die like this? At that moment, Lu Chen hurried over. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground with a thud. "Don't kill my son, he knows he was wrong. He won't dare again. Please spare my son's life. You know you were wrong?" Gu Feng smiled at Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang nodded desperately, but kept his head bowed low. Those resentful eyes were hidden in the shadows. "Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? How dare you treat me like this? Let you be arrogant for a while. When I bring thousands of brothers from the Blood Alliance to the Lin family, I will make you wish you were dead, unable to survive." Crack! His thoughts came to a halt because Gu Feng had already stomped down and crushed his head. Lu Jiang, one of the 8 hall masters of the Blood Alliance, dead. "Xiao Jiang, Xiao Jiang." Lu Chen wailed, collapsing over his son and crying uncontrollably. After crushing Lu Jiang's head, Gu Feng's gaze fell on Lu Chen. Lu Chen shivered and quickly wiped away his tears. Struggling to control his emotions, he said with a flattering expression, "Don't kill me, I won't take revenge, absolutely not. I swear." Gu Feng's expression was emotionless. "Is that so? My Lu family is about to soar, I won't be foolish, and I'm still young, I can have more children." After a moment's thought, he added, "Don't you like to drink? My family has a lot of Tian Shui Lao Jiao in the cellar. Wait here, and I'll go get some for you." Stalling for time? Gu Feng smiled coldly. Lu Chen's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Gu Feng, I heard you on the phone earlier." Just now, after he had killed a dozen of the Lu family's death warriors, Lu Chen had quietly retreated to a distance. He had called the people from the Blood Alliance. Although it was far away, Gu Feng heard it clearly. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Lu Chen's fierce demeanor emerged, gritting his teeth. "Beast, if you have the guts, stay here and wait for the Blood Alliance to come. Not only will I not stay here, but I will also kill you before I leave." Gu Feng's tone was calm. "You crazy man will be afraid?" Lu Chen roared. "I'm just in a hurry to get home for dinner." As Gu Feng spoke, he had already grabbed Lu Chen by the neck. Lu Chen screamed frantically, "You killed my son, the Blood Alliance will only kill you in revenge. If you dare to kill me, not only you, but the Lin family will also suffer." Gu Feng gradually increased his strength, grinning, "Then let me see how the Blood Alliance plans to kill me." "Ah, beast! You won't have a good death." With a soft thud, the world fell silent. Lu Chen's neck had been brutally twisted by Gu Feng. Lu Chen, head of the Lu family, dead. Gu Feng clapped his hands, turned, and disappeared into the boundless night. Lin family, including Wang Xueme, Lin Beishan, Lin Ruoma, and Lu Xiaotuan, 4 people were gathered outside a room, anxiously waiting. Finally, the door opened. An old man walked out from inside. "How is my daughter?" Lin Beishan hurriedly asked. This old man was the renowned Dr. Wu who had been treating Lin Ruochu. He sighed and shook his head. "I have done my utmost. Whether she can wake up depends entirely on Miss Lin's fate." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang immediately fell to the ground, wailing loudly. "Oh, why is my life so bitter?
Just as my daughter's illness was about to get better, she was beaten by that scoundrel Lu Jiang, causing her condition to worsen. I can't go on living. I can't go on living. Gu Feng returned to the Lin family. He saw the table filled with dishes, but not a single bite had been taken. The Lin family members sat in the living room, sighing heavily. Only Lin Ruochu was nowhere to be found. Uncle Lin, where is Ruochu? Gu Feng asked. How can you still ask? It's all your fault. Wang Xueme jumped up from her seat. Gu Feng was somewhat confused. What on earth had happened? He had only been out for a little over an hour. Lin Beishan said, Xueme, don't say that. It was clearly Lu Jian who acted. What does it have to do with Xiao Feng? Not long after Gu Feng left the Lin family, Lin Ruochu fell into a coma. Lin Beishan immediately called his eldest daughter, Lin Ruoma. As Lin Ruoma rushed home, she called Dr. Wu. While Dr. Wu was treating Lin Ruochu, Lu Xiaotuan recounted everything that had happened at the kindergarten to everyone. Wang Xueme shouted, why don't you blame him? A grown man can't even protect a woman. What good is he? Lu Xiaotuan said, Grandma, it's not like that. Big brother wasn't even there at the time, and he already promised to help me teach that bad guy a lesson. What can he use to teach a lesson? Do you think he's still the young master of the Gu family? Wang Xueme shouted impatiently. Wang Xueme, shut up. Lin Beishan slammed his hand on the coffee table, making the teacups rattle. He sighed, Xiao Feng, don't blame your Aunt Wang. She just. At this point, he couldn't continue, his throat choked up, and his eyes turned red. Since half a year ago, when his daughter had both kidneys removed, she had been living in pain, often tossing and turning at night due to excruciating pain, unable to sleep. He had seen it all. But when his daughter faced them, she always wore a faint smile. She reserved her best side for her family. She treated the whole world with kindness. But now, she was dying. Lin Beishan finally couldn't hold back any longer. The 50-year-old man was in tears. I'm going in to see Ruochu. Gu Feng took a deep breath and walked into the room, where he saw Lin Ruochu lying on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, her cheeks pale. There was not a trace of color. He rolled up the deep purple shirt Lin Ruochu was wearing a few inches, revealing a flat abdomen with no excess flesh. Then, his hands gently rested on it. Feeling the emptiness on both sides of Lin Ruochu's abdomen, Gu Feng's breath became uncontrollably chaotic. A raging anger burned fiercely in his chest. He immediately activated the Tianyan Dragon God technique to suppress the restless emotions. Spiritual energy surged at his fingertips, quickly penetrating through the skin pores, deeply entering Lin Ruochu's body. It must be said, Dr. Wu truly deserved his reputation as a divine doctor. A person without 2 kidneys was almost certain to die. But Dr. Wu, with his superb medical skills and rare medicinal materials, had managed to keep Lin Ruochu alive until now. However, today, Lu Zhang's violence had completely extinguished the last breath Lin Ruochu was holding onto. It was normal that Dr. Wu couldn't save her. It could be said that 99.9% of doctors in the world would be helpless in the face of Lin Ruochu's situation. Fortunately, he was the remaining 0.01. Gu Feng's hands occasionally changed positions, gliding over her delicate skin, while at the same time, streams of pure spiritual energy warmed every inch of Lin Ruochu's body. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Gu Feng. Gu Feng, what are you doing? It was Lin Ruochu's mother, Wang Xueme. Gu Feng naturally said, I'm treating Ruochu, my medical skills are exceptional, and she will wake up soon. Wang Xueme rushed over and pulled Gu Feng's hand away. Treating her? Is this how you treat someone? Where are your hands going? She had been crying outside for a long time and, seeing that Gu Feng hadn't come out of her daughter's room, ran over to check. Who would have thought that Gu Feng was actually groping her daughter? This made her furious. At that moment, Lin Ruoma and Lin Beishan also walked in. Lin Beishan said, Xueme, why are you shouting? Wang Xueme, her face pale with anger, replied, Am I shouting? Do you know what Gu Feng is doing in there? Ruochu is in such a terrible state, and he actually took the opportunity to take advantage of her. This. Lin Beishan looked at Gu Feng in confusion. In his impression, Gu Feng was not that kind of person. Even when he was a young master, he was always polite when he came to their home, let alone now that he was just an ordinary person. Lin Ruoma chimed in, I think I heard Gu Feng say he was treating my sister. So that's it. Lin Beishan's expression changed to one of realization. I knew it. Xiao Feng is not that kind of person at all. Wang Xueme sneered repeatedly. Are you two's brains filled with water? Don't you know? The #1 young master of Jianling, Gu Feng, has never studied medicine. You believe everything he says? He even said Ruochu would wake up soon. Do you really think she will wake up? Just then, Lin Ruochu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? Just waking up, her head was still dizzy, and she was momentarily confused.
Lin Ruoma shouted excitedly, Ruochu, you're awake.
Lin Beishan and Wang Xueme were also very surprised and rushed over to ask how she was doing. Seeing that their daughter was no longer in serious danger, Lin Beishan said to his wife, Wang Xueme, you misunderstood Xiao Feng, he wasn't taking advantage of Ruochu, he cured her.
Wang Xueme was left speechless. Come on, Xiao Feng, let's eat.
Lin Beishan called everyone to the dining table in the living room. However, when he saw the dishes on the table, he immediately felt displeased. Xueme, I told you that Xiao Feng was coming over for dinner tonight. What kind of dishes did you buy? It looks like a full table, but I can hardly see any meat.
Wang Xueme replied defiantly, do you have any idea how much money we've spent on Ruochu's treatment over the years?
Just one blood lotus costs over 100,000, having this much food is already good enough. Lin Beishan said, the Xiao family's resort project is about to start, our company's building materials will sell well, and then we'll have money.
Then let's talk about it when we have money. Wang Xueme slammed the table, anyway, there are only these dishes, eat them or not.
Lin Beishan sighed, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, I feel like I've wronged you.
Gu Feng shook his head, it's fine, these dishes are good.
After eating for a while, the little dumpling was full and went back to her room to sleep.
Lin Beishan asked, Xiao Feng, you just said you taught Lu Jian a lesson?
Earlier, with the little dumpling around, Gu Feng didn't want to say anything too bloody in front of a child. Now he nodded and said, I killed him.
What?
Lin Beishan was taken aback. I heard he is the newly appointed Blood Alliance leader, very powerful, how did you do it?
Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, Wang Xueme sneered, Lin Beishan, have you lost your mind? You believe everything he says? Why doesn't he say he killed Lu Chen too?
I really killed Lu Chen, Gu Feng said.
Hey, you're getting addicted to bragging.
If you had said this 5 years ago, I might have believed you, now, huh?
Lin Beishan scolded, Xueme, didn't you just say you didn't believe Xiao Feng's exceptional medical skills? Now, isn't our daughter sitting right in front of you, perfectly fine? Wang Xueme's face flushed, and suddenly a spark of inspiration hit her. Was it Gu Feng who cured her? It was clearly Dr. Wu who healed her.
Don't forget, before Gu Feng arrived, Dr. Wu had already treated Ruochu.
But Dr. Wu.
Lin Beishan stuttered at this point. The words Dr. Wu said before leaving were ambiguous. He never stated that Lin Ruochu would definitely not wake up. Moreover, he remembered that the previous Gu Feng had indeed not studied medicine. His skills were also average.
At this moment, Lin Ruoma said, I think Mom has a point. Medical skills can't be mastered in a day or two.
Even if Gu Feng has been studying medicine for the past 5 years, his medical expertise can't possibly surpass Dr. Wu's.
Gu Feng said, I didn't lie to you.
I've been in Long Island prison for the past 5 years, learning medicine and martial arts from the warden.
I'm no longer the same person.
Dr. Wu is indeed worthy of the title of Divine Doctor, but compared to me, he's still a bit lacking. Moreover, I am still the warden of Long Island prison, so I want to ask, who harmed Ruochu to end up like this? You helped Shengning a lot before, and now that I'm back in Jianling, I want to help you too. As he spoke, he took out a token. It was engraved with a vividly detailed dragon head.
It was the Dragon God token. What nonsense about being the warden of a prison. I've never even heard of it.
Gu Feng, how come I never noticed you were someone who likes to take credit for others' achievements?
It was clearly Dr. Wu who healed Ruochu, yet you insist it was you. Are you afraid I'll kick you out and leave you homeless? Don't worry, I'm not someone who forgets things easily.
Your Gu family helped our Lin family before, so I, Wang Xueme, will naturally provide you with 3 meals a day, but you better keep your distance from my daughter.
Wang Xueme said sarcastically.
Lin Ruoma said, Mom, say less.
Gu Feng has it tough too, going from Jiangling's top young master to an ordinary person. Anyone would feel bad about it.
What he says is just to prevent us from looking down on him.
Enough.
Lin Beishan slammed the table. You all say less. Are you still going to eat? At that moment, Lin Beishan's phone rang. A company wanted to purchase building materials from him, offering a price much higher than Lu Chen's. He spoke a few words on the phone and then said to everyone, I'm stepping out for a bit. You all keep your mouths shut and don't upset Xiao Feng.
He then told Gu Feng, Xiao Feng, stay here at ease.
If Aunt Wang dares to point fingers at you again, just tell me, and I'll deal with her. After saying that, he hurried off to Lin's building materials.
Once he was far away, Wang Xueme slammed her bowl down. This family is unbearable.
I've worked hard to serve him for so many years, and he still wants to hit me. You scoundrel Lin Beishan, dare to hit me and see if I don't divorce you.
Gu Feng ignored her and turned to Lin Ruochu. Ruochu, do you trust me? I do.
Lin Ruochu nodded vigorously.
Then tell me, who took your 2 kidneys? I'll help you get revenge. Gu Feng said coldly. Lin Ruochu replied, it's definitely not Ji Kaiwei. Gu Feng, you mustn't provoke her. Although she has a lot of power in Jianling, as long as you keep a low profile, she shouldn't be able to find you. But if you appear in front of her, you'll definitely die. Lin Ruoma sighed. Gu Feng, it's not just about Ji Kaiwei. Any wealthy family in Jiangling is someone you can't afford to offend. What good does it do to tell you? Half an hour earlier. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a spirited woman dressed in a black leather jacket and tall boots jumped out of a car and stepped into the Lu family. This woman was named Ning Yushi, the second in command of the Blood Alliance. Since its establishment 2 years ago, the Blood Alliance had rapidly expanded, quickly becoming one of the three giants of Jiangling's underground world. Ning Yushi, as a mere woman, could become the second in command of the Blood Alliance, which shows her extraordinary capabilities. Lu Jiang, you just became one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance today, and tonight is the promotion ceremony. Why didn't you answer my call? As she spoke, she continued to walk inside. Not only did no one respond, but she also caught a faint smell of blood. Doubt surged in Ning Yushi's heart as she quickened her pace toward the interior. The further she went in, the stronger the smell of blood became. When she saw the dozen or so corpses lying on the ground, her beautiful pupils trembled violently. How could this be? Not only had the death warriors raised by the Lu family been killed, but even the father and son of the Lu family had died on the spot, their deaths extremely tragic. Without saying a word, she directly called the Blood Alliance. Master Hong, something has happened. Shortly after, Master Hong arrived with a team of people. His aged face was dark and uncertain. I remember the Lu family has surveillance cameras. Check it for me. Ning Yushi wasted no time and immediately arranged for someone to retrieve the surveillance footage. However, she didn't hold out much hope. The murderer was ruthless, having killed so many people, clearly not wanting things to be exposed. Would they be foolish enough not to destroy the surveillance? What she didn't expect was that the surveillance was intact. The cameras near the garden had captured everything clearly. Moreover, the surveillance had audio recording capabilities. Even the words spoken by the young man were recorded verbatim. Good. Very good. Daring to kill my Blood Alliance Hallmaster, young man, you are not worth mourning. Master Hong snapped his fingers. Immediately gather 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance. Tonight, we will slaughter the Lin family. But, Ning Yushi hesitated. Master Hong, this person killed Lu Jiang, who was at the peak of the transformation realm. With just a wave of his hand, he must be a master-level expert. Hong Qi narrowed his eyes. What, are you afraid? No. Ning Yushi denied. I was just thinking, rather than killing him, why not recruit him and make him a Hall Master of our Blood Alliance? This way, our Blood Alliance's strength will rise to a new level. Besides, Lu Jiang himself only became a Hall Master through backdoor means. I think it's unnecessary. Master Hong snorted coldly. Since you know Lu Jiang got his position through backdoor means, you should also know that his sister is very close to the Song family. The Song family is one of the prominent families in Jiangling. What do you think will happen if we recruit the murderer into the Blood Alliance? How will the Song family react? Ning Yushi said, our Blood Alliance might not necessarily lose to the Song family. Why fight? Can't I just kill this young man directly? Hong Qi's voice was icy, offering his head to the Song family. Our Blood Alliance avenges itself and also puts the Song family in our debt. Isn't that wonderful? But, Ning Yushi wanted to say something more but was directly interrupted by Hong Qi. Do as I say. Ning Yushi could only respond, yes. Soon, the 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance marched toward the Lin family. Passers-by on the road quickly moved aside upon seeing this scene. The Blood Alliance was likely to unleash a massacre tonight. No one knew which unfortunate soul would suffer. Ning Yushi drove with her brows tightly furrowed. Finally, she opened her phone, pulled up WeChat, and found the profile she had added 6 years ago, with the note Young Master Gu prominently displayed. Flee quickly, the Blood Alliance is heading straight for the Lin family with 500 elites and 7 Hall Masters. Escape as far as you can. After seeing this message successfully sent and marked as read, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Gu, I can only help you this far. Finally, the 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance, in a grand display, halted outside the Lin family estate. Hong Qi turned around to face the crowd. His old face was filled with authority. Brothers of the Blood Alliance, today, our newly promoted Hall Master was tragically killed at home. What do you say, should we kill the murderer? Kill! 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 The shouts of the 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance shook the heavens, and the earth trembled in response. Nearby residents hurriedly turned off their lights and closed their windows in fear. On Luoping Street at 7:30 in the evening, the bright lights were suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. What sound is that? The thunderous roar outside startled Wang Xueme, who was sitting indoors.
Immediately after, a growl echoed, Lin Beishan, you dare to send someone to kill the leader of my blood alliance. Come out and face your death. Wang Shuemei suddenly recalled what Gu Feng had said earlier, her face filled with disbelief. You really killed Lu Jiang? It's over, it's completely over. Gu Feng, you are too impulsive. Even if you've learned some skills over the years, ultimately, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Now our Lin family is going to be ruined because of you. From the earlier deafening roar, at least a few hundred people had come outside. How could Gu Feng possibly stand against so many? She feared he would be turned into minced meat on the spot. Next, it would be their Lin family's turn. Lin Ruochu shouted, Mom, how can you say that? Gu Feng went to find Lu Jiang to help me vent my anger. I don't care about the reason. Now that the Blood Alliance has brought so many people here, our Lin family is finished. As she spoke, she began to cry uncontrollably. Gu Feng said, Auntie, Ruochu, don't worry. Since I dared to take Lu Jiang's head, I naturally won't fear the Blood Alliance. You just stay here and sit tight, I'll be back soon. He stood up and left, and in the blink of an eye, he was outside the courtyard, leaving Lin Ruochu with no chance to stop him. Outside the courtyard, under the bright moonlight, 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance glared angrily at Gu Feng. And Gu Feng stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, facing 500 elite members without a trace of fear. Ning Yushi looked at Gu Feng standing opposite her, her heart racing uncontrollably, almost bursting from her chest. She couldn't believe it. 6 years had passed, and young Master Gu still had the same charisma. In a daze, she was transported back to that night 6 years ago when the #1 young master of Jiangling stood like this, scaring nearly 1,000 people into fleeing without a fight. But Ning Yushi understood that the era belonging to the Gu family had ended. Once, others feared Gu Feng because of the Gu family's name. Now, that was absolutely impossible. She felt a bit anxious. Clearly, she had sent a message to Gu Feng, and he should have seen it, so why wasn't he running away? Amid her chaotic thoughts, Hong Chitsan's authoritative voice rang out, Young man, you have quite the courage. Hearing that I have arrived, not only do you not flee, but you also come out on your own. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, why should I run? Hong Chi laughed heartily, at least you have some self-awareness, knowing that after killing my Blood Alliance's leader, no matter how big Jiangling is, you can't escape. So, will you end it yourself, or shall I, Hong Chi, send you on your way? Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, he saw Ning Yushi suddenly kneel on the ground. Master Hong, Yushi has followed you for 2 years, always loyal. Now, I have one request. A hint of impatience appeared on Hong Chi's wrinkled face. Wait until I take this scoundrel's head before discussing your matter. Ning Yushi quickly said, I am here to plead for him. 6 years ago, he saved me, so I hope, Master Hong, that you can consider that I have diligently assisted you for 2 years and spare his life. Hong Chi squinted his eyes, remaining silent for a long time, seemingly contemplating the words of the second-in-command of the Blood Alliance. Suddenly, the 6th leader of the Blood Alliance shouted, Master Hong, we absolutely cannot let this person go. I have recognized his identity, he is Gu Feng. Gu Feng? The name sounded somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. The 6th leader continued, Master Hong, you have only been in Jiangling for 2 years, so you may not know. Gu Feng is the young master of the Gu family, the #1 clan in Jiangling 5 years ago. He killed his father and wiped out his clan. Everyone in Jiangling wants him dead. If we kill him, the Blood Alliance's reputation in Jiangling will soar, and we can even present his head to Ji Kaiwe. By allying with the Ji family, the foremost noble house of Jiangling, we will unify the underground world of Jiangling through our blood pact, and it will be just a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Hong Chi's expression brightened. Unifying the underground of Jiangling was something he had long dreamed of. Yushi, it seems today cannot go as you wish. Ning Yushi shouted, no, young Master Gu Feng is absolutely not a parasite or a destroyer of clans. For these years, I have been investigating the events of that year. Ji Kaiwe is the true culprit. Hong Chi sneered, I don't care whether he really committed parricide or destroyed his clan. As long as the people of Jiangling believe he is guilty, that is enough. As for Ji Kaiwe, if she is indeed the mastermind, she surely wouldn't want to see a living Gu Feng. If I take Gu Feng's head, wouldn't that be a great achievement? Ning Yushi bowed her head earnestly, Master Hong, I beg you, for my sake, let young Master Gu Feng go. At this moment, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Since stepping onto the path of the martial world, Ning Yushi had not cried again. Hong Chi's expression remained unchanged. Someone, take the second-in-command back to rest. She is unwell today. Immediately, 2 hall masters stepped forward, intending to capture Ning Yushi. However, Ning Yushi rolled on the ground and suddenly stood in front of Gu Feng. Her long hair flowed, and her voice rang out. Today, whoever dares to kill young Master Gu Feng must first step over my body. Young Master Gu Feng.
6 years ago, you stood behind me. Today, Yushi will also shed her blood for you. No wonder you have repeatedly obstructed me. You must have recognized Gu Feng when watching the surveillance. Hongqi looked at Ning Yushi. What use is it for you to stand in front of Gu Feng now? It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Are you really not afraid of death? Ning Yushi knew very well that she was no match for these people. Not to mention the 500 elite warriors, the 7 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance were all first-star masters, and Master Hong had been a second-star master for many years, and she was merely at the peak of a first-star master. But, for young Master Gu Feng, Yushi has no regrets even in death. Her tone was resolute, her expression determined. Good, then I, Hongqi, will fulfill your wish today. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongqi had already thrown a punch, with the force of 1,000 pounds. Just as Ning Yushi was about to strike, Gu Feng's figure flickered and appeared in front of her. I'll handle this. With those 4 words, Gu Feng had already thrown a fierce punch. The 2 fists collided. Hongqi's old face instantly wrinkled like a crumpled newspaper, his body flew back into the crowd, and his arm exploded into a mist of blood. Everyone held their breath. The leader of the Blood Alliance could not withstand a single punch from Gu Feng. Hongqi shouted, I underestimated him just now. Everyone, attack. Soon, 3 of the 7 Hall Masters reacted. The 3 of them unleashed 6 punches, targeting Gu Feng's vital points. Gu Feng casually waved his hand, and 3 silver needles shot out. Instantly, 3 of the 7 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance fell dead. For a moment, there was complete silence. He is a 3rd-star master. Everyone, attack together. Hongqi, unable to contain his shock, roared out orders. 500 elite warriors charged towards Gu Feng. They were all mid to peak transformation experts. At this moment, the 500 of them united in momentum, as if they were about to tear the heavens apart. What kind of strong person could withstand such might? Gu Feng's eyes flickered with a raging fire. With a roar, his voice thundered, You insignificant ones, kneel before me. A vast pressure accompanied his roar, crashing towards them. The 500 elite warriors of the Blood Alliance could not help but bow down. One roar determined the universe. How could there be someone in this world with such transcendent power? Hongqi, who had been in the martial world for over a decade, had never heard of such a thing. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. If he had another chance, he would definitely listen to Ning Yushi and spare Gu Feng. No. In fact, he wouldn't have come here tonight at all. It was too late to say all this now. He felt no fighting spirit in his heart and pretended to kneel on the ground, slowly moving towards the back of the crowd. No matter what, he had to save his own life first. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps back, Gu Feng appeared before him like a ghost, stepping on his head and pinning it to the concrete floor. Hongqi, where do you think you're running? Hongqi quickly put on a flattering smile. Gu. Young Master Gu, I was rude tonight. I, Hongqi, am willing to serve you like a dog or horse in the future, even if it means going through fire and water. Gu Feng revealed a sinister smile. I have a task for you to do right now. What task? Hongqi felt a slight relief in his heart. Go to the underworld and see what the King of Hell looks like. Gu Feng suddenly exerted force with his foot. Hongqi didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. Hongqi. This was the legendary figure who had parachuted into Jiangling 2 years ago, single-handedly establishing the Blood Alliance, and within just 2 years, making it one of the 3 major underground forces in Jiangling. Dead. Looking at Gu Feng in the distance, Ning Yushi's heart raced. She had thought that without the Gu family, young Master Gu would no longer have his former charm. Unexpectedly, young Master Gu's charm was even greater than before. This thunderous killing method, this earth-shattering roar. Who in the world could compare? No wonder young Master Gu saw the message she sent and didn't leave. With such strength, why would he want to go? She really was worrying for nothing. She recalled the moment when Gu Feng pulled her behind him just now. Just like 6 years ago. Young Master Gu. Ning Yushi couldn't help but murmur. She trembled slightly. Wet. Gu Feng turned his head to look at the remaining 4 Hall Masters. The 4 Hall Masters were so frightened that they immediately bowed down. We are willing to serve you as our master, and will obey your orders from now on, even if it means death. They knew very well that they could never be Gu Feng's opponents, nor could they escape under his watchful eyes. They could only show their loyalty. As for whether they could keep their lives, it all depended on Gu Feng's mood. Fortunately, Gu Feng only came to crush the 6th Hall Master, who had been the most arrogant, into a mist of blood, and then stopped. From now on, Ning Yushi is the master of the Blood Alliance, do you understand? The reason he didn't kill these 500 elite members was to leave them for Ning Yushi. However, Ning Yushi kept her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. He didn't bother to think too much about it and turned to enter the courtyard. Auntie Rushu, the matter has been resolved, you can come out now. As he spoke, he pushed open the door to the hall. But no one responded to him. The entire mansion was empty, not even a trace of the little dumpling, and the back door was open. Gu Feng smiled bitterly, knowing that Wang Xueme and the others didn't believe him and had already fled when he went out to face the enemy. He shook his head helplessly and exited the room. When he saw that the members of the Blood Alliance were still kneeling in place, and Ning Yushi had not left, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you all leaving?" At this moment, Ning Yushi had already regained her composure and said, "Young Master Gu, you are more suited to be the leader than I am. I can assist you." Gu Feng waved his hand, "I don't have time to be the leader, you take charge." Ning Yushi was somewhat at a loss. "It was presumptuous of me. Whether it was the past you or the present you, I can't be of any help." Gu Feng didn't know what kind of thought process Ning Yushi had, but he didn't want to say much to her. He had no particular impression of this woman, but just now, she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. "You can be the leader for now. I might occasionally need the Blood Alliance, so don't let me down." Upon hearing this, Ning Yushi's face lit up with joy. "I understand, young Master Gu. You can rest assured, I will manage the Blood Alliance well and make it the sharpest knife in your hand. By the way," Gu Feng suddenly said, "find me a house. I just returned to Jiangling and have no place to stay for now." Ning Yushi's eyes darted around. "There's a ready-made set, I'll take you there." Soon, Ning Yushi led Gu Feng to the Yujinghouding. 2 years ago, the Shao family developed a villa complex here, which is the new wealthy area of Jiangling. Hong Qi also bought a house here, but he hasn't lived in it much. While introducing Gu Feng, Ning Yushi brought him to a villa covering 500 square meters and unlocked the door with a key. "Young Master Gu, you're covered in blood. Please sit for a moment while I take your clothes to wash." After helping Gu Feng wash his shirt, she brought over a basin of water for his feet. "What are you doing?" Gu Feng asked, puzzled. Ning Yushi replied, "I'm washing your feet, young master." "No need, Before he could finish, Ning Yushi had already removed his shoes and socks, placing his feet into the basin. The water was at just the right temperature. It was clear she had tested it carefully. Looking at her delicate hands, Gu Feng thought for a moment and decided to let her continue. At that moment, Gu Feng was bare-chested, his perfect muscle lines fully exposed. Ning Yushi's face flushed slightly, and she dared not look, fearing something inappropriate might happen again. "Young Master Gu, 6 years have passed, and I never expected that I, Ning Yushi, could stand by your side. This is truly..." "By the way," Gu Feng suddenly asked, "when did I save you?" "I don't remember." Ning Yushi hurriedly said, "That's natural. At that time, you were the richest young master in Jiangling, while I was just a child from an ordinary family." When Ning Yushi was 15, due to her family's financial situation, she worked part-time in a bar but was asked by a middle-aged man to sleep with him. Ning Yushi refused vehemently and was beaten by the man. At that time, Gu Feng and his good friend Chu Yuanhe were in the bar. Chu Yuanhe couldn't stand it and taught the middle-aged man a lesson. The man was furious and called the second-in-command of the largest underground force in Jiangling at the time, the Feitian Society. The second-in-command of the Feitian Society, along with 1,000 men, stormed into the bar, intending to tear Chu Yuanhe apart. But when they saw Gu Feng standing tall, they immediately bowed without a word. That scene was something Ning Yushi would never forget. As she recounted the past to Gu Feng, the images from 6 years ago intertwined with the present night. Gu Feng's tall figure filled her mind. A pair of delicate hands submerged in water suddenly trembled gently, creating ripples. Her body quivered slightly. She still couldn't hold back. Gu Feng noticed her breathing was a bit erratic, her face unusually flushed, and her delicate hands were tightly gripping his instep. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Ning Yushi's face turned as red as a peach, and "No, it's nothing, young Master Gu. Is my technique okay?" Her technique could only be described as very average, even somewhat clumsy. It was evident she had never washed anyone's feet before. "It's quite good," Gu Feng said, lowering his eyelids and looking at Ning Yushi's flowing black hair. "So, you've remembered that little incident until today?" Ning Yushi replied, "Perhaps for you, it was indeed a trivial matter, but it was crucial for my life. Moreover, you later supported my education, and Uncle Qin, the old steward of the Gu family, saw my potential and helped me open my meridians, allowing me to embark on the path of a martial artist." Gu Feng had no recollection of any of this. "Then why did you abandon your studies? At your age, you should be in university." Ning Yushi said somewhat shyly, "I'm not cut out for studying, and I don't want to waste time in school. I want to take revenge for the Gu family and clear young master's name. Unfortunately, despite my struggles and hard work over the years, I'm still too far behind Ji Kaiwa." Gu Feng couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "You've done very well already. From now on, leave it to me. Thinking of Ji Sayua's current status in Jiangling, Ning Yushi felt uneasy. She opened her mouth to speak but recalled the events of the night, which calmed her down. Young Master Gu, regarding the Gu family's fire, I haven't found much, but over the past few years, Ji Kaiwa has been stirring up trouble in Jiangling, leaving behind some clues. I have some evidence that I can hand over to you. Gu Feng smiled faintly, there's no need for that. If you have time, help me find out who took Lin Ruochu's kidneys. From the conversation between Wang Shueme and Lin Ruome, it seemed this matter was not caused by Ji Kaiwa. Lin Ruochu? I know about that, it was done by Tang Ziyi. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Tang Ziyi? The 8th young master of the Tang family in Jiangling? That's right. Ning Yushi nodded, because Tang Ziyi used to be your follower, but after the Gu family incident, he often slandered you, so I've been paying special attention to him. 2 months ago, he inadvertently mentioned the matter of taking Lin Ruochu's kidneys at a drinking party, and I was there at the time. He disrespected the young master and repaid kindness with malice, but with my strength, I couldn't confront him openly. That drinking party gave me an opportunity, and I immediately exposed the matter after returning, even spending money to get it trending. During that time, the topic of Tang Ziyi taking the kidneys of a good family girl stirred up quite a commotion in Jiangling. Watching the reputation of this young master of the Tang family decline day by day, Ning Yushi felt secretly pleased. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Within a few days, the trending topic was suppressed, and related discussions were cleared overnight. Gu Feng took a towel to wipe his feet and put on his clothes again. It seems I need to meet an old friend. Ning Yushi said, he should not be home right now. How do you know this? Gu Feng was somewhat surprised. Ning Yushi replied, today, the Blood Alliance was originally going to hold a promotion ceremony for Lu Jiang at Fengmujiotian, but we received news that young Master Tang booked the entire Fengmujiotian for a party, so we had to change the venue. I see. Gu Feng left the room and got into Ning Yushi's car. Ning Yushi sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for Fengmujiotian. Lu Ajiao stood outside Fengmujiotian. Song Chang, you wouldn't be lying to me about our date, would you? Is there really a gathering of young masters at Fengmujiotian today? After parting with Song Chang in the afternoon, she went to play mahjong with a few sisters, and it was only half an hour ago that Song Chang told her about the gathering, so she came over with some skepticism. I tell you, I won't go on a date with you until that useless man at the airport is dealt with. If I find out you're lying to me, the consequences will be serious. Song Chang said, Ajiao, we've known each other for so long, when have I ever lied to you? In fact, Tang Ziyi called me this afternoon. I just didn't answer because I was busy retrieving the airport surveillance footage. I only saw the news half an hour ago in the Jiangling Rich Young Men's Group. You've always wanted to attend a gathering of the wealthy, and today is a good opportunity. Lu Ajiao asked, did you send the surveillance to Master Hong? What did he say? I sent it. Master Hong hasn't replied yet, so I don't know if he saw it. After the party, I'll remind him. After saying that, he took Lu Ajiao into Fengmujiotian. The first floor of Fengmujiotian was empty. The second floor was filled with guests. When the two reached the second floor, a young man immediately approached them. Song Chang, you're really late, the party is already halfway through. The charming woman in his arms said, I see, young Master Song just came out from the hotel. Didn't you notice Lu Ajiao beside him? Lu Ajiao hurriedly explained, Song Chang and I are just ordinary friends, please don't make wild guesses. She didn't know who these young people were, so her voice was relatively low. TSK. The young man smacked his lips. Song Chang, what the hell are you doing? It's been so long, and you still haven't dealt with this woman. Song Chang's pursuit of Lu Ajiao had long been the talk of the upper circles in Jiangling. Many young heirs were secretly mocking Song Chang. Song Chang's expression darkened. What do you know? Do you think I'm like you, only using my lower half to think when I see a woman? I'm looking for a lifelong partner. If it were someone else, Song Chang might not have dared to be so assertive, but the other party was merely the Lu family, the lowest ranked among Jiangling's wealthy families, even inferior to the Song family, and they still dared to nag him. In the hall, tables were arranged according to the power of the families, with the Song and Lu families naturally sitting at the back. The closer one got to the center of the hall, the more distinguished the guests. At that moment, sitting in the very center was Tang Ziyi. He clapped his hands, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is here, let me introduce my new friend, General Yu Ao Shuang. Instantly, the hall erupted in applause. Many young heirs had not expected that Tang Ziyi had made the acquaintance of a general. In a corner, a beautiful woman stood up, nodding in acknowledgement, her brows sharp and fierce. She looked like someone who had fought in battles. Once she took her seat, Tang Ziyi continued, the reason I invited you all here, aside from the usual socializing, is actually for another matter.
As you all know, the Xiao family's resort project is about to commence, and I also know that many of you here have secured contracts with the Xiao family. Our Tang family happens to have a business in building materials, so when the project officially starts, I hope you all will prioritize purchasing our Tang family's materials. Of course. Brother Tang, you and I are brothers. I will definitely have my dad buy from your family. What's the difference where we buy? The costs are going to be incurred anyway, so it's best to buy from someone we know, especially since Tang family's materials have always had a good reputation. On the surface, everyone was smiling, but inside they were cursing. The Tang family's building materials were indeed well reputed, but they were really terrible. The quality was 20% worse than others, and the prices were 20% higher. If given a choice, no one would want to buy from the Tang family. But now, the Tang family was not only thriving in Jiangling but had also made the acquaintance of a general. Even if they wanted to refuse, they had to consider whether they had the power to do so. Seeing the flattering expressions on everyone's faces, Tang Ji revealed a sly smile. He said a few more words and then left the hall, heading towards the restroom. A middle-aged man followed behind him, flattering, "Young master, your methods are truly impressive. You've only met General Yu once, yet you've managed to have her stand up for the Tang family. Now, the elders of the major families, seeing General Yu's face, probably won't dare to refuse this business." Tang Ji smiled. No matter what position one is in, those who know how to leverage their influence can go further. The middle-aged man replied, "Exactly, just like years ago when you were still by Gu Feng's side. At that time, the Gu family was powerful, and you leveraged their influence. Later, when the Ji family rose, you smeared Gu Feng to borrow the Ji family's power. Otherwise, how could the Tang family have jumped from the 8th major family to the 4th in Jiangling?" Tang Ji frowned. "Don't mention Gu Feng, it's bad luck." Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling. Ahead, a girl's startled cry rang out, followed by the sound of cups shattering on the ground. Many drinks splashed onto Tang Ji's pants. "Are you blind?" Tang Ji's expression turned cold as he looked at the waitress who had fallen to the ground. The waitress was named Wang Ru. A sophomore in college, she was working part-time at Fengwu Jiutian. As she got up from the ground, she repeatedly apologized. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "No need to apologize. Now, go buy me a pair of the same pants for my family, immediately." Wang Ru was taken aback. I'm really sorry, but I don't have much money. Can I buy a slightly cheaper pair?" Smack! The middle-aged man slapped Wang Ru directly. "Cheap pants? My young master only wears Armani. Whether you ask your parents or borrow from online loans, I want to see those pants within half an hour, or else." But it was him who bumped into me. "I'm already willing to compensate, which is quite generous," Wang Ru said softly. Just now, she was holding a plate to take to the kitchen when Tang Zi bumped into her. Tang Zi squinted her eyes. "Are you saying it's my fault?" Wang Ru mustered her courage. "The fact is, it is. Just because you have money, does that mean you can be unreasonable? Just because you have money, can you do whatever you want? Anyway, I don't have money to compensate you for the pants. I'm going to get busy." After saying that, she really walked away. The middle-aged man wanted to grab her, but was stopped by Tang Zi. "Young master, are we just going to let this go?" the middle-aged man asked. "Let it go?" Tang Zi smiled slyly. No. Tomorrow, you find a few people to take turns with this little girl. She's grown up enough to understand the harshness of society. If she doesn't understand, I'll teach her. In the hall, Yu Aoshang sat in her seat, drinking in silence. Her attendant, Zhang Yan, asked, "Sister Shang, you don't seem very happy." "Not happy? Of course not." She had come to Jiangling on a business trip, staying only 2 or 3 days, and she didn't know how Tang Zi found out she was in Jiangling and sent an invitation for her to attend tonight's party. She originally didn't want to come, but Zhang Yan was very eager to see the upper class of Jiangling. Although they were superior and subordinate, they were more like sisters in daily life, so she agreed. Who knew that Tang Zi had no good intentions at all? With her intelligence, she could see that Tang Zi was using her as a platform. Clearly not familiar with the other party, yet she was taken advantage of. That feeling was very unpleasant. However, she was too lazy to explain the intricacies to Zhang Yan. Suddenly, Zhang Yan called out, "Sister Shan, look who's here." Yu Aoshang looked up and saw a tall figure with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes striding in from outside. It was him. In the afternoon, she and Zhang Yan had just come out of Jiangling International Airport. They happened to witness Gu Feng publicly hitting Luo Jiao, so she had a deep impression of Gu Feng. Zhang Yan clenched her fists. "No way, I hate men who hit women the most. I didn't react this afternoon, but now that I see him, I have to beat him up." Saying this, she was about to get up, but was pulled back by Yu Aoshang.
We're here in Jiangling for work, don't create unnecessary trouble. Just as Jiang Nian was pulled back down, Luogio's voice suddenly rang out. Damn, the guy down there. What a narrow road for enemies. Gu Feng glanced at him without saying a word, continuing to walk toward the center of the hall. The originally noisy hall gradually quieted down with Gu Feng's appearance, to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Gu Feng sat in the seat that originally belonged to Tang Ziyi. Everyone, long time no see, hope you're all well. The surroundings fell silent, and the young masters of the wealthy families looked at Gu Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Only Luo Jiao was shouting, "Guy down there, are you pretending? I'm telling you, you're finished. You dare to sit in young Master Tang's seat? Just wait for young Master Tang to come over and break your legs." Oh, Gu Feng smiled, "You think I don't deserve to sit in this position? Of course. Even Song Chang doesn't deserve to sit here. What makes you think you do?" Gu Feng looked at Song Chang. "Song Chang, you tell me, can I sit in the position that belongs to Tang Ziyi?" Song Chang looked at Gu Feng, who was seated in the highest position, and felt a shiver run down his spine. At the airport, he had barely recognized Gu Feng. But when Gu Feng sat in the most central and conspicuous spot in the hall, the vague memories suddenly became crystal clear. Many years ago, it was this man who always sat at the center of the crowd. Countless young masters from Jiangling, no matter how glamorous and splendid they appeared outside, paled in comparison before him. At social gatherings and business balls, as long as he was present, no one dared to sit in the main seat. Not for any other reason. Simply because he was Gu Feng, the young master of the Gu family. Back then, Gu Feng was the prince charming in the hearts of countless Jiangling girls. 7 springs ago, Gu Feng went to Bihui Mountain Villa for a horse hunt, playing for over 10 days before returning to Jiangling. Who knows how many Jiangling girls went to the city gate to welcome him, just to catch a glimpse of Gu Feng. Riding back to Jiangling, the whole building was filled with red sleeves waving. The grandeur of that time was evident. Thud. Song Chang, drenched in sweat, felt his legs go weak and knelt down directly. "Young Master Gu." Gu Feng looked around at the other young masters. "What do you all think? Can I sit in Tang Ziyi's position?" The usually arrogant young masters felt a shiver run through them, not daring to breathe a word. They didn't even dare to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Luo Jiao trembled, her face filled with disbelief. Although Song Chang was as humble as a dog in front of her, in front of others, he was always the high and mighty young master. Just sitting there was enough to scare Song Chang into kneeling. And among the young masters in the room, many had even more prestigious identities than Song Chang, yet before Gu Feng, they didn't dare to make a sound. Even she, no matter how foolish, understood that the lower-class man she spoke of was not simple at all. Her voice trembled. "Song Chang, who exactly is he?" "The young master of Jiangling, Gu Feng. No need to mention me, even Tang Ziyi back then was only worthy of carrying his bag and shining his shoes." Hiss. Luo Jiao gasped. As a local of Jiangling, although she had never seen Gu Feng, she had heard plenty of legends about this young master. During the years Gu Feng was active in Jiangling, which young master dared to speak loudly in front of him? No wonder these people were so frightened. But soon, she realized something was off and kicked Song Chang in the butt. "What are you doing? So what if he is Gu Feng? The Gu family has long since vanished, now he is just a parasital villain, like a rat crossing the street, everyone wants to kill him. What are you afraid of?" One sentence was like a wake-up call, shaking someone from a dream. Without the Gu family, what was there for Gu Feng to fear? Song Chang touched his nose, awkwardly getting back up. The once quiet hall became noisy. Damn. 5 years without seeing him, young Master Gu still has his charm, making me think the Gu family still stands tall in Jiangling. What year is it? Didn't Gu Feng die? Why is he back from the dead? Who cares? I just know that Gu Feng's return to Jiangling means there's a good show to watch. Even without the Gu family, I wonder what kind of waves the once extraordinary young Master Gu can stir up. Amidst the discussions, Luo Jiao could no longer hold back and shouted, "Gu Feng, I haven't settled the score with you for slapping me." Gu Feng chuckled lightly, "Not slapping you to death is already my greatest mercy." "That's hilarious." Luo Jiao scoffed, "Do you think you're still the #1 young master of Jiangling? If you're still dreaming, then I, Luo Jiao, will bring you back to reality today." Turning to Song Chang, she said, "Song Chang, now is your time to shine. As long as you take care of Gu Feng, I'll go watch a movie with you tomorrow." Song Chang had long lost his sense of fear. "Everyone, I came in a hurry today and didn't bring my bodyguards. I'll borrow yours for a while, and I promise to repay you handsomely in the future." No one objected. The young masters present had been suppressed by Gu Feng for too long. They were eager to see the once mighty young master of Jiangling being thoroughly trampled on the ground. In an instant, more than 20 bodyguards in black suits stepped forward. Song Chang shouted, "Gu Feng, I almost fell for your trick just now. Now hurry over and apologize to Jiao, and perhaps I can still leave you, the former young master of Jiangling, with a shred of dignity in face. Gu Feng rubbed the armrest of his chair and said calmly, with these ragtag bunch, you dare to speak to me like that? Song Cheng's heart trembled, a sense of ominous premonition rising within him. Gu Feng's demeanor was far too calm. Lu Jiao sneered, still putting on airs here, who doesn't know that the young master of the Gu family has never practiced martial arts? These 20-odd bodyguards, while not top-tier fighters, are all carefully trained by various noble families, more than enough to turn you into a pig's head. At her command, the bodyguards charged at Gu Feng with fierce looks in their eyes. In an instant, countless attacks rained down on Gu Feng. But the next moment, the 20-odd men flew backward like scattered flowers. Bang 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 bang. The sound of bodies hitting the ground was incessant, those bodyguards with their eyes tightly shut, unaware of their fate. Lu Jiao was taken aback, she hadn't even seen how Gu Feng made his move. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. It was Ning Yushi, who had parked her car. As the second in command of the Blood Alliance, Ning Yushi was somewhat famous in Jiangling, and many people recognized her. Seeing her enter, Lu Jiao's eyes lit up. Sister Ning, you're just in time. I assume Lord Hong has already received the news and sent you over. What news? Ning Yushi looked confused. Lu Jiao pointed at Gu Feng. This man here slapped me several times for no reason at the airport. I've already informed Lord Hong to handle this matter. Sister Ning, quickly take care of this brat, and I'll have Song Chung pay you double. I see. Ning Yushi's expression turned enlightened. Smack. Without hesitation, she slapped Lu Jiao away. Lu Jiao looked bewildered. No, I asked you to deal with Gu Feng. Why are you hitting me? Ning Yushi said, from today on, the Blood Alliance only listens to young Master Gu Feng's orders. You want me to deal with young Master Gu Feng? What are your intentions? Lu Jiao's mind was shaken. Gu Feng had just returned to Jiangling and had already brought one of the three major underground forces, the Blood Alliance, under his command? How could this be possible? Could it be that Lord Hong and Gu Feng are old acquaintances, or has Lord Hong, who has stirred up the storm in Jiangling for 2 years, been killed by Gu Feng? Clap clap clap. Suddenly, a round of applause came from outside. Tang Ziyi walked in. Brother Feng, what a skill. Just returned to Jiangling, and you've made the Blood Alliance submit. Tang Ziyi stopped 10 meters away from Gu Feng, locking eyes with him. But Brother Feng, you're sitting in my spot, could you please move? Gu Feng said, Shaoyi, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shaoyi? That's quite an old nickname. Tang Ziyi smiled. Compared to that, I think it's more appropriate for you to call me Yi Gu now. In that case, considering our past friendship, I can let you, Gu Feng, be my dog. Ha 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 ha. Gu Feng laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears. Shaoyi, oh Shaoyi, you really have turned the tables. 5 years ago, you were not like this in front of me. Tang Ziyi looked at Gu Feng. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I, Tang Ziyi, have been your dog for a few years. Now, it's your turn. Gu Feng lit a cigarette and said leisurely, Shaoyi, I've always regarded you as a brother. How many times has the Tang family encountered trouble? It was I who asked my father to lend a helping hand. Stop playing the emotional card with me. I can't stand your face. So what if you helped the Tang family? Do you think it was out of your kindness? No, everything is part of my plan. I can also tell you that several times when the Tang family was in trouble, it was fake, just to scrape some oil off you. The world thinks that the young master of Jiangling is extraordinary, but in my eyes, you're as dumb as a pig, easily manipulated by my little tricks. Tang Ji put his hands in his pockets. So, Gu Feng, you didn't just lose to me now, you lost to me long ago when you were still the young master of Jiangling. Gu Feng shrugged. I did lose, I shouldn't have regarded you as a person. Ha! Tang Ji sneered. Uncle Pan cut off his tongue. As my dog, you don't need to speak, just need to bark. In the corner, Zhang Yan's big eyes were spinning. Sister Shuang, who do you think will win, this Uncle Pan or that Gu Feng? Yao Shuang just watched the scene without saying a word. Zhang Yan continued, this Gu Feng, beating women in the street, what a scum. And that Tang Ji doesn't seem like a good bird either. I don't know which side to support now. After a pause, she added, but that Uncle Pan exudes a strong pressure. Gu Feng's fate is likely to be very tragic. Yao Shuang replied, I actually have a better feeling about Gu Feng. Why? Just a feeling. Zhang Yan laughed, then your feeling this time is wrong. Although Gu Feng can easily take down more than 20 bodyguards, he's too young. How high can his martial arts attainments be? Moreover, a true strong person would never stoop to hitting a girl, so he will undoubtedly lose today. How about a bet? Yao Shuang said lightly. Zhang Yan slapped her thigh, sure. Last time I lost the bet, I ended up losing all my holidays this year. If I win this time, Sister Shuang, you not only have to return all my holidays but also let me take a month off, paid. And if you lose? If I lose, I won't have any holidays next year either. Just as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Uncle Pan moved. He floated forward with a palm strike that seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Gu Feng. Jiang Yan shouted, "Damn, this Uncle Pan is actually at the peak of a 2-star master. Sister Shuang, I'm definitely going to win this." But the next moment, Gu Feng struck back with a thunderous palm, the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. Bang! Uncle Pan's head was smashed to pieces. Jiang Yan's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? What's going on? He's at least a 2-star peak master, and he lost in one round? Yuaoshuan laughed. Anyan, it seems your holidays for next year are gone. Jiang Yan's face instantly turned bitter. No, can we void the bet? Then her expression became serious. Sister Shuang, someone has died, should we do something about it? Yuaoshuang pondered for a moment and shook her head. The matters of Jiangling will be resolved by the people of Jiangling, we have no right to interfere. At this moment, Gu Feng had already stood up from his chair and was walking step by step towards Tang Jiyi. Tang Jiyi's face was extremely ugly. Gu Feng, don't come over. The Tang family has already become the 4th largest family in Jiangling. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Tang family will make sure you have no place to die. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground. After all this time, you're only 4th? You're so arrogant. I almost thought you had transformed and replaced me as the #1 young master of Jiangling. After saying that, he squatted down and patted Tang Jiyi's face, scraping oil off me. Tang Ziyi, do you really think I don't know the little schemes in your heart? It's just that, considering our brotherhood, I turned a blind eye. Yet, I treat you as a brother, and you insist on comparing yourself to a dog. How can you be so despicable? Smack! Gu Feng struck out, and Tang Ziyi's 2 rows of teeth instantly shattered. Before Tang Ziyi could scream in agony, Gu Feng's fingers had already turned into claws, reaching for his waist. In the next moment, a bloody kidney appeared before Gu Feng. Gu Feng's expression darkened. This was not Lin Ruochu's kidney, because Tang Ziyi's kidney area showed no signs of surgery. Gu Feng, unwilling to give up, pulled out another kidney, which also did not belong to Lin Ruochu. Why was that? As he pondered, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang Ziyi's mouth. Ah! Brother Feng, don't kill me. We are brothers, the best of brothers. Have you forgotten the days we drank together, the nights we talked by candlelight? Have you forgotten? Gu Feng sneered, isn't it a bit too late to say all this? Let me ask you, didn't you keep saying you dug out Lin Ruochu's kidney? Where is it? Why isn't it with you? Tang Ziyi struggled to say, this. I didn't dig it out. Do you want to die? Gu Feng's expression turned icy as he aimed a palm strike at Tang Ziyi's crown. Tang Ziyi was horrified. I'll tell you, I did dig it out, but it was my father who took it away. He gave it to someone else, and I don't know who he gave it to. How about I call him and let him come over? Brother Feng, you can ask him directly. Fine, you call. Tang Ziyi quickly took out his phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, someone is looking for you, cough cough. At the 2nd floor of Feng Wujiu Tian. Come quickly. Cough cough. 20 minutes later, Tang Ziyi's father, Tang Jinlin, arrived at Feng Wujiu Tian. Behind him were 4 elderly men. Before Gu Feng could speak, Tang Ziyi burst into mad laughter. Ha, Gu Feng, I told you you're as stupid as a pig, and you really are. When I was on the phone, my voice was so weak, did you think my father wouldn't notice? Even a fool could tell I was in trouble. If I were you, I would have struck first and not let the news spread. Now it's too late to say anything. Gu Feng, my Tang family's 4 great 4-star masters are gathered here, you can't escape. Jiang Yan, sitting in the corner, spoke again. Sister Shuang, let's gamble again. This time I'll bet all my vacation for the next 10 years that Gu Feng will lose. Yuaoshuan replied indifferently, I won't bet. With 4 4-star masters, Gu Feng was no match, no matter how he thought about it. Being able to crush a peak 2-star master with a single palm at Gu Feng's age was already quite remarkable. To be honest, she felt a bit of admiration for talent. However, this was Jiangling, and she was unwilling to wade into this murky water. Tang Jinlin's furious roar suddenly echoed, Gu Feng, you beast. How dare you dig out my son's 2 kidneys? I want you dead. I want you dead. Tang Ziyi shouted, no, father, don't kill him. He coughed up blood, looking at Gu Feng with a crazed expression. Gu Feng, don't worry, I will never kill you. I will chop off your limbs and imprison you. I want you to watch me step by step reach the pinnacle of Jiangling. Gu Feng, look up to me. My future will shine brighter than your past. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, I will bloom and kill all the flowers. Gu Feng, I want you to look up to me. Alright, as you wish, Ziyi, your father will comply. Tang Jinlin gritted his teeth. But at that moment, a clear, slightly ethereal voice rang out from outside. "My son, who dares to touch him?" Everyone turned to look. Suddenly, Ji Kaiwei, dressed in splendid attire, strolled in leisurely. Ji Kaiwei. This stunning woman, who is known for her beauty that blooms like flowers and outshines all in Jiangling, is now the actual helmsman of Jiangling's foremost aristocratic family. She has arrived. Following Ji Kaiwei were more than a dozen martial artists clad in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. Tang Jiling was momentarily stunned, then said, "Madam Ji, I know you are deeply loyal and compassionate. Even if your son has committed heinous crimes, you still wish to protect him out of old feelings. But look, Gu Feng is truly beyond redemption. Let's not even mention what happened 5 years ago, just look at what he has done since returning. He killed my son's attendant and even brutally removed my son's 2 kidneys. He took a deep breath. If this child is not dealt with, he will surely become a future calamity. Madam Ji, you understand righteousness and should know that my killing Gu Feng tonight is not just for revenge but also to eliminate a threat to the people." Ji Kaiwei walked up to Tang Jinling, smiling as she said, "Tang Jinling, the Tang family has taken 5 years to rise from the 8th aristocratic family in Jiangling to the 4th, and may even advance further in the future. You wouldn't want this hard-earned family business to collapse overnight, would you?" Her tone was soft, yet everyone present gasped in shock. A blatant threat. Ji Kaiwei was actually willing to go to war with the Tang family for Gu Feng. Why is that? Strictly speaking, they had no blood relation at all. Could it be that during her 5 years in the Gu family, Ji Kaiwei truly regarded Gu Feng as her son? Did 5 years of maternal affection lead her to feel pity for this bloodstained stepson? Tang Jinling's expression turned extremely grim. "Madam Ji, my son has ended up in this miserable state, and you still want to protect that beast Gu Feng?" Slap. Ji Kaiwei raised her delicate hand and slapped Tang Jinling across the face. "You call my son a beast? What does that make me, the beast's mother? I will give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, or else, the Tang family will be erased from Jiangling from this day forth." Tang Jinling was seething with rage, his eyes bulging, and his fists cracking with tension. He was a 5-star master, while Ji Kaiwei was merely a defenseless woman. With just one punch, he could send Ji Kaiwei to the underworld without a doubt. However, good. Madam Ji, I will remember this slap. Tang Jiling repeated the word good 3 times, turned, and left with the injured Tang Ziyi, sweeping his sleeves as he went. He could easily send Ji Kaiwei to the realm of bliss with a single punch. Yet, he did not dare. The power that Ji Kaiwei represented and her reputation in Jiangling loomed over him like a mountain, leaving him with no courage to strike. After he left, Ji Kaiwei smiled and clasped her hands behind her back. "Everyone, I have reunited with my little Feng after a long time, and I have some words to share. I believe you wouldn't want to hear us mother and son catch up, would you?" The young masters of the aristocratic families could tell this was a dismissal, and they did not dare to linger, turning to leave. Once outside, the young masters of Jiangling, who had been silenced by Ji Kaiwei, erupted in discussion. What the hell is going on? Wasn't Gu Feng supposed to be a parasite? For these years, Madam Ji has shown such deep affection for Gu Rensheng. Shouldn't she want to eliminate Gu Feng as soon as she saw him? I think it's precisely because Madam Ji has such deep feelings for Gu Rensheng that she is protecting Gu Feng. After all, no matter how heinous Gu Feng's actions are, he is still the only surviving flesh and blood of Gu Rensheng. Now that you mention it, that does seem possible. Sigh, Madam Gu is really so gentle. I'm dying. When will I find such a good wife? Beautiful, virtuous, kind, and willing to remain a widow for so many years, still keeping herself pure. On the 2nd floor of Feng Wujiu Tian, apart from the dozen or so black-robed figures, only Gu Feng and Ji Kaiwei remained. Ji Kaiwei had the waiter bring in some food and wine, then elegantly sat down in her chair, adjusting her luxurious attire. "Xiaofeng, I never expected you to still be alive. It must have been tough for you these past few years. In my memory, you were never this thin." Gu Feng's cold gaze fell upon her. "Ji Kaiwei, there are no outsiders here, so why put on an act? Mother just saved your life, and while I don't expect your gratitude, can't I at least get a mother from you? You would never have called me by my name before." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Feng's figure flickered and appeared right in front of her. Slap! A hand struck Ji Sayue's beautiful cheek without hesitation. Ji Kaiwei stumbled and fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "You bastard!" The man in black was furious and was about to attack Gu Feng, but Ji Kaiwei waved her hand to stop them. Struggling to get up, she lifted the wine jug with her delicate fingers and poured 2 cups. "Xiaofeng, a few days ago, I received news that you were still alive. At that time, you had someone send me a message saying you wanted to drink with me, so when I heard you returned to Jiangling tonight, I rushed over. but you seem to be less than welcoming. Gu Feng grasped her silk-like neck tightly. Ji Kaiwa, I advise you not to call me your son again, or I will crush you right now. His grip tightened little by little. Ji Sayue's breathing became rapid, and her pale cheeks flushed with a hint of oxygen deprivation. She parted her red lips and struggled to speak. Xiaofeng, I know that since I married into the Gu family, you have harbored many grievances and refused to acknowledge me as your mother. But I was indeed your father's wife for 5 years, and that fact cannot be changed. Even now, I am still your father's widow. If I don't call you my son, what else can I call you? Do you want me to call you brother or little brother? Then, she leaned closer to Gu Feng's ear and whispered softly, moreover, if you kill me today, what a pity that would be. The day after tomorrow is your father's death anniversary. Rather than dying unnoticed in a corner, wouldn't it be better for me to die in public, in front of your father's tombstone? That's what you want, isn't it? Her warm breath brushed against Gu Feng's ear, but it felt like a venomous snake's tongue, cold and chilling. Gu Feng stared at her and suddenly laughed. He leaned in closer to Ji Caiwe's ear and whispered, yes, Ji Caiwe, killing you like this would be too regrettable. You should die in public, in front of my father's tombstone. For 5 years, I have been looking forward to this day. Ji Caiwe, your time is about to crumble in 2 days, cherish it while you can. His smile gradually morphed into a twisted grin as he slapped Ji Caiwe's exquisite face twice with force before turning to leave. Ji Caiwe stared blankly at Gu Feng's retreating figure, her brows slightly furrowed. One of the men in black said, Madam, are you just going to let him go? After all these years, he is the first to dare strike you. Madam, give the order, and I will bring you his head. Ji Caiwe smiled gently, my son is in his rebellious phase, what's wrong with him hitting his mother? I have no objections, but you do? The group of men in black were at a loss for words. Ji Caiwe extended her hands to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. As she walked towards the outside, she softly murmured, Xiaofeng, I have laid a net for you. The day after tomorrow, how will you kill me? The one who will die will only be you. The cold moonlight spilled over the earth, reflecting 2 shadows, Luo Jiao and Song Chang. Song Chang lowered his head, looking dejected as he said, Jiao, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you take revenge. With Ji Caiwe protecting Gu Feng, how many dared to lay a hand on Gu Feng in the vast Jiangling? Even the 4th prominent family, the Tang family, could only suffer in silence before Ji Caiwe. What was his Song family, ranked 11th, worth? No need, Song Chang, don't make it difficult for yourself. I thought about it, and in the afternoon, it was my fault first, which led Gu Feng to strike me. Besides, he's such a villain who kills without a second thought, just slapping me is already showing great mercy. Remembering the legends of Gu Feng killing his father and exterminating his clan, recalling Uncle Pan, whose head was smashed by Gu Feng's slap, and Tang Zi, who had her kidneys ripped out, Luo Jiao felt a chill run down her spine. Yet, apart from that, she felt a bit proud. Gu Feng was a ruthless killer, but in the afternoon at the airport, despite her bad tone and arrogant attitude, he only slapped her. Why was that? She pondered and asked Song Chang, do you think I'm pretty? Pretty, of course you're pretty. In my eyes, you're the #1 goddess of Jiangling, even Ji Caiwe can't compare to you. Luo Jiao felt increasingly proud. Then tell me, does Gu Feng think I'm pretty? Is that why he tolerated my arrogance and only slapped me? Moreover, just now in the hall, he could have easily killed me, but he didn't. My goodness, could it be that Gu Feng has taken a liking to me? Is he trying to attract my attention by slapping me? What are you talking about? Song Chang looked bewildered, unable to comprehend how Luo Jiao reached that conclusion. But even if he likes me, I wouldn't like him. A killer like him is not my type, and besides, the Gu family has long since vanished, he must be poor as a church mouse now. Yes, he's no longer the young master of Jiangling he once was. Not to mention compared to my Song family, even against your Lu family, he's like a mayfly facing the vast sky, Song Cheng quickly replied. But then Luo Jiao said, however, Ji Caiwe is currently protecting him, treating him like her own son. Doesn't that mean the Ji family's assets also have a share for him? Ji Caiwe is so loyal and righteous, she might even let him take over the Ji family and become the future heir. If that's the case, given time, he could be the #1 young master of Jiangling again. Wow, possessing immense wealth and such skills, he would be a super male god. Whoever marries him will be happy for a lifetime. Song Cheng's face darkened. Jiao, you wouldn't have developed feelings for that Gu Feng, would you? Luo Jiao was taken aback, then realized she had said too much. To be honest, if Gu Feng really became that kind of person in the future, it would indeed make her heart flutter, and it was very likely that Gu Feng had taken a liking to her as well. This was simply a mutual pursuit. However, she wasn't foolish, the situation was still unclear, and it wasn't time to kick Song Cheng aside just yet. How could that be? What do you take me, Luo Jiao, for? Lu Jiao rolled her eyes deliberately. You've been pursuing me for so long, and I'm still evaluating you. Do you think I would fall for someone I've only known for a day? Song Chang, do you think I'm a very casual woman? Song Chang quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Jiao, I didn't mean it that way. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If the goddess he had pursued for so long ended up being won over by Gu Feng with just a slap, that would be too ironic. Suddenly, both of them quieted their steps. They had heard a familiar voice. It was Tang Jinlin's voice. Who is the Tang family head talking to? Lu Jiao couldn't help but ask. Just listen and you'll know. Song Chang said something, pulling Lu Jiao against the wall, and they arrived at the street corner, looking down another street. Not far away, Tang Jinlin was sitting in a car, and there was another figure standing in front of him. Zui Yuman, what do you mean? I've already given your wife face by withdrawing from Feng Wu Tian, and you still want to stop me with your car? Song Chang and Lu Jiao both knew Zui Yuman's name. He was the steward of the Ji family. Tang Jinlin continued, even a clay figurine has some temper, Zui Yuman. The Ji family is indeed powerful, but my Tang family has some trump cards after all these years of operation. If you really anger me, I will tear a piece of flesh from the Ji family even if it means the downfall of the Tang family. Not to mention, others may not know Ji Kaiyue, but I do. When the time comes, I will ruin her reputation and see how she can still perform as a virtuous wife and mother in Jianling, and how she can establish a chastity archway. Now, get out of my way, I need to take my son to the hospital. Zui Yuman smiled, since you know the details of my wife, you should be even less angry, Tang family head. Today's matter was arranged by my wife for a reason. Rest assured, it won't be long before you are wronged. At most, the day after tomorrow, Gu Feng will undoubtedly die. Is that true? Tang Jinlin asked, half convinced. Zui Yuman took out a small gift box and handed it over. My wife has her ways, so you can rest assured. Also, this is a small token from my wife to the Tang family head. I hope you will accept it. Tang Jinlin opened it to find a construction material purchase contract. For this vacation resort project of the Xiao family, the Ji family had taken the largest share, a full one. 5 billion contract. Now, the Ji family wanted to buy construction materials from the Tang family, and the profits from this were unimaginable. Ha ha ha, good, as expected of Madame Ji. Then I will wait to see the good show. After accepting the item, Tang Jinlin said no more, drove off, and quickly disappeared into the night. In the distance, Song Chang, who had overheard everything, was overjoyed. Did you hear that, Jiao? Gu Feng will die in a few days. Everything today was just a performance. He didn't know why Ji Kaiyue came to protect Gu Feng or why she wanted to kill him in a few days. But it didn't matter, he only needed to know that Gu Feng would die the day after tomorrow, and that was enough. Just as Lu Jiao was about to speak, a phone call suddenly came in. It was the steward of the Lu family calling, and she quickly answered. Miss, it's not good. I just returned from a business trip and found that the master is dead. Lu Jiao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly asked Song Chang to drive back to the Lu family mansion. The scene in the courtyard made her dizzy. Not only had her father died, but her brother Lu Jian was also dead. The old steward had already checked the surveillance and revealed everything he knew. Song Chang's face darkened terrifyingly. That Gu Feng actually killed your father and brother, he deserves a terrible death. Lu Jiao cried uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Song Chang stroked her head and pulled her into his arms. Jiao, don't cry, I will help you take revenge. Revenge? Woo, how to take revenge? That Gu Feng can easily kill a peak 2-star master, he is probably already at the strength of a 3-star master. Your Song family only has one early 3-star master and a few 2-star masters, how can you compete with Gu Feng? Even if you could, it would come at a painful cost, so let's forget it. Woo. Song Chang felt warmth in his heart. It seemed that after pursuing Jiao for so long, he had gained some weight in her heart. Clearly, the blood feud was right in front of her, yet she was considering the Song family. Song Chang said, we don't even need to touch Gu Feng. After all, Ji Kaiyue wants him dead the day after tomorrow, so he won't survive to the day after tomorrow. Then what did you mean by revenge just now? Lu Jiao asked, wiping her tears. Song Chang's expression was cold and heavy. That Gu Feng came to your father and brother with the intent to kill because of Lin Ruochu from the Lin family, so we will deal with the Lin family. Just wait, I will have someone capture all the members of the Lin family right away. Don't! Lu Jiao hurriedly said, you should wait until Gu Feng is dead before doing anything. Otherwise, if he goes crazy, I'm afraid the Song family won't have a good outcome either. Song Chang thought about it and agreed. It was better to wait until Gu Feng was dead before severely punishing the Lin family. However, today Jiao had thought of him time and again, and if he did nothing, he would feel guilty. Not to mention, Lu Jiao had been crying non-stop since she heard the bad news. He had to let her vent her feelings first. With this in mind, he said, then let's first use the excuse of the Lin family's building materials being of poor quality to block all their products in the city. For the next few days, the Lin family can avoid physical suffering, but they must endure mental torment. Lue Jiao did not oppose anymore and gently pushed Song Cheng away. Song Cheng, you should go first. I want to be alone for a while. Seeing Jiao's heartbroken appearance, Song Cheng wanted to stay and accompany her, but Lue Jiao insisted he leave, so he had no choice but to comply. On the way back, although his heart was heavy, he occasionally thought of the moment when he had held Jiao in his arms. After pursuing her for so long, it seemed like it was the first time they had such intimate contact. This period was Jiao's most vulnerable time. As long as he performed well enough, he would surely win her heart. Oh no, Jiao's father and brother are dead. Why do I feel both sad and happy? Song Cheng quickly slapped himself twice, trying not to think too much, humming a little tune as he disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Jiao returned to her room, had the butler bring in some alcohol, and then locked the door. She drank can after can of beer, tears still on her face, but at some point, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dad, brother, Song Cheng thinks I was crying just now because you died and I was heartbroken, but he has no idea that I am happy. Ha ha ha, I am so happy. From now on, you can no longer threaten me. I will never see you alive again. I, Lue Jiao, am free. Ha 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 ha. Gu Feng came out of the Feng Wujiu Tian and returned to Yujing Haoting with Ningyashi. Before going to bed, he suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Ruochu. The matter has been handled. You can go home now. I have found a place to stay, so you don't need to worry about me. Almost simultaneously, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Ruochu's phone by her bedside lit up with a faint glow. She had not taken her phone with her, or rather, she couldn't take it with her since she had been knocked out and taken away by Wang Shuimei. At this moment, in a shabby hotel room, Lin Ruomei looked at her unconscious sister lying on the bed and said uncertainly, Mom, is it really okay to just knock Ruochu out and bring her out like this? Wang Shuimei snorted coldly, do you think I wanted to knock her out? It was her stubbornness that made her refuse to leave, insisting on going out to explain to those people. That's the Blood Alliance. They kill without blinking, how could they reason with us? Lin Ruomei sighed, I'm just afraid that Ruochu will resent you when she wakes up. Let her hate me. I'm doing this for her good. Besides, that Gu Feng claims to be the warden of Long Island Prison. Maybe when the Blood Alliance hears his name, they'll just run away, Wang Shuimei said somewhat guiltily. At that moment, Lin Beishan's phone suddenly rang. Wang Shuimei quickly answered, and before she could speak, Lin Beishan asked, Shuimei, where are you? And where is Xiao Feng? It's so late, you guys aren't out having a late-night snack together, are you? You're back home? Wang Shuimei exclaimed, aren't the Blood Alliance people there? I finished dealing with the company's matters. Where else can I go if I don't go home? What Blood Alliance? The Blood Alliance is just fine. Why are they coming to our house? Wang Shuimei thought to herself. Could it be that Gu Feng really managed to handle the people from the Blood Alliance? The previous conversation with Lin Ruoma was just nonsense, something she didn't even believe herself, but now, she couldn't help but believe it a little. Could it be that Gu Feng is really the warden of Long Island Prison? It should be. Since ancient times, bandits have never fought against officials. She was just afraid that once Gu Feng revealed the Dragon God Order, the Blood Alliance would retreat on their own. With this thought, she quickly said, wait a moment, I'll go back right now. Saying this, she picked up Lin Ruochu and, together with Lin Ruoma, took a taxi back to the Lin family mansion. Seeing that there were indeed no signs of a break-in at home, she felt relieved. She briefly recounted the events from a few hours ago and her speculations to Lin Beishan. Lin Beishan said, so you mean, Gu Feng is the warden of Long Island Prison, and that's why the Blood Alliance was scared off? Wang Shuimei nodded, it should be like that. If the Blood Alliance really killed Gu Feng, they would definitely rush into our house to find us, but there are no signs of a search here. Lin Beishan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Gu Feng wasn't dead, that was good. He then said, so why did you run? You could have just waited at home for Xiao Feng to resolve the matter. Hey! Wang Shuimei slapped her thigh. How was I supposed to know he was really the warden of Long Island Prison? Lin Beishan sighed. Xiao Feng must have seen you running away with people, so he got angry and didn't stay at home. You should call Xiao Feng tomorrow and apologize. He was kind enough to help our family, yet you keep being suspicious and sarcastic. Wang Shuimei interrupted him directly. If you want to apologize, you go ahead. I'm not doing it. You. What about me? I'm going to sleep. With that, Wang Shuimei patted her backside and returned to her room. The next morning, Wang Shuimei was awakened by a piercing scream. It was her eldest daughter Lin Ruoma's voice. Wang Shuimei hurriedly ran out. What happened? What's going on? Lin Ruoma trembled as she pointed to the ground outside the courtyard. Mom, look. Wang Shueme focused her gaze and immediately felt dizzy. Outside the courtyard, there were large patches of dried blood that were very eye-catching, along with scattered pieces of human skin and bones. After Gu Feng and Ning Yushi left, the Blood Alliance had cleaned up the bodies, but it wasn't done very thoroughly. Last night, in the pitch darkness, these bloodstains blended into the inky night, and Wang Shueme and the others hadn't noticed at all. Soon, Lin Beishan also came over. Upon seeing the bloodstains, his face turned very ugly. Shueme, didn't you say that last night Xiaofeng scared off the Blood Alliance? What's going on with this blood? How would I know? I wasn't there, Wang Shueme shouted. At this moment, she had a vague sense of foreboding. Lin Ruoma trembled as she said, this. Could it be Gu Feng's blood? Did he die? Slap. Lin Beishan slapped Wang Shueme's face. Why didn't you stop Xiaofeng last night? He got involved with the Blood Alliance to help our family. Wang Shueme covered her face, stunned for a moment before roaring, Lin Beishan, you hit me. You actually hit me. For an unrelated outsider, you hit me? He ran out to seek death on his own. What does that have to do with me? Divorce. I can't live like this anymore. Today, Wang Shueme, am going to divorce you. Lin Ruoma quickly said, Mom and Dad, don't get too worked up. Right now, we haven't seen Gu Feng alive or dead. Just based on this pool of blood, we can't necessarily conclude that he's dead. Let's contact him first. Lin Beishan nodded, then suddenly remembered that he didn't have Gu Feng's contact information at all. He hurriedly rushed into the room, wanting to wake up his second daughter Lin Ruochu. But after shaking her for a long time, Lin Ruochu showed no response. If it weren't for the faint breath coming from her nostrils, she would be indistinguishable from a corpse. Lin Beishan was furious and slapped Wang Shueme, who had just entered, across the face. Look at what you've done. Ruochu's constitution is already weak, and you knocked her out. This time, Wang Shueme didn't scream. She rushed over to push her daughter's body, trying to wake her. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Ruochu will be fine, she will be fine. Wang Shueme's face was pale as she quickly dialed the number of Dr. Wu. Yesterday, Dr. Wu treated my daughter, he can do it again today. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, Dr. Wu finally arrived. He didn't waste any time and went straight into the bedroom to treat Lin Ruochu. Half an hour later, he came out. Lin Beishan, Wang Shueme, and Lin Ruoma all surrounded him. Wang Shueme anxiously asked, Dr. Wu, how is my daughter? Dr. Wu stroked his beard. It's nothing serious, she just has strong emotional fluctuations and was overly frightened, which caused her to faint. I've treated her and will give you a prescription. You need to prepare the medicine according to it for her to drink. However, her constitution is weak, so it may take a day or two for her to wake up. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, Dr. Wu spoke again. By the way, did someone treat Miss Lin yesterday? No. I don't think so, Wang Shueme pondered. Impossible, Dr. Wu furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Miss Lin should have woken up once yesterday, and her condition is much better than when I left. Clearly, someone with medical skills far superior to mine has treated her. Wang Shueme was taken aback. Huh? My daughter did wake up yesterday, but wasn't that because you treated her? Dr. Wu replied, I don't have that ability. Do you think what I said before I left was alarmist? You should know that after my treatment, even if Miss Lin could hold on, she would only last a month at most, but now she has 3 months of life left. Boom! Dr. Wu's words were like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Lin Beishan was extremely excited. Yes. My daughter's friend, Gu Feng, treated her once yesterday, and not long after, Ruochu woke up. Dr. Wu was surprised. Your daughter has such a friend? How come I've never heard of him before? He just returned to Jiangling yesterday. He and my daughter are childhood sweethearts, Lin Beishan said. So this Gu doctor is only in his 20s? Dr. Wu immediately felt a sense of respect. In his 20s, and already at the pinnacle of medical skills, far surpassing me, truly impressive. He changed the subject. Miss Lin is currently not in serious danger, but as I just said, she only has 3 months of life left. If you want to extend her life, you can only try to find that Gu doctor. After leaving a prescription, Dr. Wu did not linger and turned to leave. Lin Beishan's face turned extremely ugly. Gu Feng can save Ruochu, but Gu Feng, he is probably... He couldn't continue, his eyes reddening. At this moment, Wang Shueme also reacted, collapsing onto the ground and crying loudly. Oh, why is my life so bitter? It was so hard to find a divine doctor who could treat my daughter's illness, but he died. My poor daughter. Lin Beishan kicked her in the rear. Isn't it all because of you? If you had stopped Gu Feng yesterday and let him run with you, he would still be alive now. At that moment, Lin Beishan's phone rang. Hello, Mr. He, can we talk about it tomorrow? What? The contract signed last night is void? What? A ban?
Soon, Lin Beishan's right hand fell weakly to his side, and his phone dropped to the ground without him noticing.
Lin Ruoma, trembling with fear, asked, Dad, what happened?
Taking a deep breath, Lin Beishan said, the Song family from the Jiangling aristocracy has issued a notice saying that the building materials our family sells have problems, announcing a citywide ban on our Lin's building materials. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuemei cried even harder. Oh, that damn Song family, they never even bought building materials from us, and yet they say our materials have issues. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed to the ground. The series of blows caused her to faint directly. At noon, Gu Feng slowly woke up from bed, and after washing up, he went downstairs with Ning Yushi. There were several restaurants with good food near Yujinghaoding, and Ning Yushi planned to take Gu Feng to try them out. Just as they walked down the stairs and had not yet exited the community, a voice filled with surprise suddenly came from nearby.
Is that Gu Feng? Following that, a charming figure quickly walked over. Xiao. Gu Feng recognized the person but couldn't recall her name for a moment.
The charming figure approached Gu Feng, Xiao Qianxue. It was none other than Xiao Qianxue, whom Gu Feng had met abroad before. Xiao Qianxue rarely exercised, and after running for a short while, she was slightly out of breath, panting heavily.
Gu Feng looked her up and down.
Today, Xiao Qianxue wore a light yellow short dress, her long legs straight and smooth, and on her feet were a pair of white sneakers, exuding a pure yet charming vibe. He remembered that the last time he saw Xiao Qianxue, she was dressed very simply, with a quiet demeanor that seemed a bit old-fashioned. Despite being in her 20s, she had the air of an old scholar. Now, she radiated much more youthful energy, like a senior from a neighboring school, giving a refreshing impression. Seeing Gu Feng staring at her, Xiao Qianxue felt a bit shy and said, "Why are you staring at me?
Is there something dirty on me?"
"No, I just think you look different from before," Gu Feng replied.
"Oh, is it not good looking?"
"It's because of my teacher. He heard I came to Jiangling and flew over from Longdu to see me. He always said I dressed too conservatively and lacked vitality, so I dressed like this today,"
Xiao Qianxue nervously explained, then added, "Should I go back and change?"
Gu Feng was silent for a moment. The last outfit was indeed too plain. "This looks good."
"Really? Is it?"
Xiao Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly. On one hand, she felt she had explained too much and was a bit flustered. On the other hand, being praised by Gu Feng unexpectedly made her feel sweet inside, as if she had been smeared with honey, filling her with joy. Just as she was about to speak, a phone call suddenly came in.
"Oh, you've arrived?
Okay, teacher." After hanging up, she said, "Sorry, my teacher brought a few friends and is already waiting for me in the restaurant's private room. I have to go now. I'll treat you to a meal another day." With that, she hurriedly left.
Ning Yushi took Gu Feng into Jin Shifu.
This was a new restaurant that had just opened near Yujinghaoding 2 weeks ago.
It mainly served Chinese cuisine and was quite good.
At this moment, it was mealtime, and there were many diners inside. Ning Yushi went to the front desk and returned with a disappointed expression. "Young Master Gu, there are no more private rooms available.
Shall we change to another place?"
"No worries, I'm not that particular." Gu Feng waved his hand casually and sat down in a corner by the window with Ning Yushi. While waiting for the dishes, Ning Yushi couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Young Master Gu, it seems you have a bit of a story with that Miss Xiao just now? I just saved her life in Myanmar."
"Myanmar? How did you end up in Myanmar?"
Gu Feng originally didn't want to say much, but Ning Yushi kept asking, so he briefly recounted the events that had happened in Myanmar while eating. Ning Yushi felt a surge of emotions. Having made her way to her current position in Jiangling, she had seen her fair share of storms and had personally experienced quite a bit of bloody slaughter. However, compared to what Gu Feng had gone through, it was hardly worth mentioning. While she was here fighting in the streets, Gu Feng was already caught up in the tides of the nation and the world. Just as Ning Yushi was about to speak, a young man approached, holding a wine glass. "May I ask, are you the Ning family head of the Blood Alliance?" Ning Yushi frowned slightly. "Do you know me?" The young man, extremely excited, said, "It really is you. You may not know me, but I've been in the underground of Jiangling for many years, and your name is like thunder to my ears. A woman like you has become the second in command of the Blood Alliance." "Let's get to the point," Ning Yushi interrupted, as the young man was about to flatter her further. The young man replied, "No, I just wanted to invite you for a drink." "Sorry, I'm busy. Let's talk another time," Ning Yushi politely declined. The young man didn't press further and turned to leave. Gu Feng smiled. "It seems you've indeed made quite a name for yourself. I fear many people on the streets are thinking of you." Ning Yushi's face flushed. "I wouldn't even look at them." The two chatted about other topics, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. The restaurant had become much less crowded and was gradually emptying out, and the two were preparing to settle the bill and leave.
Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Family Head Luo, right here." Ning Yushi looked up and saw the young man who had just approached her, along with Luo Xian, the second in command of the Flying Sky Society. Besides them, there was a dense crowd of people following behind. The restaurant, which had just been somewhat quiet, was immediately packed. Many members of the Flying Sky Society could only stand outside. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 people. The Flying Sky Society, one of the three giants of Jiangling's underground. Ning Yushi's expression turned somewhat grim. The Flying Sky Society is becoming increasingly unreasonable. I merely refuse to drink, and so many people have come to attack me? The young man stepped forward, grinning with pride. Did you really think I wanted to drink with you? I was just afraid of making a mistake and wanted to confirm your identity. The Flying Sky Society has already put a bounty of 10 million on your head. Haha, that 10 million will be mine. Ning Yushi ignored the young man and turned to Luo Xian. Family Head Luo, you put a bounty on my head. Aren't you afraid of the Blood Alliance's retaliation? Ha. Luo Xian, the second in command of the Flying Sky Society, sneered. Ning Yushi, I have received news of Hong Chi's death. Without Hong Chi, the Blood Alliance is just a bunch of useless rabble. Today, the Flying Sky Society has the Blood Alliance in our grasp. Of course, I'm not one who enjoys bloodshed. If you voluntarily submit, I won't harm you in the slightest. Ning Yushi toyed with the wine glass in her hand. You really think you can take down the Blood Alliance without a fight? Your calculations are quite impressive. Luo Xian placed his hands behind his back. In any case, today you have two choices, surrender or die. Ning Yushi's delicate hand trembled slightly, but seeing Gu Feng quietly sitting beside her, the panic in her heart dissipated into nothingness. With young Master Gu Feng here, what was there to fear? Since you know of Hong Chi's death, you should also know that Hong Chi was killed by young Master Gu Feng. I can tell you, the true master of the Blood Alliance now is Gu Feng. Gu Feng stood up, blocking Ning Yushi's path. Luo Xian, we meet again. Luo Xian looked at Gu Feng, then at Ning Yushi behind him. An inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him. This scene felt familiar. 6 years ago, he had brought over 1,000 people to trouble Ning Yushi, and Gu Feng had stood tall just like this. At that time, he had been so scared that he turned and ran. However, Luo Xian laughed heartily. Not bad. I have indeed heard the news that Gu Feng killed Hong Chi with a single punch, but do you really think the Flying Sky Society is afraid of Hong Chi? The reason Hong Chi could stir up trouble in Jiangling is simply because he comes from Shanghai, and he has the backing of a powerful force from Shanghai. Now that Hong Chi is dead, the Blood Alliance is like a rootless floating weed, ready to be slaughtered. As for Gu Feng, he locked eyes with Gu Feng and calmly said, Gu Feng, your transformation surprises me greatly, but to be blunt, the you of the past was so weak that I was terrified, yet now you possess the strength of a 3-star master, and I can only laugh. As he spoke, his aura shifted, a tidal wave of pressure crashing towards them. This second in command of the Flying Sky Society had actually stepped into the realm of a 4-star master. Do you see? I am a 4-star master. Capturing a Gu Feng is as easy as pie. Not to mention, I have always been cautious. Even if Gu Feng is a 4-star master and can match me, the thousands of members I brought will drown him like a tide. Ning Yushi frowned slightly. She had no idea that Hong Chi had a background in Shanghai. But now was not the time to think about that. She stepped forward. Luo Xian, you are clever and cautious, but all of that is meaningless in the face of absolute power. Let me tell you, young Master Gu Feng is not a 3-star master, nor a 4-star master, but a 6-star master. If you know what's good for you, you should leave quickly, or else, not just you, but the entire Flying Sky Society will have no place to bury their dead. Previously, young Master Gu Feng had mentioned that he killed the peak 5-star master Oda Masanobu with a single punch abroad, so he must have the strength of a 6-star master. The young man who had come over to flirt just now sneered, Ning Yushi, even when death is imminent, you still want to put on a show, claiming he's a 6-star master? I think your Gu Feng is just a 6-star frog, huh? Slap. Gu Feng countered with a palm strike to the young man's face. The young man's body crashed into the crowd, blood gushing from his mouth, already unconscious. All the members of the Flying Sky Society were taken aback, not expecting Gu Feng to act without hesitation under such heavy encirclement. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Luo Xian's face turned extremely ugly as he shouted, Gu Feng, do you think you are still the young master of the past? I was considering taking you under my wing, seeing that you have reached the master realm in just a few years, but now it seems. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Feng. Luo Xian, do you know why you can still live and talk to me right now? Luo Xian raised an eyebrow, and Gu Feng continued, that's because I want to merge the Flying Sky Society into the Blood Alliance. Ha! The members of the Flying Sky Society found it unbelievable. Did Gu Feng know what he was saying? Clearly, it was our Flying Sky Society that wanted to swallow you, yet you want the Blood Alliance to swallow the Flying Sky Society? This was simply turning the world upside down. Clap, clap, clap. After a long silence, Luo Xian began to applaud. As expected of the former young master of Jianling, your charisma hasn't diminished. I just hope that later, you can still speak so arrogantly. Give me. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Feng had already thrown a punch. The sound of the explosion erupted. Luo Xian hadn't even had time to react when a piercing pain spread from his abdomen throughout his body. He curled up like a shrimp, crashing into the crowd like a cannonball. The crowd scrambled to help Luo Xian up, but Luo Xian was already pale with shock. Could it be that Gu Feng was really a 6-star master? No, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a young 6-star master? It was simply unheard of. Moreover, he knew that Gu Feng hadn't even stepped onto the path of a martial artist 5 years ago. To reach 6-star master in just 5 years? What a ridiculous joke. Gu Feng, I have a newfound respect for you. However, I still refuse to believe that you can reach the realm of a 6-star master. Today, you will die. He was about to order everyone from the Flying Sky Society to join in and directly strangle Gu Feng when suddenly he heard a delicate shout. Whoever dares to touch Gu Feng is going against me, Xiao Qianxue, and against my Xiao family. Immediately after, Xiao Qianxue, dressed in a light yellow short skirt, rushed down from upstairs and stood in front of Gu Feng. Luo Xian frowned. The Xiao family, the one that parachuted into Jiangling 2 years ago and built the Yujing Haoding, and recently plans to invest 30 billion to build a resort? Xiao Qianxue said, that's right, I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Qianxue, and Gu Feng is my friend. Ha ha ha. Luo Xian laughed loudly, keep making up stories. The Xiao family is powerful, but the eldest daughter of the Xiao family has been studying abroad in Neon for years and hasn't returned. Even if you want to impersonate someone, you should at least check your facts first. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Xiao Qianxue became anxious. I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. I just returned to the country the day before yesterday. Still pretending? Luo Xian didn't believe her at all and raised his hand to slap Xiao Qianxue away. But at that moment, an elderly voice rang out, let's see who dares to touch my student. An old man, dressed simply and wearing reading glasses, walked down from upstairs. Xiao Qianxue anxiously said, teacher, don't come down. The old man shook his head indifferently and walked straight to Xiao Qianxue, locking eyes with Luo Xian. His eyes were bright and piercing. Luo Xian impatiently said, who the hell are you? Just an old bone, don't come here to seek death. The old man replied calmly, I am Huang Shuli, the chief academician of the Kyoto Academy of Sciences. Xiao Qianxue, fearing that Luo Xian and the others didn't understand the gravity of the situation, quickly added, my teacher led and perfected the 2 nanometers chip technology and has published several highly influential papers in international authoritative journals on fundamental physics. He is truly a national treasure. Huang Shuli said, young man, fighting and killing is not a good thing, hurry up. Before he could finish, Luo Xian swung his hand and slapped Huang Shuli across the face. What nonsense about chips and physics, what do you think you're talking about? The slap was heavy, and Huang Shuli staggered back, nearly falling. However, Luo Xian was relentless and kicked at Xiao Qianxue. Physics, huh? Academy of Sciences, huh? National treasure is. A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Gu Feng had already struck out with a palm. Luo Xian's leg was shattered by the blow. Luo Xian, you have chosen your own death. Gu Feng's tone was cold, and he threw another fierce punch. This punch carried the force of 1,000 mountains. The world trembled. Boom! Luo Xian was directly blasted into a mist of blood. After a brief silence, over 1,000 members of the Flying Sky Society erupted in angry shouts. Gu Feng, you deserve to die. A crowd surged forward, charging at Gu Feng. Gu Feng coldly said to Ning Yushi, protect Miss Xiao and academician Huang. Then he charged out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Boom boom boom. Blood mist splattered everywhere. The entire Jinshifu restaurant turned into a hellish battlefield. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why were over 1,000 people unable to defeat just Gu Feng? Fear wrapped around the remaining members of the Flying Sky Society like thick ink. They no longer hesitated and turned to flee. Want to run? Gu Feng's expression was cold. His figure flickered and he instantly chased after them. He had intended to keep the Flying Sky Society to strengthen the Blood Alliance, but now, that was no longer necessary. After another round of slaughter, a sudden cry from Xiao Qianxue broke through. Teacher, don't scare me. Teacher, wake up. Gu Feng frowned and turned back to Xiao Qianxue's side. He saw Huang Shuli with his eyes tightly closed, foaming at the mouth, and his body slightly convulsing. Xiao Qianxue anxiously asked, what happened to my teacher? After being slapped by Luo Xian, Huang Shuli fainted.
Xiao Qianxue was already extremely worried, thinking that once Gu Feng resolved the current situation, she would take the teacher to the hospital. Who knew it would suddenly turn out like this? If something happened to the teacher on her side, then Xiao Qianxue couldn't bear to think further. Let's go to my house first, Gu Feng said, carrying Huang Shuli as he walked towards Yujing Haoding. Ning Yushi called the Blood Alliance to have them handle the aftermath at Jinshifu, then left with Xiao Qianxue and Gu Feng. Back at home, seeing that Xiao Qianxue was almost in tears from anxiety, Gu Feng comforted her, "Don't worry, with me here, your teacher will be fine." After saying that, he laid Huang Shuli flat on the bed and inserted 36 silver needles into various acupoints on his body. The spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, penetrating deep into Huang Shuli's body. In less than 15 minutes, Huang Shuli finally stopped convulsing and quieted down. But the next moment, his body began to shake even more violently, and his face turned completely dark. He was exhaling but not inhaling. Xiao Qianxue was horrified. What is happening? Gu Feng had no time to respond to her. He shouted, "Damn creature, get out of there." Countless streams of spiritual energy gathered into a sea within Huang Shuli's body. The waves crashed against the shore. A second later, a scene that left Gu Qianxue dumbfounded unfolded. Suddenly, the teacher's mouth opened wide, and a black 8-legged insect flew out, transforming into a streak of light and rushing away into the distance. Gu Feng casually reached out and firmly caught the ugly insect. Xiao Qianxue looked at the insect, trembling as she asked, What is this? Why did it crawl out of my teacher's mouth?" Gu Feng replied, "This is the brain-dead Gu. In its early stages, it lies dormant in the human body, and when it grows to a certain size, it will burrow into the brain, devouring the brain's nerves. The mild consequence is becoming an idiot, while the severe consequence is direct brain death." Gu worm? Although Xiao Qianxue was engaged in scientific research, she knew a little about Gu worms, but this was the first time she had actually seen one. Moreover, this Gu worm was inside her own teacher. Gu Feng nodded. "The reason your teacher was foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over was because this Gu worm wanted to crawl into his brain. This brain-dead Gu has been lying dormant in your teacher for a year and a half. It would have taken another 6 months to mature, but it found the host's body weak, so it took the initiative to attack. After all, for a brain-dead Gu, the host's brain is more delicious than any delicacy." After explaining, Gu Feng's spiritual energy surged in his palm. The brain-dead Gu was instantly reduced to ashes. Xiao Qianxue was greatly shaken. Her teacher held a transcendent position in the scientific community of Longdu, who dared to be so bold as to extend their hand here. It seemed that once the teacher woke up, she must remind him. She took a deep breath. "Gu Feng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Teacher Huang would probably be in grave danger." Saying this, she took out a bank card, wanting to give it to Gu Feng as a token of gratitude. Gu Feng waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, your teacher was slapped because of me in the first place. It's different," Xiao Qianxue said. "If you hadn't discovered this Gu worm lurking in the teacher's body, the consequences would have been unimaginable once the Gu worm truly matured. The White Eagle Empire has always imposed a technological blockade on the Divine Dragon Nation, firmly controlling high-end chip technology. My teacher is currently leading the research on 0.5 nanometers chip technology. Once there are results, surpassing the White Eagle Empire in the chip industry will be just around the corner. So, don't think you just saved my teacher. You also saved the chip industry of the Divine Dragon Nation, allowing us to stand toe-to-toe with the White Eagle Empire in this regard." Gu Feng's mouth twitched. This was a bit too exaggerated. He had merely saved a person. Seeing that Gu Feng had no intention of taking the card, Xiao Qianxue felt a bit disappointed. "Are you not short on money? But I can't think of anything else good at the moment." At this time, Ning Yushi joked, "If it really doesn't work, Miss Xiao can offer herself in gratitude. Young Master Gu doesn't have a girlfriend yet." This. Xiao Qianxue's fair face suddenly flushed red, and she was at a loss for words. Gu Feng shot Ning Yushi a glare. "Don't listen to her nonsense. How about this, if you really want to thank me, just help take care of Lin's building materials." "Lin's building materials?" Xiao Qianxue's big eyes were filled with confusion. Gu Feng said, "Isn't your Xiao family working on a resort project? The owner of Lin's building materials has an old relationship with me. If you can help, then help. If you can't, it's fine." Xiao Qianxue nodded. "Okay, I'll go back and tell my dad." Half an hour later, Huang Shuli woke up. Xiao Qianxue took him away. Hearing the sound of the door gently closing, Ning Yushi said, "Young master, your standards are too high. Miss Xiao is quite beautiful, and her background is really strong. The Xiao family, which parachuted into Jiangling 2 years ago, is on par with the Ji family in strength, and her teacher is the unparalleled academician Huang. I feel you two are quite a match."
The key point is that Gu Feng had saved Xiao Qianxue once before. As long as they interacted more, they would surely spark a romantic connection. In fact, she secretly liked Gu Feng herself. Ever since the moment he stood in front of her 6 years ago, her heart had already raced. However, she knew in her heart that she was not worthy of Gu Feng. Still, being able to stay by his side and do what she could for him was already very satisfying. Gu Feng casually said, "I have no plans for a relationship." With the blood feud unresolved, how could he think about anything else? Ning Yushi said, "But just now, Miss Xiao said she wanted to repay you. Actually, you could leverage the Xiao family and academician Huang's influence to deal with Ji Kaiyue. With their help, one day we can make Ji Kaiyue pay." Gu Feng smiled and said nothing more. He simply lit a cigarette, stood by the window, and gazed at the sky. Relying on the power of others? No. To destroy the Ji family and capture Ji Kaiyue, one person is enough. In the Yujinghaoding community, Huang Shuli walked side by side with Xiao Qianxue. "Qianxue, what happened after I fell unconscious?" Xiao Qianxue briefly recounted the events but did not mention Gu Feng killing anyone, only saying that they had driven those people away. The scene had been too bloody, just thinking about it now made her scalp tingle, and there was no need to scare her teacher further. In the end, she said, "Teacher, when you return to Longdu, you must investigate who is trying to harm you." According to Gu Feng, the Gu worm had been placed in her teacher's body a year and a half ago, which might be hard to trace, but this matter must be taken seriously. Huang Shuli nodded, "I understand." After a moment of silence, he added, "That Gu Feng kid is not bad. I support you being with him." "Ha?" Xiao Qianxue was taken aback. What was this about? Then she heard Huang Shuli say, "Don't think I can't see it. You like that Gu Feng kid, right?" Xiao Qianxue hurriedly denied it. "Teacher, don't say that." Huang Shuli laughed, "You've never been very bold. Just now at Jinshifu, when you saw Gu Feng in danger, you dared to rush in without hesitation and confront so many people. I was young once too, can't I see your little thoughts? And just now at the private room in Jinshifu, you mentioned that Gu Feng at least 10 times. You probably didn't even notice, did you?" "Did I?" Xiao Qianxue was startled. Huang Shuli patted Xiao Qianxue's shoulder. "Teacher has actually been worried about your lifelong affairs, fearing that you focus too much on academic matters and waste your prime years. Now that you have someone you like, I can rest easy. Keep it up, I won't be long before returning to Longdu, and I hope the next time I come to Jianling, I can taste your wedding candy." Xiao Qianxue couldn't help but say, "You just met this Gu Feng once, and you're already at ease with me marrying him? He's capable and can heal, isn't that good? Besides, I trust my student's judgment." Huang Shuli laughed heartily, hands behind his back, and strolled slowly towards the outside of Yujinghaoding. Xiao Qianxue pinched the hem of her skirt. "Could it be that I really like Gu Feng? It shouldn't be. How long have we known each other?" Time flew by, and it was the next day. When the people of Jiangling opened their doors to go out, they were astonished to find that it had snowed all night, and it still hadn't stopped. This year's snow came a bit too early. It was only early autumn. People speculated that it must be Madame G's deep affection for Gu Rincheng that moved the heavens, resulting in this heavy snowfall. That's right, today is the anniversary of Gu Rincheng's death. The road to Fenghua Pavilion was packed with people. Everyone was waiting for the funeral procession led by Ji Kaiyue. Meanwhile, a short video went viral on Jiangling's social networks. The video content ranged from Gu Feng digging out Tang Ziyi's kidney to Ji Caiyue's appearance, and then to Gu Feng knocking Ji Kaiyue over with a single palm strike. The video's popularity skyrocketed to over 1 million views in a short time. The comments below surged even more. Many of the Jiangling citizens waiting on the road to Fenghua Pavilion were also watching this video. Damn, isn't that Gu Feng? He was executed 5 years ago, how is he still alive? What the hell, how could this beast hit Madame G? My fists are clenched. This Gu Feng returned to Jiangling and dug out young Master Tang's kidney. His methods are so cruel. Even so, Madame G is still willing to protect him. As a result, he repays Madame G like this? Madame G shouldn't have been sentimental and saved this beast. If it were me, I would have directly sent Gu Feng to the Jiangling patrol office and had him executed. The citizens gritted their teeth at Gu Feng, cursing loudly. Tang family. Tang Jinlin looked at the video that suddenly leaked this morning and suddenly realized. The knot that he couldn't figure out the night before was now clear. No wonder Ji Kaiyue wanted to save Gu Feng. It turns out it was to gain a good reputation. Lying in bed, extremely weak, Tang Ziyi gritted her teeth and said, I just want to know when Gu Feng will die. Soon, I think, at most after the anniversary ceremony, Ji Kaiyue will send someone to capture and kill Gu Feng. She deliberately released this video, on one hand, to elevate her reputation in Jiangling, and on the other hand, to expose Gu Feng's ugly face to the public. Thus, when she kills Gu Feng later, the people of Jiangling will only applaud. And anything that comes out of Gu Feng's mouth will not be believed by anyone. Ji family. Ji Tian looked at his daughter, who had changed into a white mourning outfit, and asked, Kaiwe, will Gu Feng really show up at the anniversary ceremony today? Ji Kaiwe smiled, he will come. Even if he was hesitant before, after watching this morning's video, how could he not come? Moreover, I have prepared another surprise for him. Her expression turned serious as she said, Father, are the preparations for executing my unfilial son today all in place? Ji Tian nodded, it's ready, but Gu Feng is at most a 3-star master. Is it really necessary for us to make such a big deal? Are you overestimating him? Ji Kaiwe smiled and said, being cautious is never a mistake. Once I kill Xiao Feng, I will personally go to northern Yunnan and take Qingning's head. Everything will then be settled. At that moment, the Ji family's steward, Zui Yuman, walked in from outside. Madam, the time has come. Ji Kaiwe stood up, picked up the portrait of Gu Runcheng from the table, and walked slowly outside. My lord, it's not that I want to kill Xiao Feng in front of your grave. It's just that if I don't force him to create a scene, I won't have the chance to act. Smash! Ning Yushi slammed her phone down on the table. Damn it, I knew Ji Kaiwe had bad intentions the night before last. Now that the video is so hot, I fear the entire people of Jiangling will see you as the villain. Her cheeks were puffed up, clearly furious. Gu Feng, however, remained calm. Ning Yushi couldn't help but ask, young master, aren't you angry? The public opinion is too unfavorable for us now. Even if we take revenge on Ji Kaiwe later, I fear that in the eyes of the Jiangling people, you'll just have another charge of matricide. Gu Feng replied indifferently, I never care about the gaze of the world. Ning Yushi thought to herself, as expected of young Master Gu, I couldn't be so calm in his place. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Ning Yushi got up to open it. It was the second hall master of the Blood Alliance. Second hall master, what brings you here? The second hall master handed over an iron box. A man in a black robe just gave this to me and asked me to deliver it to you. Ning Yushi opened it and immediately changed color. Gu Feng asked, what's wrong? Ning Yushi took out a note from inside. It read, Lin Ruochu's 2 kidneys are with Ji Kaiwe. Gu Feng chuckled, Ji Kaiwe, you really went to great lengths to force me over, didn't you? After saying that, he asked, where is Ji Tsayue's team now? Ning Yushi glanced at her watch, it showed 9 in the morning. At this time in previous years, Ji Kaiwe should be nearing Fenghua Pavilion. Then I should go too, Gu Feng said, standing up and walking outside. Ning Yushi was taken aback, clearly not having reacted. Young master, where are you going? Gu Feng's voice came from outside, to Fenghua Pavilion, to kill Ji Kaiwe. Ning Yushi anxiously said, young master, this is obviously Ji Tsayue's trap. I fear Fenghua Pavilion is surrounded on all sides. You absolutely cannot go today. Killing Ji Kaiwe is not urgent. We can take our time. Gu Feng's voice was calm and unwavering. Trap or not, it doesn't matter. Just prepare lunch at home. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned and disappeared into the snowstorm. Outside Fenghua Pavilion, people were still angrily denouncing Gu Feng. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the distance. Amidst the explosions, Ji Kaiwe, dressed in mourning clothes and holding Gu Rencheng's portrait to her chest, approached Fenghua Pavilion. Behind her followed 2 neat rows of people, each carrying various offerings. This scene commanded respect from everyone present. Madame Ji, as always, even in the heavy snow, insisted on holding the heavy portrait herself, not letting anyone else touch it. With a touch of vermilion between her brows, her long hair fluttered in the wind as she walked through the snow, stepping deep and shallow. Looking at this stunning figure, people felt both admiration and heartache. Damn it, Gu Feng really deserved to die. Madame Ji was the most perfect woman in the world, how could he dare to hit her? He was simply worse than a beast. The slap Gu Feng landed on Ji Tsayue's face made them angrier than if it had been on their parents' faces. Someone shouted loudly, Madame Ji, we know you have a kind heart. Even though Gu Feng's hands are stained with blood, you still want to protect him because he is the flesh and blood of Lord Gu. But Gu Feng has long become worse than pigs and dogs. He doesn't deserve your pity. I beg you not to have any more compassion for him, someone shouted. Madame Ji, Master Gu was a remarkable man of his generation, yet he died at the hands of his son Gu Feng. It is a tragedy of the human world. I believe that even in the underworld, he wouldn't want to see you oppressed by that beast. Therefore, you should kill him. Yes, kill him today, and use his head to honor the spirit of Master Gu. Yes, kill Gu Feng. Kill Gu Feng. The voices of the crowd started out chaotic but gradually unified. Kill Gu Feng. Kill Gu Feng. Kill Gu Feng. The roar rose higher and higher. It was like a mountain calling and a sea surging. Deafening. Ji Sayue's lips curled slightly. Xiaofeng, now the entire Jiangling wants to rid itself of you, and there's nothing I can do as your mother. However, you'd better cause a scene at the memorial today, that way, my killing you will align more with the people's will. The funeral procession slowly moved forward, finally reaching the Fenghua Pavilion. Ji Kaiyue stepped forward, her body disappearing into the Fenghua Pavilion. The Fenghua Pavilion was not just a pavilion but a private cemetery, built 3 months after Gu Ren's death. Funded by the Ji family, the materials used were all the finest. The entire Gu family, hundreds of people, were relocated here. On ordinary days, the entrance to the Fenghua Pavilion was guarded by Ji family warriors, and no outsiders were allowed in. Every year on the day of the memorial, the Fenghua Pavilion would open to the public. The wealthy gentry of Jiangling, needless to say, would receive invitations from Ji Kaiyue to come and pay their respects. As for the common people of Jiangling, due to the limited size of the cemetery, a small number would be allowed in through a lottery system each year. Those fortunate enough to enter the Fenghua Pavilion for the ceremony would take great pride in it, boasting about it for at least a year and a half after returning home. At this moment, inside the Fenghua Pavilion, beside a peach grove, Tang Jinlin looked at his weak-looking son and said, "Ji, why do you have to come? Wouldn't it be better to stay quietly in the hospital?" Tang Ji replied, "Since I can't imprison Gu Feng, I want to see him die with my own eyes." This morning, Zui Yuman had already come by to inform them that today, Gu Feng would die inside the Fenghua Pavilion. Tang Jinlin nodded and said, "I still underestimated Madame Ji. With just one video, she has the people of Jiangling in the palm of her hand. Listen to the thunderous roar of the people. If what Madame Ji says is true, and Gu Feng really does cause a scene at the memorial ceremony, then her killing Gu Feng is simply what the people want. After today, I'm afraid Ji Sayue's name will truly stand at the pinnacle of Jiangling." He sighed slightly. "Though Madame Ji is a woman who couldn't harm a chicken, I feel ashamed, truly ashamed." Tang Ji, however, expressed some concern. "Will Gu Feng really come to the Fenghua Pavilion today?" His father, Tang Jinlin, replied, "If Madame Ji says he will, then he will. Just as Madame Ji says Gu Feng will die today, he won't survive until tomorrow." At that moment, a young man walked over. "Hello, Mr. Tang." Tang Jinlin glanced at him, having no impression of him, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Wang Hong, from Tianrui Technology. Last year, our company undertook a project for your family, and I was the project manager. We drank together at the celebration banquet after the project was completed, and you even praised me," Wang Hong said, handing over his business card. "Oh," Tang Jinlin replied lightly, taking the card and glancing at it. The card bore the logo of Tianrui Technology, and beneath Wang Hong's name were the words Department Manager. Wang Hong continued, "Mr. Tang, if there's a chance, I'd like to invite you to dinner. If you need anything from me, just let me know." Before he could finish, he saw Tang Jinlin casually throw the business card to the ground. "What could I possibly need from a mere department manager like you? Wait until you climb to the position of president before handing me your card." Wang Hong's face was filled with embarrassment. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Tang." He bent down to pick up the business card on the ground and let out a slight sigh. Yesterday, he had been lucky enough to win the chance to attend the memorial ceremony at Fenghua Pavilion, and he had been excited all night. It was known that on the day of the memorial ceremony, many wealthy gentry from Jiangling gathered at Fenghua Pavilion. This was a great opportunity to expand his network. It was said that 2 years ago, a disabled girl was chosen to come to Fenghua Pavilion and ended up being favored by a wealthy man, who took her home as a concubine. He didn't expect to be noticed by a rich heiress, he just hoped to meet some big shots, which might help his career. Unfortunately, these big shots seemed hard to approach, and he had already been turned away 4 or 5 times. He had thought that since he knew Tang Jinlin, he could come over to make his presence felt, but instead, he ended up being humiliated. He gloomily approached a table. Every year during the memorial ceremony, the Ji family prepared some food and fruit snacks for the attendees, as the ceremony lasted an entire day. Wang Hong picked up a piece of cantaloupe and stuffed it into his mouth, thinking to himself, there was no hope for expanding his network, it was simply self-humiliation. However, at least he could take a few more glances at the graceful Madame Ji. That alone would be enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. Just as he was lost in thought, the roar of a car engine suddenly erupted. He turned his head and saw a car stopping not far from him. The car door opened, and a tall man in a black trench coat stepped out. Wang Hong was secretly astonished. Who had the audacity to drive a car into Fenghua Pavilion? Didn't they know that vehicles weren't allowed inside? But when he focused his gaze, he was even more surprised. Wasn't that the young man he had met at the airport 2 days ago? He hurried over in 3 steps. "Hey, buddy, we meet again." Gu Feng was also a bit surprised. He had some impression of Wang Hong. "We meet again. Wang Hong placed a hand on Gu Feng's shoulder. Buddy, you're lucky. You just arrived in Jianling and already got the chance to attend the ceremony at Family.One Pavilion. But you should quickly move your car out, vehicles aren't allowed in here. Gu Feng's expression was calm. It's fine. Don't play cool, Wang Hong said. Although Madame Ji is kind-hearted, she won't tolerate this. If you get kicked out, you'll have wasted your chance to attend. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 Ji family guards rushed over. Hey, who the hell let you drive in here? As they spoke, the two reached out to grab Gu Feng. Slap, slap. Gu Feng countered with 2 swift strikes. The 2 Ji family guards instantly turned to dust, as if they had never existed in this world. What the hell? Wang Hong's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Did I just imagine that? What happened to those two? Are they dead or what? What are you here for? Gu Feng smiled without answering. Then, he stepped forward and shouted, Ji Kaiwei, I, Gu Feng, have arrived. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Gu Feng standing tall in his black trench coat. Wang Hong was startled and quickly took several steps back, distancing himself from Gu Feng, fearing he would be mistaken for Gu Feng's accomplice. At that moment, Ji Kaiwei was kneeling before the tombstone of Gu Rinchang. Hearing the voice, she turned around and looked at Gu Feng from a distance on the hillside. Xiao Feng, since you are here, come and bow to your father. After 5 years, you should realize the sins you committed back then. If you sincerely repent, I will risk my reputation to protect your life. Ha 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 ha. Gu Feng laughed loudly. Ji Kaiwei, today is the anniversary of my father's death, so I'll take your head for a blood sacrifice. Wow. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This beast, was it not enough to have killed his father and exterminated his clan 5 years ago? After surviving by luck for 5 years, he actually dared to come back to kill his mother? How could there be such a heartless and insane villain in the world? Ji Kaiwei's expression turned serious. Xiao Feng is just joking with everyone, you don't need to take it seriously. Come, take Xiao Feng and make him kneel before my father's grave to apologize. In an instant, more than a dozen Ji family death warriors rushed out from various corners, charging towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng unleashed a series of punches from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen or so Ji family death warriors exploded into a mist of blood. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. This Gu Feng actually dared to kill. Today was the anniversary of the Gu family's death. Ji Kaiwei shouted sternly, unfilial son, 5 years ago you burned over 100 members of the Gu family. Today I am here to honor your father, yet you dare to open a massacre? Gu Feng grinned savagely. Let me ask you, since I burned so many people, how come you alone survived? Ji Kaiwei remained silent, quietly watching Gu Feng. Can't answer? Gu Feng said as he strode up the hillside. An old man in a gray robe slammed the table and stood up. You have the face to ask? You committed patricide and exterminated your clan because you coveted the beauty of Madame Ji. Madame Ji is alive because you wanted to take her and flee. Madame Ji doesn't speak out because she is too ashamed, wanting to leave you with a shred of face. As he spoke, his entire aura changed, the pressure of a peak 4-star warrior descended. Madame Ji, 3 years ago I was saved by you. If you cannot bear to do it, then let this old man discipline this beast for you today. The pressure of the peak 4-star warrior made it hard for everyone to breathe. At this moment, the crowd looked at Gu Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Beast, die for me. The old man in gray roared, throwing a punch. The roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. Gu Feng raised his hand and struck. Slap. The old man's skull was shattered by the palm, yet his body continued to charge forward. A few seconds later, with a thud, his headless corpse fell to the ground. Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, I will say this once, today, I will only destroy the Ji family. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Ridiculous, a mere brat dares to boast about destroying the Ji family? A middle-aged man in gray stood up. Beast, you can't even get past me. In the next moment, his aura surged, striding like a dragon and tiger, charging straight at Gu Feng. Damn, it's Chung Bagua, Gu Feng is doomed this time. In a corner of the Family.One pavilion, Song Chung shouted excitedly. As one of the 12 great families of Jianling, he naturally had the right to come to the Family.One pavilion to witness the ceremony. In previous years, he had looked down on joining this commotion, but he felt that this year's anniversary ceremony would definitely be tumultuous, so he brought Luo Jiao along. Luo Jiao asked, who is this Chung Bagua? Song Chang replied, an elder of the Jiangling Martial Alliance, said to have reached the mid-5-star level years ago, and now, he is likely at the peak of 5 stars, even stepping into the 6-star master realm. Moreover, he has rich combat experience, known as invincible at the same level. If he strikes, Gu Feng will undoubtedly die. While they were talking, Chung Bagua had already closed in on Gu Feng. A mere 5-star master,
with my lightning 8 whips, one whip is enough for you to return to the underworld. He swept a whip kick towards Gu Feng, fierce and unmatched. The sound of an explosion rang out. In front of me, you can't even unleash a single whip. Gu Feng casually reached out, firmly gripping the sweeping whip leg. Then, his 5 fingers closed. A chilling sound of bones shattering echoed. Chang Bagwa's right leg was crushed. Ah, ah, ah. A piercing scream resonated above the Family.One pavilion. But the next second, it abruptly stopped, because Gu Feng had already thrown a punch. Chang Bagwa's body shattered inch by inch, flying out like a kite with a broken string, hanging on a peach tree branch 100 meters away. His body became a puddle of mud, swaying back and forth with the branch, resembling a tattered sack. Chang Bagwa, an elder of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, was said to be invincible beneath the 6-star master. Today, he was killed by Gu Feng with a single punch. Song Chang was dumbfounded, his mouth agape. How could Gu Feng have killed Chang Bagwa? Even Ji Tian, standing behind Ji Kaiwei, had a slight change in expression, exclaiming, "You are not a 3-star master." A voice rang out from outside. Of course, he is not a 3-star master, he is a 6-star master. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence walked in, followed by a large group of people. The leader of the Flying Sky Society had arrived. What? Gu Feng was actually a 6-star master? 5 years ago, Gu Feng hadn't even stepped into the path of martial arts. In just 5 short years, he has reached the level of a 6-star master? What kind of miraculous encounter has he had? Who cares about miraculous encounters? He came to the Wind and Wave Pavilion today just to die. Ha, the young man is arrogant, having achieved some minor success, and now his tail is up in the sky, not knowing that there are always people better than him. The leader of the Flying Sky Society is a mid-level 6-star master. What can Gu Feng use to fight? Amidst the crowd's discussions, the leader of the Flying Sky Society, Luozhen, shouted, "Gu Feng, who gave you the guts to kill my brother?" Boom! The pressure of a 6-star master surged like a tidal wave. The wind and snow suddenly stopped. Gu Feng looked at him coldly. "Luoxian is your brother?" "That's right." Luozhen clasped his hands behind his back, his blood-red robe billowing in the wind. "Come here, kneel down, and die." Behind him, 800 elite members of the Flying Sky Society roared, "Kneel down, and die." The sound shook the heavens. Inside the Wind and Wave Pavilion, the peach tree branch shook, and thousands of accumulated snow fell. Gu Feng smiled coldly. "Luozhen, who gave you the guts to come and seek revenge for your brother?" Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Gu Feng not only did not kneel but instead threw a punch. So reckless, too reckless. The fierce light in Luozhen's eyes surged. "You seek death." A punch wrapped in wind and snow smashed toward Gu Feng's fist. Boom! With a muffled grunt, Luozhen was sent flying out. He crashed into the crowd behind him. He didn't die, but he crushed a dozen or so hidden strength martial artists. Blood mist splattered everywhere. The members of the Flying Sky Society were all dumbfounded. Their leader couldn't even take a punch from Gu Feng? Was the gap between 6-star masters really this big? Charge, charge! Luozhen roared, bouncing up from the ground, his energy surging, charging toward Gu Feng again. The other elite members of the Flying Sky Society also reacted, all rushing to attack Gu Feng. On the hillside, Ji Tian stroked his chin. Although the 800 elites of the Flying Sky Society are all low-level martial artists of hidden strength and transformation, they have the advantage in numbers, not to mention that Luozhen is leading them. Even if Gu Feng is at the peak of 6-star master, he will be ground into meat paste. Ji Kaiwei sighed softly. "Xiao Feng, next year on this day, I will also erect a monument for you at the Wind and Wave Pavilion." As she spoke, the wind and snow grew fiercer, and small hailstones began to fall from the sky. Yet Gu Feng, facing the crowd rushing toward him, advanced instead of retreating. Bang! A punch so fast it was unbelievable. As Luozhen charged, he suddenly saw Gu Feng appear in front of him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down. His pupils instantly constricted. Gu Feng's arm had pierced through his entire chest. This punch, so fast it was unbelievable, had gone right through him. "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Feng had already pulled his arm out. Boom! Luozhen's body exploded into a mist of blood. The elite members of the Flying Sky Society changed color dramatically, standing frozen in place. Over a decade ago, Luozhen had come to Jiangling and single-handedly founded the Flying Sky Society. Unlike Hongqi, it took Feitian Society a full 10 years to become one of the 3 underground giants of Jiangling. Behind Hongqi loomed the shadow of the Zhenghai power, while Luozhen relied solely on his own hands to fight. After 10 years of struggle, he carved out a territory for Feitian Society, during which the society faced countless crises, and Luozhen found himself on the brink of death more than a dozen times. Yet, each time, Luozhen turned danger into safety. In the hearts of everyone in Feitian Society, Luozhen was a god. He could be knocked down,
but he would never be defeated. Every fall was the beginning of him becoming stronger. However, today, Luozhen was killed by Gu Feng with 2 punches. The leader was dead, and the dream of unifying Jiangling's underground was shattered. Faith collapsed. It was over, everything was over. Their morale wavered, but Gu Feng gave them no chance to breathe, his figure darting forward, fists flying. 1 step, 1 kill, every step claimed a soul. Boom, boom, boom. Blood mist filled the air. Wails echoed across the land. The white snow was stained a blinding red. Gu Feng was drenched in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell. He stood tall amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, gazing at Ji Kaiwei. Ji Kaiwei, what other tricks do you have? His voice rumbled like thunder, his aura overwhelming. Just as Ji Kaiwei was about to speak, a furious shout suddenly came from outside the pavilion. Bold madman, how dare you disrupt the memorial ceremony and commit heinous murders? Immediately put your hands on your head, or be shot on the spot. With this voice, a middle-aged man dressed in clothes adorned with the pattern of a blackbird strode in. Behind him followed over 100 armed officers from the patrol domain. As they entered, they surrounded Gu Feng completely. Seeing him arrive, the crowd let out a quiet sigh of relief. This Gu Feng is too terrifying. He can kill hundreds at will. I suspect he wants to kill Madame Ji today, and none of us here will escape. It's fine, the patrol domain has intervened. Gu Feng now has 2 options, either kneel and submit, then be taken away for execution, or resist and be shot to death. Indeed, it seems Gu Feng has reached the level of a 7-star master, but so what? After all, he is still a mere mortal. A volley of bullets will turn him into a beehive. Gu Feng looked at the middle-aged man in the blackbird pattern clothes. Wen Yin, I remember you. When I left Jiangling, you were still a squad leader in the patrol domain, and you even served me tea. I didn't expect that after 5 years, you had become the head of the patrol domain. Only the head of the patrol domain was qualified to wear the blackbird uniform. When Yen stepped forward to Gu Feng, stop trying to get close, put your hands on your head, or else. Smack! Gu Feng struck back with a palm, sending Wen Yen flying over 10 meters. Holy crap! Everyone was stunned at this scene. Gu Feng had gone mad, daring to hit even the head of the patrol domain. The officers of the patrol domain all raised their guns, bullets chambered, aiming at Gu Feng. Ji Kaiwei shook her head. It seemed that the means prepared for today had come to an end. There was no need to bring out the remaining tactics. At this moment, with a single command from Wen Yen, how could Gu Feng not die? However, facing over 100 guns, Gu Feng remained calm. He simply pulled out an object and tossed it to the ground. The tremendous force created a deep pit in the snow, and then the object bounced into Wen Yan's palm. I am the warden of Long Island Prison. Today, this prison is handling a case here. Take your men and get lost. Wen Yan's hand was smashed to a pulp, but his pupils trembled uncontrollably. This was actually the Dragon God order. A spirited female officer shouted, "What nonsense, warden, don't be here." Smack! Gu Feng struck her from a distance, sending her flying. Defying this warden, if there's a next time, there will be no mercy. The entire place fell silent. The female officer, named Wei Xiuan, who was sent flying by Gu Feng's palm, was in her 20s and had already become a squad leader in the patrol domain office. Not only that, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. In the patrol domain office, girls were already a rare breed, and with Wei Xiuan's abilities and looks, she was the dream girl of countless male officers. At this moment, seeing her being struck, several hot-blooded young male officers were furious, disregarding everything as they reached for their triggers. The next second, Wen Yen suddenly shouted, "Everyone, stop!" He took a deep breath. I have received notice that there will be an anti-terrorism drill this afternoon. Everyone, go back and prepare. If anyone makes a mistake during the drill this afternoon, I will make sure you regret it. After saying this, he turned and strode away. All the officers in the patrol domain office exchanged glances. Wait, you didn't even answer the phone. How did you receive the notice? This isn't how you make excuses, is it? Everyone felt various degrees of dissatisfaction, but the command of the chief couldn't be ignored. They could only reluctantly put away their weapons and leave with Wen Yen. Outside the storm pavilion, Wei Xiuan said angrily, "Chief, what's going on? It's just a small warden, right? And he's not even from our Jiangling. What's there to be afraid of?" Wen Yen sighed, "No need to ask. You just need to know that the words warden of Long Island Prison carry weight like 1,000 pounds, and that's enough. Not to mention these junior officers, even he only learned about the existence of Long Island Prison after becoming the chief of the patrol domain office during a high-level meeting. Many people in the world knew that the warden of Long Island Prison was not ordinary, but exactly how formidable he was, only the true high-ranking officials of the patrol domain office knew. The warden of Long Island Prison controlled the patrol domain office across the world. He was the leader of the pack. Inside the storm pavilion, Luo Jiao looked at Gu Feng standing against the wind, breathing rapidly, her face flushed. She bit her red lips tightly. So handsome. With a single word, he drove away the Jiangling Patrol Domain Office. How many people in the world could achieve such charisma? Song Cheng noticed that Luo Jiao seemed off and asked, Jiao, what's wrong? Luo Jiao countered, Song Cheng, what exactly is this warden? Why does one, the chief, not dare to say a word in front of Gu Feng? What do you mean not daring to say a word? This is called using a knife to kill someone. Song Cheng replied, although the warden of a prison doesn't hold a high position, he is still part of the circle. If he were to be shot on the spot, the chief, would have some trouble. If he doesn't kill him and takes him back, who knows how long it will take before he is executed. It's better to leave Gu Feng here and let Ji Kaiyue do the killing. Song Cheng spoke convincingly, and Luo Jiao believed him, feeling a bit disappointed as she said, are you saying that Gu Feng will still die here today? Song Cheng said, what do you think? The Ji family can become the #1 wealthy family. If Gu Feng is to die today, you seem a bit unhappy? Luo Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly forced a smile. How could that be? He killed my father and brother. The more miserable he dies, the better I feel. As her words fell, Ji Tian on the hillside spoke loudly, Gu Feng, it seems you have indeed gained quite a lot in these years, not only mastering martial arts but also becoming a warden. Gu Feng grinned maliciously, so Ji Tian, why don't you twist off your daughter's head? In that case, this warden can leave you with a whole corpse. Ridiculous. Ji Tian roared in anger, a mere warden dares to speak such wild words. When, the chief, is sparing you for me to kill. Everyone, don't hold back, attack. Boom, 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 boom. 6 overwhelming auras soared into the sky. 6 peak 6-star masters charged towards Gu Feng from 6 directions. At the same time, Ji Tian shouted, Zuiyuman, what are you still dawdling for? Go and attack. Yes, sir. Zuiyuman stepped forward, his 7-star master strength dominating the scene. The snowstorm in the sky momentarily paused. Wait. At that moment, another delicate voice rang out. Dressed in a long skirt, Xiao Qianxue stepped out from the pavilion, holding an umbrella. Behind her followed an elderly man with white hair and beard. Ji Tian did not know Xiao Qianxue, but he recognized the old man. You are the Xiao family's elder, Li Gaoming. Correct, the old man nodded, exuding a relaxed aura. This is my young lady, Xiao Qianxue. During the memorial ceremony for Ji Kaiyue, Xiao Qianxue's father had come once last year. But this year he had important matters to attend to, so he sent Xiao Qianxue in his stead, allowing her to meet the local wealthy elites of Jiangling. Xiao Qianxue initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing her father say that Ji Kaiyue was a rare beauty, a sight not to be missed, she felt it would be a lifelong regret if she did not see her in person. Since she had nothing else to do, she agreed. She was supposed to arrive by 8, but when she was about to leave, she recalled Gu Feng's words from the previous day. On a whim, she ran back to put on makeup and change her clothes. It was only now that she arrived. As soon as she did, she witnessed an incredibly horrifying scene. Gu Feng stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surrounded by 6 6-star masters and 1 7-star master, all intent on killing him. She knew that Gu Feng was merely a 6-star master, and with such an assault, he could hardly escape death. Xiao Qianxue stepped forward, Uncle Ji, Gu Feng is my friend. Could you please spare him for the sake of the Xiao family? Ji Tian's expression changed. Damn it, how did Gu Feng get involved with the Xiao family again? At this moment, Ji Kaiyue spoke up, Miss Xiao, do I not wish for Xiao Feng to live? But today, he came to kill my mother while I was paying tribute to my late father. My own death is trivial, but he has already slaughtered countless people today. How can I let him go? As her words fell, Xiao Qianxue's heart shook violently. She looked at Gu Feng in disbelief. In the past 2 days, she had heard some gossip in Jiangling. She knew that Ji Kaiyue had a stepson, who had once killed his father and wiped out his clan. But she had never imagined that Gu Feng was actually Ji Kaiyue's stepson. Gu Feng. You are the Gu Feng who killed his father and wiped out his clan 5 years ago? Xiao Qianxue looked at Gu Feng, her expression complex. Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, Ji Tian shouted again, Miss Xiao, it seems you know Gu Feng, but he has hidden much from you. I know you have a pure heart, but Gu Feng is cunning and deceitful. It is entirely normal for you to be deceived by him. After a pause, he continued, however, now that you know the truth, do not entangle yourself with this monster any longer. The Xiao family is a scholarly family, and you are a talented young woman. Getting too close to Gu Feng will only tarnish your reputation and that of the Xiao family. Xiao Qianxue's expression changed repeatedly, her heart filled with indecision. Li Gaoming, without saying a word, pulled Xiao Qianxue towards the exit. "Miss, since there has been a change in today's memorial, we should not stay here any longer. I will take you back." On the other side, Ji Tian shouted sternly, "Make your move." The 6-star masters surged forward again, along with a 7-star master, Zui Yuman. The 7 of them charged at Gu Feng from 7 different directions, and Gu Feng stood in the middle, unmoving. Tang Jinlin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. 10 years ago, if someone had said that the Ji family could produce 6-star masters and 1 7-star master, they would have been laughed at. Tang Ziyi nodded. Indeed, 10 years ago, the Ji family was still an insignificant family, yet with Ji Madam's efforts alone, they became the #1 wealthy family in Jiangling. Gu Feng, facing the combined assault of 7, why do you remain motionless? Are you scared, silly? Ha ha ha. You never expected the Ji family to have so many experts, did you? He seemed to envision Gu Feng being turned into a mist of blood by the 7, unable to contain his laughter. As a result, he inadvertently pulled at his wound and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianxue suddenly cried out, "Uncle Li, let go of me." She bit down on Li Gaoming's arm. Although Li Gaoming was not afraid, he still released Xiao Qianxue. "Miss, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Qianxue said, "Help Gu Feng. I believe he is not the kind of person who would kill his father and destroy his clan. There must be another reason behind this." "Miss, don't be foolish. The snow has turned red, which shows this boy." "I beg you, Uncle Li, I have never asked you for anything since I was a child, just this once, trust me." Xiao Qianxue's voice choked, tears already welling up. The thought that Gu Feng might die at any moment made her panic. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. The reputation of the Xiao family, her own reputation? That could be discussed later. Alright, since the miss has said so, then I will take action today. Li Gaoming's energy surged, revealing his status as a 7-star master. However, I can only block Zui Yuman for him. With that, he moved like lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zui Yuman, delivering a palm strike that was like a mountain crashing down. Zui Yuman threw a punch. The 2 strikes collided. Li Gaoming's right arm sleeve burst apart, instantly turning to ashes. He was sent flying back over 10 meters, his palm feeling a burning pain. Looking down, he was shocked to see his flesh mangled. Li Gaoming was horrified. "You have reached the mid-level of 7 stars, how is this possible? Half a year ago, you were clearly at the peak of 6 stars, and in just half a year, you have jumped to the mid-level of 7 stars. Zui Yuman laughed. "Li Gaoming, come and fight me again." "Fight? Fight your mother." Li Gaoming rolled on the ground and returned to Xiao Qianxue's side. "Miss, I have made my move, but I am no match for Zui Yuman. Let's go." If Xiao Qianxue were in danger, he would risk his life to save her from peril. But he had no ties to Gu Feng, who was infamous in Jiangling. He had already done enough by striking once for the sake of the miss. "No." Xiao Qianxue firmly refused, but after just 2 words, she was knocked unconscious by Li Gaoming's palm and carried away. Watching Li Gaoming's retreating figure, Zui Yuman's lips curled into a cold smile. "Gu Feng, now even Xiao Qianxue has abandoned you. Are you ready to die? Zui Yuman, the one who will die is you." Suddenly, a low sigh reached Zui Yuman's ears. He was startled and turned to see Gu Feng's face. That handsome face was almost pressed against his own. What the hell? Wasn't Gu Feng surrounded by 6-star masters? Even if those 6 couldn't kill him, they should be able to hold him back for a while, right? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced into the distance, and his pupils constricted violently. The 6-star masters, whom the Ji family had invested so much effort and money to cultivate, had already been killed. What was going on? He and Li Gaoming had only exchanged 1 move, and Gu Feng had already killed 6-star masters? What kind of monstrous being was this? Zui Yuman was confident he could take down 6-star masters, but it could never be this easy. Could it be that he? His thoughts abruptly stopped, as Gu Feng's fist came crashing toward him. Zui Yuman dared not be careless, raising his left arm to block, while at the same time, his right hand struck toward Gu Feng's crown. In a short time, he was both defending and attacking. Most of his energy gathered in his left arm. As long as he could block Gu Feng's punch, even if his right palm's attack couldn't kill Gu Feng, it would at least seriously injure him. The next moment, crack, crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Zui Yuman's left arm disintegrated, and he flew out like a dead dog, crashing into the ground on a distant hillside, creating a deep pit. "Zui Yuman, killing you is like killing a chicken." Gu Feng's aura was overwhelming as he rushed toward Zui Yuman's landing point. Zui Yuman was greatly alarmed, disregarding his injuries, and scrambled out of the pit, fleeing into the distance. At the same time, he shouted, "You two, quickly reveal yourselves and join me in slaying this beast." 2 men in kimonos, each wielding a katana, leaped out from the peach grove and appeared beside Zui Yuman.
Both exuded a powerful aura of mid-level 7-star masters. "Zuo-san, you really are a failure, to have your arm broken by a mere kid with a single punch," said one of the younger men. Zuo-yuman had stopped at this point, forcing a bitter smile. "Mr. Hinata Manya, do not underestimate him. Gufeng is very likely at the peak of the 7-star master level. The three of us must unleash our killing moves if we hope to take him down."
Ha ha ha. Hinata Manya laughed heartily. "Do you know what kind of existence I am in my homeland?"
The other man, Kitahara Chikujuru, chimed in. "Manhwa-kun became a mid-level 7-star master at just 25, recognized as the #1 genius of Hokkaido, a true child of heaven.
How can a mere Jiangling compare to our Hokkaido?
This Gufeng is at most a mid-level 7-star master. You cannot defeat him simply because you are old and past your prime." Zuo-yuman was enraged. "Kitahara Chikujuru, if you say that, then go kill Gufeng and see whether I am old or if Gufeng's realm is above mine."
Kitahara Chikujuru drew his katana. "Then I will let you, old man, witness the strength of us Neon people."
With that, he lightly tapped his toes and rushed towards Gufeng. "Kid, today, I, Kitahara Chikujuru, will let you know that there is a difference even among mid-level 7 stars. Die." At this moment, Gufeng had reached the hillside. He looked at Kitahara Chikujuru charging towards him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he kicked a tombstone beside him. Boom! The 1,000-pound tombstone was uprooted, swirling with the snowstorm, and pushed horizontally towards Kitahara Chikujuru.
Kitahara Chikujuru's expression changed drastically as he tried to dodge.
But the speed of the tombstone was simply too fast. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the Windwave Pavilion, then abruptly stopped.
Kitahara Chikujuru had been crushed into a pulp. Dead.
This, even having guessed that Gufeng was at the peak of the 7-star master level, Zuo-yuman's heart still trembled violently.
One kick had uprooted the tombstone. Hinata Manya glared at Gufeng in anger. "Baka, you dare to kill my companion. I will tear you, foolish Dragon Kingdom person, into pieces." With that, he drew his sword and charged at Gufeng. Zuo-yuman was so furious he was jumping up and down. "Are you a pig? Gufeng is clearly a level above you, and you still dare to go? Hurry back.
If the two of us join forces, we might still have a chance." However, it seemed Hinata Manya couldn't hear his words at all, his figure darting forward without a moment's pause. Gufeng kicked again, and 2 more tombstones were uprooted, spinning towards Hinata Manya. Hinata Manya shouted loudly, his toes tapping, leaping 3 meters high, his katana in hand, slashing out a dozen strikes in midair. In an instant, the light of the blades flashed. A hidden dragon's roar echoed. Zuo-yuman watched in astonishment. He had originally thought that Hinata Manya's fate would be the same as Kitahara Chikujuru's. To his surprise, as those dozen strikes were unleashed, the 2 massive tombstones were actually shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of sword is this? Cutting through a tombstone weighing over 1,000 pounds is even easier than cutting tofu?" Hinata Manya looked proud. "This sword is called Duanlong, forged by Hokkaido's #1 sword master Tenmaku Akawari using a century-old fine iron, taking 49 days to create. It cuts through iron like mud, a single strike can sever waves." Zuo-yuman's eyes lit up. With this sword, killing Gufeng would be a piece of cake.
Although Gufeng was strong, he was still unarmed.
No matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. Moreover, what Hinata Manya held was not an ordinary kitchen knife, but a true divine weapon. "That's right, but unfortunately, you will never get the chance to see it," Hinata Kanya said as he suddenly swung his katana, Duanlong, which flew from his hand and pierced through Zuo-yuman's chest in an instant. Blood gushed forth. Zuo-yuman felt a sharp pain in his heart, and breathing became difficult. He looked in disbelief at Hinata Kanya, who was walking towards him step by step, and struggled to speak. "Wi."
Hinata Kanya sneered, "You, a lowly citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, dare to insult me as a pig? If you don't die, where will the dignity of Neon Country be?" He yanked the katana out, and Zuo-yuman's body fell straight down. His eyes remained wide open in death. Hinata Kanya turned around, his wrist twisting as Duanlong danced in a dazzling display of blade flowers. "Gufeng, you can kill a mid-stage master of the 7 stars with 1 strike. I, Hinata Kanya, can do the same. Moreover, today, you will become a soul beneath my blade." With that, he dashed forward, leaping into the air when he was 3 meters away from Gufeng, and struck down fiercely. The blade pointed directly at Gufeng's crown. "Gufeng, die for me." Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Gufeng had, at some point, acquired a sword in his hand. It was held horizontally above him. The blades crossed. A tremendous force surged from the blade into Hinata Kanya's body. He was sent flying back, his right hand that held the sword now with a split in the palm, blood gushing. "Where did your sword come from?" Hinata Kanya's expression changed wildly as he flipped up and shouted sharply. Just a moment ago, Gu Feng clearly had no weapon, yet in the blink of an eye, a sword appeared? How was that possible? A magic trick? You, a dead man, why should you know? Gu Feng replied coldly, gripping Nien Nugio. Indeed, the suddenly appeared sword was the Nien Nugio gifted to him by his senior sister, Du Huakai. Just now, when Hinata Kanya struck, Gu Feng had summoned the sword with his spiritual sense. It wasn't that without this sword, Gu Feng couldn't match Hinata Kanya. He just wanted to test the strength of Duanlong against Nien Nugio, especially since his senior sister had said that Nien Nugio was a treasured heirloom of her family. Hinata Kanya sneered, "You speak arrogantly. Do you think that just because you conjured a sword, I can't kill you? All weapons in the world are nothing but scrap metal before Duanlong. Is that so? Then let me see how many of my strikes your katana can withstand." Gu Feng said lightly, his body darting out, leaving behind trails of afterimages, moving with terrifying speed, and in an instant, he was before Hinata Kanya, raising his sword for a strike. Hinata Kanya's reaction was not slow either. He swung his katana in response. The blades crossed. The dragon's roar echoed. A few seconds later, Duanlong let out a mournful cry, shattering inch by inch. The momentum of Nien Nugio did not diminish, and it struck into Hinata Kanya's arm. His entire right arm fell to the ground. Blood sprayed wildly. How is this possible? A storm surged in Hinata Kanya's heart, momentarily forgetting the pain. This was Duanlong. How could it not even withstand a single strike from Nien Nugio? In shock, Gu Feng's cold voice reached his ears, "Neon dog, you can go die now." Only then did Hinata Kanya remember that he was at the brink of death, and he hurriedly shouted in terror, "You can't kill me." "Oh, why is that?" Hinata Kanya replied, "My mother is Hinata Die, the president of the Die Chamber of Commerce. If you kill me, she will never let you go." Gu Feng frowned. What was the Die Chamber of Commerce? He had never heard of it before. The expression on his face made Hinata Kanya think he was afraid. Suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Gu Feng, you know your place. The Die Chamber of Commerce spans Jiangling, Zhonghai, and Jingchuan, and is the largest chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province, with countless elites and heroes beneath it. I doubt you would dare to do anything to me. How about this, you hand over the sword in your hand, then sever an arm, and I can spare your life." His gaze was fixed on the sword in Gu Feng's hand. This sword could shatter the waves with a single strike. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary sword. If he obtained this sword, the shattering of the waves would be nothing to lament. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he found that the Nien Nujiao had been plunged into his throat. You dare to." With a movement of Gu Feng's hand, the Nien Nujiao twisted in the neck of Ri Xiang Huanyi, directly crushing his throat. Ri Xiang Huanyi. Known as the #1 prodigy of Hokkaido, he also wielded the famous sword Duanlang. Today, dead. Within the Fenghua pavilion, a series of gasps echoed. The way everyone looked at Gu Feng was as if they were staring at a devil. Gu Feng's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. Moreover, his audacity was truly remarkable. He dared to kill anyone. Even knowing that Ri Xiang Huanyi was the young master of the Die Chamber of Commerce, he still killed him without hesitation. That aside, the key point was, if you were going to kill someone, why use the Gu family's tombstone as a weapon? Those buried here are all members of your Gu family. This was not just patricide and clan extermination. Was he preparing to dig up graves and desecrate corpses? A demon, he was simply a demon. Gu Feng kicked Ri Xiang Huanyi's body away, sword in hand, and stepped toward Ji Kaiwe. "Ji Kaiwe, is this all the means you have today?" Ji Kaiwe's expression was calm. "Xiao Feng, it seems you must kill me today." "That's right, today, you must die." Gu Feng's face twisted in rage as he lunged at Ji Kaiwe. Ji Tian did not hesitate, taking Ji Kaiwe and fleeing backward. Just then, a rumble echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a private helicopter descending from above. Finally, the helicopter landed beside Ji Kaiwe, and a man in a white suit, with an ordinary appearance, stepped out of the cabin. Although he looked ordinary, his demeanor was extraordinary, and one glance revealed that his identity was anything but simple. "Kaiwe, I'm sorry I'm a bit late," the man said softly as he approached Ji Kaiwe. "I didn't mean to startle you." Originally, he could have arrived on time for the memorial ceremony, but the weather in Jiangling was too poor, forcing him to slow the plane's speed, which resulted in the delay. In the distance, Lue Zhao raised her eyebrows. "Song Chang, this person is quite impressive, arriving by helicopter for the memorial." Song Chang replied, "Of course, after all, he is the third young master of the Zhenghai Jun family, Jun Wuxia." Lue Zhao asked curiously, "Zhenghai Jun family? Are they very powerful?" "Not just powerful. It is said that the head of the Jun family is a retired war god. And this Jun Wuxia has astonishing martial talent, at just 23 years old, he has already reached the peak of the 7-star master, truly a tiger among men. Lue Jiao scoffed, so what if he's at the peak of the 7-star master? Gu Feng could easily kill him with a single sword strike. There was even a hint of pride in her tone. Ji Tian, seeing that no one else besides Jun Wuxia had come down, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Wuxia, are you the only one who came? Jun Wuxia smiled and replied, to kill Gu Feng, is one of me not enough? Ji Tian naturally knew that his prospective son-in-law had reached the peak of the 7 stars. However, Gu Feng is also at the peak of the 7-star master level. Bei Yuan Qianzi Lang and Ri Xian Huanyi both died at his hands. The sword in his hand is not simple either. It shattered the famous sword Duan Lang with a single strike. Jun Wuxia looked around and finally noticed that the Fengbo pavilion had already been stained red with large patches of blood. But he was not shocked or panicked. Instead, the corners of his lips curled into a wicked smile. If I can't kill Gu Feng on my own, then with this, will it be enough? He pointed to the sky, and everyone immediately looked up. Their pupils constricted sharply. No wonder Jun Wuxia's helicopter had already landed, yet there was still a roaring sound coming from above. It turned out there was another plane in the sky. Presumably, it was filled with the warriors of the Jun family. Jun Wuxia looked at Gu Feng and said, you really are something, Gu Feng. I recall 6 years ago we met in Shanghai. At that time, I was already at the peak of the transformation stage, while you had yet to step into the martial arts world. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I never expected your realm to be on par with mine, and you even have an extraordinary sword in hand. 6 years ago, Gu Feng's father was invited by the head of the Jun family to Shanghai for the retirement ceremony of the old war god. Gu Rencheng happily went, bringing his family along. It was during that time that Gu Feng had a brief encounter with Jun Wuxia. Gu Feng said flatly, let's talk, either roll away or die. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh suddenly rang out, not from Jun Wuxia, but from Tang Ziyi in the distance. Gu Feng, you really don't know how to live. Do you know what's hanging in the sky? That's a thunder fighter jet. When the head of the Jun family retired, they specially gifted him this fighter jet to honor his outstanding contributions over the years. This fighter jet is equipped with 3 GUA 16mm four-barrel Gatling guns, with a firing rate of up to 1,000 rounds per minute. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? When 4 Gatling guns fire simultaneously, you will be turned to dust. Ha 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 ha. Jun Wuxia looked at Tang Ziyi with some surprise. You know quite a bit. Tang Ziyi quickly replied, I have admired your father for a long time, so I know more than the average person about the strength of the Jun family. Very well, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to meet my father, Jun Wuxia said with a smile. Tang Ziyi was overjoyed. Getting to know the head of the Jun family was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Tang family. Thank you, young Master Jun. Jun Wuxia then turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, your martial arts talent is excellent, but unfortunately, you are just a lone wolf now, while I, Jun Wuxia, have the Jun family standing behind me like a mountain. If we were to fight one-on-one, it would be hard to determine the victor, but I don't even need to lift a finger. With just a command, you will be annihilated. As he spoke, the crowd in the Fengbo pavilion was already in an uproar. What the hell? What's going on? A fighter jet has been deployed. No matter how awesome Gu Feng is, he'll be turned into a sieve. As expected of the Jun family in Shanghai, they go big right from the start. Wait, don't you find it strange? Jun Wuxia came to attend a memorial. Bringing some warriors is understandable, but what does it mean to bring a fighter jet directly? Did he know there would be a change today? What else could it be? Just showing off. If I had a fighter jet at home, I'd take it out for a spin every day. Among the crowd, there were those who were astonished, those who were excited, and those who were horrified. Jun Wuxia whispered, Kaiwei, how did I perform? You asked me to bring warriors, and I directly stole my dad's fighter jet. He was waiting for Ji Kaiwei to praise him, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Gu Feng not far away. At this moment, she had reached the other side of the hill, while Gu Feng stood by the tombstone of Gu Ringcheng. Xiao Feng, as your mother, I truly do not want to kill you on this day, nor do I want you to die before your father's grave. However, your actions have greatly disappointed me. Now, kneel and bow 3 times to your father, sincerely repent, and although you will still die today, I can bury you beside your father. Gu Feng's expression was calm. Jun Wuxia, to win a smile from a beauty, you dare to steal your family's fighter jet, but unfortunately, in the end, it's just a futile effort. Although Jun Wuxia spoke softly, his words still reached Gu Feng's ears. What do you mean? A bamboo basket fetching water is all in vain. Let me tell you, Gu Feng, I'm about to get engaged to Kaiwei. It's a pity you won't live to see the day I consummate my marriage with Kaiwei, otherwise, you'd have to call me Dad. Of course, you can call me that now if you want. I could reluctantly leave you with a whole corpse. Since Gu Feng stepped into the windstorm pavilion, Ji Sayue's expression had remained unchanged. But at this moment, her expression slightly shifted. Stop talking. Jun Wuxie laughed heartily. Anyway, he's already a dead man walking. What harm is there in telling him? Gu Feng, I can also tell you that I've been to this cemetery countless times. TSK, Kaiyue is a beauty beyond compare. Any man would lose control, especially in front of your father's grave. The feeling. It was simply exhilarating for me. No, just thinking about that scene makes me feel all hot and bothered. Tonight I still have to. Slap. Ji Kaiyue swiftly slapped Jun Wuxie across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? Jun Wuxie immediately wilted. He looked like a child who had made a mistake. I'm sorry, Kaiyue, I just wanted to provoke him since Gu Feng was pretending to be calm while facing death. Ji Kaiyue trembled with anger and turned to the crowd. Everyone, young Master Jun had a bit to drink and said some nonsense. You don't need to take it seriously. Young Master Jun and I are just friends. Then, suppressing her anger, she whispered to Jun Wuxie, after you kill Gu Feng, leave quickly. We don't need to see each other for a year. A year without seeing each other? Jun Wuxie's heart jolted. No, Kaiyue, we clearly agreed to get engaged next month and consummate the marriage in 3 months. Ji Kaiyue coldly replied, isn't this all your fault? If you hadn't said that today, you would have been my savior, and our engagement would have been a matter of course. But now, I need to handle the public opinion in Jiangling first. There are too many people here, and it will take a lot of my energy. In short, listen to me. Once the storm passes and the public opinion settles, we can discuss the engagement again. I won't. Jun Wuxie suddenly shouted, we've been in love for a year, why should we hide it? Kaiyue, I've had enough. You want me to wait another year? I can't do it. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd, which had been skeptical, was now in an uproar. Everyone looked at Ji Kaiyue with changed expressions. What the hell, they were in love a year ago? So what Jun Wuxie said is true. He and Madame Ji really. In front of old Master Gu's grave. Nonsense, Jun Wuxie, I won't allow you to slander my goddess. You think you deserve to touch our respected Madame Ji? Madame Ji would never. Slap. Jun Wuxie raised his hand and struck the angry citizen of Jiangling, turning him into a mist of blood. Come on, who else thinks I'm unworthy of Ji Kaiyue? Step forward. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak. What on earth are you doing? Ji Sayue's expression was icy. She had many ways to suppress public opinion, it just required some time. But Jun Wuxie's act of killing was tantamount to confirming everything he had said before. She was genuinely angry. Jun Wuxie said, Kaiyue, 6 years ago, you came with Gu Rincheng to attend my father's retirement ceremony. The first time I saw you, I was struck by your beauty. At the banquet after the retirement ceremony, he was pulled out to perform swordplay for entertainment. Many people applauded, and Ji Kaiyue smiled and praised him. That smile was as radiant as a flower. From that moment on, Jun Wuxie secretly vowed to possess Ji Kaiyue for 6 whole years, and now that I am about to have you within reach, you want me to wait another year? I can't wait. I can't wait even 3 months. I wish I could marry you right away. Ji Sayue's face turned ashen. The situation had reached an irreversible point. She had spent 5 years making herself into the respected Lady Ji. She enjoyed the admiration of the world, relishing the respectful gazes directed at her. She reveled in everything that her fame brought her. Originally, today, after killing Gu Feng, her reputation would reach a new height. But now, everything had been ruined by Jun Wuxie. Even if she claimed now that she had not engaged in any illicit activities with Jun Wuxie, no one would believe her. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes misted over, and a few tears slipped down her cheeks. Jun Wuxie was taken aback, then hurriedly said, Kaiyue, please don't cry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. I deserve to die. Saying this, he slapped himself hard. Then he looked at the crowd in the Fenghua pavilion. Everything I just said was a lie, just to anger Gu Feng. Did you all hear that clearly? The crowd nodded eagerly, fearing that Jun Wuxie might slap them again. Whoever dares to post anything I said today on the internet in Jiangling, I will kill him 9. At this point, Jun Wuxie suddenly stopped. He then revealed a smile. Ha, I know you lowly people can't keep your mouths shut. Since you made my Kaiyue cry, then you all should die. As long as these people were dead, no one could spread the news. He would still be Ji Sayue's savior, and their engagement and marriage wouldn't need to be postponed. Yes, that's it. Jun Wuxie immediately took out a walkie-talkie. Thunderbolt, listen to my command, shoot everyone present. Leave no one alive. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunderbolt fighter jet circling in the sky emitted a series of roars, and 3 GUA 16mm 4-barrel Gatling guns extended from its body. It began to fire wildly at the ground. Bullets rained down like a storm.
No one expected that Jun Wuxia would suddenly go mad and want to kill everyone present. In an instant, over a dozen people fell into pools of blood. The sound of bullets firing filled the air, and cries of anguish erupted. Run, run! Countless people desperately surged toward the exit of the Family.One pavilion. But with a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute, it was simply too fast, especially since the Thunderbolt fighter was equipped with 3 machine guns. Every minute, 3,000 bullets poured down from the fighter jet. People kept falling to the ground, hit by bullets. In no time, the mountains and fields were littered with corpses. The sounds of machine guns, wails, and screams merged into one. The Family.One pavilion had truly become a hell on earth. Ji Tian's expression changed drastically. Jun Wuxia, what are you doing? You've killed so many people. How will you explain this to the higher-ups when you go out? Jun Wuxia laughed maniacally. Father-in-law, you're mistaken. It wasn't me who killed them. These people were all killed by that demon Gufeng. Ji Tian said, are you saying you'll push all the blame onto Gufeng afterward? Exactly. A cold light flashed in Jun Wuxia's eyes. Gufeng is indeed a demon. It's not surprising that he killed so many innocent people. Anyway, he was going to die here today. He killed so many people, and when we kill him, not only will we not face any punishment but countless people in Jiangling will also regard us as heroes. These people all died from gunfire. How will you shift the blame onto me? Just burn them all. At this point, Jun Wuxia's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look. He saw Gufeng had somehow appeared behind him. You! Before he could finish, Gufeng had already struck with his sword. The sword's light surged. It was unstoppable. With a crack, one of Jun Wuxia's arms was severed. Jun Wuxia's face changed wildly. He and Gufeng were both at the peak of the 7-star master level. However, Gufeng had appeared behind him without him noticing. Moreover, he had been struck down with a single sword. Enduring excruciating pain, Jun Wuxia grabbed Ji Kaiwei and in an instant created a distance of several dozen meters from Gufeng. He shouted into the intercom, kill Gufeng, hurry up. The Thunder Fighter, originally positioned at the entrance of the Wind and Wave Pavilion, immediately turned its body upon receiving the order, with 3 machine guns simultaneously aimed at Gufeng. Gufeng, you dare to sever my arm? After you die, I will have a good time with Ji Kaiwei in front of your corpse. Gufeng replied, you think this fighter jet can kill me? You son of a bitch, who do you think you are, a god? Even at death's door, you're still pretending. Day. The 3 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, pouring down like a torrential rain. Flames spread across the sky, forming a massive net, closing in on Gufeng. Gufeng vanished from his spot once again. Jun Wuxia, listen to the dragon's roar. The voice appeared behind Jun Wuxia once more. He turned to look, only to see Gufeng raising his right hand high. Then, the Nian Nu Jiao was released. The dragon's roar erupted. This sword. The eagle strikes the sky. The snowstorm suddenly changed color. Let's rewind a few minutes. When Jun Wuxia ordered to open fire, Song Cheng immediately rushed out with Luo Jiao towards the pavilion. But they were too far from the entrance of the Wind and Wave Pavilion. They hadn't run long before the entrance was completely surrounded. The 3 machine guns of the Thunder Fighter were crazily firing at that spot. In a moment of confusion, Luo Jiao had a sudden idea. Song Cheng, let's hide in the peach grove. Once they entered the peach grove, she had Song Cheng move a nearby corpse over and lay on top of it, to avoid the bullets that could come sweeping in at any moment. After doing this, Song Cheng felt a bit more at ease. He couldn't help but praise, Jiao, you're really smart. Where did you learn this? From Kangyanai Shinju, Luo Jiao replied casually, her eyes scanning the opposite hillside. Where's Gufeng? Is he dead? Behind Jun Wuxia, he severed one of Jun Wuxia's arms. Song Cheng pointed. Following his finger, Luo Jiao looked and saw Jun Wuxia fleeing rapidly with Ji Kaiwei, while the Thunder Fighter sped towards Gufeng, its 3 machine guns aimed directly at where Gufeng stood. In an instant, her heart leaped to her throat. Song Cheng gleefully said, this time Gufeng is completely finished. Jiao, your father and brother can rest in peace in the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 machine guns spat out crimson tongues of fire, charging towards Gufeng. Gufeng's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing behind Jun Wuxia, and then raised his sword high. Luo Jiao exclaimed, what a fast movement. But why is he holding up the sword? Does he think he can shoot down the Thunder Fighter with it? Song Cheng laughed, Jiao, your imagination is so rich. That's a fighter jet, do you think it's a paper plane? His voice abruptly stopped. Suddenly, the Nian Nu Jiao was released, transforming into a streak of light, flying straight towards the Thunder Fighter. In an instant, the sword plunged into the fuel tank. One sword, the galaxy falls. Boom boom boom. The Thunder Fighter, like an injured eagle, shook violently in the sky. Finally, the plane crashed down at an angle towards the ground. Boom! The massive impact raised a cloud of dust. A large number of peach trees were crushed to pieces. Song Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this a joke? That's a thunder fighter. It was actually shot down by a single sword? Luo Jiao's red lips parted wide, her breath in disarray. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, This is too cool. On the other side, Ji Kaiwei stared blankly at the billowing smoke of the fighter jet, her heart surging with waves. Even though Gu Feng had performed impressively before, she had remained unmoved, because everything was within her control. But now, if even the thunder fighter could be shot down, what else was beyond Gu Feng's capabilities? No wonder Gu Feng dared to attend the meeting alone. Everything she had prepared now seemed like a joke. She really wanted to ask what Gu Feng had experienced in the past 5 years. How could Gu Feng have grown to this extent in such a short time? Xiao Feng, it seems that today, your mother is really going to die here, Ji Kaiwei said softly, looking at Gu Feng's profile. No, with me here, you will never die. Jun Wuxie roared, slamming a white pill into his mouth. Boom! At that moment, the momentum within him surged dramatically. He leaped from the peak of a 7-star master to a 1-star grand master. Is that an explosive pill? Ji Tian's face lit up with joy. That's right, after swallowing this explosive pill, I will maintain the 1-star grand master level for half an hour. Gu Feng said calmly, do you really think that forcibly raising your level with a pill can kill me? I've lost an arm, so it's naturally hard to kill you, but blocking you is more than enough. Jun Wuxie turned to Ji Tian and said, you take Kaiwei and leave in the helicopter, I will hold off Gu Feng. Without a word, Ji Tian picked up Ji Kaiwei and fled towards the helicopter. As they got closer to the cabin, Ji Kaiwei turned her head and smiled charmingly, Xiao Feng, you and I will meet again. Next time, I will make sure to turn you to ashes. Gu Feng looked at her stunning face from afar. Do you really think Jun Wuxie can stop me? Gu Feng, stop being so arrogant. You no longer have that good sword in your hand. I can not only block you but also kill you. Jun Wuxie's right hand surged with energy, a punch carrying the might of a 1-star Grand Master hurled towards Gu Feng. The tiger roared in the mountains. Gu Feng's expression was indifferent as he threw out a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and an explosion erupted. Boom! Jun Wuxie's body flew back like a kite with a broken string. Jun Wuxie's heart surged with shock. The explosive pill was his trump card. He hadn't taken it earlier due to its severe side effects. Not only would he drop a small level afterward, but recovering his cultivation would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had originally gritted his teeth to take the pill, thinking he could hold off Gu Feng, and if luck was on his side, he might even kill Gu Feng with a punch after a few rounds. Who would have thought he would be sent flying by Gu Feng's punch? Gu Feng flew in front of Jun Wuxie, stepping on his head. Have you thought of your last words? Jun Wuxie laughed heartily. Gu Feng, if you have the guts, kill me. The wrath of the Jun family will make you regret being born into this world. Boom! Gu Feng stepped down, and Jun Wuxie exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Jun family's third son, Jun Wuxie, dead. Jun Wuxie's scream before death sent chills down Ji Tian's spine. This devil Gu Feng even killed Jun Wuxie. Fortunately, they were only a few steps away from the helicopter. He dashed forward, bringing Ji Kaiwei into the cabin, and turned to pull the door shut. Just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly slipped in. Ji Tian, where do you think you're running? The voice was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, as if it had drifted up from hell. Go to hell! Ji Tian, knowing he was no match for Gu Feng with his 4-star master strength, suddenly pulled out a handgun from his waist. Bang! 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 5 shots fired directly at Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng raised his other hand, and Nian Nujiao instantly blocked in front of him. He drew out sword flowers, and the 5 bullets spun around with the sword flowers. Ji Tian's pupils constricted sharply. This Gu Feng had even pulled that sword out of the fighter jet before chasing him. Not only that, but he could also control bullets with the sword? What terrifying power was this? Xiao Feng, speaking of which, you still have to call me Grandpa, considering. Go to hell, Grandpa. Gu Feng let out a low roar, striking the back of the Nianjiao sword, and 5 bullets instantly shot into Ji Tian's body. Ji Tian's body swayed and then fell straight down. The head of the Ji family, Ji Tian, dead. Gu Feng completely pulled open the cabin door and leaped up. As he casually kicked Ji Tian's corpse down, he stepped towards Ji Kaiwei. At this moment, Ji Kaiwei's stunningly beautiful face was pale. Xiao Feng. For mother. Before she could finish her words, Gu Feng had already stabbed a sword into her waist. Her left kidney was directly pierced out by the sword tip. It hurts. For mother, it hurts so much. Blood stained Ji Kaiwei's white mourning clothes a glaring red. On a face that could be called a celestial beauty, endless pain took over. Her willow-like brows were tightly knitted together. Gu Feng was about to stab her on the other side of her waist. Ji Kaiwa hurriedly said, "Xiao Feng, don't stab anymore. Lin Ruochu's kidney is not in my body at all. I just wanted to anger you, to make you come over." Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, then the long sword pierced through the white mourning clothes and entered Ji Tsayua's body. Another kidney was also extracted. Inside the cabin, it was a sea of crimson. Gu Feng frowned slightly. These two kidneys did not look like they were transplanted. He crouched down and reached out, probing both sides of Ji Tsayua's waist. There were no signs of surgery. His actions were akin to pouring salt on Ji Tsayua's wounds. Her body trembled from the pain, and she let out painful moans. "Xiao Feng, you are so cruel. Why don't you believe mother's words?" Gu Feng slapped her face. "Tell me, where is Lin Ruochu's kidney? Who else was involved in the extermination of the Gu family back then? The Gu family had once been at the height of prosperity. How could they have been destroyed by just the Ji family?" Ji Kaiwa forced out a bleak smile but remained silent. "Are you waiting to die?" Gu Feng asked. Ji Kaiwa replied, "Xiao Feng, I can tell you anything, but I have only one request. Can you let me die in peace? I have worked hard for 5 years to become the beloved Madame Ji of the people, and I hope it can always exist in the hearts of the people of Jiangling." Gu Feng said nothing. Ji Kaiwa softly said, "Xiao Feng, considering it, we have been mother and son for 10 years, 10 years of maternal love. I have only this one request. As long as you agree, I can tell you anything." "Ha!" Gu Feng sneered. "Ji Kaiwa, do you think that if you don't tell me, I won't be able to find out myself?" Ji Tsayua's expression turned cold. "Then kill me." "Ji Kaiwa, I used to think you were just putting on an act, but now I realize how much you value your reputation. Death pales in comparison to it. Originally, you were bound to die today, but now, I've changed my mind. Since you destroyed everything I had back then, how could I let you die so easily? Not only will I not kill you, but I will also let you live for another month. In that month, everyone involved in the extermination of the Gu family will die. And the people of Jiangling will know what kind of person you, Ji Kaiwa, truly are. The respected Madame Ji will die, while the Ji Kaiwa who was scorned by countless people will be recorded in the annals of Jiangling. Ji Kaiwa, I want you to witness all of this while living, and then die in endless torment. You!" Ji Tsayua's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. Moments later, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed she thought of something and reached for her waist with her jade-like hand. "Gu Feng, you wish. Anyway, once I'm dead, I won't hear those who curse me." She resolutely attempted to take her own life. "Since I stepped into Jiangling, your life and death have been in my hands." Gu Feng struck Ji Tsayua's heart with his palm, pouring immense spiritual energy into her body. Ji Kaiwa rolled her eyes and fainted completely. Gu Feng piloted the helicopter soaring into the sky, heading towards the direction of Yujing Mansion. A plane landed at Zhonghai International Airport, and two women walked out. One was spirited and elegant. The other was simple and capable. It was Yu Aoxuan and Zhang Yan. "Sai, we just stayed in Jiangling for 2 or 3 days, and Sister Xuan, you have to rush back." "I haven't had enough fun yet," Zhang Yan pouted. Yu Aoxuan tapped her forehead. "We're here to handle serious business. Playing is just a side activity." Zhang Yan retorted, "But the serious business is already done, right? The letter for Jiangling Ho has been delivered. Besides, we have nothing to do when we return to Shanghai. I heard Jiangling Ho say that today is the annual memorial ceremony, and it's supposed to be lively. Even if we have to leave, can't we wait until the ceremony is over?" I wanted to see Madame Ji again that night. She was simply breathtaking. I was hoping to see her at the memorial ceremony too. "Oh, by the way, is that Gu Feng really Ji Tsayua's son? They look about the same age to me." Yu Aoxuan said seriously, "That's because Madame Ji takes good care of herself. And how can you say we have nothing to do? In a month and a half, the International Military Arms Conference will be held in Shanghai. Our trip to Jiangling is also to discuss this with Jiangling Ho. As for us, we need to hurry back for special training to strive for a good ranking at this military arms conference. Especially you, I've already earmarked a spot for you. Are you planning to embarrass me at the conference by not training hard?" Zhang Yan looked distressed. All right, training it is. I'll punch 10 Gu Fengs." Xiao Qianxue suddenly woke up from her bed. The surroundings were incredibly familiar. Blue wallpaper, a pink wardrobe, a dazzling crystal chandelier. This was her bedroom. "Qianxue, you're awake," a sweet voice rang out. "Come, have a bowl of hot porridge." Xiao Qianxue turned her head and was a bit surprised. "Yuro, how did you get here?" Sitting at the head of the bed was her college classmate and good friend, Huang Yuro. Huang Yuro smiled. "I heard you came back from abroad, so I rushed over from Shanghai.
Really, you didn't even tell me you were back. I only heard it from your dad. Otherwise, I would have come to Jiangling to find you much earlier. Xiao Qianxue said, I was planning to tell you once I settled down. Huang Yuro asked, why did you suddenly faint? I asked Uncle Li, and he wouldn't tell me. Just waking up, Xiao Qianxue felt dizzy, and suddenly hearing this made her remember many things. Gu Feng was still at Fenghua Pavilion. She immediately felt anxious and called for Li Gaoming. Uncle Li, how's the situation at Fenghua Pavilion? Li Gaoming's face was grim. The situation isn't good. I've heard many people have died, and there are huge explosions coming from that direction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianxue became even more panicked. Then, what about Gu Feng? I don't know, he should be dead, Li Gaoming stated his guess honestly. After all, even he couldn't defeat Zui Yuman, let alone Gu Feng? Moreover, he heard that the Jun family had also arrived. How could Gu Feng not be dead? Xiao Qianxue felt her heart twist in pain and rushed outside. No, Gu Feng will definitely not die. Li Gaoming quickly grabbed her. Miss, Fenghua Pavilion is very dangerous right now. It's already been sealed off. Please don't act impulsively. Xiao Qianxue shouted, I'm not going to Fenghua Pavilion. I'm just going to stroll around Yujing Mansion. She knew where Gu Feng's home was, and she wanted to go there to see if Gu Feng might be at home. Seeing Xiao Qianxue lose control of her emotions, Li Gaoming assured her that they wouldn't go to Fenghua Pavilion and didn't stop her, just following behind her. Huang Yuro quickly followed as well. She found it a bit strange who could make her good friend lose control of her emotions like this. This had never happened before. Gu Feng, sounds like a man's name? Could it be that Qianxue is in a relationship? No way, she just returned to the country. Xiao Qianxue hurriedly made her way to the villa where Gu Feng lived. The door was not closed, but at that moment, she hesitated to go in. What if Gu Feng wasn't inside? What if something really happened to him? Hey, Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Ning Yishi, who had just served herself a bowl of rice from the kitchen, passed through the living room and spotted Xiao Qianxue. Xiao Qianxue, feeling a bit nervous, asked, Is Gu Feng home? Come in and sit down, Ning Yishi smiled, waving her hand at Xiao Qianxue. Gathering her courage, Xiao Qianxue stepped inside. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes, but there was no one sitting around it. The little hope that had just risen was instantly shattered. For a moment, her heart felt like it was missing a piece, and tears fell silently. In the end, Gu Feng did not walk out of the storm pavilion, did he? Ning Yishi panicked, Miss Xiao, don't cry, Gu Feng. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice came from upstairs, Miss Xiao, you don't need to worry about me, I'm fine. Gu Feng came down from upstairs, freshly showered, his body free of bloodstains. He hadn't had time to put on clothes yet. His solid chest and perfectly toned muscles were exposed, with droplets of water still clinging to his skin. Xiao Qianxue suddenly looked up, watching Gu Feng smile as he walked towards her. Excitement, thrill, joy, various emotions surged into her mind, and without thinking, she leaped into Gu Feng's arms. I thought you were dead. Gu Feng was taken aback, completely unprepared for Xiao Qianxue to jump at him. At that moment, he couldn't push her away, allowing her hot tears to spill onto his chest. Outside the door, Huang Yuro's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit 2 duck eggs. My goodness, Qianxue is really in a relationship. No way, is this still the good friend I used to know? In college, Qianxue was famous for being both a top student and a campus beauty, truly talented and beautiful, with suitors coming in droves. But Qianxue never even glanced at them. It wasn't that she thought those suitors weren't worthy, she was just completely focused on her studies and had no interest in dating at all. But now, Xiao Qianxue had actually thrown herself into a man's arms. Big news! After being stunned for a long time, she immediately took out her phone and started snapping pictures of Gu Feng and Xiao Qianxue. The sound of the camera shutter was incessant. Xiao Qianxue quickly turned around, only to find Huang Yuro's phone almost pressed against her face. Remembering her earlier loss of composure, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. Yuro, what are you doing? Wah, the smell of love must be recorded. Huang Yuro put away her phone and casually patted Gu Feng's shoulder. Kid, what kind of love potion did you give our Qianxue? How could you make the once aloof goddess so infatuated with you? Gu Feng chuckled, the food is ready, why don't we sit down and eat together while we chat? Huang Yuro looked at the table full of delicious dishes, her mouth watering. She hadn't eaten breakfast today because she was rushing for her flight, and her stomach was growling, so she quickly nodded, sure. Not only was there free food, but she could also hear gossip. Huang Yuro was more than happy. Who would have thought that Xiao Qianxue would say, I don't think that's necessary. Yuro, you and Uncle Li should head back first. I have something to discuss with Gu Feng. Huang Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, are you really going to forget your friends for a guy?
Xiao Qianxue didn't have time to explain and pushed her outside. I'll make it up to you tonight. She now had a pile of questions she wanted to ask Gu Feng, but those topics were all very sensitive. She didn't want her best friend to view Gu Feng through colored glasses. Once Huang Yuru and Li Gaoming left, Xiao Qianxue couldn't care less about eating. Gu Feng, what on earth is going on? 5 years ago, did you really do those things? Gu Feng asked. Do you believe me? Xiao Qianxue nodded firmly without hesitation. As long as you say it, I will believe it. 5 years ago, Ji Kaiwei colluded with outsiders and killed my entire family. 5 years later, I returned for revenge, Gu Feng said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianxue let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. She knew that the Gu Feng she knew was definitely not the demon of patricide and clan extermination as rumored. But then, her mood became incredibly heavy. Ji Kaiwei had destroyed everything for Gu Feng and made him bear 5 years of infamy. It was truly hard to imagine how Gu Feng had endured these 5 years. What made her even more anxious was that Gu Feng had caused a scene at Family.One Pavilion today. She feared that the gossip would become even more intense. Gu Feng would truly become a murderer in the eyes of the public. Putting herself in his shoes, she found it hard to bear such overwhelming insults. Gu Feng, the rumors that follow may be very detrimental to you. Are you mentally prepared? After a moment of silence, Gu Feng turned to look at the scattered snow outside the window and chuckled lightly. A little wind and frost, what's there to worry about? Xiao Qianxue looked at his profile, momentarily speechless. During the meal, Xiao Qianxue finished eating in silence. Leaving Gu Feng's home, her steps felt incredibly heavy. Wow, you finally came out. Huang Yuru suddenly jumped out from around a corner, startling her. Xiao Qianxue frowned and said, why didn't you go back? Huang Yuru grinned, if I went back, how could I capture your current look? TSK, just parting and you already look so distracted. That guy must be something else to have you so enchanted. Come on, which university did he graduate from, what degree, and what field is he researching? Xiao Qianxue thought seriously for a moment. 5 years ago, Gu Feng was only 20. He probably didn't graduate from university. What? Huang Yuru screamed exaggeratedly, jumping 3 feet high. Xiao Qianxue rubbed her forehead. Sister, you're overreacting. No. Huang Yuru gestured animatedly. Is it me exaggerating or you? You're only 22 and already have dual PhDs, and you studied for 2 years at a top university in Neon, working on lithography research. You're very likely to become the youngest female academician in Shenlong country, and now you're telling me you're dating someone who hasn't even graduated from university? Xiao Qianxue replied, I'm not dating him, I've only known him for a short time. He saved me. Huang Yuru was taken aback for a moment. I see, that's what I thought. A talented girl like you, even if you lower your standards to find a boyfriend, you can't settle for someone who hasn't graduated from university. Qianxue, you must think carefully about your lifelong matters, don't confuse gratitude with love. Xiao Qianxue lowered her head and thought for a moment, her eyes revealing an unusual sparkle. I hadn't thought it through before, but now, I think I really like him. What? Huang Yuru screamed again, jumping 3 feet high. Xiao Qianxue ignored her good friend and quickly walked home. One's excellence doesn't necessarily have to be proven by education. From Myanmar to northern Yunnan, from northern Yunnan to Jiangling, from Jinshifu to Family.One Pavilion. She had known Gu Feng for a short time, yet it felt as if they had experienced so much. Thinking of everything Gu Feng had endured alone over the past 5 years, and what he would soon have to bear, she felt an urge to cry. Gu Feng, you've shouldered so much alone for so long. Now, I, Xiao Qianxue, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Back at the Xiao family, Xiao Qianxue immediately instructed Li Gaoming, Uncle Li, everything that happened at the Family.One Pavilion today, use the Xiao family's resources to suppress it all. Li Gaoming hesitated, there were too many big shots at the Family.One Pavilion today. Suppressing everything is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiao Qianxue insisted, what I want is not an excuse, but a result. Listen clearly, at all costs, suppress all public opinion. As for the Family.One Pavilion, suppress as much as you can, for as long as you can. Li Gaoming felt that the young lady in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. She would never have spoken to him so forcefully before. Miss, you don't mean to cover up the crimes of that Gu Feng, do you? Xiao Qianxue's face hardened. You only need to do as I say, not to question what I think. Although Gu Feng completely disregarded public opinion, Xiao Qianxue did not want him to suffer any more criticism. After a pause, she added, also, investigate the matter of the Gu family's extermination 5 years ago. Use all means necessary, I want to know everything. She understood that merely suppressing public opinion would not be effective, only by bringing out solid evidence could Gu Feng's grievances truly be cleared. Understood. Li Gaoming said no more and proceeded to act according to Xiao Qianxue's instructions.
Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Qianxue called him back. By the way, the day after tomorrow, our Xiao family's resort project will officially commence. There will be a groundbreaking ceremony. Send an invitation to Lin's Building Materials, asking them to attend, and make Lin's Building Materials our special partner for the resort project. All resort cooperation units must prioritize purchasing from Lin's Building Materials. Li Gaoming accepted the order and left. Soon, news regarding the Fenghua Pavilion was deleted from the Jiangling network at lightning speed. On the other side, Gu Feng was completely unaware of the Xiao family's actions. Not long after Xiao Qianxue left, he went upstairs. At this moment, Ji Kaiyue, covered in blood, was lying on the bed, unconscious. He reached out and checked under her delicate nose. Her breathing was weak, but there was no immediate danger to her life. To be safe, he pressed his palm against Ji Kaiyue's chest, using his immense spiritual energy to seal her wounds. In fact, Gu Feng had many ways to help Ji Kaiyue recover faster. However, it was unnecessary. He only needed her to be alive, just a breath was enough. After thinking for a moment, Gu Feng said to Ning Yushi, bind Ji Kaiyue's limbs with chains, don't let her commit suicide. Also, call a few people from the Blood Alliance to take turns guarding her. After a pause, he added, additionally, have the Blood Alliance search for the whereabouts of Bilawoko. I need it. Bilawoko was prepared for Lin Ruochu. Without any leads on Lin Ruochu's kidneys, he could only use medicinal herbs to prolong her life for now. After giving his orders, he drove alone to the patrol domain office. Since he wanted to thoroughly investigate the Gu family's extermination case from back then, relying solely on the Blood Alliance was not enough, he needed the power of the patrol domain office as well. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. After being unconscious for a long time, Lin Ruochu finally woke up slowly. As soon as she regained consciousness, she heard sobbing sounds coming from the hall. She quickly propped up her weak body and went outside. She saw her mother, Wang Shueme, sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen and red. Lin Beishan and Lin Ruoma, although not crying, could not stop sighing. In the past 2 days, Wang Shueme had lost count of how many times she had cried. Due to Lin's building materials being banned, Lin Beishan had a mountain of problems at the company and had been working 2 all-nighters. He had just returned home not long ago and was wide awake. With so many worries, how could he sleep? As for Lin Ruoma, she had taken leave these past 2 days, as both patients at home were relying on her care. Mom! Lin Ruochu called out softly, filled with confusion. The whole family immediately turned to look at her, and Wang Shueme burst into tears again. Oh, Ruochu, you finally woke up. Our family has been waiting for a good thing for days. At that moment, Lin Ruochu recalled everything that had happened that night, feeling a surge of anger and worry for Gu Feng's safety. Seeing her mother crying so hard, she could only ask what had happened at home. Lin Ruoma quickly recounted the events. Gu Feng was dead. The company was shut down. The 2 pieces of news hit Lin Ruochu like a bolt from the blue, and she nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. She was dazed for a moment, then rushed into her bedroom and took out her phone. She intended to call Gu Feng, but as soon as she unlocked her phone, she saw a message from him. She hurried out of the bedroom. Dad, Mom, you must have misunderstood. Gu Feng is not dead. Wang Shueme, who was crying, stopped her tears. That's impossible, right? Then she saw the WeChat message from Gu Feng on the phone screen. Try calling him, Lin Beishan urged, his voice a bit tense. Lin Ruochu quickly complied, and before long, the call connected. Ruochu. It was Gu Feng's voice. At that moment, Lin Beishan, Lin Ruoma, and Wang Shueme were all overjoyed. Hearing Gu Feng's voice was like hearing heavenly music. Lin Beishan was happy that Gu Feng was alive, while Wang Shueme was relieved that her daughter was saved. At that moment, Lin Ruochu didn't know what to say to Gu Feng, so she chatted casually for a few moments before hanging up. Shueme, let's invite Gu Feng to dinner, Lin Beishan suddenly suggested. You should apologize to him properly. Wang Shueme wiped her tears. He's not dead, why should I apologize? Just as Lin Beishan was about to speak, Lin Ruoma interjected, Mom, you should apologize to Gu Feng. Our attitude towards him has indeed been a bit poor. Gu Feng hasn't come to our house these days, he's probably angry with you. Besides, Ruochu's illness relies on Gu Feng for treatment. If you don't apologize, what if Gu Feng refuses to treat Ruochu? Remembering the past, Wang Shueme couldn't help but blush, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, I should apologize, it's all my fault for misunderstanding Xiaofeng. Regardless, the Lin family finally had some good news, and their mood improved a little. Lin Beishan quickly went to book a hotel and asked Lin Ruochu to call Gu Feng. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the 4 of them arrived at Fengwu Jiutian. Originally, due to financial constraints, Lin Beishan only wanted to sit in the lobby, but Wang Shueme was unusually proactive. What are we sitting in the lobby for? Let's go to a private room and order some good dishes.
Lin Beishan was a bit surprised. He knew Xu Emei's character. Ever since the family fell on hard times, she had been frugal to the extreme.
Now she wanted to go to a private room at Fengwu Jiutian?
The minimum consumption for a private room there was 20,000 yuan. Seeing his expression, Wang Xuemei pouted. Xiaofeng has helped us so much, dealing with the Lu family's troubles, helping Ruochu with her illness, and fighting off the blood alliance.
Since we're inviting him to dinner, how can we be stingy?
At the same time, she thought to herself. Xiaofeng is now a director, and his medical skills are quite good. If he could be my son-in-law, not only would Ruochu find a good match, but I would also gain face. With that in mind, she said to her youngest daughter, Ruochu, call Gufeng again and tell him we've arrived. He should come quickly.
Lin Ruochu responded with an "Oh. Hello, brother Gufeng, we've booked a private room at Fengwu Jiutian. How long until you arrive? Soon." At that moment, Gufeng was in an archive room at the patrol domain office.
The head of the patrol domain office, Wen Yan, was attentively pouring tea for him.
Gufeng placed his phone on the table.
Since noon, he had been at the domain patrol office. Originally, he had come to the office for Wen Yan to investigate a case for him, but unexpectedly, Wen Yan revealed some surprising news. The previous head of the domain patrol office had found the Gu family massacre case too suspicious and had ordered a secret investigation. Indeed, he had uncovered many clues. According to the files Gufeng had reviewed that afternoon, the former head had already gathered evidence of Ji Caiyue's crimes, and another person also appeared in the documents.
Jiangling Suanhua. The Su family was not a wealthy family in Jiangling, but it was a prominent clan. The current wealthy families in Jiangling had risen in the last decade or two, while these clans had been rooted in Jiangling for hundreds of years. However, due to missing a series of modern opportunities, they had fallen into decline. Yet even in decline, these clans were not comparable to the ordinary wealthy families of Jiangling.
After all, they were families with a history spanning hundreds of years. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, and they still had depth.
Suanhua was the head of the Su family.
Looking at the densely packed text in the files, a fierce light flickered in Gufeng's eyes.
There are 4 major clans in Jiangling. I'm afraid that back then, it wasn't just the Su family that colluded with Ji Caiyue. Why didn't the former head continue the investigation?
Wen Yan respectfully replied, after the former head finished this investigation, he mysteriously died. It is also because of this that I was able to rise to the current position of head of the Jiangling Domain Patrol Office after years of effort.
Did you climb up through hard work, or by currying favor with the Ji family or other families? Gufeng suddenly asked.
At this moment, Wen Yan felt a chill enveloping him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Please spare me, Gu Warden. I
had no choice.
After a full 10 seconds, Gufeng said, get up. He didn't care how Wen Yan had risen to power. This person had only been a small captain 5 years ago and should have nothing to do with the Gu family massacre case. Moreover, he still needed the domain patrol office to work for him.
Restart the investigation into the Gu family massacre case.
Wen Yan quickly nodded in agreement, but then said with some concern, Gu Warden, the events of that year are deeply entangled, and those clans are also closely connected with the Jiangling Marquis.
Are you really confident?
Gufeng did not answer directly, remaining silent for a long time, then said meaningfully, the Jiangling Marquis, it has been many years since Jiangling has changed marquises. After saying this, he turned and left. At this moment, 5 or 6 young people with various colored hair were lurking around the street where the domain patrol office was located.
Hey, Li Zian, we've been squatting at the door of the domain patrol office for half an hour. Why don't you make a move?
The young man called Li Zian had a worried expression. Earlier, they had been drinking and playing truth or dare at a bar. As a result, he lost, and his companions, wanting to prank him, made him come here to rob.
Damn it! Robbing at the door of the domain patrol office, isn't that like dancing on a tiger's head? One wrong move, and he'd end up inside.
But for the sake of face, he still gritted his teeth and came. However, after being here for a while, he hadn't dared to make a move. At that moment, he saw a man in a trench coat coming out of the domain patrol office. He suddenly had an idea. Well, although it's called robbery, it doesn't specify what to rob, right?
Someone asked, what do you plan to rob?
Li Zian stared at the young man and grinned. I think the trench coat looks nice. I want it. Saying this, he strode over to the young man. Hey, brother.
Gufeng, just coming out of the domain patrol office, glanced at Li Zian. Is there something you need?
Brother, where did you buy that trench coat?
It looks pretty cool. How about letting me borrow it for a bit?
Gufeng frowned, was about to speak, but suddenly stopped.
His gaze fell ahead.
There, a figure was walking towards this side with their head down.
Just as the person was about to brush past him, Gufeng suddenly spoke up. Su Jiaming, you see me and don't even say hello? Su Jiaming, the eldest son of the Su family, the son of Su Anhua.
Today, there was a change at Fenghua Pavilion, and the Su family had secretly received the news. Rumor had it that the young master of Jiangling, who had disappeared for 5 years, had returned to Jiangling, causing chaos at Fenghua Pavilion, injuring and killing countless people. However, the news was suppressed by an invisible hand, and there wasn't much they could find out. Thus, Su Jiaming volunteered to visit the inspection division, as he had heard that the Jiangling inspection division had also been to Fenghua Pavilion today.
Surely, he could obtain useful information from the inspection division.
To keep a low profile, he came alone. But who would have thought that just as he was nearing the inspection division's entrance, he would run into Gu Feng?
It seemed the rumors were true.
He had to quickly relay the news back to the Su family, gathering all their forces to eliminate Gu Feng. After all, the Gu family massacre case also involved the Su family.
He pretended not to hear and continued walking forward, planning to slip by unnoticed.
But Gu Feng's hand had already pressed down on his shoulder. Su Jiaming, you treat me like I'm nothing, die. The word had barely escaped his lips.
Boom! Gu Feng had already thrown a punch, directly piercing through Su Jiaming's chest.
Su Jiaming looked at Gu Feng in disbelief, and then the light in his eyes quickly faded as his body slumped to the ground.
Li Zian, who had his hand on Gu Feng's shoulder, stared blankly at Su Jiaming's corpse.
For a moment, he was at a loss.
Gu Feng crouched down, twisted Su Jiaming's head off, and then looked at Li Zian. You just said you wanted my trench coat?
And no. Under Gu Feng's gaze, Li Zian's legs went weak, and he fell directly to the ground.
Heaven! He killed someone with a wave of his hand, right at the entrance of the inspection division. This person is definitely a devil. And I actually wanted to steal the devil's trench coat.
He wanted to plead for mercy, but he didn't even have the courage to open his mouth. Gu Feng shook his head and returned to the inspection division, instructing Wen Yan to properly take care of Su Jiaming's head.
Su Jiaming was just the beginning. Everyone involved in the Gu family massacre case had to die.
But at this moment, he first needed to go eat at Fengwu Jiutian. After studying for half a day outside, the Lin family finally ordered their dishes and then headed towards the private room.
Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Shuemei? What wind blew you to Fengwu Jiutian? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Shuemei's heart sank. She was all too familiar with this voice. Qi Guifeng, her high school classmate.
Recalling the past, they were both the school's top beauties, excelling in their studies, often compared by their classmates, and neither was willing to back down, secretly competing with each other. Later, Wang Shuemei and Qi Guifeng both got married. Wang Shuemei married Lin Beishan, while Qi Guifeng married Zhou Shunan.
Although the Lin family had the support of the Gu family and had been developing well, the Zhou family was already among the prominent families of Jiangling.
Since getting married, Wang Shuemei had been completely overshadowed by Qi Guifeng, who would always throw sarcastic remarks at her during class reunions. This made Wang Shuemei very uncomfortable, and eventually, she simply stopped attending class reunions.
What class reunion?
It was more like a competition. She originally thought that with the help of the Gu family, the Lin family would eventually surpass the Zhou family, and then she could finally hold her head high. Who would have thought that before the Lin family could rise, the Gu family collapsed first? After that, the Lin family's situation worsened, and Wang Shuemei completely lost her spirit.
Every time she saw Qi Guifeng, she would avoid her.
Right now, Wang Shuemei didn't want to deal with Qi Guifeng, pretending not to hear and quickening her pace.
Qi Guifeng was unwilling to let her go and quickly followed her. Wang Shuemei, are you lost? The restroom is over there. Wang Shuemei replied impatiently. Qi Guifeng, are you sick? Who said I was going to the restroom?
I'm going to the private room to eat.
You? Eating in a private room? Qi Guifeng sneered. Do you really need me to expose the Lin family's current situation? You're almost bankrupt and still dare to eat in the Fengwu Jiutian's private room?
Oh, I see you're going to the bronze room. That's fine, after all, even a poor person can afford it if they grit their teeth. You, of all people, are only fit to eat in that kind of poor person's room.
You! Wang Shuemei was so angry her teeth itched, and for a moment, she couldn't find a retort. The bronze room was the lowest tier of private rooms in Fengwu Jiutian, and she knew that Qi Guifeng always ate in the diamond room whenever she came back. She had Qi Guifeng's WeChat and couldn't help but sneak a peek at her moments.
At that moment, Lin Ruochu suddenly said, Qi Guifeng, where we eat has nothing to do with you, right? Little girl, how do you talk to your elders?
I'm at least of the same generation as your mother. Can't you even call me auntie? Qi Guifeng said discontentedly.
Lin Ruochu replied, I won't respect someone who disrespects my mother.
Ha!
Qi Guifeng sneered coldly, so uncultured.
No wonder you had your kidney taken.
If it weren't for your weak body, I'd have slapped you twice to teach you a lesson for your mother.
Smack! Suddenly, Shi Guifan's body flew backward. 2 rows of teeth instantly shattered. Getting up from the ground, Shi Guifang shouted angrily, "Who the hell has the guts to hit me?" Then she saw a tall young man standing in front of her. His cold eyes fell on her, sending chills down her spine. You are Gu Feng?" After a long pause, she finally stammered out those few words. "Yes." Wang Shuemei shouted, "It's Gu Feng. Let me tell you, even though Gu Feng is no longer the young master of Jiangling, he has become a prison warden. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with you. Now disappear from my sight, or I'll have my son-in-law beat you until you can't find your teeth." Qi Guifang didn't say anything and turned to run. It wasn't that she was afraid of the warden, but she had heard about Gu Feng's deeds of patricide and extermination over the years. This guy was a big devil, killing without blinking. If she stayed a few more seconds, what if Gu Feng twisted her neck? That would be too much of a loss. Watching Qi Guifang's embarrassed back, Wang Shuemei laughed heartily. What a relief, what a relief. Thank you, Xiao Feng. I've wanted to beat that Qi Guifang for years. The group entered the private room, and Wang Shuemei apologized to Gu Feng for her earlier behavior. Xiao Feng, Auntie wasn't very nice to you before. I hope you can understand. So much has happened over the years, sigh. As she spoke, tears began to fall. Gu Feng didn't take it to heart and said, Auntie, you all helped Xingning a lot in the past. How could I hold a grudge over a few of your words? Hearing this, Wang Shuemei felt a little relieved but still toasted Gu Feng several times. Xiao Feng, Auntie knows she was wrong. I will treat you sincerely from now on. After eating for a while, Lin Ruoma suddenly said, Gu Feng, it seems like there's something off at Fenghua Pavilion today. I saw a lot of posts online, but they were all deleted shortly after. It seems someone broke into Fenghua Pavilion. When Gu Feng heard this, he briefly mentioned his visit to Fenghua Pavilion today. Although he left out many details, just a few words painted vivid images in everyone's minds. Just as they were getting into it, Gu Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Ning Yushi. Young master, there is news from the Bilawoko. After exchanging a few words with Ning Yushi, Gu Feng stood up. Uncle, Aunt, Ruochu, Ruomo, let's call it a day. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. By the way, you don't need to worry about the Lin family's construction materials being banned. I've already spoken to the Xiao family, and they have agreed to help. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a jade pendant like a magic trick. Ruochu, this is the jade pendant Xing Ning sent you. Lin Ruochu was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Xing Ning is still alive? Nodding, Gu Feng turned to leave. Watching his back, Wang Shuemei found herself liking him more and more, and quietly said to Lin Ruochu, Ruochu, you need to put in more effort. Ha? Lin Ruochu was confused. Wang Shuemei said, Gu Feng is quite good, he would make a great son-in-law for our family. You should try harder to win him over. But, how could I possibly be worthy of him? Wang Shuemei rolled her eyes. What do you mean unworthy? Gu Feng has helped us so much and treats you especially well. Maybe he actually has some feelings for you? As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. If you put in some effort, how could you not win over Gu Feng? Then she sighed to herself, oh, if Xiao Feng could become our son-in-law, not only would it revive the glory of the Gu family, but it would also easily surpass the Zhou family. Humph, Qi Guifang, you've suppressed me for so many years. It's time for me, Wang Shuemei, to have the upper hand. At that moment, Lin Ruomo's phone rang. Mom, Zhongding Xian has returned to Jiangling. The Zhongding Xian who pursued you 5 years ago? Wang Shuemei asked in surprise. Zhongding Xian, the young master of the Zhong family. The Zhong family ranks second among the wealthy families in Jiangling. Yes, Lin Ruomo nodded. Wang Shuemei wondered, what did he call you for? Lin Ruomo replied, actually, I've been chatting with him online for 3 months, and we established a romantic relationship last month. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wang Shuemei was both surprised and delighted. Oh my god, after 20 years of hardship, is it finally time for me, Wang Shuemei, to see the light? Gu Feng is my youngest daughter's husband, Zhongding Xian is my eldest daughter's husband. Wouldn't the Lin family soar to new heights? Lin Ruomo's cheeks flushed slightly. Would I lie to you? He said he would come over soon. Everyone waited in the private room for half an hour, but Zhongding Xian still hadn't arrived. Lin Ruochu felt weak and said she wanted to go back to rest. Lin Beishan was worried about her being alone, so he took her with him. Lin Ruomo initially wanted Wang Shuemei to go back too, but Wang Shuemei was now happily fantasizing about a bright future and refused to leave, insisting on meeting her future son-in-law. Not long after Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan left, Zhongding Xian arrived. Ding Xian, long time no see. Ruomo, long time no see. you are getting more and more beautiful, Zhong Dingxian said gently. Then he added, I just saw your sister outside and chatted a bit. It seems you are involved with Gu Feng? He killed his father and wiped out his clan 5 years ago, and you still dare to associate with him? Wang Shuimei said, very few people in Jiangling know the truth about what happened back then. Now that Ji Kaiyu has been taken down by Gu Feng, it's fine to tell you, actually, Xiao Feng is just a victim, taking the blame for Ji Kaiyu. Lin Ruoimo said, that's right, and Gu Feng has changed a lot now. Before she could finish, Zhong Dingxian interrupted her. Who told you that Ji Kaiyu was taken down by Gu Feng? Wang Shuimei replied, Gu Feng did. Aunt, you believe everything Gu Feng says? You are too naive. Wang Shuimei looked bewildered, isn't it true? Hee, after all, you are from a small family, so it's normal not to know some things. Although I have been away from Jiangling for a long time, my Zhong family is still the second most powerful family in Jiangling, and we have many more channels for information than you do. Let me tell you, according to the news I received, there was indeed an incident at Fingbo Pavilion today, but it was caused by the third young master of the Jun family from Zhanghai. He is like Ji Kaiyu for a long time and chose to confess on the anniversary of her death, but Ji Kaiyu did not agree and even slapped him. This angered the young master of the Jun family, who killed many people at Fingbo Pavilion and took Ji Kaiyu away. Is that so? What you said is completely different from what Gu Feng said. Lin Ruoma blinked her beautiful eyes. Zhong Dingxian said seriously, can I lie to you? Think about it, the Ji family is such a powerful family. As far as I know, they have several 6-star masters and even a 7-star master. You also know that Gu Feng wasn't even a martial artist 5 years ago. Even if he has had many fortuitous encounters in these 5 years, do you think he alone could shake the powerful Ji family? If the Ji family could be easily destroyed, could they still be called the #1 family in Jiangling? After this, Wang Shuimei and Lin Ruoma exchanged glances, somewhat believing Zhong Dingxuan's words. Gu Feng is lying to us? After a moment of shock, Wang Shuimei finally said, so, does that mean that the talk about giving the Xiao family a heads up was all nonsense? What heads up? Zhong Dingxian asked. Lin Ruoma quickly explained that the Lin family's construction materials had been banned. Ha ha ha. Zhong Dingxian laughed heartily, you really believe Gu Feng's nonsense? If it were 5 years ago, when he said he would give the Xiao family a heads up, you might have believed him, but now, he is nothing. Why would the Xiao family listen to him? Not to mention, the Xiao family came to Jiangling 2 years ago, and Gu Feng has no connection to them whatsoever. Then what? What should we do? Wang Shuimei stammered. Zhong Dingxian smiled, Auntie, don't panic. I'm still here, right? Although I've been abroad for many years, our Zhong family is still a solid second family in Jiangling. I'll make a call to the Xiao family, and I'm sure they will give me this face. As he spoke, he indeed took out his phone and called Li Gaoming from the Xiao family. Hello, is this Li Gongfeng? Who are you? I'm Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the Zhong family. I have something to discuss with you. The Lin family's construction materials have recently been banned. Before he could finish, Li Gaoming replied, oh, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Zhong Dingxian was taken aback. Did he have such influence? He had just started speaking, and Li Gaoming agreed so readily? Thank you. I'm currently with the daughter of the Lin family's construction materials owner. After you sort it out, please give me a call so I can reassure her. Li Gaoming asked for the address and then hung up. From noon until evening, he had been busy with the news blockade at Fingbo Pavilion, completely forgetting about the Lin family's construction materials that the young lady had mentioned. He immediately told a nearby servant, prepare an invitation and send it to Fingwu Jiutian. No, I'll go personally. After saying that, he stood up and left the study. 20 minutes later, Li Gaoming delivered the invitation to Zhong Dingxian and said, according to the young lady's instructions, at the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow, it will be announced that the Lin family's construction materials will become our Xiao family's special partner for the resort. All cooperating units will prioritize purchasing from the Lin family's construction materials. Please make sure to attend the day after tomorrow. Li Gaoming left for a long time, and Wang Shuimei and Lin Ruoma were still in a daze. Even Zhong Dingxian found it hard to believe. I just made a phone call, and the Xiao family actually gave me such face? Before he could figure it out, Lin Ruoma had already rushed into his arms. Dingxian, thank you so much, Dingxian. Wang Shuimei was also beaming with joy. Yes, Dingxian, if it weren't for you, I really don't know how our Lin family would get through this difficult time. With soft jade warmth in his embrace, Zhong Dingxian was too lazy to think too much. He chuckled, it's nothing. Ruimo, you really should have told me earlier that the Lin family was in trouble, so I could help you deal with it. Lin Ruoma whispered, we haven't been dating for long, I didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. In the future, just tell me if you have any difficulties, Zhong Dingxian said with a strong voice. At that moment, Wang Shuemei suddenly slammed the table, unable to contain her anger. Now that I think about it, it really doesn't make sense. He even said he shot down a plane with a sword. Movies wouldn't dare to portray that. That despicable Gufeng, full of lies. 11 out of 10 sentences are false. I can't believe I trusted him so much just now and even wanted him to be my son-in-law. No, I must call Ruochu. She needs to keep her distance from Gufeng. Aside from treating her illness, there should be no other contact. Lin Ruoma said, Mom, you don't need to blame Gufeng too much. He might just be trying to save face by saying that. Besides, at least he didn't lie about one thing. He really is a prison warden, and that status is worthy of Ruochu. If Gufeng weren't a prison warden, it wouldn't explain how he survived that day against the Blood Alliance. Warden? What good is that? Zhong Dingxian scoffed. Sounds impressive, but he only makes a few thousand a month. Wang Shuemei was somewhat incredulous. That can't be right. Is it really that little? Zhong Dingxian replied, I just ran into Ruochu. She said that the jade pendant around her neck was a gift from Gufeng. You all know that my Zhong family started in the jade business. That pendant looks like trash, worth only a few $100 from a street vendor. If he's so poor as to give that kind of thing, how much do you expect him to earn each month? Auntie, now the Lin family has already connected with the Xiao family. Once the resort project starts, the Lin family will soar to new heights. By then, what kind of good man won't Ruochu be able to find? Why would she settle for a down-and-out young master from Jiangling? Right, you're right. Ruochu should indeed marry someone better, Wang Shuemei agreed, then turned to say, let's first tell Ruochu and the old man about the Xiao family inviting us to the groundbreaking ceremony. They'll definitely be happy to hear it. Just as she was about to take out her phone to call, Lin Ruoma stopped her. Mom, forget it. You know how Dad and my sister feel about Gufeng. They'll definitely believe him unconditionally. We'll end up pulling each other's hair and causing chaos at home. They might even say that Ding Xian stole Gufeng's credit. I think it's better to wait until the day after tomorrow and take them directly to the site. By then, they'll understand without us having to explain. Wang Shuemei thought this made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. When she returned home that evening, Wang Shuemei saw her little daughter Lin Ruochu reading a fairy tale to the little dumpling. Where's your dad? She asked. Lin Ruochu replied, Dad hasn't slept for more than 2 days and has already fallen asleep. Wang Shuemei held back her feelings but ultimately couldn't help but say, Ruochu, when I was in the private room earlier, I was just joking. You should treat Gufeng as an ordinary friend. After saying that, she returned to her room. As Lin Ruoma was preparing to take the little dumpling to bathe, Lin Ruochu came to the bathroom and suddenly asked, Sister, did Zhong Dingxian say bad things about brother Gufeng? No, not at all, Lin Ruoma answered a bit guiltily. If Zhong Dingxian hadn't said anything bad about Gufeng, how could their mother's attitude towards brother Gufeng have changed so drastically? Earlier, she wanted her to pursue Gufeng, and now she was telling her to keep her distance. Thinking this, Lin Ruochu said seriously, Sister, you should know why Zhong Dingxian is targeting brother Gufeng. I advise you not to believe his words. 5 years ago, Zhong Dingxian crazily pursued Lin Ruoma, but at that time, Lin Ruoma did not like him. In order to win her over, Zhong Dingxian forcibly dragged her into a hotel. It was Gufeng who personally intervened, not only rescuing Lin Ruoma but also beating Zhong Dingxian up, ultimately exposing this young master of Jiangling's second wealthy family online. Zhong Dingxuan's reputation became utterly tarnished overnight in Jiangling. Lin Ruomo said, It's been 5 years, people can change. Dingxian has already apologized to me for that incident. Do you believe him? Lin Ruochu said, somewhat angrily. Sister, hurry up and break up with Zhong Dingxian. He is not a good person, being with him will only harm you. Enough! Lin Ruomo suddenly shouted with red eyes, I won't allow you to speak about Dingxian like that. You should take care of yourself, my matters don't need your concern. Saying this, she slammed the bathroom door shut with a bang. Lin Ruochu sighed slightly, feeling a sense of frustration in her heart. If that incident hadn't happened, her sister's family would still be complete. How could she be entangled with someone like Zhong Dingxian? At the same time, she felt a bit ashamed, as her mother had previously said to treat Gufeng sincerely, yet it hadn't been long before she was swayed by others' words. Completely unaware of what had happened after his departure, Gufeng at this moment donned a dark trench coat and strode towards the outside of Yujing Mansion. Ning Yushi followed behind him. Young master, should I go with you? According to the report from the Blood Alliance, there would be an auction at Zuehua Tower tonight. Biluo grass would appear at the auction. And Biluo grass was the key medicinal ingredient for treating Lin Ruochu. No need, Gufeng said, you stay at home, call me if anything unusual happens. After all, Ji Kaiwei was still at home, and leaving Ning Yushi behind would save him some worries. Understood. Although unwilling in her heart, Ning Yushi still nodded in agreement. Gu Feng got into the car, winding his way to Qinhuai Lake. People say that the 800 miles of Qinhuai Lake is the gentle hometown of Jiangling people. This is true. On the shimmering surface of the lake, hundreds of boats of various sizes drifted. These boats were antique, with swallows and warblers on the decks. The spring scenery was infinitely beautiful. Indeed, this was the most famous place of pleasure in Jiangling. Every boat was a place of fleeting romance. Jumping out of the car, Gu Feng stood by the Qinhuai Lake, hands clasped behind his back. In the past, he often came here, but he only went to Zuihua Tower. As his thoughts turned, his gaze fell on the largest boat in the middle of Qinhuai Lake. This large boat was far more luxurious than the others, with satin draping and countless beautiful flowers adorning it, complemented by enchanting lights, creating a scene of vibrant colors. This was Zuihua Tower. On Qinhuai Lake, countless places of fleeting romance competed for beauty, but only Zuihua Tower had the best wine, the most melodious music, and the most beautiful courtesans. Gu Feng called over a boatman and sat in a small boat, leisurely heading towards Zuihua Tower. The boatman sized Gu Feng up for a while and finally couldn't help but ask, "You look very familiar, guest." "Oh really?" Gu Feng asked with a smile. The boatman said, 5 or 6 years ago, the young master of Jiangling often took a boat to night cruise Zuihua Tower. I've pulled him a few times and always thought you looked just like him. He sighed again. If I didn't know he had died 5 years ago, I would really mistake you for him. Gu Feng did not respond to this but asked, "Is the Qingy girl still at Zuihua Tower? It turns out you are here to find the Qingy girl to spend a pleasant evening with." 5 or 6 years ago, she was indeed easy to invite, but now, she has become the top courtesan on the Qinhuai River, the foremost among the flower girls. Only those of high status can share a drink with her. "Guest, I'm afraid this trip of yours will be in vain. However, there are many beautiful girls in the Drunken Flower Pavilion. It doesn't have to be the Qingy girl, right? When the lights are off, it's all the same, ha ha ha." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The boat of the Drunken Flower Pavilion had undergone special design modifications, featuring a dedicated spiral staircase for those on the small boat to board. As Gu Feng stepped onto the boat, he was stopped by two people. Tonight, the Drunken Flower Pavilion is holding a large auction. Only those with invitations may enter. Gu Feng smiled and said, "When did I ever need an invitation to enter the Drunken Flower Pavilion?" The two were momentarily taken aback, then began to size up Gu Feng. One of them, an old employee who had worked at the Drunken Flower Pavilion for 10 years, suddenly exclaimed, You are young Master Gu?" Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back. "Now that you know my identity, you should understand that with this face of mine, I can enter and exit the Drunken Flower Pavilion at any time." "Ha!" The old employee suddenly sneered, "You really think too highly of yourself. In the past, you indeed spent money like water here, but now, this place is no longer one you can step into." Slap! Gu Feng swiftly struck back, sending him flying. The new employee was furious. "You have some nerve, daring to hit someone from the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Do you know that even a dog from the Drunken Flower Pavilion is not something you can provoke? Bring it on!" With that command, over 20 fierce-looking strong men surged out from the surroundings. Among them were even masters of great strength. Gu Feng sneered, "It seems I have truly been away from Jiangling for too long. A bunch of local ruffians from the Drunken Flower Pavilion dare to act recklessly in front of me." At this moment, he had already harbored murderous intent. The new employee shouted, "Kid, no matter what your identity is, you shouldn't be causing trouble in the Drunken Flower Pavilion." As his words fell, the strong men charged towards Gu Feng. But at that moment, a delicate voice rang out, "With me, Shini here, who dares to lay a finger on young Master Gu?" A figure in a red dress swiftly made her way through the crowd. She wore a golden hairpin, held a thin round fan, and stepped gracefully in lotus shoes. She was indeed a stunning beauty, the courtesan Shini. The new employee indignantly said, "Shini, this person doesn't have an invitation, we can't let him up, and he's resorted to violence." Shini coldly replied, "Young Master Gu has long been a lifetime black gold member of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. What need is there for an invitation to board? All of you, get lost." Many gasped in shock. A lifetime black gold member of the Drunken Flower Pavilion was not something just anyone could afford. At the very least, one had to spend 10 million at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The crowd quickly dispersed, not daring to provoke Gu Feng any further. Shini then slightly bowed to Gu Feng. "Young Master Gu, it's been many years, I hope you've been well." Gu Feng smiled, "Shini, when I came, I heard people say you have become the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai River. If it weren't for your favor back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today," Shini said, tidying her disheveled hair. "Young Master Gu, would you like to go to my room?"
The wine I have prepared is even more intoxicating than 5 years ago, and mine has improved as well." Standing beside Chini, the maid Xiaotsue felt a storm of emotions rise within her upon hearing Chini's words. She had served Chini for 3 years and had never heard her refer to herself as the servant in front of other guests. Such a humble term was often used by lower-class courtesans. Yet Chini had long been the most esteemed courtesan on the Qinhuai River. Even those of high status would not receive such a humble address from her. Who exactly was this man before her? No need. Gu Feng waved his hand and said, "I heard there's an auction at the Drunken Flower Pavilion today. There are some things I want, so I can listen to you play the piano after the auction is over." "All right." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Qing Yi's eyes as she smiled and said, "I'll take you there." The auction was on the second floor. The hall, spanning several thousand square meters, was already filled with people. The host was beginning the opening remarks. However, what puzzled Gu Feng was that everyone attending the auction was wearing masks. He had attended auctions at the Drunken Flower Pavilion before, but he had never seen such a scene. Qing Yi noticed his confusion and explained, "In recent years, the auctions at the Drunken Flower Pavilion have grown larger, attracting some outsiders, and the quality of the auction items has also improved. A few times, after the auctions ended, there were violent incidents that harmed the reputation of the Drunken Flower Pavilion and posed risks to the guests' safety. So, the pavilion prepared these masks. Since the masks were introduced, the incidents of people snatching auction items have decreased significantly. After all, if no one knows who won the bid, they can't steal it. Young Master Gu, if you're going to participate in the auction, you should wear one too for safety, and it's not good for you to be seen without a mask, given the notoriety you carry." But she didn't say this part out loud. She simply took a devil mask and prepared to put it on Gu Feng herself. However, Gu Feng dodged away. "There's no need for that. It is the weak who need to hide their identities. True strength does not require such measures. I sit here, who would dare to rob me?" Qing Yi smiled gently, as expected of young Master Gu. "Your demeanor remains as impressive as ever." She then turned to Xiao Chui and said, "Xiao Chui, go tell those people over there that all of young Master Gu's expenses tonight will be charged to my account." "Ah?" Xiao Chui was taken aback. At the Drunken Flower Pavilion, it was always men spending money on Qing Yi. When had she ever spent money on a man? Gu Feng said, "I have money." "I know, but this is my intention," Qing Yi replied, urging Xiao Chui to hurry along. After that, she went up to the third floor. The second floor of the Drunken Flower Pavilion had no ceiling and was connected to the third floor, so one could clearly see the scene on the second floor from the corridor on the third floor. Before long, Xiao Chui returned. "Sister Qing Yi, who is this person? Why are you being so nice to him? This is the first time I've seen you spend money on a man." Xiao Chui had been full of questions, and now that she had a moment, she naturally wanted to ask. Qing Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. "He, was once the young master of Jiangling. Before I became famous, he frequented me a lot." "Oh, what? He is the young master of Jiangling, Gu Feng?" Just seconds ago, Xiao Chui had been nodding, but then she realized and gasped in shock. "Sister Cheng Yi, this person is a parasite and a clan destroyer. How can you dare to get so close to him? Be careful, if he gets unhappy, he might take you down too." Qing Yi sighed. "The people of Jiangling all say that, but I have interacted with young Master Gu many times, and I believe he is not that kind of person. It's just a pity that here on the Qinhuai River, I can hardly control my own fate, let alone do anything to help him." Xiao Chui nodded thoughtfully. She didn't know Gu Feng, but she trusted Sister Qing Yi and believed her words. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly grinned mischievously. "Sister Qing Yi, then young Master Gu must be quite impressive, otherwise, why would you have been thinking about him for so long?" Qing Yi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. 5 years ago, I was just a courtesan, selling my art, not my body." "Ah?" Xiao Chui was truly unaware of this. "Then what did young Master Gu want with you back then?" "Playing chess, drinking, chatting, and sometimes listening to me play the pipa," Qing Yi replied with a faint smile. Her chess skills were quite good, and when playing with Gu Feng, she wouldn't deliberately let him win. The two often engaged in a fierce back and forth on the chessboard, chatting while playing, and taking breaks to pluck the pipa. Those days were carefree. Although she was in the Drunken Flower Pavilion, her clientele was few, with only Gu Feng visiting regularly and offering generous tips, allowing her to live freely. Unlike now, when she had become the rare courtesan of Qinhuai Lake, yet was no longer in control of her own life, having fallen into the world of vice, the biggest money-making tool of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Thinking of this, she instructed Xiao Chui, "After the auction, I want to invite young Master Gu for a couple of drinks. You mustn't mention my fall into vice." As they spoke, the auction on the second floor had already begun. The first item up for bid was a heavyweight, a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. Although it had some surface cracks, it was said to have been displayed in the residence of Yensong for over a decade. The starting price was 3 million, and after a round of bidding, it was finally sold for 10 million.
Following that were the second and third items.
Gu Feng had been resting with his eyes closed until halfway through the auction when a peculiar item was brought out. It was a bug encased in a glass dome. About 3 centimeters long, it was colorful and quite beautiful. The host introduced it. This bug is called the joyous Gu. Once planted in a person's body, it can make them wish for death but be unable to achieve it. Any thoughts of self-harm or suicide will cause excruciating pain throughout the body, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at their bones. Someone questioned, this bug seems to have nothing to do with joy, I can't even think of a use for it. The host smiled meaningfully, sir, the pleasures of the boudoir. With this bug, you can indulge in intimate pleasures with any girl. Even if she dislikes you, she will have to force a smile. You need not worry about her harming herself in your absence, nor about her committing suicide.
At this, a wave of wicked laughter erupted from the audience. Who among them was not wealthy?
Many had forcibly taken women and engaged in such acts. Yet, there were always some strong-willed women who, when they were not paying attention, would bite their tongues to end their lives or suddenly disfigure themselves in the heat of the moment.
This would greatly dampen the mood. With this bug, even the most headstrong women would have to submit to their bullying. No wonder this bug was called the joyous Gu. It was aptly named.
The host continued, the joyous Gu, starting price 500,000. Bidding begins now.
600,000. 1 million. 1,500,000.
Instantly, the sounds of bidding rose and fell. Just as many were preparing to raise their bids, a sudden voice rang out.
20 million. The entire venue fell silent. A pin drop could be heard.
People turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a young man leaning casually in his chair.
Wait, this joyous Gu is worth at most 2 million. How can he bid 20 million? Crazy, crazy. There are better ways to spend money. Who is this person, so bold, not even wearing a mask?
He looks like the former young master of Jiangling.
Indeed, the one who bid for the joyous Gu was Gu Feng.
However, he did not intend to satisfy some perverse desire. He planned to give it to Ji Kaiwa. With this bug, he would no longer have to worry about Ji Kaiwa finding ways to end her life. Her life and death must be firmly in his hands. Although everyone present was wealthy, their money did not come easily. Who would be willing to spend so much on a joyous Gu?
Gu Feng got what he wanted and successfully acquired the joyous Gu.
Meanwhile, not far from Gu Feng, 2 masked men were watching him. If they were to remove their masks, Gu Feng would recognize them at a glance. These two were Tang Jinlin and his son Tang Ziyi. When Jun Wuxie ordered the attack, Tang Jinlin was the first to rush out with his son. He is, after all, a 5-star master, and all the common people standing in front of him were killed with a single slap. After coming out, he heard that tonight at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, there was a rare herb called Bilawoko available for bidding.
He immediately brought his son along. After all, his son's 2 kidneys were already gone, and the renowned Dr. Wu from Jiangling said that as long as they obtained Bilawoko, they could extend Tang Ziyi's life by 6 months. Damn it, how could Gu Feng appear here? He actually escaped too. Tang Jinlin clenched his fists, disbelief in his voice. But thinking about it, it was understandable. The situation at that time was too chaotic, and with Gu Feng's abilities, it was not difficult for him to escape amidst the confusion. Tang Ziyi said in a panic, Dad, let's hurry and leave. If Gu Feng finds me, he will definitely kill me. He couldn't forget that night when Gu Feng dug out his kidneys, that vicious gaze. Tang Jinlin replied, don't panic, we're wearing masks, Gu Feng won't recognize us. Another item was brought up for bidding. It was indeed Bilawoko.
After the host briefly introduced the effects of Bilawoko, the bidding began. The starting price for Bilawoko was 1 million. People started calling out prices one after another. The price soared to 4 million before the bidders noticeably decreased. Although Bilawoko was a rare medicinal herb, it was worth at most 5 million. Seeing that the time was right, Tang Jinlin opened his mouth to bid 8 million, intending to secure Bilawoko. After all, it concerned his son's life, and a few million more was nothing to him. However, before he could speak, Gu Feng suddenly interjected, 50 million.
Immediately, a gasp of shock echoed from the audience. This isn't how you play, brother. You want to bid 1 million for something worth 100,000? 50 million for something worth 5 million? Who are you playing with?
No one in the room continued to raise their bids. Tang Jinlin's face, hidden beneath the mask, turned ugly. Just as the host was about to bring down the gavel, he finally couldn't hold back and gritted his teeth, shouting, 60 million. To save his son's life, he was willing to spend any amount. And 60 million was something he, as the head of Jiangling's 4th largest family, could certainly afford. However, as soon as he announced his bid, Gu Feng immediately followed up with 100 million. At the same time, Tang Jinlin felt a pair of cold eyes sizing him up from top to bottom. If it wasn't Gu Feng, then who could it be? Tang Zi felt a chill run down his spine and said in terror, "Dad, stop bidding. We've been discovered. Let's run. I don't want to die. But without this Bilawoko, you won't live much longer either." Before Tang Jinlin could voice this thought, Tang Zi said, "We don't need to compete with Gu Feng for this. Let's find President Qianye. He's on the ship now. As long as he steps in, not only will Bilawoko be ours, but Gu Feng will also die." Tang Jinlin's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped bidding against Gu Feng, pushing Tang Zi to leave quickly. In the hall, whistles had already begun to sound. "My God, 100 million for a small Bilawoko? Are you kidding?" Some wealthy individuals who had rushed in from out of town to attend the auction were sizing up Gu Feng, speculating about where this rich young man had come from. At this moment, seeing Gu Feng steal the spotlight at the auction, Xiao Chui was about to explode with anger. This stupid Gu Feng really doesn't treat other people's money as money. You may be showing off, but what about Sister Qingyi? She has been working her ass off at this drunken flower pavilion and hasn't saved up this much money. She angrily said, "Sister Qingyi, I think we don't need to spend money on this Gu Feng anymore. You treat him as a friend, but he sees you as a fool." Originally, because Qingyi had a fondness for Gu Feng, she had some good feelings towards him, but now, all that was left was disgust. This Gu Feng, if it weren't for Sister Qingyi intervening, he would probably have been thrown into the Qinhuai River to feed the fish by now. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also uses Sister Qingyi as an ATM to show off. How infuriating. Let him show off, and when he can't come up with the money later, let's see if he doesn't get laughed at. Little did she know, Qingyi simply took out a card from her bosom and instructed Xiaotsui, "You go settle Gu Gongzi's bill." Xiaotsui clenched her fists. "But, Sister Qingyi, do you have that much money? This guy spent 21 million in one go just to show off." Qingyi remained unfazed. "It should be enough. Over the years, many young masters have given me antique paintings, and I've sold them. 21 million is about right. But what if he continues to bid?" Xiaotsui asked. Qingyi thought for a moment and said, "Then you just tell the auction house that I will pay back the remaining amount bit by bit. Even if he spends another 21 million, with my current reputation, if I work hard for 3 to 5 years, I should be able to pay it off." As she walked towards the auction house, Xiaotsui's heart felt like it was bleeding. Watching Sister Qingyi spend money on a man who only cared about showing off was more painful than being killed. But this wasn't her money, all she could do was comply and curse Gu Feng in her heart. Just as she left, another maid approached from deep within the third floor. "Miss Qingyi, the vice president of the Die Chamber of Commerce wants to see you." Qingyi took a deep look at Gu Feng below and turned to leave with the maid. Gu Feng, sitting on the second floor, felt something and turned to see only Qingyi's back. He didn't think much of it. Since he had unexpectedly acquired the joyous Gu, he didn't rush to leave after winning the bid for the Bilawoko, thinking he might find other treasures. However, the items that came out later did not excite him. After the auction ended, he went to settle the bill. The card given to him by his master was said to be pocket money, but Gu Feng knew there were at least several hundred billion inside. Although Qingyi said all expenses would be charged to her account, with his own wealth, why would he use Qingyi's money? In Qingyi's boudoir. At this moment, an elderly man in a kimono with white hair had finished the cup of tea Qingyi poured for him, a wicked smile on his face as he scanned Qingyi up and down. "Oh, Miss Qingyi, you truly are the most famous courtesan on the Qinhuai River. Every time I see you, my heart races uncontrollably. Tonight, let you serve me." Qingyi smiled gracefully, "Mr. Inoue, I am not accepting clients today." As the top courtesan on the Qinhuai River, Qingyi enjoyed a certain degree of freedom. She was required to accept clients at least once every 3 days. However, what kind of clients she accepted was up to her to choose. This was a privilege granted to her by the owner of the drunken flower building. "Why not? I can give you money, a lot of money. How about 2 million? You just need to accompany me for one night to earn 2 million. Qingyi shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Inoue, but I'm really not in the mood today. If you've finished your tea, please leave, I still have other clients to attend to." "What do you mean, you'd rather attend to other clients than me?" Inoue's expression turned cold. Xiaotsui, standing nearby, said unhappily, "Yeah, you're just a neon ghost, our sister Qingyi wouldn't entertain you." Xiaotsui. Qingyi was about to stop Xiaotsui and explain to Inoue when a loud slap echoed. Inoue had already slapped Xiaotsui across the face. "What are you, daring to speak disrespectfully in front of me?" The slap seemed light, but Xiaotsui was sent flying, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Qingyi's anger surged instantly, but wary of the other person's identity, she could only swallow her anger and say, "Inoue Gichi, if Shotsue spoke out of turn and you hit her, I have nothing to say. But now, please leave.
Leave? Inoue Gichi sneered, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I haven't had my fun with you yet, so how could I leave?
Miss Chingy, to be honest, as the vice president of the Dei Chamber of Commerce's Jiangling branch, it would be your honor for me to want to sleep with you. What you should do is not resist but submit at my feet and enjoy my harvest.
Chingy spoke coldly. Since you are the vice president of the Jiangling branch, you should know that the Zuihua building is the property of the Jiangling Marquis, and I, Chingy, am a favored person by the Jiangling Marquis. If you continue to act unreasonable, I will have to call for help. At that time, don't say I, Chingy, didn't give you face.
Ha 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 ha.
Inoue Gichi laughed loudly. Go ahead and call, let's see if anyone will pay attention to you.
Chingy was not one to be easily manipulated, and seeing his attitude, she really did call for help. After all, it was Inoue Gichi who broke the rules first, and she wasn't afraid of causing a scene with the Jiangling Marquis. However, after calling out 7 or 8 times, there was no response from outside. She suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily, Inoue Gichi, you have some nerve to lay hands on the guards of the Zuihua building.
Aren't you afraid of the Jiangling Marquis? Inoue Gichi waggled a finger dismissively.
No, I didn't lay hands on anyone on the ship. It's just that they don't dare to come in. Pausing, he said with interest, today, I specially visited the Jiangling Marquis and brought him a great gift. The Jiangling Marquis was very pleased and agreed to let you, the courtesan of Qinhuai Lake, accompany me for a night. Tell me, if the Jiangling Marquis has agreed to this, how could his subordinates dare to defy it?
You're lying. Chingy didn't believe Inoue Gichi's words at all.
The Jiangling Marquis promised me that I could freely choose my guests, and as long as I didn't want to, I wouldn't have to entertain anyone. Inoue Gichi directly pulled something out of his pocket. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Take a look at what this is. Chingy took it and saw that it was the Jiangling Marquis' order. Miss Chingy, you really shouldn't think too highly of yourself. In the eyes of the Jiangling Marquis, you are merely a tool for him to gather wealth.
Do you really think your status in his heart is that high?
Just think about it, you're just a seller of flesh.
The Jiangling Marquis usually rewards you with a couple of smiles, and you really think you're something special?
Chingy was left in a daze. How could this be? The Jiangling Marquis had clearly promised her that she could freely choose her guests and would never force her to spend the night with a neon person.
Why did he suddenly change his mind?
She suddenly screamed, no, I don't want to sleep with a neon person, I don't want to.
Then she turned and fled towards the door. Inoue Gichi's eyes flashed with cold light, and he struck out with a palm. Chingy stumbled and fell to the ground. Fucking dead bitch, wanting to be a whore while trying to maintain a facade? Are we neon people any weaker than the small dragon country people?
Just wait, I'll let you see how powerful neon people are. As he spoke, he pounced on Chingy like a hungry tiger. Chingy quickly grabbed a chair beside her and threw it at Inoue Gichi.
Inoue Gichi remained unfazed and punched out. Boom!
The well-crafted chair shattered into pieces with a single punch.
Before Chingy could think further, Inoue Gichi had already pinned her down. Rip! Rip! Chingy's red dress was torn to shreds.
A large expanse of fragrant shoulders was exposed. The scene was suddenly exceptionally alluring.
Gulp! Inoue Gichi swallowed hard.
This delicate figure, this tearful expression. It was the scene he had dreamed of countless times.
Ah, Miss Chingy, I'm so excited.
The first time I saw you, I wanted to crush this delicate flower beneath me and ravage it wantonly.
It's a pity, though, that you never spend the night with a neon person, forcing me to exert tremendous effort just to get Jiangling Marquis to relent.
The smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly lewd, his old face layered with wrinkles. But this is good too. I will be the first to toy with you, a neon person. TSK, how thrilling. Even if I am broken, I will never engage in lewd acts with a neon dog.
Chingy pulled a golden hairpin from her thick, inky hair and angrily aimed it at her snow-white neck. Although Inoue Gichi looked old, he could smash a chair to pieces with a single punch.
Chingy had no confidence in killing him, so she could only resort to self-harm. However, just as the sharp end of the hairpin was about to pierce her neck, smack!
Inoue Gichi slapped Chingy hard across the face.
The force was so great that it instantly left her dazed, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her hand went limp, causing the hairpin to fly away.
Damn you, you filthy bitch! Do you know what price I paid to get Jiangling Marquis' permission?
I sacrificed so much, not to play with a corpse. I want to see your delicate brows furrowed, to hear your melodious singing, ha ha ha. Tears streamed down Chingy's cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, she found herself unable to even die. She could only let the filthy neon dog do as it pleased with her.
Ha ha ha, cry.
This pear blossom in the rain look excites me so much that even my soul begins to tremble.
A lowly woman from the Dragon Kingdom should be toyed with by the noble neon people. Bang! Just as Inoue Gyi was about to make further moves, the door was kicked open. Gu Feng strode in from outside. Inoue Gyi was startled and looked up. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Tonight, Miss Chini is mine. Gu Feng's figure flashed, and he struck out with a palm. Inoue Gyi didn't even have time to raise his hand to block before he was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. As he got up from the ground, Inoue Gyi was furious. Brat, you have some nerve to ruin my good fortune. Do you know who I am? Gu Feng took off his dark cloak and draped it over Chini, then coldly said, no matter who you are, your time of death has come. You ignorant child, what are you to declare my death? As he spoke, Inoue Gyi's energy surged, the overwhelming might of a peak 7-star master pressed down upon him. Then, he threw a punch at Gu Feng, Dragon Kingdom Pig, die. The speed of this punch was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye. However, he was fast, but Gu Feng was faster. A punch struck like lightning towards Inoue Gyi's chest. Boom! It sounded like a hammer striking an ancient bell. With a dull thud, Inoue Gyi was sent flying. The steel wall was smashed to pieces, and Inoue Gyi's entire body was embedded in the wall. Impossible, this can't be. Inoue Gyi's face changed in horror. Just moments ago, he thought he was sent flying by Gu Feng because he was unprepared. Who would have thought that in a head-on confrontation, he was still no match for Gu Feng? Gu Feng coldly approached him, gripping his throat. Inoue Gyi, you can go die now. Inoue Gyi felt dry and parched, the fear of death enveloping him at that moment. You can't kill me, I am. Bold fool, release Vice President Inoue immediately, or you will be left with nothing but bones. At that moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Gu Feng turned to look and saw several figures standing outside. Most of them were dressed in kimonos, clearly neon people. Gu Feng's gaze swept over these people and looked further back. Tang Ziyi, stop hiding, I can see you. Ha ha. With a laugh, Tang Ziyi slowly walked out from the crowd, meeting Gu Feng's eyes. Gu Feng, I really didn't expect this. I thought you would die at the Fenghua Pavilion, but you actually escaped. Gu Feng replied enigmatically, who told you I escaped? Tang Ziyi was taken aback, then laughed even louder. Are you trying to say that not only did you dodge the gunfire of the Thunder Fighter, but you also killed Jun Wuxie and walked away unscathed? Gu Feng said calmly, not only did I kill Jun Wuxie, but I also shot down the Thunder Fighter with a single sword. After a brief silence, an uproar of laughter erupted at the entrance. It wasn't just Tang Ziyi laughing, even those from the neon were laughing. What nonsense is this Dragon Country pig talking? Shot down a fighter jet? I could punch a carrier to pieces. I've heard that people from the Divine Dragon Country love to boast, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Amidst the crowd's jeers, the leading neon man in his 50s raised his hand to silence them. Instantly, all sounds vanished. The leading neon man said, Kid, I am Chiba Kazuki, the president of the Diei Chamber of Commerce's Jiangling branch, and the person you just injured is Vice President Inoue. I hope you understand the seriousness of the situation. Right now, release Inoue-kun. Although you can't escape the living punishment, you can avoid the death penalty. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinlin immediately panicked. President Chiba, we clearly agreed that my Tang family would share half of our assets with you, and you would help me kill Gu Feng. Shut up! Chiba Kazuki roared in anger, slapping Tang Jinlin across the face. You have no say here. He. Suddenly, Inoue Gyi, embedded in the wall, laughed triumphantly. Now, do you know what kind of person you've offended? Don't worry, our President Chiba is not like you despicable people from the Divine Dragon Country, he is very trustworthy. If you release me, he will never kill you. However, kid, I want you to stand in front of me and see how I deal with Miss Chingy. Woo. By the end, his voice had become muffled, because his throat had been brutally crushed by Gu Feng. Blood spurted out. Inoue Gyi's eyes widened. He never expected that Gu Feng, trapped in a heavy encirclement, would dare to kill him. You! Chiba Kazuki was furious. Damn divine dragon person, you deserve to die. Boom! 5 or 6 extremely domineering auras soared into the sky. Among this group, there were actually 5 or 6 peak masters of the 7 stars. Ha. Tang Ziyi laughed maniacally. Gu Feng, your good luck ends here. Madmen have their day of reckoning. Offending the Diei Chamber of Commerce means you're on a dead end. I can tell you that aside from the 5 or 6 peak 7 stars masters, President Chiba is also a 1-star grandmaster. Today, you will have no place to be buried. He then smiled foolishly at Gu Feng. Since you're about to die, let me tell you one more thing. When I was digging out Lin Ruochu's kidneys, I didn't use anesthesia. How about that? Don't you want to tear me to pieces now? Unfortunately, you will never have that chance again. In an instant, Gu Feng's expression turned into that of an unparalleled fierce blade. He was furious. How much pain must Lin Ruochu have felt when her kidneys were forcibly taken?
And since his return, Lin Ruochu had never mentioned it. Why did you do this to Ruochu?
Gu Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse.
Why? Tang Ziyi sneered. Because she was close to you. To tell you the truth, when that big shot asked me to find kidneys, I matched several usable sources. But I just have to use Lin Ruochu's. Seeing her in such immense pain, it's as if I see you. TSK, thinking about it now, it still intoxicates me.
Gu Feng looked at him, speaking each word deliberately.
Tang Ziyi, I won't let you die.
I want you to experience all the torments of this world.
Xianye Yishong said sharply, damn Dragon Kingdom pig, do you think so little of me? Today, here, do you think you can still walk out of the Zuihua Tower alive? Just as he finished speaking, Qingyi suddenly knelt down with a thud.
President Xianye, I beg you to spare Gu Feng. If you agree, I am willing to give you everything.
Tang Ziyi scoffed, what are you?
You're just a filthy whore from Qinhuai Lake. Do you think President Xianye would look at you?
Qingyi's delicate body trembled, her face felt as if it had been slapped several times, burning with pain. In truth, she had long been used to being insulted.
However, Gu Feng was standing right beside her.
She most didn't want Gu Feng to know she had fallen into such a life, at least not to know it to her face.
But Gu Feng was in this predicament because of her. How could she stand by? She bowed her head and said, President Xianye, I am the most renowned courtesan on Qinhuai Lake.
Although I may not be presentable, I am treasured by countless people, and I have never been close to the people of Neon. If you spare Gu Feng, I will welcome you to Qinhuai Lake in the future. This, it must be said, Xianye Yishong was somewhat tempted. After all, Qingyi was the most expensive courtesan on Qinhuai Lake, and she never associated with the people of Neon. The reason the vice president was able to gain the permission of the Marquis of Jiangling was that he had provided valuable intelligence about the Neon Kingdom in exchange.
Such opportunities may not come again. But now, if he spared Gu Feng, Qingyi would be his own. This made Xianye's old lecherous heart waver.
Tang Ziyi saw this and quickly shouted, President Xianye, the vice president died at Gu Feng's hands.
And didn't I just tell you, the young master of the Die Chamber of Commerce?
Slap. Xianye Yishong slapped Tang Ziyi across the face, shut up. Then, he looked meaningfully at Qingyi, Miss Qingyi, if you truly wish for this, I will spare Gu Feng's life. After all, he is just a dog, not even 1/10,000th as important as you.
Tang Ziyi was so furious she spat blood, unable to hold back her curses. Stupid neon bastard, can't you move on from a woman? Your own people are being killed, and yet, bang!
Xianye Yishong kicked out, sending Tang Ziyi flying. If it weren't for Tang Jinlin's quick reflexes to catch her, she would have surely fallen to her death. However, just as Xianye Yishong prepared to take Qingyi's hand, Gu Feng pulled Qingyi back, bringing her behind him.
Qingyi was taken aback. Young Master Gu, you.
Gu Feng said calmly, Qingyi, you don't need to do this for me. I, Gu Feng, do not need to hide behind a woman.
He then scanned everyone outside the door with his gaze. Today, everyone must die. He.
Xianye Yishong sneered, foolish Dragon Kingdom pig, you had one last chance to live, but you didn't cherish it.
Kill me? You aren't worthy.
Gu Feng's expression was unchanged, actually advancing instead of retreating.
He charged into the crowd with iron fists, looking for death.
Xianye Yishong roared, his fist carrying the might of a grandmaster, fiercely smashing towards Gu Feng.
The roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. Gu Feng's iron fist did not yield. The two fists collided. Boom!
Amidst the tremendous roar, Xianye Yishong was actually sent flying.
Everyone's expression changed. What was happening? Their president was a one-star grandmaster, yet he couldn't withstand Gu Feng's punch? What are you still standing there for? Come at me together.
A tremendous wave surged in Xianye Yishong's heart.
This was too exaggerated.
He had cultivated for a full 40 years to reach the rank of a one-star Grand Master. And this young man before him, how old could he be?
23? 25? What gave him the right to be so strong?
Unfortunately, the time left for him to ponder was already running out. Because, in Gu Feng's hand, he had unknowingly acquired a sword.
It was the Nian Nu Jiao.
As Gu Feng leaped into the air, beams of swordlight slashed down.
In an instant, the sound of dragon roars filled the air.
Those peak 7-star grandmasters were actually knocked off their horses, crying out in despair from just a few sword strikes. In the blink of an eye, there were already casualties everywhere. Xianye Yishong's face changed in horror. He knew he was no match for Gu Feng.
At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and turned to flee.
As long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of firewood running out. Tang Ziyi saw him running away and quickly grabbed his thigh with one hand.
President Xianye, take me with you. I can't be caught by Gu Feng. Get the hell away, you pig from the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yaisheng retaliated with a palm strike, sending him flying. After doing this, he continued to flee in a panic. However, he accidentally bumped into a solid chest. Looking up, who else could it be but Gu Feng? You! Chen Yaisheng exclaimed in shock, shouting, I am the president of the Jiangling branch of the Die Chamber of Commerce, you can't kill me. Gu Feng's expression was cold and fierce. Who in this world can I, Gu Feng, not kill? Boom! He struck down with a punch. This punch carried the force of 10,000 Jun. With one punch, the storm ceased. Chen Yaisheng, dead. At this moment, the third floor was already stained red with blood. Kicking aside Chen Yaisheng's corpse, Gu Feng walked through the scattered limbs and stopped at the corner of the third floor. Beneath his feet lay Tang Ziyi's body. Just now, Tang Ziyi had been sent flying by Chen Yaisheng's palm and had already fallen into a coma. Gu Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he flipped his hand, driving 7 silver needles ruthlessly into Tang Ziyi's body. Tang Ziyi's eyelids twitched twice before slowly opening his eyes. In less than a second, his face contorted in extreme pain. The 7 silver needles flowed with his blood, and every blood vessel in his body felt as if countless silver needles were piercing through them repeatedly every second. Brother Feng, I was just joking earlier, spare my life. I will serve you well as a dog from now on. Brother Feng, Tang Ziyi wailed in agony. Gu Feng reached out and patted his face, saying meaningfully, don't worry, we're brothers, how could I bear to let you die? As he spoke, another 14 silver needles were driven into his body. Instantly, a pain even more intense than before engulfed Tang Ziyi. This pain was 100 times stronger than when Gu Feng had dug out his kidneys just a few days ago. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. Why did he have to run his mouth and mention that matter? He would rather be killed by a single palm strike than endure such inhuman torture. In the midst of extreme pain, he seemed to think of something. Brother Feng, I can tell you who took Lin Ruochu's kidneys. I only ask for a quick death. Tang Ziyi originally thought Gu Feng would agree. However, Shaoi, why should I have you tell me? Can't I investigate myself? As for Lin Ruochu, Gu Feng was not worried. On one hand, he could use the Bilawoko to extend her life, and on the other hand, even if he couldn't find Lin Ruochu's kidneys for a while, he could still match her with suitable kidney sources through proper channels. He looked at Tang Ziyi and continued, as I said, Shaoi, I want you to be unable to live and unable to die. You should experience every torture in this world. Gu Feng's voice was very soft, but in Tang Ziyi's ears, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. The last hope shattered. Tang Ziyi's eyes were filled with resentment and venom as she roared, Gu Feng, you devil, may you die a terrible death. I helped that important figure, he owes me a favor. Just wait, he won't let you off, he is someone you cannot offend, after all, he is Jiang. Bang! At that moment, Tang Ziyi's body was blown to pieces. He was dead. Gu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Amidst the scattered flesh, he saw a worm. Of course, that worm had also been blown in half. It seems someone placed a curse on Tang Ziyi. As long as he was about to reveal the other person's name, the worm would self-destruct. He murmured while thoughtfully stroking his chin. It appeared that the person who took Lin Ruochu's kidneys was indeed formidable. At that moment, a panicked shout came from Qingyi's room. Sister Qingyi, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Gu Feng suppressed his thoughts and stood up, walking towards Qingyi's room. On the way, he also saw Tang Jinlin's corpse. In the earlier chaos, Tang Jinlin had already been killed by his sword. Upon entering the room, he saw Qingyi lying on the floor, already unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiaotsui was frantically trying to lift Qingyi onto the bed, but her strength was too small, and after a long struggle, she couldn't move her. Gu Feng approached, let me do it. Xiaotsui nodded repeatedly, okay, I'll go call a doctor. No need for that, Gu Feng said as he took out 12 silver needles and placed them on various acupoints on Qingyi's body. Seeing him perform the needlework seamlessly, Xiaotsui couldn't help but exclaim, young master, I didn't expect you to know medicine too. Then, with a worried expression, she asked, Sister Qingyi, Gu Feng replied lightly, you don't need to worry. Qingyi received 2 slaps and suffered some minor internal injuries, it's nothing serious. Having just witnessed Gu Feng's extraordinary martial skills, Xiaotsui naturally believed his words without doubt. She breathed a sigh of relief and went out to start cleaning up the corpses and blood on the floor. Half an hour later, the third floor of the cabin was spotless. Even the smell of blood was gone. After finishing everything, she happened to see Gu Feng walking out of the room and couldn't help but ask, is Sister Qingyi awake? Almost, Gu Feng said as he took out his phone from his coat. He had been busy treating Qingyi and hadn't noticed that Ning Yushi had called him. He called back. What's wrong? Ning Yushi's voice came from the other end, young master, Ji Kaiwa has woken up. And then? She tried to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Although I stopped her, she bled a lot and has now fainted. The situation is very dire. I'll be back right away. Inside the room, Chingy had already woken up and, seeing Xiaotsui come in, asked, "Where's young Master Gu?" "He went outside. He treated you for half an hour and should be a bit tired, needing some fresh air." Then Xiaotsui added, "Sister Chingy, no wonder you can't forget about young Master Gu, he's so impressive, not only skilled in medicine but also in martial arts. If it were me, I would be moved too." "Shut up," Chingy said with a smile at the corner of her lips. 5 years ago, young Master Gu couldn't do any of this. Then he must have gone through a lot in these years, he must have many, many stories. Xiaotsui rubbed her hands, a bit excited and expectant. "When young Master Gu comes back, you must ask him, I want to hear the gossip. Otherwise, let him talk while I play the pipa?" Chingy teased, feeling a subtle stir in her heart. In the past, the young master loved to listen to her play the pipa. "Great, great." Xiaotsui raised both hands in agreement. However, after talking for a long time, they still hadn't seen Gufeng come in. Chingy couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled as she said, "It's been over 10 minutes, why hasn't young Master Gu come in yet?" "Xiaotsui, go out and take a look." "All right," Xiaotsui replied and went out. A few minutes later, she returned to the room with a somewhat awkward expression. Chingy asked, "Why are you alone? Where is young Master Gu?" Xiaotsui said, "I heard from the guards that young Master Gu has already left." A brief silence fell in the room. Finally, Xiaotsui complained discontentedly, "This person really is something, leaving without even a word. He said after the auction, he wanted to hear you play the pipa, Sister Chingy." After a long while, Chingy seemed to understand something and let out a bitter smile. "I have become a courtesan on the Qinhuai River, available to anyone. I fear young Master Gu has lost interest in listening. The willingness to heal my wounds was already based on our past friendship." "Xiaotsui, go get my pipa." Xiaotsui said, "But he's already gone. Who will you play for, sister?" Chingy looked out the window and sighed softly, "If no one listens, then let the wind and moon hear it." When Gufeng returned to the shore in a small boat, he was suddenly called out to. "Hey, young man, how's it going? Did you see Miss Chingy tonight?" The one who called out to him was the old boatman who had taken him to the Zuehua Tower. "I did see her," Gufeng replied briefly before quickly jumping into his carriage. The engine roared to life, heading straight for Yujing Haoding. "Ji Kaiwe, it's not your time to die yet." The old boatman watched the carriage gradually disappear into the night, shaking his head repeatedly. Today's young people really care about face. Miss Chingy is the most famous courtesan on the Qinhuai River. How could you just see her whenever you want? Moreover, if you really did see Miss Chingy, wouldn't you have to fight until dawn? How could you leave so early? At that moment, a gentle sound of pipa music drifted from the Qinhuai River. The sound was melodious and mournful, like weeping and lamenting. The old boatman couldn't help but lie back on the boat, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, murmuring, "It's been a long time since I've heard Miss Chingy's pipa. It's still as beautiful as ever. It seems tonight will be a treat for the ears." But who knows which guest is fortunate enough to sit in Miss Chingy's boudoir tonight, watching her delicate hands pluck the strings, her red sleeves adding fragrance. After a wild dash, Gufeng finally arrived at Yujing Haoding. However, as he got out of the car, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. What was he originally planning to do when he went to see Chingy? Unable to recall, he didn't have time to think. Bursting into the villa, he rushed to Ji Tsayue's room. At this moment, Ji Kaiwe had already been placed on the bed, and there were still bloodstains on the floor that hadn't been cleaned up. Ning Yushi was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. The young master had asked her to stay at home to keep an eye on Ji Kaiwe, yet such a mistake had still occurred. Seeing Gufeng enter, she bit her lip and said, "Young master, I'm sorry, No need to say that, just go off for now, I need to check on Ji Tsayue's condition." After Ning Yushi left, Gufeng immediately reached out to check Ji Tsayue's pulse. The pulse was weaker than he had expected. The situation was dire. Gufeng's expression turned cold as he stared at Ji Tsayue's stunning face. "Ji Kaiwe, if I don't let you die, what right do you have to die?" 18 silver needles appeared in an instant, piercing into Ji Tsayue's body. The silver needles pulsed, and spiritual energy surged. A vast amount of spiritual energy flowed from Gufeng's fingertips, through the silver needles, and gradually entered Ji Tsayue's body. Time passed second by second. When the clock struck 3 in the morning, a hint of color finally appeared on Ji Tsayue's originally pale face. Gufeng's forehead, too, was beaded with sweat, a rare sight. If it were just a matter of biting her tongue to end her life, it wouldn't have come to this. The key point is that Ji Kaiwe had her kidneys removed and was left with only a breath of life. What Gufeng was doing at this moment was no different from snatching a person from the hands of the king of hell. In any case, Ji Tsayue's life was saved. Just as Gufeng pulled over a chair, preparing to rest for a moment, Ji Kaiwe had already slowly awakened. Seeing the familiar room and the familiar face beside her, Ji Kaiwe understood that she was not dead.
She looked at Gu Feng with some annoyance, then chuckled lightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Xiao Feng, you really are a good son for your mother. To save me, you've worked yourself to the point of sweating. Gu Feng replied indifferently, Ji Kaiwe, there's no need to be sharp-tongued. You may be laughing now, but there will come a time for you to cry. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in Ji Tsayue's beautiful eyes. Looking at you, you may have saved me this once, but you certainly won't be able to save me a second time. As soon as she finished speaking, her pearly teeth bit down hard on her own tongue. However, Ji Kaiwe, I told you, since I stepped into Jiangling, your life and death have been entirely in my hands. His hand, he realized, had already fiercely grasped Ji Tsayue's chin. Ji Tsayue's red lips were forced open, and her teeth could not bite down. Gu Feng grabbed a piece of cloth and forcibly stuffed it into her mouth. Then, he slapped her face. Ji Kaiwe let out a muffled groan and fainted again. After finding a rope to tie Ji Kaiwe up, Gu Feng sat cross-legged on the chair and began to meditate. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. After having breakfast with Ning Yushi, Gu Feng once again entered Ji Tsayue's room. In a moment, the Nian Nu Jiao was already in his hand. The tip of the sword pressed against the snow-white skin beneath Ji Tsayue's neck, and as the tip turned, her collar instantly turned to dust. A patch of fair skin was revealed. Gu Feng remained expressionless as the sword tip continued downward. Suddenly, a splash of crimson stained Ji Tsayue's chest. He had actually used the sword tip to carve a small cut there. With another thought, the Wan Lagu was already in his hand. He pinched the Wan Lagu between his fingers and placed it at the wound. The Wan Lagu seemed to have caught the scent of food, writhing its body and desperately burrowing inside. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the Wan Lagu disappeared, completely merging into Ji Tsayue's body. Gu Feng had planted the Wan Lagu in Ji Kaiwe. However, the Wan Lagu had just entered her body and was not yet stable. It could potentially escape through the wound. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, and the Huanlong Tanshu hand quietly activated. After about half an hour, the wound had vanished without a trace. Not even a scar was left. When Gu Feng looked up again, he found that Ji Kaiwe had woken up at some point. Her beautiful eyes were glaring at him with resentment. Her stunning face was flushed red. Seeing that she wanted to speak, and with the Wan Lagu already planted, Gu Feng removed the cloth that was stuffed in her mouth. Originally, Gu Feng thought Ji Kaiwe would scold him again. To his surprise, after a few dry coughs, Ji Kaiwe spoke softly, Xiao Feng, I once thought that you coveted my beauty was just a rumor I spread, but now it seems not entirely so. Since I have fallen into your hands, there is nothing more to say. If you wish, then I will yield to you, but of course, in exchange, you must not tarnish my reputation. Ji Tsayue's beautiful face was filled with a look of sorrow, her delicate body tightly bound by ropes, and with her slightly disordered breathing, the folds of her clothes rose and fell. Not to mention, at this moment, the vermilion on her brow, her slightly parted cherry lips, and her half-exposed bosom. She was Ji Kaiwe, the one who possessed the unparalleled beauty of Jiangling, captivating countless men. Even the young master of the Jun family was infatuated with her. And now, she lay there, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Which man could resist such a scene? However, Gu Feng merely looked at her coldly and suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears almost flowed from his eyes. Then, he reached out and lifted Ji Tsayue's delicate chin, speaking word by word. Ji Kaiwe, what do you think you are? In the eyes of others, you are the esteemed Madame Ji, overshadowing Jiangling with your beauty. In my eyes, you are nothing but a lowly woman trying to seduce me? You! Ji Kaiwe was both ashamed and angry, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire. Gu Feng said leisurely, Ji Kaiwe, rest assured, I will make you infamous in Jiangling. Also, I will let everyone in Jiangling know about your affair with Jun Wuxie at the Fenghua Pavilion. Ji Kaiwe shouted, I didn't. That was all nonsense from Jun Wuxie, he just said that to provoke you. Although I want to marry Jun Wuxie, during the year we dated, I didn't even let him hold my hand. Gu Feng looked at her indifferently. Do you think I would believe that? At his words, the usually composed Ji Kaiwe became increasingly anxious. What I said is true. When I was dating Jun Wuxie, I once said that I would only give myself to him when we got married. That's why he was so eager to marry me, and when he heard that our wedding was postponed by a year, he went mad. Gu Feng said with a hint of intrigue, so, you are loyal to my father then? Ji Kaiwe pondered for a moment and replied, at least until I remarry, I am still the respected Madame Ji. If I were to have an affair with Jun Wuxie and someone caught wind of it, it would be very detrimental to me. So, during this year of dating Jun Wuxie, I haven't even met him that many times. Of course, there's another reason, things that come too easily are often not cherished. If Jun Wuxie could have me so easily, even if I could gain the support of the Jun family, I would merely be a pawn of the Jun family. What I want is to completely control Jun Wuxia. I want the Jun family to serve me, not to be a toy for others to manipulate. Ji Kaiyue knew that saying anything about her deep feelings for Gu Rencheng at this moment would only anger Gu Feng, so it was better to express her true thoughts. By going against the grain, perhaps she could win a bit of goodwill. Gu Feng spoke with a teasing tone. Impressive, Ji Kaiyue. Not only did you play my father, but now you're also planning to stir up trouble for the Jun family. Anyway, you just need to know that nothing happened between Jun Wuxia and me. Ji Kaiyue dismissed Gu Feng's mockery. Playing the Gu family and then the Jun family was Ji Kaiyue's skill. Far from feeling ashamed, it made her feel proud. Though I may be weak, with a mere stretch of my jade hand, I can toy with even the most illustrious families. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lift her head, resembling a proud swan. However, Gu Feng's smile grew increasingly meaningful. He said, but the truth of the matter is often not important. What matters is the truth that I present to others. As long as the people of Jiangling believe that you and Jun Wuxia are having an affair, then you are having an affair. You! Ji Kaiyue's phoenix eyes widened, her beautiful gaze almost shooting fire. Her delicate body struggled desperately. It seemed that if she weren't bound by ropes, she would have lunged at Gu Feng to fight him. Is it necessary to be this furious? Isn't this exactly what you did to me 5 years ago? Gu Feng looked at Ji Kaiyue coldly, speaking word by word. Slowly, Ji Kaiyue stopped moving. Yes, 5 years ago, it was under her machinations that Gu Feng became the true culprit behind the Gu family's massacre, bearing an immense infamy. For 5 years, which Jiangling citizen mentioned Gu Feng without spitting on the ground and cursing him as scum. Now, retribution had come. She too would bear the infamy that did not belong to her. After a while, she looked at Gu Feng with resentment. Xiao Feng, you won't be able to live happily for long. Those who participated in the extermination of the Gu family back then, which one of them wasn't from a powerful family? I only took a portion of the Gu family's wealth back then, and it allowed the Ji family to become the #1 family in Jiangling. Those people have gained more and richer inheritances than I have. They are stronger now than they were 5 years ago, and besides, at this moment, you are in the light while they are in the dark. Just wait, they will stop at nothing to strangle you. Ha, you let me live, and let me watch you be turned into minced meat. Do you really think the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light? Gu Feng pulled out a cigarette and lit it leisurely. Back then, the Su family of Jiangling also participated in the extermination of the Gu family, am I right? Ji Kaiyue was taken aback. It had only been a day since Gu Feng caused a ruckus at Finghua Pavilion. How could he have found out about the Su family so quickly? Ji Kaiyue, the good show has just begun, don't be anxious. You are both the audience and a part of the play. Don't you like acting? A month from now, the new Gu family cemetery will rise, and at that time, I want you to carry my father's coffin for me. When the time comes, in front of all the people of Jiangling, remember to act pitifully and shed a few more tears. Ji Kaiyue's expression changed drastically. She cared most about her reputation, and Gu Feng not only wanted to ruin her reputation but also to make her appear in the public eye again. If that day really came, she feared she would be drowned in the spittle of all the people of Jiangling. Just thinking about the scene of thousands pointing and spitting at her made her shiver. This was even more painful than being executed by 1,000 cuts. No, Gu Feng, you will never see that day, absolutely. However, Gu Feng had already stood up and left without looking back, leaving her to rage helplessly in the room. In the living room, Gu Feng called Lin Ruochu. Ruochu, are you at home? Yes, why? Wait for me at home, I'll be there soon. Gu Feng brought some medicinal herbs, including biluo grass, and quickly arrived at the Lin family. When the little girl saw Gu Feng coming, she rushed over and rubbed her little head against him. Big brother, you're here. Gu Feng rubbed her little head. Why didn't you go to school today, little girl? Today is the weekend. Lin Ruochu walked out from the room. Gu Feng looked around and asked in confusion, Aunt and uncle, are they not home? They went hiking with my sister. Lin Ruochu didn't mention Zhong Dingxian, because if Gu Feng found out that her sister was involved with him, he would probably be very angry. Aren't you going with them? Gu Feng asked. Lin Ruochu casually replied, I'm weak and can't climb mountains. The little girl is very understanding. Originally, my sister was going to take her, but she was afraid I would be too lonely at home, so she stayed to keep me company. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Gu Feng's heart was suddenly tugged. Last night, Tang Zi's words still echoed in his ears. Her pair of kidneys had been forcibly taken out. By the way, Gu Feng, why did you come today? Gu Feng took a deep breath and said gently, I came to treat you. The last treatment gave you 3 more months of life, and this time, I can help you live much longer. Lin Ruochu's face lit up. Thank you, Gu Feng, for worrying about me. Silly girl, why are you thanking me?
He let Lin Ruochu return to her bedroom to rest, then went to the kitchen to start preparing medicine. The effect of the whole biluo grass was too strong, and Lin Ruochu's body was too weak to handle it, so he could only treat her in 2 doses, one today and one tomorrow. Half an hour later, a bowl of brown medicinal soup was brought out by Gu Feng from the kitchen. The remaining half of the biluoko and other medicinal herbs were put back into the spatial ring by him. The little dumpling doing homework in the living room saw some sweat beads on his face and said, "Big brother, you must be tired. Let me get you a bottle of drink. What do you want to drink?" In fact, these sweat beads were just condensed water vapor, but seeing the little dumpling so enthusiastic, Gu Feng nodded, "Just grab whatever you see." The little dumpling ran to open the refrigerator door, only to find that there wasn't even a single bottle of drink left. "Big brother, there's no drink in the fridge. I'll go buy you some outside." While saying this, she bounced out the door. Gu Feng carried the medicinal soup into the room and first had Lin Ruochu drink it. Then, he inserted silver needles into various acupoints on Lin Ruochu's body. The medicinal power of the biluoko was maximally stimulated under the effect of the silver needles. Lin Ruochu felt a warm current surge through her body, which was very comfortable. In just 7 or 8 minutes, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, a hint of a serene smile on her lips. An hour later, Gu Feng walked out of Lin Ruochu's room. The treatment went quite smoothly, and it wouldn't be long before Lin Ruochu would wake up. "Big brother, come quickly." Suddenly, the little dumpling waved at Gu Feng. Gu Feng looked up and found that not only were there drinks on the table in the living room, but also many other snacks. "Little dumpling, did you buy all this for me?" Gu Feng asked with a smile. "Yes." The little dumpling replied, "Big brother, you not only helped me teach the bad guys a lesson, but you also helped my aunt with her illness. You are a good person, and I like you the most. If only you were my daddy, that would be great." Gu Feng was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, your mom is very capable and will definitely find you a good dad. But, the new dad that mom is looking for now, I don't like him at all," the little dumpling said somewhat aggrieved. Has Lin Ruome already found a boyfriend?" Just as he was thinking, the little dumpling continued, "I saw him when he came to take my mom hiking today. At first glance, he didn't seem like a good person, and I don't want to go hiking with him. Also, last night, my aunt said he was a bad person and told mom not to be with him. Mom got very angry and had a fight with my aunt, and the bathroom door almost got smashed." Gu Feng's heart filled with doubt. "What's the name of the person your mom is dating?" "His name is..." The little dumpling thought hard for a moment and said, "Zhong Dingxian." Gu Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. Zhong Dingxian? The young master of the second richest family in Jiangling who forced Lin Ruome 5 years ago? Why would Lin Ruome suddenly get involved with him? At this moment, the little dumpling said again, "Big brother, you're so amazing. Why don't you go beat up that Zhong Dingxian and make this bad person leave my mom?" Gu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Big brother can first help you check if this Zhong Dingxian is really a bad person. How about that?" "Okay." The little dumpling nodded vigorously. After leaving the Lin family, Gu Feng directly called Wen Yan. "Wen Yan, check on Zhong Dingxian. Why did he suddenly return to the country and why is he getting close to Lin Ruome?" Time flew by, and it was the next day. Today was the groundbreaking ceremony for the Shao family resort. Feng Wujiu Tian had been fully booked by the Shao family. Luxury cars gathered at the entrance, and countless celebrities from Jiangling were invited to witness the event. Among them, those who had secured contracts for the Shao family resort project were particularly spirited. Climbing up the Shao family tree, they were bound to soar to great heights soon. "Mr. Chi, I heard you secured a 1 billion contract for the Shao family resort. Congratulations. Just 1 billion, it's nothing, not worth mentioning." Shi Zong is being modest. Who doesn't know that the Shao family is currently thriving? In just 2 years since they landed in Jiangling, they have already developed to their current scale. Give the Xiao family a few more years, and surpassing the Ji family to become the #1 prestigious family in Jiangling is not impossible. A contract worth 100 million isn't much, but if this project goes well, who knows, next time the Xiao family might throw you a project worth 5 or 10 billion. Hearing the flattery from others, Shi Guifeng's face instantly flushed with joy, feeling triumphant. Once we enter Fengwu Jiutian later, I must take some beautiful photos and send them directly to Wang Shueme on WeChat. Wouldn't that just infuriate that old witch Wang Shueme? While she was happily contemplating, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. "Oh, Wang Shueme, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Qi Guifeng, Wang Shueme immediately raised her head, looking haughty, and said, "What? Just because you can come, I can't?" Qi Guifeng retorted sarcastically, "Wang Shueme, is your brain not functioning? Today, Fengwu Jietian has been booked by the Xiao family, you must know that, right?" "What? Are you planning to drag your family to the poor box at Fengwu Jiutian for a meal? To be honest, today you don't even have the qualification to enter Fengwu Jiutian. Lin Ruochu, who was beside Wang Xueme, shot a glare at Qi Guifang. Qi Guifang, are you looking for a fight again? You spent quite a bit to fix that tooth, didn't you? You. Remembering how she was sent flying by Gufeng 2 days ago, Qi Guifang felt a bit scared, but soon turned her fear into anger and laughter. That's right, I do need a beating today. Wang Xueme, isn't your son-in-law quite the fighter? Call him out for me and let's see if I can teach him a lesson today. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 strong men stepped out from behind her. All of them were masters. Ever since she got the short end of the stick 2 days ago, Qi Guifang had learned her lesson and now took bodyguards wherever she went. Wang Xueme shouted, "What son-in-law? I can't understand what you're saying." Didn't you say Gufeng was your son-in-law 2 days ago? Why are you so eager to distance yourself now? At that moment, a voice rang out, "If Gufeng wants to be my mother-in-law's son-in-law, then my mother-in-law has to approve of him." Qi Guifang looked up and was momentarily stunned. Because standing next to Wang Xueme was actually the young master of Jiangling's second prestigious family, Zheng Dingshuan. Seeing her expression, Wang Xueme couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Exactly, Gufeng does want to be my son-in-law, but I don't think highly of him. Dingshuan is my good son-in-law. After a pause, she continued, "Now you know why I'm here at Fengwu Jiutian, right? Let me tell you, my Lin family is about to soar. My son-in-law has already made arrangements with the Xiao family, directly making my Lin family a special partner for this resort project. All companies must prioritize sourcing from my Lin family, and that includes you, Qi Guifang." As soon as these words were spoken, a huge uproar erupted at the entrance of Fengwu Jiutian. Many people cast envious glances at Wang Xueme. It seems the Lin family is really about to take off this time. In the future, the prestigious families of Jiangling might go from 12 to 13. The Xiao family actually made the Lin family a special partner. This is simply elevating the Lin family. Hearing these voices, Wang Xueme was instantly spirited and glowing with joy. She held her head high, like a noble swan. Qi Guifang's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Seeing Wang Xueme steal the spotlight was more unbearable than being killed. Suddenly, she shouted, "Wang Xueme, stop lying here." The Zheng family was indeed the second prestigious family in Jiangling, but they gradually shifted their business abroad a few years ago. The Zheng family now has hardly any influence left in Jiangling. The so-called second prestigious family is just a name without substance. Zheng Dingshuan doesn't have that much clout to get the Xiao family to give your Lin family such a huge privilege. Wang Xueme scoffed and slowly took out an invitation card from her bosom. "Qi Guifang, open your dog eyes and see clearly what this is." Qi Guifang focused her gaze and immediately gasped. It's actually a golden invitation. The invitations issued by the Xiao family were ranked in quality. From lowest to highest, they were black invitations, red invitations, and white invitations. The golden invitation, however, was the highest standard invitation. Receiving such an invitation was equivalent to becoming a guest of honor at the Xiao family. There were countless wealthy merchants and noble families in Jiangling, but according to Qi Guifang's knowledge, there were no more than a handful of families that could obtain a golden invitation. But how could this be possible? Why could Wang Xueme get a golden invitation when even she had only received the second-to-last red invitation? Before she could think further, many wealthy merchants from Jiangling had already rushed over to flatter Wang Xueme. Among them, there were even members of the Lu family. The young master of the Lu family took out a jade pendant and handed it to Wang Xueme. "And Wang, this is a jade pendant I won in a bet at the largest gambling stone venue in Shannon. It is a genuine emerald, please accept it." "Oh, how can I accept this?" Wang Xueme was somewhat flattered. It should be known that such a small jade pendant was worth at least over $1 million, and the Lu family that gifted it was a genuine wealthy family in Jiangling. Young Master Lu said, "And Wang, please don't refuse. This jade pendant is perfect for you, it's simply a match made in heaven, hurry and accept it." While speaking, he didn't give Wang Xueme a chance to refuse and personally put it around her neck. Wang Xueme smiled widely. In the past, she didn't even have the qualification to speak with the wealthy families of Jiangling, and now, the young master of a noble family was personally putting a jade pendant on her. "I, Wang Xueme, have finally made it." While thinking this, her gaze fell on Qi Guifang, and she arrogantly said, "Qi Guifang, from now on, when you see me, be polite. If you make me unhappy, you won't be able to handle the consequences." Qi Guifang forced a smile. "Oh, Xueme, what are you saying? Haven't we always been good sisters? When we see the head of the Xiao family later, you must speak a few good words for me." "Humph." Wang Xueme snorted coldly. "Who is your good sister? Get lost." With that, she strode confidently into Fengwu Jiutian.
At this moment, Lin Ruochu's eyes flashed with surprise. Early in the morning, her mother Wang Shueme had dragged her up, telling her to put on beautiful makeup because the family was going to attend a very important ceremony. She had been confused at first, but now she finally understood completely. Mom, the Xiao family has made our Lin family a special partner. Why didn't you tell us this good news earlier? Moreover, it was clearly brother Gu Feng who contacted the Xiao family. Why did you say it was Zhong Dingxian? What Gu Feng? He's just a small warden. What could he possibly say to the Xiao family? Wang Shueme said discontentedly, Girl, I know you have a filter for Gu Feng, but he is no longer the Jiangling young master of the past. Face reality. Lin Ruochu ignored Wang Shueme and instead glared at Zhong Dingxian. It must be you. That day when brother Gu Feng was leaving, he clearly said he had already contacted the Xiao family. You really have no shame, coming back and stealing brother Gu Feng's credit. Wang Shueme instantly exploded. Ruochu, how can you speak like that? If it weren't for Ding Xian, our Lin family would be on the brink of bankruptcy. What kind of attitude is this? Apologize to Ding Xian immediately. Zhong Dingxian, however, said, Aunt, I did make some mistakes in the past, and it's normal for Ruochu to have a prejudice against me. However, if I show her this, she will understand. He flipped his hand to take out his phone and opened a video, which was the surveillance footage from that night at Fengwu Jiutian, capturing the entire process of Li Gaoming coming to deliver the invitation. After the video finished playing, Lin Ruama spoke up, Ruochu, the reason we kept this from you is that we didn't want to have a dispute. Now that you've seen the truth, you should understand that Gu Feng is just playing with words. You are too naive, too easily trusting him. If you want to understand a person's abilities, don't listen to what they say, but watch what they do. However, after watching the video, Lin Ruochu just shook her head. There must be some misunderstanding here, think about it. Enough! Wang Shueme suddenly shouted, calling him brother Gu Feng all day. I really don't know what's so good about him. What kind of charm has he cast on you? The facts are right in front of you, and you still want to defend him. Lin Beishan said coldly, why are you yelling at Ruochu? I also think there is a misunderstanding here. You too. Wang Shueme gritted her teeth. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Forget it. At this moment, Zhong Dingxian stepped in to mediate. Auntie, if Ruochu and uncle don't believe me, that's fine. If they insist that this credit belongs to Gu Feng, then I'll just give it to him. It's no big deal. Wang Shueme sighed. Dingxian, you are so understanding. Don't worry, since you've worked hard for the Lin family, once the groundbreaking ceremony is over, I'll arrange for you to marry Ruama. That Gu Feng thinks he can steal your credit? No way. Hearing this, Zhong Dingxuan's mouth stretched into a grin. Ha, Gu Feng, 5 years ago, you targeted me in every way, and now it's my turn to step on your head. Don't worry, we'll settle our scores slowly. And as for Lin Ruochu, this naive girl, you trust him so much, right? Just wait until I take over the Lin family and see how I mold this girl into my shape. The more he thought, the more Zhong Dingxuan's mind swayed. The Lin family's pair of sisters could be said to be stunning. If one were to play a double act, it would be simply exhilarating. Just as he was thinking, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. A graceful figure walked out from the Fengwu Jiutian. It was Xiao Qianxue. Xiao Qianxue looked around and waved towards Wang Shueme. Is that Aunt Wang? Come here, come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wow! The young lady of the Xiao family actually came out personally to welcome the Lin family. The Lin family is really impressive. The gentry of Jiangling, witnessing this scene, cast envious glances at Wang Shueme and the others again. Wang Shueme's eyes widened, and she hurriedly said, Dingxian, why didn't you tell me that Miss Xiao would come out to greet us? I'm completely blank right now and don't know what to say to her. Zhong Dingxian also frowned. When did I, Zhong Dingxian, become so important? You have to know that Xiao Qianxue is not only the daughter of the Xiao family but also a pillar of the nation, capable of coming out to greet us personally. Could it be that I am so handsome that Miss Xiao has developed feelings for me? It must be. Zhong Dingxian was quite confident in his looks. As he walked towards Xiao Qianxue with Wang Shueme and the others, he quietly advised, Auntie, Ruoma, let me give you a heads up. We will be collaborating with the Xiao family for a long time, so please don't mention Gu Feng in front of Miss Xiao. Lin Ruochu interrupted. Why can't we mention him? Are you afraid of exposing your own credit for Gu Feng? Zhong Dingxian replied. What kind of international joke are you making? I'm thinking of the Lin family. No matter whether Gu Feng has done anything wrong or not, his reputation is already in tatters. Miss Xiao is a top-notch research talent, a true pillar of the nation. Do you think someone like her can tolerate any sand in her eyes? What if she finds out about your connection with Gu Feng and refuses to cooperate with the Lin family anymore? While speaking, they had already reached Xiao Qianxue, and everyone respectfully greeted her.
Xiao Qianxue looked around but did not find Gu Feng, feeling a bit strange. Aunt Wang, I heard that your family has a good relationship with Gu Feng. Is that true? Wang Xueme was about to nod but suddenly remembered Zhong Dingshuan's reminder and quickly said, No, we are not familiar with Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue was taken aback for a moment and then said, But I heard that your family used to have a good relationship with the Gu family. Lin Ruochu was about to speak when Zhong Dingxian interjected, That was ages ago. Gu Feng is a parasite and has committed countless atrocities. The Lin family has long severed ties with him. Xiao Qianxue's expression darkened as she looked at Wang Xueme and asked coldly, Is that so? Yes. We have long drawn a clear line with Gu Feng. He came back to Jiangling a few days ago and wanted to come to my house for dinner. How could I agree? I kicked him out without even giving him a drop of water. Wang Xueme said earnestly. After a long silence, Xiao Qianxue uttered two words, Very good. She turned around and walked into the Fengwu Jiutian, and as Zhong Dingxian and the others were about to follow, they heard Xiao Qianxue's icy voice, The cooperation between the Xiao family and the Lin family is terminated. You may leave. A simple sentence fell like a bucket of cold water on Wang Xueme's head. She immediately said anxiously, Miss Xiao, I swear everything I said is true. I haven't even given Gu Feng a drop of water. As she spoke, she rushed a few steps toward Xiao Qianxue, wanting to explain herself. However, the Xiao family's bodyguards firmly blocked her outside. Zhong Dingxian raised an eyebrow, Miss Xiao, please clarify your words. I went through great effort to obtain this invitation. Now you suddenly say the cooperation is cancelled. You must give us a reason, right? Xiao Qianxue looked at him and said, This invitation was given to the Lin family because of Gu Feng. When did it become something you obtained? You, a mere young master of a small wealthy family, are worth my Xiao family sending out a golden invitation? Worth me, Xiao Qianxue, personally coming out to welcome you? Do you think too highly of yourself? Zhong Dingxian stood there in shock, unable to believe his ears. This invitation was given because of Gu Feng? How could that be? He took a deep breath. Miss Xiao, if I did something wrong, you can tell me directly. Why use Gu Feng to humiliate me? I, a young master of Jiangling's second wealthy family, if I can't obtain your Xiao family's invitation, how could a once prominent but now fallen waste like Gu Feng have the ability to win your favor? Miss Xiao, let me kindly remind you to take back your words. After all, Gu Feng is a parasite and a scoundrel, while you are a favored daughter of heaven, a pillar of the nation. If others misunderstand your relationship with Gu Feng, it will be a devastating blow to your reputation and future. Xiao Qianxue's chest heaved violently as she took a few steps toward Zhong Dingxian. With a frosty face, she spoke each word clearly. Zhong Dingxian, listen to me clearly. Not only will I not sever ties with Gu Feng, but I will also be with him. I, Xiao Qianxue, will eventually become Gu Feng's bride. I will bear this infamy together with him. Her voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhong Dingshuan's ears and in the ears of the gathered wealthy gentlemen at the entrance of Fengwu Jiutian. At that moment, the noisy entrance fell into dead silence. No one expected that the pillar of the nation, Xiao Qianxue, would say such words. However, Xiao Qianxue showed no intention of lingering. She coldly said, Come, throw them out, especially this Zhong Dingxian, who insulted and slandered my beloved. You should know what to do. After saying that, she turned and entered Fengwu Jiutian. Soon, Wang Xueme and Lin Ruomo were thrown out of Fengwu Jiutian, while Zhong Dingxian was beaten badly, with not a single good spot left on his body. As for Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan, they ran fast and were not caught by the assassins of the Xiao family. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on Zhong Dingxian, Lin Ruomo, and Wang Xueme. Their expressions were playful, their faces mocking. Wang Xueme, who had been thrown around and was disoriented, looked ashen. Faced with the gazes from all directions, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out, Oh, isn't this Wang Xueme? Weren't you just so glorious? How come you've been thrown out in the blink of an eye? The owner of the voice was none other than Qi Guifeng. Wang Xueme felt as if her face had been slapped hard twice, burning with pain. She gritted her teeth and said, Qi Guifeng, stop being sarcastic. My son-in-law is Gu Feng. If you provoke me, you won't have a good outcome. Qi Guifeng laughed heartily. You crack me up. Weren't you just looking down on Gu Feng? Now he's your son-in-law? Wang Xueme, don't be delusional. With someone as outstanding as Xiao Qianxue, Gu Feng would be with her as long as he isn't blind. Do your two daughters even stand a chance in his eyes? Her words left Wang Xueme speechless. At that moment, the young master of the Lu family suddenly rushed over, reaching for the jade pendant around Wang Xueme's neck. Wang Xueme shouted, Don't snatch the jade pendant. Didn't you say you would give it to me? The young master of the Lu family sneered, "You, this old hag, are not worthy to wear my jade pendant. Even if I give it to a dog, it's better than giving it to you." The jade pendant was snatched away, and Wang Shuemei's neck was painfully choked, while Qi Guifeng took the opportunity to kick her twice. Watching her in such a sorry state, everyone burst into laughter. The mocking laughter pierced Wang Shuemei's heart like a sharp knife. In an instant, her eyes dimmed. All her spirit seemed to be drained away at that moment. She sat on the ground, disheveled, crying loudly. Why? Why did she not believe Gu Feng's words and chose to trust Zhong Dingxian? If she had brought Gu Feng along today, or at least called to clarify beforehand, she would have been in a position of glory. Instead, she had not only lost the opportunity to cooperate with the Xiao family but had also become the laughingstock of countless people. At this moment, she regretted it deeply. But alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Inside the Yujing Haoding, Ning Yushi had just finished making lunch and was about to call Gu Feng downstairs to eat when her attention was suddenly drawn to the content on the television. Hello, dear audience. Our reporter has just sent back breaking news. Today, at the groundbreaking ceremony of the Xiao family's resort, unexpected events occurred. Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the second richest family in Jiangling who has been abroad for 5 years, appeared at the ceremony and allegedly had a conflict with the Xiao family's young lady who just returned to the country. What is even more shocking is that the Xiao family's young lady openly declared her admiration for Gu Feng, the young master of Jiangling, who once killed his father and wiped out his clan. What exactly happened? Let's connect with our reporter for detailed coverage, including precious video footage captured by our team. Ning Yushi hurriedly shouted, "Young master, come down quickly, something big has happened." When Gu Feng came down, he happened to see a video playing on the television. Xiao Qianxue stood at the entrance of Fengwujietian, locking eyes with Zhong Dingxian, declaring word by word that not only did she want to become Gu Feng's bride, but she also wanted to bear the infamy alongside him. Truly a stunning display. Ning Yushi was incredibly excited. So cool. Miss Zhao's speech was simply explosive. I love it. Young master, it seems your charm hasn't diminished over the years. Back then, countless women in Jiangling were infatuated with you, and now even a woman like Miss Zhao, who possesses both beauty and talent, has fallen for your grace. Gu Feng stroked his chin and said, "It's just formalities, no need to take it seriously." Ning Yushi replied, "Do you mean that Miss Zhao disapproves of Zhong Dingxian taking credit for your achievements and has been speaking ill of you? To save face for you, she said that?" That seemed to be the case. After all, he had only known Xiao Qianxue for a short time. He didn't believe that someone as elite as Xiao Qianxue would fall for someone so quickly. During dinner, when Yen suddenly called, "Gu Dianyu, the Zhong Dingxian you asked me to investigate has shown some signs. I'll send you some information shortly. Due to the short time frame, I've only managed to find this much. I'll keep working hard to uncover all of Zhong Dingxuan's secrets in the shortest time possible." After hanging up, Gu Feng began to look through the materials. His brows gradually furrowed. After finishing the meal and reviewing all the information, Gu Feng called Lin Ruochu and learned that the family was at the hospital, so he hurried over. Currently, Ji Kaiyue had been cursed with a joy hex, making it impossible for her to commit suicide, so Ning Yushi went along as well. At this moment, the Lin family was huddled in a hospital room. Zhong Dingxian had sustained serious injuries and needed treatment, while Wang Shuemei had only minor injuries but, being older, was lying in bed receiving in-4 drip. On the television, a live broadcast of the Xiao family's groundbreaking ceremony was playing. Watching the wealthy gentry of Jiangling, all beaming with joy, Wang Shuemei trembled with anger. She glanced at Zhong Dingxian and sarcastically said, "Zhong Dingxian, didn't you say I should attend the Xiao family's groundbreaking ceremony? How come I'm not only missing it but also lying in a hospital bed?" Zhong Dingxuan's hand, hidden under the blanket, clenched into a fist. Damn Gu Feng. Not only did he cause himself to be publicly beaten by the Xiao family, but he also made it impossible for him to hold his head high in front of Wang Shuemei. How infuriating. Gu Feng was clearly a piece of trash, notorious, someone everyone in Jiangling wanted to get rid of. Why did Xiao Qianxue still favor him? Even he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Xiao Qianxue. What kind of spell had this waste cast on her? While thinking, he spoke up, "Auntie, this matter definitely has its oddities. Logically, Gu Feng shouldn't even know Xiao Qianxue. I suspect that this Gu Feng has secretly used underhanded means to threaten Xiao Qianxue. You should consider who Xiao Qianxue is. How could she possibly take a liking to a useless young man like him?" Wang Shuemei cursed, "Shut your mouth. Gu Feng is a dragon among men, capable of shooting down fighter jets with a single sword. It's perfectly normal for Xiao Qianxue to like him. As for you, it was one thing before, but now you still refuse to admit that Gu Feng is better than you and that you stole his credit? Zhong Dingxian scoffed. I've said it before, shooting down a fighter jet with a single sword is pure nonsense. Alright, Dingxian, say less, Lin Ruoma interrupted him, and at the same time, she said to Wang Xueme, Mom, don't blame Dingxian. Regardless, his intentions are good, he is also trying to help the Lin family, and he got injured today. Wang Xueme snorted coldly, go turn off the TV, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Ruoma stood up to turn off the television, but Zhong Dingxian suddenly grabbed her. Wait, it seems the head of the Xiao family has something to say. At this moment, Xiaoran, the head of the Xiao family, stood on the first floor of Fengmujutian, facing countless wealthy gentry of Jiangling and cameras, and began to speak. Everyone, you must have heard what my daughter said at the hotel entrance earlier. What I want to say is that you should know that Qianxue has always been devoted to academics and has been blank in matters of the heart, which is why she was deceived by Gu Feng's flowery words and said some inappropriate things. Everyone, rest assured, I have already reprimanded her just now, and she has deeply recognized her mistakes. I can also assure you all that I, Xiaoran, would never marry my daughter to the notorious Gu Feng. The hospital room fell into a dead silence. After an unknown amount of time, a thunderous laugh erupted from Zhong Dingxian. Ha ha ha, what did I say? Auntie, you saw it too, Xiao Qianxue was deceived, which is why she said those nonsensical things. Humph, I said it, with that trash Gu Feng, as long as Xiao Qianxue isn't blind, she could never like him. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief inside. His laughter grew even more unrestrained, to the point where tears streamed down his face from laughing. But just then, a cold voice came through. Zhong Dingxian, what is so funny? Why don't you share it with me? Everyone looked up to see Gu Feng and Ning Yushi walking in from outside. Zhong Dingxian stared at Gu Feng, a smile on his lips. Gu Feng, I was wondering how you dared to return to Jiangling. It turns out you plan to use the naive Xiao Qianxue to climb up the towering tree that is the Xiao family. It's a pity that Xiao Qianxue is foolish, but the head of the Xiao family is not. He stepped closer to Gu Feng. Since you no longer have the Xiao family as your backing, then we should settle our accounts. 5 years ago, you ruined my reputation, forcing me to leave Jiangling. Today, I hope you kneel before me. If you do, perhaps I might spare your worthless life. Gu Feng looked at Zhong Dingxian with interest. You want me to kneel? That's right. Zhong Dingxuan's gaze was fierce. At this moment, I command you to kneel. Gu Feng was about to slap the arrogant Zhong Dingxian to death when suddenly, slap. Wang Xueme rushed over and slapped Zhong Dingxian across the face. How dare you speak to Gu Feng like that? Who do you think you are to make Gu Feng kneel? Zhong Dingxian looked at Wang Xueme in disbelief. Auntie, are you out of your mind? You saw the live broadcast earlier, right? This Gu Feng deceived Xiao Qianxue with sweet words. Wang Xueme shouted, if he can deceive Xiao Qianxue with sweet words, then you should have the ability to deceive someone too. You can't, you can only get beaten by Xiao Qianxue. Zhong Dingxian, let me tell you, the Xiao family giving up on Gu Feng is their loss, and you are not even worth a single hair on Gu Feng. Zhong Dingxuan's forehead throbbed with veins, and he was about to explode with anger. He couldn't understand why Wang Xueme was acting so out of character, protecting Gu Feng like this. Fine. Zhong Dingxian took a deep breath. Since the Lin family is protecting you so much, then for their sake, I won't hold you accountable for what happened back then. Let's wipe the slate clean. Saying this, he stormed out angrily. But Gu Feng pressed down on his shoulder. Did I let you go? You. Slap. Gu Feng's large hand suddenly pressed down. Boom. Zhong Dingxuan's knees crashed hard against the ground. The floor cracked. Blood flowed freely. Zhong Dingxuan's screams echoed throughout the entire hospital room. Lin Ruoma's pupils suddenly constricted, and she rushed madly to Zhong Dingxuan's side. Gu Feng, are you crazy? Ning Yushi said irritably. He was so arrogant earlier, wanting the young master to kneel. Now the young master is just returning the favor. Lin Ruoma's eyes glistened with tears as she shouted angrily, but Gu Feng didn't really kneel. Besides, even if he wanted Zhong Dingxian to kneel, it shouldn't be this brutal. His knees are shattered. Gu Feng said calmly, Lin Ruoma, I came today to show you Zhong Dingxuan's true colors. As he spoke, he had Ning Yushi take out her phone and pull up the information that Wen Yan had found. When Lin Ruochu, Lin Ruome, and others gathered to review the information, Ning Yushi said, the Zhong family in Jiangling started laying out plans for the White Eagle Empire 4 years ago, with a massive transfer of assets. 2 years ago, Zhong Dingxian married the daughter of an oligarch from the White Eagle Empire, and they have not divorced to this day. Lin Ruome's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is impossible. This information must be fabricated by you, Gu Feng, to deceive me. Gu Feng replied, Lin Ruome, I don't want to say harsh things, but you should know that you are already divorced and have a child. Zhong Dingxian is just a wealthy heir. Why would he want to be with you? He is most likely just playing with you, wake up. He wanted to say more, but Lin Ruome suddenly shouted, Gufeng, I know Zhong Dingxian took your credit, and you are angry, but he didn't do it on purpose. He is also thinking of the Lin family. You are a grown man, is it necessary to be so petty? Besides, he has already paid the price for taking your credit, why do you want to break his knees? Why do you want to slander Dingxian like this? Slap. Wang Xueme slapped Lin Ruome across the face. What Gufeng said is true. Don't be with Zhong Dingxian anymore. This guy is married and still trying to seduce you. Break up with him immediately. Impossible. Lin Ruome covered her red face. Dingxian wouldn't lie to me. Gufeng is the real liar. Why is he investigating Dingxian for no reason? He doesn't even know that Dingxian has returned to Jiangling. Mom, Big Brother is not a liar. At that moment, the little dumpling said in a childish voice, I asked Big Brother to investigate. Lu Xiaoduan, when did you learn to lie? Lin Ruome scolded sharply, her expression extremely angry. The little dumpling shrank her head, feeling wronged and dared not speak again. Gufeng coldly stared at Lin Ruome. I reminded you because you are Lin Ruochu's sister. Since you won't listen, I won't waste my breath on you. In the end, it will be you who gets played, not me. After saying that, he turned and left. Ning Yushi glanced at Lin Ruome. What a foolish love-struck brain. Don't let yourself be sold by the Zhong family and still smile while counting the money. At that moment, Lin Ruochu chased after him. Gufeng, don't worry, I will definitely persuade my sister not to get involved with Zhong Dingxian. Wang Xueme also said, that's right, if that Zhong guy dares to bother my daughter again, I'll hit him every time I see him. Lin Ruochu blinked her big watery eyes. Mom, why do I feel like you are particularly strange today? Wang Xueme asked in confusion, really? Lin Ruochu thought for a moment and said, you seem to be particularly supportive of Gufeng today, you believe everything he says. If it were before. Wang Xueme interrupted her, I was confused before. Ultimately, it's still Zhong Dingxuan's fault. I already believed Gufeng during the Feng Wujiu Tian incident. By now, Wang Xueme had seen through it all. Previously, when Gufeng said he had medical skills, she didn't believe it, but even Dr. Wu praised him. When Gufeng said he was the warden, she didn't believe it, but even the Blood Alliance ran away upon seeing Gufeng. When Gufeng said he had contacted the Xiao family, she didn't believe it, but Xiao Qianxue personally came out to welcome Gufeng and even said such things. If she still didn't believe Gufeng, it would be no different from being mentally disabled. Gufeng naturally had no idea what Wang Xueme was thinking at that moment. Since he was already there, he gave Lin Ruochu a second treatment. The two treatments added a total of 6 months to Lin Ruochu's lifespan, plus the initial 3 months. Now, Lin Ruochu could live for 9 months. Not only that, but her health had also improved significantly compared to before. After finishing these tasks, Gufeng let Ning Yushi go home first, while he drove in another direction. That direction was towards the Su family. At this moment, inside the Su family mansion, a large group of people sat together, their expressions serious. The head of the Su family, Su Anhua, said, everyone has heard what Xiao Qianxue said at the entrance of Feng Wujiu Tian. Regardless of her reasons, it at least proves that Gufeng is indeed alive. Su Anhua's brother, Su Qianyue, added, whether he is alive or not is secondary. The main issue is how much he was involved in the Fenghua Pavilion incident. We need to know his true strength so that we can have a comprehensive response plan. He continued, somewhat irritated, in the past few days, we have sent several people to the patrol domain, but the patrol domain has been tight-lipped and said nothing. Su Anhua replied, not only that, my son Su Juming went to the patrol domain and has yet to return. I wanted the patrol domain to retrieve the surveillance footage, but they keep making excuses, saying they are busy or that the cameras are broken. Su Anhua's third brother, Su Boliu, slammed the table and stood up. The patrol domain is becoming increasingly disrespectful to our Su family. Have we been too low-key for too long, to the point that the people of Jiangling are about to forget our Su family, this giant? The others in the hall also felt something was off. Something is wrong, very wrong. The patrol domain has always feared the major families of Jiangling. Suddenly finding all sorts of excuses, could it be that there are other powerful figures behind the scenes giving orders to the patrol domain? As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Is it possible that the patrol domain fears the Jiangling Su family, but fears me, Gufeng, even more? Everyone turned to the entrance and saw a handsome young man boldly entering the hall. It was none other than Gufeng. In the hall, whispers of laughter arose. If 5 years ago, the patrol domain feared Gufeng, that could be understood. But now, times have changed. What is Gufeng worth now? Su Anhua tapped the table to quiet everyone down and then said to Gufeng calmly, the rumors are indeed true. The once renowned young master of Jiangling is still alive. I just wonder, What brings young Master Gu to our Su family mansion today? I've come to deliver something to you, Gu Feng sneered, casually tossing an object that instantly crashed onto the solid sandalwood table beside Su Anhua. Boom! The sturdy sandalwood table collapsed with a loud crash, and amidst the splatter of blood, a severed head appeared before Su Anhua's eyes. It was none other than the unblinking Su Jiaming. Before coming to the Su family, Gu Feng had detoured to the patrol domain to bring back Su Jiaming's head. With just one glance, Su Anhua's eyes nearly bulged out. Jiaming! Veins bulged on his forehead, and for a long time, his fierce gaze was fixed on Gu Feng. You killed my son! Why did you kill him? Why? Gu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, coldly speaking. You know the answer, Su Anhua. Let me ask you, regarding the Gu family massacre case, besides the Ji family and your Su family, who else was involved? If you tell the truth, I might spare your corpse. Otherwise, not only will you die today, but no one from the Su family will escape. Su Qianyue suddenly stood up. Gu Feng, you have quite the audacity. Do you really think that just because you've learned a bit of skill, you can do as you please? Today, I will let you know what it means to have people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Su Qianyue. Su Anhua's face lit up with joy. Second brother, you've entered the ranks of a one-star grandmaster. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Just a one-star grandmaster, not worth mentioning, Su Qianyue said proudly. A transcendent master is the goal I pursue. Gu Feng said, a first-star grandmaster in the early stage is the final realm of your life. What are you? Ignorant child, how dare you assert my future? Su Qianyue roared in anger, throwing a punch at Gu Feng. Die. At the moment he threw the punch, 3 silver needles shot out with violent force. In an instant, they pierced through Su Qianyue's forehead. Su Qianyue did not stop his steps, continuing to charge at Gu Feng, but his speed was slowing down. By the time he reached Gu Feng, he came to a complete stop. Gu Feng patted his cheek. I'm not asserting your future, I'm merely asserting your life and death. If I let you die today, how could you live to see tomorrow? As the words fell, 3 jets of blood erupted from Su Qianyue's forehead. Su Qianyue. This second master of the Su family had just stepped into the realm of a first-star grandmaster, still dreaming of one day entering the extraordinary domain. At this moment, dead, the body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The Su family hall fell into a deathly silence. Who would have thought that a dignified first-star grandmaster could die in an instant under Gu Feng's 3 silver needles? At this moment, Su Anhua's third brother, Su Boliu, had bloodshot eyes, and endless rage surging forth. Gu Feng, do you think this is just any place? Killing my nephew wasn't enough, now you've killed my second brother. Tell me, how do you want to die? Gu Feng ignored him and looked at Su Anhua. Su Anhua, my words still stand. Tell me everything about 5 years ago, and I can leave your corpse intact. Su Anhua revealed a sinister smile. Gu Feng, the aristocracy cannot be insulted. Even if your father, Gu Renshang, held power in Jiangling back then, he wouldn't dare to recklessly invade my Su family to kill. If you want to know the truth from 5 years ago, you can go to hell and ask your father yourself. He suddenly pointed at Gu Feng and shouted, come, everyone, use all your strength to crush this scoundrel to ashes. I want to use his ashes to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. Boom! 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 More than 20 masters rushed into the hall. 13 5-star masters, 6 6-star masters, 3 7-star masters. Moreover, each of the 7-star masters had reached their peak. Not only that, but 2 elders also appeared. These 2 were the Su family's offerings. One was a first-star grandmaster in the early stage, and the other was a first-star grandmaster in the mid-stage. Gu Feng, we aristocrats are too lazy to accompany Ji Kaiyue in her annual play, which is why we didn't go to Fenghua Pavilion. If we had gone back then, how could you have lived to this day? But it doesn't matter. You are too arrogant, daring to venture into the dragon's den and tiger's lair. Today, all of my Su family's trump cards are out, how can you not die? With Su Anhua's roar, everyone moved, all charging towards Gu Feng. More than 20 high-star masters unleashed their killing moves. Who could withstand such might? Just the overwhelming killing intent from this group could crush low-star masters into powder. At this moment, the Su family members in the hall looked at Gu Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. However, a bunch of useless sacks, killing you is like killing a chicken. After a hearty laugh, Gu Feng's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared behind everyone, his iron fists ruthlessly smashing out. Fists like dragons. The sound of explosions erupted. Boom! 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 The body of a 5-star master exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Then came the second, the third. In just over 10 seconds, the air was filled with blooming blood flowers. The sky was filled with blood mist, making it hard to open one's eyes. and Gu Feng's figure flickered in and out of the blood mist, like a world-shattering azura. At this moment, the two offerings of the Su family seized the opportunity, attacking Gu Feng from both sides. The fierce wind from their iron fists tore a gap in the blood mist. "Devil, your time has come." With a furious roar, their fists were just inches away from Gu Feng, seeking death. Gu Feng flicked his hand, sending 3 silver needles that instantly pierced the neck of the offering in front of him. He then turned abruptly, striking down with a palm towards another offering's crown. Bang! The crown was instantly shattered, turning to dust. Amidst the blood mist, 2 dull thuds echoed as the bodies of 2 offerings from the Su family fell to the ground. The sound was not loud, but it sent chills down the spines of the Su family members. How could this be? So many powerful warriors had surrounded Gu Feng, and yet in an instant, a large number were dead or injured. What a joke! Among them were 2 one-star grandmasters, who had been in that realm for many years, far beyond the likes of Su Qinghua, who had just recently stepped into the one-star grandmaster level. Why had Gu Feng become so formidable in just 5 years? As everyone was lost in thought, Gu Feng stepped out from the blood mist, advancing step by step towards Su Anhua. At that moment, Su Anhua was terrified and turned to flee. "Quick, stop Gu Feng. Everyone, block him." He ran frantically towards the hall, colliding with someone. It was a lean young man who frowned. "Father, why are you running so fast? What happened?" Su Anhua grabbed him and ran. "Xingyun, run. Gu Feng is back. I don't know why he has become so strong. He has already killed many of our Su family. Even the 2 offerings we temporarily hired have been slain by him." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes instantly filled with overwhelming battle intent. "Is that so? Just in time, I just broke through. I want to see if Gu Feng can withstand even one of my moves." Boom! An immense pressure erupted from Su Qingyun. He was actually a peak 1-star grandmaster. "With my strength, I will rise to the heavens. With me, Su Qingyun, guarding the Su family, a mere Gu Feng is nothing. I can eliminate him with a snap of my fingers." You broke through?" Su Anhua was overjoyed. Among his sons, his eldest son Su Qingyun was the one he was most proud of. His martial arts talent was exceptional. At just 27 or 28 years old, he had already reached the mid-level of 1-star grandmaster, and a month ago, he had entered seclusion for training. Unexpectedly, upon re-emerging, he had reached the peak of 1-star grandmaster. However, he still nervously said, "Xingyun, maybe we should just hide in the secret chamber and wait for reinforcements." Gu Feng's strength is truly formidable. He might have also reached the peak of 1-star grandmaster. Su Qingyun scoffed. "Father, have you forgotten? Besides being a peak 1-star grandmaster, I also possess innate divine strength. I only need 1 palm to crush Gu Feng." With that, he strode into the hall, letting out a thunderous roar. "Gu Feng, you dare to commit murder in my Su family? You will die without regret." "What, are you here to die too?" Gu Feng asked with a smile. "The one who will die is you." Su Qingyun moved, already reaching a corner of the hall. With a clap of his hands, a massive cauldron in the corner rumbled. He grasped one corner of the cauldron and lifted it effortlessly. "Gu Feng, this dragon whisker colorful phoenix cauldron is a treasure of my Su family. Today, dying beneath this cauldron will be your honor." Everyone gasped in shock. The 3,000 gene cauldron seemed like a toy in Su Qingyun's hands. Today, even if Gu Feng were not crushed by the cauldron, it would be hard for him to survive in Su Qingyun's hands. In the next moment, Su Qingyun's muscles bulged, his energy surged, and he released the cauldron. "Gu Feng, die for me." Boom! The massive cauldron, with terrifying momentum, smashed towards Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng not only did not evade but kicked out as the cauldron approached. Clang! The huge and prolonged resonance exploded in everyone's ears. They felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. The dragon beard colorful phoenix cauldron shot out at an incredibly terrifying speed. Su Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! His body was directly slammed into the wall by the massive cauldron. The wall cracked like a turtle shell. The 3,000 gene dragon beard colorful phoenix cauldron was firmly embedded in the wall. Blood dripped down, falling onto the ground. Su Qingyun looked down at his body, which was smashed to a pulp. It seemed he couldn't believe it all. "I am the pride of the Su family. Why can't I even withstand a single move from Gu Feng?" His thoughts came to a sudden halt. In just a few seconds, his gaze lost all its brilliance. Su Qingyun. This pride of the Su family had reached the peak of a 1-star grandmaster at the age of 28, and he was born with divine strength. Given time, he would become an unparalleled tool for the Su family to expand their territory in Jiangling. Today, dead. Gu Feng's gaze did not linger on Su Qingyun but instead looked deeper into the hall. At this moment, Su Anhua had vanished without a trace. He raised an eyebrow and casually grabbed the younger member of the Su family. What's your name? The young Su family member trembled in fear, his legs going weak. I. Su Lin. I don't want to waste time looking for Su Anhua, you should know where he's hiding. Lead the way. Su Lin dared not defy Gu Feng's orders and quickly led the way. With a wave of his hand, Gu Feng shot out 30 silver needles, piercing the bodies of 10 younger Su family members in the hall. Stand here and don't move, or you'll die. He then followed Su Lin deeper into the hall. Once he left, the 10 younger Su family members exchanged fearful glances. Should we run while this monster isn't here? Didn't you hear him say that if we run, we'll die? Come on, do you believe everything he says? He's clearly trying to scare us. If you're not running, I am. As he spoke, one of the younger Su family members dashed toward the door. Seeing him about to escape, the others felt a surge of temptation. But just as this young member stepped 1 foot outside the door, bang! His body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Gu Feng's yin-yang divine needle could save lives, but it could also take them. The other 9 younger Su family members gasped in horror, losing all courage to flee. At this moment, inside the Su family's secret chamber, Su Anhua and Su Boliu exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. This Gu Feng is just too abnormal. Su Boliu took a deep breath and spoke. Su Anhua said, it's fine, with Qingyun out there holding the fort, our priority is to quickly seek help from other families and have them send people to subdue Gu Feng. Su Boliu nodded in agreement. What you said is absolutely right. This Gu Feng is too terrifying. Although Qingyun is powerful, he can probably only suppress Gu Feng, but killing him will be quite difficult. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Just then, the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. What's going on? Su Boliu was startled. Could it be that Gu Feng has already chased us here? Su Anhua said, how is that possible? Gu Feng doesn't know the password to the secret chamber door. It must be that Qingyun killed Gu Feng and has come back to report good news. A voice sounded, Father, Father. The speaker was none other than Su Lin. So it's little Lin. Su Anhua breathed a sigh of relief, as his second son, Su Lin naturally knew the password to this secret chamber. What's the situation outside? Su Lin swallowed hard. Big brother is dead. What? Su Anhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qingyun was the Su family's trump card. How could he have died at Gu Feng's hands in such a short time? How is that possible? Little Lin, don't joke with me. If Qingyun is dead, how could Gu Feng not come after us? Su Anhua, how do you know I didn't come? A voice rang out from behind Su Lin. Gu Feng stepped forward slowly, hands clasped behind his back, standing in front of Su Anhua. Now, can you tell me everything about the Gu family from 5 years ago? I'll tell you, 5 years ago. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Su Anhua's face as he began to retreat, shouting, I said, you bastard, Su Lin, what are you waiting for? Bang! 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 5 gunshots rang out, almost in sync with Su Anhua's furious shout, instantly closing in on Gu Feng's back. Su Anhua laughed loudly, Gu Feng, you're still too young to fight with me. With just a glance, my son knows what to do. He, want to know the truth from 5 years ago? Go to hell and ask your good father. Is that so? Gu Feng replied coldly. The Nian Nu Jiao suddenly gripped in his palm. He turned it back towards the rear. Clang! 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 5 bullets struck the Nian Nu Jiao, sparks flying. Gu Feng sharply slapped the back of his sword. The 5 bullets flew back, instantly piercing into Su Lin's body. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Su Lin didn't even make a sound before collapsing into a pool of blood, already dead beyond revival. Su Anhua looked at Gu Feng in terror. How could this be? How did that sword suddenly appear in his hand? How could his reaction be so fast? Su Lin was standing right behind Gu Feng, ready to strike, and in less than a second after the bullets were fired, he could have killed Gu Feng. But, he was actually countered by Gu Feng. What kind of monster is this? But then, boundless grief and anger engulfed him, and he roared, Gu Feng, you beast. All 3 of my sons have died at your hands. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Gu Feng's expression remained calm. Su Anhua, from the moment I stepped through the door, I told you to honestly confess, yet you refused to listen. Su Qingyue, Su Qingyun, Su Lin, they did not die by my hand, but by your arrogance. Su Anhua opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. A wave of regret surged through his limbs. Why didn't he just listen to Gu Feng from the start and reveal the truth of that year? If he had, perhaps his brother, his son, wouldn't have had to die. And what about those masters the Su family had cultivated over the years? Couldn't they have been spared? At that moment, Gu Feng's voice came again. Su Anhua, tell me everything about the Gu family massacre from 5 years ago. If you satisfy me with your answer, I might just let those younger members of the Su family in the hall go. Su Anhua fell silent for a moment, a trace of malice flashing across his face, suddenly raising his hand and striking his own crown fiercely. Slap! Blood gushed forth. His eyes glared at Gu Feng with resentment. Gu Feng, you've destroyed my Su family's century-old foundation in an instant, and you still dare to seek the truth from me? Fine, I can tell you, but you'll have to go to hell to ask me, ha 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 ha. His laughter was sharp and piercing, the whole person appearing mad. A few seconds later, his laughter ceased, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Dead. Gu Feng frowned. Even he hadn't expected Su Anhua to disregard the lives of his kin and choose to take his own life. He looked at Su Boliu, 7 silver needles instantly piercing into the other's body. Speak the truth of that year, or I'll make you wish you were dead. The extreme pain twisted Su Boliu's face. I don't know much about what happened back then, it was all handled by my elder brother. I only know that after the Gu family was exterminated, my brother had a honeymoon period with the Sun family. After half an hour of torment, Gu Feng confirmed that Su Boliu indeed only knew this much. Since that's the case, you should reunite with your brothers. Seeing that he couldn't extract more information, Gu Feng planned to kill Su Boliu with a single strike. Su Boliu hurriedly shouted, Gu Shao, I don't want to die. Please spare me. Why should I spare you? Gu Feng asked indifferently. Su Boliu pointed behind him and said, Gu Shao, look at this secret room, it contains a lot of medicinal materials. If you let me go, I can give you all of these materials. This secret room was specifically designed to store various rare treasures. From the moment he entered, Gu Feng had already noticed those medicinal materials. There were indeed quite a few, piled up in one corner of the room. Gu Feng looked at Su Boliu, revealing a thoughtful smile. Do you think that if I kill you, I won't be able to get these materials? Well, Su Boliu was momentarily stunned, then quickly added, I can also serve you, Gu Shao. My elder brother and second brother are dead, so I should inherit the position of the family head. The Su family has many assets in Jiangling, and several companies as well. I can give you half of the profits every year. In order to save his life, Su Boliu was willing to offer everything. Gu Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, and after a while, he had made up his mind. Su Boliu, I hope you can be a good dog. After saying this, he allowed Su Boliu to leave the secret room first, then waved his hand, storing all the medicinal materials in the space ring. When he arrived in the main hall, Su Boliu was already there, welcoming Gu Feng with the remaining younger members of the Su family. Gu Feng said, Su Boliu, since you have become my dog, I will give you your first task. Just give the order, master. Su Boliu replied with vigor. Renovate the Gu family residence, and also, build a cemetery on the peak of Maishan. I want to bury the souls of the Gu family. Then, he planted 3 silver needles into Su Boliu and the younger members of the Su family again. Do not try to cheat or play tricks. If you do well, I can spare your lives, but if you dare to escape Jiangling midway, death is the only path that awaits you. After taking care of these matters, Gu Feng went to the wall, grasped the ear of the Longshu Kaifeng Ding, and with a surge of muscle, pulled the 3,000-pound cauldron out of the wall. He held the large cauldron and strode out of the Su family. When he reached his car, he thought and stored the giant cauldron in the space ring. This trip to the Su family had indeed yielded significant results. The mastermind, Su Anhua, had been dealt with. Although he had not uncovered the entire truth from 5 years ago, at least he had some clues. The Sun family of Jiangling would be his next target. The Longshu Kaifeng Ding was a treasured heirloom of the Su family, but the Su family did not know how to use it, treating it merely as an antique for display in the hall. In reality, this cauldron was an excellent choice for alchemy. The medicinal materials accumulated in the Su family's secret room for 100 years had also been completely swept away. As for the surviving members of the Su family, he had no intention of killing them all today. These people would be like Ji Kaiwe. In a month, at the memorial ceremony he presided over, they would carry the coffin for the souls of the Gu family. After returning to Yujing Haoding, Gu Feng briefly recounted his trip to the Su family to Ning Yushi. Ning Yushi curiously asked, Young master, why did you choose to build the new cemetery for the Gu family on Maishan? Gu Feng intertwined his fingers and said solemnly, My father liked the environment there. The night before the Gu family's incident, Gu's father had taken Gu Feng to Maishan. He said that this was the next project he wanted to undertake, to build a large summer resort here, and that they would come often in the future. Since his father liked it, he would bury him on the peak of Maishan, to be accompanied by the green mountains and clear waters for eternity. At the Shao family's villa, Shao Qianxue was continuously knocking on the door from inside her room. Father, you've kept me locked in since noon, and you still won't let me leave? How long do you plan to keep me here? The door swung open, and Shao Ran stood at the entrance, his face cold and indifferent. As long as you promise me to cut off all contact with that Gu Feng from now on, I won't interfere with you anymore. That's impossible. Xiao Qianxue rejected him without a second thought. You! Xiao Ran's forehead throbbed with veins. What good is this Gu Feng? Don't you know he killed his father and exterminated his clan, yet you still want to associate with him? He told me that he didn't kill his father or exterminate his clan. It was all a scheme by Ji Kaiwa. Xiao Qianxue replied. Xiao Ran snorted coldly. You believe whatever he says? Besides, even if it were Ji Caiyue's scheme, it doesn't matter. The key is how the world views Gu Feng. You are the pillar of the nation and will be entering the Longdu Academy of Sciences in the future. If you associate with someone like him, your reputation will be ruined. Xiao Qianxue shrugged it off. So what? Why do you care so much about the world's opinion? Gu Feng has never cared about these things. Oh, Xiao Ran said, if he doesn't care so much, then why did he ask you to help cover up the crimes of Fengbo Pavilion? The Xiao family has spent so many resources these past few days to help him suppress everything related to Fengbo Pavilion. Do you think I'm deaf or blind and don't know? Xiao Qianxue said, he didn't force me to do anything, I willingly did it. Moreover, everything he did at Fengbo Pavilion was for revenge. Alright. Xiao Ran laughed in anger, since it's not a crime but a righteous act, then I see no need to hide it. Just right, after the ceremony at noon, I will have Li Gaoming withdraw all the resources of the Xiao family. In at most 3 to 5 days, Gu Feng's exploits at Fengbo Pavilion will reach the ears of every person in Jianling. Dad, how can you do this? Xiao Qianxue was somewhat angry, her voice raised significantly. Didn't you say that Gu Feng doesn't care about the world's opinion? Didn't you say that everything he does is just for revenge? I'm helping you spread Gu Feng's good name. But, if possible, it would be better to wait until the truth comes to light before releasing the news. Besides, Gu Feng told me that it wasn't just the Ji family that destroyed the Gu family back then. The less news that comes out about Fengbo Pavilion, the better it can hide Gu Feng's strength, which is also very beneficial for his revenge. Revenge? Xiao Ran scoffed. Do you know what Gu Feng has done? According to reliable information I've received, not only did he kill Ji Kaiwa, but he also killed the young master of the Die Chamber of Commerce, Hinata Huanai, killed the elder of the Jianling Martial Alliance, and even killed Jun Wuxi of the Zhang Jun family. Any one of these forces could easily wipe out Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue was somewhat stunned. That day, she hadn't asked about the details of Fengbo Pavilion at Gu Feng's home and had no idea he had killed so many important figures. Suddenly, she panicked. The Die Chamber of Commerce, the Zhang Jun family, each one was a colossal entity. Once those people learned of Gu Feng's actions and came to settle accounts, then Gu Feng would surely be doomed. Father, how can you do this? Knowing that the news of Fengbo Pavilion leaking out will put Gu Feng in great danger, you still do this? No, I must see Gu Feng immediately and have him leave Jiangling at once. Now that the news was released, those powerful forces would surely take action, and there wouldn't be much time left for Gu Feng to escape. Don't even think about it, Xiao Ran said sternly. Hearing her father's resolute refusal, Xiao Qianxue knelt on the ground with a thud. Father, I beg you, Gu Feng once saved my life. Haven't you always taught your daughter to be grateful? You! Xiao Ran was furious. It's precisely because he saved your life that I turned a blind eye when you helped him. Who knew you would be so infatuated with him? Look at what you've become for a Gu Feng. You're out there spouting nonsense and kneeling in front of me. Is this still the Qianxue I know? I see that if I let you see that Gu Feng again, you might just elope with him. With that, she waved her sleeve and locked Xiao Qianxue away again. Li Gaoming cautiously said, Sir, if you do this, the young lady might hate you. Xiao Ran closed her eyes and remained silent for a while before saying, Let her hate me then. I can't let such an outstanding girl from my family get mixed up with a pile of filth in a gutter. I don't know what kind of love potion this Gu Feng has given Qianxue to make her so devoted to him, but it doesn't matter, Gu Feng won't live much longer. Give Qianxue 3 to 5 months, and she'll naturally be able to move on from this relationship. Late at night, Xiao Qianxue's room was opened, and Li Gaoming walked in with steaming hot food. Miss, you haven't eaten anything for a day. Please eat a little. Xiao Qianxue turned her head. Uncle Li, can you give me my phone? I want to call Gu Feng. At that moment, her face was haggard, and her eyes were red and swollen, not knowing how many tears she had silently shed. Li Gaoming sighed. Miss, please don't make it difficult for me. The master doesn't allow it. Xiao Qianxue fell silent, biting her thin lips, and tears streamed down her face again. Li Gaoming shook his head helplessly, placed the food on the table, and turned to leave. Time passed, and it was dusk the next day. Li Gaoming entered Xiao Qianxue's room again, and every meal he brought had not been touched. The room was dark, and with the light leaking in from the corridor, he saw a small figure curled up in the corner. Alas, miss, why do you do this to yourself? If you don't eat, your health will collapse. Xiao Qianxue looked up at Li Gaoming. After 2 days without food or water, her complexion was sickly pale, and her once rosy lips had lost all color. It seemed as if she would shatter at any moment. "Uncle Li, I beg you, take me to Gu Feng's villa, please," she weakly pleaded. Li Gaoming replied, "Miss, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the villa is filled with people arranged by the master. I can't take you out." Xiao Qianshua's beautiful eyes were filled with disappointment, showing no trace of spirit. At that moment, Li Gaoming added, "However, I can deliver a message for you." "Really?" Xiao Qianshua suddenly looked up. Li Gaoming smiled, "As long as you eat first, I will definitely deliver any message you want to send to Gu Feng." Without saying a word, Xiao Qianshua pulled over the food Li Gaoming had just brought. She devoured it hungrily. Li Gaoming felt a pang of heartache. It was the first time he had seen the young lady eat so anxiously. A meal that usually took half an hour to finish was now consumed in just a few minutes, leaving nothing behind. There were still grains of rice at the corner of her mouth. After swallowing the last bite with effort, Xiao Qianshua said, "Tell Gu Feng to leave Jiangling quickly. The Jun family likely already knows about Jun Wuxie being killed by him, and a thunderous attack is imminent. Also, tell him to stay alive. I will wait for him to marry me." Inside the villa, Gu Feng slowly opened his eyes. From the bloody massacre at the Su family yesterday to this evening, he had been refining pills. He reached into the Longshu Kaifeng Ding and pulled out a dozen small pills. These pills were called gathering chi pills. They were of no use to him, but they greatly benefited the strength of low-star masters. Unfortunately, although the Longshu Kaifeng Ding could refine pills, it was still a distance from a top-tier alchemy furnace, and the quality of the gathering chi pills produced was average. Fortunately, there were enough of them. He had taken so many medicinal materials from the Su family's secret chamber, and it wasn't for nothing. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Ning Yushi's voice came from outside. "Young master, I've prepared hot water for you, and the meal is ready. Would you like to eat first or take a bath? There's no rush for those things, come in first." When Ning Yushi entered, he opened his palm and smiled, asking, "Yushi, do you know what this is?" Ning Yushi stared for a moment, her eyes suddenly widening. This is a chi gathering pill. "Young master, did you refine this?" As a martial artist who had already entered the master realm, Ning Yushi had certainly heard of chi gathering pills and had even seen one at an auction. This thing, though only the size of a fingernail, was worth over 10 million yuan, and there was no market for it. After all, this kind of pill could directly enhance the strength of master-level warriors, and every time it appeared, countless martial artists would fight over it fiercely. "Come, eat all these chi gathering pills." Gu Feng instructed Ning Yushi to sit down in front of him. This is too much, such a precious thing." Ning Yushi's heart raced. For a martial artist, a single chi gathering pill was a rare treasure, and now the young master wanted her to eat more than a dozen at once. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, but she also felt she wasn't worthy of it. Gu Feng said, "No matter how precious a pill is, it's meant to be consumed. Besides, with you by my side, you will inevitably encounter danger. I don't want to come home one day and find you half dead." Ning Yushi felt warmth in her heart and stopped hesitating, taking the more than a dozen pills and directly putting them into her mouth. In no time, a violent energy began to wreak havoc within her body. The pain made her face turn pale. Her back was soon drenched in cold sweat. Although chi-gathering pills were good, one could only take one at a time, and at least half a month had to pass before taking another. For Ning Yushi to consume more than a dozen at once was simply unbearable for her body to handle that terrifying medicinal power. At that moment, the terrifying medicinal force surged like a raging storm, battering every inch of her skin. She felt as if she were about to be torn apart. But Ning Yushi was not worried at all. Because this was what the young master wanted her to take, how could he possibly harm her? Sure enough, she suddenly felt the young master's large hands resting on her lower abdomen, followed by a gentle breath entering her body. The storm calmed. Her limbs and bones began to crazily absorb the medicinal power. Breakthrough! 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 Ning Yushi's realm soared, and the aura emanating from her became increasingly powerful. After a long while, Ning Yushi opened her eyes. Feeling the immense energy within her, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Young master, this is incredible. I actually directly reached the mid-stage of a 4-star master. My goodness, this was the mid-stage of a 4-star master. In the past, she wouldn't have even dared to think about it. Gu Feng smiled and said, this is just the beginning. When I suppressed the medicinal power in your body earlier, I also helped you clear your meridians a bit. It will be much easier for you to cultivate in the future. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Li Gaoming had arrived. Upon seeing Gu Feng, he didn't engage in much small talk and simply said,
the Xiao family has withdrawn all resources and is no longer blocking news about Fingbo Pavilion. The Jun family from Shanghai and the Die Chamber of Commerce could come for your head at any time. The young lady is worried for your safety and hopes you can leave Jiangling as soon as possible.
Gu Feng was taken aback for a moment.
He had previously wondered why the network in Jiangling was so quiet after the incident at Fingbo Pavilion, and now he understood that Xiao Qianxue had put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. Seeing Gu Feng like this, Li Gaoming assumed he was considering where to escape and was about to mention Xiao Qianxue's second request. But he heard Gu Feng calmly say, "In this vast world, who could take my head? Go back and tell your young lady not to worry about me."
Li Gaoming sighed inwardly. Being young and impetuous is not necessarily a bad thing, but those who are arrogant and conceited will ultimately not last long.
He felt that Gu Feng was not far from his death, and since he had already delivered the message, how Gu Feng chose was not something he could interfere with.
"All right, I will convey every word to my young lady."
Li Gaoming turned to leave but was called back by Gu Feng.
"I noticed you seem to have more to say just now."
Li Gaoming thought for a moment and said, "I have arranged a good escape route for you. Since you won't be needing it, there's no point in mentioning it." After he left, Ning Yushi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Miss Xiao has put a lot of thought into the young master's affairs. She seemed to remember something and took out an item. "Young master, this afternoon while I was cleaning Jun Wuxie's plane, I found that it was equipped with a visible light camera, which recorded some footage.
Would you like to destroy it or?"
Gu Feng took the storage card from her hand, plugged it into the computer, and after watching for a while, he suddenly laughed.
"Why destroy it? Post it online."
This contained all the events that occurred after Jun Wuxie arrived at Fingbo Pavilion. Jun Wuxie's boastful words about his reckless behavior with Ji Kaiyue were also fully recorded. With this, Ji Kaiyue would be unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. It also saved him a lot of effort.
"All right,"
Ning Yushi said excitedly. "It just so happens that it also recorded the moment when the young master shot down the fighter jet. Humph, at that time, the whole of Jiangling will witness your unparalleled grace, young master."
"Unparalleled grace?"
Looking at Ning Yushi's flushed face from excitement, Gu Feng smiled helplessly. He didn't care about these things. Posting this video had another purpose. Nowadays, he was uncertain whether the Sun family had participated in the Gu family's massacre back then. By showcasing his strength in front of the world, he wanted to see if the Sun family would panic out of fear. With this thought, he immediately called Wen Yan, the head of the Patrol Domain Office, asking him to dispatch personnel to closely monitor the movements of the Sun family in the near future,
including the other two major families in Jiangling. If there were any signs of them fleeing Jiangling as a whole, they should notify him immediately.
After doing this, he took out a pill and handed it to Ning Yushi. "After dinner, take this to the Lin family and give it to Lin Ruochu." This pill was something he had casually refined while making a gathering energy pill, which could extend Lin Ruochu's lifespan by another 2 months.
After dinner, Ning Yushi took the pill to the Lin family.
However, as soon as she stepped into the hall, she froze for a moment, because she saw Zhong Dingxian. That wasn't the main issue, the key was that Wang Xuemei was chatting and laughing with Zhong Dingxian.
"And Wang," Ning Yushi called out from the doorway. Wang Xuemei hurried over. "Miss Ning, what brings you here?" "Just in time, I have some food ready. Have you eaten? Come sit down and have some."
Ning Yushi said expressionlessly, "I remember you said yesterday at the hospital that you wanted your daughter to break up with Zhong Dingxian.
What's going on now?"
Wang Xuemei, unfazed, replied, "Oh, about that, Dingxian has already said he will divorce his wife and then marry our Ruoma. He even said that when they get married, he will directly give 188 million as a betrothal gift and also provide a house."
"What he says, you believe?"
Ning Yushi said incredulously, "He has already deceived you once, don't you have any awareness? Oh, he has sworn an oath in front of me, what more do you want from him?
Besides, isn't Gu Feng here?"
With Gu Feng around, I doubt that kid Dingxian would dare to act recklessly. Ning Yushi's expression turned cold. "Our young master has already reminded you. If you insist on having dealings with someone named Zhong, then don't expect our young master to intervene when something goes wrong."
Upon hearing this, Wang Xuemei immediately became displeased. "Miss Ning, speak properly. What do you mean by our young master?"
"Our Lin family has known Gu Feng for just as long, if not longer than you.
Also, mind your own business. Are you feeling unbalanced because my daughter is about to marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix?
If you have the ability, then let Gu Feng marry you. If you don't, then don't be envious of others."
"You!"
Ning Yushi was furious. She tossed the pill into Lin Ruochu's arms. "Miss Lin, having a sister and a mother like this is truly pathetic." With that, she turned and left.
Wang Xuemei shouted, "Stop right there. How can you speak like that? You're so young, yet you're lecturing your elders?" Lin Ruochu sighed and remained silent. These past few days, she had worn herself out trying to persuade her sister to break up with Zhong Dingxian. Unexpectedly, not only had she failed to convince her sister, but her mother had already defected. She felt exhausted both physically and mentally. Not long after Ning Yushi left, Zhong Dingxian spoke up, "Ruoma, let's go for a walk. I have a few things I want to say to you." Lin Ruoma remained silent for a while before nodding. Just as they reached the door, the little dumpling suddenly rushed over. "I want to go too." "Little dumpling, can you stay at home? Mommy will be back soon," Lin Ruoma said, rubbing her little head. She regretted yelling at her daughter in the hospital yesterday. The little dumpling stubbornly shook her head. "No, I want to go with mommy. I'm afraid bad uncles will take mommy away, and I'm afraid mommy won't come back at night." Lin Ruoma's heart warmed. "Okay, I'll take the little dumpling with me." The little dumpling happily bounced twice and then shook her little fist at Zhong Dingxian. "Bad guy, if you dare to bully my mommy, I'll hit you." About half an hour later, the car stopped by the Qinhuai Lake. The 800 miles of Qinhuai Lake has a long shoreline, and the central area is occupied by numerous entertainment districts, bustling with people. However, as one moves towards the edges, the crowds thin out. At this moment, the car was in a secluded area. Just as Zhong Dingxian was about to get out, a phone call suddenly came in. He let the little dumpling and Lin Ruoma get out first before answering the call. "Young Master Zhong, the test results for Miss Lin Ruoma's white blood cell antigen matching, population reactive antibody testing, lymphocyte toxicity cross-matching, and over 20 other tests have come out. Would you like to come pick them up now, or how would you like to proceed?" After Lin Ruochu had her kidneys removed, Lin Ruoma wanted to give her a kidney transplant and had a test done. "I reviewed those tests before returning to the country. You just need to tell me if this test result differs from the last one." A few seconds later, the other side replied with 2 words, "No difference." Zhong Dingxian took a deep breath. "I understand." Just as he was about to hang up, the other side spoke again. "Additionally, there's something I think is necessary to tell you. Not many people know about Lin Ruoma's past, but I do, because she came to our hospital at that time. You've paid me so much money, so I'm kindly giving you a heads up. The reason she got divorced is because..." A long pause. Zhong Dingxian hung up the phone and got out of the car. "Ruoma, are you angry with me?" "No, I'm not," Lin Ruoma said, looking down. "Then why have you been so cold to me since we returned from the hospital yesterday? I admit, I lied to you, it was my fault, but I truly want to be with you. What I told Auntie was not a single word of falsehood. I will definitely divorce my wife. Please believe me." Lin Ruoma remained silent for a long time, not saying a word. Seeing this, Zhong Dingxian immediately knelt on one knee. "You know, 5 years ago I made a mistake and was publicly punished by Gu Feng, forcing me to leave Jiangling. After that, my family followed me overseas, but developing abroad is incredibly difficult. If I hadn't married that woman, my entire family might not have survived until today. However, in my heart, I have always had you, otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake 5 years ago. Today, 5 years later, my love for you remains unchanged. Rest assured, I will divorce that woman." He took out a ring. "This is a ring from Nyoyu, the largest jewelry store, limited to 200 pieces worldwide. Before I returned to the country, I put in a lot of effort to get it. Ruoma, would you like to wear it? The moment I saw this ring, I thought it really suits you." Lin Ruoma was somewhat moved. "Dingxian, I already have a child. Is it really worth it for you to do this?" Zhong Dingxian replied, "I told you long ago that I don't mind. Ruoma, I'm just afraid that my kind lies have hurt you." Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoma seemed to have made a certain decision and said, "Actually, the reason I've been cold to you these past few days is not because you lied to me, but because I also have things I've hidden from you. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't want to be with me anymore." She set the little one aside and continued, "However, Dingxian, your feelings for me make me both happy and anxious. If I don't tell you everything about me, my conscience will be tormented. In fact, You don't need to say anything, I already knew." Zhong Dingxian interrupted. What? Lin Ruoma looked at him in disbelief, unable to believe her ears. After a moment, she stammered, "You already knew, and you still want to be with me? Why not?" Zhong Dingxian shrugged. "It's not your fault. Besides, even though you haven't spoken to me these past few days, you've been doing your best to take me to the hospital for treatment. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to walk so soon. You're a good girl." As he spoke, he pulled Lin Ruoma into his arms. At that moment, Lin Ruoma felt as if everything was a dream. The moonlight was more beautiful than on any other night. But the next second, she suddenly felt a pain in her neck. She immediately fainted. The little one, standing at a distance, had been watching and rushed over when she saw her mother suddenly collapse. You bad person, what have you done to my mom?
As she spoke, she waved her little fists, trying to hit Zhong Dingxian.
Zhong Dingxian sneered, that's right, you're absolutely right. I'm a bad person. From the day I returned to Jiangling, Lin Ruoma was destined to have no place to be buried. Slap! He slapped the little one hard across the face, sending her flying. You little brat, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. You like to call me names, right? You like to have Gufeng investigate me, right?
The little one was dizzy from the hit, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Zhong Dingxian ignored her and carried the unconscious Lin Ruoma towards the car.
Where are you taking my mom?
The little one, suppressing her pain, ran over and hugged Zhong Dingxuan's leg.
Zhong Dingxuan's leg wasn't fully healed yet, and he winced in pain. He slapped the little one on the forehead. Didn't you say I'm a bad person?
I'm about to take your mom to a place where you'll never see her again.
The little dumpling choked back tears and said, I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. I won't say you're a bad person, will you let my mom go?
Zhong Dingxian sneered, that's not possible.
If I'm a bad person, then I must be one to the end.
Today, not only will your mother be taken away by me, but even you, little rascal, won't escape.
After knocking the little dumpling unconscious, Zhong Dingxuan's phone rang again.
I heard that Xiao Qianxue is also in Jiangling at this moment.
If possible, bring her over too.
Yes, Zhong Dingxian replied respectfully.
That night, a group of men in black stormed into the Xiao family villa, injuring many of the Xiao family's martial artists, and took Xiao Qianxue away under the cover of darkness. After that night, Zhong Dingxian disappeared from Jiangling, and no one knew where he had gone. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, news about Fengbo Pavilion was continuously exposed online, causing a stir throughout the city, with many related topics trending. Gufeng stormed into Fengbo Pavilion and killed multiple high-star masters. Feitian Society's leader Luozhen was killed by Gufeng with 2 punches.
The young master of Da Chamber of Commerce and Jun Wuxie from the Jun family both died at Gufeng's hands.
Numerous topics flooded Jiangling's internet, and although the posters spoke with conviction, a considerable portion of people scoffed at it.
Luozhen is a peak 5-star master, invincible below 6 stars.
Could Gufeng really kill him?
Some even say that the patrol domain saw Gufeng turn and run.
Hilarious, can't they come up with something more believable?
Not to mention Jun Wuxie is a peak 7-star master.
Gufeng simply doesn't have the strength to kill him.
Just based on his identity as the 3rd young master of the Jun family, even if Gufeng had 100 guts, would he dare to kill him?
You'd rather believe that Gufeng caused a ruckus in Fengbo Pavilion and walked away unscathed than believe I am Qin Shi Huan?
The doubts didn't last long, for a video suddenly emerged. The video recorded Jun Wuxie's frenzied remarks. It captured the ruthless gunfire of the Thunder Fighter. It showed Gufeng shooting down the fighter jet with a single sword strike. And there was the bloody scene of him stomping on Jun Wuxie's head. The entire Jiangling was left speechless by the mountain of corpses and sea of blood within Fengbo Pavilion. People were even more shocked by Gufeng's terrifying strength. Jun Wuxie, who had taken an explosive pill, had briefly entered the ranks of a 1-star grandmaster. Yet, before Gufeng, he was like an ant. In the Jun family of Zhonghai, the head of the Jun family, Jun Tiancheng, watched the video that was going viral in Jiangling, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing.
In just over a month, the Global Military Arms Conference would be held in Zhonghai.
To ensure the success of this conference, the higher-ups specifically requested the construction of a large venue, along with numerous supporting facilities.
The total investment for the project exceeded 20 billion.
As the top family in Zhonghai, and with Jun Tiancheng being a retired war god with significant connections in the military, the Jun family naturally got a share of the pie. During this time, the entire Jun family had been busy with the military arms conference venue, with no time to pay attention to other matters.
Jun Tiancheng was no exception.
Until today, when his subordinates hurriedly reported that his youngest son, Jun Wuxie, had gotten into trouble, he learned that Wuxie had stolen his fighter jet days ago. What shocked him even more was that his most pampered youngest son had actually died in Fengbo Pavilion,
and was stomped on the head by someone.
Gufeng, how dare you kill my son Wuxie? How dare you? A raging fire of fury burned wildly in his chest, and Jun Tiancheng's tiger-like eyes turned blood red. At this moment, Jun Tiancheng's second son, Jun Wuhui, said, "Father, I am willing to go to Jiangling and kill this scoundrel to avenge my third brother." The eldest son, Jun Wuyo, said, "Gufeng is powerful, if you go, you might not gain anything. Let me go instead." "You have no regrets," Jun Wuyo said, "it's just a down fighter jet." At that time, it was windy and snowy, and the Thunder Fighter had to lower its altitude and slow down. "With my 2-star Grandmaster strength, I could do the same."
Jun Tiancheng replied, "Let Wuyo go." Woyo is stronger and more stable than you. He then turned to Jun Woyo and said, Woyo, with your 3-star Grandmaster strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Gufeng. I'll allocate a batch of elite soldiers for you. Bring that scoundrel Gufeng back to Shanghai. How dare he kill my son, Jun Tiancheng? Death would be too lenient for him. A raging hatred ignited in Jun Tiancheng's eyes. Gufeng, if it weren't for the upcoming military weapons conference and my busy schedule, I would personally go to Jiangling and crush you to ashes. However, letting Woyo take action is just as good. When you are brought to Shanghai, I will make you regret being born. He then thought of something and said, this video, try to keep it under wraps in Shanghai. Wuxia accidentally killed so many civilians in Jiangling, it will ultimately have a negative impact. In Shanghai, at the headquarters of the Dai Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged beauty in a kimono watched the video repeatedly and suddenly spoke. Ita Sasaki, go and recall all the assassins we sent to Jiangling. Ita Sasaki was surprised. President Dai, what does this mean? Gufeng killed our 2 presidents in Jiangling. Are you not planning to take revenge? Hinata Dai sighed. It's not just their deaths. I just received news that my son, whom I haven't been able to contact for several days, also died at Gufeng's hands. Damn dragon country pigs. Ita Sasaki slammed his fist on the table. President Dai, I will personally go to Jiangling and bring you Gufeng's head. The 1-star Grandmaster assassins we sent may not be Gufeng's match. As for you, with the military weapons conference approaching, there are many matters in Shanghai that need your attention. Hinata Dai extended her jade hand and took out her phone. Never mind, I have my own arrangements. After Ita Sasaki left, she dialed a number. Jiangling Marquis, the Dai Chamber of Commerce asks you to kill someone. The Jiangling Marquis did not ask who to kill, only saying, Dai, asking me to kill someone is not cheap. Hinata Dai was silent for a moment and said, next year's Neon Goddess Festival, I invite you to attend. The Jiangling Marquis was secretly astonished. This condition was even more tempting than giving him $1 billion. Who is it that makes you go so far as to use the Goddess Festival entry qualification to kill? Hinata Dai lightly uttered 4 words, Jiangling, Gufeng. Good. The Jiangling Marquis laughed heartily. I agree to kill this boy for you, but due to the military weapons conference, I have already taken my troops away from Jiangling to train at Huqiu. The day my training ends will be the day Gufeng dies. While dark currents surged outside, at this moment, Gufeng was in the same room as Ji Kaiwei. Due to being implanted with the Joigu, Ji Kaiwei had gained limited freedom. She no longer needed to be bound by chains or ropes and could move freely within the villa. Gufeng even gave her a phone so she could check online content at any time. However, Ji Kaiwei didn't need it at all. She was afraid to see the unfavorable comments about her. A few wouldn't matter, but if there were overwhelming negativity, she would truly break down. Unfortunately, with Gufeng around, everything was out of her control. Gufeng raised his hand, and 5 silver needles shot into her body. Ji Kaiwei immediately stiffened, sitting on the bed. At this moment, not to mention standing up, she couldn't even blink. She tried to close her eyes several times, but it was futile. Ji Kaiwei, embarrassed and angry, exclaimed, Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Do you want to violate me? Are you going to be a beast? Gufeng said, Ji Kaiwei, are you a bit too angry too early? As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a social media platform. Several trending topics instantly caught his eye. Hashtag surprised, Ji Kaiwei actually did such a thing at Fengbo Pavilion. Hashtag Ji Kaiwei's nightly escapades at Fengbo Pavilion. The image she painstakingly built over 5 years collapsed overnight. He casually clicked on the comments section of the topic, and a flood of insults overwhelmed him. Damn, is this still the Ji madam I know? How could she engage in such lewd acts with Jun Wuxie, and right in front of the grave of Gu Renchang? You damn Ji Kaiwei, you've deceived me for 5 whole years. I really thought you were pure and innocent, but it turns out you're just a slut. Disgusting. 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 Can Ji Kaiwei just die already so I can go spit a couple of loogies on her grave? Don't. Since she's already a slut, can't I at least enjoy myself a bit before she dies? Why should it just be you enjoying? Can't we enjoy together? Excuse me, selling high-definition resources of Ji Kaiwei and Jun Wuxie, 51 copies, guaranteed authentic. Not only were there these trending searches, but on short video platforms, some local internet celebrities in Jiangling also began to ride this wave of traffic. Some were cursing Ji Kaiwei, others analyzing her motives, and some confidently claiming they had seen through Ji Kaiwei's lewd nature long ago, predicting her downfall. Each video had at least tens of thousands of comments. The most exaggerated was a certain internet celebrity who posted a video titled revealing the flirtations of Ji Kaiwei and Jun Wuxie at Fengbo Pavilion. It detailed the process of how Jun Wuxie and Ji Kaiwei met and got to know each other, even specifying when they were lewd at Fengbo Pavilion and what actions they took, all laid out clearly.
It was as if he were a tombstone inside Family.One Pavilion, having witnessed it all firsthand. The key was that many believed him.
The comments section was a chaotic mess. Damn, this made me feel something.
I have to say, Ji Kaiwei is indeed beautiful. Every lonely night, I lean on her photo to relieve myself. No wonder Jun Wuxie died so early. After all, being shy with a beauty like Ji Kaiwei could easily take 10 years off your life. I used to be afraid to say it, but now I can say it freely. Every year when I see Ji Kaiwei carrying a portrait to Family.One Pavilion, I wish I could crawl under her skirt. You see her, I see her legs.
Bro, you really know how to play.
When Gu Feng turned to look at Ji Kaiwei, he found her, he didn't know when, already in tears. Pearly tears streamed down her bright and beautiful cheeks.
One couldn't help but feel pity.
The image she had painstakingly crafted over 5 years had now collapsed with a bang. Although she had been mentally prepared, seeing it all unfold before her eyes, with each unbearable comment flooding her mind, Ji Kaiwei still couldn't accept it.
From now on, there would be no more Madame Ji and Jiangling, only the slut Ji Kaiwei.
After a long while, she slowly said, Xiao Feng, I regret it.
Regret killing my whole family?
No. Ji Kaiwei gritted her silver teeth. Back then, after I wiped out the Gu family, I shouldn't have let you go. 5 years ago, for my mother, I should have ground you to dust. Gu Feng smiled. No, if it were someone else, they might indeed have killed me directly, but you wouldn't, because you need me as a scapegoat.
If I weren't the demon coveting my stepmother's beauty, how would you have deceived the entire Jiangling and become the lofty, pure Madame Ji?
Ji Kaiwei was momentarily speechless. Indeed, from the moment she began planning to eliminate the Gu family, Gu Feng had become the scapegoat she had chosen. For this, she had often entered Gu Feng's room alone, even creating small misunderstandings in public. Before the Gu family was wiped out, some crazy rumors had already begun to circulate. Afterwards, with just a little manipulation, all the blame fell onto Gu Feng as if it were a natural consequence. After a while, Ji Kaiwei suddenly said, Xiaofeng, although I haven't taken action against Lin Ruochu, I know who took her kidneys.
If I tell you who it is, can you give me a straightforward answer?
There's no need for that, Gu Feng replied.
Why not?
Gu Feng initially wanted to say he would investigate, but changed his mind and said, because I already know who took her kidneys.
Ji Kaiwei was taken aback. You already know it was the young Marquis?
I underestimated you, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly.
Gu Feng's heart stirred. The young Marquis?
The Marquis of Jiangling has a son named Yin Jun, and people from Jiangling generally don't call him by his name, just referring to him as the young Marquis. Remembering the previous incident at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, where Tang Zi, before dying, uttered a Zhang character, he wondered if Tang Zi had dug out Lin Ruochu's kidneys to offer them to the young Marquis.
While he was pondering, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. Miss Ning, let me see Gu Feng quickly. My daughter is missing, Wang Xueme said anxiously. Since that night, after Lin Ruome and Zhong Dingxian left, they hadn't returned. Not only that, but even their phones were unreachable. Even with Wang Xueme's intelligence, she knew her eldest daughter was in trouble. Miss Ning, my daughter was likely taken away by someone with the surname Zhong.
Hurry and let Gu Feng use his connections to help find her.
Ning Yushi replied coldly, didn't you say you wanted me to mind my own business?
Wang Xueme lowered her head and said, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that.
I apologize.
Ning Yushi waved her hand, no, I can't accept your apology. Besides, your daughter might be living a luxurious life in the White Eagle Empire with Zhong Dingxian right now.
If I interfere, someone might say I'm envious. Wang Xueme grew impatient.
Oh, why are you so petty?
I've already apologized. What more do you want?
Of course, my daughter will live well in the White Eagle Empire, but that sly guy with the surname Zhong secretly took my daughter away.
I suspect he doesn't want to pay the betrothal gifts.
How about this, you quickly give Gu Feng a heads up, and once Zhong Dingxian is found and pays the betrothal gifts, I'll give you 100,000 or 80,000. In fact, she had already barged into the villa once, but unfortunately, she couldn't break through Ning Yushi's defenses. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wasting her breath with Ning Yushi.
Ning Yushi rolled her eyes. Do you think I care about your 100,000 or 80,000? Goodbye. You.
Wang Xueme was furious. I warn you, step aside immediately. You're not Gu Feng, you can't make decisions for him. I want to ask Gu Feng in person, and if he refuses to help me, then I'll leave. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice came from inside.
Auntie, please go back. Wang Xueme's gaze passed over Ning Yushi and landed on Gu Feng not far away. Gu Feng, you're here. That's great. Auntie has something to discuss with you.
Before she could finish, Gu Feng interrupted her. Auntie, Lin Ruome's situation has nothing to do with me.
Wang Xueme hesitated for a moment and said, Xiaofeng, I'm begging you, okay?
I'm not just afraid Zhong Dingxian won't pay the betrothal gifts, I'm scared that scoundrel will take my daughter to the White Eagle Empire and, once he's tired of her, just abandon her. You know how far away that is, my daughter will be left all alone, and I won't be able to help her. Gu Feng looked at her and coldly said, Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived with. I did everything I was supposed to do when I was at the hospital. Lin Ruomei didn't listen, and now being toyed with by Zhong Dingxian, she can only blame herself. He waved his hand. Yushi, see her out. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, my daughter is so beautiful, Dingxian might not abandon her. Even if he does, Ruoma can at least get something from the Zhong family. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Ruochu, preparing to leave. At this point, she couldn't possibly kneel and beg Gu Feng. But Lin Ruochu stood still, not moving. Mom, what time is it? Are you still fantasizing about Zhong Dingxian taking my sister to the White Eagle Empire for a good life? Didn't I tell you? That night, after my sister left with Zhong Dingxian, she sent me a message saying she would confess everything to him. Zhong Dingxian is not a good person to begin with, and now my sister has confessed her past to him. Do you think he will treat her well? Wang Xuemei suddenly felt uneasy. Maybe Dingxian likes this kind of thing? She still wanted to pull her younger daughter away, but Lin Ruochu shook off her hand and rushed in front of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you have to help my sister. Although I don't know why Zhong Dingxian suddenly took my sister away, it definitely isn't just for fun. Taking a deep breath, she continued, some things should have been kept secret for a lifetime, but now I must tell you, otherwise, you won't understand why my sister wants to be with Zhong Dingxian so badly. Wang Xuemei shouted, Lin Ruochu, are you crazy? Lin Ruochu shouted back, Mom, wake up. My sister is already in such a terrible situation, are you really planning to disregard her life for the sake of some pathetic face? As she spoke, her eyes were already red. Gu Feng, when you first came to Jiangling, I told you my sister got divorced, but I didn't tell you the reason. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, it's just that what happened 4 years ago is too shameful to speak of. 4 years ago, Lin Ruoma had just given birth to a little bundle. Lin Ruochu was just starting her first year of college. Lin Beishan's Lin Building Materials was still thriving. And Gu Qingning had just been rescued from the Ji family by Butler Qin not long ago, unable to leave Jiangling, forced to hide in the city. Ji Kaiwei was seizing the Gu family's inheritance while also searching the city for Gu Qingning. Lin Ruochu would always remember that day because, under her father Lin Beishan's meticulous arrangements, that night, Gu Qingning could leave Jiangling under the cover of darkness, ending her life of fear and uncertainty. She was particularly happy, even though she knew her father had already informed Gu Qingning of everything over the phone, she couldn't help but want to run over and share this joy with Gu Qingning in person. So much so that when Lin Beishan asked her to take several contracts to Lin Building Materials, she was too distracted and only let her sister Lin Ruoma go. Lin Ruoma was still nursing the newborn little bundle, but upon hearing her sister's request, she didn't decline. She just hurried a bit when delivering the contracts to Lin Building Materials. In her haste, she accidentally bumped into Yan Jun. After the Gu family collapsed, the once suppressed Jiangling Marquis' residence regained its former glory. The young Marquis, who had always been overshadowed by Gu Feng's charisma, became increasingly arrogant in Jiangling. When he was in a bad mood, he would randomly grab a few passers-by to torment in the Marquis' residence, not to mention that someone had the audacity to bump into his esteemed self at that moment. The next day, Lin Ruoma and her husband were taken into the Marquis' residence. Then, he spread the word that there were beauties to enjoy in the Marquis' residence, available for anyone to pick. That night, the candlelight flickered in the Marquis' residence, and 4 gentlemen, who were strangers to Lin Ruoma, took turns violating her in front of her husband. Struggling, crying out, resisting, all were in vain. Lin Ruoma was like a toy, wantonly played with by others. In the room, there were the earth-shattering laughs of men and the sobs of a girl. Lin Ruochu closed her eyes in pain, her voice trembling. I often think, if that day, it was me who went to deliver the contract instead of my sister, then perhaps I would be the one suffering, not my sister. Or maybe, such a thing would never have happened at all. She wiped away her tears. After that, my brother-in-law couldn't bear the mental torment and fled Jiangling alone, and has been missing ever since. My sister has also thought about ending her life several times, but she hesitated because of Tuanzi. For these past few years, my sister has kept her heart closed off, not getting close to anyone. Perhaps it was because of Zhong Dingxuan's appearance that gave her a glimmer of hope, which is why she was so willing to believe in him. But, Brother Gu Feng, the night before last, my sister just confessed to Zhong Dingxian, and then she disappeared, along with little Tuanzi. Zhong Dingxian must have ulterior motives. I beg you, help my sister this once, okay? Gu Feng was about to speak when suddenly footsteps were heard at the door.
It was Wen Yan, the head of the patrol domain, coming to visit. Gu Warden, the Zhong Dingxian you asked me to investigate. After several days of effort, I have dug up all his secrets. As he presented the organized information, he continued, since the Zhong family went to sea, their business has been poorly managed, and their family fell into decline. Later, with the help of his wife, they got involved in the trafficking of human organs, which allowed them to rise again. Before returning to the country, Zhong Dingxian had checked Lin Ruomao's kidney compatibility. His sudden return to Jianling is very likely to be aimed at harming Lin Ruomao. Upon hearing this, Wang Xueme, who had been indifferent just moments ago, collapsed onto the ground. How could this be? That scoundrel Zhong actually wants to take Ruomao's kidney? She suddenly realized something and rushed in front of Gu Feng like a madwoman. Xiao Feng, it's Auntie's fault. Auntie was bewitched. I should have listened to you and cut ties between Ruomao and Zhong Dingxian. But I just wanted her to have a better life. I never expected Zhong Dingxian to be so malicious. You must help Auntie, help Ruomao. She's already suffering so much. If she gets her kidney taken, Wang Xueme could no longer continue. Tears streamed down her face. This poor woman had only 2 daughters in her life. One daughter had her kidney taken, and the other had been defiled, and now she was about to face an even more tragic fate. At this moment, Lin Ruochu was already in tears, wanting to kneel and beg Gu Feng, but he blocked her. Gu Feng looked at Wen Yan. Zhong Dingxian might have escaped Jiangling 2 days ago. How much time do you need to track his location? Wen Yan hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say, but the Zhong family, in order to evade sanctions from various countries and to facilitate the harvesting of human organs, specifically bought a medical ship. Their medical ship roams the Ghost Sea all year round, which is international waters and not subject to any country's laws. If Zhong Dingxian has taken Lin Ruomao out of Jiangling, he will definitely take her to that medical ship. At this moment, Li Gaoming also arrived. Young Master Gu, there's something I need your help with. The night before last, a group of men in black kidnapped the young lady, and I was injured as well. Our investigation found that those people should be Zhong Dingxuan's subordinates, but now we have no idea where Zhong Dingxian has gone. Xiao Qianxue had been captured for 2 days, and the Xiao family had done everything they could, but to little avail. They couldn't even contact academician Huang Shuli. Li Gaoming had no choice but to come to Gu Feng, feeling that hope was slim, but he had to try. Gu Feng's expression was cold. It seemed that whether for Lin Ruoma or for Xiao Qianxue, he had to confront Zhong Dingxian. Gu Feng asked Ning Yushi to take care of Wang Xueme and her daughter, then piloted the helicopter straight into the sky. It headed directly for the Ghost Sea. Ghost Sea, Zhong family's medical ship. Lin Ruoma slowly regained consciousness. After being knocked unconscious by Zhong Dingxian that night, she was injected with anesthetics and only now regained awareness. What met her eyes was a steel deck. The salty sea breeze filled her nostrils. Enduring the pain all over her body, she got up and realized that all around her was an endless expanse of ocean. Where am I? She looked around in confusion, feeling a wave of panic. It wasn't until she saw that familiar figure that her heart calmed down a little. You're awake. Zhong Dingxian walked in front of Lin Ruoma, looking down at her from a height, then a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Welcome to my kingdom above the Ghost Sea. Lin Ruoma didn't understand what Zhong Dingxian was saying, only saying, Dingxian, hurry, take off the chains on my hands and feet, they're so uncomfortable. Zhong Dingxian, however, spoke meaningfully, these chains were put on you by me, and you want me to take them off? Lin Ruoma's eyes widened in shock, confused, why? Because soon, your kidneys will be removed and transplanted into another person. Zhong Dingxian took out a cigar, lit it, and took a couple of leisurely puffs. Lin Ruoma, you should feel lucky, after all, your kidneys will be transplanted to a very important person in the White Eagle Empire. Lin Ruoma finally understood, incredulously saying, Dingxian, what nonsense are you talking? Didn't you say you liked me? Didn't you buy me a globally limited edition ring? Damn it! Mentioning this made Zhong Dingxian furious, and without hesitation, he slapped Lin Ruoma's face. If I had known you had been with someone else, would I have wasted so much effort on you? I would have brought you straight to the Ghost Sea. He grabbed Lin Ruoma's hair. Honestly, because I didn't get you 5 years ago, I came back to Jiangling this time wanting to play with you first, and when I got bored, I would take you to the Ghost Sea. That damn doctor, when he told me about your past, I still held back my discomfort, thinking it was okay. After all, I do like married women. You being with someone else isn't a big deal. But do you know? The moment I held you in my arms, I really couldn't hold back. You have a stench on you, a smell that can't be washed away, the kind only whores have. It made me want to vomit my dinner from the night before. He seemed to recall that night when he held Lin Ruoma, and he retched again, some bitter liquid spilling onto the deck. Lin Ruoma closed her eyes in pain,
but large tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Every word Zhong Dingxian said pierced her heart like steel needles. Lin Ruoma, why don't you just die? Ha! Zhong Dingxian slapped her face again. You've been with old men too. Aren't you disgusted? Lin Ruoma stared fiercely at Zhong Dingxian. I may have been with old men, but how are you any different from them? Didn't you want to force me before? It's just a pity that Gu Feng intervened, preventing your scheme from succeeding. Zhong Dingxian, you've wanted me for so many years, but in the end, you're even worse than an old man. The old man knows my worth, but you don't. Tell me, what meaning does your life have? Why don't you just die? You damn it! Zhong Dingxian was furious, grabbing Lin Ruoma's head and smashing it hard against the deck. Bang! 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 Her head was bloodied. Blood seeped into the gaps of the deck. Lin Ruoma was struck to the point of dizziness, yet she clenched her jaw tightly, not uttering a word. That night at the Jianling Marquis' residence was a pain she would carry for a lifetime. It took her several years to slowly emerge from that darkness. She had thought that Zhong Dingxian could be entrusted with her heart. She had even planned to reveal her unbearable past to him. Even if he chose to leave, she would have no regrets. But unexpectedly, from the moment Zhong Dingxian approached her, he had never regarded her as a person. At this moment, she had resolved to die. A broken body like mine, quietly perishing above this dark sea, could be considered a form of liberation. But suddenly, Zhong Dingxian stopped. A sinister laugh echoed in her ears. Want to die? If you die now, your kidneys won't be fresh anymore. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky. An elderly man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles stepped out. Zhong Dingxian immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Dailuan, why have you only just arrived? I sent you a message yesterday morning asking you to come here as soon as possible. Slap. Dailuan struck Zhong Dingxian across the face. Dragon country pig, are you blaming me? Zhong Dingxian didn't dare to utter a word. No, I just urgently want to serve you, Mr. Dailuan. He knelt on the ground like a dog, bowing his head and pleading for Dailuan's forgiveness. He showed no anger at being struck by Dailuan. Dailuan Smith, a top physicist from the White Eagle Empire, had connections and resources that a small family like the Zhong family could not compare to. Zhong Dingxuan's wife came from the Wilson family of New Day, which operated a Lolita Island, catering to the pleasures of the powerful and wealthy. Dailuan Smith was one of them. However, due to his old age and excessive indulgence, his two kidneys were no longer functioning. Zhong Dingxian seized the opportunity to offer to find a suitable kidney source for Dailuan, allowing him to regain his former vigor. Dailuan readily agreed. After all, it wasn't a glorious matter, so the kidney transplant was arranged on a medical ship. At this moment, although Zhong Dingxian had been reprimanded, he felt particularly good. As long as he served this big shot in the scientific community well, the Zhong family could leverage his resources and connections to soar high. Given time, the name of the Zhong family would surely resonate across the skies of New Day. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Dailuan, besides a pair of good kidneys, I've also brought you Xiao Qianxue. Dailuan was taken aback. As a genius physicist from the Dragon Country, Xiao Qianxue was a prized student of academician Huang Shuli from the Dragon Capital Academy of Sciences, well known in the domestic academic community and even more so abroad. Dailuan, a seasoned lecher who had long frequented Lolita Island, had long coveted this beautiful and talented woman from the Dragon Country. Initially, he had only mentioned it casually, but he never expected Zhong Dingxian to actually bring her. Where is she? Take me to see her. In the wine cellar. As he spoke, Zhong Dingxian led Dailuan to the wine cellar. The door opened, and Xiao Qianxue's frail figure and stunning face came into Dailuan's view. Zhong Dingxian, you did quite well. Dailuan laughed heartily, then walked up to Xiao Qianxue and squatted down. Miss Xiao, you should recognize me, right? Xiao Qianxue was momentarily stunned. Dailuan was quite famous in the field of physics, having been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics several times. She not only recognized him but also admired him greatly. Mr. Dailuan, it's really you. Please save me. Zhong Dingxian has captured me and wants to send me to the White Eagle Empire. Dailuan reached out, stroking Xiao Qianxue's cheek, then leered. Did he not tell you that the reason he brought you to the White Eagle Empire is to prepare to give you to me? Xiao Qianxue was dumbfounded. You, what do you want to do? Dailuan said, Miss Xiao has made significant contributions to physics and has her own unique insights. I would very much like Miss Xiao to become my assistant in the laboratory. As he spoke, he squeezed Xiao Qianxue's hand. Moreover, Miss Xiao is so beautiful, she would be the perfect choice as my assistant in life as well. He couldn't help but admire her delicate little hand, enjoying the moment as he drew it toward his thigh. Slap! Xiao Qianxue suddenly pulled her hand away and slapped Dailuan's face. Mr. Dailuan, please have some self-respect. Dailuan did not get angry. Instead, he squinted his eyes, as if Xiao Qianshua's slap pleased him greatly. It has been a long time since anyone dared to hit me. Miss Xiao, I like your character. Dailuan leered and even began to take off his clothes. Xiao Qianshue was horrified. You, Mr. Dailuan, I have always respected you. I hope you do not do anything that would tarnish your image. She wanted to run, but she was bound by ropes and couldn't escape. Dailuan threw his shirt on the ground. Miss Xiao, soon you will respect me even more. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Xiao Qianshue. Tears streamed down Xiao Qianshue's face as she closed her eyes in despair. Was she really going to lose herself here? But after waiting for a long time, she did not feel Dailuan's violation. When she opened her eyes, she saw Dailuan's face contorted in pain. His kidneys had started hurting again, making it impossible for him to do anything. He licked his cracked lips. Miss Xiao, it seems you will have to wait until I get a kidney transplant before you can experience my greatness. But don't worry, it won't be long. With that, he turned and left. The door to the wine cellar closed, and Xiao Qianshue was engulfed in darkness. She silently shed tears. Suddenly, Gu Feng's face flashed through her mind, followed by a bitter smile. At this moment, she didn't even know where she was, and how could Gu Feng come to save her? Inside the operating room of the medical ship, everything was ready, and the surgery began. The doctor was about to administer anesthesia to Lin Ruoma when he was stopped by Zhong Dingxian. What anesthesia? Don't you know that anesthesia can damage the kidneys? Mr. Dailuan needs a perfectly healthy kidney. The doctor immediately put down the anesthetic. Zhong Dingxian looked at Lin Ruoma, who was tied to the bed, and said coldly, You wretched woman, you dared to provoke me just now, and I could have had your kidneys skinned alive. Why don't you beg me now? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let someone give you anesthesia? Lin Ruoma bit her silver teeth and remained silent. Zhong Dingxian clicked his tongue. Oh, you're quite tough, I admire that. Let me share some good news with you. Your daughter, Lu Xiaotuan, has been sold by me. The family that took her just lost their grandson and wants Lu Xiaotuan to be a ghost bride. You see, I can be a good person too. Although your daughter will die, at least she can get married before she does. Lin Ruoma's heart was wrenched painfully. 2 streams of blood tears slipped from her eyes. Endless regret consumed her. Why didn't I listen to Gu Feng? Now, even if I die, it's fine, but I've caused my daughter to meet such a tragic fate. Woo woo. Zhong Dingxian chuckled lightly. Speaking of Gu Feng, damn it, he left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to deal with him. But one day, I, Zhong Dingxian, will crush him to dust. Gu Feng, is that you? Lin Ruoma suddenly looked toward the door, murmuring softly. Zhong Dingxian wore a playful expression. Who are you trying to scare? This is Yu Hai. Can Gu Feng chase you here? Besides, I have experts everywhere to protect Mr. Dailuan's safety. I even specially rented a cruiser for escort. Even if Gu Feng really came, his final fate would only be to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Zhong Dingxian, you have already chosen the path of death. Zhong Dingxian turned sharply to look and saw Gu Feng's indifferent face. What the hell? How did this guy get on the ship? But soon, he calmed down. This was his territory. Gu Feng, you really have some guts, daring to venture into the dragon's lair. Little do you know, this is your burial ground. With his command, another door of the operating room was pushed open, and a dozen fierce-looking white martial artists surrounded Gu Feng. After all, this was a medical ship sailing in international waters, stained with countless blood. Therefore, the ship's hull and cabin had been specially designed, and a group of elite forces raised by the Zhong family was stationed on board year-round to deal with various emergencies. A tall white man stepped forward, speaking mockingly, Yellow-skinned pig, daring to act wild on the Zhong family's medical ship, die for me. Before the words even fell, a punch was already flying towards Gu Feng's face. Tiger roars and dragon chants. Zhong Dingxian laughed proudly. Gu Feng, I've heard some rumors these past few days that you killed the peak master of the 7 Star sect, Jun Wuxie. Tell me, if I bring you head to Jun Tiancheng, the head of the Jun family, how much benefit will he give me? Zhong Dingxian, how do you plan to take my head? Gu Feng didn't even look at the white man throwing a punch at him. Instead, he calmly stared at Zhong Dingxian. Zhong Dingxian stood with his hands behind his back, proudly saying, James is a peak 1-star grandmaster. I wonder if your head can withstand the might of a grandmaster's punch. As he spoke, James's fist was just inches away from Gu Feng's head. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Zhong Dingxian didn't even have time to see how Gu Feng made his move. James's body had already been sent flying, exploding into a mist of blood in midair. His pupils shook violently. What the hell? How is this possible? This is a 1-star grandmaster. Moreover, a peak 1-star grandmaster, practically invincible below the 2-star Grandmaster level.
And at this moment, he was actually killed by Gu Feng in an instant? Damn yellow-skinned pig, how dare you kill our comrade, you deserve to die.
Before Zhong Dingxian could give the order, a group of white martial artists angrily charged at Gu Feng. The overwhelming momentum they unleashed shook the instruments in the operating room, and the shadowless lights on the ceiling even shattered violently.
These dozen people were not ordinary characters. Lin Ruoma, with red eyes, shouted, "Gu Feng, run.
I'm not worth saving. It's all my own doing.
I just hope that after you leave, you can save my daughter. No matter what, she is innocent." Zhong Dingxian coldly said, "Run?" At this point, do you think Gu Feng can still escape?
These dozen people are all 1-star Grandmasters, working together to encircle him.
Even if Gu Feng is a 2-star Grandmaster, he will be crushed to pieces. However, just as he finished speaking, Gu Feng actually advanced instead of retreating, and before the dozen 1-star Grandmasters could get close, he had already charged into the crowd. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Boom boom boom. Both fists struck out. Tiger roars and the
blood mist splattered everywhere, and the sounds of wailing filled the operating room. The walls around were even covered in thick blood.
In less than a minute, all the dozen people met a tragic end.
Looking at the ground covered in severed limbs and blood, Zhong Dingxuan's scalp went numb, and his heart shattered. To train these 1-star Grandmasters, the Zhong family invested over $1 billion each year in this group. Any one of these people, if they set foot in Jianling, could turn the place upside down. And now, they had all died at Gu Feng's hands.
"You, what on earth are you, human or ghost?"
Zhong Dingxian was so scared that he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand why Gu Feng, who had not yet stepped into the martial arts world 5 years ago, had become so formidable now.
Gu Feng grinned savagely and said, "Whether I am human or ghost, you no longer need to know. You just need to know that soon, you will become a soul beneath my fist."
At that moment, a shadow darted out, swiftly grabbing the dazed Zhong Dingxian and fleeing towards the back door. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace.
Gu Feng chuckled lightly and did not pursue.
After all, On Bob had appeared behind him at some unknown time, a gleaming military knife in his hand. The knife was aimed straight at his back. In less than a second, it could pierce through Lin Ruoma, Xiao Qianxue, and Gu Feng's bodies. A cold smile crept across Bob's lips. "Yellow-skinned pig, I am ranked 50th on the dark web assassin leaderboard. Once I make my move, you have no chance of surviving."
"Is that so?" Gu Feng turned his head, speaking coldly.
"Humph."
Bob snorted coldly, thrusting the knife forward with force. "Unimpeded. You, an ant, dare to question my assassination skills?" Gu Feng revealed a strange smile. "Why don't you look down and see if your knife has actually pierced me?" Bob immediately looked down, and his pupils constricted. His knife, he realized, had somehow been reduced to just the handle. The blade had turned to dust. What shocked him even more was that he saw fragments of the knife still remaining in Gu Feng's hand. His face was filled with disbelief. You actually crushed my knife with your bare hands? My God, this is a military knife forged from dark iron.
A divine weapon, and now, it has been directly crushed by a yellow-skinned pig.
What kind of terrifying power is this? The guy in front of him was definitely a 3-star Grandmaster.
With no more will to fight, he turned into a shadow and fled into the distance.
"Run? Die for me."
Gu Feng casually flicked his wrist, and the 3,000 gene dragon whisker colorful phoenix cauldron flew out.
Boom!
In an instant, the cauldron collided with Bob's body. He didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Not only that, but the dragon whisker colorful phoenix cauldron also smashed a deep pit into the steel deck.
Bob a lot.
The strongest combat force on the Zhong family's medical ship possessed mid-level 2-star Grandmaster strength and ranked 50th on the dark web assassin leaderboard, with assassination skills that were extraordinary.
At this moment, dead.
Looking at the white soldiers who were dead beyond recovery, and then at Bob Alot, who had been turned into a meat pie by the dragon whisker colorful phoenix cauldron, Gu Feng stepped closer.
Zhong Dingxian knelt on the ground with a thud. "Brother Feng, what's the point of fighting and killing? Why not spare my life?
I can give you half of the Zhong family's wealth." At this moment, he felt parched.
This Gu Feng was too damn formidable.
He could only temporarily set aside his dignity in hopes of survival.
Just then, a buzzing sound echoed from above on the left side.
2 fighter jets circled above the medical ship, while on the left, a massive vessel was rapidly approaching the medical ship at a speed of 27 knots.
The cruiser, codenamed Lafayette, had arrived. The Lafayette cruiser was built 70 years ago.
It was 118 meters long, 13 meters wide, and had a full load displacement of 2,300 tons. Its maximum speed reached an astonishing 38 knots. It was equipped with two 4-gun single-mounted 127mm dual-purpose main guns, a 4-barreled Chicago Piano anti-aircraft gun, and 520mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft machine guns. It also carried a 5-tube 433mm torpedo launcher. These weapons were outdated by today's standards, but that was compared to new cruisers. Once unleashed upon a person, their terrifying power was self-evident. The Zhong family being able to rent such a cruiser also indirectly demonstrated their family's terrifying strength. A few minutes ago, the Lafayette cruiser was still dozens of nautical miles away from the medical ship. After receiving Zhong Dingshuan's distress signal, it dispatched helicopters for support while hastily making its way here. At this moment, the two main guns on the cruiser had already adjusted their angles, their dark muzzles aimed directly at Gu Feng's face. At the same time, two new fighter jets from the White Eagle Empire circled above the medical ship, their cannons extending from the fuselage aimed at Gu Feng. With just one command, fire would engulf everything above and below. The net was cast, and Gu Feng had nowhere to escape. Seeing this, Zhong Dingxian jumped up in a hurry and fled backward. At the same time, a thunderous laugh erupted from his mouth. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng, your time has come. But Gu Feng remained calm, intriguingly saying, Zhong Dingxian, are you not begging me to spare your life? I'll beg your mother. Zhong Dingxian cursed, you, a dying man, think you deserve my plea. As he spoke, he pulled out a satellite phone and shouted, fire! Fire! Kill Gu Feng! The cruiser and the fighter jets were about to act when, at that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Who the hell dares to fire? I will take their life. Zhong Dingxian turned around to see Dailuan Smith walking out of the cabin, holding a satellite phone that Zhong Dingxian had given him as a precaution. Upon hearing his command, the cruiser and the fighter jets all halted their actions. After all, Dailuan was a big shot in the scientific community of the White Eagle Empire. No one dared to offend him. Zhong Dingxian, impatient, said, Mr. Dailuan, what are you doing? This Gu Feng is a demon, if you don't kill him, he will kill us. Dailuan walked over, speaking lightly. At this moment, surrounded on all sides, even if Gu Feng is bold, does he dare to act? After a pause, he continued, and besides, don't you see those two women still on Gu Feng's back? If you fire, won't those two women die with him? How can I get a kidney transplant? How can I have Miss Xiao serve me? This. Zhong Dingxian was left speechless. Dailuan ignored him and confidently approached Gu Feng. Yellow-skinned pig, I admire your courage for daring to come alone to the abyss to rescue two women. Here's the deal, you put those two women aside, kneel before me, and bow in submission, and I can spare your life. He pinched his chin and added, not only that, but I will also allow you to stay by my side as my personal bodyguard. Rest assured, I won't treat you poorly, $100,000 a month. Of course, the premise is that you must absolutely obey my orders. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. If I tell you to kill someone from the dragon country, you must not even frown. Zhong Dingxian was taken aback. Mr. Dailuan, absolutely not. This Gu Feng is cunning and treacherous. Keeping him by your side will bring endless trouble. At this moment, Zhong Dingxian only wanted Gu Feng dead. Gu Feng's arrival today had caused him tremendous losses. If Gu Feng turned misfortune into fortune and ended up living a lavish life by Mr. Dailuan's side, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Slap. Dailuan slapped Zhong Dingxian across the face. What are you? I'm talking to my bodyguard, do you have the right to interrupt? Zhong Dingxian was so furious that he felt like grinding his back teeth to dust. However, he didn't dare to utter a word. Dailuan then turned to Gu Feng, smiling warmly, young man, what have you decided? Gu Feng replied, you mean you want me to be your dog? Dailuan was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on his face grew increasingly profound. That's right, I want you to be my dog. You should feel honored to be my Dailuan Smith's dog. After all, I am a top figure in the physics community of the White Eagle Empire. How many people dream of being my dog but have no opportunity? What if I refuse? Gu Feng asked. Darren shrugged his shoulders and said, young man, don't be ungrateful. Right now, you either get shot to death by countless artillery or you become my dog. I'm giving you a chance. Now, kneel at my feet, just like Zhong Dingxian did back then. Suddenly, Xiao Qianxue spoke from behind, Mr. Darren, didn't you want me to be your assistant? I agree, and I will be absolutely loyal to you in the future, but I have one condition. What condition? Let Gu Feng leave here, give him his freedom. As Darren said, Gu Feng was now surrounded on all sides. Fighter jets in the sky, cruisers on the sea. She knew Gu Feng was strong, but against these modern weapons, human strength was ultimately hard to contend with. She didn't want Gu Feng to die, nor did she want him to live in humiliation. Since Gu Feng was willing to risk his life and travel thousands of miles to the undersea to save her,
then she was also willing to sacrifice everything she cherished for Gu Feng. As long as I give this yellow-skinned pig his freedom, you are willing to be my assistant, and you will do whatever I ask? That's right. Xiao Qianxue nodded firmly. Good. Darren's eyes roamed over Xiao Qianxue, and he finally grinned lewdly. Yellow-skinned pig, I didn't expect you to be quite good at charming girls. An elite like Miss Xiao, renowned overseas, even I am captivated by her beauty and talent, which is why Zhong Dingxian captured her. I didn't expect she would actually be willing to give up her dignity for you. Let go of Miss Xiao and Miss Lin, and you can take your helicopter and leave. Xiao Qianxue's eyes were filled with tears as she choked out, Gu Feng, let me down. She knew very well that this farewell meant that although both she and Gu Feng could live, they would find it hard to meet again in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng not only did not let her down but instead chuckled lightly, Miss Xiao, I once had Li Gaoming send you a message, saying that in this vast world, no one can take my head. It seems you don't quite believe it. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his large hand suddenly reaching out. Puff! Darren felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he found that Gu Feng's hand was holding a beating heart. His heart had been ripped out. Gu Feng spoke coldly, Darren, you could have hidden in the cabin and survived, but unfortunately, you wanted me to be your dog. Do you know that not all people from the Dragon Kingdom are Zhong Dingxian, and not all of them you can provoke? As he spoke, Gu Feng's 5 fingers closed together. Darren Smith's heart was brutally crushed. No one expected that, faced with the threats of artillery and machine guns from above and below, Gu Feng would dare to strike Darren with lethal force. This Gu Feng had gone mad. Darren Smith, the top figure in the scientific community of the White Eagle Empire, had not only been nominated multiple times for the Nobel Prize in Physics but had also achieved significant accomplishments in various physics research. It could be said that the dominance of the White Eagle Empire in the chip and semiconductor industries had a part of his credit. But today, dead. When Darren Smith's body fell on the deck, standing on the cruiser Raphael, Major General Venus's blue pupils shrank wildly. Not just him, all the white officers and soldiers on the cruiser were stunned. That was Mr. Darren. He actually died so easily? And he died at the hands of a young person from the Dragon Kingdom. Was this Dragon Kingdom person insane? Had he lost his mind? Did he not know what Darren meant to the White Eagle Empire? Don't you know you are already surrounded? How could this Dragon Kingdom person? How dare he? Until the voice of Zhong Dingxian shouting fire came through the satellite phone, everyone finally woke up from their stupor. Major General Venus shouted, fire! With the fierce artillery of our White Eagle Empire, let's tear this madman from the Dragon Kingdom into pieces. As the words fell, 2 4-gun single-mounted 127mm main guns simultaneously opened fire on the Zhong family's medical ship. Shells whistled across the sea, crashing down onto the deck with a thunderous roar. At the same moment, 2 helicopters circling in the sky also opened fire. 628mm J-26A cannons, firing at a rate of 1,500 rounds per minute, crazily swept across the deck. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sound of explosions was deafening. The hull was subjected to the baptism of cannon fire, shaking violently. Countless bullets rained down on the deck, splattering steel debris everywhere. Gu Feng's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, he had jumped onto one of the helicopters. With a powerful grip, he reached for the rotor. Zzzzz. With a forceful tear, the massive rotor was ripped off. Sparks flew. Before the shells could rain down, Zhong Dingxian had already rushed into the cabin, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Feng. This idiot Gu Feng, even at death's door, still wants to show off. What the hell are you doing ripping off the rotor? You'd be better off getting into the plane and flying away, there might still be a chance to escape. With a cold smile, Gu Feng had already jumped onto another helicopter and ripped off another rotor. There were a total of 3 helicopters on the deck, and at this moment, both the one belonging to Dailuan and the one of the White Eagle Empire's soldiers had their rotors in Gu Feng's hands. As the energy surged in his palms, the 2 massive rotors spun rapidly. Seconds later, the blades of the rotors created countless afterimages in the air. The hair of Xiao Qianxue and Lin Ruomo was wildly whipped by the turbulent airflow, their clothes flapping loudly. Gu Feng leaped, dodging a hail of bullets, and stood atop the dragon-beard Kaifengding, gazing up at the 2 fighter jets in the sky. Watching this scene, Major General Venus frowned in the distance. What is that pig from the Dragon Kingdom doing? It seems he wants to use the 2 rotors to bring down the planes in the sky, his aide replied, but as soon as he finished speaking, he laughed. The other white soldiers also burst into laughter. That arrogant yellow-skinned pig, there's a limit to stupidity. Does he think he's Iron Man? I bet $100 he's just trying to strike a cool pose while waiting to die. The intelligence of the yellow-skinned pig is indeed concerning. When I get back,
I'm going to write a letter to the president to expel all the Dragon Kingdom ethnicities from our White Eagle Empire. Their presence will only pollute our White Eagle bloodline." Laughter filled the cruiser. But the next moment, two massive rotors flew out of Gu Feng's hands. Transforming into two streaks of light, they spiraled upward. In the blink of an eye, the rotors collided with the bodies of the fighter jets. Metal clashed. Sparks flew. The blades of the two rotors plunged straight into the throttle of the fighter jets. A torrent of oil poured down from the sky, and the two fighter jets belched thick black smoke. The next second, boom! A tremendous explosion echoed from the sky, shaking everyone's eardrums. The two invincible fighter jets of the White Eagle Empire exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless pieces of wreckage rained down from the sky, creating towering columns of water on the dark sea. It was an incredible sight. How is this possible? That pig from the Dragon Kingdom actually did it. Oh my god, what am I seeing? William, tell me this isn't real. Sir, I must be dreaming. How could the Dragon Kingdom people be this powerful? Chaos erupted on the deck of the cruiser, and the white soldiers would rather not have woken up at that moment than believe what their eyes were seeing. Major Venos shouted, "Shut up! Immediately unleash all firepower and tear this Dragon Kingdom person to pieces. This Dragon Kingdom person is too terrifying. He absolutely cannot be allowed to leave the Ghost Sea alive, or it will bring endless trouble to our White Eagle Empire in the future." Boom! 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 A new round of artillery fire surged forth. Not only were the main cannons bombarding the Zhong family's medical ship, but all available firearms were also pouring firepower onto the medical ship. Even torpedoes were deployed. One by one, torpedoes struck the bottom of the medical ship. Instantly, the medical ship was rocked back and forth, and a large amount of seawater began to seep in from the bottom. It wouldn't be long before the Zhong family's medical ship sank to the bottom of the Ghost Sea. Zhong Dingxian cursed into his satellite phone, "Major Venos, what are you doing? I'm still on the ship." Venos snorted coldly, "It's all because of you that Mr. Darren died without a clear reason. You bastard yellow-skinned pig deserve to sink in the Ghost Sea." Zhong Dingshuan's face turned ashen with anger, unsure of what to do, when a figure appeared before him. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? "Brother Feng, you." Before he could finish, Gu Feng grabbed him and dashed out, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he headed for his helicopter. Along the way, he didn't forget to retrieve the dragon-beard colorful phoenix ding into his spatial ring. Just as they approached the helicopter, a shell suddenly flew over, about to strike the helicopter's fuselage. If the shell hit the helicopter, no matter how strong Gu Feng was, he would fall today in the Ghost Sea. After all, he couldn't fly at the moment. The thought of bringing a group of people back to land from the Ghost Sea was nothing but a pipe dream. In a critical moment, Gu Feng's mind shifted, and he grasped the Nian Nu Jiao in his hand. He struck the back of the sword hard against the shell. A hidden dragon's roar echoed. The shell was instantly sent flying back, crashing onto the deck of the cruiser. Boom! The shell exploded with a thunderous sound. Before Venos could react, he was torn to pieces by the explosion. Venos George. This soon-to-retire naval major had a glorious military record and had frequently received orders from his superiors to lead fleets into the territorial waters of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, provoking them repeatedly. Today, dead. Venos's death threw the white soldiers into chaos. By the time everyone reacted, Gu Feng had already vanished into the clouds atop the helicopter. They could only angrily shout to the sky, firing countless shells into the air in a frenzy. On the helicopter, Gu Feng set the flight path and switched to autopilot mode before finally letting Lin Ruoma and Xiao Qianxue down from his back. The expressions of the two women were somewhat dazed, unable to believe that they had escaped the heavy encirclement and were now on their way back to Jiangling. Gu Feng passed by the two women and approached Zhong Dingxian. Just before boarding the plane, he had knocked Zhong Dingxian unconscious as a precaution. At this moment, several silver needles were swiftly inserted into Zhong Dingshuan's body. Before long, he slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Gu Feng's face, Zhong Dingxian was so frightened that he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Brother Feng, thank you for saving my life. From now on, I, Zhong Dingxian, will be your servant, willing to go through fire and water for you. Is that so? Gu Feng said, then tell me, where did you sell Lu Xiaotuan? Zhong Dingxian was taken aback. Earlier, he had been puzzled as to why Gu Feng wanted to save him, but now he suddenly realized that it was to learn Lu Xiaotuan's whereabouts from him. Did that mean if he told Gu Feng where Lu Xiaotuan was, he would die? With this thought, he spoke up, Brother Feng, I directly handed Lu Xiaotuan over to the traffickers. I don't know where she is now. Don't worry, once we get to Jiangling, I have a way to contact the traffickers. At that time, I will do everything I can to help you find Lu Xiaotuan.
For now, he could only think of ways to survive. As long as he was alive, he still had a chance to escape from Gu Feng's side. Unfortunately, his plans were good, but Gu Feng did not let him have his way. He directly pulled open the helicopter's cabin door and dragged Zhong Dingxian over. "Since you don't know Lu Xiaotuan's whereabouts, what use do I have for you?" Zhong Ding was lying on the ground, his head being pulled out of the cabin. The howling wind made his face tremble left and right. In his line of sight, there was an endless expanse of ocean. If he were thrown down from here, the outcome was needless to say. Zhong Dingxian was terrified. "Brother Feng, I'll tell you, I know where Lu Xiaotuan is." "Oh, let's hear it." Zhong Dingxian cautiously asked, "If I tell you, you won't throw me down, right?" "Of course not." Hearing Gu Feng's answer, Zhong Dingxian breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Xiaotuan was sold by me to a family in Wujia village in southern Shaanxi. That family plans to have Lu Xiaotuan marry their deceased grandson posthumously, but calculating the days, it will take another day or two. If Brother Feng goes now, you'll make it in time." "Very good." Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction, then dragged Zhong Dingxuan's entire body out of the cabin. At this moment, beneath Zhong Dingxuan's feet was the vast ocean. As long as Gu Feng let go, he would be left with nothing but bones. Zhong Dingxian was horrified. "Brother Feng, what do you mean? Didn't you say that as long as I told you Lu Xiaotuan's whereabouts, you wouldn't throw me down?" Gu Feng smiled. "Zhong Dingxian, why don't you take a look at the helicopter's propeller? Is it spinning fast? When it comes to killing, are the blades sharp?" Zhong Dingxian was taken aback, and before he could speak, his body suddenly lost weight and he was hurled straight towards the propeller. "Gu Feng, you devil! You won't have a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." The words were cut off abruptly. Zhong Dingxuan's body had already been ground into a pile of flesh by the spinning propeller. This young master of the Zhong family had wanted to force himself on Lin Ruoma 5 years ago, and 5 years later, he deliberately approached Lin Ruoma to seize her kidneys in exchange for the Zhong family's rise. Even the nation's pillar, Xiao Qianxue, was caught and intended to be offered to Dailuan Smith. But today, all dreams were like bubbles, dissipating over the vast, dark sea. And at this moment, that sea factory, stained with countless blood and sins, earning the Zhong family countless dollars every year, was slowly sinking into the deep sea. A few hours later, the helicopter landed at Yujinghouting, and Gu Feng took Xiao Qianxue to the Xiao family villa. When he saw his daughter appear safe and sound before him, Xiao Ran, who hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, had red eyes. "Qianxue, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again." Li Gaoming's eyes scanned Gu Feng back and forth, the astonishment in his gaze impossible to hide. He had previously gone to find Gu Feng, seeking the whereabouts of his young lady, a desperate move akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. Unexpectedly, in less than 8 hours, Gu Feng had brought her back safe and sound. He hurriedly said, "Master, it was Gu Feng who saved the young lady." Xiao Ran glanced at Gu Feng, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Li Gaoming did not notice the master's unusual demeanor and smiled at Gu Feng. "Young Master Gu, thanks to you this time. Come in for a cup of tea and tell us where Zhong Dingxian took the young lady and how you saved her." "No need for tea, it was just a small effort. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." With Lu Xiaotuan's life and death uncertain, how could Gu Feng waste time here? Xiao Qianxue watched Gu Feng's departing figure, lost in thought. Since that night when the people from Zhongdingxuan captured her, she had been living in constant fear, not knowing what fate awaited her. In her most desperate and helpless moments, that familiar figure appeared before her. He only said 3 words, "Miss Xiao," yet it stirred something deep within her heart. On the deck, he stood with his back to her. With one sword, he struck down the Major General, and with 2 oars, he fell into the starry river. Such charisma was simply dazzling. When Gu Feng's figure completely disappeared, Xiao Qianxue turned her gaze to Xiao Ran. "Father, Gu Feng saved my life again. You should agree to let me be with him now, right?" Xiao Ran snorted coldly. "Who said that saving a life means one must offer their body in return? Moreover, the reason Zhongdingxuan captured you is precisely because you offended him during the ceremony, isn't it? And you offended him because of Gu Feng. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Gu Feng, how could you have encountered this calamity? His saving you is only to be expected." "Father," Xiao Qianxue was a bit angry. "How can you say that? Zhongdingxuan captured me to offer me to Mr. Dailuan. It has nothing to do with Gu Feng," Xiao Ran coldly replied. "You are becoming more unreasonable. Dailuan is your most respected physicist. How can you slander him just to be with Gu Feng? Not to mention, Mr. Dailuan is highly esteemed and holds a transcendent position. How could Zhongdingxuan possibly know him, and how could he instruct Zhongdingxuan to do such dirty deeds?" Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Xiao Ran sighed and said earnestly, "Qianxue, Dad is doing this for your own good. Gu Feng is a dying man.
If you continue to entangle with him, there will be no good outcome. Xiao Qianxue opened her mouth, wanting to speak of Gu Feng's extraordinary presence on the ship, but she figured her father wouldn't believe it anyway. So she said, "Father, since you always think Gu Feng will die, why don't we make a bet? If Gu Feng is still alive in a month, you will no longer stop me from being with him. If you agree, then for this month, I won't see Gu Feng or have any contact with him." "Are you sure?" Xiao Ran's gaze was intense. "Gu Feng was able to rescue you from Zhongdingshuan, which shows his formidable strength, but the Jun family and the Die Chamber of Commerce are not something a small Zhong family can compare to." Xiao Qianxue replied, "Just say whether you want to bet or not." "Alright." Xiao Ran nodded, "As long as you don't contact Gu Feng or meet him for this month, as you said, if Gu Feng can survive for a month, I will no longer interfere with your relationship with him. It's a deal." A smile curved at the corners of Xiao Qianxue's mouth. The battle at the Abyss Sea had allowed her to glimpse Gu Feng's terrifying strength. Although she didn't know if Gu Feng was truly invincible, she believed that at least the Jun family and the Die Chamber of Commerce wouldn't take his life. When she turned back to the villa, her steps felt much lighter. At the same time, fatigue washed over her eyelids. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past 2 days. After returning to her room and sleeping soundly, when she woke up, the sky had completely darkened. "Uncle Li, how long have I slept?" Xiao Qianxue asked while washing up in the bathroom. Li Gaoming replied, 4 hours, miss. Dinner is ready." The dining table was set with a sumptuous meal, and Xiao Ran was nowhere to be found. Her father was a busy man, so it was normal for him not to be there. Xiao Qianxue didn't ask further. Her stomach was growling, so she sat down at the table and began her dinner. Li Gaoming thought for a moment and said to Xiao Qianxue, "Miss, there's something I must apologize to you for." "Go ahead." Li Gaoming said, "That day, you asked me to deliver a message to young Master Gu Feng. I only told him to leave Jiangling quickly, but I didn't convey the second message you asked me to." It's fine." Xiao Qianxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks. That day, she thought Gu Feng was going to escape from Jiangling, unsure of when they would meet again, which was why she had Li Gaoming convey such words. Looking back now, it seemed rather abrupt. After all, if one were to put it plainly, she and Gu Feng weren't even officially a couple. "When I have the chance in the future, I'll tell Gu Feng myself," Xiao Qianxue said softly. "A meal must be eaten bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. Let's start with a confession. By then, Gu Feng, will you agree to spend your life with me?" The corners of Xiao Qianxue's lips, tinted with a rosy hue, unconsciously curled into a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with longing for the future. At that moment, Li Gaoming asked, "By the way, miss, I noticed that young Master Gu Feng seemed hurried, as if he had something important to attend to." Xiao Qianxue naturally knew that Gu Feng was likely piloting a helicopter, rushing to Wujia village in southern Shanxi to rescue little Tuanzi. Southern Shanxi was a good 2,000 kilometers away from Jiangling. However, considering the helicopter's speed of 600 kilometers per hour, Gu Feng had probably already arrived at Wujia village by now. In the Kanjian mountains of southern Shanxi, a 3-story small villa in Wujia village was festooned with lights and decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. Red lanterns hung at the entrance, and many villagers were seated in the hall. Today, it was the wedding of old Master Wu Hao's grandson, with a grand banquet laid out. However, the 2 black lacquered coffins placed in front of the hall added a strange flavor to the celebratory ambience. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend my grandson's wedding. Please eat and drink first. The ceremony will officially begin in half an hour," Wu Hao said, turning to leave through the back door. In just a few steps, he entered a dilapidated thatched house. As he opened the door, a foul stench rushed out. A small, thin figure was chained at the limbs, curled up in the corner. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes tattered, and her body bore bruises of various colors, looking utterly miserable. This was Lu Tuanzi. After being captured and brought to Wujia village, she had been locked in this thatched house. It was needless to say that she couldn't even eat properly, even her bodily functions had to be done within this few square meters of space. In the past few days, she had lost count of how many times she had cried for help, her voice hoarse. But no one came to rescue her. Each time she shouted for help, it was met with a brutal whipping from Wu Hao. Now, she dared not cry out anymore. It hurt too much. For the past few hours, Lu Tuanzi had felt her head growing heavier. She had a fever, her forehead burning fiercely. It wasn't until the chains on her body clanked that she realized Wu Hao had arrived. "Little girl, I'm taking you out," Wu Hao said as he began to unlock the chains binding her limbs. Lu Tuanzi's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Grandpa, are you going to let me go?" "Don't worry, my family is wealthy, I can have my mother give you a lot." Before she could finish, Wu Hao interrupted her with a sinister smile. "No, you need to marry my grandson. Don't worry too much, I've prepared a fine coffin for you."
You'll be very comfortable lying in it. Lu Tuanzi's eyes widened in terror. Grandpa, no. I don't want to live in a coffin, I'm afraid. That's not up to you. Wu Hao snorted coldly, picking up Lu Tuanzi and striding toward the hall. In a fit of desperation, Lu Tuanzi bit down hard on Wu Hao's arm. Seizing the moment he winced in pain and loosened his grip, she broke free and, as soon as she hit the ground, scrambled to her feet and ran wildly toward the exit. Unfortunately, she had barely taken a few steps when Wu Hao caught up, kicking her in the back. Then, he rained down slaps on her. You little wretch, running away? I spent 200,000 to buy you, how dare you try to escape? He crouched down, grabbing Lu Xiaotuan's hair, and said with a fierce expression, tell me, are you still going to run? No, I won't run, Lu Xiaotuan said in fear. From now on, be honest with me. When we get to the wedding, if I tell you to bow, you bow, if I tell you to say something, you say it. Do you understand my words? I understand. Wu Hao said no more, taking Lu Xiaotuan all the way to the second floor, where he spoke to his wife. Give her a bath, make her clean and tidy. Since she's going to be my Wu family's granddaughter-in-law, she has to look pretty. Otherwise, when she gets to the underworld, my dear grandson might not like her. Wu Hao's wife, Feng Chulan, looked at him with disdain. You old fool, you made this little brat so dirty, covered in filth, and now you want me to wash her? Why don't you wash yourself? Shut up, hurry up, and wash her. I still have to go down and socialize with the villagers. After saying this, Wu Hao threw Lu Xiaotuan on the ground and turned to leave. Feng Chulan pinched her nose, trying to suppress her disgust as she carried Lu Xiaotuan into the room. But Lu Xiaotuan said, Auntie, I'm dirty, please don't touch me, I'll wash myself. You little brat, trying to be clever with me? You're still too young. Feng Chulan grabbed Lu Xiaotuan's hair and dragged her into the room. She roughly stripped Lu Xiaotuan of her clothes and tossed them into a wooden tub. Then, a basin of cold water was poured over her head. Do it yourself, I'll watch you wash. After Lu Xiaotuan finished washing, she sprayed a circle of perfume on her body, finally satisfied as she held Lu Xiaotuan in her arms. Come on, Auntie will dress you up nicely. I guarantee you'll look beautiful when you lie in the coffin later. Before long, a custom-made bright red wedding dress was put on Lu Xiaotuan, and her hair was adorned with small hairpieces. Feng Chulan looked left and right. Oh, no wonder you're a city girl, dressed up like this, you look quite charming. My grandson will definitely like it. But you have a bit too much bruising on your face. Wait, Auntie will get my treasured cosmetics and give you a good touch-up. While speaking, she put Lu Xiaotuan down and started rummaging around. After a while, she moved a stool to search through a leather suitcase on top of the wardrobe. Lu Xiaotuan's heart raced, and in a frenzy, she rushed in front of Feng Chulan and kicked the stool. Crash! The already old stool tipped over, and Feng Chulan's head hit the floor with a thud, instantly knocking her unconscious. Lu Xiaotuan trembled as she said, Auntie, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to be locked in a coffin. I want to go back and find my mom. As she spoke, she turned and ran away. Half an hour later, Feng Chulan woke up, looked around, and not seeing Lu Xiaotuan, she realized something was wrong and rushed downstairs. Old man, it's bad. That little brat has run away. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao exploded with rage. What the hell have you been doing? You can't even keep an eye on a child? Feng Chulan, feeling wronged, said, who knew that little brat had such a wicked mind? I kindly went to get cosmetics for her, and she actually tricked me. Wu Hao didn't want to waste any more time with her and turned to the villagers in the hall. Everyone, my granddaughter-in-law has run away, please help me find her. Since they were all from the same village, it was only natural to help. The villagers didn't hesitate and hurriedly left Wu Hao's house. Some started searching in the dark, while others ran home to call out the men and women in their families to help look. Before long, the hills of Canner Mountain were filled with people from Wu family village. They held torches, searching every inch of the area. Little girl, come out quickly, the grandson of the Hout family is very well behaved. There's nothing wrong with you marrying him. Child, stop hiding, I can see you. The shouts echoed continuously on Canner Mountain, forming a suffocating net. Hiding in a thicket, the little girl hugged her arms, shivering. Taking advantage of Feng Chulan's moment of unconsciousness, she had quietly made her way down the stairs. The villagers were all in the front hall, and no one was guarding the back door. She carefully slipped out the back door and then ran wildly. But this was deep in the mountains, not her hometown. She had no idea where to escape to, relying solely on her instincts. However, as she ran, she became exhausted. She hadn't eaten well or slept well, and now she had a fever, so she could only hide in the thicket. Mom, I miss you so much. Woo woo. The little girl cried, tears streaming down her face, choking back sobs. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the thicket. The little girl looked up and saw the face of a strange woman. Little friend, why are you hiding here? Lu Xiaotuan's scalp tingled, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Auntie, please help me. I've been kidnapped to the mountains. Can you take me out? Or let me call my family. I remember my mom's number, my aunt's number, my grandma's number. Oh dear. The middle-aged woman said with some difficulty, I don't have a phone on me. How about this, you come home with me first, and I promise not to let anyone else find you. Lu Xiaotuan was overjoyed. Thank you, Auntie, you are so kind. The middle-aged woman hugged the small Lu Xiaotuan and hurried away. When the two dark coffins in the hall came into Lu Xiaotuan's view, and when the old faces of Wu Hao and Feng Chunlan appeared before her, a wave of extreme fear surged from her heart into her limbs. With a trembling voice, she asked, Auntie, you said you would take me home. I trusted you so much. Why did you lie to me? Home? The middle-aged woman sneered. Old Wu Hao bought you. This is your home now. One sentence, like cold water, splashed onto Lu Xiaotuan's heart. At that moment, Lu Xiaotuan couldn't say Xiaotuan, with your big brother here, you won't die. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lu Xiaotuan felt the coffin shake, and the lid that was pressing down on her instantly vanished. A handsome face met her gaze. Big brother? Lu Xiaotuan asked, uncertain, am I already dead? Gu Feng reached out with a large hand and pulled her into his embrace. I told you, I'm here, you won't die. I know big brother is super powerful. Xiaotuan smiled sweetly at Gu Feng. Where did this little brat come from? Put her down. An angry roar suddenly erupted, and Feng Chunlan rolled up her sleeves and charged at Gu Feng, wanting to snatch Xiaotuan back, but she was stopped by Wu Hao. Although the young man in front of them looked thin, he and his elderly partner were both over 50, and in a fight, they might not be able to match him. It seems you are this little girl's relative? He asked. Gu Feng did not answer him but countered, the injuries on Lu Xiaotuan, were they all caused by you? Impossible, Wu Hao replied, when we found her, she was already like this. Oh, Gu Feng said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then what does it mean to put her in a coffin? Wu Hao began to fabricate a story without even a draft. This is our custom in southern Shaanxi, to put her in a coffin and pray to the shaman for blessings, it can heal her wounds. This little girl is quite pitiful, covered in injuries and running a fever. If we don't call the shaman, she might lose her life. Xiaotuan shouted angrily, Big brother, he's lying. It was him who captured me. They put me in the coffin to make me a ghost bride for their dead grandson. Feng Chunlan said discontentedly, little girl, how can you lie? We just brought you back today, saw you were dirty and smelly, and even specially gave you a bath to make you look pretty. Don't slander good people. You. Xiaotuan was so furious she felt like she might explode, but in her desperation, she didn't know what else to say. Alright, this girl has probably suffered too much in the past few days and is hallucinating, Wu Hao said, looking at Gu Feng. Little brother, you wait here for a moment, I'll have someone call the village chief over. Once it's confirmed that you are indeed this girl's relative, you can take her away. He then turned to Feng Qiulian, could you please run an errand? Although he said to call the village chief, he was actually signaling the villagers. Once the villagers of Wujia village arrived, this young man in front of them would be at their mercy. However, just as Feng Qiulian was about to leave, Gu Feng spoke up. Did I let you go? Hey! Young man, whether I go or not is none of your business. Feng Qiulian retorted sarcastically, but her feet did not stop. Slap! Gu Feng swiftly moved in front of Feng Qiulian and struck her with a backhand. Feng Qiulian was sent flying, her teeth shattered in an instant, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Are you even human, hitting a woman? Feng Qiulian was furious, getting up from the ground, wanting to grab Gu Feng's collar and throw a tantrum. But she suddenly heard Gu Feng say, you should be grateful I didn't kill you with one slap. His voice was soft, but his cold gaze made Feng Qiulian's scalp tingle, and her steps involuntarily halted. This rural woman had a premonition that if she dared to act recklessly again, he would truly kill her. Gu Feng approached Wu Hao and said coldly, kneel down and apologize to Lu Xiaotuan. I'll kneel to your mother. Wu Hao grabbed a hoe from the wall and swung it straight at Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng raised his hand and squeezed, the hoe snapping in two, while his other hand slammed down on Wu Hao's shoulder. Bang! The immense force caused Wu Hao to lose control of his body, collapsing directly in front of Gu Feng. Before Wu Hao could even scream in despair, Gu Feng pressed his head down and slammed it against the ground. In just a moment, blood was already gushing from Wu Hao's forehead. Grandfather, stop pressing. I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. Wu Hao shouted, fearing that if this continued, he would literally knock his own head off. Gu Feng paused his actions. Why do you want to do it yourself? What a stupid question, isn't it because you're being too rough? He thought this in his heart but said out loud, I captured this girl and wanted her to marry my grandson in a ghost marriage. When she cried for help, I even whipped her. I'm not human. I'm not human. Slap. Gu Feng swung his hand back and sent Wu Hao flying. You want Lu Xiaowan to die, now I want you to die. Isn't that fair? As he spoke, he strode towards Wu Hao, his large hand pressing down towards the top of his head. In an instant, Wu Hao was terrified to the point of losing his mind. This hand had crushed a hoe into 2 pieces with bare hands. If it landed on his head, his skull would surely be flattened immediately. He scrambled up and began banging his head on the ground. Grandfather, I was wrong. I won't dare again, please spare my worthless life. However, Gu Feng's large hand showed no signs of stopping. Seeing this, Wu Hao shouted again, little girl, I really know I was wrong. I'm old, my son is dead, and now my only grandson is dead too. I just wanted him to have a better life in the underworld. Please make your brother stop. Xiaowan shrank back, big brother. Maybe we should just let it go. Gu Feng paused for a moment, then remembered that Lu Xiaowan was still in his arms. It wasn't good for such a small child to witness a scene of murder. Lu Xiaowan then said, Big brother, you already taught this bad man a good lesson. I'm already very relieved, and killing is a bad thing, only bad people do that. Gu Feng rubbed her little head, Xiaowan, you're overthinking it. I was just scaring him, who told him to bully you like that? Lu Xiaowan smiled sweetly, I know, big brother is a good person. Then she turned to Wu Hao and said, Old grandpa, you can't do bad things anymore. Otherwise, there will definitely be retribution. Wu Hao repeatedly knocked his head, oh, I wouldn't dare. I swear to heaven, I will only do good deeds from now on. That's more like it. Xiaowan nodded and said to Gu Feng, Big brother, let's go. I really want to go home. Okay. Once they brought Lu Xiaowan outside, she suddenly remembered something and said, alright, big brother, there's also a big sister who was locked up with me. Please save her too. When I was beaten by the old grandpa, she helped block a lot of whips for me, and she chatted with me, telling me a lot of new things. Gu Feng responded with an and under Xiaowan's guidance, they quickly arrived at the thatched cottage. Inside, there was indeed another girl, about 20 years old, bound by iron chains. However, she had already fainted. Gu Feng broke the chains and inserted several silver needles into her body. Before long, Chen Luoshui woke up. When she saw Lu Xiaowan in front of her, she was momentarily stunned. Xiaowan, weren't you taken to marry a ghost? I thought. Lu Xiaowan pointed to Gu Feng beside her, it's big brother who came to save us. Only then did Chen Luoshui notice Gu Feng and her expression brightened. Great. We're finally saved. Are the people from the Xuanyu division outside? Gu Feng shook his head, I came alone. Ah. Chen Luoshui was taken aback and quickly said, then you must have a phone on you. Hurry and call the patrol domain office, then we can hide deep in the mountains. When the patrol domain office people arrive, we can safely leave Wujia village. She had thought that Gu Feng would follow her suggestion. However, unexpectedly, he replied, there's no need for that. I can take you out of Wujia village by myself. Lu Xiaowan waved her fist and said, right. You don't know, just now when the big brother was outside, he made that old grandpa cry like a baby, calling for his parents. It was so satisfying. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoshui couldn't help but smile wryly. Beating up an old man? Isn't that something anyone can do? She was well aware of the dangers of Wujia village. Before Xiaowan arrived, she had been captured and had even tried to escape once, only to be found by the other villagers and brought back, tied up. In such a poor and harsh place, there were hardly any good people in Wujia village. Just as she was thinking, Gu Feng said, let's go, I brought a helicopter. We can be up in a few minutes. As he spoke, he was already carrying Xiaowan and walking outside. A helicopter? That was acceptable. If it was fast enough, they could completely avoid those people. She hurried to keep up with Gu Feng. Sure enough, a few minutes later, she saw a helicopter. However, in front of the helicopter, there were quite a few villagers gathered. They clearly had never seen such a thing before, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Luoshui's heart sank. No, we can't go any further. Unfortunately, it was too late. The villagers had already spotted Gu Feng and her. A large group quickly surrounded them. Hey, aren't those the 2 girls that old man Wu brought back a few days ago? What's going on? The crowd gradually closed in on Gu Feng, their expressions unfriendly. Hey, you kid, you look unfamiliar. What are you doing in our Wujia village? Lu Xiaowan quickly explained, uncles and aunties, this is my brother. He came to save me and my big sister. We were both captured by an old grandpa and brought to the village. What do you mean captured? Weren't you bought? A rough-looking man coldly retorted. Lu Xiaowan couldn't quite understand, what's the difference? Anyway, big brother is taking us home, so please let us through. Ha! A cold laugh suddenly rang out, it was Feng Qiaolian. You were bought by old Wu Hao, so now you are all part of Wujia village. Unless old Wu Hao lets you go, you won't step out of Wujia village. A rugged man named Wu Dazhuang suddenly said, "Wife, what happened to your face? It's all red and swollen, and your teeth." Fang Qiaolian was about to answer when there was a commotion at the back of the crowd. Moments later, two figures appeared in front of Gu Feng and Xiaotuan. It was Wu Hao and his wife, Feng Chunlan. Xiaotuan's eyes lit up. "Grandpa, hurry and make these people move aside." "Move aside?" Wu Hao smiled sinisterly. "Little girl, do you know that any woman or child bought into our Wujia village is destined to live here for the rest of their lives?" "You!" Xiaotuan's face turned pale with anger. "How can you go back on your word? Didn't you just say you wanted to do good?" "I want to do good to your mother." Feng Chunlan cursed. "We spent 200,000 to buy you, just to match you with my grandson as a ghost bride. If we let you go, wouldn't my money be wasted?" Wu Hao's eyes were fixed on Gu Feng. "Kid, it's one thing to take this little girl away, but now you want to take my hard-earned little wife too? Do you know that I'm counting on her to give me another child? Since Suanzi died, Wu Hao has had no heirs under his knee. If he dies again, his lineage will be extinguished. Unfortunately, his wife is too old to bear children, so he had to buy another one. However, Chen Luoshui has sworn to resist since she arrived here. He had seen many such women in the village before, so he learned from others and locked her in a thatched hut. As long as he beat her for 10 days or half a month, she would naturally become obedient. Chen Luoshui gritted her teeth. "Master, I won't run away anymore." Wu Hao looked at Chen Luoshui with interest. Chen Luoshui continued, "Aren't you just trying to continue your lineage? I can bear children for you, as long as you let them go." These past few days, she had watched the little one suffer repeatedly, and her heart ached. She couldn't bear to see a little girl, only a few years old, lose her life for no reason. They were now trapped in a heavy siege and couldn't escape, so she quickly thought of a way to let Lu Xiaotuan leave. As for herself, she could only find an opportunity to end her own life. She would rather die than give birth to a child for an old man. Unexpectedly, the little one said, "Sister Luoshui, don't do this. I told you, Big Brother is very capable, he will definitely take us away from here." Gu Feng smiled. "Xiaotuan is right. Are you tired? Why not take a nap? When you wake up, we might already be home." As he spoke, Gu Feng's fingers gently tapped on the little one. Instantly, a wave of drowsiness surged up, and the little one closed her eyes. He. Wu Hao sneered, "Go home. This is their home. Kid, you dared to make me kneel just now. Now, kneel in front of me and give me 100 kowtows. As long as you kowtow sincerely, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go." Though he said this, he had no intention of letting Gu Feng off. This kid had some skills and even arrived by helicopter. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, the Wu family village would surely be restless in the future. Only if Gu Feng stayed in Wu family village could he feel at ease. Gu Feng glanced at him, saying meaningfully, "Wu Hao, I have clearly spared your life, but why do you insist on walking down the path to death?" Upon hearing this, Wu Hao laughed heartily and leaned his head toward Gu Feng. "What the hell are you bragging about? Come on, if you have the guts, kill me with one palm right now." Slap. Gu Feng struck back with a palm, hitting Wu Hao hard on the crown of his head. Wu Hao's headless corpse stood still for a moment before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Wu family village was deathly silent. No one expected Gu Feng to be so bold. With so many villagers surrounding him, he actually dared to kill. Was this guy out of his mind? Chen Luoshui's eyes widened in shock. Feng Chunlan was the first to react, shouting angrily, "You little brat, you have the guts to kill my husband." Gu Feng replied calmly, "Not only will Wu Hao die today, but you won't escape either." When he saw Lu Xiaotuan covered in injuries, Gu Feng had already harbored thoughts of killing. However, considering that Lu Xiaotuan was too young, he had restrained his murderous intent and only slightly taught the ignorant old couple a lesson. Who knew these two would be so ungrateful, having just escaped a calamity, and seeing the crowd, they would instantly change their faces. Then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He was about to strike Feng Chunlan dead. "What are you doing?" Chen Luoshui finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. "If you had knelt and kowtowed, you could have left here with Xiaotuan. Now, you've killed someone. Even if I am willing to sacrifice myself, I can't save you and Lu Xiaotuan." She looked at Lu Xiaotuan in Gu Feng's arms, unable to hold back her tears. "Sai, why are you so unwilling to let go of your pride? Is a man's dignity really that important? Before you act, at least think about Xiaotuan. She has suffered so much these past few days, and she was about to return to Jiangling, escaping from this sea of suffering, but you pushed her into the abyss again." Gu Feng said, "Do you think that if I kneel, they will let me and Lu Xiaotuan go? Aren't you being a bit too naive?" Chen Luoshui retorted, "So you think that by killing these two people, you can leave Wujia village?" At this moment, hundreds of villagers surrounded Gu Feng, and more villagers rushed over, gathering in greater numbers. 300, 700, 1,000, 2,000. The entrance of Wujia village was completely blocked. Not just here, but the entire Canner Mountain was filled with people. There were at least 2,000 of them. Chen Luoshui felt a bit desperate. Look, the mountains are full of people. Tell me how you plan to leave? Gu Feng chuckled lightly. It's simple, just kill my way out. Ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of maniacal laughter erupted, and Feng Chunlan glared at Gu Feng with a twisted expression. What are you pretending for? With so many people in Wujia village, a single spit from each of us could drown you. You still think you can kill your way out? You little brat, you don't think that by killing my old man, you become invincible, do you? Just wait, today I will not only crush you to ashes but also skin that little girl in your arms and turn her into a human puppet. Gu Feng kept one hand behind his back and spoke coldly. Feng Chunlan, do you think a bunch of good-for-nothings can kill me? A little bug that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth dares to say our Wujia village people are good-for-nothings? Do you know how our villagers came to be? Before Gu Feng could respond, Feng Chunlan proudly declared, it's not just because our villagers are surnamed Wu, but also because many of us have practiced martial arts for generations. She raised her arm and shouted, men of Wujia village, show this brat just how strong we are. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, countless imposing auras surged into the sky. Gu Feng sensed a bit. 690 Mingjing martial artists. 322 Anjing martial artists. 116 Huajing martial artists. 6 one-star masters. It seemed that Shanxi and Jiangling were indeed very different. In the villages around Jiangling, if 1 or 2 martial artists emerged, it would be a miracle. No wonder these people traffic women and children so recklessly, they had their backing. Seeing Gu Feng silent, Feng Chunlan assumed he was afraid and became even more smug. Brat, do you still think our Wujia village people are good for nothings? You can break a hoe with your bare hands. Any martial artist from Wujia village can do that. Saying this, she raised her arm again. Villagers, my old partner was brutally killed today, and I hope everyone can help and take this little beast down to ashes. Afterwards, I will spend all my wealth to buy drinks for everyone. At this moment, Fang Qiaolian, who had been silent, spoke up. To kill a bug, does it really require everyone to join in? My husband alone can turn him to ashes with a single palm. As she spoke, she walked over to Wu Dazhuang. Honey, weren't you just asking me why my face was swollen? It was this bug that did it. You must avenge me. Damn it, daring to hit my wife. Brat, today you've kicked a hardboard. Wu Dazhuang grinned as he strode towards Gu Feng. Originally, I just planned to slap you to death, but now, I will smash every bone in your body. As Gu Feng walked towards them, his aura surged higher and higher, reaching the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Looking at the burly Wu Dazhuang and then at the slender Gu Feng, Chen Luoshui sighed deeply. Do you now realize how foolish you are? Do you still think you can take the little dumpling and fight your way out? You're too arrogant. You're just a person from Jiangling, and you know nothing about southern Shanxi. The people there are fierce, and many villages are families of martial artists. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. I told you long ago to hide deep in the mountains with me, but you refused to listen. Now look what you've done. The little dumpling had a chance to return to Jianling, but your arrogance has gotten her killed. At this point, she had already closed her eyes, unwilling to witness Gu Feng being cruelly tormented by Wu Dazhuang. The next moment, she heard a crisp crack. Then came the heavy sound of a body falling to the ground. As expected, Gu Feng's scream did not come. Instead, there were gasps of shock and sounds of people inhaling sharply around her. What was happening? Didn't Wu Dazhuan say he would torture Gu Feng? Did he misjudge his strength and accidentally kill him with a single blow? She couldn't help but open her eyes. Then she saw Wu Dazhuang's corpse. This burly man had a fist-sized hole in his solid chest. He had been punched through. She looked at Gu Feng's hands and saw them stained with blood. You killed Wu Dazhuang with one punch? Chen Luoshui said, somewhat incredulously. However, Gu Feng did not respond to her. Under the cold moonlight, one of his hands was once again behind his back as he surveyed the villagers of the Wu family scattered across the mountains. Killing you is like killing a chicken. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of the way, or this time next year will be your Memorial Day. Facing the countless martial artists, he showed not a hint of fear. At that moment, Chen Luoshui's heart raced. Could it be that this guy really had the ability to kill all the martial artists in the area? But how was that possible? Kid, it's not like no one has come to our Wu family village looking for someone before, but you are the first to dare to kill here, and you even killed our Wu family martial artist. You truly don't know how to live. You killed just one Wu Dazhuan. What's there to be so arrogant about? Our Wu family village has thousands of martial artists. Killing you is like killing a chicken. A one-star master shouted angrily, "Everyone, charge together! Use their 3 heads to honor Wu Haot and Wu Dezhuang." After saying this, the one-star master took the lead, transforming into a streak of light, charging towards Gu Feng, Lu Xiaotuan, and Chen Luoshui. Thousands of martial artists followed closely behind. The mountains were filled with a sea of heads. The murderous intent soared to the sky, startling the grass and trees. Seeing this dense sea of people, Chen Luoshui felt her scalp tingle. She wanted to close her eyes, but inexplicably, her gaze fell on Gu Feng. This man who had flown all the way to Wu family village in a helicopter. Was he just bluffing, or could he really carve a bloody path under the siege of thousands of martial artists? Watching countless martial artists rushing towards him, a cruel smile appeared on Gu Feng's lips. "I came to southern Shanxi not wanting to kill, but since you all seek death, then I shall send you on your way." Gu Feng raised his hand and punched out into the air. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fist. In an instant, it shot out 10 meters away. More than a dozen bright energy martial artists had not even approached Gu Feng before they met their demise. They exploded into clouds of blood mist. Without pausing, Gu Feng unleashed a series of punches into the air. In just 3 seconds, he threw out 18 punches. The spiritual energy surged. The roar of tigers and the cry of dragons. Boom boom boom. The tragic screams echoed in the sky above Wu family village. One low-level martial artist after another exploded into clouds of blood mist. This is the release of vital energy. You are a master. A one-star master couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Feng sneered, "Now you know fear? Fear?" The one-star master shouted, "What nonsense are you talking? So what if you are a master? Vital energy can run out. With so many martial artists in our martial family village, we can exhaust your energy even if it takes time. By then, you will be nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." He then waved his hand, "Everyone, charge with all your might. He can't hold out much longer. Kill this dog master, and tonight, we will drink to the head of a master." The martial artists, who had been somewhat timid, suddenly surged with fighting spirit. The cries of battle rose again. Countless martial artists charged towards Gu Feng once more. "Ha ha ha." Gu Feng laughed loudly, "Drink to my head? In all of southern Shanxi, even the mountains bow to me. You dare to speak such wild words?" As he spoke, he unleashed another 18 punches. Each punch shook the mountains and seas. The sky was filled with blood mist, and the martial artists of Martial Family Village fell in droves. 900, 700, 400. When the number of martial artists dropped from over 1,000 to 400, everyone felt something was off. This guy from Jiangling had thrown who knows how many punches. Yet, he showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. On the contrary, his fists were getting faster. How much vital energy did he still have inside him? Finally, the one-star master who had just spoken couldn't help but say, "You are not a master, you are a grandmaster." Gu Feng threw another punch from afar, turning his body into blood mist. "When did I ever say I was a master?" Hiss. At that moment, everyone gasped. A grandmaster. This guy was actually a grandmaster. No wonder his vital energy was so overwhelming, as if it would never run out. This group of martial artists, the highest among them being a one-star master, were like ants before him. Trying to use a sea of people to kill a grandmaster was simply a fool's dream. At that moment, the remaining martial artists lost all fighting spirit. They turned and fled deep into the Canner Mountain. Gu Feng looked at the fleeing figures but did not pursue. Instead, he placed one hand behind his back. These people were all ants. He had no desire to kill them, but unfortunately, they insisted on seeking their own demise. However, while these people could live, one person had to die. His figure suddenly flashed and blocked the path of an escaping old woman. "Feng Chulan, where do you think you're running?" Feng Chulan was startled and fell to her knees with a thud. "Sir, I was wrong, sir, I'm old and won't live many more years. Please spare me and let this old lady have a way out." Gu Feng said, "Did you not just say you would grind me to dust and turn Lu Xiaotuan into a human pig?" Feng Chulan forced a smile. "Oh, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously, I promise to do more good deeds in the future, really. You might as well save those words for the underworld to tell King Yin." Seeing Gu Feng's palm coming towards her, Feng Chulan was so scared she wet herself, crying out in terror, "You can't kill me, I'm over 60, killing a defenseless old woman is not what a strong person would do." Gu Feng chuckled lightly, "You capturing a 4-year-old child to matchmake for your grandson is not something a mere person can do either." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm came crashing down. Feng Chulan didn't even have time to scream before she exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He looked down at Lu Xiaotuan in his arms. At this moment, Lu Xiaotuan's little face was flushed red. She had a high fever. Large beads of sweat mixed with sticky blood stains dotted her little face. "Let's go, big brother will take you home." Saying this, He took a step forward and walked towards the helicopter. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose. The thick blood mist was blown away, along with the sweat and blood on Lu Xiaotuan's face, and Gu Feng's dark coat fluttered in the wind, his tousled hair wildly dancing. Chen Luoxue stared blankly at Gu Feng's back, the shock and horror in her heart beyond words. She had never imagined that a person could be this strong. Over 1,000 martial artists. What an enormous force that was, yet in front of this man, even 1,000 martial artists found it hard to approach. More than 700 martial artists had died. Nearly 400 martial artists had fled in panic. If he wanted, it seemed that tonight, not a single martial artist from the Wu family village would be left alive. Xiaotuan had always said that Gu Feng was formidable, and Chen Luoxue thought it was just childish talk. Now she understood that what he said was not false. Just as her thoughts drifted, a voice cut through the blood mist and reached her ears. Don't waste time, come up. She looked up to see Gu Feng holding Xiaotuan, standing at the helicopter door, gazing at her from afar. His flowing hair, dark clothing, and handsome face reflected in Chen Luoxue's pupils under the moonlight. She suddenly felt a bit flushed. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Feng had already stepped into the helicopter. Chen Luoxue could only jog onto the plane. Once the helicopter took off, she softly said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were that strong earlier, I thought. Anyway, I'm really sorry, and after all I've said about you, you still want to take me home, thank you. Gu Feng glanced at her, you helped Lu Xiaotuan block the whip. So it's only right that I take you home. Where do you live? Chen Luoxue quickly replied, in Yangtze City, southern Shaanxi. You can drop me off anywhere in Yangtze City. Gu Feng nodded, set the route, switched the helicopter to autopilot mode, and then began to treat Lu Xiaotuan's injuries. Chen Luoxue remained silent, watching quietly. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed on a wide street in Yangtze City. At this point, Lu Xiaotuan's face was already flushed with health, clearly the fever had subsided. The bruises on her body had also mostly disappeared. This made Chen Luoxue click her tongue in amazement. Although Xiaotuan's injuries weren't severe, in just half an hour, it was hard to tell she had suffered at all. This medical skill was simply comparable to that of the renowned Dr. Gui in Yangtze City. Her eyes fell on Gu Feng, filled with curiosity. Not only was he unparalleled in martial arts, but his medical skills were also extraordinary. What kind of identity did this man from Jiangling have? What kind of past did he carry? While she was lost in thought, Gu Feng had already opened the cabin door. Chen Luoxue knew it was time for her to leave. At this moment, she felt a hint of reluctance. It wasn't anything else, she felt Gu Feng was too mysterious, and there was an impulse to stay by his side and explore all the secrets he held. But the thought quickly faded. After all, she had been missing for many days, and her family must be very worried about her now. She needed to hurry home to reassure them. Chen Luoxue thought for a moment and said, You saved me. Why not come to my house as a guest? I will host you with the highest courtesy, and I also want to repay you. What kind of reward do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you. No, I need to return to Jiangling. Gu Feng shook his head in refusal. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Luoxue's eyes. Then, can you tell me your name? Gu Feng replied indifferently, I am in Jiangling, you are in southern Shaanxi. If fate allows, we will meet again in the future. If not, knowing my name is of no use to you. Chen Luoxue stuck out her tongue. This man was truly heartless. After all they had been through together, he wouldn't even tell her his name. How infuriating. However, if he was heartless, she couldn't be ungrateful. She forced a smile and took off a delicate phoenix pendant from her neck. This is something my father has always wanted me to wear close to me. It's a treasure of the Chen family. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving me. After stuffing it into Gu Feng's hand, she jumped off the helicopter. At that moment, a thought struck her, and she shouted to Gu Feng, how about we add each other on WeChat? She did have a phone on her, but it had long since run out of battery and shut down. She had just charged it to full power on the helicopter. Afraid that Gu Feng would refuse, she hurriedly added, don't get me wrong, even though I've only known the little one for 2 days, we've been through a lot together. I want to keep in touch with her, and when I have the chance, I can send her some local specialties from southern Shaanxi. I could also go visit her in Jiangling. Just adding WeChat, Gu Feng nodded and took out his phone, but at that moment, Ning Yushi suddenly called. Gu Feng answered casually. Hello, Yushi. However, the voice on the other end was not Ning Yushi's but a strange male voice. Gu Feng, Ning Yushi is in my hands. If you want her to live, come to the Lu family's residence within an hour. If you exceed an hour, you will only see Ning Yushi's corpse. After saying that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Gu Feng's expression shifted unpredictably. Without even glancing at Chen Luoxue, he slammed the cabin door shut. Soon, the helicopter soared into the sky, disappearing above Yangtze City, leaving Chen Luoxue alone, disheveled in the wind. What? Are you sick? I just looked down to get my phone, and you ran away? If you don't want to add me, you could have just said so. You took out your phone, played a trick on me, and then flew away in a helicopter. What does that even mean? After complaining to herself for a while, she couldn't help but lower her head in frustration. Sigh, I really am a failure. I couldn't even get a name or WeChat. She hailed a taxi, and after about 10 minutes, she stood in front of a luxurious mansion. Soon, a middle-aged man rushed out of the mansion. This was Chen Luoshue's father, the head of the Chen family, Chen Bin. The moment he saw his daughter, tears streamed down his face as he pulled Chen Luoxue into his embrace. Luoxue, where have you been these past few days? I've turned southern Shaanxi upside down looking for you. Father, can we get something to eat first? I've been starving for days. Chen Bin quickly called for the servants. In no time, a table of delicious dishes was set on a dining table made of golden silk Nanmu wood. As Chen Luoxue devoured the food, she briefly recounted her experiences over the past few days. Chen Bin stroked his chin and said, So, you were saved by a grandmaster? Why didn't you invite him to our home as a guest? This is a life-saving grace. Chen Luoxue pouted, feeling quite wronged. I invited him, but he wouldn't come. Then she changed the subject. But don't worry, Dad, I already gave him a reward. The phoenix pendant you've always wanted me to wear. What? Chen Bin slammed the table. You, that is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. It is said to withstand a fatal blow from a transcendent master and has many other uses. You gave that away? Chen Luoshue's expression turned a bit awkward. Is it really that valuable? But didn't you say that since he saved my life, no matter how precious the item, it can't be more valuable than your daughter's life? Well, fine, Chen Bin said, if it was given, then it's given. If it can help us befriend a grandmaster, that would be a blessing for the Chen family. You have his contact information, right? No, I don't. Then what is his name? I don't know. Chen Bin's forehead throbbed with veins. If the person sitting in front of him wasn't his own daughter, he would have wanted to slap her twice. After all this time, you don't know anything. After holding it in for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask, you didn't ask anything at all? Alas. Chen Luoxue sighed softly. I asked everything, but he wouldn't tell me. Father, am I really useless? As she spoke, her little mouth pouted, on the verge of tears. At that moment, the old butler beside her spoke up to comfort her. Miss, please don't say such things. You are one of the 4 goddesses of Yangtze City, and countless young masters from wealthy families are vying to kiss your shoes. The main issue is that your current image is slightly lacking. If that boy saw your beauty, I bet he wouldn't need you to ask. He would rush to add you on WeChat. Chen Luoxue was taken aback and hurried to the dressing table to look in the mirror. She was shocked at what she saw. At that moment, she was dirty all over, her face a mix of bruises and dust, and her originally beautiful long hair hung over her shoulders like withered grass. No wonder. I thought, with my charm, how could I not even get a name out of him? So that's where the problem lies. Turn on the water, I want to take a shower. She shouted and dashed toward the bathroom. Just wait until I take a shower, dress up nicely, and stand in front of you. I don't believe you can still say no. You, boy, won't you be begging me to dinner? The kind that can't be chased away. But at the same time, there was a hint of anxiety in her heart. Jiangling, in southern Shaanxi, was 2,000 miles away. Was it really possible for her to see that man? In the hall, the old clock buzzed. The time had reached 2 o'clock in the morning. Reflecting on what his daughter had just said, Chen Bin's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. He had long heard about the trafficking of women and children in Wujia village, and in recent years, it had become increasingly rampant. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but who would have thought these people would dare to kidnap his own daughter? He called the butler over, his voice cold and sharp. Take people to Canner Mountain and wipe out Wujia village. On the plane. Gu Feng called back. Who are you? The voice on the other end replied with 3 words, Jun Wuyo. So it was someone from the Jun family. Gu Feng's expression turned a bit cold. I'm in southern Shaanxi right now. I can't get back in an hour. Southern Shaanxi, huh? You really ran far. I'll give you a few more hours, but every hour that passes, I'll slice a piece of flesh from Ning Yushi. Gu Feng fell silent, not speaking. Oh, your breathing sounds a bit heavy. Are you angry? Jun Wuyo laughed. Then I must think of a way to make you even angrier. How about this? Every time I slice off a piece of flesh, I'll send you a photo. Gu Feng took a deep breath. Just an inconsequential subordinate. Do you think I would care? If you don't care, then don't come, Jun Wuyo said. Anyway, every hour, I'll slice a piece of flesh from her and send it to you until the last piece is gone. I have plenty of time and patience, Gu Feng. Just watch closely and appreciate it.
this is my art, Jun Wooyo's art. From then on, every hour, Gu Feng would receive a photo on WeChat. Looking at the pale skin and the bright red bloodstains in the photos, Gu Feng could even imagine Ning Yushi's expression of pain. This woman. Just because he had once saved her unintentionally, she followed him wholeheartedly. She dropped out of school to walk the path of the rivers and lakes, thinking to gather strength and one day take revenge for him. After he returned to Jianling, she even knelt before Hongqi to plead for him. When Hongqi refused, she resolutely stood in front of him, using her life to prove her intentions. After that night, she followed him closely, diligently doing everything he asked. And now, the flesh on her body was being sliced off piece by Jun Wooyo, enduring unimaginable pain. Rage burned fiercely in Gu Feng's chest. His hands were clenched into fists, nearly crushing the airplane's control stick. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the pitch-black night. Jun Wooyo, I want you to have no place to be buried. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. A faint light appeared on the horizon. The Lu residence was eerily quiet. A man in a white suit sat in the hall, eyes closed in meditation. Apart from him, 28 men in black stood silently in the hall, like corpses. A heavy atmosphere made it hard for Song Chang, sitting in the corner, to breathe. At 1:30 in the morning, Lu Jiao suddenly called him, saying that the Jun family's young master, Jun Wooyo, had come to the Lu family with a group of people and had kidnapped Ning Yushi. Upon hearing the news, Song Chang rushed over. Although he was somewhat afraid of Jun Wooyo, he was more concerned about Lu Jiao's safety. Ah Chang, what time is it? Jun Wooyo suddenly asked. 6, exactly 6 o'clock. It's time again. Jun Wooyo stood up and walked towards the Lu family's basement. Before long, he arrived in front of Ning Yushi. At that moment, Ning Yushi was suspended in midair by 2 chains. Her face was extremely pale, and her fair calves were drenched in blood. Several pieces of flesh were already missing from her calves. Miss Ning, it's time for you to suffer again, Jun Wooyo said, his tone laced with a hint of pity. But his hands showed no hesitation. The sharp blade flashed, and another piece of calf flesh was cut off. He took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Gu Feng. Ning Yushi gritted her teeth, not letting out a single cry of pain. Her beautiful eyes coldly stared at Jun Wooyo, with a hint of mockery. Jun Wooyo, don't waste your effort. Gu Feng won't come. I'm just a nobody under him, and I've only known him for less than 10 days. How could he risk himself for me? Is that so? Jun Wooyo rested his chin on his fingers, but according to my investigation, you and Gu Feng have known each other for 6 years. Ning Yushi snorted coldly, then your investigative skills need improvement. 6 years ago, I did meet Gu Feng once, but we didn't even speak. It was only after he returned to Jianling and took down the Blood Alliance with an iron fist that I was chosen to do some menial work for him. To him, I'm just a dispensable pawn. If I die, he can easily find another, so rather than wasting your effort here, you might as well kill me now and face Gu Feng head-on. Jun Wooyo smiled meaningfully. Miss Ning, if Gu Feng really doesn't come, you might be very sad, right? Ning Yushi's delicate body involuntarily trembled slightly. She feigned calmness. What do I have to be sad about? I'm just a pawn. If I were him, I wouldn't come either. People say Gu Feng is cold-blooded and ruthless, a rare killing machine, but I know he has always treated those around him well, valuing loyalty and righteousness. At this point, he stood up and patted Ning Yushi's shoulder. So don't worry too much, he will come. Ning Yushi was exasperated. I worry about your mother. Which of your eyes saw me worrying? Jun Wooyo pondered for a moment, then went to a corner of the basement and picked up a board with steel nails. On the palm-sized wooden board, 12 3-centimeter-long steel nails stood upright. He returned to Ning Yushi's side, excitedly saying, Miss Ning, how about we play a game? If you are willing to insert your hand into these 12 steel nails, then even if Gu Feng comes, I will never kill him. Ning Yushi's face was cold. Do you think I would believe you? Jun Wooyo raised his hand. I swear on my father's reputation, Jun Tianchang, as long as you are willing to make sacrifices for Gu Feng, I will never kill him. Miss Ning, even if you don't trust me, can you not trust my father? He is a highly respected war god. Ning Yushi hesitated for a moment and said, unless you promise me not to use me to threaten Gu Feng. That's impossible. Jun Wooyo shook his head. Although it would be easy for me to kill Gu Feng, why would I need to act when I can win effortlessly? However, I can give you another promise. I will only disable one of Gu Feng's hands at most. Ning Yushi took a deep breath. Come on. Trading one of her hands for the young master's life was worth it. When Jun Wooyo placed the steel nails in front of her, Ning Yushi slowly closed her eyes. Gritting her silver teeth, her delicate jade hand struck fiercely at the tip of the glimmering steel nail. Put, put, put. 12 steel nails pierced through her jade hand simultaneously. Crimson blood gushed out. The piercing pain made Ning Yushi's body tremble uncontrollably, and her pretty face turned completely pale, devoid of any color.
Ha ha ha. Jun Wuyo laughed heartily. Interesting, truly interesting.
You are willing to go to such lengths for Gufeng, but I wonder what Gufeng would be willing to do for you later.
Ning Yushi's expression changed. Jun Wuyo, are you going back on your word?
No.
Jun Wuyo waved his hand.
Miss Ning, rest assured, Jun Wuyo, keep my word.
I will not kill Gufeng, and if he is sensible, I won't even cut off his arm.
Before Ning Yushi could breathe a sigh of relief, he changed his tone. However, there is something I think I need to tell you. I came to Jiangling with no intention of killing Gufeng. I will humiliate him thoroughly and then take him back to Shanghai, where my father will personally kill him.
Jun Wuyo's words struck Ning Yushi's heart like a heavy hammer. Her eyes turned red, glaring at him in anger. She roared, Jun Wuyo, you are playing me, I curse your mother. Ha, that's the expression. Interesting. Jun Wuyo laughed as he walked out of the basement. Song Chang could no longer hold back and approached. Young Master Wuyo, may I ask you a question? Jun Wuyo replied, old classmate, what do you want to ask? Ha! Song Chang was taken aback. When did we become classmates? It seems your memory isn't very good.
Jun Wuyo rubbed his forehead. 3 years ago, you studied equestrianism at Bishi Mountain Villa, and I was there too, in the same equestrian class.
So tell me, are we not classmates?
Song Chang scratched his head. 3 years ago, he indeed practiced equestrianism in the same class as Jun Wuyo, but he gave up after half a month, finding it too tiring, and they had spoken less than 5 times in total due to their vastly different statuses.
Does that count as being old classmates?
Jun Wuyo's voice rang out again. Alright, you've asked what you needed to ask, go prepare breakfast.
Song Chang's forehead twitched with veins. Damn, that's not what I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask why you came to the Lu family.
You can target Gufeng, but why come to the Lu family? However, he didn't dare to go against Jun Wuyo's words and could only walk dejectedly toward the kitchen.
Just then, footsteps came from upstairs. Lu Ajiao came down. Jun Wuyo said, Miss Lu, why are you up so early? I usually wake up early. Facing Jun Wuyo, Lu Ajiao felt a bit timid. His identity was indeed somewhat intimidating.
Jun Wuyo sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. You're lying.
According to my investigation, you usually sleep until 1 in the afternoon. Lu Ajiao was startled. I'm sorry, no need to apologize to me. It must have been my disturbance last night that startled you, causing you to have an uneasy sleep. Jun Wuyu raised his head, his enchanting eyes landing on Lu Ajiao. However, Miss Lu, do you know why I chose to bring Ning Yushi here instead of going elsewhere? I don't know. Lu Ajiao answered honestly.
Jun Wuyu smiled. I heard that your father and elder brother were brutally killed by Gufeng.
Is that true? Lu Ajiao nodded. Indeed, that is true.
Jun Wuyu said, so, I specifically chose the location of Gufeng's death to be at your home, allowing you to witness your enemy's demise with your own eyes.
In this way, it can be considered as avenging you. What do you think?
That would naturally be very good.
Lu Ajiao said with some confusion, but I don't understand, I have no acquaintance with young Master Jun, why are you being so kind to me? Jun Wuyu replied, did I not say?
I am an old classmate of A Chang, and you are the girl A Chang has been thinking about.
Your family was killed, so I should avenge you.
Lu Ajiao forced a smile, then thank you, young Master Jun.
I still have one thing I don't understand. What is the screen hanging on this wall for?
On the wall directly opposite the entrance of the Lu family hall, there hung a huge screen. This was something Jun Wuyu had ordered to be hung up as soon as he arrived at the Lu family.
This? Jun Wuyu said lightly, it's for live broadcasting.
Gufeng killed your family for no reason, and his methods were extremely cruel. I not only want him dead, but I want him to die in front of the entire people of Jiangling.
Lu Ajiao's heart trembled. Was Jun Wuyu making such a big deal out of this? At that moment, Jun Wuyu spoke again. Miss Lu, when facing the camera later, you must tell your story in detail, so that the people of Jiangling can understand what kind of monster Gufeng truly is. If you are avenging third brother, then just avenge him. Brother, why do you have to go through all these twists and turns?
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see a man in a brown suit striding in through the door.
Jun Wuyu frowned. Jun Wu Hui, what are you doing here? Indeed, the newcomer was the second son of the Jun family, Jun Wu Hui.
Jun Wu Hui smiled. Brother, I knew you wouldn't bring Gufeng back to Shanghai as father requested. After all, Gufeng is an unprecedented killing monster. If you kill this monster in front of all the people of Jiangling, your name will surely resound throughout the entire Jiangling.
Not only that, with the military conference approaching and all the big figures coming to Shanghai, with a little maneuvering, your name, Jun Wuyu, might even reach the ears of the national lord. Indeed. Jun Wuyu had deceived Ning Yishi. From the moment he arrived in Jiangling, he only intended to bring Gu Feng's corpse back to Zhonghai. Jun Wuyu said, "If I gain a good reputation, doesn't that mean the Jun family gains a good reputation? From your tone, it sounds as if I, Jun Wuyu, am playing some kind of scheme." "Oh." Jun Wuyu stepped in front of Jun Wuyu. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. If you want to kill Gu Feng in Jiangling, I wholeheartely support it. However, this reputation for eradicating evil must also include my share." Jun Wuyu. Before Jun Wuyu could respond, Jun Wuyu looked at Lue Jiao. "As for my third brother, he has killed too many innocent people in Jiangling. It wouldn't be appropriate to use his name for revenge, at least not for our Jun family. So, my brother found you. Later, when facing the camera, you should embellish Gu Feng's deeds, cry a little harder, and in short, make it as tragic and miserable as possible. Do you understand?" With Lue Jiao as a living example, plus Gu Feng's already tarnished reputation, I'm afraid the entire Jiangling is eager to see Gu Feng eliminated. When the time comes, it will be a natural thing for the Jun family to take action and kill Gu Feng. Not only that, but the glorious reputation will also fall entirely upon them. They will have avenged their grievances and gained fame, and with a little maneuvering, they might even attract the attention of high-ranking figures. It can be said to be killing three birds with one stone. Jun Wuyu's expression fluctuated. He did not expect that his thoughts had been completely seen through by his second brother. What infuriated him even more was that the other party had so bluntly revealed everything to Lue Jiao. Jun Wuyu, as the eldest son of the Jun family, was always careful not to expose his true intentions. He had both cunning and means. Unlike Jun Wuyu, who was as straightforward as a pig, he couldn't understand why his father always favored such a fool. At this moment, Jun Wuyu said, "Elder brother, I really don't understand why you like to keep things hidden. Isn't it better to be clear about your intentions? Do you think that if you tell Lue Jiao your true intentions, she will turn against you?" With a thud, Lue Jiao knelt down directly, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "Gentlemen, I, Lue Jiao, have an irreconcilable feud with Gu Feng. No matter what reason you have for wanting to kill him, he is my benefactor, and I will naturally do my utmost to help. Rest assured, I will perform well later." Jun Wuyu said expressionlessly, "Song Chang, use your Song family's resources to immediately spread the news throughout Jiangling, saying that the Jun family from Zhonghai has come to Jiangling to slay the demon Gu Feng." Song Chang, who had been listening for a long time, immediately perked up and nodded vigorously. He had long wanted to avenge Lue Jiao. However, Gu Feng's strength was too terrifying, and he could only think about it in his heart. Now, being able to contribute to the effort to kill Gu Feng excited him greatly. Jun Wuyu approached Lue Jiao and carefully examined her pretty face. Not bad looking, a tragic experience, a beautiful face. If you cry later, I fear the entire Jiangling will feel heartache. At 6:30 in the morning in Jiangling, many people were still curled up in their blankets, occasionally glancing at their phones to see how much longer they could stay in bed before work. However, when a message appeared on their phones, their sleepiness vanished without a trace. What? The Jun family is coming to Jiangling to take Gu Feng's head? And they will start a live broadcast for everyone to watch for free? What the hell, is this for real? Don't mess with me this early, I'm getting ready for work. Forget about work, you can skip it. Gu Feng's execution must be watched. Exactly, with a lousy salary of 3 to 5,000 and working over 10 hours a day, what's the point? This is a live broadcast of capturing the great demon Gu Feng. If you don't watch, your life will be in vain. You'll regret not watching. I'm already in the live room, not to mention Jun Xiao's charm. There really is a live room. Quickly report the room number. To kill Gu Feng, I must send 100 rockets in support. Jiangling, still in a sleepy haze, was stirred into a frenzy by this sudden news. The Jun family, one of the prominent families in Zhonghai, with a war god at the helm. Today, the Jun family takes action to eradicate evil. How could Gu Feng possibly escape death? Sorry, I'm sick and feeling a bit unwell, but I forced myself to write a chapter. I can't go on. This morning, whether at a breakfast shop, on the subway heading to work, or lying in a villa preparing to battle with a lover for another 300 rounds, everyone picked up their phones and entered the same live room. The title of the live room was, Eradicating Evil, Upholding Justice. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 200,000. In a short time, the live room had already attracted 200,000 viewers. Keep in mind, it was still not yet 7 in the morning. The barrage in the live stream was flying everywhere. A dance of a city, it got intense, and when I woke up, that devil Gu Feng was about to die. Rabbits only eat grass near their burrow, how lively. It turns out I'm not the only one in Jiangling wishing for Gu Feng's death, now I can rest easy. A leaf obscures the eye, I've already bought 1,000 firecrackers, and the moment Gu Feng's head hits the ground, I'll set them off. A dance of a city, count me in. I'm going to buy some right now.
Snow flies with the wind, this is really funny.
What if Gufeng doesn't die, but instead, the Jun family members do? A leaf obscures the eye, stop talking nonsense.
My Jun family's eldest and second young masters are a powerful duo, backed by countless elite soldiers.
How could they lose to Gufeng? How could they die in Jiangling?
What a ridiculous joke. A dance of a city, exactly, Gufeng is just a clown. I've heard others analyze it. That whole thing about shooting down a helicopter with one sword is all bullshit.
Young Master Wuyo could take him down in minutes.
The words of a leaf obscures the eye and a dance of a city resonated with countless people. In the live stream, countless barrages flew out in agreement.
The screen was filled with mockery and glee. It was as if they could already see Gufeng's miserable death.
Inside the Xiao family villa, Xiaoran looked at the barrage on the screen, a look of satisfaction on his face. Qianxue, it seems I'm not the only one who thinks Gufeng will die today, many share my view. Although the old war god of the Jun family isn't here today, I've heard that young masters Wuyo and Wuhui are both formidable, one a 3-star grandmaster, the other a 2-star grandmaster, not to mention they have so many experts with them.
Once Gufeng steps into the Lu residence today, he will undoubtedly die.
This morning, Xiaoran got up early, originally planning to go to the company, but then he saw the headline news on his phone. The Jun family arrives in Jiangling to capture and kill Gufeng. He didn't go to the company but immediately called his daughter to witness Gufeng's death.
Hearing her father's words, Xiao Qianxue merely smiled faintly. Father, Gufeng won't die.
You have no idea how strong he really is.
Oh, Xiaoran said, did Gufeng kill a 3-star grandmaster when he came to rescue you before? No, Xiao Qianxue answered honestly. Then where does your confidence come from?
In her beautiful eyes, there was a look of longing. If you had witnessed how he fights in person, you would naturally have this confidence.
He possesses an aura that looks down upon the world,
a demeanor that charges forward without hesitation.
As if,
where the heart desires, the body follows, and nothing is impossible.
How could such a person be defeated by the Jun family? However, Xiao Qianxue didn't want to say much to her father, as he wouldn't believe her anyway, so why waste breath? He. Xiaoran sneered, I've seen the video of Gufeng at the Family.One pavilion. He does have some strength, but unfortunately, it's not enough in front of Jun Wuyo.
Xiao Qianxue ignored her father and looked at the phone screen. The barrage was still crazily insulting Gufeng, while Jun Wuyo was being praised to the heavens, as if he had become the embodiment of justice.
Xiao Qianxue was very displeased.
Although she knew Gufeng wouldn't care about others' opinions, seeing these people so unrestrained still made her furious. Especially the Jun family, coming from a prestigious family, Xiao Qianxue naturally guessed the intention behind Jun Wuyo and the others starting the livestream.
He. Want to use my beloved as a stepping stone?
Not only will you die today, but your reputation will also be in tatters. With this thought, her delicate fingers danced on the screen, and soon, a barrage was edited and sent out. Snow flies with the wind, you are all too ridiculous.
Let's not even talk about Gufeng's character. When did the Jun family become the embodiment of justice? Have you all forgotten how Jun Wuxie suddenly went mad at the Family.One pavilion and ordered fighter jets to indiscriminately fire on the citizens of Jiangling?
Jun Wuxie has killed so many people in Jiangling, he deserves to die.
Gufeng killing him is truly acting on behalf of heaven.
The Jun family coming here to avenge Jun Wuxie clearly shows they are all cut from the same cloth. As soon as this comment appeared, the screen fell silent. Because in the video released by Gufeng, there was indeed a scene where Jun Wuxie ordered the Thunder fighter jets to shoot civilians.
The wind and wave pavilion almost instantly turned into a hell on earth.
And Gufeng, he crushed Jun Wuxie to death with a single kick.
So, does this mean Gufeng is the righteous one, while the Jun family is the evil one?
At that moment, a sobbing sound came from the screen.
Lu Ajiao began her performance.
Tears streamed down her beautiful eyes as she choked out her story. She had coincidentally met Gufeng at the airport and wanted to invite him to dinner, but was instead sent flying by a slap. Not only that, when she returned home that night, she found her father and elder brother tragically dead in their home. And the murderer was none other than Gufeng.
Everyone, I don't know what I did to offend Gufeng.
I was just having a quarrel with Song Chang and wanted to vent my anger, so I randomly pulled someone to say we should have dinner together.
I never dreamed that the person I pulled was Gufeng. I never expected that just because I delayed him a little, he would kill my entire family. I regret it so much, I really regret it. If I could turn back time, I would never provoke this demon. Woo.
She cried harder and harder, gasping for breath. Her tear-streaked face would make anyone's heart ache, not just men, but even women. At this moment, she choked out again, everyone, young Master Wuyo is not here to avenge his third brother. He knows very well that Jun Wuxie is deeply guilty and deserves to die.
But if Jun Wuxie deserves to die, does that mean Gu Feng should not die? He is unpredictable. When he is in a good mood, he slaps people a few times, and when he is in a bad mood, he wipes out entire families. A demon like this, shouldn't he die? Think about it. How many evil deeds has Gu Feng committed since he came to Jiangling? Even without mentioning the personal grudges between him and Ji Kaiwei, he is still guilty of heinous crimes. Her words immediately ignited the comments section. Poor girl, if I were her, I would have gone mad by now. So tragic, that damned Gu Feng deserves a terrible death. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Gu Feng relies on his mediocre skills to act recklessly, killing people like it's nothing, inciting the wrath of gods and men. I don't care what the third young master of the Jun family did. This has nothing to do with the rest of the Jun family. Exactly. What Jun Wuxie did has nothing to do with Jun Wuyo. As long as Jun Wuyo kills Gu Feng today, that will be eliminating a threat to the people, acting on behalf of heaven. That person just now, what was her name? Fei Xue? You better confess honestly, were you hired by Gu Feng's water army? How much did he pay you? If there's money to be made, let's all earn it together. You're willing to earn such dirty money? Are you crazy from being poor? If you can't afford to eat, just tell me. I'm the department manager of Tianyao Company. I can arrange a cleaning job for you, no problem. Looking at the barrage of comments, Xiao Qianshue's face turned pale with anger. Just as she was about to type a rebuttal, her delicate hand suddenly stopped, because a handsome young man was striding into the Lu family hall. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a striking appearance. A dark windbreaker billowed in the wind. Gu Feng. This was the unparalleled evil dragon that made the entire Jiangling tremble in fear, wishing to eliminate him at once. He had arrived. Just 2 minutes before Gu Feng entered the Lu residence. The time was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that Gu Feng had not yet appeared, Jun Wuyo planned to go to the basement again. The momentum had been built. If Gu Feng did not come to the Lu residence today, it would be a great pity. No matter how much he tortures Ning Yushi, he must force Gu Feng to come over. However, just as he lifted his foot, Luo Jiao walked over, wiping her tears as she said, "Young Master Jun, are you planning to go to the basement?" "That's right." Jun Wuyo nodded. Luo Jiao said, "Can I come with you? I am filled with hatred right now, but Gu Feng isn't coming. Since Ning Yushi is Gu Feng's subordinate, let me take it out on her." "Interesting." Jun Wuyo pinched his chin. "Can you really go through with it?" Luo Jiao's gaze was deep, the flames of hatred flickering up and down. "In the past, I might not have been able to do it, but ever since my father and elder brother died, there is nothing in this world that I am afraid to do." Jun Wuyo laughed heartily. "Good, then you go ahead." He handed Ning Yushi's phone to Luo Jiao. "After you're done, take a picture and send it to Gu Feng. Try to be as cruel as possible. You know, if you're not cruel, Gu Feng might just become a coward." Luo Jiao took the phone, tucked it into her bosom, and walked towards the basement. Watching her figure, a barely noticeable smile crept onto Jun Wuyo's lips. "Interesting, very interesting. Since you, Luo Jiao, are going to the basement, then let all of Ning Yushi's wounds be attributed to you. After all, you are blinded by hatred, and doing something so cruel, no one will say anything against you." As Luo Jiao's figure disappeared into the basement, Gu Feng, clad in a dark trench coat, entered the Lu family's hall. Originally, the number of people in the live stream had been hovering around 200,000. But with Gu Feng's arrival, the number suddenly skyrocketed. 290,000, 350,000, 420,000. In a short time, the number of people in the live stream surged to over 400,000. You can wake up laughing from a dream. Ha, this Gu Feng really dares to come, huh? Today, let you know how to write the word death. Ching Ching Iwu, don't say it, but this Gu Feng is actually quite handsome. If he hadn't done so many heinous things, I wouldn't mind letting him be my boyfriend. Fengqing Bu Yao Wang, clearly, he narrowly escaped death 5 years ago, yet he insists on returning to Jiangling to stir up trouble. Gu Feng, if you don't die, who will? My son Manhwa has the talent of an emperor. This time, justice will surely triumph over evil. The Jun family of Zhenghai will restore a bright world to Jiangling. Gu Feng, your time of death has come. Gu Feng, of course, was oblivious to these comments. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell on Jun Wuyo. Jun Wuyo, now that I am here, shouldn't you hand over my people? Jun Wuyo sneered. I don't think I've ever said that if you came here, I would release them, have I? Before Gu Feng could speak, Jun Wuyo's younger brother, Jun Wuwei, interjected. Gu Feng, you kill innocents and wrongfully slay the good. Today, you came to the Lu family, so kneel down and bow your head in repentance for Lu Jiang and Lu Chen. If you do so, our Jun family might still leave you with a whole corpse. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, his tone intriguing. How long has it been since Lu Jiang and Lu Chen died? They have become good people now? Who gave them that title? Impudent! shouted Song Chang, standing beside Jun Woyo. Gu Feng, you came to the Lu family to kill my future father-in-law and brother-in-law without reason, and you still have the nerve to argue? Kneel down immediately, or if young Master Jun gets angry, your blood will splatter 100 feet. Song Chang had waited too long for this moment. He was eager to see Gu Feng kneeling on the ground, confessing his sins, not for himself, but to seek justice for Lu Ajiao. However, Gu Feng didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on Jun Woyo, speaking each word deliberately. Jun Woyo, if you release Ning Yushi now, I will only kill you. But if you don't release her, everyone you brought today will die. The rabbit loves to eat the grass by its nest, reversing the heavens. This Gu Feng is simply reversing the heavens. It was the young master of the Jun family who surrounded you, not you surrounding the young master of the Jun family. Do you think you're a god, killing everyone with just a word? A leaf blinds the eye, who can't talk big? This Gu Feng thinks about showing off all day long. Later, when he gets beaten like a dead dog by a group of people, I'll see how he continues to act tough. A dance that captivates the city. Don't talk nonsense, there's no need for a group of people. Just my young Master Woyo can capture and kill Gu Feng alone. Of course, young Master Woyo is a 3-star Grandmaster. He only needs to make a slight move, and Gu Feng will be turned into minced meat. As the barrage of comments flew up, Jun Woyo finally spoke softly. Gu Feng, do you really think that by acting tyrannically in a small Jiangling, you are invincible in the world? Do you dare to speak arrogantly in front of me? Gu Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Jun Woyo, whether I'm speaking arrogantly or not, won't you know if you fight me fairly? It doesn't matter if it's just you or everyone present together. But shouldn't you let the people go first? Jun Woyo, threatening me with an innocent woman is not a skill. Only by defeating me in a fair fight can you make a name for yourself and shake the Jiangnan. Gu Feng spoke expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Ning Yushi still being in Jun Woyo's hands, he would have already acted and bloodied the entire Lu residence. Just as Jun Woyo was about to speak, a sneer suddenly rang out at the door. Innocent? You, Gu Feng, are an unparalleled killing demon. What good can your subordinates be? She follows you around, doing whatever she wants, aiding and abetting evil. Even if young Master Jun flays her alive, that would be mercy. Everyone looked up to see an elderly man in tang suit, around 60 years old, walking in. Following him were a dozen imposing martial artists. Gu Feng's gaze darkened slightly. Sun Laifu, I didn't expect you to come today. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Sun Laifu, the head of the Sun family. Does his arrival today mean that he was also involved in the Gu family massacre 5 years ago? Pleasant surprise? A martial artist behind Sun Laifu snorted coldly. Today, you will be buried in the Lu residence. What's there to be happy about? Gu Feng ignored him, his eyes fixed on Sun Laifu. Today is a matter between me and the Jun family, yet you, Sun Laifu, have come to meddle. It seems you want me dead. It looks like you can't escape the connection to the Gu family massacre back then. Indeed. The Sun family was also involved in the Gu family massacre back then, so after learning that the Su family was bloodily washed by Gu Feng, Sun Laifu had been living in anxiety and panic. The overall strength of the Sun family is not much different from that of the Su family. In recent days, Sun Laifu often woke up in the middle of the night from nightmares, living in fear, afraid that in the next moment, Gu Feng would appear at the door of the Sun family residence. However, perhaps due to the immense pressure, he unexpectedly broke through the shackles that had held him back for many years during his cultivation last night, leaping from the peak of a 1-star Grandmaster to a 2-star Grandmaster. Even more delightfully, the 7 1-star Grandmasters and 2 2-star Grandmasters he had hired at great expense arrived in Jiangling early this morning. In one night, 3 2-star Grandmasters gathered at the Sun family residence. The dark clouds that had been hovering over Sun Laifu's head for days vanished in an instant. He had already devised a plan to set a trap to capture and kill Gu Feng. With 3 2-star Grandmasters surrounding Gu Feng, how could this villain survive? However, before he could act, Jun Woyo had already arrived in Jiangling, aiming to take Gu Feng's head. After receiving the news, he immediately rushed over with his men. 5 years ago, the destruction of the Gu family bore the shadow of the Sun clan. Today, with the last remaining sprout of the Gu family tragically dead, how could the Sun clan stand by and watch? 5 years ago, by participating in the extermination of the Gu family, the Sun clan reaped immense benefits. Now, by taking part in the strangulation of Gu Feng, the Sun clan could gain an even greater reputation. Thoughts surged in his mind, but Sun Laifu said, Gu Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? The great fire that consumed the Gu family was caused by you alone. The whole of Jiangling knows this. Why must you act like a clown, splattering dirt on my head? His expression turned serious. Gu Feng, not only did you commit patricide and annihilate your clan 5 years ago, but today, you are also rampaging through Jiangling.
You caused a ruckus at the Fenghua Pavilion, stained the drunken flower tower with blood, and nearly wiped out the entire Su family. Each incident is simply too numerous to count. You stir up storms in Jiangling, and as a century-old family, how can my Sun clan allow you to continue wreaking havoc? Today, young Master Wuyo is acting on behalf of justice, and my Sun clan will lend him a hand to crush you, this demon, into ashes. Sun Laifu's impassioned speech drew cheers from the audience. Suddenly, Gu Feng spoke up. Sun Laifu, do you want to call home right now? Sun Laifu was baffled. What do I need to call for? Considering you came here to meet your end today, I'll give you a minute to leave a last word. Sun Laifu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng, I have 18 people behind me, all grandmasters. You're about to die, and you want me to leave a last word? What madness is this? As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous aura erupted from the many martial artists behind Sun Laifu. 8 early-stage 1-star grandmasters, 5 mid-stage 1-star grandmasters, 3 peak 1-star grandmasters, 2 early-stage 2-star grandmasters. At this moment, a powerful aura also erupted from Sun Laifu. 1 more 2-star grandmaster added to the ranks. Jun Wuyo glanced at him and said, "Not bad, Sun Laifu. I saw you last year in Shanghai. At that time, you were still a peak 1-star grandmaster. I thought you would remain at that level for life, but unexpectedly, at over 60, you've advanced to a 2-star grandmaster." Sun Laifu cupped his fists towards Jun Wuyo, humbly saying, "Just lucky, just lucky." He then turned to Gu Feng, a smug look on his face. "Gu Feng, do you know that today, even without young Master Wuyo lifting a finger, my Sun clan alone could turn you to ashes? Now tell me, who needs to leave a last word, you or me?" 10 seconds, Gu Feng said calmly. "What?" Gu Feng glanced at him. "You have 10 seconds to leave a last word." Sun Laifu was furious. "You ignorant fool. Gushan, Zhang Xing'an, you 2-star grandmasters, come with me to break this brat's limbs, and leave his head for young Master Wuyo." Jun Wuyo said, "Sun Laifu, let your people join in." Sun Laifu laughed heartily. "Young Master Wuyo, there's no need for that. I'm afraid there are too many people, and if we're not careful, we might accidentally kill this kid. His life should be left for you to take." Before Jun Wuyo could respond, he shouted, "Attack!" Upon hearing this, the 2-star grandmasters stepped forward without hesitation, their overwhelming aura pressing down. The air buzzed, and even the tables and chairs in the hall began to tremble. Sun Laifu took the lead, his fist carrying the might of a 2-star grandmaster, fiercely striking towards Gu Feng's shoulder. The roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were all stirred with excitement. Truly, a 2-star grandmaster, with a single move, unleashed a storm. If one person had such power, what would it be like for 3 to join forces? At this moment, it need not be said that the 3 only wanted to break Gu Feng's limbs. Even if they wanted him dead, it would be as easy as pie. However, faced with the encirclement of 3 men, Gu Feng stood still, like a statue. "Gu Feng, weren't you just going crazy? Why aren't you going crazy now? What's the matter? Surrounded by the 3 of us, do you know you can't escape the fate of being crippled, so you don't even try to dodge?" Sun Laifu spoke, his fists brimming with energy, both in might and speed, increasing by 3-fold. In an instant, he was just inches away from Gu Feng's shoulder. "A mayfly shaking a tree, why should I dodge?" Gu Feng chuckled lightly, his large hand suddenly reaching out. As he caught Sun Laifeng's fist, his 5 fingers closed in. Boom! A violent wave of energy swept through. Sun Laifeng's fist not only crushed instantly, but his entire right arm also shattered inch by inch. "Ah!" Sun Laifeng's shrill scream echoed throughout the hall. Gushan and Zhang Xing'an exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. Gu Feng was stronger than they had imagined. The 2 dared not be careless, no longer using their fists. One drew a giant sword from his back, while the other unsheathed a long knife from his waist. The blade glimmered as it slashed toward Gu Feng's left shoulder. The sword's light surged, stabbing toward Gu Feng's right leg. The 2 moved like thunder, as fast as lightning, their figures darting through the air, creating countless gusts of wind. Gu Feng's left hand feigned a grip, sending Sun Laifu flying with a punch. His right palm surged with energy, fiercely slapping down on the back of the knife. At the same time, his left foot hooked, disarming the incoming long sword, and then he stomped down hard on the sword's body. Everything was completed in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the long knife trembled, the giant sword wailed, instantly turned to dust. The 2 second-star grandmasters simultaneously cursed inwardly. Such a thunderous assault, and Gu Feng could easily deflect it with bare hands. It was evident that their strength was vastly inferior to Gu Feng's. They turned to flee, but Gu Feng's large hands had already pressed down on the back of their heads. "Want to run? Die for me!" With this light shout, Gu Feng's hands suddenly exerted force. Boom!
The heads of the two second-star grandmasters violently collided, exploding into a mist of blood. Cough cough. Sun Lifeng spat out blood, struggling to rise from the ground. After exchanging two moves with Gufeng, he had not only lost an arm, but his chest was also caved in from the blows, leaving him severely injured and unable to fight again. Just as he got up, he saw the bodies of Gushan and Zhang Xing'an lying in a pool of blood, and Gufeng was striding toward him. At that moment, Sun Lifeng was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, and he shouted in rage, "Stop him, everyone, stop him." Immediately, the remaining 16 first-star grandmasters of the Sun family stood in front of Sun Lifeng. One peak first-star grandmaster shouted, "Gufeng, take one more step and die." After all, there were 16 first-star grandmasters, including 3 peak first-star grandmasters, infinitely close to second-star grandmasters. Even though Gufeng had just killed 2 early second-star grandmasters with a wave of his hand, the 16 of them together might still be able to kill Gufeng. However, doing so would surely come at a heavy cost. The Sun family's years of accumulation would likely turn to nothing in an instant. "Oh," Gufeng sneered, "I want to see how you plan to make me die." The next moment, Gufeng charged into the crowd. The wind from his palms was like a knife. His fists shot out like dragons. With the strength of one man, he slaughtered 16 first-star grandmasters. As if entering a no-man's land. Boom boom boom. Clouds of blood mist blossomed. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Watching this scene, Sun Lifeng's eyes were about to burst, his heart twisted in pain. Of these 16 first-star grandmasters, 9 were trained by the Sun family themselves. Countless efforts spent. His eyes turned blood red, and he roared, "Gufeng, you have destroyed decades of accumulation for my Sun family, you deserve to die." However, Gufeng had already appeared before him. "Unfortunately, the one who will die will only be you." Saying this, he threw a punch towards Sun Lifeng's face. Sun Lifeng's hair stood on end, his voice hoarse as he cried, "Young Master Woyo, save me." At that moment, a thunderous roar exploded beside Gufeng's ear. "Gufeng, die for me." Unbeknownst to him, Jun Woyo had appeared behind Gufeng. A punch, shocking mountains and seas. It was aimed straight at Gufeng's face. Faced with this overwhelming punch, Gufeng remained unfazed. "Jun Woyo, you finally made your move. I thought you would always be a turtle hiding in its shell." Jun Woyo chuckled lightly and said in a voice only the two could hear, "Gufeng, do you know why I chose this moment to strike?" Before Gufeng could respond, he continued, "I already knew that Sun Lifeng could never be your opponent. Even if all 19 of them attacked together, they would still be no match for you. I have studied the video of you at the Fenghua Pavilion repeatedly. That sword strike, if it didn't come from the peak strength of a 2-star grandmaster, how could it have been executed? A few early-stage 2-star grandmasters and over a dozen 1-star grandmasters wanting to kill a peak 2-star grandmaster is simply a delusion." The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced, however, "Only when they are dead will the world know how powerful you, Gufeng, truly are. At just 25 years of age, you possess the strength of a peak 2-star grandmaster, truly a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters." Gufeng replied, "So, you used their deaths to prove my strength, and then my death to prove your strength? Ha, you are indeed not foolish," Jun Woyo said softly. "After today, not to mention Jiangling, even the entire Jiangnan province will remember the power of Jun Woyo and spread my name." In the next moment, Jun Woyo roared again, "Gufeng, I have entered the mid-stage of a 3-star grandmaster. This punch is to uphold justice and send you down to the underworld." As he spoke, Jun Woyo's iron fist surged with even greater momentum. The sound of an explosion erupted. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the Lu residence shattered with a bang. The terrifying fist peak approached Gufeng's face, and the hair on his head was blown wildly by the fierce wind. However, faced with this punch that carried immense power, Gufeng actually grinned. He said softly, "Jun Woyo, you calculated that even with all the Sun family members attacking together, they could not be my match. Did you also calculate that you and they are actually no different?" In the next moment, Gufeng tilted his head back slightly, and a large hand reached out. Boom! A surging wave of energy swept over. Jun Wuyo's unmatched punch was firmly caught by Gufeng. Moreover, this punch was like a mud cow entering the sea. No matter how hard Jun Wuyo tried, he couldn't push his fist forward even an inch. As for pulling it back, that was even more of a fantasy. What? How is this possible? Jun Wuyo exclaimed in shock, "I am in the mid-stage of a 3-star grandmaster, how do you have the right to catch my punch?" Before Gufeng could respond, an extremely ominous premonition surged in Jun Wuyo's heart. He felt that in just one more second, he would die. What was happening? Although he was the young master of the Jun family, he had spent years honing his strength through real combat, walking the edge of life and death. His instincts would not deceive him. Sure enough, he saw that in Gufeng's palm, a long sword had appeared without him noticing. It stabbed fiercely towards his heart. Jun Woo no longer hesitated, his internal energy surging. The arm that Gu Feng had grabbed was directly shattered by his own energy. Puff! The sword, Nian Nu Jiao, pierced into his body. However, because he had been on guard, this sword did not pierce his heart but instead struck his shoulder. With the only remaining arm, Jun Woo slapped hard, sending Nian Nu Jiao flying out of his body, and then he frantically retreated. Gu Feng raised his foot to pursue. Jun Woo shouted, "Gu Feng, if you dare to take another step forward, Ning Yushi will undoubtedly die." Gu Feng sighed softly in his heart. He had originally made two plans. Either kill Jun Woo to establish authority and force everyone to hand over Ning Yushi, or capture Jun Woo as a hostage to exchange for Ning Yushi. Who would have thought that Jun Woo not only reacted faster than he expected but also acted decisively, even breaking his own arm to escape. "Ha, Jun Woo, is that all you can do? In the end, you still have to use a woman to threaten me?" Jun Woo shouted, "Gu Feng, my brother alone may not be able to kill you, but with so many of us together, you will undoubtedly die. Do you think the people cultivated by the Jun family are as weak as the Sun family's rabble? Everyone, follow my command and attack together, kill Gu Feng." But at that moment, Jun Woo, who had just saved his life, said, "No, everyone stop." "Brother, what do you mean?" Jun Woo asked suspiciously. Jun Woo replied, "Literally." Jun Woo clenched his fists. "Gu Feng's strength indeed exceeds our expectations. However, among the people we brought, there are more than a dozen peak 2-star grandmasters. Moreover, these 28 people have trained together for years and have a very good synergy. Once they join forces, even if Gu Feng is a mid 3-star grandmaster, he will still be killed without a doubt." Mid 3-star grandmaster? Jun Woo's face darkened. His strongest punch, which could bring wind and rain, was met with Gu Feng's hasty response, yet Gu Feng was able to grasp the wind and rain with a single palm. How could he possibly be a mid 3-star grandmaster? Perhaps to outsiders, it seemed Gu Feng barely caught his punch, but only he knew how powerful that palm was. As long as the opponent had a thought, his fist could be crushed instantly. And that sword that suddenly shot out, like a venomous snake striking. If he hadn't been alert, he wouldn't have been able to react at all. Even now that he had escaped danger, he still felt a chill down his back, cold sweat pouring down. Just a little more, and he would have been dead. To easily annihilate a mid 3-star grandmaster with a flip of his hand, how could you still think that Gu Feng's strength is on par with mine? This guy, I'm afraid, has already reached the peak of 3-star grandmaster. No! He might even have reached the 4-star grandmaster realm. Even if they risk everything, they could never kill a peak 3-star grandmaster, let alone a further 4-star grandmaster? With this thought, Jun Woo felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of monster is this Gu Feng? Looking across the entire Jiangnan province, there are not many who can reach the 4-star grandmaster realm at the age of 25, but they have been training since childhood. This Gu Feng was not even a martial artist 5 years ago. But now, he possesses such terrifying strength. Such martial arts talent is simply against the heavens. However, even if you are a once-in-a-century genius, today, I will slay you here. Jun Woo murmured. He then took out a delicate porcelain bottle from his pocket and placed it on the ground. With a gentle push of his hand, the porcelain bottle rolled to Gu Feng's feet. "Gu Feng, drink this potion." Jun Woo's pupils constricted. This was actually Xian Yi Luo. Xian Yi Luo, a famously deadly poison, known as the king of poisons. Once consumed, even a deity would fall to the mortal realm. Of course, whether there are deities in this world is unknown to anyone. But Jun Woo had heard his father say that no matter how powerful a martial artist is, as long as they drink this bottle of the Xian Yi Luo, within 10 seconds, their cultivation will be completely wasted, becoming an ordinary person. In an instant, he understood his elder brother Jun Woo's intention. Although they could indeed crush Gu Feng to ashes together, the losses would be extremely heavy. These people represented the vast majority of the Jun family's combat power, cultivated with countless efforts and money. Consuming himself on Gu Feng truly pained the heart. Rather than this, it would be better to give Gu Feng a bottle of poison. After all, Gu Feng was already infamous, notorious. No matter how he was killed, others would have no objections. With this thought, he spoke up, "Indeed, Gu Feng, drink this bottle of medicine, and then kick your sword over to me." Gu Feng didn't even look at him, only staring at Jun Woo. "As long as I drink this bottle of medicine and give you the sword, will you let Ning Yushi go?" "Indeed," Jun Woo replied indifferently. Gu Feng threw the Nian Nu Jiao to the ground, kicking it to Jun Wuxie. Then he picked up the exquisite porcelain bottle. He drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of medicinal power raced through his body. In less than 10 seconds, his face turned pale. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He slowly spoke, Jun Wuyo, now, shouldn't you let her go? Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laugh erupted from Jun Wuyo. Gu Feng, oh Gu Feng, you are truly foolish, not even asking what kind of medicine this is before drinking it? This is Xian Yi Luo. Once you drink this poison, your internal energy will dissipate within 10 seconds, and all your martial arts will vanish in an instant. You are now a useless person. So, what about Ning Yushi? Gu Feng asked. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind arose. Jun Wuhui dashed forward, leaving behind trails of afterimages, and in an instant, he was before Gu Feng. He, you are already a useless person. If I hand Ning Yushi over to you, you won't be able to protect her. Today, you must die, and that despicable woman who aids the wicked must die too. Why bother bringing her out? Gu Feng spoke coldly. Jun Wuhui, do you know that if I get angry, you will suffer greatly? I'll suffer your mother. Gu Feng, you are the most pretentious person I have ever seen. I didn't say anything when you had the cultivation of a 3-star grandmaster, but now that you've become a useless person, you still dare to act tough? Jun Wuhui sneered. Gu Feng, you broke my brother's arm. I originally just wanted to break one of yours and then hand you over to my brother, but now, I don't even want your worthless mouth. I'll rip your tongue out and feed it to the dogs. With that, he swung a punch at Gu Feng's shoulder. His other hand was not idle either, transforming into a claw, aiming to tear at Gu Feng's mouth. A cold light flashed in Gu Feng's eyes. He raised his hand for a palm strike. A surging wave of energy swept forth. The air buzzed with sound. The roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. In an instant, Jun Wuhui's pupils constricted. Gu Feng had already become a useless person. How could this palm still possess such might? How is this possible? The next second, the palm collided with the iron fist. Boom! In the explosion, Jun Wuhui's right arm turned into a mist of blood, and his body was sent flying. Before he could let out a scream, Gu Feng reached out and grabbed his collar. Then, with his other hand, he clawed at Jun Wuhui's chest. Poof! Jun Wuhui's chest instantly split open. A rib was forcibly torn off by Gu Feng. Jun Wuhui could no longer hold back, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. But the next moment, the scream abruptly stopped. That rib had directly pierced into Jun Wuhui's mouth. Flesh and blood were a mess. Gu Feng pinched Jun Wuhui's throat with 2 fingers, coldly saying, Jun Wuyo, immediately release Ning Yushi, or I will send your brother on his way. Upon seeing the scene, whether it was the people in the Lu family's hall or the hundreds of thousands of viewers outside the screen, they all gasped in shock and fear. Hadn't Gu Feng already drunk Xian Yi Luo? Why was his strength still so formidable? In front of him, Jun Wuhui was like a toy. Rabbits love to eat the grass by their burrow. No, this Gu Feng is too fierce. Drinking poison and acting as if nothing happened. A dance that captivates the city. Indeed, it was too exaggerated. If it weren't for young Master Wuyo's timely reaction just now, he might have already died at this person's hands. This individual is truly terrifyingly strong. And how did that sword end up in his hand? A leaf obstructs the view. Won't you watch the live broadcast? If you won't, then shut up. This Gu Feng barely managed to take one punch from young Master Wuyo. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack, suddenly pulling a sword from his pants to take young Master Wuyo's life, would young Master Wuyo have lost to him? The charm does not waver. Exactly, this Gu Feng is utterly shameless, resorting to sneak attacks and underhanded tactics. Now that young Master Wuyo is severely injured, he is naturally no match for Gu Feng. Out of concern for his subordinate's life, he was forced to make Gu Feng drink poison. Who would have thought that Gu Feng pretended to be poisoned, then went to ambush young Master Wuhui, injuring him so severely? It's simply despicable. The flying snow meets the wind. Is it Gu Feng who is shameless, or the Jun family? When Gu Feng was fighting Sun Laifu, wasn't it Jun Wuyo who attacked first? The Jun family insists that as long as Gu Feng drinks the poison, they will release him. Did they keep their word? The Jun family is deceitful and shameless. Are you blind? Xiao Qianxue was truly infuriated by these comments and couldn't help but curse. My son, Manhwa, has the potential of an emperor. I say, flying snow meets the wind, come report to my Tianyao group tomorrow. Stop trying to whitewash Gu Feng. Aren't you tired? Flying snow meets the wind, so you're the department manager of Tianyao group, right? You don't need to come to work tomorrow. My son, Manhwa, has the potential of an emperor. Oh, you're still pretending. You're a loser, so poor you can't even afford a meal, yet you dare to shamelessly tell me to get lost from Tianyao group? You've really made me laugh. This is just online. If you have the ability, let's meet in reality, and I'll teach you a lesson. The comments scrolled rapidly, while Jun Wuyo in the hall had a face as dark as thunder. Why does Xian Yi Luo have no effect on you? Gu Feng's expression was calm. To hone his extraordinary medical skills, he had tasted countless deadly poisons on Dragon Island and was already immune to all toxins. Moreover, although Xian Yi Luo is the king of poisons, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, as long as they consume it, their energy will be dispersed. But the problem is, what flows within him is not energy, but spiritual energy. Xian Yi Luo only brought him slight effects, which were quickly dissipated by the countless spiritual energies within him. He did not answer Jun Wuyo's question, only saying, "Hand over Ning Yushi, and I will release Jun Wuyo." Jun Wuyo said softly, "Why should I trust you?" Gu Feng replied, "Do you think I'm like you, untrustworthy?" Jun Wuyo said, "How about this, you sever an arm, and I will exchange the hostage with you." At the same time, his internal energy quietly circulated, waiting for an opportunity. Gu Feng laughed, "Jun Wuyo, your demands are a bit too much. It seems I can only send your brother on his way." Jun Wuyo said, "Gu Feng, if you want to kill him, then go ahead. As long as my brother dies, Ning Yushi will have no chance of surviving. I can tell you, Ning Yushi has suffered greatly for you, even piercing her own palm with a steel nail to plead for my mercy to spare your life. Think carefully, my Jun family's sons are not just Wuhui, but I only have one loyal subordinate to you." Gu Feng's heart was tightly clenched. His starry eyes turned red. The killing intent around him seemed to solidify. He never expected that Ning Yushi would go to such lengths for him. "Hurry, sever an arm." Jun Wuyo coldly commanded, "Just now, it was my brother who kept shouting not to return Ning Yushi to you. I never said anything like that. At this moment, I swear in the name of my father, Jun Tianchang, as long as you sever an arm, I will immediately return Ning Yushi to you. Then, we will fight honorably to the death." Gu Feng took a deep breath, just about to make a move. Even with one arm lost, he could still annihilate everyone present. But at that moment, an unexpected figure entered the Lu residence from outside the hall. It was Lu Jiao. "Gu Feng, I have rescued Ning Yushi." She got straight to the point. "What?" Gu Feng was taken aback. Lu Jiao continued, "I pretended to say I was going down to teach Ning Yushi a lesson, but in fact, I was rescuing her. There is a secret passage in the basement of our Lu residence that leads outside." Before anyone could react, a clear voice came from outside. "Young master." Ning Yushi stepped into the hall, her steps a bit unsteady, her beautiful face slightly pale, but she wore a faint smile. She had seen everything Gu Feng had done for her. She had thought that perhaps she held some weight in the young master's heart, but not too much. Yet the young master had done so much for her. Although she was injured, she felt inexplicably happy. The figure she had long pursued was willing to support her one day. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. Gu Feng's gaze fixed on her left hand, which was covered in blood. Horrific flesh wounds one after another, lined up in rows. "You have suffered." His voice was a bit hoarse. "Ning Yushi said, I once said I would wholeheartedly assist the young master, and I was not joking." At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. "Lu Jiao, do you know what you are doing? Your whole family died because of Gu Feng, and yet you are helping this murderer, and you have betrayed my trust in you. How can you, how dare you?" The speaker was none other than Jun Wuyo. At this moment, he was furious. Gu Feng's strength exceeded his expectations, which he could still accept, but Lu Jiao's sudden betrayal was something he had never anticipated. Not to mention him, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. People could not understand why Lu Jiao would help her father's murderer. What was going on? How had Gu Feng managed to do this? Why were his subordinates so loyal to him? Why did the girl who had a blood feud with him resolutely stand by his side? Lu Jiao's beautiful eyes fell on Jun Wuyo. "Gu Feng did kill my father and elder brother, but their deaths were naturally due to their own actions. Gu Feng only kills those who deserve to die. As for my betrayal of your trust, Jun Wuyo, I told you before going to the basement, that after my father and elder brother died, there was nothing in this world that Lu Jiao would not dare to do." Her words were powerful. Jun Wuyo looked at her deeply and suddenly laughed. "It seems Ning Yushi was right, I really should improve my investigative skills." Gu Feng stepped forward, his gaze like a world-shattering blade. "Unfortunately, you will no longer have that opportunity." "Is that so?" Jun Wuyo sneered. "Gu Feng, do you really think you have won this round today?" Just as his words fell, boom, 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 boom. 28 black-clad men erupted with overwhelming momentum. 16 mid-level 2-star grandmasters. 12 peak 2-star grandmasters. These 28 men did not even have a single early-stage 2-star grandmaster among them. The foundation of the Jun family in Shanghai was indeed extraordinary. Their imposing aura was overwhelming, filled with endless killing intent. It seemed that in the next second, they would strike and turn Gu Feng into minced meat. Faced with this terrifying pressure, ordinary people simply could not withstand it. Song Chang, standing in the corner, directly knelt on the ground with a thud. Lu Jiao naturally could not escape either. However, even though she knelt on the ground, she let out a cold snort. Jun Wuyu, with this group of useless rabble, you think you can kill Gufeng? Don't make me laugh to death. A man in black roared, shut your mouth, you wretch. Earlier, in front of the camera, you were so certain about making Gufeng pay for his blood debts, and now you run to his side to serve him. Luo Jiao replied, if I don't do this, how can I gain Jun Wuyu's trust? Besides, even if I'm despicable, I'm still better than a bunch of lunatics from the Jun family. Jun Wuxie is slaughtering innocents in Fenghua Pavilion. How many innocent lives have been lost? The Jun family comes to Jiangling to take revenge for Jun Wuxie, yet they still need a grand excuse. It's only because I cooperated with you that I'm still alive. If I hadn't, I fear my fate would be worse than Ning Yushi's. Utter nonsense. I see that you, wretch, have been bewitched by that demon Gufeng. You no longer need to live in this world, die. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he swiftly drew a handgun from his pocket and fired 3 shots at Luo Jiao. Luo Jiao's face turned pale. After all, she was just an ordinary person, and in the face of death, endless fear surged within her. At that moment, she felt her body lighten. Gufeng had moved like lightning, grabbing her shoulder with his left hand and pulling her back. At the same time, his right arm's muscles bulged. Jun Wuhui was directly thrown out by him. Puff, puff, puff. 3 bullets entered Jun Wuhui's body. The intense pain caused his whole body to spasm, and his face twisted in agony. He wanted to scream, but the half-broken rib lodged in his throat blocked any sound. Young Master Wuhui. The man in black reached out to catch Jun Wuhui, his eyes filled with rage. He actually killed Jun Wuhui. This. His body trembled with fear. Even if he could truly kill Gufeng and return to Shanghai, he would still face severe punishment from the family head. No way. This is all Gufeng's doing. What does it have to do with me? Fear instantly transformed into boundless fury. He shouted, everyone, join me to kill this beast Gufeng and avenge young Master Wuhui. The 28 men in black were about to charge at Gufeng when Jun Wuyu's cold voice made everyone pause. I don't recall giving you the order to act? The man in black who had just fired said anxiously, young Master Wuyu, if we don't act now, when will we? Slap. Jun Wuyu countered with a palm strike, am I the eldest of the Jun family, or are you? How dare you instruct me? The man in black was momentarily stunned, but in front of Jun Wuyu, he didn't dare to be reckless. He knelt down with a thud. Young Master Wuyu, I know I was wrong. Jun Wuyu looked at the other men in black. You all kneel down and channel your energy back to your dantian. The remaining 27 men in black immediately bowed their heads without a word. The next moment, a terrifying force surged forth. Boom, 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 boom. Blood blossoms suddenly erupted. Each of the 28 men in black had a blood hole appear in their lower abdomen. Their dantian shattered. Energy burst forth. At this moment, Jun Wuyu opened his mouth wide. The surging energy from the air rushed madly into his mouth. It was as if a great whale was sucking in water. His momentum soared higher and higher. As the bodies of the 28 men in black fell heavily to the ground, a vast pressure erupted from Jun Wuyu's body. Brother, what are you doing? Jun Wuhui struggled to pull the rib from his mouth, incredulously shouting. His life was tough. Although he had lost an arm, had a rib broken, and was hit by 3 bullets, he still hadn't died. He was just severely injured and had no strength left to fight. He had originally wanted to crawl up and hide behind everyone, watching the Jun family's death warriors battle Gufeng. But instead, his elder brother had killed the 28 death warriors. Jun Wuyu's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. Brother, you don't know, just now, when I sparred with Gufeng, I discovered that his strength is far beyond that of a mid-level 3-star grandmaster. Even if these people teamed up, they would not be a match for Gufeng. Rather than letting them be killed by Gufeng, it would be better to use them for my own purposes. I once practiced a secret technique that can devour the energy of others, forcibly elevating my own martial arts realm. Jun Wuhui suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder your aura has suddenly become incredibly terrifying. Have you already reached the peak of a 3-star grandmaster? Jun Wuyu replied, I am only 1 step away from becoming a 4-star grandmaster. Great. Jun Wuhui was extremely excited. We can finally kill that demon Gufeng. Big brother, hurry up and take action, then take me to heal. My body is in terrible condition. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Jun Wuyu had actually reached into his abdomen. Big brother, you. Jun Wuhui was somewhat at a loss. Jun Wuyu said slowly, my dear brother, with my current strength, I am still not enough to defeat Gufeng. I need you to give me your energy so I can advance further, alright? No. Jun Wuhui screamed, you can't do this to me. I'm your brother. Big brother, I beg you. If we really can't defeat Gufeng, let's beg for mercy. I don't want to die. The sons of the Jun family cannot beg for mercy from a demon.
Jun Wuyo's expression turned cold. Brother, today, you will die for the greater good, and your name will be recorded in the history of Jiangnan. And I will avenge you, personally slaying Gu Feng. As he spoke, Jun Wuyo had already ruthlessly crushed Jun Wuhui's dantian. The surging energy rushed into his body. Boom! His martial arts cultivation. At this moment, he advanced further. He had entered the realm of a 4-star grandmaster. Moreover, his aura continued to rise. Ah! Jun Wuyo, may you die a horrible death. Jun Wuhui screamed in agony, reaching out to grab his brother's collar. But, halfway through, his hand had already fallen. Jun Wuhui, the second young master of the Jun family, died with his eyes wide open. Why does absorbing your energy make me so strong? Is it because we both have the blood of the Jun family flowing in us? Jun Wuyo murmured, his eyes shining with brilliance. Jun Wuhui's energy not only allowed him to break through his shackles and step into 4-star status, it continued to rise. At this moment, he was already at the mid-stage of a 4-star grandmaster. He withdrew his hand from his brother's abdomen, then with a flick of his toes, the Nian Nu Jiao was already in his hand. He looked at Gu Feng, his eyes filled with madness. Gu Feng, not only have I reached the mid-stage of a 4-star grandmaster, but the divine weapon you relied on is also in my hands. Tell me, how will you win against me today? Boom! A torrent of energy surged forth. The sword light of Nian Nu Jiao blazed brightly. A hidden dragon's roar echoed. Everything is over. Gu Feng, die for me. Jun Wuyo's figure darted forward, an overwhelming aura rushing towards him. The Nian Nu Jiao roared like a dragon. A sword carrying the might of a 4-star grandmaster slashed towards Gu Feng. The sword energy crisscrossed. The sword light surged. One sword, shaking the 8 wastelands. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of spectators outside the screen were once again filled with bloodlust. The look in their eyes when they gazed at Gu Feng was as if they were looking at a dead man. However, in the face of Jun Wuyo's terrifying sword strike, Gu Feng did not retreat but advanced, letting out a long howl. Jun Wuyo, behold the raging waves. As his body moved, leaving behind trails of afterimages, Gu Feng's 5 fingers came together, and amidst the surging spiritual energy, he unleashed a punch. This punch cut through the wind and waves, carrying unparalleled power. In the hall of the Lu residence, tables and chairs shattered inch by inch, and even the corpses on the ground turned to ashes. The energy waves surged. The air wailed. One punch, shining through the ages. The next moment, figures intertwined. Boom! Amidst the explosive sound, the sword light suddenly dimmed. Half of Jun Wuyo's body instantly vanished. The other half of his body rippled with waves. Irony surged. Nian Nu Jiao fell helplessly to the ground. Jun Wuyo, with only half a body and a head remaining, looked at the unscathed Gu Feng, then lowered his head to look at himself. He let out a furious roar. No, this is impossible. This is all fake. Fake. I didn't lose. Why could you, Gu Feng, catch my sword? Why could you kill me? Fake, ha ha ha, all fake. In the next moment, his body crashed to the ground. Jun Wuyo, the young master of the Jun family, had brought 28 death warriors from the Jun family to Jiangling, wanting to capture and kill Gu Feng, to make a name for himself. He wanted to gain his father's approval through this battle, to become the undisputed heir of the Jun family. Killing Jun Wuhui would not only help him eliminate Gu Feng but also remove a formidable rival on his path to power, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, all his schemes vanished in an instant. Even after forcibly raising his realm to the mid-stage of a 4-star grandmaster, even with the famous sword Nian Nu Jiao in hand, he was still killed by Gu Feng with a single punch. As Jun Wuyo's body fell into a pool of blood, the Lu residents fell into a dead silence. The hundreds of thousands of spectators were left wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Rabbits love to eat grass near their burrows. This is too fake. I can feel the pressure from young Master Wuyo even through the screen. Why couldn't he withstand a punch from Gu Feng? Xingcheng Yiwu, just now, Gu Feng's punch. So handsome, it made me wet. Fengqing Buyaowan, why, despite young Master Wuyo sacrificing everything, is he still no match for Gu Feng? Why is everyone dead, yet Gu Feng is still alive? Is it really true that good people don't live long, while calamities last for 1,000 years? Yi Zhangmu, what kind of monster is Gu Feng? Has he really become invincible in the world? Alas, why is heaven so blind, allowing such a heartless killer to possess such incredible power? Fei Shui Yingfeng Lai, open your eyes and take a good look. Before Gu Feng even made a move, Jun Wuyo had already killed so many of his own people, even cruelly murdering his own brother. Who is the real demon, Gu Feng or Jun Wuyo? Yi Zhangmu, can you shut up? Young Master Wuyo sacrificed his own brother to help us in Jiangling, for the greater good, and you dare to speak coldly here?
Are you even human? Heir Manhwa Tangyu da DGZ, exactly, does young Master Woyo not feel pain for killing his own brother? He carries the burden of the people of Jiangling in his heart, which is why he would sacrifice his brother for strength. Although he failed, I respect him. Fei Shui Ingfeng Lai, you don't need to come to Tianyao Group tomorrow. A person like you is not even worthy to clean toilets in my company. You deserve to be poor for a lifetime. Xiao Qianshua's face turned pale. She truly did not expect that at this moment, these people from Jiangling were still speaking for Jun Woyo. It was simply foolish. However, seeing Gu Feng standing tall and unharmed on the screen, her mood improved slightly. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on this group anymore. Under her gaze, Gu Feng walked step by step towards Sun Laifu. Earlier, Gu Feng was about to kill Sun Laifu with a punch, but Jun Woyo had intervened. Therefore, Sun Laifu was still alive, barely hanging on. Seeing Gu Feng approaching, Sun Laifu was terrified and immediately knelt on the ground. Young Master Gu, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the true dragon, and foolishly tried to bring people to slay the dragon. Please, spare my worthless life. I promise to serve you as a slave from now on. At this moment, he regretted deeply. If he had known Gu Feng was this strong, he would never have dared to come here. He would have fled Jiangling with his family long ago. Gu Feng said calmly, why did you participate in the extermination of the Gu family 5 years ago? Besides your Sun family, who else was involved in this matter? Sun Laifu gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what young Master Gu was talking about. Our Sun family did not participate in the events of that year. He knew that if he continued to argue, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but if he admitted it, not only would he die, but the entire Sun family would be reduced to ashes. Very well, if you won't speak, I'll pay a visit to your Sun family and see if every single one of you has such a tight-lipped mouth. Sun Laifu was about to speak. Gu Feng had already slammed his palm down. Sun Laifu's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The head of the Sun family. Dead. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao came to Song Chang's side, wanting to help him up. Song Chang, it's okay now, everyone has been killed by Gu Feng. But Song Chang remained kneeling on the ground. He just stared blankly at Luo Jiao. Soon, tears blurred his vision. The figure of Luo Jiao before him also became hazy. His voice trembled immensely. Jiao, why? Why did you do this? I worked so hard to help you take revenge. I would give up my dignity just to see you smile. Tell me, what is the reason for this? Jiao. The world could not accept Luo Jiao's betrayal, but if anyone found it hardest to accept, it was undoubtedly Song Chang. When he saw Luo Jiao standing beside Gu Feng, his heart turned completely cold. Jiao, tell me, have I not done enough? Gu Feng killed your whole family, yet you greet him with a smile, while I have done so much for you, and you won't even agree to go on a date with me. Jiao, please tell me, why? Luo Jiao hesitated, her eyes darting around. Gu Feng could see that she had things she couldn't say in public, and without hesitation, he moved swiftly. In an instant, he was in front of the big screen, delivering a punch that roared like a tsunami. This punch was incredibly fast and ferocious. It was aimed at the camera, yet it felt as if it would burst out of the screen and strike all the people of Jiangling. Everyone watching the live broadcast instinctively leaned back. Some, more timid, were so frightened they dropped their phones. They feared that this punch would truly burst through the screen, leaving them with a fate as tragic as Jun Wuyo's. The next second, the massive screen turned to dust. All the screens went black. Gu Feng destroyed the live broadcast equipment. The live stream, completely interrupted. Luo Jiao sighed, Song Chang, some secrets should remain buried in my heart forever, but since you asked, I will tell you, and consider it a conclusion to our relationship. Gu Feng had no intention of listening to Luo Jiao's secret. He spoke, Luo Jiao, today you saved Ning Yushi, and if there is danger in the future, I can help you twice. If you desire wealth and honor, feel free to ask. After leaving contact information, he took Ning Yushi and turned to stride out of the Lu residence. Today, a shocking massacre. Live broadcast across the city. The entire Jiangling wanted to eliminate Gu Feng at once. However, Gu Feng went to the meeting alone. He left the Lu residence strewn with corpses. He left the entire Jiangling in shock and horror. After 5 years, Gu Feng's infamous name echoed throughout Jiangling once more. Once Gu Feng's figure disappeared, Song Chang could no longer hold back and blurted out, Jiao, what do you mean? What do you mean our relationship is over? Have you fallen for Gu Feng? Although Gu Feng was a notorious villain, Song Chang had to admit that whether 5 years ago or now, he possessed a charm that could attract countless women. He recalled the time at Fingbo Pavilion when Gu Feng cut down a fighter jet with a single sword, and Jiao had breathed rapidly, her face flushed. Perhaps she had already developed feelings for Gu Feng back then? But Even if Gufeng had countless charms, he was still the one who killed your entire family. Luo Jiao looked into Song Chang's eyes and said seriously, Song Chang, I have lost my innocence. What? The words struck Song Chang like a bolt of lightning. You actually had a relationship with Gufeng? You. Song Chang's voice trembled, his face turning pale. What he had longed for was easily obtained by Gufeng. In the end, was his deep affection not enough to overcome the hatred for his father's murder? At that moment, Song Chang felt the world spinning, his heart like a knife cutting through him. Luo Jiao punched him in the chest in annoyance. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I really liked Gufeng, he wouldn't look at me. My innocence was taken by my brother. Ha? Song Chang was taken aback. Luo Jiao continued, my mother died early, and although my father never remarried, he lived a life of debauchery. My brother followed him and learned to be bad, excelling in drinking, gambling, and all sorts of vices. One night, when Luo Jiao returned home as usual during her high school years, she was dragged into a room by her drunken brother, Lu Jiang, and was brutally bullied. Luo Jiao was both angry and aggrieved. When her father returned, she mustered the courage to tell him what Lu Jiang had done. However, what's the big deal about him touching you a few times? Stop crying and get the hell out of here. Her father, Lu Chen's words left Luo Jiao dumbfounded and at a loss. Later, Lu Jiang became increasingly reckless, and just as Luo Jiao started her first year of college, he barged into her school and took her to a small grove behind the playground. That night, it was so dark that she couldn't see her hand in front of her. Luo Jiao's mouth was covered by Lu Zhang's large hand. Her heart-wrenching cries turned into blood-curdling sobs. Luo Jiao made up her mind to leave that home. But Lu Jiang threatened her with a video he had secretly recorded, saying that if she dared to leave, he would make the video public. Luo Jiao cried like rain. From then on, I became my brother's puppet. If he told me to go east, I wouldn't dare to go west. It was also from that time that I secretly vowed to marry the richest and most powerful person in Jiangling, so that I could escape that suffocating home. If the man I relied on had immense power, then even if my brother had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to use that video to threaten me again. Song Chang was stunned. He never expected that Luo Jiao had such a past. Luo Jiao wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. But I was really too foolish. I only thought about escaping that home, but I never considered that I could kill Lu Jiang and Lu Chen. Those two beasts, how could they deserve to live in this world? Song Chang, do you know why I cried so hard when I saw Lu Jiang and Lu Chen's bodies that night? I was so happy, so excited. I couldn't help it. Jiao, could finally break free from everything and live like a person. I would never have to fear that Lu Jiang would expose my secret and make it known to everyone, nor would I have to fear that Lu Jiang would climb into my bed at night. From now on, Luo Jiao, am free and unbound. Song Chang suddenly realized, so, when I said I wanted to find trouble with Gufeng, you were looking for a reason to make me give up, right? Luo Jiao nodded. Now, you should understand why I wanted to help Gufeng today, right? Alas. Song Chang sighed. Actually, you could have told me everything, and I could have helped you kill your father and brother. Luo Jiao smiled and said, at that time, I never thought about killing them, and if I really had said it, how would I know whether you would help me kill them or despise me and leave? Song Chang was left speechless. In the hall of the Lu residence, there was a long silence. Only the smell of blood lingered. Song Chang, Luo Jiao suddenly spoke. I've told you what you need to know. I, Luo Jiao, am not worthy of you. You should go. Song Chang stood up and walked step by step towards the door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly rushed back. He grabbed Luo Jiao's hand. Jiao, I've thought it over. I won't leave you. I want to be with you. Luo Jiao trembled slightly, finding it hard to believe. Song Chang, do you know what you're saying? I am already a withered flower. I don't care. Song Chang said earnestly. Before, I liked you just because you were beautiful, but now I've realized that your soul attracts me even more than your looks. You know, many people say you're a notorious gold digger, and sometimes I wonder if you love money a bit too much. I, Song Chang, am from a wealthy family. You should be content with that. But I didn't expect that your actions were just a desperate attempt to break free from the shackles that bind you. Jiao, let's be together. I swear to treat you well for a lifetime and never let you suffer even a little bit. Luo Jiao was stunned for a while before breaking into a smile. Song Chang, thank you. You really are a good person. Before Song Chang could respond, Luo Jiao changed her tone. But, Song Chang, after hearing about my past, you should know that I don't love money that much, and I don't want to marry into a wealthy family. Song Chang, we are not suited for each other. From the moment she decided to tell Song Chang everything, Luo Jiao had planned to part ways with him. To be honest, they had never truly begun. Luo Jiao looked far beyond the door. I have a new goal now.
I want to step into the martial arts world. I want to truly control my own destiny. Before long, I will leave Jiangling to pursue my own path. Song Cheng spoke up, if you want to pursue martial arts, I will go with you. You are a young master from a wealthy family. Isn't it better to enjoy your comfortable life? Why must you suffer with me? Lu Ajiao forced a smile. Song Cheng replied, Ajiao, I really like you. If I can't be with you, what use is it for me to be a young master? Lu Ajiao felt a bit moved, her eyes unconsciously moistening again. Song Cheng gently embraced Lu Ajiao. Feeling her warmth, a smile crept onto his lips. Ajiao, as long as I stay by your side, one day you will agree to marry me. At that moment, Song Cheng's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. 8 a.m. Junchai family, Zhenghai. Jun Tiancheng watched the video on his phone, his eyes red with rage. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. The temperature around him suddenly dropped by several degrees. Wuyo, Wohue, my sons. Jun Tiancheng cried out in despair, unable to control himself as tears streamed down his face. He had thought that this time his eldest son would go to Jiangling and easily capture Gu Feng. But who would have thought that he would be killed by Gu Feng with a single punch? Not only that, but the 28 elite warriors he brought along also perished without a single survivor. Now, his eldest son Jun Wuyo, second son Jun Wuwei, and third son Jun Wuxia had all died at Gu Feng's hands. Gu Feng, you deserve to die. I, Jun Tiancheng, swear here that I will not rest until I crush your bones and scatter your ashes. His thunderous roar shook the tables and chairs, spilling tea everywhere. Father, what has made you so angry? A voice suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of footsteps. Jun Tiancheng looked up and was taken aback. Wubbing, how did you come back? Jun Wubbing, 35 years old, was Jun Tiancheng's adopted son. Years ago, when Jun Tiancheng's wife was unable to conceive, he feared having no heirs and adopted an orphan, giving him a name and surname. At first, he treated him very well. However, with the subsequent births of his 3 biological sons, Jun Wubbing lost his favor. A year ago, Jun Wubbing went into seclusion at Tianke Mountain, and unexpectedly returned today. I have made some progress during my seclusion, so I came back to continue being filial to you, Jun Wubbing said. Father, I just heard you mention Gu Feng. Wasn't he already dead 5 years ago? What is going on? Jun Tiancheng did not hide anything, showing Jun Wubbing a video and briefly recounting the recent events. Damn it, that Gu Feng deserves to die. Jun Wubbing's expression turned cold. Father, you wait here, I will go and take Gu Feng's head right now. Absolutely not. Jun Tiancheng hurriedly said. Gu Feng's strength is too formidable. I don't know if he has already entered the realm of a 5-star or 6-star grandmaster. If you go, it would just be sending yourself to death. Jun Wubbing snorted coldly. Even if he is a 7-star grandmaster, I will still kill him. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from his body. Feeling this unmatched power, Jun Tiancheng was taken aback. You have actually become a 7-star grandmaster. It should be noted that when Jun Wubbing left a year ago, he was merely at the peak of a 5-star grandmaster. Unexpectedly, in just a year, his cultivation had skyrocketed. That's right, Jun Wubbing said proudly. I am only one step away from transcending. Below the extraordinary, I am invincible. Saying this, he lifted his foot to walk out, heading to Jiangling to capture and kill Gu Feng. However, Jun Tiancheng still stopped him. Wubbing, your rapid increase in strength is naturally a good thing, but what if Gu Feng has entered the extraordinary? Jun Wubbing disdainfully replied, Father, you are overthinking it. Gu Feng is only 25 this year, entering the 1-star extraordinary? That's simply a delusion. Jun Tiancheng sighed, because of my carelessness, Wuyo and Wuhue have already died. Now, you are my only son, I cannot allow you to take risks anymore. Regardless of whether Gu Feng is an extraordinary master or not, I have decided to contact various forces and ask several extraordinary masters to take action and eliminate Gu Feng. You should continue to cultivate well. One day, the Jun family will rely on you to bear the burden. Jun Wubbing knelt on one knee, yes. At the same time, a barely noticeable smile crossed his lips. Ha ha. Jun Wuyo, Jun Wuhui, Jun Wuxia. You all died well. Ever since you were born, my father has never spoken to me with such hopeful tones again. 6 years ago, during a great battle, my father was severely injured, losing more than half of his cultivation, falling to the Grandmaster realm, and had to choose to retire. His body is like a candle in the wind. I fear he has only a few years left to live. By then, I will take over the Jun family, become the next head of the Jun family. The only regret is that when Jun Tiancheng mentioned the recent events, he mentioned that Ji Kaiyue had been killed by Gu Feng. What a beautiful person. How could she have perished? This Gu Feng truly deserves to die. After bidding farewell to Jun Tiancheng, Jun Wubbing took out his phone and pulled up Ji Kaiyue's WeChat. Kaiwe, my father is gathering extraordinary masters, in as short as 3 days, or as long as a week, he will definitely take Gu Feng's head. I hope you know this in the afterlife. Really? Seeing this sudden reply, Jun Wubbing raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Ji Kaiwe isn't dead? Without a second thought, Jun Wubbing directly initiated a video call. Soon, he saw Ji Tsayue's stunning face. After a conversation, he learned about Ji Tsayue's current situation. How about I rush to Jiangling now to save you? He asked. Ji Kaiwe shook her head. Your father is right, let him handle it, gather more powerful allies, and ensure that my unfilial son is killed in one strike. Anyway, he won't do anything to me for now, he's still counting on me to carry his father's coffin. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jun Wubbing rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with fervor. Ji Kaiwe was a beauty beyond compare. Countless people coveted her beauty and body. Jun Wubbing was one of them. Originally, he was determined to win Ji Tsayue's heart, but unfortunately, Jun Wuxie suddenly got together with her. As a foster son of the Jun family, he had no capital to compete with Jun Wuxie. In a fit of anger, he chose to retreat to Tianke Mountain for seclusion. Who would have thought? A year later, he returned to Zhonghai. Not only had his martial arts strength greatly increased, but he also had a chance to sit on the throne of the Jun family. And now, he was very likely to win Ji Tsayue's heart. This was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. At this moment, Jun Wubbing was incredibly excited. It seemed that Jun Wubbing, was the chosen one. By the way, Ji Kaiwe spoke up, there's one more thing I need your help with. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Who are you talking to? Gu Feng had arrived. In that instant, even Ji Kaiwe, who was full of schemes and cunning, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What? Are you finally ready to kill for your mother today? Ji Kaiwe calmly put down her phone, turned around, and locked eyes with Gu Feng, who stood at the door. Gu Feng said lightly, Ji Kaiwe, don't change the subject. I'm asking you who you were just talking to. Ji Kaiwe sneered, if you want to know, can't you just look at my phone yourself? She knew very well that if she tried to argue now, it wouldn't fit her character, she could only advance by retreating. Alright then, Gu Feng smiled, hand me your phone. A few drops of fragrant sweat trickled from the ends of Ji Tsayue's dark hair. With the combined efforts of extraordinary masters, Gu Feng was undoubtedly doomed. After all, Gu Feng had only been on the martial arts path for a mere 5 years. In 5 years, wanting to advance to the extraordinary realm was simply a fantasy. But once Gu Feng saw her chat records with Jun Wubbing, how could he just sit back and wait? At that time, would Gu Feng escape Jiangling with her, or would he turn around and strike her down? No! No matter which outcome, Ji Kaiwe could not accept. In the past, she knew she had no way out and had been tormented by Gu Feng, longing for death. But now, Jun Wubbing had given her a glimmer of hope, reigniting her fighting spirit. She was unwilling to be Gu Feng's caged bird again, and even more unwilling to die just like that. But what should she do now? Gu Feng was staring at her intently. Apart from obediently handing over her phone, did she have any other options? Did you go deaf when I told you to hand it over? Gu Feng spoke again. Ji Kaiwe sighed, picked up her phone, and handed it to Gu Feng. Just at that moment, Gu Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wenyan. Gu Warden, the Ouyang family and the Feng family are trying to flee Jiangling with their entire families. I've already taken a large group to intercept them. You need to come quickly. Oh, Gu Feng's heart stirred. It seemed that the Gu family massacre case from years ago indeed involved all 4 major families of Jiangling. They must have seen the morning's live broadcast, realized they were no match for him, and chose to flee quickly. Fortunately, he had previously instructed Wenyan to keep an eye on them, otherwise, once these people escaped Jiangling, who knew how long they could survive? Gu Feng asked about the escape route of the 2 major families and then hung up the phone. He reached out to take Ji Tsayue's phone and casually flipped through it. He found nothing useful. Gu Feng looked at Ji Kaiwe, a mocking expression on his face. Ji Kaiwe, your hands are really quick. I just answered a call, and you've deleted all the messages. Indeed. While Gu Feng was on the phone, Ji Kaiwe had quietly swiped the chat window with Jun Wubbing to the right and then pressed delete. This action will delete all chat content between her and Jun Wubbing. Even if Gu Feng opens Jun Wubbing's chat box and checks it, he will only see a blank space. I don't know what you're talking about. Just now, I was in the room, merely muttering a few complaints about you to myself. At this point, Ji Kaiwe raised her head, her beautiful eyes clashing once again with Gu Feng's gaze. Xiao Feng, are you so afraid of divine retribution for killing too many people that you have become paranoid? Ji Kaiwe, do you know that cold sweat has already dampened your hair? Gu Feng stepped forward, pinching a strand of Ji Tsayue's hair between his fingers. The fragrant sweat soaked his hand. It seems you are very afraid of me. You deceived Jiangling for 5 whole years without changing your expression, yet you lose your composure when you lie in front of me. Without waiting for Ji Kaiwei to respond, he continued, let me guess, you were just conspiring to capture and kill me, right? I'm quite curious, now that Jun Wuyo is dead, are you planning to call in a batch of 5-star grandmasters to kill me, or a batch of 6-star grandmasters? What, are you scared? Ji Kaiwei said with a blank expression, mocking him, if you're scared, then just kill yourself with a slap and find a remote mountain to survive. Ha, Ji Kaiwei, 6-star grandmasters can't kill me, so you think 6-star grandmasters can? After saying this, he grabbed Ji Kaiwei and strode downstairs. Ji Kaiwei nervously asked, Gu Feng, what are you doing? Gu Feng replied, now, I need to go out to take care of some matters. To prevent any trouble in the backyard, you should come with me. Learning from experience, Gu Feng couldn't leave Ji Kaiwei alone in the Yujing mansion. Although there were Blood Alliance members guarding the place, these people were practically useless in front of grandmasters. If someone came to rescue Ji Kaiwei, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Once Ji Kaiwei felt reassured, she coldly laughed, Xiao Feng, if you want to take me with you, you could just say so. I wouldn't refuse. Why do you have to hold me like this? Taking me out like this is so improper. If others see us, what will they think? Aren't you afraid they'll say you're bullying me? Gu Feng ignored her and took Ning Yushi out, boarding the helicopter together. On the spacious street, over 50 luxury cars formed a massive convoy, speeding towards the outskirts of Jiangling. Inside the leading luxury car, Xiao Wang, drive faster, faster. Ouyang Wendian urged the driver, Xiao Wang, while constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Ouyang Wendian was the head of the Ouyang family. Unlike Sun Laifu, upon learning that the Su family had been bloodily wiped out, he secretly met with Feng Xiao, the head of the Feng family, to discuss two plans. On one hand, they spent a fortune hiring martial arts experts to capture and kill Gu Feng, while on the other hand, they began to transfer their assets. If things went wrong, the two would immediately flee Jiangling with their clansmen. As a result, half of the experts they hired hadn't even arrived in Jiangling when they witnessed the live broadcast this morning. Upon seeing Jun Wuyo being killed with a single punch, the two didn't hesitate, quickly took some important items, gathered the core members of their family, and drove away from Jiangling. Gu Feng's strength was simply too formidable. They knew that staying in Jiangling would only lead to death. As thoughts surged, the car suddenly slammed to a stop. Ouyang Wendian roared, Xiao Wang, what the hell are you stopping for? Xiao Wang stammered, head, red. Red light. To hell with the red light. We're escaping, do you understand? Escaping. Even if someone is blocking your way right now, you better crash through. Ouyang Wendian roared in anger. If it weren't for the fact that they were currently fleeing for their lives, he would have already slapped Xiao Wang's head off. Get out of my way. The engine roared. The car surged forward once more. The drivers and pedestrians along the road were perceptive, seeing such a massive convoy, and quickly moved aside. At this moment, Feng Xiao sighed, I never expected that after living in Jiangling for decades, we two old fellows would actually have a day of fleeing for our lives. Back when Gu Rinchang was still around, we never found ourselves in such a predicament. Ouyang Wendian said, who could have known that Gu Feng would be sent to Long Island prison and not die? And upon his return, his strength would become so formidable. Not only that, but he also openly defies all laws, killing anyone who stands in his way, whether it's the young master of the Hinata family or the son of the Jun family, all are ruthlessly eliminated. He is simply an unprecedented demon. If Gu Rinchang had even a fraction of his ruthlessness back then, we aristocratic families would have long been reduced to dust. Feng Xiao clenched his fists. We shouldn't have listened to that bitch Ji Kaiwei back then. We should have killed Gu Feng directly instead of sending him to Long Island prison. She gained a great reputation, but what happened? She was still slain by Gu Feng with a single sword, and now we find ourselves in this situation. Ouyang Wendian replied, you can't say it like that. Don't forget how formidable Gu Rinchang was. He single-handedly defended a city, causing the soldiers of Neon Country to wail in despair, his achievements unparalleled. His subordinates and disciples are spread across the world. If everything had been pinned on Gu Feng and Ji Kaiwei hadn't been entangled with his subordinates, do you think we could have lived so comfortably in Jiangling these past 5 years? Feng Xiao sighed again, it's a pity, time was too tight, and there are many assets I couldn't transfer in time. I still have many precious herbs at home, left behind in the secret chamber, unable to take them with me. Ouyang Wendian took a deep breath and comforted him, it doesn't matter, the priority is to keep our lives safe. Jun Tiancheng's 3 sons all died because of Gu Feng, how could he let this go? Not to mention that Gu Feng is reckless and has provoked many other forces. Sooner or later, Gu Feng will die, and the day he dies will be the day we return to Jiangling. As the two conversed, the city gate of Jiangling came into view. Xiao Wang was about to slam the accelerator and rush out of Jiangling. But at that moment, boom, boom, boom.
The roar of countless engines echoed. Over 100 patrol cars surged out from both sides, blocking the city gate. Countless uniformed patrol officers jumped out of the cars, guns aimed directly at the massive convoy. The head of the Jiangling patrol stood at the forefront, shouting loudly, "Ouyang family head, Feng family head, with such a grand display, where are you two planning to go?" Ouyang Wendian slammed his fist on the seat, got out of the car, and angrily questioned, "Wenyan, what do you mean by this?" His fierce eyes fixed on Wenyan. He never expected that just as they were about to escape, the patrol would intervene. Wenyan replied, "Nothing much, just that our patrol has discovered some issues with your two families. Many of your younger generation have violated the laws of the Dragon Country. Now, I hope both family heads can cooperate with our investigation." "Oh?" Ouyang Wendian looked at Wenyan, his tone meaningful. "When family head, you never dared to speak to me like this before. Who gave you the courage?" Feng Shao also jumped out of the car. "One, get out of the way. I have urgent matters to leave Jiangling with Ouyang family head." Wenyan said, "Sorry, today, none of you can leave." One sentence. It was resolute. The authority of a patrol head was unmistakable. Seeing Wenyan's attitude so firm, Ouyang Wendian felt an ominous premonition. "Master One, we do have urgent matters to attend to today. How about this, name your price, and I can pay you whatever you ask. When I return to Jiangling next time, I will definitely make amends with you. Additionally, I will teach those blind juniors in my family a good lesson." Wenyan coldly retorted, "Less talk, let everyone get out of the car and put their hands on their heads." "Humph." Ouyang Wendian snorted coldly, his expression icy. "I was in a hurry and didn't want to argue with you, but you insist on drinking the penalty wine. Come here." With a loud shout, more than a dozen figures jumped out from the luxury car convoy. Wenyan smiled and said, "I know the strength of your two families. Together, you have 15 one-star grandmasters and 3 two-star grandmasters. However, with these people, trying to break through my defenses is a bit of a pipe dream." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people from the Xuanyu division erupted with a fierce aura. 12 one-star grandmasters, 2 early-stage 2-star grandmasters. Wenyan also circulated his internal energy. As his aura changed, the Xuanyu division added another 2-star grandmaster. In total, there were 15 grandmaster-level experts, and there were also dozens of master-level experts in the team. Plus, over 100 guns. Wenyan had no idea how he could lose. Ever since Gu Feng assigned him the task, he knew that the major families would eventually have a day of escape, and he had prepared early for it. For this, he even borrowed a few strong fighters from a neighboring city. This interception was truly a full display of the Xuanyu division's trump cards. "Is that so?" Ouyang Wendian clapped his hands. "Then take a look at how many people I have on my side and how many grandmasters." From the luxury car, another group of figures jumped down. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying pressures surged into the sky. The ones who got out of the car, in 2 waves, totaled 32 people. 20 one-star grandmasters, 8 early-stage 2-star grandmasters, 4 mid-stage 2-star grandmasters. The overwhelming aura made everyone struggle to breathe. When Yan's expression changed, what, how come there are so many strong fighters? Among the 32 grandmasters, 18 were cultivated by the 2 major families themselves, and 14 were hired to deal with Gu Feng. Although they ultimately chose to escape, at this moment, it served its purpose. Ouyang Wendian did not explain to Wen Yen, "Now, do you still think we can't break through your defenses?" Wen Yen fell silent. The opponent actually had a full 32 grandmasters. The number of grandmasters on the Xuanyu division's side was still less than half of theirs. At this moment, Wen Yan's only advantage was the firearms. Grandmasters were indeed powerful, but they still couldn't withstand bullets with their bodies. Of course, they could rely on their incredible speed to dodge bullets. However, with over 100 guns firing simultaneously, the overwhelming bullets could still create significant trouble for these grandmasters. For a moment, the combat power of both sides reached a delicate balance. It was still uncertain who would win or lose. But once the battle began, it would undoubtedly be an extremely bloody fight. "You seem quite surprised?" Ouyang Wendian sneered, his body's aura suddenly changing. A terrifying pressure surged forth. Feeling this astonishing pressure, a look of horror appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. "When did you reach the 3-star Grandmaster level? Now I'm giving you 1 minute to get your people and get the hell out of here." Ouyang Wendian shouted sternly. Wen Yan forced a bitter smile. Ever since he became the head of the Xuanyu division, he had been diligently cultivating. It was simply because the strength of the Jiangling Xuanyu division was too weak, and the top 3 families and clans often treated the Xuanyu division like a dog. On the surface, he seemed to be in a glorious position as the head of the Jiangling Xuanyu division, but in the eyes of these top families, he was nothing more than a dog. He didn't want to offend several prominent families for unknown reasons one day, only to end up dying quietly like the previous head of the patrol division. He wanted the Jiangling Patrol Division to truly uphold the three characters of Patrol Division. Therefore, he not only practiced diligently himself but also strictly required his subordinates to train hard in their spare time. In this world, only with sufficient strength could one protect what they wished to safeguard, whether it be loved ones or the harmony of the world. In just a few years, he had not only risen from a master to a grandmaster but had also recently succeeded in breaking through to the 2-star grandmaster realm. The overall strength of the patrol division had undergone an astonishing transformation. But who knew, in front of these families that had been rooted in Jiangling for 100 years, it was still not enough. Indeed, one could not insult the families. Seeing Wen Yan's dejected face, Ouyang Wendian felt pleased and spoke arrogantly, "Wen Yan, you have 50 seconds left. Once the time is up, I, the old man, will unleash a massacre." Wen Yan repressed his bitter smile and coldly replied, "The patrol division has no cowards. Ouyang Wendian, if you want to fight, then let's fight. I want to see if you Grand Masters can break through my defenses." Ouyang Wendian's expression changed, and just as he was about to speak, a graceful figure suddenly rushed from the patrol division's ranks to stand in front of Wen Yan. "Head, please think twice." Wen Yan glanced at the newcomer. "Wei Xuan, go back to the ranks." "I won't," Wei Xuan said, "as the team leader of the patrol division, I cannot watch you push our brothers into the fire. Even if we can win this battle, it will surely be a Pyrrhic victory. If it's a fight for justice, I, Wei Xuan, would be the first to shed blood. But if it's for the infamous Gu Feng, I cannot stand by and watch you continue to make mistakes." Ever since he had been slapped by Gu Feng in the Wind and Wave Pavilion, Wei Xuan had harbored resentment against him. However, due to the head's attitude towards Gu Feng, he had been enduring it. "Damn it!" Ouyang Wendian roared. "I said Wen Yan, you were such a well-behaved dog. How come you suddenly went mad and bit people today? Turns out you've been colluding with Gu Feng." "That's right," Wei Xuan replied. "Days ago, the head followed Gu Feng's orders to place people to monitor your every move. Once you show any signs of leaving Jiangling, our patrol division will step in to intercept." Feng Xiao lowered his voice and shouted, "Ouyang, I told you earlier to escape in the early morning, but you wouldn't listen." Ouyang growled back, "Escape in the early morning? As long as Gu Feng goes to the Sun family, he can trace us. Do you think we can survive until morning? Enough, arguing about this is pointless. The city gate is right ahead, and with the patrol division in internal strife, we can escape soon." He then shouted at Wen Yan, "You have 40 seconds left." Wen Yan ignored Ouyang Wendian and said to Wei Xuan, "Gu Warden is our superior, and his orders must be obeyed. Moreover, these two are the culprits of the Gu family massacre back then." "What nonsense superior? A mere warden, why should he be our superior?" Wei Xuan raised his voice, "Head, I have always respected you, but I never expected you to be so sycophantic. I fear that your withdrawal from the Wind and Wave Pavilion was merely because you sensed Gu Feng's strength was greater than yours, afraid he would slap you to death. Now, you are even currying favor with him, disregarding the lives of our brothers and sisters." Wei Xuan's resolute words caused an uproar among the onlookers in the distance. "Damn," I said, "why does that devil Gu Feng dare to be so reckless? It turns out the head of the patrol division is in cahoots with him. This Wen Yan deserves to die. Damn it, for the sake of getting the officers of the patrol domain to serve him, Wen Yan actually said that the Ouyang family and the Feng family were the real culprits behind the extermination of the Gu family back then. It's simply ridiculous. This Wen Yan should just die already. We Jiangling need a new head of the patrol domain." Various comments flooded into Wen Yan's ears, making his breath quicken. Due to the limitations of the patrol domain's strength, he couldn't provoke the top aristocratic families, but as long as it was a case within his capability, he had always been impartial. Especially in cases involving ordinary citizens, he sometimes even took matters into his own hands. For this, the people of Jiangling had once sung his praises. But now, these people had only heard a few words and turned against him, wishing he would be torn to pieces. Truly laughable. In that moment, Wen Yan suddenly understood Gu Feng. Once the young master of Jiangling, how magnificent he was, and how many good deeds had he done. One day of slander, and he was left with a notorious reputation. Although he was vastly different from Gu Feng in terms of status and strength, he felt a sense of camaraderie in suffering. At this moment, Wei Xuan spoke again. "As for what you said, that the Ouyang and Feng families are the culprits behind the Gu family's extermination case, let me ask you, do you have any evidence?" Wen Yan replied, "They saw Gu Feng's formidable strength and fled Jiangling with their entire family." "Isn't that solid evidence?" Wei Xuan scoffed, "Chief, that's not evidence, that's baseless speculation. What if they really had something urgent and needed to leave Jiangling? I've heard that the Global Military Arms Conference is about to be held in the Central Sea, How do you know they weren't heading there? Do they need to take their whole family to the Central Sea? And in such a hurry? Moreover, there was still a long time before the military arms conference. However, Wen Yan was too lazy to argue further with Wei Xiuan. He knew Wei Xiuan was biased against Gu Feng. He also understood that bloodshed and sacrifice were inevitable in today's battle. Wearing the Shen Niao uniform, Wen Yan waved his large sleeves. Colleagues, today, I, Wen Yan, must stop the two great families from leaving Jiangling to the death. Those willing to fight with me, step forward. Those unwilling, step back. I, Wen Yan, do not force anyone and will not pursue the matter afterward. Thud thud. More than 100 people stepped forward, shouting in unison, willing to fight to the death for the chief. One call, 100 responses. The momentum was earth-shattering. Wen Yan felt somewhat gratified and moved. These years as the head of the patrol domain had not been in vain. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiuan's face turned ashen. Have you all gone mad? To fight to the death for Gu Feng? Someone answered loudly, we are not fighting for Gu Feng, we just believe in the chief. Ha! Wei Xiuan sneered, if the Ouyang and Feng families are truly the culprits behind the Gu family's extermination, then why isn't Gu Feng here himself? Isn't he back for revenge? Isn't he supposed to make his enemies pay in blood? Why is he hiding instead and asking us to die? If I remember correctly, you already called Gu Feng when you came here, right? Why hasn't he come? Does he already know that there are many experts on the side of the two great families and doesn't dare to come? Is he waiting for us to weaken each other before he reaps the benefits? Wen Yan said, you saw the video of him killing Jun Wuyo with one punch. Do you think Gu Feng isn't a match for these people? Wei Xiuan replied, Jun Wuyo is indeed a mid-level 4-star grandmaster, but he was forcibly elevated and is not comparable to a true mid-level 4-star grandmaster. Moreover, he has lost an arm. Any mid-level 4-star grandmaster could kill him. Furthermore, Gu Feng used all his strength to kill Jun Wuyo with that punch. Who knows how much energy he expended? Now, it's barely been a little over an hour since Jun Wuyo died. How could his condition possibly return to its peak? Two great families, over 30 grandmasters, surrounded him together. How could he possibly be their match? Wake up, Master C, don't let Gu Feng use you any longer. Just then, a roar suddenly echoed, Wen Yan, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't step aside, I'll kill these people first, and then wipe out your patrol division completely. Wei Xiuan looked up and saw that, at some point, Ouyang Wendian had added another figure to his grasp. Not just him, but dozens of grandmasters from the two great families were all holding someone. It was the onlooking citizens of Jiangling. They had come to watch the excitement, but in the blink of an eye, they had become hostages in the hands of the two great families. Upon learning that Wen Yan had actually called Gu Feng to inform him, Ouyang Wendian was completely panicked. Gu Feng could arrive in an hour, or he might show up the very next second. Once he appeared, the two great families would have no way out. At that moment, Ouyang Wendian even lost the will to fight. He just wanted to escape Jiangling as quickly as possible. Therefore, he decisively ordered the capture of the onlooking citizens. When Yan's expression darkened, Ouyang family head, we can fight if we must, but why drag innocent citizens into this? The young man named He Chang, who was caught by Ouyang Wendian, shouted in fear, Ouyang family head, I was just helping you talk. Don't capture me. Slap. Ouyang Wendian backhanded him, shut up. Do I need an ant like you to speak for me? He then shouted at Wen Yan, Master One, step aside quickly. Once I leave Jiangling, I'll release these people immediately. Otherwise, if I kill these hostages, you won't escape responsibility. If the higher-ups issue an order, your position as the head of the patrol division will be in jeopardy. At this moment, Ouyang Wendian had no fighting spirit left. He just wanted to leave Jiangling as fast as he could. Wen Yan hesitated. It wasn't that he was afraid of taking responsibility, but he feared that Ouyang Wendian and the others would really kill. That was over 30 lives. But could he really let the two great families go just like that? The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Yi Chang's mouth. One of his hands was crushed by Ouyang Wendian. Ah, Ouyang family head, I was helping you curse Gu Feng. How could you do this to me? Ouyang Wendian ignored Yi Chang and said to Wen Yan, if you don't step aside, the next time, it'll be his head that gets crushed. Wen Yan sighed. As the head of a division, he truly couldn't bear to watch dozens of lives be taken for no reason. At this moment, he had no choice but to give way. Gu Dian Yuan, I'm sorry. Wen Yan waved his sleeve, everyone step aside, let them go. Ouyang Wendian was overjoyed. Just as he was about to get in the car and escape. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky. A helicopter descended from above. Gu Feng had arrived. Ouyang Wendian, where do you think you're going? Ouyang Wendian's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Gu Feng stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wen Yan. "Oh Yang, 5 years ago you killed my entire family, and now you want to walk away? Do you think that's possible?" Feng Xiao shouted angrily. "Who killed your family? Do you have evidence? Don't slander our innocence without reason. We are leaving Jiangling for urgent matters." Gu Feng sneered. "Feng Xiao, I don't think I was talking to you. Why are you so eager to come out and argue?" Ouyang Wendian gritted his teeth, pinching Yi Chang's neck with 2 fingers. "Gu Feng, let us go, or these 30-plus citizens of Jiangling will die because of you." Gu Feng's expression was indifferent. "If you want to kill, then kill. Why bother talking to me? Are you crazy? That's over 30 lives." Wei Shaowen shouted angrily. "Yes, you Gu Feng don't care about human lives, but if these people die, do you know how much responsibility our patrol department will bear? I tell you, if you insist on going your own way today and making things difficult for the 2 great families, then our patrol department cannot stand behind you. Think carefully, without the support of our patrol department's firepower, you alone will not only be unable to stop these people, but you will also be crushed by them." Slap! Wen Yan struck back with a palm, hitting Wei Shaowen's face. "You have no right to speak here." Wei Shaowen endured the pain. "I have to say, I can't just watch you take the blame for Gu Feng. His life is worthless, and he could die at any moment. But you, the department head, are different. You can't continue to be complicit with him, for your own sake and for the sake of the Jiangling Patrol Department. You!" Wen Yan trembled with anger, wanting to hit Wei Shaowen again, but Gu Feng patted his shoulder. "Wen Yan, if you can hold off the 2 great families for a few minutes, that will be a great achievement. The rest, you don't need to worry about." Gu Feng suddenly turned and walked to the center of the Jiangling city gate, hands clasped behind his back. "Today, this warden will guard the city alone. You 2 great families, don't even think about stepping out of Jiangling. One man holds the pass." The momentum was overwhelming. Wei Shaowen sneered. This Gu Feng truly did not know the meaning of death. Did he really think he could stop the 2 great families with just his own strength? "I want to see how you die later." In the next moment, Feng Xiao roared, "Gu Feng, I don't believe it. With more than 30 Grand Masters, we can't break through your defenses." He took out a pill and swallowed it whole. His aura surged, leaping from the peak of the 7-star Grandmaster to the peak of the 1-star Grandmaster. He charged forward, shouting, "Everyone, attack together. Without the patrol department's help, we can definitely capture and kill this Gu Feng." As he approached Gu Feng, he felt something was off and heard Gu Feng mockingly say, "Feng Xiao, are you charging a bit too fast? How come no one is following you?" Feng Xiao was taken aback. He suddenly turned around and felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, not to mention the external aid invited by the 2 great families, even the Grand Masters they had trained themselves were standing still, showing no intention of making a move. "What the hell? What's going on?" Gu Feng chuckled lightly. "You Grand Masters are quite interesting. Your family heads have gone up, but you haven't? Since you won't make a move, then this warden will have to take action." Gu Feng stepped forward, fingers curled, ready to charge into the crowd. Suddenly, thud! A 2-star Grand Master knelt down directly. "Gu Warden, I have no ties with the 2 great families. I only came to Jiangling for the money. I have no intention of being your enemy. Please, spare my life." Thud! 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 With his kneeling, the remaining 13 external aid Grandmasters all put down the Jiangling citizens in their hands and knelt before Gu Feng, begging for mercy. After seeing the video of Gu Feng killing Jun Wuyo with a single punch that morning, they already knew they were no match for him. If they had charged at Gu Feng with Feng Xiao just now, they would have undoubtedly died. Not to mention that there were only over 30 Grand Masters here. Even if the number doubled, wanting to kill Gu Feng was nothing but a delusion. It's a pity that neither Feng Xiao nor Wei Shaowen, being mere masters, could see the terrifying aspects of Gu Feng. "Now you want to beg for mercy? Fine, I guess you came to Jiangling to capture this warden, right? The reason you haven't attacked me is simply because you know you are not my match. If I let you go now, wouldn't that be too easy on you?" Gu Feng extended a large hand. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. 5 seconds, sever an arm, and you can leave. Otherwise, die." Poof! Without hesitation, one person took out a knife and fiercely slashed at his own arm. In less than 5 seconds, 14 arms fell to the ground. Blood was everywhere. Feng Xiao watched in shock, screaming madly, "No, what are you doing? You're cutting off your own arm without even fighting? You!" He was about to explode with anger. This was about the survival of his family, and these guys, having taken the money, were doing nothing, simply despicable. Ouyang Wendian sighed softly, "Feng family head, it's over. From the moment Gu Feng appeared before us, everything ended. The reason they did this is simply because they don't want to die. Just look, not to mention them, even our own Grandmaster is too scared to act.
You, after all, are just a grandmaster-level expert and cannot deeply understand the terror of Gu Feng. He had watched Gu Feng's punch that killed Jun Wuyo 3 times, and even through the screen, each time made his hair stand on end. He was certain that even if Jun Wuyo was in peak condition as a mid-level 4-star grandmaster, he still wouldn't be able to withstand that punch. That's why, after watching the live broadcast, he immediately took his clan members and fled. What was even more deadly was that Gu Feng was no longer the Gu Feng of 5 years ago. This guy regarded human life as worthless, having stained his hands with countless blood. With the lives of dozens of Jiangling citizens, he could threaten the patrol domain office. But to threaten Gu Feng? That was simply a fool's dream. He tossed He Chang aside and shouted at the other grandmasters, "The situation is lost, you all let these citizens go." Then, with a thud, he bowed deeply to Gu Feng, who stood in the center of the city gate. The grandmasters of the Ouyang family complied, kneeling on the ground. Though the grandmasters of the Feng family had not received Feng Zhao's orders, they also followed suit, kneeling down. Feng Zhao's face turned pale, and in the end, he could only kneel before Gu Feng. At this moment, under Jiangling City, the top experts of the 2 great families all knelt down. The dragons bowed their heads. Wei Xiuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the 2 great families kneeling on the ground. These were more than 30 grandmasters, and Ouyang Wendian was a 3-star grandmaster. What a massive force this was. Any one of them could stir up a storm in Jiangling, let alone when gathered together. Even if the entire patrol domain office came out, they wouldn't have the confidence to eliminate this group of strong experts. In the face of more than a dozen grandmaster-level experts from the patrol domain office and the firepower of over 100 long spears, these people did not retreat a single step, showing a determination to fight to the death. Yet, Gu Feng stood alone at the city gate, and this group of grandmasters, who instilled fear in ordinary people, these hidden dragons of Jiangling, didn't even have the courage to strike back. They even chose to sever their arms to survive. Wei Xiuan felt a storm rising in his heart. The pressure the patrol domain office exerted on these people was not even a fraction of what Gu Feng did. Is this the Gu Warden? Without making a single move, the dragons bowed their heads. In the arena, Gu Feng's voice rang out. "Ouyang Wendian, what do you mean by this? I may spare these external grandmasters, but I will not spare you. At this moment, you need not say you kneel, even if you sever both arms, today, you will only have a dead end." Ouyang Wendian smiled bitterly. "Young Master Gu, I know my sins are unforgivable. I only wish to ask you to spare the younger generation of my clan. As long as you agree, I, Ouyang Wendian, am willing to commit suicide to atone." Gu Feng sneered, "Do I need you to commit suicide? You, a 3-star grandmaster, can be easily eliminated by me, the warden. With your worthless life, do you think you are worthy to negotiate terms with me?" But the events of that year, the younger generation of the Ouyang family did not participate, and were even unaware, they are all innocent. In fact, during the massacre of the Gu family, several younger members of the Ouyang family were not only aware but had also contributed ideas and strategies. However, those few younger members, whether in martial arts talent or in temperament and cunning, were all top-notch. Ouyang Wendian knew that he could hardly escape death today, and many high-ranking members of the Ouyang family would also die. Thus, if the Ouyang family wanted to become great again in the future, they could only pin their hopes on those few younger members. After all, the core younger members of the family, like Ouyang Cheng and Ouyang Haitang, were the only ones present when the strategies were devised back then. As long as he didn't speak, no one could possibly know. Ouyang Wendian was calculating in his heart when he heard Gu Feng say, "Your younger generation of the Ouyang family is innocent. What about the hundreds of innocent lives lost from my Gu family? Is my father not innocent?" His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Ouyang Wendian's face turned pale, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Feng changed his tone, however, "As long as you answer my questions truthfully, I might consider sparing their lives." "Alright." Ouyang Wendian nodded eagerly, "I will speak without reservation. Tell me, besides Feng Xiao, who else from the Feng family was involved in the massacre of the Gu family? For each person you name, one of your Ouyang family members can live. If the list you provide matches the one I investigate later, then none of your Ouyang family members will have to die." Ouyang Wendian was taken aback. He had thought Gu Feng would ask him to reveal who from his own family participated in the tragedy, but unexpectedly, Gu Feng wanted him to report on the Feng family. Was this to make them turn against each other? "Our Ouyang family has a long-standing friendship with the Feng family," Ouyang Wendian said. Gu Feng replied indifferently, "So, you are unwilling to speak?" Ouyang Wendian hurriedly said, No, what I mean is, I know exactly how many people from their family were involved in the massacre of the Gu family. As long as he named all the participants from the Feng family, none of the younger members of the Ouyang family would have to die.
Ouyang Wendian greedily thought, and began to list names one by one. At first, Feng Zhao's expression was still normal, but as Ouyang Wendian named more and more people, Feng Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. Until Ouyang Wendian mentioned Feng Ling's name, Feng Zhao could no longer hold back and shouted, "Ouyang Wendian, you're seeking death, even daring to sell out my granddaughter." As he spoke, he raised his iron fists and charged at Ouyang Wendian. Just in time, Ouyang Wendian sneered inwardly and raised his hand to strike Feng Zhao's crown. He knew that Gu Feng would definitely ask Feng Zhao the same question later. If he could kill Feng Zhao with one blow now, it would save many lives on the Ouyang side. After all, both he and Feng Zhao were the main conspirators back then and knew the most inside information. But just as his palm was about to land on Feng Zhao's crown, his hand felt as if it had been firmly gripped by an iron claw. He could not advance an inch. "Ouyang Wendian, what do you want to do?" The cold voice fell into his ears. Ouyang Wendian looked up and met Gu Feng's gaze. At that moment, Ouyang Wendian's hair stood on end. Just moments ago, Gu Feng had been standing dozens of meters away at the city gate. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had appeared right in front of him. What terrifying speed was this? He realized he had underestimated Gu Feng's strength. He had thought Gu Feng was merely at the peak of a 4-star grandmaster, but now it seemed far beyond that. A 25-year-old 5-star grandmaster? Too exaggerated. Too monstrous. While he was shocked, Ouyang Wendian also felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, I chose to kneel and bow my head, otherwise, the only fate awaiting the Ouyang family would likely be extermination. Feng Zhao wants to kill me and stop me from continuing to name names. I can only choose to resist. Damn you, Ouyang Wendian. Feng Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. He turned to Gu Feng and said, I have the list of everyone from the Ouyang family involved in the massacre case back then. If I tell you all of them, won't the younger generation of my Feng family be spared? Naturally, Gu Feng replied calmly. Without hesitation, Feng Zhao began to name names. On Wenyan's side, preparations for pen and paper had long been made. Each time Feng Zhao named someone, a name would be added to the paper. Ouyang Zhu, Ouyang Hui, Ouyang Cheng. When the name Ouyang Qing was called out by Feng Zhao, Ouyang Wendian's expression changed drastically. Why, you know about Ouyang Cheng? Ha! Feng Zhao sneered, you can find out that my granddaughter was involved in the massacre, but I can't find out about your grandson? Ouyang Wendian, I told you, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Ouyang Wendian's face turned ashen. At that moment, he finally understood Gu Feng's true intention in having them report each other. This was not just about letting them tear each other apart, it was also about exploiting the two family heads' desire to protect their younger generations to obtain more names. After all, if Gu Feng were to investigate alone, he would never be able to uncover the connections to Feng Ling and Ouyang Qing. Gu Feng, Gu Warden, what a cunning scheme you have. After the two had reported the last name, Gu Feng waited a moment, and seeing they had nothing more to say, he said, have all your family members in the cars come down. Soon, nearly 200 figures emerged from the luxury cars. They were the core high-ranking members of the two great families, along with their younger generations. As Wen Yan began to read the names on the paper, one by one, the reluctant figures stepped forward. When Wen Yan finished reading, a total of 53 figures stood out. Among them were grandmasters kneeling on the ground, core high-ranking members of the two great families, and the carefully cultivated younger generations. Gu Feng said, Wen Yan, strip these people of their cultivation and imprison them. We will decide their fate on another day. A dozen grandmasters from the inspection bureau approached, ready to carry out Gu Feng's orders. Ouyang Qing suddenly said, is there a mistake? I had nothing to do with the Gu family massacre. Sitting in a car towards the back of the line, he had not heard the conversation at the city gate. However, he noticed that those from the Ouyang family who were called out were all involved in the Gu family massacre. He had only provided strategies, and only his grandfather Ouyang Wendian knew. How could Grandpa possibly expose him? Gu Feng said, are you implying that I have wronged you? He then looked at Feng Zhao, Feng family head, it seems you are not being honest, you dare to deceive even me, the warden? Do you need me to exterminate your Feng family before you will tell the truth? Feng Zhao knelt down with a thud, young Master Gu, I absolutely did not deceive you. This Ouyang Qing once mentioned to my granddaughter that he had strategized for the Gu family massacre, and your cousin offended him. Afterwards, he even made a bone sword from your cousin's remains and hid it in his bedroom. If you go look for it now, you might still find it. Ouyang Qing was furious, Feng Zhao, you old bone, if you're dead, you're dead. Why do you have to expose me? If you don't say anything, how would Gu Feng know? Damn it! I'm still so young, I don't want to die. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward and coldly said, you don't want to die, do you think I want to die? If you ask me why my grandfather exposed you, you might as well ask why your grandfather exposed me first. I am still so young, I have so much time to waste. If it weren't for his selfishness, how could I have been dragged out? Woo woo. As she spoke, Fengling was already in tears. Cry. Your mother. Ouyang Cheng shouted angrily, I treated you as a confidant and told you my secret, but you went and told your grandfather. You shameless person, I'll kill you. Ouyang Cheng's aura changed, and with a punch infused with the might of a 6-star master, he charged at Fengling. However, facing Ouyang Cheng's attack, Fengling did not retreat but advanced. You pervert, I've seen through you for a long time. You make swords from dead people's bones and keep them under your bed, taking them out to play with whenever you want. Who do you think you are to be my confidant? The two quickly got into a scuffle. However, Fengling was only a peak 5-star master and was no match for Ouyang Cheng. In no time, she was beaten and covered in injuries. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Feng family couldn't sit still. Ouyang Cheng, who the hell do you think you are? Have you forgotten how many of our Feng family members that old dog Ouyang Wendian has reported? If it weren't for him, do you think Gu Feng is that powerful to drag everyone out? You dare to hit people? I'll kill you. A group of people rushed over to surround Ouyang Cheng. The younger generation of the Ouyang family shouted angrily, our family head is just protecting himself. Can't you Feng family endure a little? You still call yourselves family friends? Screw your family. The scene began to descend into chaos. At this moment, not only the younger generation of the two great families who had been named and were to be questioned joined the battlefield, but even those who had not been named rushed in. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Wails filled the air. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed. Several figures flew out like dead dogs. Do you think this prison does not exist? Gu Feng's voice was very soft, but it was like a demon's whisper, causing everyone to stop. Gu Feng walked up to Ouyang Cheng, making a sword from my cousin's bones. Ouyang Cheng, you no longer need to be sent to prison. Ouyang Cheng swallowed hard and turned to run. Several silver needles shot out in an instant, piercing his legs. The next moment, Gu Feng reappeared in front of him. Ouyang Cheng said in fear, Gu Shao, I was wrong, I won't dare again. I was just giving advice, and they didn't even adopt it. I never laid a hand on your Gu family, please, don't kill me. Slap. Gu Feng's palm came crashing down. Ouyang Cheng's voice abruptly stopped. Not to mention his voice, at this moment, everyone couldn't even see his corpse. He had exploded into a mist of blood, scattering with the wind. If any of you dare to move again, Ouyang Cheng's fate will be your fate. Gu Feng's cold star-like eyes scanned the surroundings. It was as if a dragon was watching a tiger. Nearly 200 young members of the noble families dared to attack each other. But at this moment, they all lowered their heads, not even having the courage to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Soon, more than 50 people had their cultivation abolished by the people from the inspection division and were taken to the car. Gu Feng turned around and looked at Ouyang Wendian. There is one more question, answer honestly. If you hide even a bit, you will bear the consequences. Before Ouyang Wendian could speak, he continued, aside from Ji Kaiyue and your 4 major families of Jiangling, what other forces were involved in the Gu family massacre? None. Ouyang Wendian replied. Are you sure? I advise you to think carefully. Ouyang Wendian pondered for a long time and finally said, there is one force that may have been involved in the Gu family massacre back then, but I can't be sure. Which force? The Jiangling Marquis Mansion. Ouyang Wendian said, after we exterminated the Gu family, we originally planned for the 5 families to share the Gu family's inheritance. However, the very next night after the Gu family incident, Duke Jiangling found us and took away half of the Gu family's inheritance by himself. Looking back now, I find it unbelievable. It was as if he already knew the Gu family was going to be wiped out, and it was as if he knew we 5 families had joined forces to exterminate them. His actions were incredibly swift. So swift that it raises suspicions. Do you have any evidence? Gu Feng asked. I do not, Ouyang Wendian replied. If I did, you would have come to kill us, and we would have definitely sought help from Duke Jiangling. The world thinks that our major families are very close to Duke Jiangling, but in fact, after he took half of the Gu family's inheritance, he has kept his distance from us and has not been close to us at all. I can't say whether Duke Jiangling was involved in the events of that year, I just suspect it. It feels too natural for him to take the Gu family's inheritance, and he showed no surprise at all when the Gu family was exterminated. I wonder if perhaps Duke Jiangling was involved, but we major families simply did not notice. Duke Jiangling? Gu Feng sneered. Duke Jiangling, you better not be connected to the events of that year. Otherwise, even if you hold immense power in Jiangling, even if you command an army of 12,000, this prison will still call for you. No bones left, the Duke's mansion will change hands. Shaking off his swirling thoughts, Gu Feng spoke. "Oh Yang Wentian, I have finished asking my questions. Now, will you take your own life, or shall I send you on your way?"
I'll do it myself, Yang Wentian sighed, turning his head to look at his clansman.
Today, he had intended to escape Jianling, but in the end, he was still one move short.
Fortunately, although Ouyang Chang had died, Ouyang Haitang had not been captured.
She was the genius of the Ouyang family.
At just 23 years old, she had already reached the peak of a 7-star master, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Whether the Ouyang family could rise again depended solely on her. However, looking at the younger generations of the two major families, each pair of eyes filled with resentment, Ouyang Wentian could only smile bitterly. The Ouyang family and the Feng family had been friends for 100 years. And now, just because Gu Feng had used a small trick, they had turned into enemies. Even if Gu Feng kept his word and spared everyone here, it was likely that in the future, the two major families would attack each other, and the flames of war would never cease. Did the Ouyang family really still have a chance to rise? At that moment, Ouyang Wentian felt a deep fear of Gu Feng once again. This man was not only unparalleled in martial arts, dominating all enemies in Jianling, but his cunning and depth of character had reached an unfathomable level. "Everyone, after I die, do not seek revenge for me. My death is well deserved." Ouyang Wentian finally spoke. 5 years ago, I made a mistake once. You must not follow in my footsteps. The name of the family, the immense wealth, we do not need it. I only hope that you can all live well. Ouyang Wentian took one last distant look at the sky of Jianling, his eyes filled with nostalgia. If only 5 years ago, he had not been blinded by greed, had not taken advantage of the night to burn down the Gu mansion with the other 4 major families, then he should still be able to live for a long time, right? His clansmen would not have to face this calamity today. Endless regret enveloped him. But alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled sound. They looked up to see that Ouyang Wentian had shattered his own skull with a palm strike. Feng Xiao, filled with sorrow, made arrangements for the aftermath and followed in Ouyang Wentian's footsteps. The 2 bodies fell at the foot of Jianling City. Ouyang Wentian, Feng Xiao. The heads of the 2 great families of Jianling had led a night raid on the Gu residence 5 years ago, and afterward, they set fire to the Gu residence, leaving nothing but ashes. Today, death. Gu Feng did not look at the bodies of the 2 men but turned to the crowd. 5 years ago, both of your great families participated in the extermination of the Gu family. 112 members of my Gu family, except for my sister and me, were turned to ashes. You annihilated my Gu clan, and even if I were to slaughter every one of you from both families today, you would have no words to say. However, I can give you a chance. 20 days from now, I will hold a memorial ceremony for my Gu family. You only need to use the resources of your 2 families, just like the Su family, to go to Maishan to repair the tomb and rebuild my Gu residence within these 20 days, and I will spare your lives. Gu Feng raised his hand, and dozens of silver needles instantly pierced the bodies of more than a dozen people. After repeating this several times, everyone present had silver needles planted in them. 20 days from now, all of you present will carry the coffin for my Gu family. After the memorial ceremony is over, this prison will return your freedom. But if any of you try to escape Jiangling midway or secretly engage in any small tricks, then there will only be one path for you: death. Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Do you understand? On the side of the Ouyang family, a woman in a blue silk dress immediately knelt down. We are willing to carry the coffin for the Gu family, to repay our ancestors' debts. Seeing this, the others immediately knelt down as well, speaking in unison. We are willing to carry the coffin for the Gu family, to repay our ancestors' debts. Gu Feng looked at the woman in the silk dress. What is your name? Ouyang Haitang, the woman replied. Very well, I hope you can be true to your words. After Gu Feng finished speaking, he turned to prepare to board the plane. At that moment, Ouyang Haitang said, Young Master Gu, we know our sins are heavy. Over the years, due to the inheritance we received from the Gu family, we younger generations have also benefited greatly. I want to do something more for young Master Gu to atone. Oh, Ouyang Haitang continued, in our Ouyang family's secret chamber, there are many rare medicinal materials, some of which were obtained from the Gu family. I want to give all the medicinal materials to young Master Gu. Seeing her so eager to please Gu Feng, a senior member of the Feng family immediately jumped out, also offering to give all the medicinal materials from the Feng family's secret chamber to Gu Feng. You are quite understanding, Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Prepare the medicinal materials, and I will come to collect them later. Ning Yushi's injuries indeed required many rare medicinal materials, and he also needed them for alchemy. With the medicinal materials provided by the 2 great families, it would save him a lot of effort. Gu Feng said nothing more and turned to board the helicopter. Just as he was about to close the cabin door, Wen Yan walked over.
Director Gu, wait a moment. Gu Feng glanced at him. What is it?
Wen Yin pondered for a moment and said, Director Gu, the video of you at Family.One Pavilion had quite a significant impact, and even those above have taken notice.
This live broadcast video is spreading wildly on Jiangling's internet.
If it is not dealt with, I fear those above will come looking for trouble.
He continued with a troubled expression. Can I start working on removing these 2 videos from the internet? Are you afraid of those above looking for trouble with me, or are you afraid of losing your position as the head of the patrol domain? Gu Feng countered. Wen Yin was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Gu Feng to see through his little thoughts so easily. Now, the 2 videos circulating on Jiangling's internet were filled with blood and violence, and if those above held him accountable, his position as head of the patrol domain would surely be in jeopardy. He had worked hard to climb to this position and had poured his heart and soul into transforming the Jiangling patrol domain into what it was today. If he were to leave just like that, he would be truly unwilling. Although Gu Feng was the warden of Long Island Prison, and having him intervene should protect him, still,
I am just an insignificant little person. Gu Feng, why should I protect myself? Gu Warden, Gu Feng patted his shoulder. If you want to delete it, go ahead. Now, all 4 major families have been eradicated, and Ji Kaiwa has become notorious because of the video from Family.One Pavilion.
These 2 videos have lost their value to Gu Feng.
Whether to delete or not, he has no opinion.
He added, Wen Yin, you did well today.
In a few days, this warden will give you a big gift.
After Wen Yin left, the helicopter soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Inside the cabin, Ji Kaiwa stared at Gu Feng's back, lost in thought. Although she was looking at Gu Feng, her mind was filled with the tragic images of Ouyang Wentian and Feng Xiao lying in pools of blood.
Gu Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Ji Kaiwa, have you seen the bodies of Ouyang Wentian and Feng Xiao? Their fate will be yours in 20 days.
Ji Tsayua's body trembled, a hint of fear hidden in her beautiful eyes. Living in fear is truly not a pleasant experience.
However, little Feng, oh little Feng, it's a pity you won't live to see 20 days from now.
You think Jun Wubbing will only bring 5-star and 6-star grandmasters to capture you.
Little do you know, what is coming is a true extraordinary master. Today, you are glorious under Jiangling City. In the future, your mother will make you regret not killing me sooner. You and I, mother and son, the outcome is still undecided.
Ji Tsayua's cherry lips curled into a cold smile. As Gu Feng's plane disappeared into the sky, the people from the 2 major families left one after another, and the people from the patrol domain also got into their cars, heading towards the headquarters of the Jiangling patrol domain. In the back of one car, Wei Xiuan sat in the passenger seat, her eyes vacant. Her boyfriend, Xia Ming, said while driving, Xiuan, you were wrong this time. After we go back, you should apologize to the leader, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't keep your position as team leader.
Wei Xiuan's face darkened. Yes, I was wrong. These 2 major families did indeed wipe out the Gu family, I admit that. But Gu Feng is definitely not a good person. He kills anyone he sees, that's one crime. He doesn't care about the lives of the people of Jiangling, that's a second crime. He is arrogant towards the patrol domain, ordering people around, that's a third crime. Xia Ming sighed, Xiuan, don't be too stubborn. In the end, it's our patrol domain that didn't give Gu Feng justice. If he hadn't acted, even if we knew the numerous crimes of the 2 major families, what good would it do? You should think, if Gu Feng hadn't come today, how many brothers and sisters would have died if the patrol domain really fought against the 2 major families? And we might not even be able to stop the 2 major families from leaving Jiangling. As for those people in Jiangling, aren't they living just fine? The outcome is good. If those people were taken away by the 2 major families, with their ruthless nature, whether those citizens could come back is another story. He said softly, Xiuan, I know Gu Feng slapped you, and you were angry, but no matter how biased you are against Gu Feng, you must understand one thing, no matter how ruthless Gu Feng is, he has never done anything despicable that threatens the citizens. Am I going to be angry for so long just because he slapped me? Do you think I'm such a petty woman in your eyes? If you really think that way, then we don't need to continue this relationship. Wei Xiuan shouted angrily. Okay, it's my fault, my fault. Xia Ming immediately surrendered.
Wei Xiuan's anger subsided slightly, and she argued, I'm just stating the facts.
You say those citizens survived, yes, that's right. But that's only because Ouyang Wentian and Feng Xiao were such useless fools that they were scared out of their wits by Gu Feng. They didn't even fight and just knelt down and surrendered.
If they weren't so cowardly, the 2 great families would team up to besiege him alone. Today, not only would those commoners die unjustly, but even Gu Feng would likely end up with no bones left.
Xia Ming couldn't help but say, isn't there a possibility that if a fight really breaks out, neither of the 2 great families would survive? After all, Ouyang Wendian is a grandmaster of the 3 stars, his understanding of martial arts must be stronger than yours as a grandmaster of the 3 stars, right? Even if he misjudges, it can't be that all 30 or so grandmasters misjudge, can it? I just saw with my own eyes that when Feng Xiaochong rushed over, those grandmasters didn't even dare to take a step forward. With so many grandmasters, not one dared to make a move against Gu Feng. Doesn't that indicate Gu Feng's strength? Whose side are you on? Wei Xiuan's face turned red with anger. Break up. We must break up today. Oh, I was wrong. Gu Feng can't beat them, okay?
The only reason he survived today is because of sheer luck. Xiaoming softened his tone. Seeing Wei Xiuan silent, her eyes red, he couldn't help but reach out and stroke her cheek. One side of her face was just slapped by Wen Yan, red and swollen. Your face must hurt. Let me rub it for you. I hurt your mother. Wei Xiuan completely lost her composure and started punching and kicking Xiaoming. The next day, Ma Yang swiped his card to enter the company. The time showed 9 o'clock and 3 minutes. He was already 33 minutes late. But it didn't matter. He was the department manager. Even if he was late, no one dared to say a word. Arriving at his office, he leisurely brewed himself a cup of tea and took a couple of sips with satisfaction. Just as he was about to call his secretary over to discuss the meaning of life and the mysteries of the universe, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Fei, president of Tianyao Group. Oh, what wind blew big cousin here? Ma Yang greeted with a grin. But Zhang Fei was unusually serious and said, Xiaoyang, Miss Xiao wants to see you. She's in the boardroom right now, you need to hurry over. Miss Xiao? Could it be the young lady from the Xiao family, Xiao Qianxue? That's right. Why does she suddenly want to see me? Is it because I've recently completed several major projects and caught her attention? Ma Yang knew very well that Tianyao Group was the property of the Xiao family. Previously, relying on his relationship with Zhang Fei, he became the department manager of Tianyao Group. But that was as far as it went. However, if he caught the eye of Miss Xiao, he would surely soar to great heights. What was a mere department manager? With a word from Xiao Qianxue, he could rise straight to become the vice president of the company. One person beneath, thousands above. With this thought, he happily ran to the conference room. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Qianxue, simply stunning, more beautiful than what he had seen on television. For a moment, Ma Yang found it hard to look away. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Qianxue had already walked over. Did you watch the live broadcast yesterday? Ma Yang didn't understand why Xiao Qianxue was asking about something unrelated to work, but he still answered honestly, you mean the live broadcast by Jun Wuyo? I watched it. What a pity, young Master Wuyo made a mistake in his game and lost to that devil Gu Feng. It was truly regrettable. I saw you cursing Gu Feng quite fiercely, Xiao Qianxue said meaningfully. Ma Yang suddenly remembered that he had seen the news before, where Xiao Qianxue said she wanted to marry Gu Feng. So, Xiao Qianxue had come for Gu Feng's matter. However, the head of the Xiao family had long clarified that Xiao Qianxue was deceived by Gu Feng's sweet words, which was why she said that. No wonder Xiao Qianxue came looking for him. She probably couldn't wait for Gu Feng to die. In the live broadcast, I vented to Gu Feng, probably saying everything that Xiao Qianxue wanted to say. Poof. As the saying goes, doing a good job is not as good as flattering well. It seems that I, Ma Yang, not only want to soar to great heights but might even have the chance to have dinner with the young lady Xiao. He was feeling quite pleased with himself and immediately took out his phone to open the live streaming app. Miss Xiao, my son is a pain, but he has the talent of an emperor. This is everything I said in that live room yesterday. Xiao Qianxue took a look and said expressionlessly, your hostility towards Fei Xue Yingfenglai seems quite strong. Of course. That loser, I don't even want to talk about him, Ma Yang replied. He really can't afford to live. For a few dimes, he actually defended Gu Feng. Does he think Gu Feng is his father or mother? He even dared to say I should get out of Tianyao Group today. He should take a look in the mirror. A loser like him can't even enter the gates of Tianyao Group, yet he dares to tell me to leave? TSK, I'm just standing here talking to you, Miss Xiao. Ugh, that dead garbage, let's not mention it, it's bad luck. Xiao Qianxue said slowly, I'm here today to tell you that, starting today, you are fired. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for the promotion. I will definitely work harder for the company. At this point, Ma Yang suddenly felt something was off and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Miss Xiao, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You want to fire me? Surprised? I told you yesterday, didn't I? Xiao Qianxue replied. Ma Yang was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. I didn't expect Miss Xiao to be someone who enjoys joking. Before today, I hadn't even seen you in real life, let alone talk to you. Think carefully about whether we've ever spoken, Xiao Qianxue said, turning her phone screen towards Ma Yang.
On the live streaming app interface, a string of IDs was glaringly displayed. Fei Shui Yingfenglai. My Yang's eyes widened in shock. You are that loser. Fei Shui Yingfenglai? My god. What have I done? I actually called the young lady Xiao a loser. A piece of garbage. If she is a loser, then what am I? At that moment, Ma Yang was terrified to the point of losing his mind. He directly thudded to the ground, trembling as he said, Miss Xiao, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to say such things. Miss Xiao, I was wrong. Damn it, this is really damn it. How could Xiao Qianxue still be involved with Gu Feng? I remember you said yesterday that I wasn't even worthy to come to Tianyao Group as a cleaner? Xiao Qianxue said expressionlessly. Before Ma Yang could apologize, Zhang Fei, who was standing at the door, rushed over and slapped him several times, making Ma Yang dizzy. You brat, you really don't know how to live. How dare you speak disrespectfully to Miss Xiao? Starting today, you are fired. Also, you damn well come in late and leave early every day. I arranged for people to help you complete the project, and you still want to take kickbacks. You have 3 days to return all the money you've pocketed, or just wait to sit in jail. Ma Yang was struck as if by lightning, crying and sobbing, Cousin, that money is long spent, how could I possibly return it? Get lost. Who the hell is your cousin? From now on, there's no relationship between us. If you dare to get close to me again, I'll hit you every time I see you. Zhang Fei shouted angrily. Knowing that the young lady from the Xiao family personally came to settle the score, Zhang Fei understood that Ma Yang had truly angered her. If he didn't quickly distance himself from this foolish distant cousin, he might suffer too. Seeing Zhang Fei's attitude, Ma Yang could only shamelessly seek Xiao Qianxue again. Xiao Qianxue directly ignored him and turned to leave. She knew that Zhang Fei would handle everything that followed. Back at the Xiao family villa, her father, Xiao Ran, wore a dark expression. Did you go and fire that Ma Yang? Xiao Qianxue replied, his behavior is inappropriate, he comes late and leaves early, and he takes kickbacks. What's wrong with firing him? Then was it necessary for you to go in person? You could have just called Zhang Fei, right? Don't think I don't know, you went to trouble him because he insulted Gu Feng. This is personal revenge. Do you think your actions reflect the image of a young lady from the Xiao family? Do they align with your status as a pillar of the nation? Xiao Qianxue huffed, he insulted the person I like, so I want to make things difficult for him, humph. At that moment, she was neither the young lady of the Xiao family nor a renowned scholar, but just a girl standing up for her beloved. Watching his daughter run into her room, Xiao Ran's forehead throbbed with veins. This is outrageous. I've spent over 20 years educating my daughter to be knowledgeable and reasonable, and after just a short time with Gu Feng, she's turned into this? Li Gaoming, standing nearby, said, Sir, actually, this might not be a bad thing. The young lady used to give me a gloomy feeling, filled with the rigid air of an old scholar, never smiling. She didn't seem like someone her age at all. Now, she can cry, laugh, be happy, and feel sad, full of life. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao Ran shot him a glance. It seems you're more like his father now? Li Gaoming quickly lowered his head. Sir, I overstepped. Humph. Xiao Ran snorted coldly. Change may not necessarily be a bad thing, but if the person causing her to change is Gu Feng, that is absolutely unforgivable. Dad, our bet is still on. No matter how much bias you have against Gu Feng, in more than 20 days, I will be with him. After saying this, Xiao Qianxue smiled slightly. Gu Feng. Today, I vented my anger thoroughly, and I feel quite relieved. However, just thinking about not being able to see you or even contact you for more than 20 days makes the time feel especially hard to bear. At this moment, what are you doing? Are you treating Ning Yushi's injuries? Indeed. At this moment, Gu Feng was indeed treating Ning Yushi's injuries. In fact, since returning to Yujing Haoding yesterday, he had been treating her. Taking out the silver needles embedded in Ning Yushi's body, Gu Feng placed a bowl of medicinal soup in front of her. Whether it's the injury on your leg or your hand, both are quite serious and can't be healed in a short time. But don't worry, within half a month at most, I can make them all disappear without a trace, leaving no scars. After reassuring Ning Yushi, Gu Feng returned to his room and began to refine pills. Today's treatment had ended, and continuing would not yield any results. Gu Feng planned to refine a batch of pills to further enhance Ning Yushi's strength. Only with enough strength could Ning Yushi stand on her own. He hoped that one day, even if he wasn't by Ning Yushi's side, she could protect herself. In fact, last night, Gu Feng had already visited the Ouyang and Feng families, collecting a large number of rare medicinal materials into his spatial ring. At the same time, he also went to the Sun family. It goes without saying that he gave the younger generation of the Sun family the same orders as the other 3 families and planted silver needles on them. Then, he emptied the medicinal materials from the Sun family's secret chamber.
Now, his spatial ring was piled high with rare medicinal materials. It was precisely because of these materials that Gu Feng was confident he could restore Ning Yushi to her original state within half a month. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Gu Feng had refined a new batch of gathering chi pills. This time, due to the improved quality of the medicinal materials, the quality of the gathering chi pill has increased by a quarter compared to the first time. With Gu Feng's help, Ning Yushi swallowed the gathering chi pill entirely. Her cultivation soared dramatically, rising from a 4-star master to the peak of a 7-star master. She was just one step away from entering the Grand Master realm. Feeling the surging energy within her body, Ning Yushi's beautiful eyes were filled with joy and astonishment. The peak of a 7-star master. How many martial artists dream of reaching this realm? And she had already achieved it. Young master, this is even more exaggerated than last time. Last time, with Gu Feng's help, she had advanced from a 1-star master to a 4-star master, just like now, spanning 3 major realms. But one must understand that there is an essential difference between the two. The difficulty of breaking through from the early stage of a 4-star master to the early stage of a 5-star master is comparable to breaking through from a 1-star to a 4-star. Not to mention the subsequent 6-star and 7-star. Gu Feng smiled and said, not exaggerated at all. The century-old accumulation of rare medicinal materials from the 4 great families, combined with my superb alchemy skills, makes cultivating a 7-star master incredibly simple. In fact, helping Ning Yushi break through to the peak of a 7-star master only used a quarter of the medicinal materials in the spatial ring. I could have continued to help you elevate your realm, but advancing too quickly may not be a good thing, especially relying on pills for rapid elevation. Overly forcing growth is detrimental to your future martial arts development. What you need to do now is to solidify your foundation and stabilize your realm. If possible, it would be best to break through to the Grand Master realm on your own. Ning Yushi nodded vigorously, I will do my utmost. After lunch, with nothing much to do, Gu Feng planned to inspect the repair situation at Meishan. Ning Yushi had been cooped up at home for many days and wanted to get some fresh air, so she followed Gu Feng. With no strong practitioners at home, Gu Feng had to bring Ji Kaiwei alone. At the top of Meishan, the cemetery had begun to take shape. Judging by the progress, it seemed that it would be completed in less than half a month. After leaving Meishan, Gu Feng visited the old Gu family estate. The progress here was evidently slower than that of the cemetery, as the construction had started a bit later, and the Gu family estate covered 100 acres, making the scale of the project vastly different from that of the cemetery. At this moment, the workers were working energetically. The early autumn wind could not disperse the sweat on their backs. Xingning, when the Gu family estate is completed, I'll take you to the rooftop to stargaze, Gu Feng murmured, calling for Ouyang Haitang to give a summary report on the construction progress over the past few days. The two walked and stopped. Although Ouyang Haitang was younger, she was currently the leader of the Ouyang family. Her speech was concise, and she quickly introduced the situation. She then said, however, there is one thing that still needs to be reported to young Master Gu. Go ahead. We are currently in the phase of redoing the foundation, but we are not clear about the internal structure of the Gu residence. It is somewhat difficult to completely restore the Gu residence of the past. I don't know if young Master Gu Feng said, the internal structure diagram of the Gu residence will arrive in Jiangling tomorrow morning. I will have someone deliver it to you. Gu Feng had already considered this aspect. Originally, he planned to draw a rough sketch himself, as he had grown up in the Gu residence, and every tree, every brick, and every tile was etched deep in his memory. However, when Steward Qin learned that the Gu residence was to be rebuilt, he mentioned that he had the structure diagram from back then, which had been sent from northern Yunnan 2 days ago. Just then, 2 men's voices came from not far away. I never expected that in my lifetime, I would see the Gu residence rise again. I thought this land would be abandoned forever. Isn't that so? More than 20 years ago, when the Gu residence was first built, I worked here. Back then, I was just a 23 or 24-year-old naive youth. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed, and I'm almost 50 now. I never expected to be back here working again, and for the damn Gu family, no less. That old man Gu's son is something else. I heard he's made the 4 great families lose their minds. Indeed, a tiger father begets no dog son. Pfft, compared to his father, he's far behind. Old man Gu had a formidable reputation throughout his life, yet treated people with kindness. What does he know besides killing? If it weren't for the high wages here, I wouldn't come. Who can argue with that? 10 times the salary. Working a day elsewhere earns 400, but here it's 4,000. My son's gambling debts have a solution now. We're all unfortunate souls. My mother is lying in the hospital, waiting for money to save her life. If I work here for a month, I won't have to humbly borrow money from those relatives. Otherwise, I really don't want to work for this devil. The two men, one named Gui Jianmen and the other Kai Kongmao, chatted casually while working, completely unaware that their conversation had fallen into Gu Feng's ears. They also had no idea they were about to meet a tragic end. Ouyang Haitang looked at Gu Feng, who had a blank expression, and suddenly dashed out, her energy surging. Her skirt fluttered. Her hair billowed. But she only took one step. No matter what, she couldn't take the second, because a large hand had already pressed down on her fragrant shoulder. The force wasn't great, but she couldn't move. Gu Feng's voice reached her ears. What do you want to do? Ouyang Haitang said resentfully. Those two are speaking ill of young Master Gu behind his back. I clearly offered them 10 times the salary as per young Master Gu's request and repeatedly emphasized that it was your kindness that allowed them such good treatment. Yet they are ungrateful, gossiping behind your back. They deserve to be punished as a warning to others. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, his tone intriguing. Do you think I care? If I did, how many people do you think would die in the entire Jiangling? Remembering the overwhelming online slander against Gu Feng, Ouyang Haitang suddenly felt a chill. If Gu Feng went mad and sought trouble with these people, would Jiangling see 100,000 deaths or 1,000,000? Gu Feng said, I have only one requirement. Let these people work well and finish the Gu family residence as soon as possible. Do you understand? Understood. Ouyang Haitang lowered her head and replied. At that moment, Ning Yushi's phone suddenly rang. After answering, her expression turned somewhat grim. What's wrong? Gu Feng asked. My grandfather is seriously ill. Young master, I'm sorry, but I may need to return to Jingchuan for a while. Gu Feng was surprised. Aren't you from Jiangling? Yes, my hometown is in Jingchuan. I grew up there, and my grandfather has always treated me well, so I must go back. I'll go with you, Gu Feng said lightly, then led Ning Yushi toward the plane. Watching the helicopter soar into the sky, disappearing into the clouds, a cold smile appeared on Ouyang Haitang's beautiful, youthful face. Gu Feng, it seems you're not as crazy as the rumors say. Do you disdain to kill these two ants, or do you truly not care about their gossip? It doesn't matter. You won't let them die. But I, Ouyang Haitang, will make sure they do. At this moment, a chilling light shot from Ouyang Haitang's beautiful eyes. The land of the Gu residents, which had been silent for 5 years, would soon boil over with the nourishment of blood. On the plane, Ning Yushi asked, Young master, are you really okay going to Jingchuan with me? About things here in Jiangling. Gu Feng replied, there are still some matters to handle here in Jiangling, but it's not urgent. If anything unexpected happens, Wen Yan can notify me. Ning Yushi felt relieved. Grandfather, the young master's medical skills are impressive. If he is willing to help, he will surely be able to cure you. At the same time, she secretly thought, it would be great if the young master could pretend to be her boyfriend this time when he goes to Jingchuan with her. Over the years, to deal with her family's pressure to marry, she had been lying to them, saying she had a boyfriend, and her mother always wanted to meet him. If the young master agreed, it would also ease her mother's worries. However, she figured the young master would probably not agree, so she didn't bring it up. Gu Feng was unaware that the trip to Jingchuan would take several days, so he flew the helicopter to the patrol domain office. He left Ji Kaiyue in the dungeon of the patrol domain office. After returning to Yujing Haoding, he instructed the Blood Alliance members stationed there to deliver the structural diagram of the Gu residence to Ouyang Haitang once it arrived. With everything arranged, Gu Feng initially planned to fly directly to Ning Yushi's home in the helicopter. However, the oil was running low, so he had to take the high-speed train with Ning Yushi to Jingchuan. At 6:30 in the afternoon in Jingchuan, the buzzing sound of smoking machines echoed from various tube buildings. In the squares on both sides of the street, elderly men and women were dancing, enjoying themselves. Although Jingchuan and Jiangling are both part of the 13 cities in Jiangnan province, Jingchuan is far less prosperous than Jiangling. Its remote geographical location and underdeveloped economy contribute to a much slower pace of life. At this moment, in the home of Old Master Ning, a group of people was gathered around the table, eating and laughing together. Oh, Yusin, your boyfriend is really thoughtful. Not only did he come, but he also brought so many gifts. Ning Yusin, Ning Yushi's cousin, had just had her new boyfriend visit, bringing a jade bracelet for every woman in the Ning family. Ning Yushi's aunt, Kai Xinlan, fondled the jade bracelet in her hand, beaming, this jade bracelet is really beautiful. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Not much, just a few tens of thousands, Ning Yusin replied. Oh, that's not much. There are 5 or 6 women here. That's a big expense. Yes, your boyfriend is really thoughtful. The aunts chimed in, all looking very happy. Only Ning Yushi's mother, Chen Manhwa, had a somewhat unnatural expression. Because while all the other women in the Ning family received jade bracelets, she did not. In fact, she didn't care much about the tens of thousands of yuan, it was just that she felt treated differently, which inevitably made her uncomfortable.
At that moment, Ning Yusin's cousin, Ning Ziyuan, chuckled and said, "Hey, Yusin, did your boyfriend forget to buy a jade bracelet for your third aunt? Why is her hand empty?" The old master Ning had 3 sons, and Ning Yushi's father was the youngest. Ning Yusin pretended to be annoyed and slapped her forehead. "Oh, I'm so sorry, third aunt. My boyfriend was too busy today and forgot to bring yours, please don't mind." "It's fine," Chen Miaohua waved her hand. Ning Yushi's aunt, Kai Xinlan, said, "In recent years, Yushi has been doing very well in Jiangling and often sends money home. It's said that she got into Fengwu Jiutian and became a department manager because she found a very impressive boyfriend. Yusin, you've graduated from university for several years and haven't found a decent job. With your boyfriend's help, you could also go to Fengwu Jiutian and be a department manager. I've heard that Fengwu Jiutian is one of the most luxurious hotels in Jiangling." "Put." Ning Yusin scoffed. "What's a department manager? My boyfriend said he has connections in Jiangling and can directly arrange for me to be a vice president at Tianyao Group." "Do you know about the Tianyao Group? It's an enterprise under the Xiao family." "The Xiao family. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. You just need to know that my boyfriend is really impressive." "Is he more impressive than Ning Yushi's boyfriend?" Kai Xinlan asked. "That's a given." Ning Yusin said proudly, "My boyfriend has 3 companies just in Jingchuan. Not to mention he has a ton of connections in Jiangling. Last time I asked him if I could go to Fengwu Jiutian, and he said that kind of trash hotel isn't worthy of me, and told me not to go." Upon hearing this, not only the women at the table but even the men cast envious glances at Ning Yusin. "Yusin, you're really going to soar. Our Ning family, you're the most promising one." Ning Yusin huffed with satisfaction. That goes without saying. I've always been the most promising in our family, okay? You don't even think about it, Ning Yushi, a high school dropout. Can she be more successful than me? Can the boyfriend she found be more impressive than mine?" The table erupted in a chorus of compliments. Ning Yusin listened with delight, her head gradually held high. At that moment, she resembled a noble peacock. "Oof. Ning Yushi, I've always been better than you. I study better than you. I'm prettier than you. And now, the boyfriend I found is also more impressive than yours." Just then, Ning Yushi's mother, Chen Miaohua, said, "Hee, your boyfriend does come from a good family, but doesn't he have a bit too many pimples on his face?" "Auntie." Ning Yusin's face darkened immediately. "Are you jealous? Just because you forgot to send you a bracelet, do you have to attack my boyfriend's looks? I'm just looking out for you. What if your future children also have a face full of pimples?" Chen Miaohua said earnestly. "Am I being treated like clay?" Ning Yusin suddenly sneered. "Auntie, maybe Ning Yushi's boyfriend is not only inferior to mine in family background, but even in looks." "That's impossible," Chen Miaohua said without thinking. "On what basis do you say that? Have you seen him?" Over the years, Ning Yushi has come back for every holiday but never brought her boyfriend. Is it because he's too ugly to show off? Chen Miaohua was momentarily speechless, because she had not only never seen her daughter's boyfriend but she didn't even have a single photo of him. Could it be that her daughter's boyfriend is really too ugly to show? Damn, now that you mention it, it really could be. If he wasn't ugly, he wouldn't have never been brought home for us elders to see for years. Yushi isn't dating an old man, is she? I've heard that some young girls, to avoid taking decades of detours, directly find a middle-class old man in his 70s or 80s. How disgusting. I would rather be poor my whole life than date an old man. Just thinking about being under a 70 or 80-year-old man makes me want to throw up. Hearing the discussions, Chen Miaohua was furious, but she couldn't explode because even she had some doubts in her heart. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Mom, I'm back. How's Grandpa's illness?" Everyone turned to look. They saw Ning Yushi with her flowing long hair, and beside her stood Gu Feng, clad in a dark trench coat, tall and handsome. In an instant, all discussions ceased. Ning Yushi's aunt, Kai Xinlan, asked, "Yushi, who is this beside you?" Ning Yushi replied, "He is." Before she could finish, Chen Miaohua rushed over. "Do we even need to ask? Can't you see he's standing next to my daughter? Surely it's my daughter's boyfriend, right, Yushi?" At this moment, not only was her mother, Chen Miaohua, looking at her, but all the eyes in the room were also turned towards her. Ning Yushi felt a chill run down her spine. Because she had dropped out of school early, her family had started urging her to marry off early, wanting to get her married as soon as possible. But all she could think about was clearing Gu Feng's name. How could she have the heart to marry? So she lied to her family, saying she had a boyfriend in Jiangling. As for the identity of the department manager of Fengwu Jiutian, that was also fabricated. If her mother found out she was involved in the underground world, fighting and killing all day in Jiangling, who knows how worried she would be. She never expected that upon returning, her mother would mistake Gu Feng for her boyfriend. She wished it were true, but it was simply unrealistic. She opened her mouth to clarify, but inexplicably said, "Yes, he is my boyfriend." As soon as she said it, she immediately regretted it, looking at Gu Feng in panic. If Gu Feng denied it at that moment, it would be too embarrassing. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pleading. Gu Feng then turned his head, meeting her gaze. A few seconds later, he reached out and ruffled Ning Yushi's hair. Although he didn't say a word, the affectionate gesture said it all. "Ha ha ha." Chen Miahua laughed proudly, linking her arm with Gu Feng's and beaming. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Is my son-in-law an old man? Is he so ugly he can't be shown off?" Then she turned to Ning Yusin and said, "Yusin, it seems that compared to my son-in-law, your boyfriend is still a bit lacking." Ning Yusin was completely petrified. She was screaming internally. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could a high school dropout like Ning Yushi find such a handsome boyfriend from a good family? If she could, she would even want to swap boyfriends with Ning Yushi. After all, her boyfriend, aside from being wealthy, really had nothing to show for himself. At that moment, she was consumed by jealousy. Ning Yushi was confused about the situation and was about to ask when her mother grabbed her hand. "What happened to your hand? Why is it wrapped in bandages?" Ning Yushi dared not tell the truth. "I accidentally cut it on glass. It's nothing serious, it will be fine in a few days." Then she hurriedly changed the subject. "What about Grandpa? How is he?" "Still in a coma, but his condition has improved a bit. I'll go in and take a look." As she spoke, Ning Yushi walked into a bedroom with Gu Feng. An elderly man with graying hair was lying on the bed, his eyes tightly closed. Gu Feng went over to check the old man's pulse. A minute later, he released his hand. Ning Yushi quickly asked, "How is my grandpa? He was treated once before. So that's why his condition has improved, right?" "No." Gu Feng shook his head. His treatment method was completely wrong. "If I hadn't come to Jingchuan, not only would your grandpa's condition have worsened again, but the doctor who treated him would also suffer backlash and might even die." Gu Feng briefly explained the old man's illness to Ning Yushi and then said, "Now, I need to go to the kitchen to prepare medicine. In half an hour, I will start treating your grandpa." After Gu Feng went to the kitchen, Ning Yushi walked out of the bedroom with a gloomy face. "Mom, tell me, who harmed Grandpa? I, Ning Yushi, will never let it go." Just now, Gu Feng told her that her grandpa had been afflicted with cold poison many years ago, but it had been suppressed by various treatments. This time, he fell into a coma because he was attacked, causing the cold poison to flare up again. And she had indeed found many bruises on her grandpa's body. Her eyes were slightly red, and even her breathing became heavy. Who would dare to attack a man over 60 years old? Is there no one in the Ning family? Ning Yusin coldly laughed and said, You won't let it go easily? I've heard that the people who attacked Grandpa are from the underworld, with plenty of blood on their hands. What do you think you can do? Do you think you're the queen of the underground world? You don't need to worry about this matter. My boyfriend is already sending someone to investigate. He promised me that he would give me an explanation by tomorrow at the latest. Ning Yushi didn't say anything. She is now the head of the Blood Alliance, but she has no power in Jingchuan. Once her cousin's boyfriend uncovers the truth, it won't be too late for her to take action. Of course, she has to keep it from her mother. Kai Xinlan said, "This time, it's really thanks to you, Yusin. If it weren't for your new boyfriend, our Ning family would have suffered in silence. Also, the old man is already weak. After this injury, his old ailments have flared up, and he's 1 foot in the grave. If it weren't for the divine Dr. Zhang that your boyfriend found, I'm afraid the old man would have passed away." What? Ning Yushi was taken aback. The person who treated Grandpa before was found by your boyfriend? Isn't that obvious? Ning Yusin said proudly. Otherwise, who in the entire Ning family could afford to invite divine Dr. Zhang? He's the most famous doctor in Jingchuan. Chen Miaohua retorted, "My daughter can invite him too." Ning Yushi's cousin, Ning Ziyuan, shook his head. "No, your daughter really can't." Ning Yushi said seriously, "You should quickly have your boyfriend call divine Dr. Zhang and tell him not to come treat Grandpa anymore, otherwise, he will die." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ning Yusin laughed in anger. "I've heard of doctors killing patients, but I've never heard of a doctor killing himself while treating someone. Ning Yushi, are you jealous because my boyfriend is so outstanding? But when it comes to Grandpa's life, I advise you to put away your petty jealousy. Tomorrow, divine Dr. Zhang will come again to treat Grandpa. At that time, you can see for yourself whether divine Dr. Zhang will die or not." Chen Miahua was about to speak but was stopped by Ning Yushi. She didn't want to argue with Ning Yusin, since divine Dr. Zhang wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, it didn't matter. Anyway, Gu Feng would soon take action to treat Grandpa. Feeling a bit hungry, she served herself some rice and went to another room, eating while chatting with her mother. When she finished and came out, she suddenly found that the hall was empty. Everyone had gone into Grandpa's room. What happened? Ning Yushi's heart sank, and she immediately squeezed into the room. She saw an elderly man in a tang suit giving Grandpa acupuncture. Divine Dr. Zhang, please stop immediately. You can't cure my grandpa, and if you continue, you will die. As the top doctor in Jingchuan, Divine Dr. Zhang had appeared on television many times. Ning Yushi naturally recognized him. Ning Yusin was furious. Ning Yushi, can you get out and not disturb Divine Dr. Zhang from treating Grandpa? Ning Yushi stared directly at her cousin. Didn't you say that Divine Dr. Zhang would come tomorrow to treat Grandpa? Why is he here now? Ning Yusin said proudly, why? That's because my boyfriend offered too much. In Jingchuan, it's already rare for Divine Dr. Zhang to treat someone once, but my boyfriend can have him treat someone twice in one day. Now, you should understand how amazing my boyfriend is, right? Ning Yushi said seriously, Divine Dr. Zhang, there are many opportunities to make money, but you only have one life. Hurry and stop, otherwise, you might still be able to save your life. Divine Dr. Zhang didn't look at her but instead said darkly to Ning Yusin, Miss Ning, what do you mean? Are you preparing to bargain because you see that the old man is about to wake up? The price we agreed on is the price, not a penny less, or I will leave right now. Dr. Zhang, you misunderstand. Ning Yusin quickly tried to calm her down, then said fiercely, Ning Yushi, it's one thing to act crazy in front of me, but now you even dare to question Dr. Zhang's medical skills. If you anger Dr. Zhang and he refuses to treat Grandpa, can you bear the responsibility for that? Cousin, do you think that's why I brought my boyfriend home this time? Ning Yushi said. Ning Yusin replied, you mean to say you want your boyfriend to treat Grandpa? Exactly. Ning Yushi nodded. Dr. Zhang scoffed, what a joke, a truly ridiculous joke. In the entire Jingchuan, whose medical skills are better than mine? If what you say is true, and I can't even treat your grandfather, what makes you think your boyfriend can? Dr. Zhang, there are always people better than you. My boyfriend comes from Jiangling, he can extend the life of someone who has lost both kidneys. May I ask, can you do that? Dr. Zhang was taken aback. To extend the life of someone who has lost both kidneys? What kind of miraculous medical skill is that? He simply couldn't do it. Could it be that Ning Yushi's boyfriend is a towering figure in the medical field? At that moment, Ning Ziyuan suddenly stepped forward with a sly smile. Ning Yushi, I actually already know your true identity. How about this, you have your mom give me 500,000, and I won't expose your identity. Ning Yushi frowned slightly. Could it be that her identity as the leader of the Blood Alliance had been discovered by her cousin? She didn't want her mother to know about her violent life outside. However, with Grandpa's life hanging by a thread, she also didn't want to see Dr. Zhang give up on treating him. If everyone knew her identity, they would surely stop doubting her words. With that thought, she spoke up, why don't you tell me what my identity is? Humph. Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly, I already gave you a chance, but since you don't want it, don't blame me. A month ago, I went to the bronze box of Fengwu Jiutian for a meal. I thought, since you are the department manager there, those staff would surely give me a discount if they knew I was your cousin. But when I mentioned your name, they hadn't even heard of it. Fengwu Jiutian doesn't have a department manager with the surname Ning, there are only 2 or 3 waiters with that surname. Damn it, you, a worthless waiter at Fengwu Jiutian, have been deceiving everyone by saying you're the department manager. Aren't you ashamed? That's not right, is it? Ning Yushi's aunt, Kai Xinlan, stepped forward, if Yushi is just a lowly waiter, how does she have so much money to send home? Ning Ziyuan replied, Mom, Fengwu Jiutian is a top-notch luxury hotel. Even if she is just a waiter, the salary is still high. But a worthless waiter is still a worthless waiter. How could a waiter's boyfriend be a medical genius? Kai Xinlan suddenly understood and said earnestly, Yushi, if you're just a waiter, then so be it. No one will look down on you for that. Why do you have to lie and say you're the manager of Fengwu Jiutian? Ning Yusin scoffed, we just trusted her too much. Think about it, she's a high school dropout, so why would Fengwu Jiutian make her a manager? And as for her boyfriend being a medical genius, if he really is better than Dr. Zhang, would he even look at you, a high school dropout? I've lived more than half my life and almost got fooled by a little girl like you. Dr. Zhang coldly snorted at Ning Yushi and turned to continue treating the old man. Ning Yushi grew anxious. Gu Feng had said that if Dr. Zhang continued treating Grandpa, not only would he die, but Grandpa's condition would worsen. There was no time to explain, and she couldn't care less about anything else. She stepped forward and reached directly for Dr. Zhang. Stop right there. Ning Yusin was quick-witted and immediately hugged her tightly. Stop her. We've exposed her lies, and Ning Yushi is furious and about to go crazy again. I'll go crazy on your mother. Ning Yushi was burning with anger and swung her palm towards Ning Yusin. But at that moment, an elderly voice rang out, "Yushi, what are you doing?" Ning Yushi suddenly looked up, just in time to meet her grandfather's gaze. Grandpa had actually woken up and was sitting up. The whole family was incredibly excited, rushing to the bedside to fuss over the old man. Dr. Zhang looked at Ning Yushi and said proudly, "Did you not just say that I couldn't cure your grandfather? Now the facts are right in front of you, what else do you have to say?" This. Ning Yushi opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. "What's wrong? Weren't you shouting quite happily just now? Now you have nothing to say?" Ning Yusin said sarcastically, "You insisted that your boyfriend is some big shot in the medical field, a clown. How impressive can a boyfriend of a mere waitress be?" Dr. Zhang snorted coldly, "And you said your boyfriend could extend the life of someone who lost both kidneys? I've lived more than half my life and have never heard of such a thing. A mere quack, it's normal that you haven't seen one." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see a man in a dark trench coat standing at the door with his hands behind his back. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? Dr. Zhang looked Gu Feng up and down, his expression turning extremely grim. "You, a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, dare to speak so arrogantly and call me a quack?" Gu Feng replied indifferently, "You can leave your last words." "What? Why should I leave my last words?" "Because in 3 seconds, you will die." Dr. Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a thunderous laugh. "Ah, you really crack me up. You said I couldn't cure the old man, but now, isn't he awake? Kid, I advise you to speak nicely to me, otherwise, if I get angry, you won't be able to handle it." 2. Gu Feng began to count down. Ning Yushi understood Gu Feng well. Since he said this, Dr. Zhang's life was definitely numbered. She quickly said, "Dr. Zhang, you should say a few good words to my boyfriend, maybe he can still save your life. You were in this predicament because you saved my grandfather, and I don't want to see you lose your life for nothing. How about I kneel and bow a few times?" Dr. Zhang suggested. "That's not out of the question," Ning Yushi replied. "What you said earlier was a bit harsh. It's already very merciful of him not to kill you with one slap." "Ha ha ha." Dr. Zhang laughed again. "Two clowns actually want me to kneel? No one in this world has been born who can make me kneel." 1. Gu Feng spoke coldly. It was as if the Grim Reaper was whispering, "Oomph, pretending to be mysterious, I want to." Dr. Zhang was saying this when suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he began to tremble, even sweat breaking out on his forehead. "What's going on? So cold. My body is so cold." Everyone noticed that Dr. Zhang's expression was off, and his body was shaking more violently, so they all surrounded him. "Dr. Zhang, what's wrong? Don't scare me." "Damn, Dr. Zhang, why is there blood coming from your nostrils? And your ears?" Dr. Zhang felt an increasing chill throughout his body, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. He knew he was going to die. How could this happen? "No. I still have a lot of money to spend, and several young and beautiful mistresses waiting for me to take care of them. I can't die." Dr. Zhang used all his strength to push away the Ning family members and rushed directly in front of Gu Feng. With a thud, he knelt down. "I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. Please, save me, I can give you a lot of money." Gu Feng laughed sinisterly. "Isn't it a bit too late to kneel now?" He then kicked out. Dr. Zhang flew like a dead dog to the corner, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing that Gu Feng refused to save him, Dr. Zhang, in a frenzy, charged at Ning Yusin and Ning Ziyuan. "You two bitches, it's because of your nonsense that I couldn't recognize the true dragon. You two will die with me." At this moment, Dr. Zhang was covered in blood, looking deranged. "Why you, don't come over." Ning Yusin was so scared that she lost her wits, her scalp tingling, forgetting to even dodge. Slap. Dr. Zhang slapped her across the face, wanting to make further moves. Unfortunately, that slap drained his last bit of life. His body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Dead. At this moment, the room fell into dead silence. Everyone's heart surged with shock. The renowned Dr. Zhang of Jingchuan actually died just like that? Moreover, Gu Feng said he would die in 3 seconds, and the man truly didn't live to see the 4th second. One word. Determined life and death. This was no doctor, he was simply a living king of hell. Chen Miaohua was the first to break the silence in the room, her face flushed with excitement. "Ning Ziyuan, Ning Yusin, didn't you say my daughter is just a little waitress? Didn't you say my son-in-law is not a big shot in the medical field? Now, are you both dumb?" Ning Yusin covered her swollen face. "Isn't Grandpa fine?" Earlier, he told Ning Yushi that Dr. Zhang couldn't cure Grandpa at all. Just as the words left her mouth, the old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted, his face turning pale without a trace of color. Ning Yusin staggered back, incredulously watching this scene. The last shred of hope vanished. How could this be? Ning Yushi's boyfriend not only looked handsome and came from a good family, but he was also a medical expert far surpassing Dr. Zhang? It turned out that everything Ning Yushi said was true. She was not the clown, she was. At this moment, Ning Yusin felt her face hurt even more. Her gaze towards Ning Yushi was filled with jealousy. Why could her cousin, whom she had always looked down upon, find such a good boyfriend? If only this were my boyfriend, how wonderful would that be? Ning Yushi had no time to care about her cousin's thoughts. She leaped to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, it's Yushi's fault for not stopping Dr. Zhang. Gu Feng walked over. Step aside, I'll do it. Then, he raised his hand and slapped the old man's face several times. Instantly, the old man spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ning Ziyuan was furious. Kid, what are you doing? Aren't you here to treat my grandpa? Why are you hitting him? Gu Feng ignored Ning Ziyuan and explained to Ning Yushi, tonight, your grandpa could have been cured, but that quack just now intervened, worsening his condition. He is too weak now to withstand my golden needles. These slaps have expelled some toxins from your grandpa's body. In 2 days, I will treat your grandpa again, you don't need to worry too much. Nonsense. I see you're just pretending to be a god. Ning Yusin shouted at this moment. Chen Miaohua yelled, Yusin, I know my son-in-law is better than your boyfriend, you're jealous, but jealousy is useless. My daughter is simply better than you, her life is better than yours. Ning Yusin sneered, Aunt, don't say your son-in-law is some kind of divine doctor. If he's really that amazing, he should be able to cure Grandpa right now. Ning Yushi said bluntly, if it weren't for you insisting on having Dr. Zhang treat Grandpa, he would have already recovered. And now, you have the face to speak? Ning Yusin was furious. Don't put everything on me. If your boyfriend is useless, then he's useless. He insisted he could cure Grandpa in 2 days, but who knows, maybe in 2 days he'll come up with some excuse and hide back in Jiangling. Anyway, even if you beat me to death, I still don't believe that a high school dropout like you can find a big shot in the medical field as a boyfriend. The overwhelming jealousy had blinded her eyes. Gu Feng looked at Ning Yusin and said meaningfully, it's a pity that the last person who didn't believe in Yushi is already dead. Ning Yusin was about to retort, but when she met Gu Feng's cold gaze, all her sarcasm and mockery got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. Kid, we were just questioning you a bit, what kind of look is that? Do you want to hit my cousin? Ning Ziyuan rolled up his sleeves, if you really have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Ning Yusin hurriedly said, Cousin, why are you arguing with him? You're a master of hidden strength, what does he have to fight you with? True, Ning Ziyuan said proudly, Kid, did you hear that? I'm a master of hidden strength. Even if I let you use one hand, I can still beat you into a pig's head. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, do you know that I've killed at least 800 people like you who practice hidden strength? A chilling aura suddenly spread throughout the room. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Ning Ziyuan's back. Sticky and uncomfortable. For no reason, he felt a wave of panic. Gu Feng's presence felt very bad. Ning Yushi sensed that the situation was not right. If it continued like this, the young master might start a massacre. She quickly took Gu Feng and her mother away. After all, they were relatives who had grown up together, and there were still feelings involved. It wasn't until the three figures completely disappeared that Ning Ziyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Ning Yusin suddenly asked, what was wrong with you just now? You were dazed, he was already on your face, and you didn't do anything. Ning Ziyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I felt like I couldn't beat him. You weren't scared by what he said, were you? Ning Yusin scoffed, killing 800 hidden strength warriors, do you really believe that? I could say I'm invincible in the world, would you believe me? Before her cousin could respond, she continued, did you not see that Ning Yushi? Her boyfriend knows a bit of medicine, and she wants everyone to know. If her boyfriend were really better than you, she would have already sent you two out to duel and would have run away with her tail between her legs. Ning Ziyuan slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened, damn. I almost got fooled by this kid, you're really smart, cousin. No rush, tomorrow if he dares to show off in front of me again, I'll teach him what it means to be a warrior who cannot be insulted. After Chen Miaohua returned home from old Master Ning's house, she went into the kitchen. She knew that Gu Feng hadn't eaten a warm meal since he arrived in Jingchuan, so she specially prepared a lavish feast for him. While Gu Feng was eating, she sat beside him and asked, good son-in-law, what's your name? Gu Feng. What a good name, it's the same as the former young master of Jiangling. Chen Miaohua had spent some time in Jiangling and had naturally heard of the young master, but having lived at the bottom, she had never truly seen the extraordinary Gu family young master. I am the former young master of Jiangling. Chen Miaohua was taken aback and quickly waved her hands nervously. Good son-in-law, you shouldn't say that. I've heard that the young master of Jiangling has long since turned to dust. Gu Feng smiled lightly and shook his head, not saying anything more. Meanwhile, Chen Miaohua asked Gu Feng a lot of questions, acting very much like a future mother-in-law. Beside her, Ning Yushi couldn't hold back any longer. Mom, why do you have so many questions? Let's go tidy up a room for Gufeng. He's staying at our house these days. Chen Miaohua rolled her eyes. Haven't you been dating Xiaofeng for several years? Why do you need to tidy up a room? You two can just share a room. Ah, well. Ning Yushi opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She was willing, but she didn't know what the young master was thinking. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Gufeng, and seeing that he had no reaction, she felt a surge of delight in her heart. Alright then, I'll go tidy up my room. After organizing her room, she took a shower. After finishing his meal, Gufeng entered Ning Yushi's bedroom first. The bedroom was very simple, with few furnishings. An old wardrobe was placed diagonally opposite the large bed. The wardrobe door was covered with many photos of Ning Yushi from her childhood. The photos had faded, but the little girl inside still looked very lively. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Young master, can I come in? Gufeng responded with a and the door was opened. Familiar footsteps approached, and as they got closer, a fragrance of gardenias filled the air. Gufeng turned to look and saw Ning Yushi, just out of the bath. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, and a blush was faintly visible on her pretty face. The thin nightgown couldn't hide her delicate figure. What a beautiful girl. At her age, she should be at home, supporting her husband and raising children, living a harmonious life, yet she had chosen a difficult path for herself. Gufeng sighed inwardly. Come sit, your hand needs a change of bandage. Okay. Ning Yushi obediently nodded and sat down beside Gufeng. The fragrance of gardenias grew stronger. Gufeng unwrapped the bandage on her hand and applied the prepared medicinal paste to her battered hand. Did you live here all your childhood? Ning Yushi nodded. I lived here from birth until I was 12. After that, I went to Jiangling with my parents. Gufeng said, your home and your grandfather's house are both nicely decorated. It doesn't seem as poor as you said. Have you been supporting your family all this time? Well, that's a long story. 5 years ago, many things happened in Jiangnan. The first noble family, the Gu family of Jiangling, was tragically exterminated. The Jun family of Zhenghai held a grand 60th birthday celebration for Old Master Jun Tiancheng. The Jie Chamber of Commerce, under the leadership of Rihu Jie, began to show its prowess in Jiangnan. While these major events were happening, a trivial matter occurred in the remote Jingchuan. Old Master Ning pieced together $1,000,000 and re-entered the business world, hoping for a comeback. Ning Yushi's parents had struggled in Jiangling for several years without results, so they returned to Jingchuan at that time, while Ning Yushi stayed in Jiangling under the pretense of going to school. After 5 years of operation, the Ning family had become a small third-rate family in Jingchuan. They couldn't compare to the wealthy families of Jingchuan, but they were still slightly better off than ordinary families. Ning Yushi said, over the years, I've supported my family both openly and secretly, but I didn't dare to be too ostentatious. During their conversation, the medicine was already finished. Gufeng replaced Ning Yushi's bandage, and the two prepared to sleep. Gufeng initially wanted to sleep on the floor, but Ning Yushi insisted against it. I can sleep on the floor, we have 2 beds, it's very comfortable. After lying on the floor for a while, she couldn't help but say, young master, about today, I took the liberty to decide, I'm sorry. Gufeng naturally knew she was referring to pretending to be a couple and replied lightly, it's fine. Ning Yushi felt relieved and began to share some childhood anecdotes with Gufeng. Just as they were chatting, the door was suddenly pushed open. Come. I've just cut some fruit, you both should have some. Chen Miaohua walked in with a plate of fruit, her eyes widening in shock. Yushi, you, why are you sleeping on the floor? What kind of behavior is this? Ning Yushi, fearing her mother's scolding for Gufeng, quickly replied, Gufeng is exhausted from the journey today, I insisted on sleeping on the floor. Chen Miaohua scolded discontentedly, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. It's just a bed to sleep in. What era is this? I'm more open-minded than you. I'm not saying this to criticize you, Yushi, but you've been dating Xiaofeng for several years now. Why are you still so rigid? Moreover, you've often written to me over the years, talking about how good Xiaofeng is and how he has helped you a lot. What are you doing now? You say you voluntarily sleep on the floor, since you know Xiaofeng is tired, why not go to the bed and give him a massage to help him relax? If you don't understand this, how will you be a good wife in the future? Be careful, or Xiaofeng might kick you out. Hurry up, get to bed. A girlfriend should act like a girlfriend. After being bombarded by her mother's tirade, Ning Yushi felt a bit dazed. After a while, she steeled herself and lay down on the bed. That's more like it. Chen Miaohua nagged for a while longer before leaving. Ning Yushi looked at Gufeng and tentatively asked, young master, should I go down now? No need, just sleep like this, Gufeng replied.
Upon hearing this, Ning Yushi felt a wave of joy in her heart. Back at Yujing Haoding, although she and Gu Feng lived under the same roof, they each had their own rooms. She was already very satisfied to be in the same bedroom with the young master today. Unexpectedly, they could even sleep on the same bed. Lights out. Sharing a blanket. After an unknown amount of time, in the darkness, Ning Yushi slowly opened her eyes. With the bright moonlight outside, she saw the young master's chiseled face. She thought for a moment and gently shifted closer. Resting her head on Gu Feng's arm, she could hear his steady breathing and strong heartbeat. Ning Yushi's beautiful eyes rippled with emotion. Young master, let me be a little willful this once. Opportunities like this are rare. In fact, she didn't even know if there would be another chance. So, how wonderful it would be if time could freeze at this moment. The autumn wind outside wrapped the moonlight and poured in. The fragrance of gardenias lingered around Gu Feng's nose. Her long, dark hair cascaded like waves, brushing against Gu Feng's neck. Her cherry-colored lips brushed against his forehead. The next noon, a man arrived at the Ning family's old residence. Deng Jiajie, the young master of the Deng family. Among the 8 prominent families in Jingchuan, the Deng family ranked 8th. Although they were at the bottom, they were still a prominent family, and a third-rate family like the Ning family could hardly compare. He was Ning Yusin's new boyfriend. While eating, Ning Yusin quickly dropped her bowl and chopsticks, rushing over. "Darling, what brings you here?" Deng Jiajie snapped his fingers, and a 2-star master bodyguard behind him tossed a black plastic bag over. Ning Yusin opened it and immediately stepped back in horror. Inside was a pair of arms. Deng Jiajie wrapped an arm around her waist and chuckled. "Don't be afraid. I've investigated thoroughly. This is the person who attacked your grandfather. I directly chopped off his arms. How does that feel?" Ning Yusin asked, "Who exactly is this person, and why did he attack my grandfather?" Deng Jiajie replied, "He is the leader of the Qinglong Society. The Qinglong Society and your grandfather had a conflict over the same target, and as a result, your grandfather was hit. The Qinglong Society held a grudge and directly targeted your grandfather." Qinglong Society? Ning Yusin was taken aback. If I remember correctly, the Qinglong Society ranks 2nd among the underground forces in Jingchuan. Are you really okay after chopping off his arms? Joke, the Qinglong Society is nothing but a toy in front of my Deng family. I only severed the arms of their leader, and that was me being merciful. Deng Jiajie continued with great pride. "Let me tell you another piece of news. My Deng family has now risen to become the 6th great family of Jingchuan." Ning Yusin was overjoyed. "You are truly amazing, my husband. I feel so lucky to have met you in this lifetime." As she spoke, she immediately took out her phone and called all her aunts and uncles, urging them to come to the Ning family's old residence quickly. Of course, she couldn't forget to call Ning Yushi. Yesterday, she had lost face in front of her relatives, and it was Ning Yushi who stole the spotlight. Today, she had to regain all her face. Soon, a crowd of aunts and uncles rushed over, and after hearing about Deng Jiajie's great achievements, they couldn't help but shower Ning Yusin with compliments. "Yusin, this time we owe it all to you and your boyfriend. Otherwise, how would our Ning family dare to provoke a giant like the Qinglong Society? Yusin, you will be the lady of the 6th great family of Jingchuan in the future. Don't forget us poor relatives when you become rich." Ning Yusin's lips curled up slightly. "Humph, cousin, no matter what, your boyfriend is still not as good as mine." Unfortunately, as she looked around, she did not see Ning Yushi's figure, which made her feel a bit disappointed. This Ning Yushi, could it be that she knows she's about to steal the limelight and is deliberately not coming? Just as she was thinking, a commotion of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Dozens of men armed with long knives filed in. The leader stepped forward. "Deng Jiajie, you have some nerve daring to cut down the leader of the Qinglong Society." Ning Yusin stepped forward directly. "So what if I did? The Qinglong Society bullied us first. Get the hell out of here, or I'll make sure you scum can't leave." With Deng Jiajie backing her up, she was not afraid at all. "What are you? How dare you tell me to get lost?" The leading man rushed over, striking Ning Yusin with a palm that sent her crashing to the ground. Ning Yusin was furious. "You dare hit me? You're finished." She then shouted at Deng Jiajie, "Husband, quickly help me teach them a lesson." Deng Jiajie signaled to his 3 bodyguards. The 3 2-star masters charged forward, aiming to subdue the leading man. The leading man sneered and unleashed a flurry of punches. The air crackled. Boom! 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 The 3 2-star masters were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths. Deng Jiajie's expression changed drastically. "Who are you?" He. The leading man coldly laughed. "I am Feng Hu, the second in command of the Wuyo sect. I don't care what sect you belong to, let me tell you, you're finished." Ning Yusin shouted angrily, "My husband's family has risen to become the 6th great family of Jingchuan. If you dare to provoke us, you..." "Shut the hell up."
Deng Jiajie shouted sharply, interrupting Ning Yusin, then said, Fong, I cut off the arms of the leader of the Qinglong Society, not yours from the Woyo sect. Why are you so angry? The Woyo sect is the largest underground force in Jingchuan, and even Deng Jiajie wouldn't dare to be careless when dealing with them. Fang Hu said, Young Master Deng, your information is too outdated. The Qinglong Society has already been incorporated into my Woyo sect. You just severed the arms of the Qinglong Society's leader right after we took them in. Isn't that slapping our Woyo sect in the face? Deng Jiajie's expression turned somewhat ugly. This really is a case of flooding the Dragon King's temple. How about this? I am willing to offer 10 million as an apology to the Woyo sect. Fang Hu thought for a moment. You are quite perceptive. How about this, 20 million, and I can pretend this incident never happened. Deng Jiajie gritted his teeth. Fine. Young Master Deng is indeed straightforward. Fang Hu smiled, then let everyone from the Ning family kneel down and knock their heads 1,000 times. This matter will be considered over. Ning Yusin shouted, Are you crazy? We've already given you the money, and you still want us to kneel and bow? Fang Hu said fiercely, If you don't bow, how am I supposed to report to the boss? Ha! He then had a lackey take out his phone and start recording a video. He turned to Deng Jiajie and said, Young Master Deng, I believe you wouldn't want to make things difficult for me, right? This matter arose because of the Ning family, so they should kneel and apologize. As for you, considering your status as a young master from a wealthy family, I can give you some face and not make you kneel. Deng Jiajie growled, Fang Hu, don't go too far. My Deng family is not just in Jingchuan, we have connections in Jiangling as well. If you really anger me, do you believe that you won't have a good outcome with Wyaman? Ha ha ha. Fang Hu reached out a large hand and directly grabbed Deng Jiajie's neck. Do you believe that before you can take revenge on me, I'll kill you first? The immense force gradually tightened, and Deng Jiajie felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. He was terrified to the point of losing his mind. This Fang Hu was indeed a madman, just as the rumors said. You. Everyone hurry up and kneel and bow, quickly. And you, Yusin, kneel and bow quickly, I'm going to be choked to death. He shouted frantically at the people of the Ning family. Ning Yusin hesitated for a moment but ultimately knelt down. Kneeling and bowing was certainly humiliating, but she couldn't just watch her boyfriend die. Otherwise, her dream of marrying into a wealthy family would be shattered. Moreover, after Fang Hu choked Deng Jiajie to death, he wouldn't let them go either. The aunts and uncles of the Ning family all looked very grim. If they had known that coming to the Ning family's old residence would lead to such a disaster, they might as well not have come. But there was no medicine for regret at this point, so they all knelt down. In an instant, the sound of heads knocking echoed throughout the Ning family hall. Put in a little more effort, haven't you all eaten? Fang Hu shouted, causing the Ning family members to cry out in pain. Just then, two figures appeared at the entrance of the Ning family. The man was handsome and dashing. The woman was spirited and valiant. It was Gu Feng and Ning Yushi. Ning Yushi's expression was cold. Fang Hu, who gave you the courage to act wild in my Ning family? Before Fang Hu could speak, Ning Yusin shouted sharply, Ning Yushi, what are you going crazy about again? Hurry up and kneel and bow. Otherwise, if Fang Hu gets angry, none of us will be safe. And your boyfriend, he should kneel too. Ning Yushi coldly replied, You want me and my boyfriend to kneel? I'm afraid Fang Hu doesn't have that qualification yet. The Ning family members couldn't believe their ears. Has Ning Yushi gone mad? How dare she speak to Fang Hu like that? Oh, Fang Hu's tiger-like eyes turned to Ning Yushi. Little girl, since I became the second in command of Wyaman, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Do you know that once I get angry, the entire Ning family will have no place to bury their dead? Ning Yusin quickly shouted, Ning Yushi going crazy is her business, it has nothing to do with our Ning family. You can't kill us all just because of her. Kai Xinlan, who was kneeling on the ground, advised, Yushi, I know you're upset, but when it's time to bow your head, you still have to bow your head. Ning Yushi said, Aunt, don't worry, I can handle it. Ning Jiwen cursed, Ning Yushi, shut your mouth. Can't you see there are dozens of people standing here? What do you think you can do? Use your identity as a Feng Wujiu Tian waitress to handle this? Ning Yushi said fiercely, there's no need to say there are only 30-some people here. Anyone who dares to act wild in the Ning family, even if Wyaman comes out in full force, I, Ning Yushi, will make them come in standing and go out lying. Crazy. The Ning family members felt that Ning Yushi had completely lost her mind. The way they looked at her was as if they were looking at a dead person. What a big mouth. I just wonder, when you're under my foot, will you still be able to shout? Fang Hu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he slammed his palm down towards Ning Yushi's crown. Ning Yushi's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of energy, she retaliated with a fierce punch. The phoenix cries out to the heavens. In the next moment, The fists met. Boom! Fong Hu was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. What the hell? The Ning family members' pupils constricted. What's going on? Isn't Ning Yushi just a mere waitress? How the hell did she send Fong Hu flying with one punch? Just moments ago, Fong Hu had knocked 3 second-star masters away with a few punches. Fong Hu got up from the ground, roaring, "Everyone, attack together. This little girl is stronger than me, but unfortunately, she can only use one hand." He had noticed that Ning Yushi's other hand was wrapped in bandages. A bunch of useless chickens, even with just one hand, Ning Yushi, can kill you like slaughtering chickens. Boom! A torrent of imposing aura erupted from Ning Yushi's body. At that moment, she was no longer the meek Ning Yushi of the Ning family. She was the leader of the Jiangling Blood Alliance, the right-hand woman of Gu Dianyu. Facing the assault of over 30 people, she advanced instead of retreating. A single elegant fist. Wielding immense power, she charged into the crowd, dashing and heroic. A woman of great spirit. Boom boom boom. Blood mist filled the air, severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. The entire Ning family mansion echoed with countless piercing screams. In less than a minute, all 30-plus people were thrown into disarray, no longer able to fight back. Ning Yushi's delicate figure darted forward, appearing before Fong Hu in an instant. A palm pressed down towards Fong Hu's crown. Fong Hu was horrified and quickly raised his hand to block. Crack! His right arm was directly shattered by Ning Yushi's jade-like palm. The force was too much for him to bear, and he collapsed to his knees. Without giving Fong Hu a moment to breathe, Ning Yushi stepped down. She forcefully pressed Fong Hu's head into the ground. At this moment, Fong Hu, the second in command of the Woyo sect, was kneeling before Ning Yushi, bowing his head in submission. Fong Hu, tell me, why did you come to cause trouble at the Ning family? If you dare to lie, you will bear the consequences. At this moment, Fong Hu was already intimidated by Ning Yushi's overwhelming strength and aura, and he dared not conceal anything. He recounted everything that had happened. Ning Yushi sneered, "So it was the leader of the Qinglong society who put a hit on my grandfather. Bring me his head by 10 o'clock tomorrow night, or I will take yours. Do you understand?" Yes, yes, yes. Fong Hu hurriedly agreed. "I will get his head as soon as I return." That beast even attacked a 60 or 70-year-old man. He's simply inhuman. As soon as Ning Yushi released her foot, he immediately wanted to flee with his men. But then Ning Yushi suddenly said, "Did I say you could leave?" Fong Hu's body trembled, and he stammered, "May I ask, Miss Ning, do you have any further instructions? Go outside, each of you must kowtow 1,000 times, and only then can you leave." Understood. Fong Hu gritted his teeth and led his men outside the Ning family mansion. When the incessant sound of kowtowing echoed from outside, all the Ning family members finally came to their senses. One by one, they looked at Ning Yushi with incredulous eyes. What the hell? Is this still the Ning Yushi they knew? That's the Woyo sect. 38 people, all fierce warriors of the Woyo sect, with the second-in-command Fong Hu holding the fort. Yet, they hadn't even touched the corner of Ning Yushi's clothing. This is simply like a dream. Among them, Ning Ziyuan's gaze was the most fervent. He was a martial artist and understood better than anyone what Ning Yushi's performance at this moment meant. The Woyo sect was already the #1 underground force in Jingchuan. His cousin was able to defeat this group of people without them having any means to resist. Isn't this saying that her combat power has already reached the ceiling of Jingchuan? With such a person in the Ning family, soaring to great heights is just around the corner. Ning Yushi ignored the various gazes from her relatives and walked over to Gu Feng's side. "Young master, how was my performance just now?" "Very good." "Ah, really?" Ning Yushi was extremely delighted. She was well aware of how formidable the young master's strength was. Receiving such praise from him made her heart flutter. Gu Feng smiled. Although most of Ning Yushi's strength came from him, it was evident from her every move just now that she had been diligently practicing during this time. Her utilization of energy was also quite good, especially her style of speaking and acting, which had surprisingly become 7 parts similar to his. Was this the result of being by his side all the time, influenced by him? Am I raising her? However, with this level of strength, it was still too early for her to take on heavy responsibilities alone. He didn't want Ning Yushi to become too proud, so he said, "Be humble and cautious, your strength is still insufficient." Ning Yushi obediently nodded. I will work hard, young master." The Ning family members were all taken aback. What the hell? Just now, they vividly remembered Ning Yushi's fierce demeanor and ruthless tactics against Fong Hu and the others. Yet now, she was so docile and obedient in front of Gu Feng. This was too much of a contrast, right? Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but say, "I didn't see you make a move just now, and now you're giving comments? Do you understand martial arts?" How dare you say my cousin's strength is insufficient? Do you know that her strength is already at the ceiling level in Jingchuan? Gu Feng smiled, his words intriguing. If I had made a move, I'm afraid these people wouldn't be able to walk out of the Ning family's old residence alive. What the hell? Are you getting more into it? Are you addicted to pretending? Ning Ziyuan rolled up his sleeves. Come on, let's go outside for a one-on-one. I want to see just how impressive you are. Ning Yushi linked her arm with Gu Feng's, displeased, and said to Ning Ziyuan, I'm talking to my boyfriend. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? I just like having him give me comments. If you don't like it, just hold it in. Her seemingly rude words were actually protecting her cousin. After all, if it really came to a one-on-one, Ning Ziyuan would probably be slapped to death. Ning Yusin stumbled back to her own room. Even now, she still couldn't believe everything she had just seen. Her cousin was actually a martial artist, and a terrifyingly strong one at that. I refuse to accept this, I refuse to accept this. She shouted in a low voice, her eyes red. She has always been beneath me since we were young, inferior in every way. Why is she so powerful now? Beside her, Deng Jiajie stroked his chin and said, that boyfriend of hers, is he a divine doctor? I don't know. Remembering the scene of divine Dr. Sang's tragic death yesterday, Ning Yusin changed her words. Maybe he does have some medical skills that are better than divine Dr. Shang's. Ha! Deng Jiajie sneered, even if he is a divine doctor, he probably doesn't deserve your cousin. No matter how skilled a divine doctor is, in the eyes of the wealthy, he is just a dog. As long as the money is right, he can be summoned at will. Ning Yusin was startled, nervously asking, why are you suddenly saying this? Do you want to target my cousin? Deng Jiajie shook his head. Your cousin is already at the ceiling of combat power in Jingchuan, even I am not worthy of her. Ning Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. If Deng Jiajie had taken a liking to her cousin, she would be finished. But then, a sense of humiliation arose from the depths of her heart. What do you mean? Are you indirectly saying that I'm not as good as my cousin? No. Deng Jiajie smiled awkwardly. You also have your own strengths. The skills in bed are not bad, he added in his heart. Ning Yusin felt a bit better. So what did you mean by what you said earlier? Deng Jiajie replied, I want to find a boyfriend for your cousin. Han Feiyu from the first aristocratic family in Jingchuan is my good brother. He has always liked strong women. Unfortunately, there aren't many women who step into the martial arts world, and those who achieve something in martial arts are even rarer. He hasn't found a woman he likes yet, but I believe that if he sees your cousin's skills, he will definitely be smitten. Earlier, Fong Hu had recorded a video, which could be shown to Han Feiyu. No way. Ning Yusin directly refused. I don't agree. After all the effort she put in to get close to the young master of the 6th aristocratic family, now she was being asked to set up her cousin with someone to become the young mistress of the 1st aristocratic family in Jingchuan. That would be even more unbearable than killing her. Put away your jealousy, Deng Jiajie said. Your cousin's martial arts achievements are there for all to see. She can easily make Fong Hu and the others flee in panic. If she's not a 7-star master, she's at least a 6-star master. She is already a phoenix among people, destined for greatness. You can't stop her, so it would be better to give her a push at this time. That way, we can also benefit. If this marriage really happened, his relationship with Han Feiyu would definitely deepen. This would undoubtedly be very beneficial for the development of his own family. Ning Yusin thought for a moment and said, but you also saw that she has a good relationship with her boyfriend. Deng Jiajie smiled. No matter how good their relationship is, it can't compare to the gap brought by their status. That kid looks decent, but in the end, he's just a dog that a rich person can summon and dismiss at will. Your cousin is so young and has such achievements in martial arts, she must be a smart person. I believe that after meeting the young master of the 1st aristocratic family in Jingchuan, she will know how to choose. He then added, that kid really knows how to enjoy himself, letting a powerful person close to becoming a grand master call him young master. I believe your cousin has her own opinions about it, but after dating for a few years, she's just been enduring it. But I like this title, you should call me that from now on. The next day, Ning Yushi's father returned home from a business trip, and the family sat together for breakfast. Seeing the three of them enjoying a harmonious meal and chatting happily, Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Just after finishing breakfast, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was Ning Yusin. What are you doing here? Ning Yushi asked. Ning Yusin forced a smile. I'm here to apologize. My attitude was not good the day before yesterday and yesterday. Ning Yushi waved her hand. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Cousin, do you want to go out for a stroll together? Speaking of which, you used to only come back during the holidays, and we rarely have the chance to meet. Ning Yushi initially wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist her cousin's repeated warm invitations. Besides,
They used to play together a lot when they were younger, and they had gradually become estranged as they grew up. She was a sentimental person, so she agreed.
Young master, do you want to come along?
No, Gu Feng shook his head. Ning Yusin felt a surge of joy in her heart. The purpose of inviting Ning Yushi this time was to take her to meet Han Feiyu. Last night, after Han Feiyu watched that video, he was completely captivated by Ning Yushi's impressive demeanor and couldn't wait to meet her. When coming here, Ning Yusin had thought of many excuses to send Gu Feng away. She didn't expect Gu Feng not to go, which saved her a lot of trouble.
Let's go, let's go. I recently saw a super nice trench coat that would definitely suit you, she said, pulling Ning Yushi out the door. Fearing that Gu Feng might change his mind, time quickly passed to 4 in the afternoon.
Ning Yusin sipped her milk tea, feeling overjoyed. Under her arrangement, she and Ning Yushi coincidentally ran into Han Feiyu. To her surprise, after a bit of conversation, she discovered that Han Feiyu and Ning Yushi were actually elementary school classmates. One could only say that fate had its own plans. It didn't take long for the two to become familiar with each other, chatting and laughing all the way. As mealtime approached, Ning Yusin pulled Han Feiyu aside. I didn't expect you to be classmates with my cousin.
When we eat later, make sure to show off a bit, book a nice hotel to showcase your wealthy background. If you play your cards right, I believe that in no more than half a month, you can win my cousin over and take her home.
No need for half a month, I can win her over today, Han Feiyu said, his handsome face full of confidence and composure.
You're not planning to confess to her during dinner, are you? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Han Feiyu replied, didn't you see how we were laughing and talking? I've been with many women, and I can tell she's interested in me. If all goes well, she will be my 16th girlfriend.
But I don't plan to change again, she satisfies me, and I will marry her, making her the young mistress of the top family in Jingchuan.
So that's how it is. A mocking smile crept onto Ning Yusin's lips.
Cousin, oh cousin, I thought you were so pure, but it turns out you're just a flirt.
You've only known him for a day and already have feelings for Han Feiyu? You haven't even broken up with your boyfriend yet. But then again, it makes sense. Young Master Han is the top bachelor in Jingchuan.
Countless charming women have tried to climb into his bed but had no chance.
Now that you have this opportunity, of course,
you wouldn't want to miss it. Come on, cousin, it's mealtime, let's go eat together. Ning Yushi shook her head. No, I have something to do at the company tonight.
My parents aren't home, and I need to go back to cook for my boyfriend. Oh, are you pretending to be reserved, or are you intentionally trying to show your virtuous side in front of young Master Han? Quite cunning, I must say. It's too much trouble to go back and cook.
Just call your boyfriend out to eat with us. He's been in Jingchuan for a few days and hasn't tried any of our local delicacies, right?
Well, that's true, Ning Yushi nodded. Jingchuan has many delicious foods she has enjoyed since childhood, and even when she was in Jiangling, she often missed the flavors of home.
If she could let the young master taste her favorite dishes, that would be a dream come true. She made a phone call, invited him several times, and finally persuaded Gu Feng to come out for dinner.
Meanwhile, Han Feiyu pulled Ning Yusin aside. What do you mean? I was planning to confess during dinner, and now her boyfriend is coming. How can I confess?
Ning Yusin smiled slyly. Young Master Han, without comparison, there's no harm. At the dinner table, show off your presence and charm as the top bachelor of Jingchuan. Only then will my cousin truly feel the difference between her boyfriend and you. If so, she might become even more devoted to you, and who knows, she might end up in your bed tonight.
Ha ha ha.
Han Feiyu chuckled softly. You're right. No matter who her boyfriend is or what status he holds, he will pale in comparison before me, the top bachelor of Jingchuan. He laughed with abandon, his brows and lips full of pride. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Seeing this scene, Ning Yusin felt a ripple in her heart.
Truly worthy of being the top bachelor of Jingchuan, his eloquence reveals his extraordinary nature. Gu Feng's face flashed in her mind. Oof, don't blame me. Now I can't take revenge on my cousin, so I can only vent my anger on you.
It's all your fault. You don't deserve my cousin. After witnessing the charm of the young master of Jingchuan, I believe you will feel ashamed of yourself.
Hand over Ning Yushi obediently.
As she thought of this, the corners of her mouth curled slightly. It was as if she could already see Gu Feng in a sorry state, lost and disheartened.
Then she thought again. If the young master of Jingchuan has such demeanor, how extraordinary must the once renowned young master of Jiangling have been?
She had heard that the young master of Jiangling was so impressive that countless beauties from Jiangling would come out of the city to welcome him. It's a pity she had never seen it with her own eyes.
What a shame. The time was 4:50 p.m.
Han Feiyu, Ning Yushi, and Ning Yusin arrived at Huanan Road.
This is the most famous restaurant in Jingchuan, offering not only various exquisite dishes but also a wide range of local specialties, all quite delicious.
Ning Yushi found a corner by the window to sit down, while Han Feiyu went to the front desk. When he sat down opposite Ning Yushi, a large number of diners began to leave the restaurant. Before long, only Han Feiyu's table remained in the restaurant. Ning Yushi asked in confusion, "What happened? Why is everyone leaving?" Han Feiyu smirked and casually replied, "I booked the entire Huanan Road." Even though she knew Han Feiyu's identity, this kind of move still surprised Ning Yusin. Those who can come here to eat are all prominent figures in Jingchuan, right? Young Master Han really has a big hand. Ning Yushi was a bit stunned, not because she was surprised by Han Feiyu's power, but because she felt it was unnecessary to make such a fuss just to have a meal. Moreover, compared to the current quietness, she preferred the earlier lively atmosphere. However, she didn't say anything and just chatted idly with Han Feiyu. 20 minutes later, Gu Feng arrived at Huanan Road and sat down next to Ning Yushi. Everyone began to order food, eating and chatting. Gu Feng spoke little, while Ning Yushi was quite lively, introducing the local delicacies of Jingchuan to Gu Feng and daringly serving him food. Han Feiyu and Ning Yusin seemed to be mere accessories to the two. Ning Yusin had been waiting for Han Feiyu's confession, but even halfway through the meal, Han Feiyu still showed no signs of wanting to confess, acting as if he were dead. "Bro, I came to see Gu Feng in a sorry state, not to watch them show off their love." She couldn't help it and excused herself to go to the bathroom, pulling Han Feiyu along. Once by the restroom, she hurriedly asked, "Wait, young Master Han, what about your confession? Can't you see Ning Yushi serving her boyfriend food? Aren't you jealous? She's going to be your future wife." Han Feiyu replied with a half-smile, "What's the rush? The happier she is now, the more painful it will be for that guy when Ning Yushi agrees to my confession later." "You have a plan?" Han Feiyu coldly said, "I've already ordered 9,999 roses from all the flower shops in Jingchuan. When the sea of flowers blooms at Huanan Road, that will be the moment Yushi falls into my arms. Anyone who dares to touch my future wife will remember this moment for eternity." Hearing this, Ning Yusin finally felt relieved. "Let's go, let's hurry back. I'm starting to look forward to it." On the other side, Ning Yushi served Gu Feng a piece of lotus root. "Young master, try this, I loved it when I was a child." Gu Feng paused his actions. "Can you tell that Han Feiyu likes you?" "Ha?" Ning Yushi was taken aback. "No way, we just met." Gu Feng smiled. "When you served me food," the anger in his eyes was impossible to hide. Ning Yushi rested her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek. "Do I have such great charm?" Gu Feng said, "I see you have a good impression of him. Why not try to get to know him better? If his character and personality are all fine, why not stay in Jingchuan and become a wealthy young lady?" Ning Yushi quickly waved her hand. "Young master, don't joke around. He and I are elementary school classmates, and he is a 7-star master. We have quite a few common topics, so we just chatted a bit more." Gu Feng's fingers lightly tapped on the table. "Have you never thought about getting married?" "No." Ning Yushi suddenly frowned. "Young master, why are you saying this all of a sudden?" Gu Feng stood up and walked to the window, standing with his hands behind his back. "I was thinking, perhaps you should stay in Jingchuan. Your relatives and parents are here. You could get married and have children, take care of your parents, and enjoy life by going out shopping, eating, and watching movies. Such a life isn't bad. Perhaps you no longer need to stay by my side." Ning Yushi's expression gradually turned ugly, and tears shimmered in her eyes. The next moment, she plopped down on her knees behind Gu Feng, choking back her words. "Young master, is there something I haven't done well? Why do you suddenly want to drive me away?" Gu Feng said, "This morning, I saw you having a joyful meal with your parents. Don't you want to stay by their side?" Ning Yushi replied, "I can visit them often, and I can bring them to Jiangling." Gu Feng sighed, "Why must you stay by my side? Do you know that being with me will be very hard for you? Your injury hasn't healed yet. No matter how hard it is, Yushi is willing." Ning Yushi replied firmly. She wanted to say more when a loud shout suddenly came. "Ning Yushi, why are you kneeling?" The speaker was Han Feiyu. He had just come out of the bathroom and saw Ning Yushi kneeling before Gu Feng, and he couldn't help but feel furious. At that moment, he was enraged. "This is my future wife, the young lady of Jingchuan's top family. How could a precious girl like her bow to someone else? Kid, do you dare to bully Yushi, making a 7-star master kneel before you? You have some nerve." He rushed over, and with a surge of energy, he threw a punch at Gu Feng. Ning Yushi's expression tightened, and she stood up to strike Han Feiyu's fist with her palm. Han Feiyu staggered back 5 steps, looking displeased. "Yushi, I'm helping you." Ning Yushi shouted, "I kneel to the young master, it's my own business, and it has nothing to do with you." Han Feiyu was silent for a moment and said, "You tell me honestly, did you break up with him, and he refused to agree, so you knelt down to beg him? You, he is already unworthy of you, and even less worthy of you kneeling for him. Leave this to me, I'll give him 100 million,
and I bet he will agree to break up with you. Ning Yushi had no idea what nonsense Han Feiyu was talking about and was about to speak. At that moment, the roar of engines thundered from afar, growing closer. Dozens of cars stopped at the entrance of Huanan Road. A large group of people rushed into the restaurant. At a glance, there were at least 200 people. 2 people led the way. One was Chang Shirquan, the head of the Woyo sect. The other was Feng Hu, the second in command of the Woyo sect. Ning Yushi said coldly, Feng Hu, did you bring me the head of the leader of the Qinglong society? But is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just to deliver a head? Feng Hu stepped forward and sneered, Ning Yushi, today, not only did I not bring the head of the leader of the Qinglong society, but I also intend to take your head. Ning Yushi coldly replied, with just these people? Cheng Shirquan, the head of the Woyo sect, snorted, little girl, I know you are very capable, but we are well prepared today. With a light clap of his hands, 3 men in kimonos stepped out from the crowd. 3 neon friends, let this girl see your strength. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 neon individuals were surrounded by a powerful aura, an overwhelming force bursting forth. All 3 were actually peak 7 star masters. Seeing that Ning Yushi did not speak, Feng Hu thought she was afraid and couldn't help but smile smugly. Not only are these 3 7-star masters, but the 200 people I brought tonight are all top elites of the Woyo sect. Ning Yushi, today, you won't be able to escape. Han Feiyu stepped forward, his own energy surging within him. Feng Hu, have you lost your mind? Can't you see I'm here? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Feng Hu glanced at him and said lightly, Young Master Han, our Woyo sect is here today only to take Ning Yushi's head. We won't trouble you. You can leave. Han Feiyu coldly replied, but Ning Yushi is my woman. Do you think I would just leave her behind and walk away? At this moment, although Han Feiyu's face was expressionless, he was secretly delighted. It was as if heaven was helping him. He never expected the opportunity to be a hero saving a beauty would come knocking at his door. It seemed that tonight he would indeed share a bed with Ning Yushi and enjoy a romantic moment. As his thoughts surged, he suddenly heard Feng Hu say, Young Master Han, beautiful women bring disaster. I advise you, it's best not to interfere in this matter. Han Feiyu was furious. Nonsense. I am the eldest of Jingchuan. You, a mere second in command of the Woyo sect, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? He then shouted at the Woyo sect's leader, Chang Shirquan, take your people and get lost, or I will make you understand why my Han family can be the #1 family in Jingchuan. Ha ha ha. Chang Shirquan laughed heartily. If this were the past, when young Master Han spoke, I would have turned and left without a second thought. But unfortunately, things are different now. Young Master Han, let me tell you something, our Woyo sect has now become a direct force of the Die Chamber of Commerce's Jingchuan branch, so I want to ask, if I don't leave today, what can you do to me? Han Feiyu was taken aback. No wonder there were 3 neon powerhouses in the Woyo sect. It turned out they had been incorporated by the Die Chamber of Commerce. Cheng Shirquan continued, I believe young Master Han has heard that our Woyo sect has been very active recently. Not only have we absorbed the 2nd-ranked Qinglong society, but even the 3rd and 4th-ranked underground forces in Jingchuan have all come under our command. Han Feiyu said, did the Die Chamber of Commerce allow you to do this? That's right. Chang Shirquan nodded. The Die Chamber of Commerce's Jiangling branch suffered heavy losses recently, and there have been frequent major events happening over there. It is no longer suitable for the Die Chamber of Commerce to develop. Therefore, they have shifted their resources to Jingchuan, and for the next 5 years, this will be the focus of the Die Chamber of Commerce's efforts. Feng Hu added, but the Die Chamber of Commerce is about to make a big move in Jingchuan, and Ning Yushi dares to attack our Woyo sect. This not only slaps our Woyo sect in the face but also the Die Chamber of Commerce. Today, we are here to take Ning Yushi's head, first to avenge the humiliation of the Woyo sect, and second to establish authority for the Die Chamber of Commerce. Once her head falls, the entire underground forces of Jingchuan will surrender to us without us needing to lift a finger. Humph. Han Feiyu snorted coldly, with me, the eldest of Jingchuan, here, you won't lay a finger on Yushi. Slap. One of the neon individuals rushed over and slapped Han Feiyu across the face. What are you barking about? Our Die Chamber of Commerce is doing business, and you have no say in it? You! Han Feiyu's face turned ashen. Do you know that my Han family is not only the #1 family in Jingchuan, but my father is also an elder of the Die Chamber of Commerce's Jingchuan branch? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know how to write the word death? If it weren't for knowing that he was no match for the Neon Man, Han Feiyu would have already fought back. Smack! The Neon Man struck back with a powerful palm, sending Han Feiyu flying. You think just because your father is an elder, you can act like a big shot? You're just a dog of our Neon people, and you, even less than that old dog's pup. A dog dares to bark wildly in front of its master? Han Feiyu got up from the ground, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. He, Han Feiyu, had lived freely in Jingchuan for half his life. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just as he was about to speak again, another neon man interjected, "If you dare to bark again, you die." A chilling killing intent enveloped Han Feiyu. Cold sweat soaked his back at that moment. He knew that if he dared to say another word, the neon man would truly kill him. Even though his anger was boiling, he could only lower his head and remain silent. Seeing that he finally quieted down, Fang Hu turned his attention back to Ning Yushi. "Ning Yushi, you didn't provoke Yaman earlier, nor did you do so later, but you chose this moment to provoke them. You can only blame your fate. Now, will you end it yourself, or will I send you on your way?" Before Ning Yushi could speak, a thought-provoking voice came from behind her. "Fang Hu, Ning Yushi has clearly spared your life, but why do you insist on walking down the path to death?" Fang Hu looked up and met Gu Feng's cold gaze. Fang Hu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What's this? Just had one hero saving a beauty, and now another one shows up?" Even the young master of Jingchuan is standing aside, keeping his head down and not daring to make a sound. "Do you think you're stronger than the young master of Jingchuan?" He held up 3 fingers. "I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel and apologize for your rudeness, or I'll make sure you're nothing but bones." He was somewhat wary of killing Han Feiyu, but killing Gu Feng was just a thought away. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. "Young master of Jingchuan? Do you know he's not even worthy to carry my shoes?" "Ha ha ha." Fang Hu laughed heartily. "This guy is going to kill me with laughter. Then tell me, who is worthy to carry your shoes? Is Lady Ji from Jiangling worthy? She is not worthy either." "Damn, you're getting all puffed up just because I called you fat." Fang Hu sneered. "If it weren't for Ning Yushi standing in front of you, I would have already twisted your head off." "3 gentlemen, it's up to you." The 3 neon men wasted no words. Their energy surged as they charged towards Ning Yushi to kill her. To them, it made no difference whether they killed Ning Yushi first or Gu Feng. The thunderous assault was swift and overwhelming. In an instant, they were before Ning Yushi. But the next moment, Gu Feng pulled Ning Yushi behind him and unleashed 3 powerful punches. Tiger roars and dragon chants. Boom! 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 The 3 peak masters of the 7 stars didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into a mist of blood. Before anyone could react, Gu Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Hu, pressing down on his head. "Fang Hu, you think these few can kill me?" At that moment, a storm surged in Fang Hu's heart, and his scalp tingled. Yesterday, when he was at Ning Yushi's house, he had seen Gu Feng. But at that time, Gu Feng was standing behind Ning Yushi, so he didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought? Although Ning Yushi was strong, this person before him was the real big shot. With a single gesture, he had annihilated 3 peak masters of the 7 stars. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Hell! Why would such a terrifying figure appear in this godforsaken place of Jingchuan? "Why you? Don't kill me, we can talk this out." Fang Hu said nervously. "Soon, the president and vice president of the Die Chamber of Commerce's Jingchuan branch will arrive here. They are both grand masters. If you are willing to spare me, I will plead for Ning Yushi. Perhaps, then, Ning Yushi won't have to die." His words were a mix of soft persuasion and veiled threats. After all, grand masters would be arriving soon. If Gu Feng was a smart person, he wouldn't harm himself. However, to his surprise, Gu Feng sneered, "If I let you die right now, even if Hinata Die comes in person, you won't live to see the next moment." Boom! Gu Feng's palm came crashing down. Fang Hu's skull was shattered. The headless corpse slowly fell into a pool of blood. Fang Hu, the second in command of the Jingchuan Wuyo sect, dead. In Huannandao, there was a deathly silence. Although Fang Hu was dead, not a single one of the 200 elite members of the Wuyo sect dared to move. With a single gesture, he had killed 3 peak 7-star Grand Masters. The strength of this mysterious young man was too terrifying. They knew that even if all 200 of them attacked together, it would not be a match for him. Chang Shirquan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Fang Hu was dead. Was he next? At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Everyone turned to see 4 middle-aged Japanese men in kimonos walking in. Chang Shirquan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly went to greet them, respectfully addressing the leading Japanese man. "President Mitsukami, you have finally arrived." Mitsukami Hidenori's stern face was filled with authority. "Shirquan-kun, can you tell me why this girl is still alive?" Chung Shirquan stammered. "President Mitsukami, it's not that we didn't want to kill that girl, it's just that the 3 powerful allies you sent us are all dead." "What? Baka!" Mitsukami Hidenori was furious, his cold gaze fixed on Ning Yushi. "I didn't expect you to be a Grand Master as well. TSK, if I hadn't come to Jingchuan, this place would have truly become your domain." Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from Mitsukami Hidenori,
revealing his status as a 3-star Grandmaster. The 3 Japanese men behind him were not weak either. One was a 2-star Grandmaster. 2 were 1-star Grandmasters. The overwhelming pressure made everyone in Huannandao dare not even breathe. Damn dragon countrywoman, you dare to kill noble Japanese people. Today, I, the president, will not let you die so easily. I will make you wish you were dead. Just as he was about to act, a figure suddenly rushed over. Uncle Mitsukami, why have you become the president of the Jingchuan branch again? Didn't you transfer to Shanghai a few years ago? The speaker was Han Feiyu. Mitsukami Hidenori had once been the president of the Dai Chamber of Commerce's Jingchuan branch and had been particularly close to the Han family, but later, due to a surge in his cultivation, he was transferred to Shanghai. Mitsukami Hidenori said, "So it's you, Feiyu. How is your father doing lately? The Dai Chamber of Commerce is preparing to develop Jingchuan vigorously, so they specifically sent me here. The original president of the Jingchuan branch has returned to Japan to retire. I just arrived yesterday and have many matters to handle. Once I'm done, I'll visit your home and catch up with your father." Han Feiyu quickly replied, "My father is in good health, Uncle Mitsukami. There is something I would like to ask of you. The woman you want to kill is my future wife. Could you spare her life for the sake of your old friendship with my father?" Mitsukami Hidenori's face turned stern. "I can grant you other requests, but not this one. She killed 3 of my compatriots. If I let her go, what face would that give to my Neon Kingdom, and where would my authority be?" "You misunderstand," Han Feiyu said. "The one who killed your compatriots is someone else. It has nothing to do with Yushi." He pointed at Gu Feng. "It's him who killed your 3 subordinates. If you kill him, you can take revenge and establish your authority. There's really no need to involve Yushi any further." "Ha, kid. Don't blame me. After all, if you don't die today, it's my future wife who will." Mitsushima Haruya looked at Gu Feng. "It's you, you audacious dog, who killed my 3 compatriots." Due to the angle, he could only see half of Gu Feng's profile. "That's right." Gu Feng turned his head, his eyes like cold stars staring at Mitsushima Haruya. "What, are you here to die too?" Mitsushima Haruya didn't speak because Gu Feng's face felt strangely familiar. Where had he seen it before? But then Han Feiyu shouted, "Kid, don't you feel the terrifying aura of these people? Each of them is a Grandmaster, especially President Mitsushima, who has reached the realm of a 3-star Grandmaster. Are you crazy? You dare to speak arrogantly when death is at your doorstep? Hurry up and kneel down to admit your mistake and end it yourself. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you die, but if you anger President Mitsushima, Yushi will suffer too." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud, and someone knelt down. Everyone was stunned, because the one kneeling was not Gu Feng, but Mitsushima Haruya. What the hell is going on? Wasn't Mitsushima Haruya just full of murderous intent? Why did he suddenly kneel? Han Feiyu couldn't help but say, "Uncle Mitsushima, I meant for this kid to kneel to you, not for you to kneel to him." Mitsushima Haruya jumped up and rushed in front of Han Feiyu, slapping him back. "Get the hell out of here. Do you want me to die?" With one slap, he sent Han Feiyu flying, then ran back and knelt in front of Gu Feng, while shouting to the others behind him, "What the hell are you all doing? Kneel down now." Cheng Shirquan and the elite members of Wyaman were completely confused, but they dared not disobey Mitsushima Haruya's words. In less than a few seconds, 200 people all knelt down, bowing to Gu Feng. Only a few Grandmasters from Neon who were following Mitsushima Haruya did not kneel. One of them frowned and said, "President Mitsushima, what are you doing? How can we, the noble Neon people, bow down to the lowly people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom?" Mitsushima Haruya was so angry he spat blood. "Damn it, he is Gu Feng. He killed Ji Kaiwa, killed Jun Wuxia, killed Inoue Gi, killed Shiba Kazuo, and killed Jun Woyo. If you don't kneel, are you waiting to die?" Before coming to Jingchuan, President Dai specifically showed him a photo of Gu Feng, warning him not to provoke Gu Feng if he ever encountered him. He hadn't taken it seriously. But who would have thought? He actually ran into this plague god in Jingchuan. The moment he recognized Gu Feng, he was terrified. Holy shit! He is the one who bloodily wiped out our Dai Chamber of Commerce's Jiangling branch, forcing us to change our strategy and abandon the rich Jiangling to develop in Jingchuan? The few Neon people who had been so proud just moments ago were now pale with fear, kneeling down without a second thought. Are you kidding? It is said that this guy killed the mid-level 4-star Grandmaster Jun Wuyo with one punch. What options do we, these small fry, have in front of Gu Feng besides begging for mercy? Mitsushima Haruya flattered, "Young Master Gu, I didn't expect you to come to Jingchuan. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. How about we go to our Chamber of Commerce now? I brought some excellent tea from Shanghai, you will definitely like it." Gu Feng pinched his chin. "Did you just say you wanted to make Ning Yushi's life worse than death?" Mitsushima Haruya knew that he had run into a huge disaster today by provoking Gu Feng, and there was no way to escape unscathed. With a gritted jaw, he surged with energy and directly shattered his own left arm. Young Master Gu, today I was rude, I will sever an arm to apologize. Han Feiyu was left dumbfounded. The newly appointed president of the Dai Chamber of Commerce's Jingchuan branch, the favored one before Hinata Dai, a dignified 3-star grandmaster, not only bowed his head to Gu Feng without a single strike but also severed his own arm. Had he gone mad, or had the world gone mad? Was Gu Feng really that terrifying? At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of Huannan Road. Dressed in a black tailcoat, his white hair billowed without wind, and his azure eyes were filled with languor. What a lively scene, he said, stepping inside. I, Heir, love to join in the fun. TSK, so many people kneeling, what a spectacular sight. If I don't take a photo to commemorate this, wouldn't it be a shame? He magically pulled out a camera, and the flash went off chaotically. Where did this foreign devil come from? Get lost! Cheng Shirquan bellowed, and immediately several elite members of Wyaman rushed forward, trying to snatch the camera from the man's hands. After all, today Wyaman collectively knelt, losing face. If this matter got out, their reputation in Jingchuan would suffer a heavy blow. Suddenly, several flying knives shot out from Heir's tailcoat, and several elite members of Wyaman fell dead on the spot. Before anyone could react, Heir's figure swept forward, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of Gu Feng. Where he passed, there was no path, the backs of Wyaman's elites became the road beneath his feet. Where he went, blood flowers bloomed. Anyone he touched met their end. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. What was happening? How did so many big shots suddenly arrive in this small Jingchuan? What was going on? Heir chuckled lightly. Gu Feng, you really are hard to find. Gu Feng frowned. I don't seem to know you. You may not know me, but I know you. Heir snarled. You killed my brother Bob Alot on the high seas. My brother could earn me over $100 million a year, and you killed him. You truly deserve to die. Gu Feng replied indifferently. You really went through a lot to come here to die. Let me send you to reunite with your brother. Just as he was about to make a move, Mitsushima Shunyo suddenly jumped up. Young Master Gu, this kind of trash doesn't need you to take action. We can handle it. This was a perfect opportunity to show loyalty. Killing Heir would ensure that even if Gu Feng was cold-blooded, he wouldn't seek trouble with them again. Heir glanced at him and the several approaching neon people, disdainfully saying, a few useless dogs. Even if my brother is only ranked 50th on the dark web assassin leaderboard, killing you would be like killing chickens. Get lost, I'm not interested in killing you. What a ridiculous ranking, I've never even heard of it, and you dare to bring it up. Mitsushima Shunyo snorted coldly. If I hadn't lost an arm, I could twist your dog head off by myself. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Heir. The other 3 neon grandmasters also surged with energy, rushing to kill Heir together. Looking for death. Heir grinned savagely, colliding fists with Mitsushima Shunyo, pushing him back while his other hand unleashed 3 palm strikes. Tiger roars in the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 2 1-star grandmasters and 1 2-star grandmaster had their skulls shattered. Before Mitsushima Shunyo could react, his body turned into an afterimage, and a punch, carrying immense force, ruthlessly slammed toward Heir's chest. Mitsushima Shunyo desperately tried to dodge, but that punch was simply too swift. He could only condense his energy to block with his arm. The next moment, boom! Mikami Hideno's right arm was shattered, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. His internal organs had been crushed by a single punch from Gil, dead beyond recovery. The onlookers all gasped in shock. Damn it! This is too brutal. In just a few seconds, several grandmasters were killed. This suddenly appearing foreigner is ridiculously strong. Gil was already facing Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I am Gil Alot, ranked 39th on the dark web assassin leaderboard, the brother of Bob Alot. I traveled across the sea to take your head as a sacrifice for my brother. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. A 5-star Grand Master. This was actually a 5-star Grand Master. Everyone inhaled sharply. No wonder Mikami Hideno, a 3-star Grand Master, couldn't withstand this guy's 2 moves. Gu Feng, die for me. Gil's face twisted in rage, and with the might of a 5-star Grand Master, he ruthlessly punched towards Gu Feng. This punch, cutting through thorns and waves. The air trembled. Gu Feng's expression was cold as he raised his hand for a palm strike. Just as their fists and palms were about to collide, Ning Yushi suddenly shouted, Young Master, be careful. Sure enough. In the next second, Gil's other hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly shot out, 5 steel nails flying towards Gu Feng at lightning speed. In truth, Gu Feng didn't need Ning Yushi's warning, he was already on guard.
He raised his hand and caught all 5 steel nails in his palm. At the same time, his palm struck Jill's fist. In an instant, the wind stopped, and the waves calmed. Jill staggered back 32 steps, already against the wall. Kid, you have some skills, but you might want to check your abdomen? Ning Yushi looked at Gu Feng's abdomen, and her expression changed instantly. Gu Feng's clothes had been pierced with 5 holes, the steel nails embedded in his clothing. Jill laughed triumphantly. I am an assassin, assassination is my true specialty. The 5 steel nails are coated with deadly poison, even the king of hell can't save you now. After saying this, he dashed forward again, throwing another punch. I can't be bothered to dodge. Do you really think I didn't see the steel nails flying out from your tuxedo? Gu Feng grinned savagely and also threw a punch. The tiger roared, the dragon sang. Boom! Jill was sent flying. Not only was his entire arm turned to dust, but he was also embedded into the wall. His expression changed drastically. How is this possible? You were hit by my deadly poison. How can you still be this strong? A mere peacock red dares to harm me? Gu Feng laughed savagely, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the steel nails in his abdomen were directly shaken off. He then dashed forward, his aura overwhelming. Jill, die for me. A glint of malice flashed in Jill's eyes, and just as Gu Feng approached him, the 5 steel nails shot out again. This time, the target was aimed directly at Ning Yushi. Even if I die, I will take someone down with me. Dream on. Gu Feng's thoughts shifted, and the Nian Nu Jiao was in his hand. In the next moment, the Nian Nu Jiao spun and flew to Ning Yushi's side. The sword light flashed, and all 5 steel nails were severed. At the same time, the 5 steel nails in Gu Feng's hand plunged straight into Jill's eyes, twisting forcefully. Ah! Jill's shrill screams echoed through Huannan Road. However, this scream did not last long before it vanished without a trace. Jill Alot, ranked 39th on the dark web assassin leaderboard. Dead. Watching the slowly falling body, the sound of a pin drop could be heard on Huannan Road. No one dared to believe their eyes. This was a 5-star grandmaster. Just like that, he died? This Gu Feng has become this strong. No wonder Mikami Hidino knelt and begged for mercy upon seeing him. Chang Shirquan suddenly felt a chill. Gu Feng was looking at him. He broke out in a cold sweat, remembering that he had previously said he would capture Ning Yushi. Damn it! If I had known Gu Feng was this fierce, I wouldn't have dared to come even if it meant death. At this moment, I could only grit my teeth, draw a long knife, and directly sever my own arm. Young Master Gu, it was my fault for not recognizing a true dragon before. I will sever my arm as an apology. From now on, I, Chang Shirquan, am willing to follow young Master Gu, ready to face fire and water. Gu Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly called Ning Yushi to his side and said loudly, Ning Yushi, let me ask you, do you truly wish to stay by my side forever? Ning Yushi replied firmly, I am willing, just as I said when I knelt before Hong Qi. To be by your side, even if it means death, I have no regrets. Good. Gu Feng turned to Chang Shirquan, from now on, there will be only one boss in the underground world of Jingchuan, and that is Ning Yushi. Do you understand? Understood. Chang Shirquan shouted loudly. Bow down. Gu Feng commanded. Chang Shirquan deeply bowed to Ning Yushi. From now on, I am willing to follow Miss Ning, loyal and unwavering. Willing to follow Miss Ning, loyal and unwavering. The voices of countless elite members of Wyaman echoed throughout Huanan Road. The sound shook the heavens. It was exhilarating. Blood surged. Passion boiled. Tonight, at this moment, Jingchuan is unified. Reflecting on Gu Feng's brutal methods just now, listening to the deafening sounds before him, Han Feiyu was completely panicked. My God, what am I doing? Even a powerhouse like Sanshang Zuyayo had to kneel before Gu Feng, and even a 5-star grandmaster like Jir was crushed by Gu Feng as if he were an ant. And I, a mere young master of Jingchuan, actually want to compete with him for a woman? Am I looking for death? After witnessing Gu Feng's decisive killing methods, Han Feiyu was certain that what Sanshang Zuyayo said was true. This Gu Feng has no idea how much blood is on his hands, how many lives he has ended. With just a thought, he could take my life. At this moment, Han Feiyu wanted to kneel before Gu Feng and beg for mercy, but he didn't want Gu Feng to notice him. If there were a crack in the ground right now, he would dive in without hesitation. Just as he hesitated, a sound of footsteps approached. Ning Yusin was coming. Earlier, she was supposed to come out with Han Feiyu, but suddenly had a stomachache and had to run to the restroom, only now emerging. As soon as she came out, she saw countless elite members of Wyaman bowing to Ning Yushi in loyalty. Wow! Is Ning Yushi this fierce? In the time it took to use the restroom, she has subdued Wyaman? Just as her boyfriend Deng Jiajie said, Ning Yushi is a phoenix among people. With Ning Yushi in the Ning family, the future is truly going to soar. Yushi, you are amazing. Ning Yusin walked briskly towards her cousin. I am so proud to have a cousin like you. Now that you've taken down Wyaman, and if you marry young Master Han, all of us relatives in the Ning family will benefit from you. While speaking, she caught a glimpse of Han Feiyu silently walking outside from the corner of her eye. She immediately spoke up, Young Master Han, where are you going? Did your 9,999 roses arrive? Is the sea of flowers about to bloom in Huanan Road? Han Feiyu gritted his teeth in frustration. He just wanted to leave quietly. Could this annoying woman just shut up? What sea of flowers? What 9,999 roses? I don't know what you're talking about. Han Feiyu forced a grim smile and quickly walked past Ning Yusin. Ning Yusin was taken aback and grabbed Han Feiyu. Didn't you say you would confess to Ning Yushi today? What's going on? I've been looking forward to it for so long. Slap. Han Feiyu turned back and slapped Ning Yusin across the face. Get lost. Can't you see the situation? How could I ever be worthy of Ning Yushi? After saying that, he didn't care about anything else and ran away. Damn it. This woman is just adding fuel to the fire, practically wishing for her own demise. Damn it! Ning Yusin was stunned, and it wasn't until Han Feiyu's figure disappeared that she came back to her senses. Covering her flushed cheeks, she angrily cursed, if you don't deserve it, then you don't deserve it. Why hit me? Just wait, our Ning family is about to soar, and sooner or later we will replace your Han family as the #1 wealthy family in Jingchuan. When that time comes, I will definitely get back at you for this slap. After saying that, she ran to Ning Yushi's side and took her cousin's hand. Cousin, you have tamed the Woyo sect, and you will surely be a prominent figure in Jingchuan. This Han Feiyu really doesn't deserve you. Don't be sad, I will find you someone even better later. The young master is just fine, Ning Yushi said. Humph. Ning Yusin scoffed, even Han Feiyu doesn't deserve you, and this guy is even less worthy. What else can he do besides some medical skills? Really, my boyfriend has connections in Jiangling. If you can marry into a wealthy family there, that would be great. I'm telling you, if we can get involved with the wealthy families in Jiangling, our Ning family will stand at the pinnacle of Jingchuan much sooner. She didn't notice that Ning Yushi's expression was gradually turning ugly and continued, as for your boyfriend, a piece of trash like him, you should have kicked him to the curb long ago. You are just. Slap. Ning Yushi retaliated with a slap to her cousin's face. Ning Yusin was stunned for a moment. You dare hit me? I'm doing this for your own good, and you actually dare to. Before she could finish, Ning Yushi extended two jade-like fingers and pinched her delicate chin. If you dare to insult the young master again, if you dare to say another word, I will tear your mouth apart. At this point, she understood that today, Ning Yusin had ostensibly taken her out shopping, but in reality, she wanted to introduce her to Han Feiyu. What did she take her for? A tool for the Ning family's rise? To scheme against her like this, did she really think she had no temper? Moreover, Ning Yusin had been insulting the person she respected all along. Since returning home, she had been enduring. But Ning Yusin kept pushing her buttons. I, Ning Yushi, also have my limits. Touch them, and I will be furious. Being slapped by the Ning Yushi, who had been looked down upon since childhood, especially in public, made Ning Yusin's lungs feel like they were about to explode. I am your cousin. How dare you humiliate me like this? Damn it! Countless curses wanted to spill out, but facing Ning Yushi's eyes filled with violence and danger, she couldn't utter a word. After all, Ning Yushi was once the second in command of the Blood Alliance. To achieve such accomplishments as a woman, how much blood had she shed? She had experienced the baptism of blood and fire, walking on the edge of life and death countless times. Her ruthlessness and fierceness were deeply engraved in her bones. On ordinary days, she appeared no different from any other woman, but once her aura was unleashed, how could an ordinary person withstand it? Not to mention, the supreme grace she had displayed when she was in the Ning family was still fresh in everyone's memory. At this moment, the first-ranked leader of the Woyo sect in the underground world of Jingchuan and countless elites were bowing to Ning Yushi. Ning Yusin had a fire in her heart, but ultimately, she didn't dare to vent it. She felt that if she said another word, her cousin would really disregard their kinship and come at her. Seeing her silent, Ning Yushi spoke again, how I am is none of your business. Don't act like we are sisters. If I help you, it's out of consideration for our kinship. If I don't help you, you have no right to say anything. Stop trying to scheme against me. In fact, if it weren't for that slight sense of kinship, Ning Yusin's chin would have already been crushed. Throwing Ning Yusin aside, she left Huannan Road with Gu Feng. Let's go, it's time to give your grandfather acupuncture. Gu Feng hailed a car and headed straight for the old residence of the Ning family. Upon arriving in the bedroom, he briefly checked the old man's condition, which was just as he had expected. 36 silver needles were swiftly inserted into the old man's body. Spiritual energy surged. The silver needles pulsed. 2 hours later, the old man's complexion transformed from pale to a healthy flush. Gu Feng took out a number of medicinal herbs from his spatial ring, then requested paper and a pen, swiftly writing a few lines. Your grandfather will wake up in no more than half an hour. After I leave, follow the instructions I've written on this paper to prepare medicine for him. In no more than 3 days, he will recover. If you're not confident in preparing the medicine yourself, you can spend money to hire someone knowledgeable in medicine. Ning Yushi nodded. Young master, are you leaving tonight? It's already quite late. Should we stay in Jingchuan for another night and set off tomorrow?
No, I have matters to attend to in Jiangling.
Moreover, although the dungeon of the patrol domain is safe, I still feel a bit uneasy. Only by keeping Ji Kaiyue by my side can I be truly assured. Alright, then I'll go back to pack some things and say goodbye to my parents.
Ning Yushi sighed, originally wanting to wait for her grandfather to wake up to share some heartfelt words. Since the young master was eager to return to Jiangling, she could only follow him. Gu Feng frowned. Did you not hear what I just said? I'm going to Jiangling alone, you stay in Jingchuan.
But, Gu Feng patted her shoulder, you haven't seen your grandfather in a while. How can you just leave without saying a word? Stay here and accompany your grandfather for a while.
Although most of the forces in Jingchuan have been subdued by Changshi Quan, you still need to show your face so they know that the underground of Jingchuan has changed hands, right? And while you're still in Jingchuan, you can also take the head of the leader of the Qinglong society.
Okay, I understand.
Ning Yushi nodded, feeling a warm current surge through her. Although she had always respected the young master from a subordinate's position, he never regarded her as a servant, considering her so thoroughly. People say the young master is a ruthless killer, but they don't know that even a madman has moments of tenderness. Gu Feng said nothing more, just ruffled Ning Yushi's hair. Turning around, he disappeared into the boundless night. Watching Gu Feng's retreating figure, Ning Yushi thought to herself. A person like the young master, if any girl were fortunate enough to marry him, would surely be very happy. It's just a pity that the woman who marries the young master could never be herself. A slight sense of loss filled her heart, but then an unusual sparkle ignited in her eyes. Being able to stay by the young master's side and occasionally receive his care was already wonderful. She should be content. Young master, my life was given to me by you, and now, you have also given me enough strength to protect my family, even saving my grandfather. You have given so much, and all I can do is to resolve all your worries to the best of my ability. I will use thunderous means to turn the underground world of Jingchuan into an ironclad fortress. From now on, the underground of Jingchuan will only heed your command. Under the cold moonlight, a fierce fighting spirit burned in Ning Yushi's beautiful eyes. This night, for the vast majority of ordinary people in Jingchuan, was an incredibly ordinary night, but it was ultimately anything but ordinary. The young master of Jingchuan originally wanted to humiliate Gu Feng severely, to embrace a beauty and make Gu Feng remember this moment for eternity, but instead, tonight became an indelible shadow in his heart. The Jie Chamber of Commerce abandoned the prosperous Jiangling, turning to vigorously develop in Jingchuan, but on the very next day after the new president of the Jingchuan branch arrived in Jingchuan, he met an untimely death. The plans of the Jie Chamber of Commerce had not even had the chance to fully unfold before they were stillborn. Tonight, Jingchuan has changed hands, and from now on, Ning Yushi's reputation will resonate throughout Jingchuan. Meanwhile, a seed of revenge has taken root and begun to sprout in Ning Yusin's heart. Time swiftly moved to the next day. Gu Feng returned to Jiangling at 3 in the morning, practiced at home until noon, and then went to the Lin family. It was another weekend, and the little dumpling was not in school, sitting in the living room watching television. It had been some time since they last met, and most of her injuries had faded. Upon seeing Gu Feng, the little dumpling was overjoyed, bouncing around him. Wang Xueme immediately rushed to the market to buy groceries. Gu Feng said, "No need, auntie, I'll be leaving soon." "How can that be? Don't say that. It's not easy for you to come home, you must stay for a meal." As she spoke, she called Lin Beishan and her 2 daughters. By the time they returned, a sumptuous feast was already laid out on the table. Lin Beishan sat at the table, chuckling. "Oh, I remember when Xiaofeng first came to our house, you said we had no money and could only afford vegetable leaves. How come suddenly there's a whole table of good dishes? This spread isn't cheap. Where did you get the money?" Wang Xueme rolled her eyes. "Lin Beishan, stop being sarcastic. I, Wang Xueme, am not someone who doesn't understand reason. Xiaofeng saved Ruama and the little dumpling, and even extended Ruochu's life. Even if I were so poor I had to eat dirt, I can't let Xiaofeng suffer." While enthusiastically serving Gu Feng food, she added to Lin Beishan, "You better earn some money quickly, or I really will have to eat dirt." Lin Ruochu smiled. "Mom, right now the Xiao family's resort project is in full swing. The Gu family's old residence is being rebuilt, and the building materials market is booming.
Our company has signed several contracts in the past few days, so you don't need to worry about money. After the meal, Gu Feng pulled Lin Ruochu into a room, checking her physical condition while asking, "Do you know who bullied your sister 4 years ago? Tell me about it." Lin Ruochu thought for a moment and said, "I asked my sister this question before, but at that time she was too desperate to remember much, only one person she had seen before." "Who?" "Hua Jian, the young master of Jiangling's third wealthy family." Lin Ruochu sighed. "It's a pity that even if we knew, we would be powerless." The young master of the third wealthy family was not someone their small Lin family could provoke. She suddenly came to her senses. "Gu Feng, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Gu Feng's expression was cold. "It's to make them pay a bloody price. Without Lin Beishan's efforts, there would be no Gu Qingning alive today. His daughter had been bullied, how could he possibly stand by and do nothing?" For years had passed, and those four who had bullied Lin Ruoma had likely long forgotten the incident, or perhaps they still reminisced about that night, treating it as a topic of conversation to share with others. Little did they know, a bloodied sickle was already hanging over their heads. Gu Feng did not linger, quickly leaving the Lin family and heading towards the inspection bureau. This trip to the inspection bureau was twofold: to have Wen Yan investigate the remaining 3 individuals and to bring Ji Kaiyue back to Yujing Haoding. 3 days later, news came from Wen Yan that the events of that year had been thoroughly investigated, and the list was handed over to Gu Feng. At the same time, Ning Yushi, who was in Jingchuan, sent a message to Gu Feng, stating that all matters in Jingchuan had been handled, and she would immediately set off to return to Jiangling. Just as Ning Yushi boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangling, Ning Ziyuan arrived at his cousin Ning Yusin's home. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Ning Yusin, who was packing her luggage, asked. Ning Ziyuan smiled. "Yusin, didn't you say before that your boyfriend was going to arrange for you to join the Tianyao group in Jiangling?" After receiving this news, Ning Ziyuan had asked Ning Yusin to help him find a job at Tianyao Group. "Oh," Ning Yusin responded, "I mentioned this to Jia Jia, and he replied that as long as you report to Tianyao Group, the position of deputy captain of the security team is yours." "What?" Ning Ziyuan was taken aback. "After all this, you want me to be a stinky security guard?" "Cousin, I am a dark energy martial artist." Ning Yusin rolled her eyes. "Do you think Jianling is a small place like Jingchuan? Do you think Tianyao Group is just an ordinary company? It's already impressive that my boyfriend can arrange for you to get in. Besides, it's the deputy captain of the security team, which is different from an ordinary security guard." Ning Ziyuan said unhappily, "No way, I'm not going to Jiangling to be a stinky security guard. Ask your boyfriend to arrange another job for me at Tianyao Group, nothing too high, just a department manager will do. You can go or not." Ning Yusin said impatiently, "My boyfriend has already been very accommodating. Cousin, don't be greedy." At that moment, Deng Jiajia walked in from outside. "Baby, have you packed your things? Once you're ready, we'll set off." Ning Ziyuan quickly approached. "Young Master Deng, I heard you found me a job as the deputy captain of the security team at Tianyao Group. Thank you." After all, Deng Jiajia was the young master of the 6th prominent family in Jingchuan, and Ning Ziyuan did not dare to act out of line in front of him. "It's a small matter," Deng Jiajia said with a faint smile. Ning Ziyuan glanced at the luxury car parked at the door and said, "You guys are going to Jiangling today, it's on the way, can you take me along?" Deng Jiajia politely replied, "Ziyuan Gu, Yusin and I have some things to do along the way, we can't take you. If you want to go to Jiangling, you should take the high-speed train." "Then, fine." Ning Ziyuan forced a smile and turned to leave Ning Yusin's house. After quickly packing his luggage, he hurried to the high-speed train station. He had made up his mind, he had to go to Jiangling, and he had to get into Tianyao Group. After all, Jingchuan was still too small. If this true dragon were to stay here for a lifetime, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Although it was just going to Tianyao Group to be a security guard, with my strength, climbing up to become the captain of the security team, the head of the security department, and even higher positions would just be a matter of time. At the same time, he thought wickedly in his heart, that damned Deng Jiajia, refusing to give me a ride on the way, must be planning to do something inappropriate with my cousin on the way to Jiangling. So disgusting. On the other side, Ning Yusin had finished packing her luggage and sat in the passenger seat. "Young master, aren't we going directly to Jiangling? Where else do we need to go?" Since Deng Jiajia's last order, she had started calling him young master. Deng Jiajia sneered, "This is my new car. You can sit in it, but your cousin? Does he deserve to sit in my car? I don't want his poor aura to pollute my car." "That's true," Ning Yusin huffed. After all, she was the future young mistress of the 6th prominent family, and Deng Jiajia's car was her car. Then she thought of something. "Do you really have a way to deal with that damned cousin of mine?
Ever since that night when Ning Yushi slapped her in public, she had been harboring resentment. However, Ning Yushi's strength was too formidable. Apart from cursing her in her heart, she had no other way. Who would have thought that after hearing about her experience, Deng Jiajie would actually take the initiative to say he wanted to take revenge for her? This moved her greatly. Deng Jiajie smiled coldly. No one in Jingchuan can touch your cousin anymore, but Jiangling has some. Have you heard of the Nanqing Society in Jiangling? Ning Yusin shook her head. Deng Jiajie said, Nanqing Society is the largest underground force in Jiangling. Damn! Ning Yusin was taken aback. You actually managed to enlist the biggest underground force in Jiangling? Deng Jiajie said proudly, it's my second uncle, he recently became the leader of the Nanqing Society. Once we get to Jiangling, we'll go find him. He was always the best to me when I was a kid. Once I ask, he will definitely be willing to help. Darling, you are so good to me. Ning Yusin said sweetly, pulling one of Deng Jiajie's hands around her slender waist. Humph. Ning Yushi, do you really think that just because you know some martial arts, you can do whatever you want? You still want to tear my mouth apart? Let's see who ends up tearing whose mouth apart. Deng Jiajie pinched her waist a couple of times before withdrawing his hand. This trip to Jiangling to find his second uncle was not just about helping Ning Yusin vent her frustrations. In fact, helping Ning Yusin was just a side benefit. The main goal was to take down Ning Yushi. In the past, he thought he was unworthy of Ning Yushi, but now that his second uncle had become the leader of the Nanqing Society, things were different. The leader of Jiangling's #1 underground force was no joke. How ridiculous was that Han Feiyu, unable to win over Ning Yushi, and instead venting his anger on him? These past few days, he hadn't answered his calls, and when he went to the Han residence, they refused to see him. Damn Han Feiyu, you don't treat me like a person, and now that I have my second uncle as a backing, I can't be bothered to curry favor with you anymore. He then recalled Ning Yushi's beautiful face. It was said that this woman had already subdued the Woyo sect, becoming the true queen of the underground in Jingchuan. Just imagining having such a beauty serve him was exhilarating. No, he wanted both Ning Yusin and Ning Yushi to serve him together. Damn! Wouldn't that be an absolute blast? Deng Jiajie was filled with excitement, stepping on the gas. The roar of the engine echoed through the streets of Jingchuan. The latest model Mercedes-Benz, worth 6.7 million, carried a pair of individuals with their own thoughts, racing into the night towards Jiangling. At the same time, Huxiu Barracks. Father, I should return to Jiangling. A young man, around 25 or 26 years old, spoke up. The speaker was none other than the notorious troublemaker of recent years in Jiangling, Yan Jun, the young lord of the Jiangling Marquisate. The Jiangling Marquis, with a face as sharp as a knife, commanded respect without anger. The soldier's training will take another 2 days to complete. Why don't you wait for me, and we can return to Jiangling together? No need, Yan Jun replied. I haven't been back to Jiangling for some time. If I don't return soon, I'm afraid the people of Jiangling will forget about their little lord. The Jiangling Marquis pondered for a moment. I've heard that there have been many significant events in Jiangling recently, all due to Gufeng. This time you go back, don't recklessly provoke him. Father, please rest assured, I know what I'm doing, Yan Jun said, and then got into an off-road vehicle. After driving a short distance, the Jiangling Marquis suddenly shouted, Shi Changling, you take 200 elite soldiers and accompany my son back to Jiangling. Shi Changling, a revered member of the Marquisate, was exceptionally powerful. My lord, although the young lord acts without restraint, he still knows the proper limits, the Jiangling Marquis said. I'm not worried about him provoking Gufeng, I'm worried that Gufeng will provoke him. After all, our Marquisate took a significant portion of the Gu family's inheritance back in the day. Shi Changling replied, so what if we took it? You are the Jiangling Marquis, commanding 12,000 elite soldiers. Even if Gufeng had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble at the Marquisate. The Jiangling Marquis frowned. You just carry out my orders, there's no need for so much talk. Hurry to Jiangling, and if I return to Jiangling and my son has any mishap, I will hold you accountable. Shi Changling said no more and took his leave. Soon, he gathered the troops and followed the young lord towards Jiangling. Jiangling. Ning Yushi got off the high-speed train, took a taxi, and arrived at Yujinghaoding. When the familiar building appeared before her, she couldn't help but smile. She took out her keys and opened the door. As soon as she entered, she saw Gufeng sitting on the sofa, holding a phoenix pendant in his hand. Young master, what is this? Ning Yushi sat down beside Gufeng. Gufeng said, a woman gave it to me when I went to southern Shanxi. Ning Yushi was taken aback. You went to southern Shanxi to rescue little Tuanzi, didn't you? How did a woman suddenly appear? I rescued her while saving little Tuanzi. Her name is Chen. What was it again? Gufeng had interacted with Chen Luoshui for too short a time to remember her name.
In fact, if he thought about it carefully, he should be able to recall it. However, there was no need for that. During these days, while waiting for news from Wenyan, Gu Feng had been refining pills. For him, pill refining was also a form of cultivation. Controlling the temperature of the alchemy furnace allowed him to better manage every bit of spiritual energy within him. Besides refining pills, he would also play with the Phoenix pendant. He had been too busy before, but now that he studied it carefully, he found that this Phoenix pendant was not an ordinary item. It was filled with a terrifying energy. It could be used as a talisman, and if the energy inside was activated, it could unleash a powerful destructive force. However, for him, this pendant seemed to have little use. After putting the pendant away, Gu Feng asked, "So, how is your grandfather's injury? Has he recovered?" Ning Yushi nodded vigorously. "Grandpa is much better now. Once Jiangling is completely stable, I'll take him to Jiangling for a visit." She then changed the subject. "Young master, is there anything you need to tell me?" Gu Feng said, "You should rest first. Take care of the Blood Alliance these days. Since Jingchuan has unified, there's no need to leave any other forces in Jiangling. Once I finish dealing with the current matters, I'll take you to Naxing Society." After Ning Yushi returned to her room, Gu Feng picked up the list from the coffee table. 4 names were prominently listed. Hua Sijian, Zhang Min, Qian Yifei, He Shouan. This was the list that Wen Yan had sent over regarding Lin Ruama from years ago. It not only had the names of the 4 individuals but also detailed information about them. The next day, at 9:45 a.m., inside a villa, the young master of Jiangling's third prominent family had just gotten out of bed when a delicate hand wrapped around his neck. "Young Master Hua, did you have fun last night?" "Yes, it was enjoyable." "Young master, I heard that you once visited the Jiangling Marquis' residence and had a woman there. Is that true?" Hua Sijian immediately recalled a vivid scene. "Yes, it was an unforgettable night." The beautiful woman named Li Nan pouted. "Young Master Hua, I'm not saying this, but if you want to play with women, there are countless who would willingly climb into your bed. Why do you have to go for that excitement? I heard that there were several men that night. Could it be that you have some special preference?" Hua Sijian laughed. "What do you know? That woman was pursued even by Zhong Dingxian of the second prominent family, which shows her beauty is not something ordinary people can compare to. Besides, I was the first to make a move, the other 3 could only watch from the sidelines, so what's the big deal?" He got up and dressed. "Alright, I was very satisfied with your performance last night. I promise to take you to Aodao for a few days, and I will not go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Li Nan was overjoyed. But just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. "I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Aodao anymore." Li Nan shouted angrily, "Who the hell is farting? Your young master wants to take me to Aodao, who are you to point fingers?" She thought it was one of Hua Sijian's blind subordinates speaking. The next moment, the door was kicked open with a punch. A man in a dark trench coat appeared at the doorway. Li Nan was taken aback, and immediately pulled the blanket over her body. At the same time, Hua Sijian locked eyes with the man. In that instant, he was terrified to the core. Gu. Boom! Just as he uttered a word, a punch came straight for his face. Hua Sijian, the young master of the third prestigious family in Jiangling, dead. Crimson blood splattered all over Li Nan's face. A few seconds later, she suddenly came to her senses and screamed frantically, "Someone! Quick, someone! There's a murder, a murder!" The huge commotion startled the guards in the villa. Dozens of dark figures suddenly appeared in the room, surrounding the doorway tightly. Li Nan trembled as she said, This person has killed young Master Hua. Daring to kill young Master Hua, simply asking for death." The leading guard started to say, but suddenly fell silent. The next second, he turned and ran. The other 10 or so guards ran even faster than him. Are you kidding? In less than a few seconds, the guards in the villa vanished without a trace. Li Nan was momentarily stunned. "No, guys, what's going on? You haven't even finished your threats, and you're running away? No, don't run. He will kill me." Woo, not running? This person is the murderous demon Gu Feng. He killed Jun Wuyo with a single punch. Are we little nobodies just going to wait to die? The dozen or so guards thought silently, running even faster. Meanwhile, Li Nan, who had been crying on the bed for a long time, suddenly felt something was off. Why am I still alive? Suddenly looking up, she found the room was completely empty. Where was even half a shadow? It was 9:40 p.m. Ning Ziyuan walked out of Tianyao Group. Today was his first day at Tianyao Group, and he had successfully become the deputy captain of the security team, but a few brash young men under him were somewhat disobedient, their eyes filled with disdain and even provoking him verbally. He had already decided to find an excuse tomorrow to teach those brash young men a lesson. He originally planned to go back to the hotel to rest, but was drawn in by the aroma wafting from a barbecue shop on the street. Swallowing his saliva, he finally walked in. The shop was called Fengwei Xian, and had been on this street for over 20 years. The place was crowded, and the noise gave Ning Ziyuan a headache, so he went up to the second floor to eat. The owner of Fengwei Xian, He Shouan, was over 60 but still in good health. At that moment, he was sitting at a table, enjoying drinks with a few friends. He should have been by the barbecue grill, but today his granddaughter He Xiaowu, who was in her third year of college, had come to help him and insisted he take a break. This made He Shouan very happy. A filial granddaughter. A thriving business. Whenever he wanted to drink, he could always find a few friends to chat with. This kind of life was envied by countless old folks around. Unfortunately, they didn't have such good fortune as him. Just as he was chatting happily with his friends, a man in a dark trench coat entered Fengwei Xian and found a seat. "Boss, 1 bowl of pig intestines noodles, please." He Xiaowu, who was busy at the barbecue grill, didn't even turn around. "Waiter, take this customer's order." The man waved his hand. "No need for that, I just want a bowl of pig intestines noodles." Hearing this, He Xiaowu felt displeased. "Can't you see I'm swamped? I don't have the time to make you a bowl of pig intestines noodles separately. If you can't afford the barbecue, hurry up and get lost." "Xiaowu, how can you talk to customers like that? I've told you so many times, the customer is God. Even if they just want a bowl of fatty intestines noodles, or if they come to our shop just to enjoy the air conditioning, you must be polite." He Shouan put down his wine glass and scolded. "Anyway, our shop isn't short of business. I still have a few big baskets of barbecue to grill, so we don't need this one customer," He Xiaowu said, her hands still busy. "You." He Shouan sighed helplessly and walked over to the man in the trench coat. "Young man, my granddaughter has a bit of a fiery temper, but she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take it to heart." "Wait, your outfit looks a lot like Gu Feng." The man in the trench coat spoke. "Oh, you know Gu Feng?" "Of course." He Shouan replied. "I've heard that Gu Feng is a ruthless killer. He kills without blinking, and his methods are extremely cruel. Although I haven't seen him, some young people from the lower social circles who have come to our shop for barbecue dress just like you, and from their mouths, I've learned about the atrocities of that beast Gu Feng. It's simply intolerable. He deserves a terrible death." Recently, there had indeed been a trend among the youth in Jiangling's lower social circles to imitate Gu Feng. They mimicked his way of speaking, his style of dressing, and when they appeared on the streets, they acted as if they were the true young masters of Jiangling. The man in the trench coat said, "I heard you used to go to the Jiangling Marquis' residence?" "Tisk, that's an old story," He Shouan said with a hint of pride in his eyes. "Let me tell you, back then, so many people were trying to get into the Jiangling Marquis' residence. I was just lucky, otherwise, how could I have had the chance?" A look of nostalgia crossed his face, and he clicked his tongue again. That young girl was as beautiful as a fairy. Even the young master of Jiangling's third wealthy family looked at her with fiery eyes. Not to mention others, even I myself often doubt whether that night was real. I, an ordinary commoner, actually slept with the same woman as the young master of the third wealthy family. Alright, my granddaughter is busy, so I'll personally make you a bowl of fatty intestines noodles, He Shouan said as he walked towards the kitchen. If you want to hear some gossip, eat slowly later. I'm in a good mood today, and I can tell you more. That night was something He Shouan felt proud of for a lifetime. He had boasted about his bravery that night in front of so many people. The man in the trench coat said, "I don't eat cilantro." Okay, He Shouan's figure disappeared into the kitchen. At that moment, He Xiaowu came out with a plate of barbecue, placing it in front of a table of customers, and glanced over at the man in the trench coat. She wanted to see just how poor someone could be to come to their barbecue shop and only order a bowl of noodles. However, when she saw that handsome face, her steps suddenly froze, and her pupils constricted. Isn't that the killer Gu Feng? Yes, there's absolutely no mistake. She would never forget that face, because she had watched Jun Wuyo's livestream, and she was Qing Cheng Yiwu. Damn, what was I just doing? I actually told Gu Feng to get lost? Thinking about her earlier disrespectful words, He Xiaowu's face turned pale, and she instinctively wanted to escape back to the kitchen. But could she really escape? After a moment of thought, He Xiaowu steeled herself and approached Gu Feng. I am so sorry, please, don't kill me. Gu Feng did not speak. He Xiaowu became even more flustered, speaking incoherently. I really know I was wrong. I beg you, I don't want to die. Gu Feng glanced at her. I won't kill you. He Xiaowu had just breathed a sigh of relief when Gu Feng suddenly said coldly, however, your grandfather is going to die. He Xiaowu was taken aback, suddenly recalling what her grandfather had just said to Gu Feng. She was not far away and had heard some of it. She had only told Gu Feng to get lost, but her grandfather had scolded Gu Feng in front of him, calling him a beast and wishing him a bad death. Thud! She gritted her teeth and directly knelt down in front of Gufeng. Gufeng, my grandfather didn't mean it. He is old and confused, his mind isn't clear, and he always talks nonsense. If he said anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf. Gufeng remained silent. He Xiaowu pressed her head to the ground. Really, I beg you, if you are willing to let my grandfather go, I will do anything you ask. Gufeng suddenly chuckled lightly. Considering how filial you are, I'll give him a chance. Just now, when he went downstairs to the kitchen, I told him I don't eat cilantro. If the noodles served later don't have cilantro, I'll let him go. How about that? Okay. He Xiaowu responded repeatedly. My grandfather takes cooking very seriously and will definitely not forget the requests of his guests. When cooking, he's not confused, is he? Gufeng asked. He Xiaowu's face turned pale, and she dared not speak further. At that moment, Ning Ziyuan came downstairs, preparing to use the restroom. But he suddenly saw He Xiaowu kneeling on the ground. What's going on? As he raised his gaze, he saw Gufeng's face. What the hell? Isn't this Ning Yushi's useless boyfriend? Acting all high and mighty in his own home, and now he's come to this barbecue place to show off? And bullying a little girl like this? What did the girl do wrong to make him force her to kneel? I, Ning Ziyuan, can't stand trash like you. If it weren't for Ning Yushi repeatedly stopping me back in Jingchuan, I would have taken care of you long ago. Now, I've caught you bullying a little girl, so don't blame me for being rude. As he thought this, Ning Ziyuan strode towards Gufeng. At the same time, images of Gufeng being beaten to a pulp and searching for his teeth flashed in his mind. And the sight of that little girl kneeling on the ground, tearfully grateful to him. It seems that on my first day in Jianling, I'm going to have a romantic encounter. But just then, He Xiaowan came out of the kitchen, placing a bowl of pig intestine noodles in front of Gufeng. Sir, here's the noodles you wanted. Xiaowu, why are you kneeling on the ground? He Xiaowu had no time to respond to her grandfather and scrambled up, her eyes fixed on the bowl of noodles. When she saw there was no cilantro inside, she was overjoyed. There's no cilantro. My grandfather didn't put cilantro in. He Xiaowan said, of course, I may be old, but my mind is still sharp. I don't need to be told that even if there's only one person, or if 10 people come at the same time, I won't forget any of the guests' requests. He then pushed the pig intestine noodles in front of Gufeng. Go ahead and eat, sir. Gufeng stared at the noodles for a long time without moving. He Xiaowu was puzzled when she suddenly saw Gufeng reveal a sinister smile. But I don't eat pig intestines. Boom! The next second, Gufeng threw a punch. He Xiaowan exploded into a mist of blood. Not a trace remained. Ning Ziyuan, who was striding towards Gufeng, suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open, staring like saucers. What the hell is going on? This guy actually has the guts to kill someone, and in broad daylight? Moreover, if his ears aren't malfunctioning, this guy just killed the owner with a punch because the owner put pig intestines in his noodles? Crazy. Ning Yushi's boyfriend is simply a madman. A storm surged in his heart, but he suddenly felt a pair of cold eyes looking over. Who else could it be but Gufeng? What the hell? Ning Ziyuan quickly lowered his head and walked out of Fengguichuan as if nothing had happened. I can't be seen, I can't be seen, I can't be seen. He roared in his heart while quickening his pace. This guy could punch someone into oblivion, even if he gave it his all, he couldn't achieve such a feat. This meant that Gufeng's strength was definitely above his, and he could easily crush him. Could it be that what Gufeng said in Jingchuan was true? He really killed hundreds of dark energy martial artists? Heaven! I actually tried to challenge him several times? If it weren't for Ning Yushi's earlier intervention, wouldn't I have become a corpse by now? Thinking of this, Ning Ziyuan felt parched and cold sweat dripped down his back. After leaving Fengguichuan, he hurriedly ran into the night, not caring where he was going. No matter where he fled, he just needed to escape first. Inside Fengguichuan, He Xiaowu trembled, finally bursting into tears. Why do you want to kill him? He just scolded you a few times, and I begged you so much, why won't you let my grandfather go? Woo. Gufeng said expressionlessly, in the past, there was a girl who begged him just like you. Did he let that girl go? He Xiaowu was stunned for a moment. You came for that girl? Although her grandfather had never mentioned that incident in front of her, it was too sensational back then, how could she not know? It was just that they tacitly agreed not to mention it. She knew that her grandfather not only did not let that girl go, but over the years, he often boasted about it to his old friends, and sometimes when he got drunk, he would talk about it with familiar customers in the shop, always looking proud and radiant. She had encountered it several times but pretended not to hear. Although it made her somewhat uncomfortable, after all, her grandfather was not the only one who did such things. If her grandfather didn't go, someone else would. Moreover, it was that girl who was defiled, not herself. Why should she meddle in someone else's business and go against her grandfather for an unrelated girl? Gu Feng gently lifted her delicate chin. If you think your grandfather shouldn't die, how about I take you to feel the pain and despair of that girl? He Xiaowu's body trembled. What does that mean? Are you going to make me suffer like that girl, being violated repeatedly? What a joke! If I were to encounter such a thing, I might as well die right now. Images of unbearable scenes flashed in her mind, and He Xiaowu felt a spasm in her stomach, retching continuously. No! You can't do this to me. That incident has nothing to do with me. You can't. Otherwise, my life will be over. Whoa, please, Gu Feng. He Xiaowu cried, her eyes filled with fear. She was truly scared, and she was sure that Gu Feng could really do such a thing. For this demon, what in the world was there that he wouldn't dare to do? She knelt on the ground, constantly bowing her head and begging for mercy, hoping that Gu Feng would let her go. However, even as her forehead bled from the repeated knocks, Gu Feng still did not respond. Gathering her courage, she slightly raised her head, only to find that Gu Feng had long since disappeared from the shop. She let out a long sigh of relief, feeling grateful to have survived, but upon seeing the countless bloodstains on the floor, her heart sank into deep sorrow. Grandfather, if only you hadn't gone to the Ho residence that day, how wonderful it would have been. You could have had a retirement that countless people envied. You could have watched me graduate from university, get married, and have children. Perhaps you could have even heard my child call you great-grandfather. You could have enjoyed family happiness. He Xiaowu smiled bitterly. But alas, time cannot flow backward, and the mistakes made must eventually be paid for. At 10:30 in the evening, Gu Feng stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. This was the Jiangling Marquis' residence. Without permission, no outsiders are allowed to enter. The grand gates and courtyard instilled fear in countless Jiangling residents. Ordinary citizens of Jiangling never dared to hope they could step into the Marquis' residence, and even the street where the residence was located had few who dared to tread upon it. The imposing Marquis' residence represented the supreme authority and power of Jiangling. However, at this moment, Gu Feng stood before the gates of the residence. Of the 4 from that year, 2 were already dead, and the remaining 2, according to the information provided by Wen Yan, were both inside the Marquis' residence. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he strode toward the entrance. Clang! The clash of weapons sounded as 2 attendants of the Marquis' residence blocked the way with their swords. Who comes to the Marquis' residence at this late hour? Do you have an appointment? Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Why would I need an appointment to come to the Marquis' residence? The 2 attendants focused their gaze and saw that the visitor was handsome and imposing, with eyes as deep as a dark pool. One of them exclaimed, "You are Gu Feng, the young master of Jiangling." The Marquis' residence was a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but when the Gu family was still around, the father and son of the Gu family were often invited by the Marquis of Jiangling to visit. In front of the once mighty Gu family, even the powerful Marquis' residence had to lower its stance. Although the Gu family had now scattered like the wind, Gu Feng's notorious name had long spread throughout Jiangling. The 2 attendants dared not block him any longer and quickly stepped aside, fearing they might anger Gu Feng and be struck down with a single blow. Gu Feng entered the courtyard of the residence and said, "Go tell your lady that I, Gu Feng, have come to visit her." One attendant took his leave. Before long, that attendant returned to Gu Feng's side, looking somewhat troubled as he said, "Young Master Gu, I'm sorry, but my lady has already retired for the night. If you have something to discuss, please come back to the residence tomorrow morning." Gu Feng sneered and strode into the main hall of the residence, soon arriving at the door of a bedroom. He pushed the door open. At that moment, in the luxuriously decorated bedroom, a beautiful middle-aged woman was leaning against the headboard, casually flipping through a book. Hearing the noise, she raised her eyebrows without lifting her head. "Didn't we agree not to see Gu Feng? Why are you here? And aren't you being too unruly? Whatever you have to say it outside, not barging in like this. Do you want to die?" She thought it was the attendants coming in to report. A faint voice echoed in the room, "Madam Yi, it's been many years, I hope you've been well." Indeed, the beautiful woman in the room was none other than the lady of the Marquis' residence, Yiningshang. Yiningshang was taken aback, suddenly looking up, her beautiful eyes locking with Gu Feng's gaze. "Gu Feng, you have some nerve to trespass into my chamber. Do you know this is a capital offense?" Her voice was not loud, but it was filled with the authority befitting the lady of the Marquis' residence. Gu Feng replied, "Madam Yi, I seem to recall you once said that in this Marquis' residence, I could go wherever I pleased, even into your chamber." Yiningshang sneered, "You know that was in the past. Times have changed. Not to mention my chamber, you no longer have the right to set foot in the Jiangling Marquis' residence. Get out of here." Gu Feng said expressionlessly, "Hand over Zhang Min and Qianifei, and I will leave immediately." Yiningshang scoffed, What do you think you are, to give me orders? Slap. In an instant, Gu Feng appeared at the bedside and struck Yi Ningxiang across the face with a backhand. I'll say it again, hand over Jiang Min and Qian Yifei. Yi Ningxiang covered her face, incredulously shouting, Gu Feng, have you gone mad? I am the lady of the Marquis' residence, a woman of high status. You dare to hit me? Gu Feng's gaze was icy. There's no need to talk about hitting you. If you dare to say another word, I'll crush your throat. He then walked outside. You have 15 minutes. I want to see Jiang Min and Qian Yifei. Watching Gu Feng's retreating figure, Yi Ningxiang's beautiful eyes seemed ready to spit fire. She was the lady of the Marquis' residence. Her status was incredibly noble. Usually, when she went out, those lowly citizens of Jiangling didn't even have the courage to look her in the face. And now, Gu Feng actually dared to slap her and speak to her so rudely. In fact, she had heard some rumors about Gu Feng these days, but she never expected his audacity had grown to this extent. You don't think you're still the young master of Jiangling, do you? Without your father's backing, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Do you really think the Jiangling Marquis' residence can't do anything to a mere martial artist like you? However, although her heart was filled with rage, at this moment, she could only get up from the bed. Right now, neither her son nor her man was in Jiangling. With the remaining power of the Marquis' residence, it was unrealistic to deal with Gu Feng. 10 minutes later, dressed in luxurious attire, Yi Ningxiang appeared in the hall of the Marquis' residence. Though she hadn't dressed up specially, her beauty was still exquisite, and her noble aura made ordinary people dare not look directly at her. She was a rare and charming beauty. Indeed, the Jiangling Marquis had a good eye. Besides her, many attendants of the Marquis' residence were also present in the hall. Jiang Min and Qian Yifei were among them. They looked sleepy, clearly just awakened. Madam, may I ask why you are looking for us? Jiang Min and Qian Yifei were both martial artists. After that night at the Marquis' residence, they were favored by Yan Jun and stayed on as guards. Over the years, they had diligently practiced, and with the Marquis' residence having many precious herbs, they had now jumped from 4-star masters to 6-star masters. They weren't the top combat power in the Marquis' residence, but as guards, they were more than sufficient. I don't know, Gu Feng is looking for you, Yi Ningxiang said, her pretty face devoid of any expression. Upon hearing Gu Feng's name, both of them changed their expressions drastically. This demon had barged into the Marquis' residence at night to find them. It could not be anything good. However, Jiang Min mustered his courage to ask, Young Master Gu, it seems we haven't provoked you, right? I wonder if Young Master Gu, what you did, you know in your hearts, Gu Feng snarled, come here, kneel down, and die. The two were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies, quickly hiding behind Yi Ningxiang. Madam, save us. This demon wants to kill us without any reason. Yi Ningxiang stared at Gu Feng. You actually want to kill someone in the Marquis' residence? Do you think this place is your backyard? Get out of the way. Gu Feng said coldly. Yi Ningxiang said sternly, no matter what wrong they have done, they are now people of my Jiangling Marquis' residence. Gu Feng, I advise you to restrain yourself, otherwise, when the Marquis returns and learns of this, you will only have a dead end. Slap. Gu Feng's figure flashed and he was back beside Yi Ningxiang, striking her with a backhand. Yi Ningxiang was sent flying. At the same time, Gu Feng unleashed two powerful punches. Jiang Min and Qian Yifei didn't even have time to scream before they were dead in an instant. He then turned and left. Yi Ningxiang, who had gotten up from the ground, was gritting her teeth. Since becoming the lady of the Marquis' residence, no, since her birth, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Gu Feng, you dare to slap me twice. You dare to act wantonly in the Marquis' residence, completely disregarding me and the Marquis. Wait for me, if I don't slice you into 1,000 pieces, I will no longer be the lady of this Marquis' residence. She screamed in her heart, wishing that in the next second, the Jiangling Marquis would arrive with 1,000 troops at the gate of the Marquis' residence and tear Gu Feng to shreds. At this moment, a voice emerged from the night. Gu Feng, you really are something else, even more arrogant than 5 years ago. You dare to kill someone in my Marquis' residence, and it's my trusted aide no less. Do you know that tonight you won't be able to take a single step out of the Marquis' residence? Under the cold moonlight, a figure stepped into the Marquis' residence. It was the young Marquis, Yan Jun. Behind him followed 200 elite soldiers, all glaring fiercely at Gu Feng. Looking at Yan Jun's handsome face, Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Yan Jun, you came at just the right time. I've been waiting for you in Jiangling for a long time. Oh? Yan Jun asked with interest. Could it be that after returning to Jiangling, you've been wanting to drink and chat with me? What a pity, what a pity. You no longer have the qualifications to sit at the same table with me. Gu Feng replied calmly. Do you know why I came to the Marquis' residence to kill? Go on, tell me. 4 years ago, Jiang Min and Qian Yifei both came to the Jiangling Marquis' residence and sullied a woman.
Including the two of them, all four so-called gentlemen from back then have been killed by me.
Yan Jun interjected, and as the organizer back then, I can't escape death either?
That's right, Gu Feng said with a grim smile. Originally, if you had returned to Jiangling a little later, you could have lived a few more days.
But since you've come tonight, I'll send you on your way too. Ha ha ha.
Yan Jun laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears. Gu Feng, do you really think that I, the young Marquis of Jiangling, am a soft persimmon that you can just kill whenever you want?
Boom!
The next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yan Jun's body.
The presence of a mid-stage 5-star grandmaster dominated the scene.
Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that you are not only a martial artist but have also reached the 5-star grandmaster level. Yan Jun smiled. People say I, Yan Jun, am a playboy, that I am the son of a tiger father and a dog son from the Jiangling Marquis' residence, but they don't know that I am merely hiding my talents. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. If I had shown my martial arts talent too early, someone would have seen me as a thorn in their side. If that were the case, I fear I wouldn't have lived to this day. What a pity, Gu Feng, you don't understand this principle. You run rampant in Jiangling without knowing to hide your strength and trump cards. Therefore, after tonight, I, Yan Jun, will continue to be my playboy self, while you, Gu Feng, will be erased from Jiangling. Gu Feng said expressionlessly, Yan Jun, you are the tree that stands out in the forest, but I am the wind that blows down the forest.
Let me ask you, why should I hide my talents?
Ha 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 ha. Yan Jun laughed loudly. A good one, the wind that blows down the forest. But I wonder if you can withstand this punch of mine. With a surge of energy in his hand, Yan Jun fiercely punched towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng grinned savagely and, in a flash, threw out a punch of his own. In the next moment, their figures crossed. Yan Jun retreated 16 steps, shouting, Qi Lao, what are you waiting for? At this moment, Qi Changling had already rushed to a corner of the Marquis' residence, slamming his palm against the wall.
Boom! A loud crash suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a massive iron cage descended from the sky. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Gu Feng was trapped inside the iron cage.
No wonder you are the one who killed Jun Wuyo with a single punch, young Master Gu. Clearly, I went to Huqiu to train with the two leaders of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, and my cultivation soared from the peak of 4 stars to mid-stage 5 stars, yet I am still no match for you. Yan Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's a pity, as I said before, I am not the superficial playboy you see.
Do you think that punch I just threw was meant to kill you?
No, I merely wanted to lead you to the very spot where you stand now.
This iron cage is forged from 100 years of fine iron. Even if your strength is extraordinary, how can you escape with just your iron fists?
His tone was filled with pride and arrogance. Gu Feng, oh Gu Feng, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. At that moment, Yi Ningxiang walked over. Good son, you have 200 elite soldiers behind you, and a master like Qi Lao by your side. Why go through so much trouble? Just rush in and tear this demon to pieces. Yan Jun said, Mother, this guy dared to slap you twice.
How could I let him die so easily?
Still my son cares for me, Yi Ningxiang chuckled lightly, then her beautiful eyes turned hatefully towards Gu Feng. I thought it was something significant that made you go on a killing spree in the Marquis' residence.
Turns out it was just for an unknown woman from Jiangling?
That kind of lowly person, she offended my son, and if she was bullied, so be it. My son showing mercy by not killing her with a single slap is already a great kindness. And you, for such a trivial matter, come to the Marquis' residence to cause trouble and even slap this lady.
You really don't know how to live.
Gu Feng replied indifferently, this century-old fine iron isn't cheap. I wonder how much of the cost of making this cage came from the inheritance of my Gu family.
Humph.
Yi Ningxiang snorted coldly, I didn't expect you to investigate so quickly, actually finding out that our Marquis' residence has embezzled the Gu family's inheritance.
It's a pity you clearly haven't found out more, otherwise, with your crazy personality, I fear I would have been slapped to death by you. Oh? Gu Feng's eyes darkened. Why don't you tell me what else I haven't found out?
Yan Jun spoke up.
You don't think that just relying on the 5 great families of Jiangling can destroy the Gu family, do you? If it weren't for our Jiangling Marquis' residents secretly intervening, how could those 5 families have succeeded so smoothly?
Yi Ningxiang laughed as well. Since you're at death's door, let me tell you one more thing. Some of the women from the Gu family back then were not burned to death. I had them secretly brought back to the Marquis' residence. Alas, how beautiful those ladies were, once of high status, but unfortunately, they were ravaged by our Marquis' guards, wilting like flowers, scattered all over. At that moment, Gu Feng's eyes were filled with a crimson rage.
Violent, dangerous, bloodthirsty.
Under such a gaze, Yi Ningxiang felt no fear. She stepped forward a few paces, locking eyes with Gu Feng, smiling charmingly. Gu Feng, I know you're regretting not killing me with a single slap just now, but some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. My face is right in front of you, but now you're trapped in a cage. How can you kill me? Ha ha ha. Then her pretty face twisted into a snarl. Get angry. Be furious. The more you look like that, the happier I am. No one has dared to hit this face since I was born. Since you have, I will make you pay a painful price. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Gu Feng said meaningfully, Yi Ningxiang, do you really think this iron cage can hold me? He laughed maniacally. Originally, only Yan Jun was supposed to die tonight, but now, the Jiangling Marquis' residents might not even let a dog survive. At that moment, although Gu Feng was in a cage, his aura was overwhelming. A caged beast dares to bark? Yan Jun shouted angrily, come, shoot off his limbs. I want to see if he can still bark like a dead dog when I torture him later. Immediately, dozens of people rushed out behind him, drawing guns and aiming at Gu Feng's limbs. Bang bang bang! Countless bullets poured out. Nian Nu Jiao. Gu Feng suddenly let out a long howl, and Nian Nu Jiao was already in his hand. As he twisted the long sword in his hand, deflecting countless bullets, he slashed out again. Boom! The cage made of century-old fine iron was split in two. What the hell? Yi Ningxian's pupils suddenly constricted. How could the iron cage, crafted at a cost of over $100 million, appear as fragile as paper before Gu Feng? There was no time for shock. She hurriedly fled backward. If she were even a moment late, that long sword, which had just severed the iron cage, would surely strike her delicate neck. In the next second, Gu Feng's figure vanished from sight. Yi Ningxiang, nervously glancing around, suddenly heard a series of booming sounds from the crowd. Gu Feng had somehow appeared in front of the soldiers who were firing their weapons. In his right hand, the sword radiated a brilliant light, and heads began to roll on the ground. With his left hand, his iron fist roared like a tiger, and bodies exploded into a mist of blood. The autumn wind carried a heavy scent of blood into Yan Jun's nostrils. His expression turned grim as he retreated while shouting to the remaining 170 elite soldiers, shoot to kill this beast with all your might, hold nothing back. Originally, he had planned to slowly torture Gu Feng to death, but Gu Feng was stronger than he had anticipated. If he continued to hold back, even if he could capture Gu Feng, he estimated that nearly 200 elite soldiers would be dead. Although he didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, these 200 soldiers were all the elite under his father's command, and it had cost an immense amount to train them. Every death was a significant loss for the Jiangling Marquis. As his words fell, flames erupted in the sky, forming a massive net that surged toward Gu Feng. Gu Feng's body darted through the night, leaving behind countless afterimages, evading the barrage of bullets like a ghost. When the bullets became too dense, he raised his hand and swept them away with a wave of his energy. In the next moment, he was amidst the crowd of soldiers. A general roared, "You beast, just in time. Let me show you the strength of our Tiger Roar camp." Boom! A wave of Grandmaster-level pressure erupted from his body. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, it was close combat. Firearms were not only ineffective but could also injure teammates. The others had all discarded their weapons, unleashing their full power. 170 people, each a Grandmaster. Among them, there were more than 20 Grandmaster-level experts. Gu Feng said lightly, "I didn't expect the Jiangling Marquis to have such depth." Yi Ningxiang breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed charmingly. "This is all thanks to your Gu family's legacy. Otherwise, our Marquis couldn't afford to support so many Grandmasters. Even if they could afford it, she feared she would have to tighten her belt to make ends meet. How could they have lived so extravagantly over the years? So, are you scared now? If you want to survive, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground, knock your head 1,000 times, and lick the soles of my shoes clean. If you do that, I might let my son spare your worthless life." Though she said this, it was merely a way to mock the once great young master of Jiangling before Gu Feng's impending death. After the humiliation, he would still have to die. "Kneel?" Gu Feng roared as he punched, shattering a Grandmaster's body while snarling, "Today, I will make you pay for 5 years of the Marquis's efforts in one fell swoop." As his words fell, the energy of his sword surged. In the night, sword lights flickered. Blood flowers bloomed. The scent of blood in the air grew increasingly intense. One Grandmaster after another fell, and the number of soldiers from the Tiger Roar camp was rapidly decreasing. Watching this scene, the young Marquis Yan Jun's gaze turned cold. What level of power was Gu Feng at? If he were at the center of the battlefield right now, it wouldn't be difficult to carve a bloody path to escape, but to face off against 170 Grandmasters head-on and remain unscathed was simply a dream. "Shi Chanling, why aren't you making your move? What are you waiting for?" In the next moment, a faint shadow flashed by. Shi Chanling, who had been hidden in the night, finally made his move. He held a long sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he was already behind Gu Feng. The sword's momentum surged like a rainbow, the sword light piercing the sky. A surge of righteous energy, a swift wind across 1,000 miles. The Haoran's sword's tip pierced directly into Gu Feng's heart. Yan Jun's eyes revealed a hint of joy, catching him off guard, attacking when he was unprepared. With the Haoran's sword's enhancement, how could Gu Feng possibly survive? In the next moment, Gu Feng gripped back, and the Haoran's sword, which was about to penetrate his body, surprisingly could not advance an inch. Not only that, but the Haoran's sword also shattered into countless fragments under his powerful grip. "You!" Qi Changling exclaimed, "You actually crushed my Haoran's sword with your bare hands. Broken copper and iron, and you dare to call it a sword?" Qi Changling suddenly laughed. "My Haoran's sword indeed cannot compare to your Nian Nujio, but it's fine, out with the old and in with the new. After all, your Nian Nujio was already in my grasp." Having said that, he unleashed a punch, carrying the might of a 5-star peak grandmaster, directly smashing towards Gu Feng's face. The punch shot out like a dragon. The momentum was overwhelming. "Gu Feng, die for me." At such a close distance, Gu Feng had no time to draw his sword and block. How could he possibly defend against this thunderous punch? But little did he know, he was fast, but Gu Feng was even faster. With his left hand that had just crushed the Haoran sword, his muscles bulged instantly, and his spiritual energy surged, one arm swept out. Boom! A fierce strike arrived first. Qi Changling's half-head was directly swept away by this arm. Yet his body maintained its momentum, as Gu Feng dodged, his punch, infused with the great power of Haoran, struck a 2-star grandmaster. That 2-star grandmaster let out no scream and fell into a pool of blood alongside Qi Changling. At that moment, all the elite soldiers of the Tiger Roar camp surrounding Gu Feng turned pale with shock, and Yan Jun's heart surged with a tremendous wave. As a 5-star grandmaster, he naturally understood the battle situation better than his mother. Gu Feng could push him back with a single punch, clearly indicating that his realm was above his own. It would be best if the 170 masters of the Tiger Roar camp could capture and kill Gu Feng, but if they couldn't, he wouldn't be surprised. The real killing move came from the 5-star peak grandmaster Qi Changling. But what he never expected was that, despite Gu Feng having fought for so long, he could still kill Qi Changling in a single blow while completely unguarded. It was too exaggerated. 2 against the heavens. What realm was Gu Feng in, after all? At that moment, Yan Jun was utterly terrified. Because, no matter what realm Gu Feng was in, his desire to capture Gu Feng tonight was nothing but a delusion. Not only that, but he himself might end up dead. With this thought, he shouted, "Everyone from the Marquis's residence, come at me together. This Gu Feng is almost done for, kill him." Dozens of guards from the Marquis's residence rushed out, joining the battle. Yan Jun took this opportunity to flee rapidly outside. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. In just 2 or 3 days, his father would return to Jiangling, and by then, today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. But at that moment, a delicate voice rang out, "Juner, where are you going? Take your mother with you." The speaker was Yi Ningxiang. How clever she was, seeing her son trying to escape, she knew something was wrong. If she stayed here, she feared she would be skinned alive by Gu Feng. Yan Jun was furious. "Damn it, don't shout. If Gu Feng discovers me, it's all over." He roared in his heart, rushing over to knock his mother unconscious with a palm, then without stopping, he disappeared into the night. "Mother, don't blame me. If I take you, such a burden, I won't be able to run fast, and we might both die. Don't worry. Though you may perish tonight, as your son, I will definitely avenge you." Once he left the Marquis's residence in Jiangling, Yan Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to slow down his pace in the slightest. At this moment, the farther he was from the Marquis's residence, the safer he felt. While running, he didn't forget to take out his phone. "Today, the Jiangling Marquis's residence suffered heavy losses, and my mother has tragically passed away. I must immediately inform my father, urging him to rush back from the Hushio barracks day and night." However, just as my hand reached for my phone, my body suddenly collided with a wall, causing me to stumble and nearly fall. What's going on? This road was supposed to be wide and clear. Where did this wall come from? Looking up, I met a pair of cold, piercing eyes. In that moment, Yan Jun was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, his heart shattered. What he had crashed into was not a wall, but the plague god Gu Feng. "Yan Jun, where do you think you're running off to?" The icy tone was like the whisper of death. "Gu Feng," Yan Jun asked, trembling, "what do you want? What do you think? If you can spare me, Gu Feng, let me go. I promise that everything you did tonight at the Marquis's residence will be as if it never happened, and my father won't come looking for trouble." A good point about sparing others, but have you ever spared anyone? Gu Feng had his hands behind his back, his dark coat billowing in the autumn wind. "Kneel and accept your death." Yan Jun's legs buckled, and he crashed to his knees. But in the next moment, a vicious glint surged in his eyes, and he threw a thunderous punch. The force surged wildly. I don't believe that after a fierce battle, you can still maintain your peak condition. You think I'll just sit here and wait to die? Dream on. This punch was not meant to kill Gu Feng, but to injure him and then seize the chance to escape. Gu Feng's expression was indifferent as he kicked out. This kick had once sent a 1,000-pound tomb flying at the Fengbo Pavilion. It had also kicked a 3,000-pound dragon-bearded phoenix cauldron flying at the Su family. And now, outside the Jiangling Marquis' residence, it shattered Yan Jun's arm. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky as Yan Jun was sent flying, crashing to the solid concrete ground like a dead dog. Dust and debris flew up. Gu Feng strode forward, spiritual energy swirling in his palm. Gu Feng, you can't kill me. I am the young Marquis Yan Jun, the son of the Jiangling Marquis. No! If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go. Gu Feng, if I die, you won't escape either. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld, Gu Feng. The iron cavalry of the Marquis' residence will trample you into pieces. Your head will be hung high by my father on the city walls of Jiangling. Ha, you will die worse than I do. Boom. Gu Feng's palm came crashing down, shattering Yan Jun's skull. The words left unspoken would never have a chance to be said again. Yan Jun, the chaotic demon of Jiangling, the only son of the Jiangling Marquis, the future master of the Marquis' residence. Today. Dead. Gu Feng lifted his foot to leave but suddenly remembered something, his thoughts shifting, and he grasped the Nian Nu Jiao in his hand. The sword tip sliced open the sides of Yan Jun's abdomen, exposing 2 intact kidneys before him. Previously, Ji Kaiwei had said that Lin Ruochu's kidneys were in the young Marquis Yan Jun, but there were no signs of surgery in Yan Jun's abdomen. Ha, so you were indeed deceiving me? A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he strode toward the Marquis' residence. In the courtyard of the Marquis' residence, a thick red mist of blood hung in the air, appearing even more eerie and sinister under the bright moonlight. Gu Feng approached Yi Ningxiang and swung his palm. Yi Ningxiang furrowed her brows, waking up in pain. As she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Feng's face. A shiver ran down her spine. Even though she was a noble lady, at this moment, to save her life, she could only humbly kneel. Gu Feng, let me explain. You hit me for no reason earlier, and I held a grudge, so I said some nonsensical things. In reality, I didn't capture any of the Gu family's women, I just wanted to provoke you. Please don't take it seriously. Take off your clothes, Gu Feng said coldly. Ah? Yi Ningxiang pouted her cherry lips and said pitifully, you can't do this, Gu Feng. It was the Marquis who secretly destroyed the Gu family back then. I'm just a woman and had no part in this matter. You can't trouble me. You're talking too much nonsense, Gu Feng said, stepping forward and placing his large hand on Yi Ningxiang's shoulder. With a sound of rip, the purple robe was torn open, exposing a large area of her fragrant shoulder to the night. Her skin, as smooth as milk, surpassed the brightness of the moonlight. Why you? Yi Ningxiang stammered. What exactly do you want? Do you have some thoughts about me? If I submit to you, will you not kill me? She spoke hesitantly. She was a woman who valued her chastity, but at this moment, to save her life, she had no other choice. However, aside from her overwhelming shame and anger, there was also a hint of pride in her heart. Even now, Gu Feng, who stirred up the world in Jiangling and made countless people tremble in fear, would have to bow down to her. This is me, Yi Ningxiang, the lady of the Marquis residence. The world says Ji Kaiwei is an unparalleled beauty, overshadowing all others in Jiangling. But it is just me, who rarely shows my face and is seldom seen, plus most people dare not speak recklessly about me. Otherwise, with my beauty, I could at least match Ji Kaiwei. Lost in her thoughts, she heard Gu Feng say again, take out your phone and open WeChat. I want to talk to the Marquis of Jiangling. What? Yi Ningxiang was taken aback, having guessed what Gu Feng intended to do. No, that won't do. I can submit to you, but I absolutely cannot let the Marquis see. I beg you, Gu Feng, otherwise, the Marquis won't let me go. She hurriedly said, at worst, I can secretly find you in the future. I won't make a fuss about what happened tonight at the Marquis residence. I beg you, Gu Feng. As she pleaded, her beautiful eyes sparkled with tears. How about I just slap you to death right now? Gu Feng said coldly. Faced with Gu Feng's eyes filled with violence, even with countless grievances, at this moment, she could only let them all fall into her soft heart. Yi Ningxiang sighed and, following Gu Feng's instructions, opened WeChat, found the chat window for the Marquis of Jiangling, and handed the phone to him. Gu Feng took the phone, snapped a few photos of Yi Ningxiang, and sent them directly. Then he sent a voice message. Marquis of Jiangling, return to Jiangling quickly, and I will return your wife to you. If I don't see you within 2 days, the consequences will be on you.
After sending the message, he said to Yining Xiang, "Get dressed and leave with me. You no longer need to stay in the marquis residence." Yining Xiang was taken aback. "Why, you don't want me to serve you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt she had lost her composure and quickly covered her red lips. Gu Feng had no ill intentions towards her, which was naturally a good thing. "But, why? I am the lady of the marquis residence. A woman whose beauty can rival Ji Kaiyue. The marquis spent countless efforts to marry me back then. And now, you, Gu Feng, clearly have me within your grasp, yet you are not the least bit moved?" Gu Feng sneered, "A pretty skeleton, flesh and bones, a mere lowly woman, is even worthy to serve me?" Yining Xiang felt both ashamed and angry, her well-maintained beautiful face turning bright red with rage. As a dignified lady of the marquis residence, to be insulted as a lowly woman. It was simply outrageous. If it weren't for wanting to save her life, do you really think I would force a smile in front of you? You demon! Though she cursed Gu Feng in her heart, she didn't dare to say a word out loud. She obediently returned to her room, changed her clothes, and came out again. In front of Gu Feng, her dignity as the lady of the marquis residence was completely gone. At this moment, she had to leave with Gu Feng, and she didn't want her embarrassed appearance to be seen by the lowly people of Jiangling. The newly changed exquisite attire was the only dignity she had as the wife of the Marquis of Jiangling. She lowered her head, following Gu Feng as they walked out of the Jiangling Marquis' residence. Her slender figure appeared pitiful in the night. Upon returning to the royal scenic mansion, Gu Feng made his way to Ji Caiyue's room. He pushed the door open. At that moment, Ji Kaiyue was lying on the bed, her expression peaceful in sleep. A beautiful face was covered with a layer of facial mask. It was unclear whether she had just applied it or had accidentally fallen asleep without taking it off. Gu Feng sneered, "This woman still had the mind to put on a mask?" Slap! He swung his hand back, directly striking Ji Caiyue's face. The mask flew off as Ji Kaiyue cried out in pain, waking up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Feng looking down at her from above. She was furious. Once a legendary woman standing at the pinnacle of Jiangling, now she couldn't even hope for a peaceful sleep. Gu Feng had barged in and slapped her for no reason. He was simply a mad dog. She bit her lip. "Xiao Feng, is this how you greet your mother?" Gu Feng replied, "Did you not say that Lin Ruochu's kidneys are with Yan Jun?" Ji Kaiyue was taken aback. "Could it be? You have taken both of Yan Jun's kidneys?" Seeing that Gu Feng did not answer, she knew it was highly likely. At that moment, a wave of regret surged in her heart. Previously, she had been intent on dying, so she had deliberately set a trap for Gu Feng. Once he found out he had been deceived, he would surely fly into a rage, and then she could provoke him further. Perhaps he would lose his reason and kill her with a single slap. But now, she did not want to die. Thus, she could only bite her cherry lips and remain silent. Fortunately, Gu Feng did not say anything more and turned to leave. Once his figure completely disappeared, Ji Caiyue's delicate fists gradually clenched, her beautiful nails digging deep into her tender palms, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. Why hadn't Jun Wubbing come yet? How long had it been? Where was the promised extraordinary master? She couldn't bear to live another day. Not only did she have to worry every day about whether Gu Feng would suddenly slap her to death, but now she couldn't even sleep peacefully. It was pure torture. "Jun Wubbing, you better appear in Jiangling tomorrow. I want Gu Feng dead. I can't stay in this hellhole for another moment." As her thoughts surged, the door opened again. Ji Kaiyue discreetly reined in all her emotions, but the next moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The newcomer was not Gu Feng, but another woman. "Yining Xiang, why are you here?" Yining Xiang was equally surprised. "Ji Kaiyue, you're not dead?" Then, the two looked at each other in silence. They were both exceptionally intelligent women, needing no more words to understand each other's situation. One was Ji Kaiyue, the other was Yining Xiang. Both were stunningly beautiful, overshadowing all others in Jiangling, and had long held high positions, exuding an air of nobility. But now, they had both become Gu Feng's caged birds, lambs to be slaughtered. The next day, just as night was about to fall, Ning Ziyuan crawled out of the big bed in his hotel, groggy as he walked outside. Ever since he had fled from Fen Guichuan yesterday, he had been hiding in the hotel all day. The shock and pressure Gu Feng had given him were simply too great. He hadn't even gone to work at Tianyao Group, nor had he eaten a single bite. But now he could hardly bear it any longer. He had to eat something to fill his stomach. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was his cousin Ning Yusin calling. "Cousin, where are you? Hurry over here." "What's wrong?" "I want to show you a good show." Ning Yusin's lips curled slightly, proudly saying, "Jiajie and I are on our way to the South Star Society. Jiajie's second uncle is currently at the South Star Society headquarters. Once we meet up with him and explain the situation,
the South Star Society will take action. Humph, Ning Yushi thinks she's so great, this time I'm going to teach her a lesson. Didn't Ning Yushi yell at you before? Hurry up and come watch the show. I'll send you the address of the South Star Society later. Yusin, maybe we should just forget it. I feel like if you really go after Ning Yushi, you'll end up in trouble. Ning Ji Yuan said. Ha? Ning Yusin was taken aback. What are you joking about? The South Star Society is the #1 underground force in Jiangling. Ning Ji Yuan replied honestly, I'm not afraid that the South Star Society can't handle Ning Yushi, it's just that her boyfriend is a bit sinister. I feel like he's even stronger than Ning Yushi. He then recounted his encounter at the Flavor Pavilion last night. Just as he finished, Ning Yusin burst into laughter on the other end. Cousin, you're a martial artist, and he only killed one person, and you're scared out of your wits? I want to ask you, would a true strong person attack an old man who can't even fight back? Someone who can kill an old man is nothing more than a low-level master at best. After a pause, she continued, moreover, even if we assume he is indeed stronger than Ning Yushi, so what? The South Star Society is not only the #1 underground force in Jiangling, but it also has several Grand Masters under its command, and it is backed by the Jiangling Marquisate. Crushing Ning Yushi and her boyfriend would be easier than squashing an ant. Wow! Ning Ji Yuan exclaimed, the South Star Society is actually backed by the Jiangling Marquisate? That's quite a big deal. Ning Yusin said proudly, of course. Otherwise, why do you think the South Star Society has been able to maintain its position as the top underground force in Jiangling? Ah, now this is going to be a good show. Ning Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled. Hurry up and send me the location. He didn't care whether Ning Yushi would be humiliated, he just wanted to see how her boyfriend, who pretended to be so impressive, would hold up when the South Star Society's forces arrived. After sending the address of the South Star Society headquarters to her cousin Ning Ji Yuan, Ning Yusin comfortably leaned back in the passenger seat and hummed a little tune. Just thinking about how Ning Yushi would be beaten to the ground made her feel great. Soon, the car stopped in a square covering nearly 10,000 square meters. The South Star Society had many members, and during major emergencies or important festival events, thousands of society members would gather in this square. At the end of the square stood an extremely luxurious manor. This was the headquarters of the South Star Society. Deng Jiajie's second uncle, Deng Pinggui, had long arranged for staff to receive them outside. As soon as Deng Jiajie and Ning Yusin got out of the car, they were respectfully welcomed inside. In a room, Deng Jiajie met his second uncle. Deng Pinggui looked at Ning Yusin a few more times. Not bad, Jiajie, your girlfriend is quite pretty. He then brewed a cup of tea for the two. After chatting for a bit, Deng Jiajie got straight to the point and briefly explained the purpose of their visit to Jiangling. Deng Pinggui yawned, for such a small matter, I can have my subordinates handle it. This. Just as Deng Jiajie was about to speak, Ning Yusin interrupted, Uncle, you may not know, but my cousin is quite skilled. We need you to personally oversee this to keep her in check. Deng Pinggui was puzzled. Your Ning family should be a very ordinary family in Jingchuan. How powerful can your cousin be? Ning Yusin replied, she has unified the underground forces in Jingchuan, and I estimate she is at least a peak 7-star master, or even possibly a grand master. Wow! You, the Ning family, a third-rate family, actually produced a grandmaster? What kind of international joke is this? Not to mention my subordinates, even if I personally went to suppress the situation, I wouldn't be able to subdue your cousin. After all, I'm only at the mid-stage of a 7-star grandmaster. Being able to become a hall master of the South Star Society is merely because I served as a good dog for the second-in-command, Fan Li Zhao. Though shocked inside, he maintained a calm expression. The demeanor of a hall master of the South Star Society must be upheld. Being overly dramatic does not suit his current status. I didn't expect your Ning family to produce a phoenix, but it doesn't matter. In front of me, the hall master of the South Star Society, even a phoenix must be trampled underfoot. He then added with a serious tone, originally, it would have been enough for me to bring my people along, but since you are Jia Jie's girlfriend, the future young mistress of the Deng family, I must help you make a grand entrance. Come with me, let's go meet our South Star Society's second-in-command, and I'll have him join us. The second-in-command, Fan Li Zhao, is a 2-star grandmaster. I reckon that little phoenix from the Ning family is at most just entering the grandmaster realm. With the second-in-command's intervention, it would be easy to crush her, let alone just teach her a small lesson. Upon hearing this, Ning Yusin was overjoyed and quickly said, thank you, uncle. If the second-in-command of the South Star Society went along, she would have so much face, she could brag about it for a lifetime. As they walked towards the second-in-command's room, Deng Pinggui casually asked, by the way, what's your cousin's name? Ning Yushi, Ning Yusin replied. Deng Pinggui suddenly stopped in his tracks. What did you say her name is? Ning Yushi.
Could it be that woman? His voice involuntarily rose by 12 decibels. What's wrong? Ning Yusin asked, puzzled. Do you have a photo? Show it to me, he urged. Ning Yusin naturally had one. She took out her phone, found a picture of her cousin, and handed it over. When the image of the poised woman reflected in his pupils, Deng Pingui's face changed dramatically. Damn it! It really is that woman. Thank goodness I asked, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, he felt cold sweat pouring down, filled with dread. What's going on? Deng Jiajie asked, confused. Just a little Ning Yushi, why would his uncle suddenly react so strongly? Deng Pingui took a deep breath. Don't you know? She is now the leader of the Blood Alliance. Currently, there are only two superpowers in Jiangling. The first is the South Star Society, and the second is the Blood Alliance. Ning Yusin gasped. What? Her cousin is that formidable? Jiangling is many times more prosperous than Jingchuan, and her cousin is actually the leader of the second underground power? How is that possible? After being stunned for a while, she finally said, even if she is the leader of the Blood Alliance, it shouldn't matter to you, uncle. You said it yourself, the South Star Society is the biggest power in Jiangling. Teaching her a lesson is just a matter of a word. Deng Pingui smiled bitterly. Just Ning Yushi alone might not be a big deal, but she has a true dragon by her side. If I provoke Ning Yushi, it would be no different from seeking death. Being in Jiangling, how could he not know that Ning Yushi is under Gufeng, and Gufeng, this demon god, has killed countless people in Jiangling. Even grandmasters are killed with a single punch in front of him. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to provoke Gufeng or anyone around him. Ning Yusin pulled out another photo from her phone. Uncle, is this the true dragon you mentioned? This photo was of Ning Yushi and Gufeng together, taken casually during a meal in South China. Deng Pingui's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly nodded. Yes, this Gufeng is too terrifying. Just looking at the photo made him feel a chill run down his spine. However, Ning Yusin scoffed. Second uncle, don't joke with us. We've seen this person. Aside from being handsome and having some medical skills, he's just trash. All day long, he's either pretending to be impressive or on the way to pretending to be impressive. He has no real ability, yet he acts like he's the best. Moreover, I've heard that he relies on his little bit of strength to kill ordinary old men in their 60s and 70s. This kind of trash, you tell me he's a true dragon? Damn! Deng Pingui exclaimed, killing old men in their 60s and 70s only proves how terrifying he is, right? Do you know how brutal and cruel this person is? Anyone who provokes him, from the highest grandmaster to a dog on the street, is killed with a single punch. Now you want me to provoke him? Ning Yusin frowned. Second uncle, we're relatives, there's no need for this. If you want some benefits, just say so. Why resort to such alarmist talk? Damn it! Deng Pingui's temper flared up. Slap! In a fit of rage, he slapped Ning Yusin across the face. Get out of here. And you, Deng Jiajie, get the hell out too. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. What do you take me for? I become the leader of the Southern Star Society. I don't need you three useless people. Do you believe that as long as that true dragon is willing, our Southern Star Society could be destroyed in an instant? At that moment, Ning Yusin felt like her lungs were about to explode. Ever since Ning Yushi returned to Jingchuan, she had been slapped. By Dr. Zhang. By Han Feiyu. By Ning Yushi. And now she was being slapped by Deng Pingui. She really couldn't take it anymore. Losing her sanity, she screamed in fury, I don't believe it. Stop with your alarmist talk. Ning Yushi is trash. She has been under my foot since childhood. For her to soar and become a powerful warrior has already exhausted her luck for a lifetime. What right does she have to be alongside a true dragon? What right? Even if you beat me to death, I still won't believe it. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the manor. Everyone from the Southern Star Society, get out here. Today, I, Ning Yushi, in the name of the Blood Alliance's leader, am merging with the Southern Star Society. After tonight, Jiangling will be unified. Ning Yusin looked down from the building. In the night, she saw Ning Yushi standing confidently at the entrance of the manor. Beside her stood a man in a dark trench coat. Who else could it be but Gufeng? It took Ning Yusin 30 seconds to digest her cousin's words. Then her eyes gradually widened. Insane! This Ning Yushi has gone mad. She actually said she wants to merge with the Southern Star Society. So what if you're the leader of the Blood Alliance? The Southern Star Society ranks above you, not to mention it has the backing of the Jiangling Marquis House. Now, even if Jiajie's second uncle doesn't take action, there will naturally be people from the Southern Star Society to deal with Ning Yushi. Her gaze fell on Gufeng, her face full of mockery. Second uncle, look at this so-called true dragon you mentioned, he will always stand beside Ning Yushi.
Words like those earlier should have come from him, yet it was Ning Yushi who said them. Humph, he can only follow my cousin around, pretending to be powerful. I'm afraid that if the situation turns against him, he'll run faster than anyone. As soon as she finished speaking, over 100 figures emerged from the manor. Those who could stay at the Southern Star Society headquarters were all high-ranking members and top experts. Each of these 100 people exuded an extraordinary aura. A middle-aged man stepped forward. Leader Ning, what did you just say? Zhuo Zongxing, the leader of the Southern Star Society, a 3-star grandmaster. At this moment, although Zhuo Zongxing did not reveal his cultivation, just a plain and unremarkable sentence made Ning Yushi feel an invisible sense of oppression. A layer of delicate sweat seeped from the palms of Ning Yushi's hands. Since stepping into the underground world of Jianling, the name of the Nanqing Society had been like thunder in her ears. Undoubtedly, although the Nanqing Society had not taken action to unify the underground world of Jianling for certain reasons, it absolutely possessed the strength to do so. And Zhuo Zongxing was the one holding the reins of Jiangling's underground. The true king without a crown. Ning Yushi had an instinctive fear of the man before her. She even dared not look him in the eye. But if I do not even have the courage to face Zhuo Zongxing, how can I live up to the young master's expectations and manage Jianling well in the future? The young master's footsteps will surely not stop at Jianling, and I must become his right-hand person. The figures I will face in the future will only grow stronger. What is Emir's Zhuo Zongxing worth? Boom! At this moment, Ning Yushi broke through the shackles in her heart, and an invisible momentum radiated from her. Her sharp gaze locked onto Zhuo Zongxing's face, and she said coldly, I declare that from this night on, there will be no Nanqing Society in Jianling. In the night wind, her flowing hair danced wildly, her aura overwhelming. At this moment, she already fatally possessed the might of the ruler of Jianling. Ha! The second in command of the Nanqing Society, Fan Lijiao, stepped out of the crowd. Ning Yushi, who gave you the courage to act wild on the territory of the Nanqing Society? Do you know that our Nanqing Society is a force supported by the Marquis of Jianling? It's already good that we're not looking for trouble with you, and you dare to come looking for trouble with us? Get lost. Although he was speaking to Ning Yushi, this was more for Gu Feng's benefit. Everyone in the Nanqing Society knew that every word Ning Yushi said represented Gu Feng's will. But the next second, Fan Lijiao felt a tightness around his neck. Gu Feng had suddenly appeared in front of him, gripping his neck and lifting him entirely off the ground. You insignificant remnant of the Marquis household, do you know that my not killing you with a single palm is already mercy? Do you still dare to speak disrespectfully to my people? Fan Lijiao swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Gu Feng, I advise you to put me down, otherwise. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, his throat was brutally crushed by Gu Feng. Fan Lijiao, second in command of the Nanqing Society. Dead! Brother! Fan Xinglo shouted in agony, then glared furiously at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you monster, you're finished. How dare you commit murder in the Nanqing Society? The Marquis of Jianling will not let you go. Boom! Gu Feng threw a thunderous punch. Fan Xinglo, third in command of the Nanqing Society. Dead! Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the two leaders of the Nanqing Society had been killed. Gu Feng, this monster, was too brutal. Gu Feng raised his eyes to survey the crowd. I will ask again, is there anyone who opposes the Blood Alliance merging with the Nanqing Society? Silence. The scene was dead quiet. Oppose? What a joke. The bodies of the two leaders haven't even cooled down yet. In the vast courtyard, Gu Feng's voice rang out again. So, are you not kneeling down now, preparing for me to help you? After a moment of silence, a thud was heard as someone knelt. Then came the second. The third. In less than 10 seconds, the high-ranking members and elite forces of the Nanqing Society, who usually commanded the winds and rains in Jiangling, all knelt down. Before Gu Feng, they were as obedient as a flock of sheep. In the scene, only one person had not knelt, and that was Zhuo Zongxing. As the leader of the Nanqing Society and the uncrowned king of Jiangling's underground, he naturally had his pride. A few minutes ago, he was in a high position, and now he was to bow his head and submit to Ning Yushi. The enormous disparity in status made it hard for him to accept. Today, most of the elite members of the South Star Society are here, with some hiding in the shadows. If they all act together, who knows if they can strangle Gu Feng? Should we give it a try? This thought sprang up in my mind, and it quickly spiraled out of control. Zhuo Zongxing. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in luxurious attire walking in from outside. Cheng Fong, the sixth hallmaster of the South Star Society, jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, Madam, it's you. The crowd became restless at his shout. Cheng Fong asked, Madam, has the Marquis returned to Jianling?
If the Marquis of Jiangling had returned with elite troops, then Gu Feng's good days would be over. No, he should arrive in Jiangling tomorrow, Yiningshang said expressionlessly, then turned to Zhuozongxing. Zhuozongxing, kneel. This time, Gu Feng had brought her along to the South Star Society. Originally, she intended to wait outside and did not want to come in, but seeing that Zhuozongxing had not knelt for a long time, she guessed he might want to resist desperately, so she quickly revealed herself. A batch of elite troops had already died in the Marquis' residence. If the South Star Society were to be wiped out by Gu Feng, the losses for the Marquis' residence would be too great. Zhuozongxing asked calmly, "Madam, why have you suddenly come?" Yiningshang was silent for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said, "I have become Gu Feng's captive." Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Feng roared, "What? That beast Gu Feng actually dared to capture the madam? How audacious! Madam, rest assured, we just knelt to him earlier to avoid unnecessary deaths among our brothers, but if it's to rescue you, that's a different story. This is the headquarters of the South Star Society. We will spare no effort and will definitely kill the demon Gu Feng and rescue you." Damn it! Yiningshang's expression changed wildly as she rushed in front of Cheng Feng and slapped him hard. "I told you to kneel, and you should just kneel obediently. With your strength, how dare you think of killing Gu Feng? Do you know that the 200 elite troops of the Tiger Hull camp have all been killed by Gu Feng? Even Shi Changling was killed by Gu Feng with a single punch. The Marquis' residence is already littered with corpses? What the hell?" Everyone's heart surged with shock. That was the Tiger Hull camp. 200 people, each a master, and many were grandmasters. These people were all killed by Gu Feng with a single punch? Cheng Feng's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt back down. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. If he had known Gu Feng was this formidable, he wouldn't have dared to speak recklessly earlier. And Zhuozongxing, the leader of the South Star Society, finally let out a soft sigh. He knew Qi Changling, a peak 5-star grandmaster. Such a powerful figure was actually killed by Gu Feng with a single punch. How ridiculous that he had just wanted to try to encircle Gu Feng. Now, it seemed that all the strong ones present at the South Star Society headquarters tonight would die in battle, and it would be impossible to even touch the hem of Gu Feng's clothing. Boom! Zhuozongxing's legs buckled, and he knelt down with a crash. This underground ruler of Jiangling, the leader of the South Star Society, bowed his head in submission to Ning Yushi. Ning Yushi, who was on the second floor, turned pale. Deng Jiayue's uncle, Deng Pingue, said, "Now that you have seen all this with your own eyes, you should believe that what I said is not false, right? I can tell you that Qi Changling is a peak 5-star grandmaster, yet you also heard that in front of Gu Feng, he could not escape the fate of being killed with a single punch. How could this be? There really is a true dragon lurking beside Ning Yushi?" Ning Yushi's voice trembled, unable to accept everything before her. Just then, the ground trembled, and countless footsteps sounded. A thunderous shout came, "Gu Feng, this Marquis has returned to Jiangling as you said. Come out quickly and have a word with this Marquis." Ning Yushi looked up and saw that outside the manor, on a square covering more than 10,000 square meters, stood an uncountable number of people. In the distance, shadows of people were continuously rushing in. My God! How many people have come? Ning Yusin felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. The last time she saw so many people gathered together was at the flag-raising ceremony in college. But that was just a group of harmless college students. Yet now, these people were all dressed in uniform, carrying cold long guns, and hanging ominous sabers at their waists. These were all elite soldiers. If even 10 of such people appeared before her, she would be so scared that her legs would go weak. At this moment, a tide of people gathered in the square, an invisible pressure and chilling aura merging into one. Just hiding on the second floor, Ning Yusin felt her heart racing, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. Her gaze finally landed on a middle-aged man at the forefront. The middle-aged man was tall and imposing, with piercing tiger-like eyes, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an unparalleled aura. A black robe billowed in the wind, and the fierce tiger embroidered on it seemed to be ready to leap out at any moment, instilling fear in those who looked upon it. "Who is he?" Ning Yusin asked. Deng Pingue replied, "The Marquis of Jiangling, the supreme ruler of Jiangling. He has come today, and I'm afraid Gu Feng cannot escape death." The Marquis of Jiangling. It was actually the Marquis of Jiangling. No wonder his aura was so intimidating. "Ha, cousin, it seems your good luck has run out. Even if you have a true dragon by your side, what does it matter? Offending such a formidable figure, even a true dragon would only meet its end." But then, she suddenly thought of something. But what if he doesn't go to see the Marquis of Jiangling and just runs away? Deng Pingue was momentarily speechless. From the current situation, Gu Feng at least had the cultivation of a 6-star grandmaster or above. If he escaped with Ning Yusin through the back door of the manor, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope.
The next moment, Ning Yusin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Because, in her line of sight, Gu Feng actually turned around and strode towards the manor's exit, finally stopping 30 meters away from the Marquis of Jiangling. The sea of people in the square was so overwhelming that just looking at it made her heart race, yet Gu Feng stood there facing the crowd, with countless dark gun muzzles aimed at him, and he remained unfazed. How could this person dare to do this? Was he not afraid of death? As she was in disbelief, the Marquis of Jiangling had already spoken. Gu Feng, you previously said that as long as I returned to Jiangling, you would return my wife to me. Is that still valid? Yi Ningxiang ran a few steps towards Gu Feng. This devil was cunning and cruel. How could he possibly let her go so easily? Arriving beside Gu Feng, she panted slightly and said, Gu Feng, whatever conditions you have, just say them. As long as you are willing to let me go, the Marquis will agree to anything. Indeed. The Marquis of Jiangling said, whatever conditions you have, feel free to bring them up. I will definitely satisfy them. Even if you want to call the shots in Jiangling and become the number one under me, that can be negotiated. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Marquis of Jiangling, you really overestimate yourself. What I want, I will take with my own hands. He then said to Yi Ningxiang, get lost. Ha! Everyone felt as if their ears were malfunctioning. This devil, Gu Feng, clearly held such an important hostage as the Marquis's wife, yet he didn't mention any conditions? Had he lost his mind? Even Yi Ningxiang found it hard to believe. I can really leave? Then how about I just kill you with a single palm strike right now? Gu Feng said coldly. Yi Ningxiang was overjoyed and hurriedly ran towards the Marquis of Jiangling, but after just a few steps, she anxiously turned back and returned to Gu Feng's side. Gu Feng, shouldn't you take the silver needles out of me? After being captured by Gu Feng, 6 silver needles had been planted in her body. According to Gu Feng, with these 6 silver needles in his body, as long as he has a thought, he can take his own life at any moment. Yi Ningxiang didn't know whether what the other party said was true or false, but she didn't dare to take the risk. So after arriving at the South Star Society, even though she had several opportunities to escape, she remained obedient. Gu Feng glanced at her, and his large hand suddenly reached for Yi Ningxiang's heart. Moments later, 6 silver needles appeared in his palm. Yi Ningxiang no longer hesitated and rushed to the side of Marquis Jiangling. My lord, I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to come tonight. Marquis Jiangling said, when my lady is in danger, I naturally won't be negligent. Yi Ningxiang suddenly looked up, met Gu Feng's gaze for a moment, and then laughed charmingly. Gu Feng, oh Gu Feng, you really are as foolish as a pig, to let me go just like that. Let me tell you a secret, I really did capture the women of the Gu family. Yesterday was just to save my life and deceive you. Who knew you actually believed it? Ha ha ha. So, how do you feel now? Are you so angry you want to die? Do you want to slap me to death? It's a pity that some opportunities, once missed, will never come again. But Gu Feng smiled lightly, his tone intriguing. Yi Ningxiang, if I could capture you once, do you think I can't capture you a second time? Do you really think that returning to the side of Marquis Jiangling means you are safe? Bah! Yi Ningxiang exclaimed, now that the army has surrounded you, as long as the Marquis gives the order, you will die in an instant. You think you can still capture me? Ridiculous. She then said to Marquis Jiangling, my lord, hurry up and take action. This mad dog not only slaughtered the Marquis's residence and wiped out the Tiger Hull camp, but also killed our son. I won't allow him to live in this world for even a second. What? The Marquis's residence was slaughtered? The Tiger Hull camp was completely destroyed? The young Marquis was killed? All the soldiers present turned red with rage, their killing intent erupting fiercely. The sound of countless bullets being chambered echoed. At this moment, thousands of long guns were aimed at Gu Feng, and all it took was a gesture from Marquis Jiangling. A torrent of cannon fire would then pour out, tearing Gu Feng to shreds. Marquis Jiangling looked at Gu Feng with a cold gaze. Did you really kill my son? Not only did I kill him, Gu Feng snarled, I also dug out his kidneys. Upon hearing this, Ning Yusin, who was hiding on the second floor, widened her eyes in shock. Crazy! This Gu Feng has completely lost his mind. Facing thousands of troops, he not only doesn't beg for mercy but dares to add fuel to the fire. Is he looking to die even faster? But why does this fearless demeanor, unflinching in the face of such formidable enemies, strangely seem somewhat captivating? Marquis Jiangling's iron fists clenched tightly, the energy within him difficult to control due to boundless rage, surging forth. The black tiger robe billowed wildly. Gu Feng, do you know that Yan Jun is my only son? How dare you be so cruel to him? Gu Feng, you deserve to die. Gu Feng's expression remained calm. When you killed my entire family, did you not foresee today's outcome? Marquis Jiangling, let me ask you, my father treated you well, so why did you raise the butcher's knife against the Gu family? If it weren't for the good relationship between the two families, Gu Feng wouldn't have visited the Marquis' residence so often.
Marquis Jianling snarled, "Want to know? It's simple, I will send you to hell, and you can ask your father when you get there."
He suddenly darted back, and at the same time, he shouted, "Take action, kill this scoundrel."
Boom! Boom! Boom!
These elite soldiers, already ignited by raging anger, heard the Marquis' command and without a moment's hesitation, immediately pulled the trigger.
In an instant, the square erupted with gunfire.
The roaring flames of gunfire surged forth, all aimed at Gu Feng.
Ha 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 ha! Gu Feng laughed maniacally. "Jiangling Marquis, I thought you would come personally to take my head, but I didn't expect you to hide like a turtle at the back."
"Humph. You, Gu Feng, are now a lonely ghost, barefoot and unafraid of those in shoes. If you die, then so be it. This Marquis has a grand family business and holds immense power.
Why would I take the risk to fight you personally when I can't even ascertain your true strength?"
With a cold sneer in his heart, Jiangling Marquis remained silent, only fixing his gaze on the spot where Gu Feng had stood. But that place was already empty, there wasn't even a shadow left.
Ha! So easily defeated?
It had only been a few seconds, and he was torn to shreds by the rain of bullets? The next moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the southeast corner of the square.
Jiangling Marquis focused his gaze and saw that more than a dozen soldiers from the Marquis' residence had fallen into a pool of blood. Gu Feng had somehow charged into the crowd.
He was seen holding the dragon-whiskered colorful phoenix cauldron in his left hand and the Nian Nu Jiao sword in his right.
Clang, 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 clang.
Countless tongues of fire surged toward Gu Feng, all blocked by the giant cauldron in his hand.
Sparks flew.
The Nian Nu Jiao sword in his right hand roared, and the terrifying sword light flickered in the night sky, severing one head after another, as if cutting grass. Kill! 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 The sight of their fallen comrades drove these elite soldiers into a frenzy, unleashing a thunderous roar. The killing intent was chilling.
The air trembled. The ground shook.
An even fiercer assault, an even more terrifying torrent of fire, formed a massive net, closing in on Gu Feng. Gu Feng's body flickered with afterimages, dodging the rain of bullets while the momentum of the Nian Nu Jiao sword only grew stronger.
Some were cleaved in half by a single strike. Some heads flew into the air. Some intestines spilled onto the ground.
The shrill screams were incessant, and the thick blood mist mixed with the dust from the bullets obscured the sky and the moon. Gu Feng exerted force with his left hand, sweeping the dragon-whisker colorful phoenix cauldron, smashing a dozen elite soldiers into pieces.
Then he looked far into the distance at Jiangling Marquis. With a roar, like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, "Jiangling Marquis, do you think 3,000 elite soldiers can kill me?
Ha ha ha, tonight, this place will be your burial ground."
At this moment, the dragon fought in the wild. The aura was overwhelming.
Jiangling Marquis had a blank expression. He should have led his 12,000 elite soldiers back to Jiangling, but Gu Feng's notorious reputation made him feel extremely uneasy. If his wife fell into the hands of this demon, who knew what kind of torment she would face? Therefore, he only summoned 3,000 soldiers, rushing back from Wuqiu. However, these 3,000 soldiers were the cream of the crop among his forces. "I still don't believe it. Your condition can remain at its peak, and you can dodge every bullet that comes your way."
However, a few minutes later, the battle situation showed no signs of changing.
Soldiers fell in droves, and although Gu Feng was covered in blood, not a single drop was his. At this moment, the leader of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, Zheng Lingyue, approached. "My lord, Gu Feng's movements are too strange, and with the giant cauldron as cover, if this continues, even if we can eventually kill him, your 3,000 elite soldiers will likely be left with very few."
Jiangling Marquis looked at him. "What do you suggest?"
Alliance leader Zheng Lingyue said, "For now, cease fire. You brought back all the grandmasters and masters, didn't you?
Let them take action and encircle Gu Feng."
He said coldly, "Of course, the deputy leader and I will also join the fray."
"Very well, I appreciate it."
Jiangling Marquis nodded. Zheng Lingyue, the leader of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, was a mid-6-star grandmaster. Dou Bajuan, the deputy leader of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, was a low 6-star grandmaster.
With the two of them leading, along with some masters and grandmasters joining the fight, how could Gu Feng possibly survive?
Zheng Lingyue lowered his head and said, "My lord, what are you saying? If it weren't for your support, the deputy leader and I wouldn't have our current strength.
Serving you is only natural."
After inheriting half of the Gu family's fortune, the previously cash-strapped Marquis' residents suddenly became affluent. Not only did they cultivate many powerful warriors loyal to themselves, but they also used their resources to win people's hearts. The Warrior Alliance had long become their henchmen, and many talented warriors were sent to the Marquis' residence through the recommendations of the Warrior Alliance, entering the Tiger Howl camp. This time, the Marquis of Jiangling specifically invited 2 alliance leaders to guide the soldiers in training at Tiger Hill for the military weapons conference. In the next moment, Zhang Lingyue stepped forward, and with a roar that shook the heavens, he commanded over the sound of cannon fire, "Everyone, ceasefire. All masters and above, step forward with this alliance leader and kill Gu Feng." Boom! 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 After the cannon fire ceased, over 100 figures boldly stepped forward. 72 master-level warriors, 19 one-star grandmasters, 8 two-star grandmasters, 3 three-star grandmasters. This was all the elite that the Marquis of Jiangling could muster. There was no choice, most of the elite were in the Tiger Hull camp, which had been completely annihilated by Gu Feng. To be honest, it was already quite remarkable that the Marquis of Jiangling could gather so many strong warriors. After 5 years of management, the Gu family's inheritance had expanded the power of the Marquis' residence many times over compared to before. Zhang Lingyue stepped forward. "Gu Feng, I heard that you killed our warrior alliance elder Cheng Bagua at the Wind and Wave Pavilion?" Gu Feng sneered. "What, do you want to follow in his footsteps? Arrogant!" Zhang Lingyue shouted, "Today, I will make you understand that not everyone can provoke the warrior alliance. Die for me!" He charged forward towards Gu Feng. The vice leader and over 100 other strong warriors also rushed towards Gu Feng. It seems the leader of the Jiangling warrior alliance is about to change. Gu Feng laughed loudly, gripping a cauldron in one hand and a sword in the other, advancing into the crowd of killers. The energy surged. The fierce battle raged on. The roar of combat was incessant. Inside the manor, Zhuo Zongxing watched as Gu Feng was engulfed in the tide of warriors, exhaling a breath of foul air and slowly standing up. Ning Yushi raised an eyebrow. "Did I tell you to stand up? Kneel." Zhuo Zongxing chuckled lightly. "Ning Yushi, what right do you have to make me kneel?" Ning Yushi replied sternly, "Just because you have already bowed to me, just because I am now your master." Ha ha ha. Zhuo Zongxing laughed heartily. "Ning Yushi, Gu Feng is about to die, and you still have the courage to act in front of me?" Ning Yushi said, "You underestimate my young master too much." Zhuo Zongxing snorted coldly. With over 100 warriors surrounding Gu Feng, including 2 six-star grandmasters, who were the leader and vice-leader of the warrior alliance, both with rich combat experience. How could Gu Feng possibly survive? "Ning Yushi, do you know that apart from swearing loyalty to the Marquis many years ago, I, Zhuo Zongxing, have never knelt to anyone again? So what? Today, if I kneel to you, a mere woman, it would be a great humiliation. I should have killed you with a single palm strike, but I, Zhuo Zongxing, have an eye for talent. At your young age, you possess astonishing martial arts skills and courage, which is truly rare. Now, if you kneel before me, bow your head in submission, and serve me for life, I will not only spare you but also promote you." Without a second thought, Ning Yushi firmly replied, "Dream on." Zhuo Zongxing narrowed his eyes. "Do you know why my Southern Star Society has the strength to unify Jiangling but has not taken action?" Before Ning Yushi could respond, he continued, "It is simply because the Marquis does not want us to attract too much attention. His identity is there, and some things are always constrained. But now, it is different. Gu Feng has swept through the major families of Jiangling, uprooting several prominent clans. He has cleared all obstacles for the Marquis to unify Jiangling. The Marquis originally could only develop his power in the shadows. After all, with his title, if he truly unified Jiangling, those above him would likely not be at ease. But now, everything was done by Gu Feng, and the Marquis was merely going with the flow, leaving those above him with nothing to say. After today, the Marquis would truly unify Jiangling, and our South Star Society could finally sweep through the 6 realms, bringing the underground of Jiangling under one banner. After saying all this, I just want to tell you that following me means limitless prospects for you. Now, will you kneel or not?" Ning Yushi replied coldly, "In this life, I, Ning Yushi, will only kneel to one person, and that is the young master." "You are not worthy of making me kneel. What a strong-willed woman." Zhuo Zongxing's eyes gleamed with admiration, but it quickly turned into endless ferocity. "However, since you cannot be of use to me, then go die." Boom! A torrent of imposing aura erupted from his body, and with a punch infused with the might of a 3-star grandmaster, he charged towards Ning Yushi. The surging energy not only sent Ning Yushi's long black hair flying wildly but also caused ripples to dance across her delicate face. How could Ning Yushi, at the peak of the 7-star grandmaster level, withstand this punch? In just a second, she was about to explode into a mist of blood. At the critical moment of life and death, the energy within Ning Yushi surged wildly. "Even if I die, I, Ning Yushi, will die standing. I will not bring shame to the young master." With a fierce shout, Ning Yushi threw out a punch. This punch, it actually carried the power of an early 1-star grandmaster. Ning Yushi was already at the peak of the 7-star grandmaster level,
and after diligently training these days, she had already stepped half a foot into the Grandmaster realm. Now, at this life-and-death juncture, her endless potential erupted, allowing her to break through her shackles and finally enter the ranks of Grandmasters. Boom! The two punches collided, and Ning Yushi was sent flying backward, blood gushing from her mouth. Zhuo Zongxing shouted, "Not bad, you actually broke through. But it's a pity that you can take my first punch. Let's see if you can withstand my second punch." But the next moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Zhuo Zongxing, you could clearly survive. But why do you insist on walking the path to death?" Zhuo Zongxing was startled. It was Gu Feng's voice. But wasn't Gu Feng surrounded by enemies? Zhuo Zongxing looked up and saw an inverted Gu Feng appearing before him. Even the world in his eyes seemed to turn upside down. "What? How could you be so fast?" Zhuo Zongxing screamed in terror, but the next second, all his thoughts came to a halt. A fresh head rolled onto the ground. It turned out that the world hadn't turned upside down, it was his head that had been ruthlessly severed by Nian Nu Jiao's sword the moment he saw Gu Feng. Zhuo Zongxing, the head of the South Star Society, the crownless king of the underground of Jiangling, dead. Watching Zhuo Zongxing's headless corpse lying in a pool of blood, all the members of the South Star Society kneeling on the ground felt their scalps tingle, and their hearts surged with waves of shock. Just seconds ago, Gu Feng was still on the battlefield, and now he had appeared before Zhuo Zongxing and killed this three-star Grandmaster with a single sword. What kind of monster was this? The fear everyone felt towards Gu Feng reached its peak at that moment. The manor fell into a dead silence, and no one dared to utter a single word. Gu Feng didn't even glance at these people, turning around to re-enter the battlefield. "Open fire! Open fire!" The leader of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, Zhang Lingyue, retreated rapidly, shouting orders in anger. In the fierce battle just now, over 100 masters and grandmasters had suffered heavy casualties, and even the 6-star early deputy leader had died. Zhang Lingyue was lucky to have only sustained minor injuries, but Gu Feng's terrifying strength had left him drenched in sweat. This guy's cultivation was definitely above that of a 7-star grandmaster. Continuing to fight Gu Feng would only lead to more casualties. The only chance to take his life lay in the rain of bullets. After he led the remnants to hide in the rear, a new round of gunfire began. The Marquis of Jiangling shouted, "No regard for consequences, no regard for cost, kill Gu Feng. As long as Gu Feng is dead, everyone present who is still alive will be rewarded with $1 million in cash." The previously low morale surged dramatically with these words. The speed of bullets leaving the chamber became even more ferocious, a rain of bullets pouring down. "You all, die for me." Gu Feng raised the cauldron and wielded his sword, once again charging into the crowd. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the giant cauldron in his left hand buzzed, while the long sword in his right hand roared. Blood mist filled the air. Wails and screams echoed continuously. This was a one-sided massacre, with soldiers falling one after another. Not to mention their bodies, even the long spears in their hands and the sabers at their waists were crushed to dust under the cauldron's weight and the sword's slicing. The high morale that had just been ignited was quickly extinguished. The surviving soldiers were all heartbroken. They were not fighting against a single person, even the most vicious ghost in hell would pale in comparison to Gu Feng. Finally, someone could not bear it any longer, dropping their helmet and armor, fleeing in panic. The Marquis of Jiangling's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that after 5 years, the once powerless young master of Jiangling had gained such incredible strength. Seeing the situation turning against him, the Marquis no longer hesitated, reaching out to grab his wife, Yining Xiang, and quietly retreating to the rear. Although some soldiers had begun to flee, there were still others continuing to fight. These people, even if they could not kill Gu Feng, were enough to buy time for their silent escape. After retreating to a nearby thicket, the Marquis no longer hesitated, channeling his internal energy and fleeing like mad. Yining Xiang said tremulously, "My lord, can we escape? This Gu Feng is too terrifying. I'm so scared. If I fall into his hands again, he definitely won't let me go." "It's alright, my lady. When we left just now, I didn't alert anyone. Gu Feng is caught up in the heat of battle, killing with fervor. How could he notice us? Don't worry, once we return to Wuqiu, we will plan carefully. No matter what method we use, no matter what price we pay, I will ensure Gu Feng's head is separated from his body. You probably won't be able to return to Wuqiu." A voice suddenly rang out from behind. The Marquis instinctively turned to look and saw Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng's face, stained with blood, appeared almost pressed against his own. In that instant, the once supreme authority of Jiangling, the Marquis of Jiangling, felt his hair stand on end, terrified to the core. This mad dog Gu Feng, when did he start following me? "You." The Marquis of Jiangling had just uttered a word when Gu Feng threw a punch. Puff! The Marquis, a 6-star early grandmaster, was sent flying, blood spurting, along with Yining Xiang in his arms. Gu Feng stepped forward to stand before the Marquis of Jiangling. Speak, why did you kill my whole family? The Marquis struggled to say, if I tell you, will you let me go? Boom! Gu Feng stomped down, crushing the Marquis's left hand, snarling, Jiangling Marquis, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Enduring the pain, the Marquis sneered, since saying or not saying both lead to death, why should I say? Ha, Gu Feng, I will take the secrets of that year to hell, so you will never know the truth. With that, he suddenly slapped his own crown. Want to die? Gu Feng kicked out, and 2 stones on the ground flew like cannonballs, instantly smashing the Marquis's right hand to a bloody pulp. At the same time, 7 silver needles shot out, embedding themselves in the Marquis's body. Ah! Just now, the Marquis of Jiangling, who didn't even furrow his brow when his arm was crushed, let out a miserable scream. At this moment, although only 7 silver needles had pierced his body, he felt as if countless silver needles were repeatedly piercing through every blood vessel. The heart-wrenching pain made his complexion turn pale in an instant, devoid of any color. I'll talk. The Marquis of Jiangling's teeth chattered, just pull out the silver needles, and I'll say anything. Once Gu Feng removed the silver needles from his body, a trace of nostalgia appeared in the Marquis's eyes. Before I came to Jiangling from Guren City, my father was still alive, and I had not yet become the head of the Marquis. At that time, the Marquis of Jiangling was the most powerful presence in Jiangling, and I was the charming young Marquis. But ever since the Gu family rose in Jiangling, everything changed. The Marquisate's authority was no more, and the Gu family overshadowed Jiangling. Those despicable commoners, when they saw him, not only no longer knelt in fear, but their eyes also lacked the previous respect and admiration. And my father, having gained some trifling benefits from your father, became complacent, completely unconcerned that when people spoke of Jiangling, they only knew the Gu family and not the Marquis. Back then, the Marquis only had 8,000 elite soldiers, and it was under the operations of Guren City that the Marquis was able to expand its military from 8,000 to 12,000. Later, the Marquis struggled to bear the costs of maintaining the troops, and it was the Gu family that invested heavily in many of the Marquisate's enterprises. Although the Marquisate's strength had increased, it ultimately could not be compared to the Gu family. Guren City could single-handedly defend a city, causing the Neon people to suffer greatly. His own strength was comparable to an army, not to mention his vast connections in the family business he had built over the years. The Marquis of Jiangling clenched his right hand into a fist. Later, my father died, and I became the new Marquis of Jiangling. From that moment on, I vowed to revive the Marquis. Jiangling should have belonged to my Yen family. How dare the Gu family interfere? Why should they stir up trouble here when they could have stayed in their own Dragon City? 10 years ago, your father retired from all military positions and completely settled down in Jiangling. I knew my opportunity had come. On one hand, I deliberately let your father see Ji Kaiwei, who was 25 at the time, at a banquet. Since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. Your father indeed took a liking to her at first sight and married her, becoming addicted to wine and women, neglecting the family business. On the other hand, I sought out tasteless and odorless poison and began secretly poisoning the Gu family's top experts. Your father's connections were still intact, so I naturally didn't dare to go too far. Those poisons would only accumulate in their bodies, and over the years, their realms would gradually decline. When faced with life and death battles, once they exerted their full strength, their meridians would shatter and they would die. The Gu family's vast wealth was coveted by countless people, and the Marquis of Jiangling had made ample preparations in secret. With a little guidance, he could naturally attract a pack of wolves. However, what the Marquis of Jiangling did not expect was that when he recommended Ji Kaiwei to Guren City, he only wanted the other party to be infatuated with her beauty, not realizing that Ji Kaiwei was also a femme fatale. This saved him quite a bit of effort. Gu Feng took a deep breath. So every time his father visited the Marquis, the Marquis of Jiangling, while appearing respectful, was actually pouring poison into every cup of wine for his father? He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. Just because my Gu family is stronger than yours, you want to destroy us? Do you know that as long as my father is willing, he could easily wipe out your Marquis? You are right, your father is strong, but the one who survived is me, and the one who died is him. It's only to blame that he came to Jiangling. It's only to blame that he wasn't ruthless enough. The victor takes all, as it has always been. Just like now, I'm here telling you about the past. If I could defeat you, do you think I would be saying all this? As he thought this, he turned and knelt on the ground, speaking in a deep voice. Gu Feng, back then it was my narrow-mindedness that led to a grave mistake. I am willing to die to atone for my sins, only asking that you spare my wife. She is innocent. By the way, if you truly seek revenge, go find the king of Jiangnan. The destruction of the Gu family has a share of credit from the Jiangnan royal residence. Gu Feng frowned slightly. The king of Jiangnan? As far as he remembered, his father had no ties with the king of Jiangnan from Zhanghai, right? Moreover, in the past events mentioned by the Marquis of Jiangling, there was no trace of the king of Jiangnan. Suddenly bringing up the king of Jiangnan now seemed a bit abrupt, didn't it? Wait. The reason he had been deceived by Ji Caihua's words, believing that Yin Jun had Lin Ruochu's kidney, was because Tang Ziyi had uttered a single jiang before dying. Could it be that what Tang Ziyi wanted to say was not the Marquis of Jiangling's residence, but the king of Jiangnan's residence? As his thoughts surged, the Marquis of Jiangling suddenly grabbed Yi Ningxiang and threw her into Gu Feng's arms, leaping up, his internal energy surging wildly, rushing backward. Zhang Lingyue, block Gu Feng for just 20 seconds, and I will reach the realm of the 7-star Grandmaster. At that time, it will be Gu Feng's moment of death. While speaking, he raised his hand and pressed a pill into his body. Sure enough, in the direction he was fleeing, dozens of martial artists appeared, all survivors from the recent battle, with the leader being the alliance leader Zhang Lingyue. Just as he brushed past Zhang Lingyue, preparing to continue fleeing into the distance, a shocking blade light suddenly appeared. It slashed straight towards the Marquis of Jiangling's neck. What? How dare you? The Marquis of Jiangling was filled with shock and anger, completely unprepared for Zhang Lingyue to attack him. Did this kid know that he had no intention of entangling with Gu Feng, only wanting to return to Huqiu as quickly as possible? He tried to dodge, but at this moment, he was still at the early stage of the 6 stars, and with no defense at all, how could he evade such a swift strike? The next moment, a head rolled to the ground. The Marquis of Jiangling. After 5 years of careful planning, toppling the Gu family, and another 5 years of effort, he had brought the Marquis 8 back to the peak of Jiangling. He even wanted to complete the grand undertaking that the old Marquis had failed to accomplish, unifying Jiangling after tonight. But at this moment, he died at the hands of his own trusted subordinate. Gu Feng slowly walked up to Zhang Lingyue and the others, his gaze deep as a pool. The Marquis of Jiangling treated you well, why did you kill him? Zhang Lingyue quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Gu, I was deceived by this person before. Who would have thought he was so malicious, committing such heinous acts? Moreover, to save his own life, he even threw his own wife out. Such a person does not deserve to live in this world. I, Zhang Lingyue, will never serve him again. He pressed his forehead to the ground. Young Master Gu, from now on, I, Zhang Lingyue, am willing to follow you, and the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance will serve you. The other dozens of martial artists who had fiercely battled Gu Feng also knelt down, pledging loyalty to him. Ha! Zhang Lingyue let out a breath. By lowering his stance and killing his enemy for Gu Feng, and bowing in loyalty, he believed the other party would definitely not make things difficult for him, and there was even a possibility of being reused. After all, controlling him was equivalent to controlling the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance. And the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance was a force not to be underestimated. Humph. That old thief, the Marquis of Jiangling, actually thought he could have me block Gu Feng. Not to mention whether I could hold him off for 20 seconds. Even if I could, do you think a 7-star Grandmaster missing a hand could be Gu Feng's opponent? I'd rather submit to Gu Feng than die in vain. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard Gu Feng say, he does not deserve to live in this world. What about you, a traitor to your master? Boom! Gu Feng stepped out, directly crushing Zhang Lingyue's head. Zhang Lingyue, the alliance leader of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance. This body only possessed the cultivation of a 3-star Grandmaster, yet under the nurturing of the Marquis of Jiangling, it had made its way to the mid-stage of a 6-star Grandmaster. Earlier on the battlefield, he had seen the Marquis of Jiangling flee, and he too had quietly slipped away with his men. However, given Gu Feng's brutal nature, it was feared that no matter where he escaped to, he would be hunted down. Rather than live a life of unrest, it was better to turn back and surrender to Gu Feng. Unexpectedly, even though he had shown loyalty by killing his master, he still could not escape death. After smashing the remaining warriors with a few punches, Gu Feng stepped towards the depths of the forest. Just moments ago, while he was conversing with Zhang Lingyue, Yi Ningxiang had already sneaked away. Unfortunately, for a woman to think she could escape right under his nose was a bit of a fantasy. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted Yi Ningxiang's figure. She was fleeing in a panic but accidentally tripped over the stones beneath her feet and fell. Crash! Her exquisite attire was torn by the bushes, leaving her clothing wide open, exposing her jade-like waist to the air. But she couldn't care less, struggling to get up and wanting to run again. Gu Feng's voice came from not far away. Yi Ningxiang, no matter how vast the world is, how do you plan to escape from my grasp? Yi Ningxiang's delicate body trembled as she slowly turned her head. The moment her gaze met Gu Feng's cold stare, despair washed over her. This demon had indeed come after her. Realizing that escape was hopeless, Yi Ningxiang got to her feet, stumbling to Gu Feng's side, bowing her head and kneeling, pleading pitifully, Gu Feng, please don't kill me. Keep me by your side, and I can serve you tea, massage your feet, anything you want, I am willing. I'm only in my 30s, I don't want to die yet. Just take a good look at me, I'm quite beautiful, aren't I? You really don't feel anything? She tilted her head back, her pretty face glistening with tears, making one feel pity. Beneath her snow-white neck, her delicate chest was partially exposed, her curves enchanting. Every pore on her body exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Coupled with the nobility that came from years of living in luxury and her flower-like beauty, any man who saw her would likely be captivated, blood racing, wishing to take her right then and there. But Gu Feng merely smiled coldly. Yining Xiang, keeping you alive until today is not because your few words deceived me, nor is it because your stunning beauty is so alluring. It was merely to force the Marquis of Jiangling to show himself. Now that the Marquis of Jiangling is dead, you too must pay the price you deserve. No, no, no! Yining Xiang screamed in terror. Although I captured the women of the Gu family, I never touched them. It was those guards of the Marquis who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Feng, those people have already been killed by you. You have avenged your great grievance. You can't kill me anymore. You can't kill me. Boom! Gu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he pressed down with his palm, directly turning Yining Xiang into a mist of blood. Yining Xiang, the lady of the Marquis, a beauty of unparalleled grace, her looks even rivaling Ji Kaiyue. But today, the beauty withered, the delicate flower wilted. Gu Feng did not linger, turning to leave the thicket. After the last group of surviving soldiers fled, the square of over 10,000 square meters fell into a deathly silence. Here, there was only a sky full of blood mist and a ground littered with bones. Looking at this scene that resembled a hell on earth, Ning Yusin couldn't help but recall the magnificent battle scene from just moments ago. Before this, she had never imagined that someone could be so powerful. The buzzing giant cauldron, the rainbow-like long sword. One person could actually defeat 3,000 armored soldiers. It turned out that beside her cousin, there truly lurked a real dragon. Although she had not seen it with her own eyes, she could only assume that the imposing and awe-inspiring Marquis of Jiangling had already died at his hands. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "What did you all call him just now?" Gu Feng. Deng Pinggui, Deng Jiajia's second uncle, said. Gu Feng? Ning Yusin carefully pondered this name, her expression suddenly changing. Gu Feng, why does this name sound somewhat familiar, as if it were the young master of Jiangling from back in the day? That's right, Deng Pinggui replied, this person is indeed the former young master of Jiangling. What? He is the young master of Jiangling. At that moment, a figure emerged from the woods. Under the cold moonlight, he stood with his hands behind his back, clad in a dark windbreaker, his tousled hair flying. In the vast square, only his footsteps echoed. He walked through a sea of corpses, the ground littered with dry bones, building his throne. Like a supreme Azura. Ning Yusin's mouth slightly opened, her breath quickening, even her fair face unconsciously flushed. So this is the young master of Jiangling. It was said that 6 years ago, the young master of Jiangling had such charisma that he could draw all the women in the city out to welcome him. Yet, who would have thought that after the colossal fall of the Gu family, the young master of Jiangling's presence would be even more formidable than before? Now that she thought about it, during her time in Jingchuan, she had been stirred by the slight brilliance displayed by Han Feiyu, which now seemed utterly laughable. Compared to the true dragon before her, a mere young master of Jingchuan was indeed insignificant. Cousin, oh cousin, what kind of fortune have you accumulated over several lifetimes to stand shoulder to shoulder with a true dragon? How wonderful it would be if such a unique man could stand by my side, if he could become my boyfriend, Ning Yusin. Truly, it makes one envious. As her thoughts flowed, Gu Feng had already entered the manor, standing side by side with Ning Yushi in the courtyard. Those hiding in various corners of the manor and have yet to show themselves, you have 30 seconds to come out, or die. Though his voice was not loud, it fell into everyone's ears like the whisper of a demon. With a rush, many people dashed out from all corners of the manor, kneeling on the ground. Deng Pinggui, who was hiding on the second floor, was no exception, hurriedly coming down, fearing that if he was a moment late, Gu Feng would turn him into dust with a single palm strike. Ning Yusin and Deng Jiajie exchanged glances and followed him downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they hid at the back of the crowd and knelt down, burying their heads low, afraid of being discovered by Gu Feng. They had come to Jiangling to find their uncle to deal with Ning Yushi and Gu Feng, but at this moment, that ridiculous thought had long vanished, and they only wanted to leave quickly and return to Jingchuan. However, inexplicably, Ning Yusin raised her head slightly, using the corner of her eye to catch a glimpse of Gu Feng's blood-soaked figure. After tonight, who knows when she would see this face again, she just wanted to look a little longer. Gu Feng stepped into the crowd, shattering the crown of the 6th Hallmaster of the Nanqing Society with a single palm, and said, "From this night on, there is no blood alliance in Jiangling, nor is there a Nanqing Society. there is only one superpower in Jiangling, and that is the Yamahal, and Ning Yushi is the master of the Yamahal. Do you all understand? Yamahal? This Gufeng is indeed a demon, even the name of his newly formed power is so sinister. The people kneeling on the ground were all formidable figures in Jiangling's underground world, yet at this moment, they felt a chill run down their spines. Someone shouted loudly, willing to serve the master, willing to go through fire and water for the Yamahal. The crowd reacted, yes, it was time to pledge loyalty. Willing to serve the master, willing to go through fire and water for the Yamahal. Willing to serve the master, willing to go through fire and water for the Yamahal. At first, it was just a few scattered voices, but soon it turned into a deafening roar. Such a grand momentum even made Ning Yusin, as a girl, feel her blood boiling. She couldn't help but sneak a glance toward the front of the crowd. There stood her cousin, Ning Yushi. At this moment, Ning Yushi had blood at the corner of her mouth and her clothes were in disarray, yet it only fueled her jealousy. She knew that from this night on, she and her cousin could no longer be people of the same world. No! Perhaps they had already ceased to be of the same world when her cousin encountered Gufeng, this true dragon. Jealousy surged within her heart once more. If only it were her standing there instead of Ning Yushi, how wonderful that would be. Cousin, why is your luck so good? The more she thought about it, the more unfair it seemed, even her breathing became rapid. But suddenly, the shouts around her gradually faded, and some people had even begun to rise from the ground. Gazing into the distance, she finally realized that Gufeng and Ning Yushi had both disappeared into the boundless night. Deng Jiajie wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, damn, luckily Gufeng didn't notice us, or we would have been done for. Just now, he had been terrified. Sighing, he took Ning Yusin's hand. Let's go, Yusin, back to Jingchuan. It's impossible to deal with your cousin now. This time, she really is going to soar to great heights. Not to mention that young Master Gufeng from Jiangling, even she, we will find it hard to catch up with her for a lifetime. Humph. Ning Yusin said defiantly, she's just lucky, staying next to a true dragon, even a pig could fly to the sky. What's so impressive about that? If I had met Gufeng earlier, the position of the Lord of the Underworld would probably be mine. Deng Pingue sneered, wake up, not everyone can stay by Gufeng's side. You are far behind your cousin. How am I worse than her? She's just a high school dropout, and illiterate, how can she be better than me? Staying by Gufeng's side, I would do even better than her. Deng Pingue said, is that so? Then let me ask you, just now when Zhuo Zongxing suddenly made a move, if it were you, would you rather die than kneel, charging to your death? Would you? This. Ning Yusin was momentarily speechless, recalling the scene from just now. She still felt a chill run down her spine. Under that kind of pressure, she feared she would have knelt without hesitation. Where would she have found the courage to take a punch from Zhuo Zongxing? You must know, if it weren't for Ning Yushi breaking through at the edge of life and death, she wouldn't have been injured by that punch but would have been directly killed. Deng Pingue continued, although I haven't fought with your cousin, I've heard many legends about her over the years. Before Gufeng returned to Jiangling, she had already established a formidable reputation in Jiangling with her skillful fists, achieving the position of the second-in-command of the Blood Alliance. Let me ask you, if I give you a long knife now and let you venture into the underground world of Jingchuan, would you dare? Do you want to lick blood from the tip of the knife, keeping your head under the skirts of the rich, or would you prefer to be a comfortable young lady of a wealthy family? This. Ning Yusin was stunned for a moment, her face showing displeasure. Which side are you on? After all, you are going to be my second uncle. Deng Pingue said, your cousin is now the lord of the underworld, and I am a member of the underworld. Tell me, which side am I on? Acknowledging others' excellence isn't that hard, even if given the opportunity, you still couldn't become the lord of the underworld. Go back and enjoy your life as a wealthy young lady. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. It was Ning Ziyuan calling. What is it? Ning Yusin was in a bad mood, even forgetting to call him cousin. Ning Ziyuan said, the company just called me to come over, I've been delayed. You haven't started yet, right? Wait for me, I'm taking a taxi to Nanjing Society. Let me tell you, I don't care how Ning Yushi is, but we must teach her boyfriend a good lesson. That guy is too pretentious, let's deal with him today. Deal with your mom, you stupid idiot, get lost. Ning Yusin cursed and hung up the phone directly. Damn it! Ning Ziyuan, who had just walked out of the Tianyao group's gate, was stunned. Ning Yusin, what the hell is wrong with you? You called me over to join the fun, and now you're cursing me out as an idiot? Are you out of your mind? At the Gu family's old residence, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was sitting on the ground, surrounded by 12 yellow flags, chanting incantations. When he opened his eyes and got up from the ground, Ouyang Haitang hurried over. Master Lu, how much longer until that thing can be released? 3 days. Master Lu held up 3 fingers. In 3 days, you bring Gu Feng to the Gu family's old residence, and he will undoubtedly die. Also, to successfully lure that thing out, you need 5 living people as sacrifices. Are you prepared? I've been ready for a long time. Ouyang Haitang replied nonchalantly. Master Lu nodded and then left the Gu family's old residence. Ouyang Haitang watched his retreating figure, a glint of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ever since Gu Feng left Jiangling for Jingchuan, she had summoned Master Lu to come here to perform rituals, and now, it was finally about to succeed. At that moment, the current leader of the Feng family, Feng Hanjua, approached. Ouyang Haitang, are you sure that the thing buried underground in the Gu family can really kill Gu Feng? If we fail this time, I'm afraid our 4 families will be completely wiped out by Gu Feng. Ouyang Haitang smiled. Back then, this Gu family old residence was originally allocated to our Ouyang family. But we never touched this land of over 100 acres. Do you know why? Is it because of the evil thing buried underground? Feng Hanjua asked. Exactly, Ouyang Haitang said. When our Ouyang family acquired this land, we planned to build a high-rise here, but since the place had just been wiped out, we invited a feng shui master to perform rituals. They discovered that beneath the Gu family's land lay a shocking evil entity, and after being nourished by blood, the entity became increasingly restless. Building high-rises here would not only yield no benefits but would also bring disaster. Several feng shui masters said the same thing, which is why our Ouyang family abandoned this land, leaving it to lie fallow until now. Now, our 4 families have gathered countless treasures and invited the highly respected and immensely skilled Master Lu. He has the means to lure out and control the evil entity underground. Once everything is ready, we just need to bring Gu Feng here. Even if he is a transcendent master, it will be a dead end for him. What kind of evil entity is it that gives you such confidence? Feng Hanjua asked. Ouyang Haitang smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. Let's go to the Ouyang family first. Those people should have already arrived. Upon arriving at the Ouyang family, the hall was indeed packed with people, all survivors from the 4 great families of Jiangling. Among them were the current leader of the Sun family, Sun Chuan, and the current leader of the Su family, Su Boliu. This time, the 4 great families had gathered together to unite their strength and eliminate Gu Feng. Soon, the doors of the Ouyang family were closed. No one knew what these people were discussing. The next morning, Ji Kaiwei slowly sat up from bed, finally having had a good night's sleep without Gu Feng barging in to slap her. But where was Yi Ningxiang? Stepping out of the bedroom and wandering around the villa, she still didn't see her. Unable to help herself, she casually asked Gu Feng, who was having breakfast. Where's Yi Ningxiang? Didn't you take her to the Nanqing Society yesterday? Why didn't you bring her back today? Could it be that Jiang Lingho suddenly returned, and you got scared and left Yi Ningxiang behind, running back alone? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, you're right, Jiang Lingho did return last night, but unfortunately, he's already dead. As for Yi Ningxiang, with Jiang Lingho dead, why should she continue to live in this world? Has the Marquis of Jiangling returned? Ji Kaiwei was taken aback. The night before, she had slept with Yi Ningxiang, and they had talked. Yi Ningxiang had said that the Marquis of Jiangling would take at least 2 days to arrive, which meant he would reach Jiangling today. How could he have arrived last night? Just as she was about to ask, a strong smell of blood invaded her nostrils. Turning her head, she saw Ning Yushi coming out, carrying a pile of clothes. Young master, these clothes are soaked in too much blood, they can't be washed out. I'll take them to be dealt with and then buy some new ones. Indeed, those clothes were stained with a lot of blood, especially the dark cloak, which was layered with blood, making Ji Kaiwei shudder slightly. It seemed that Gu Feng's words were not false. The Marquis of Jiangling had really rushed back to Jiangling last night and had died at Gu Feng's hands. It was truly unexpected that even the 6-star Grandmaster, the Marquis of Jiangling, had ultimately fallen. She thought of Yi Ningxiang, that woman who had talked with her intimately the night before, saying that once the Marquis returned, she would take Gu Feng's head. Yesterday during the day, they had also chatted for a long time. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a pile of bones? At this moment, Ji Kaiwei couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow, akin to a rabbit mourning a fox. Although she was still alive, it seemed there was not much difference from being dead. However, she quickly rallied herself. The Marquis of Jiangling's defeat was likely due to his eagerness to save his wife, being unprepared and not bringing many people. On her side, Jun Wubbing had yet to appear, and she feared he had already sought out how many extraordinary masters. Yi Ningxiang, I, Ji Kaiwei, am ultimately different from you. I will live well. After Gu Feng finished eating and left with Ning Yushi, she went to the sofa and turned on the television, flipping through channels aimlessly. The days trapped in the demon's lair were always particularly hard to endure. Her phone, taken by Gu Feng, had never returned to her hands, and the Ji Kaiwa who used to never watch television could only use this to pass the time. But suddenly, she stopped the remote control in her hand, staring blankly at the television. A beautiful female host was reporting the news. According to our station's report, last night, the Marquis of Jiangling led 3,000 soldiers back to Jiangling and had a dispute with the leader of the Jiangling Martial Alliance. A battle broke out at the headquarters of the Southern Star Society. The Marquis of Jiangling suffered heavy losses, with only 600 soldiers surviving from the 3,000, and both the Marquis and the leader Zhang Lingyue died. So, the Marquis of Jiangling had brought 3,000 soldiers back to Jiangling. So, the mid-6-star Grandmaster leader Zhang Lingyue had also been by his side. Ji Caiua's face turned pale. She knew the relationship between Zhang Lingyue and the Marquis of Jiangling, and she also knew that Wen Yan had long followed Gu Feng. This news was merely a ruse by the Patrol Domain Office to fool the people of Jiangling. It was not a matter of the leader and the Marquis falling out. It was clearly Gu Feng who, with a single blow, had crushed 3,000 soldiers, along with countless high-star grandmasters. But if that were the case, how terrifying must Gu Feng's strength be? Could the extraordinary masters that Jun Wubing found really be a match for Gu Feng? At this moment, a deep despair enveloped Ji Kaiwa. If living meant seeing no hope, why endure Gu Feng's torment in this demon's lair? Suddenly, she crazily rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and aimed it at her own hand. Clang! The knife fell to the ground as it always did. Whenever she had thoughts of seeking death, the joyous Gu would act up, and the unbearable pain would leave her mind blank and her body completely powerless. Ji Kaiwa stared blankly at the knife on the floor, and after a long while, she returned to her room in a daze. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking out the window. Her beautiful eyes were filled with melancholy. What was this once proud beauty, who had stood at the pinnacle of Jiangling, thinking at this moment? Regret? Fear? Or perhaps reminiscing about the glorious days of the past? Who could know? At this moment, 5 luxury cars were on their way to Jiangling. In the lead car sat Jun Tiancheng and his son Jun Wubing. Behind them were 4 luxury cars, carrying a total of 7 extraordinary masters. In recent days, Jun Tiancheng had expended considerable resources and finally gathered 7 extraordinary masters. This time, he would personally go to Jiangling to oversee the battle, vowing to take Gu Feng's head. But at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. After hanging up, his expression turned extremely grim. Jun Wubing asked, "What's wrong, father?" Jun Tiancheng replied, "Gu Feng has defeated the Jiangling Marquis and his 3,000 soldiers at the headquarters of the South Star Society. The Jiangling Marquis, Yiningshiang, and Zhang Lingyue have all perished, while Gu Feng remains unscathed. We have underestimated Gu Feng's strength. I'm afraid he is not just a Grand Master but has already reached the extraordinary realm. So what? We have brought 7 extraordinary masters this time, including 2 high-star extraordinary ones. Even if he is an extraordinary master, he will only be slaughtered by us. Moreover, I don't believe he could sweep away 3,000 soldiers alone. That's not just a sea of people but also a rain of bullets. He must have used some other means. Perhaps he released poison mist in advance. Or maybe he just took the Jiangling Marquis' head amidst the chaos and then retreated unharmed. If that's the case, I could do the same." After pondering for a moment, Jun Tiancheng said, "We won't go to Jiangling. We'll change course to Quantai." "Ha?" Jun Wubing asked in confusion. "Quantai is where you used to work, right? It's 180,000 miles away from Jiangling. What are we going there for?" Jun Tiancheng said fiercely, "This trip to Quantai is to summon my old troops. With 100,000 banners, I will slay Yin Luo. My 3 sons have all died at Gu Feng's hands, and this time, I will not allow any accidents. 7 extraordinary masters are not enough, far from enough. Since the Jiangling Marquis' 3,000 elite soldiers couldn't kill Gu Feng, then I will mobilize 30,000, 300,000 troops. I will reveal all my trump cards and ensure Gu Feng has no place to die." "Gu Feng, I heard you have established a new force in Jiangling called the Hall of Yen Luo. What, do you really compare yourself to Yen Luo? But even if you are Yen Luo living in this world, so what? It won't be long. I, Jun Tiancheng, will lead 300,000 troops to trample Jiangling. Of course, these extraordinary masters will not be absent. Under the shocking killing game, how can you, this Yen Luo, not die?" Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. That evening at 6:30, in the old residence of Gu Feng, several hundred people from the 4 great families gathered here. At the front stood the current leaders of the 4 great families, Odiang Haitang, Feng Hanjua, Sun Chuan, and Su Boliu. Everyone, our fathers, our relatives, our brothers and sisters, have all died at the hands of this demon Gu Feng. What do you say, should Gu Feng die? He should die. He should die. He should die. The roar of hundreds of people shook the heavens. Good. As you all know, I have been preparing for these days, and today, all preparations have been completed. Soon, you will witness the fall of that demon Gu Feng with your own eyes. At that moment, an untimely voice spoke up. A young member of the Su family said, I heard that the Jiangling Marquis led 3,000 soldiers to besiege Gu Feng but was swept away by him, and he even had his head taken by Gu Feng. Can we really defeat Gu Feng? Ouyang Haitang replied calmly, regardless of how much truth there is in what you heard, even if it's true, I am confident in defeating Gu Feng. After all, what is buried underground in the Gu family exceeds all your imaginations. Immediately, someone asked, what exactly is buried underground in the Gu family that gives Miss Haitang such confidence? Yeah, we have staked our lives and fortunes, we should at least know what our trump card is, right? Others began to chatter in agreement. Although these people harbored immense hatred for Gu Feng, wishing to eliminate him at once, the rumors circulating on the internet in Jiangling over the past few days made them uneasy. How could they possibly defeat Gu Feng, who could sweep through 3,000 soldiers and traverse a rain of bullets unscathed? They had kept silent before, but now that someone had brought the issue to light, they naturally needed to clarify things. Ouyang Haitang clapped her hands to signal everyone to quiet down, then said solemnly, at this point, it's fine to tell you all, buried beneath the Gu family is an evil dragon. According to Master Lu, this evil dragon has been buried under the Gu family for over 20 years. As you all know, 25 years ago, Gu Rincheng suddenly came from Longdu to Jiangling and chose this place to establish the Gu residence. Looking back now, this evil dragon must have been brought to Jiangling by him and is being suppressed here. You all understand the strength of Gu Rincheng. He achieved remarkable military feats in his 20s, winning every battle and even gaining the favor of the national leader. However, despite his abilities, he could only suppress this evil dragon and could not eradicate it, wasting decades of precious time in Jiangling. I ask you, once this dragon emerges and strangles Gu Feng, won't it be an easy task? Her words resonated powerfully. The last sentence was particularly imposing. Everyone from the 4 great families present was ignited by her words, their blood boiling. If it were true that a dragon was buried beneath the Gu family, and that even Gu Feng's father could only suppress it but not eliminate it, then how could Gu Feng possibly defeat this dragon? Just then, a voice interrupted. I already knew there was a dragon buried beneath the Gu family. I wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. The speaker was Su Boliu, the current leader of the Su family. Ouyang Haitang frowned. Su Boliu, what do you mean by that? Su Boliu replied, what evil dragon? Such things only exist in legends. How could they possibly exist in reality? Ouyang Haitang, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you think I'm lying to you? Ouyang Haitang retorted, do I have any reason to deceive you? If I really wanted to trick you, would I involve everyone from the Ouyang family? You must understand, if we fail to strangle Gu Feng, it won't just be you, our Ouyang family will also face extermination. Forget it, you can play your own game. I, Su Boliu, will not accompany you. From the moment he got involved in the conspiracy of the 4 great families, Su Boliu had been reluctant and uncertain. After hearing that Gu Feng had swept through the Jiangling Marquis' 3,000 soldiers, he felt even more anxious. Could such a formidable being truly be defeated? He suddenly didn't want to gamble anymore. Rather than risk an uncertain future, it was better to live peacefully. Although the Su family was no longer as glorious as before, he had achieved his wish of becoming the head of the Su family, and no matter how downcast, he lived much better than an average person. If that were the case, why take the risk? Ouyang Haitang, I heard that Ouyang Wendian left you a message before he died. Live well, living is better than anything else. With that, Su Boliu waved his hand. All Su family members, leave this place with me. Our Su family will not participate in tonight's actions. Of course, keep your mouths shut. After we leave, we know nothing about tonight's events. No matter what decision Ouyang Haitang made, from this moment on, it had nothing to do with him, Su Boliu. He stepped forward, ready to leave. But in the next moment, puff! A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. Ouyang Haitang's long sword, which had been hanging at her side, was unsheathed without anyone noticing and fiercely plunged into Su Boliu's chest. Blood gushed forth. You! Su Boliu's mouth bled as he looked at Ouyang Haitang in disbelief. He never expected that this young girl, barely in her 20s, would suddenly strike him with such ferocity. When you used to visit my home, you always called me Uncle Su. And now, you actually plunged a sword into my chest? Ouyang Haitang said coldly, only the dead can keep secrets. The plan has reached its final step, and yet you want to withdraw. Do you think that's possible? Moreover, a coward like you no longer deserves to live in this world. With that, she twisted her jade hand holding the sword, shattering Su Boliu's heart. In the next moment, the blood-stained sword returned to its sheath. Su Boliu fell silently into a pool of blood, and around him, there was a deathly silence. It was the Su family members who reacted first, many of them extremely agitated. Ouyang Haitang, what are you doing? How could you treat our family head this way? Just because our Su family is unwilling to participate in tonight's operation, you want to kill him? You must give us an explanation, or we won't hesitate to report you to Gu Feng. The Su family was in chaos, and if it weren't for the Ouyang family members holding them back, some might have rushed forward to attack Ouyang Haitang. Gu Feng had not yet been summoned, and the four great families were already in disarray. As the situation became increasingly uncontrollable, Ouyang Haitang shouted, "Shut up! Do you really think Su Boliu is qualified to be your family head? His nephew, his elder brother, died before his eyes, and now he has 100% chance to strangle Gu Feng, yet he only wants to live a comfortable life. A coward like him deserves to die." A young member of the Su family said, "He just wants us to survive." Ouyang Haitang replied coldly, "Survive? Do you Su family members only want to survive? Once, the four great families were so glorious. Which person in Jiangling didn't envy us? But now, we not only have to use our money to build a tomb for Gu Feng and rebuild the old residence, but we also have to personally go to the front lines and do menial labor alongside those lowly workers. Is this the life you want? Have you not noticed how those workers look at us with disdain in their free time? You might think that once these two projects are finished, we won't have to suffer anymore, but with Gu Feng, this demon, we four great families will forever be trampled underfoot. My goal, Ouyang Haitang, is to make the four great families great again, not to live humbly like cattle and horses." Ouyang Haitang's clothes fluttered, her tone passionate. A girl in her early 20s radiated an aura that overshadowed everyone from the four great families. Watching this scene, Feng Hanju couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. She was indeed one of the candidates for family head favored and cultivated by Ouyang Wentian. Such demeanor, such momentum, made him unable to suppress his inner praise. This was also why he was willing to temporarily set aside the estrangement between the Feng and Ouyang families and choose to cooperate. Once Gu Feng, this demon, was eliminated tonight, the Ouyang family would likely rise rapidly under Ouyang Haitang's leadership. It was truly a headache. Just as he was pondering, the ground suddenly shook violently. Roar! A deep, resonant voice came from the Gu family's underground. Everyone was first taken aback, then their faces turned to shock. This was a dragon's roar? Was it an auditory hallucination? Roar! Another even longer dragon's roar echoed, and the ground trembled even more violently. A few seconds later, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from shock to ecstasy. Ouyang Haitang's impassioned speech indeed stirred their blood, but only the true dragon beneath their feet could give them supreme confidence. Ouyang Haitang did not lie to them. There really was a true dragon buried beneath the Gu family. Miss Ouyang is right, rather than living humbly like ants, it's better to fight to the death. With the true dragon beneath us, Gu Feng is undoubtedly doomed. I've had enough of this kind of life. As long as Gu Feng is alive for a day, our four great families will never have peace. The crowd chattered, clearly all standing on Ouyang Haitang's side. At that moment, Master Lu walked over from a distance. "You all heard the commotion just now, right?" Ouyang Haitang replied, "I heard it. That dragon's roar, was it you who made it? But why didn't you tell me earlier that you could control that evil dragon?" If she had known sooner, she wouldn't have wasted her breath, nor would she have needed to kill Su Boliu to establish her authority. In fact, she had refrained from telling the four great families that there was a dragon buried underground by the Gu family, fearing that some people wouldn't believe it. Master Lu said, "I just discovered that I could control that evil dragon, but to fully control it, I still need to complete the final procedure." "Miss Haitang, is the sacrifice ready?" "Well, those who achieve great things do not fuss over small details. A rat like Su Boliu, dead or alive, it doesn't matter." Ouyang Haitang suppressed all her thoughts and said to the Ouyang family members, "Go bring the sacrifice over." In a short while, 5 bound men were brought up. They had been captured suddenly while preparing to go home after work, and their hearts were already filled with anxiety. Now, seeing hundreds of people from the four great families and Su Boliu's corpse lying in a pool of blood, their fear reached its peak. One of the men said, "Miss Haitang, have I offended you in some way? If I accidentally made you angry, I apologize now and beg for your mercy, please let me go. If you are really angry, then just hit me, please don't ruin me. My mother at home is seriously ill and relies on me to earn money." Another man added, "Miss Haitang, did you find out that I was slacking off? I know it's wrong, but I only rested a few more minutes. I can return part of my wages to you, and I promise I won't slack off again." These two were named Gui Jianmen and Kai Kongmao. On the day Gu Feng went to Jingchuan, he had inspected the construction site and had a brief encounter with them. Of course, Gu Feng had seen them from a distance, but they had not noticed him. Ouyang Haitang wasted no words and stabbed Gui Jianmen in the right chest with her sword. "You didn't offend me, you offended Gu Feng." "Ah!" Gui Jianmen screamed, "I've never even met Gu Feng, how could I offend him?" "Miss Haitang, are you mistaken?" Ouyang Haitang said, "A few days ago, You all sat together and cursed Gu Feng as a demon. Did you think Gu Feng didn't hear? Originally, I wanted to spare your lives, but unfortunately, Gu Feng issued an ultimatum: if you don't die, I will. Ha, Gu Feng, Ouyang Haitang, once said, if you let them live, I will make sure they die. Put. She stabbed Kai Kongmo in the lower abdomen, then said to everyone from the 4 great families, these people have all cursed Gu Feng behind his back. Kill them. If we don't kill them, they will be killed by Gu Feng. The members of the 4 great families all rushed forward, and under Ouyang Haitang's orders, each person stabbed at least once. This was to make them pay their blood oath. Gu Feng would be coming soon, and there could be no one turning traitor. Only when every member of the 4 families had blood on their hands could Ouyang Haitang feel at ease. Ah, Gu Feng, you demon, may you die a terrible death. If I had known that just saying a few words behind your back would lead to death, I wouldn't have come even for 100 times the wages. In the Gu family's old residence, Kai Kongmao's wails echoed. Unfortunately, the sound quickly faded, as the 5 men were stabbed full of holes, dead beyond recovery. The crimson blood stained the land of the Gu family. The raging fire ignited, turning the 5 people in Su Bolia's body into ashes. The tremors of the earth grew more intense, and the sound of dragon roars echoed endlessly. Everyone knew that the evil dragon buried beneath the Gu family was about to break through the ground. The flames soared into the sky, casting a red glow on Ouyang Haitang's delicate face as she raised her right fist high into the air. Today, we will witness the fall of the demon Gu Feng with our own eyes. We will make the fallen 4 great families great again in Jiangling. The hundreds of people from the 4 great families all shouted in unison, even the Su family members were no exception. The voices of hundreds rose and fell, shaking the air into a buzzing sound. In everyone's eyes, there was a fervent excitement. It was as if they could already see the evil dragon soaring into the sky, shredding Gu Feng into a mist of blood. The time was 7:15 p.m. Gu Feng rolled down the shirt on Ning Yushi's body, covering her flat abdomen. Previously, Ning Yushi had taken a punch from Zuo Zongxing and was seriously injured. Whenever he had time in the past 2 days, he would treat her. Now, Ning Yushi's body had recovered about 80 to 90%. As they came out of the room, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ouyang Haitang sending him several voice messages on WeChat. After listening to all the messages, Gu Feng strode towards the door. At that moment, Ning Yushi, who had already put on a black coat, walked out of the room. Young master, where are you going? I was going to cook for you. Due to her injury and the inconvenience of her left hand, she hadn't cooked for Gu Feng in a long time. After the recent treatment, her body had recovered a lot, and her left hand was no longer as painfully unbearable as before. She said she wanted to show off her skills today, determined not to let the young master forget her taste. I'm not eating at home, I have something to do. You still need to rest. Ning Yushi waved her delicate fist at the air. Young master, your medical skills are so great, I feel fine now. I'll accompany you. She reached the entrance, changing her shoes while saying, I think I just heard Ouyang Haitang's voice. Did something happen at the old house? Gu Feng did not hide it. Ouyang Haitang said she found the video of the major families conspiring back then. She intended to bring it to me, but was surrounded by people from the 4 great families at the Gu family old house. According to Ouyang Haitang, other families also held similar evidence. They had originally agreed to gather at the Gu family old house, where the 4 great families would hand over all the evidence they found to her, and she would pass it on to Gu Feng. Who would have thought that when they arrived at the Gu family old house, those people suddenly turned against her? In the voice messages Ouyang Haitang sent earlier, she was panting, speaking quickly, and mixed with the curses of others. It sounded like a desperate plea for help. If she had been a little later, her personal safety would have been secondary. What she feared most was that the evidence in her hands would be destroyed. Nowadays, the murderers involved in the Gu family massacre case were either dead or captured, and Gu Feng was not very concerned about whether this evidence could be preserved. He mainly wanted to see if he could find any other clues from this evidence, whether there were any other fish that slipped through the net. During their conversation, the two had already gotten into the car. Ning Yushi frowned and said, finding evidence from back then is certainly a good thing, but isn't Ouyang Haitang a bit too loyal to you? I can't shake the feeling that there's something off. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. There are many people in this world who want me dead. Ouyang Haitang is just one of them. Ning Yushi nodded. Even if Ouyang Haitang had ulterior motives, she wanted to see what kind of waves she could stir up in front of the young master. The car's engine hummed, and they soon arrived at the Gu family old house. The moment Ouyang Haitang saw Gu Feng get out of the car, although she wore a faint smile on her face, her heart was filled with ecstatic joy. It was not in vain that she had previously engaged in various pretenses with Gu Feng, trying every means to please him, allowing him to let down his guard. It was not in vain that she had been racking her brain these days, thinking of how to deceive Gu Feng. The evidence of the Gu family's extermination was indeed useful. Gu Feng looked up and down at the bruised Ouyang Haitang. You look seriously injured. To successfully deceive you, this demon, one must pay some price. I'm fine, I can still hold on, Ouyang Haitang forced a smile. Ning Yushi glanced at the hundreds of people standing in the Gu family's old residence and said meaningfully, Ouyang Haitang, your life is quite tough, surrounded by so many people attacking you, and yet you didn't die? Ouyang Haitang replied without changing her expression, the Ouyang family members blocked some for me. Later, I sent out the news. They knew that young Master Gu was about to arrive, so naturally, they didn't dare to act. Among the four great families, someone immediately jumped out and said, Young Master Gu, we didn't want to stop Ouyang Haitang from handing over the evidence to you, it's just that she wants to take all the evidence held by our four great families by herself. She wants to take all the credit, and we naturally are unwilling. Ouyang Haitang shouted, What do you mean by taking credit? Recognize reality, Jiangling no longer has the four great families. I'm not doing this to take credit or to show loyalty to young Master Gu, I just want to repay our ancestors' debts. Some things, once wrong, are wrong, we should let the people of Jiangling know the truth of that year. Her words were powerful and resonant. All the members of the four great families lowered their heads and fell silent. Gu Feng had remained silent, not revealing what he was thinking at that moment. Ouyang Haitang dared not guess too much. She took out a laptop and plugged in a USB drive. Young Master Gu, this is something I found in a hidden compartment under my grandfather's bed, please take a look. As she clicked the mouse, a video began to play. In a luxuriously decorated room, Ji Kaiwei, Ouyang Wendian, Sun Laifu, Su Anhua, and Feng Xiao were discussing matters together. Ji Kaiwei said, in 3 days, the Gu family will hold a family banquet, and at that time, all the Gu family members will gather at the Gu residence. This is our best opportunity to act, everyone, success or failure hinges on this battle. If we lose, we will be ground to dust, if we win, we will enjoy boundless wealth from now on. Following that, the five discussed the details of their attack on the day of the family banquet. Gu Feng listened carefully to their conversation, trying to see if they would mention any other forces. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom! A giant dragon, formed from evil mist, burst forth from the earth, soaring into the sky. In an instant, it was behind Gu Feng. Roar! As the dragon roared, its tail swung fiercely. The divine dragon waved its tail. Ouyang Haitang's pupils trembled involuntarily. In just 1 second, the dragon's tail would strike Gu Feng's head. At that time, not to mention Gu Feng, even Ning Yushi standing beside him would be swept away, turned into a mist of blood. In a critical moment, Gu Feng swiftly grabbed Ning Yushi, and in a flash, he had moved sideways over 10 meters. Boom! The dragon's tail, over a yard wide, slammed down onto the ground. Dust and smoke rose. Sand flew and stones scattered. The ground even formed a deep ravine. Everyone looked on in shock. Is this the evil thing buried underground by the Gu family? Is this the giant dragon that even the illustrious Gu Rencheng could only suppress but not eradicate? The power of this tale is terrifying. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. It seems that Gu Feng is doomed this time. Didn't you see that facing this evil creature, even someone as strong as Gu Feng can only avoid its edge, not daring to strike back? He can only run for his life. After all, no matter how strong he is still human. How can his speed compare to that of an evil dragon? As the crowd whispered, the evil dragon charged at Gu Feng once more, its massive head aimed directly at him, its jaws suddenly opening wide as if to swallow both Gu Feng and Ning Yushi whole. Gu Feng grinned savagely, just in time. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered in his right fist. Boom! A punch, carrying immense force, struck the dragon's jaw. The 10-zhang-long evil dragon was sent flying backward for over 10 meters by this blow. Roar! The evil dragon let out an unwilling roar, its enormous body shrouded in mist once again lunging toward Gu Feng to crush him. Another tail swipe from the dragon came crashing toward Gu Feng's forehead. Ning Yushi, fearing she would be a burden to Gu Feng, shouted, Young master, throw me out. That way you can unleash your full power. No need for that, Gu Feng replied calmly, his large hand suddenly reaching forward. He directly grasped the evil dragon's tail in his palm. Spiritual energy surged wildly between his hands, and the terrifying force made it impossible for the evil dragon to escape Gu Feng's grip, no matter how it struggled. It was as if it were not caught by a hand, but rather crushed by a mountain. You vile creature, how dare you act so recklessly before me? Gu Feng bellowed, raising his arm high. In the next moment, the evil dragon's massive body was slammed down onto the ground. Boom! Dust filled the air. The evil dragon was embedded directly into the ground by this strike. A gaping chasm over 30 meters long appeared, leaving everyone stunned. How could the once mighty evil dragon be so easily defeated before Gu Feng? Master Lu, hiding in a mud brick house, spat out blood. He had controlled the evil dragon and was now connected to its heart. When the dragon was severely injured, he was affected as well. Yet, even in pain, he could not hide the shock and disbelief in his heart. What he controlled was an evil dragon, or more simply, a powerful malevolent spirit. How can Gufeng catch a malevolent spirit with his bare hands? It's simply incomprehensible. Even the energy within a martial artist's body does little harm to malevolent spirits. Could it be that Gufeng is also a feng shui master? But the problem is, I haven't seen him perform any spells. Little did he know, the energy within Gufeng was not mere martial energy, but spiritual energy. And spiritual energy is the natural nemesis of all malevolent spirits. Just now, it seemed Gufeng was using his palm to grasp the evil dragon, but in reality, he was suppressing it with an immense amount of spiritual energy. Gufeng had merely been biding his time to gather his spiritual energy. As his thoughts flowed, a sudden overwhelming sense of crisis surged in his heart. Master Lu looked out the window and saw Gufeng, with a punch carrying terrifying force, aimed at the dragon's massive head. This is bad. If that dragon's head were to explode, all efforts would be in vain. He quickly shifted his thoughts, controlling the evil dragon to soar into the air, opening its mouth to spit out a cloud of black mist. The black mist coalesced in the air into a ball of ink-like substance, crashing down toward Gufeng. Gufeng initially intended to take this hit head-on, but considering Ning Yushi was still in his arms, he worried about the aftermath harming her and ultimately shifted sideways by over 10 meters. As for putting Ning Yushi aside, that was out of the question. If the evil dragon changed targets and attacked her, it would only complicate matters further. Boom! The ink-like ball struck the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Missing its target, the evil dragon spat out 5 or 6 more black balls in quick succession. Although Gufeng was unharmed, many buildings that had just risen were once again reduced to ruins. Gufeng's thoughts shifted, and he gripped the Nian Nu Jiao tightly, then fiercely slashed at the evil dragon. The sword, enveloped in overwhelming spiritual energy, exploded with a thunderous sound upon contact with the dragon's body. A gash was torn in the evil dragon's flesh, but it quickly healed. The Nian Nu Jiao then fell from the air, embedding itself in the ground. Although the Nian Nu Jiao is a precious sword, invincible in all directions, it seems that slaying evil is not its forte. Ning Yushi said resentfully, "This beast is so cunning, knowing it can't match the young master, it just stays up in the air." Gufeng did not respond, his mind racing. He was not unfamiliar with feng shui, he could naturally control the evil dragon before him with his skills, but unfortunately, he lacked the necessary materials. If he were to strike with his fist from a distance, the spiritual energy wouldn't reach that far, and even if it hit the evil dragon, the damage would be insufficient. Could it be that he had to use that technique? That was his ultimate skill, and its terrifying power would likely obliterate the half-rebuilt Gu residence in an endless wave of spiritual energy. None of that mattered, the survivors of the 4 great families could die without concern, but Ning Yushi was still by his side. With her fragile body, she could never withstand such a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Moreover, even if Ning Yushi were not beside him, he did not intend to use that technique. If the evil dragon were to be directly annihilated, it would be too regrettable. He needed it for something useful. At that moment, Ning Yushi suddenly said, "By the way, young master, I just noticed that there is someone hiding in the unfinished house to the northeast." He glanced our way earlier. Could he be the one controlling this evil dragon? If you let me down, I can go kill him. At this moment, anyone sneaking around the old Gu residence could hardly be a good person. In fact, when that gaze was cast over, Ning Yushi had also glanced in that direction. It was just a fleeting look, but she caught sight of someone in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura. This evil dragon was very likely conjured by him. Perhaps if they killed this guy, the crisis would naturally be resolved. "There's no need for that," Gufeng said, flipping his hand to produce a phoenix pendant. This pendant was given to him by Chen Luoshui when they parted in southern Shanxi, and Gufeng had studied it after returning to Jiangling. He never expected it would come in handy today. As Gufeng's thoughts shifted, an extremely pure wave of spiritual energy surged into the phoenix pendant. Crack! The surface of the phoenix pendant instantly shattered into pieces. "Beast, come down!" Gufeng roared thunderously, and the phoenix pendant turned to dust. The next moment, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. The phoenix cried out to the 9 heavens. From the pendant, a terrifying energy, surpassing the full power of the 7 stars, erupted. In an instant, it transformed into a flaming golden phoenix, soaring upwards. In a flash, the evil dragon collided with the golden phoenix. The night sky suddenly fell silent at that moment. The world became utterly quiet, not a single sound could be heard. 3 seconds later, boom! A continuous rumble suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. It was like a thunderous roar.
Some martial artists who had opened their meridians felt dizzy, while the ordinary people from the four great families had their eardrums burst, blood seeping out. After colliding with the evil dragon, the golden phoenix completely exploded, the terrifying energy mercilessly tearing apart the thick fog surrounding the evil dragon. It only held for a few seconds before the evil dragon fell with a thunderous crash to the ground. And Gu Feng had already appeared at that location. With a fist imbued with supreme power, he ruthlessly smashed towards the evil dragon's massive head. One punch, shaking the 8 desolations. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual energy shattered the dragon's head. The scattered fog tried to regroup, but before it could reassemble the head, the body began to collapse. Beneath the thick black mist, golden light surged and flowed. Soon, this evil dragon would vanish from this world. But at that moment, Gu Feng laughed loudly. To be erased from the world is not as good as being used by me. He opened his mouth wide, and the scattered evil mist and golden light were actually swallowed by him. Like the long whale sucks in water. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle and their hearts shatter. What is this madman Gu Feng doing? Not only did he use one hand to slay a dragon, but now he actually wants to swallow it? As the sky filled with sinister mist and golden light was continuously drawn into Gu Feng's mouth, the spiritual energy within him began to boil, and a faint rumbling sound could be heard. A few seconds later, an even more incredible scene unfolded. Gu Feng's body actually began to slowly rise into the air. The rampant spiritual energy caused his black cloak to flutter wildly, and his tousled hair flew about. At this moment, black mist and golden light swirled around Gu Feng. He seemed like a god, yet also like a demon. An immense pressure erupted from his body, overwhelming the entire scene. Thud! 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 No one at the scene could withstand such terrifying pressure. Hundreds of people from the four great families all uncontrollably knelt on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. My God! What are they doing? Today, they originally intended to use the evil dragon that had been suppressed underground for decades by Guren City to strangle Gu Feng. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng turned around and devoured the evil dragon, dramatically increasing his power. If before they faced Gu Feng as a mere man, then what is he now? A deity? Or a world-shattering demon? At this moment, not only the hundreds of people from the four great families, but even Ning Yushi knelt on the ground. However, compared to the shock and fear of others, she felt more joy and happiness. The young master was already unmatched in strength, and now his cultivation had advanced further, which was indeed a very gratifying thing. She struggled to lift her head, admiring the young master's demeanor at this moment, a blush faintly appearing on her pretty face. At the same time, Ouyang Haitang was also trying to look at Gu Feng. This young girl in her early 20s had previously overshadowed everyone from the four great families with her aura, her beautiful eyes always sparkling with brilliance, and she had wanted to lead the four great families of Jiangling to greatness again after strangling Gu Feng. But now, her eyes were filled with a grey desolation. She knew what this failure meant. It was likely that everyone present today would be crushed to dust by Gu Feng. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Gu Feng had clearly given them a way out. Why couldn't they just live well? Why provoke this man? Was it all for that unrealistic dream of the great family? Their lives were already more comfortable than most people in Jiangling. Why be so greedy? Memories of not long ago flooded her mind, the scene of her grandfather Ouyang Wentian committing suicide at the city gate of Jiangling. At that time, her grandfather had told her not to seek revenge, just to live well. If there really is a hell in this world, what kind of expression would her grandfather have when he saw all the members of the Ouyang family lined up to report in hell? What kind of gaze would he cast upon her? With this thought, Ouyang Haitang felt her scalp tingle. A fear as thick as ink wrapped around her layer by layer. No, no, there is still a chance. Ouyang Haitang, cannot fall here. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will seize it. She glanced again at Gu Feng, who was floating in midair, his eyes tightly closed as he continued to absorb the sinister mist and golden light. She steeled her heart, the energy within her surging. Braving the terrifying pressure, she stood up. Although blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she persisted. She staggered back a few steps, and the surrounding pressure suddenly lessened significantly. No longer hesitating, she quietly rushed towards the nearby unfinished house. Before long, she saw Master Lu, covered in blood. As the evil dragon crumbled to dust, Master Lu, connected to its heart vein, also suffered a heavy blow, his once sky-reaching cultivation reduced to nothing. If he hadn't acted quickly to sever all ties with the evil dragon at the last moment, he would have likely exploded into a mist of blood by now. Master Lu, are you alright? Ouyang Haitang asked softly. Master Lu was struggling to feel around his robe, and upon seeing Ouyang Haitang approach, he sighed in relief and said with difficulty, Miss Haitang, there's a porcelain bottle in the inner pocket of my robe, it contains 3 pills. You must feed them to me, they can save my life. Ouyang Haitang bent down, her delicate hand reaching into Master Lu's robe, and soon enough, she indeed pulled out a porcelain bottle. She opened the bottle and poured out the pills, asking, "Is this it?" Master Lu swallowed hard. "Yes. Thank you, Miss Haitang." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ouyang Haitang leisurely placed the pills back into the porcelain bottle and capped it. Master Lu was taken aback. "Miss Haitang, what are you doing?" Ouyang Haitang tucked the porcelain bottle into her bosom. "Master Lu, you are already a dying man. Taking these pills would be a waste. It's better to keep them for myself." "How could that be?" Master Lu exclaimed, agitated. "These pills were painstakingly refined by me. As long as I have a breath left, they can save my life." Ouyang Haitang replied, "It's a pity that Ning Yushi has already discovered you. Even if these pills could save you, do you really think you can escape from Gu Feng's grasp?" Master Lu finally understood what Ouyang Haitang meant. "You're afraid that if I live, I'll sell you and your 4 great families out? Don't worry, after I take the pills, I'll escape at the first opportunity. Gu Feng is busy absorbing that evil dragon and won't have time to chase me." Ouyang Haitang narrowed her beautiful eyes. "But if you run away, who will take the blame for us 4 great families? Moreover, you're so severely injured, can you really escape? If Gu Feng captures you alive, our 4 families would truly have nowhere to bury our dead." She didn't say the last sentence, but Master Lu understood everything, and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Damn it, you little bitch, how can you be so vicious at such a young age? If you want me dead, then let's die together." He cursed weakly, suddenly gathering all his strength to shout. Gu, a jade hand swiftly covered his mouth, silencing all his words. In the darkness, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed. Ouyang Haitang struck with her sword, directly severing Master Lu's head. Taking a deep breath, she held the head and walked out of the unfinished house. At this moment, Gu Feng was nearing the end of his absorption of the evil dragon, and the overwhelming pressure in the air had lessened considerably. However, everyone from the 4 great families remained kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by fear, not daring to stand up, even breathing cautiously. Only Ning Yushi stood up from the ground. But just as she did, she heard footsteps behind her and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. She turned around sharply and saw a graceful figure in the darkness, holding a severed head, walking towards her. When she recognized the face of the head, her brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment, she said, "Ouyang Haitang, you do have some courage. At this time, you actually went to kill this person to silence him. But do you really think that by killing him, you and the hundreds of people from the 4 great families present can remain safe?" Ouyang Haitang replied softly, "I don't know what Miss Ning is talking about. This person controlled the evil dragon and intended harm against young Master Gu. I just want to slay him to avenge young Master Gu. My loyalty to young Master Gu, Ouyang Haitang, can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Otherwise, I could have completely chosen not to tell young Master Gu that I found evidence of the 4 great families exterminating the Gu family back in the day." Ning Yushi said, "You claim you were besieged by several great families, yet it seems you have no fatal injuries. Young Master came to the construction site to check the evidence in your hands, and just then, Master Lu appeared, controlling an evil dragon that wanted young Master's life." "Ouyang Haitang, don't you think this is too coincidental?" Ouyang Haitang said in panic. "Miss Ning, I think you misunderstand. After you went from Jiangling to Jingchuan, strange things began to happen at the construction site. Not only did the night shift workers often hear bizarre sounds, but some workers also fell to their deaths from heights. At first, I didn't pay much attention, until a few days ago when Master Lu passed by the site and said that there were evil spirits buried underground by the Gu family, and that rituals were needed for safety. He even asked me for a large sum of money. I don't believe in these supernatural things, but I couldn't withstand the workers' growing fears. I was worried about delaying the construction progress of the Gu family's old residence, so I gave Master Lu some money and agreed to let him perform rituals at the site. In fact, whether or not he exorcised the evil wasn't important. The main thing was to reassure the workers. After all, many lives had been lost on this land of the Gu family." She paused, still feeling a lingering fear, and continued, "I never expected that there would be such a shocking evil buried underground by the Gu family, nor did I expect that Master Lu would actually control this evil and target young Master." Ning Yushi said, "If what you say is true, then why did you go and kill Master Lu? Don't you think you're being a bit too obvious in your attempts to cover it up? It wasn't me who killed Master Lu." Ouyang Haitang clenched the hem of her skirt. "I was afraid Master Lu would escape, so I thought to bring him back. But when I got there, he was already covered in blood, dead. I was really furious. This person not only had the audacity to harm young Master, but now he's dead, leaving us 4 great families unable to defend ourselves. So, even after he died, you couldn't contain your anger and severed his head?" A faint voice spoke up.
It wasn't Ning Yushi, but Gu Feng. Ouyang Haitang suddenly looked up and saw Gu Feng stepping through the void, coming down towards her step by step. There was no path in the void, but where he stepped, it seemed as if a path was created out of thin air. An indescribable fear rose in Ouyang Haitang's heart. She had just spoken confidently in front of Ning Yushi, but facing Gu Feng, it was as if she lost all her courage in an instant. So much so that the words she had prepared in her heart could not be uttered at that moment. Finally, Gu Feng stood before her, his eyes like cold stars, shimmering with an eerie light. "Answer my question." His voice was soft, yet it bore down on Ouyang Haitang like a mountain. Ouyang Haitang trembled, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Young Master Gu, it's all my fault. I was too trusting of Master Lu's words. If you want me to die, I will not say a word." Only by lowering her head, only by looking at the dust on the ground, could she muster the remaining courage to weave her final lie. If she were to look into Gu Feng's eyes, she wouldn't even be able to say such a thing. Gu Feng remained silent, and the Gu family's old residence was enveloped in long silence. Ouyang Haitang awaited her own judgment, fear making her body tremble even more violently. After a long while, Gu Feng crouched down, his large hand covering her head. Although Ouyang Haitang had already resolved to face death bravely, at this moment, she felt her scalp tingle and her heart shatter. This hand only needed to apply a little pressure, and her head would crumble to dust. At that moment, a thought-provoking voice reached her ears. "Ouyang Haitang, today the evil dragon has broken ground, and the old house has been significantly damaged. You need to put in more effort." It wasn't until that large hand left her head, and Gu Feng and Ning Yushi's figures gradually faded away, that Ouyang Haitang came back to her senses. Did Gu Feng just let her go like that? Long before she killed Master Lu, Ouyang Haitang had already resigned herself to death. She knew that her lies would be hard to deceive Gu Feng, but since they were all facing annihilation, she might as well take a gamble. She didn't care whether the other three major families lived or died, but if some members of the Ouyang family could survive her maneuvering and not be exterminated, that would be a good thing. Who would have thought? Not only did the people from the four major families come out unscathed, but she herself survived as well. But why was that? Did Gu Feng disdain to kill them, considering them mere ants, or did he have some other purpose? She suddenly recalled a recent rumor circulating in Jiangling's underground, that Gu Feng had unified the underground of Jiangling and personally established the superpower, the Yamahal. Could it be that Gu Feng saw her as a potential candidate for cultivation and wanted to recruit her into the Yamahal? It wasn't impossible. After all, Ning Yushi was cultivated by Gu Feng himself. And she, in terms of temperament and talent, was not inferior to Ning Yushi. She suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Gu Feng, if you truly want to recruit me into the Yamahal, I will agree without hesitation. I, Ouyang Haitang, will climb step by step under your nurturing. I will grow stronger and stronger. Your power is indeed astonishing, but in the end, you are just a person. Why should I, Ouyang Haitang, be any worse than you? Just give me the opportunity, and I will become stronger and stronger until one day I surpass you. Whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, it doesn't matter. I will obediently stay by your side like a dog, doing everything you ask me to do. But one day, I will personally twist off your head. By then, I wonder if you will regret not killing me today." Her beautiful eyes once again burst forth with dazzling brilliance. New hope took root and sprouted in her heart. As she thought this, many people from the four major families had already gathered around. "Wow, amazing, Sister Haitang. That's Gu Feng. With just a wave of his hand, he could annihilate us, and you actually performed so boldly in front of him. That's incredible. I was scared to death. Just now I thought Gu Feng was going to strike and turn us into a mist of blood." Thankfully, the head of the Haitang family went to kill Master Lu and played Gu Feng and Ning Yushi around, allowing us to escape a calamity. It was needless to say that even the people from the Ouyang family, as well as those from the other three major families, looked at Ouyang Haitang with eyes full of respect and admiration. Many men had already regarded Ouyang Haitang as the goddess in their hearts. Ouyang Haitang smiled silently, feeling a bit proud. Just as they said, if it weren't for her pulling the strings today, all the members of the four major families would have died. But soon, she could no longer smile. Because, in the distance, two figures returned. Who else could it be but Gu Feng and Ning Yushi? The hundreds of people who had just been laughing and chatting now all fell silent. What was happening? Why did Gu Feng come back for a second strike? Could it be that he hadn't gone far but was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation? In an instant, the four major families were both shocked and afraid. They had just stood up for a short while and were now kneeling again. Ouyang Haitang also silently knelt down. Gu Feng stood before everyone. "I was a bit hasty earlier and overlooked something. Ouyang Haitang, I remember you said that the four major families hold evidence of the Gu family's extermination case, right?" Ouyang Haitang nodded and said, That's right. Then hand over all the evidence. If you dare to hide anything, I trust you know the consequences. Gu Feng wanted this evidence to see if he could find traces of other forces within it. Just now, because of the evil dragon breaking ground, he hadn't even finished watching the video in Ouyang Haitong's hands. After returning, he intended to review all the evidence personally. Before long, all the evidence from the 4 major families, including the USB drive in Ouyang Haitong's possession, was handed over to Gu Feng. Yushi, the rest is up to you, Gu Feng said, patting Ning Yushi's shoulder, and with the evidence in hand, he disappeared into the night. Ning Yushi glanced at everyone. Have you all handed over all your evidence? Feng Hanjua replied, Miss Ning, what do you mean? Since young Master Gu has spoken, how could we not comply? Although the words were plain, there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He looked down on this girl who had climbed up relying on Gu Feng. Ha! On the surface, she seemed glamorous, but behind the scenes, she had probably been played by Gu Feng countless times. If it weren't for that, why would Gu Feng help her rise to power for no reason? He couldn't understand how Gu Feng's eyes worked. Although Ning Yushi had some beauty, there were many more beautiful than her in Jianling, yet Gu Feng happened to like this type. He also knew that Ning Yushi was once the second in command of the Blood Alliance, but to him, a member of the 4 great families, the second in command of the Blood Alliance was hardly worth mentioning. Ning Yushi spoke up. What about your family? Is there any evidence you didn't bring with you? Of course not, Feng Hanjua replied casually. This was naturally a lie to deceive Ning Yushi. If Gu Feng were standing here asking him, he wouldn't dare to lie, but to this little girl, a lie was just a lie. They had gathered at the Gu family's old residence this time to plot against Gu Feng. Although they had brought evidence, it was all trivial. Since Gu Feng himself had not pressed for details, why should he be honest with this little girl? He had already made up his mind to destroy all the evidence hidden at home after returning. After all, plotting to harm someone's entire family was not a glorious thing. The various pieces of evidence and footage left by their forebears were merely trump cards to restrain their partners. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yushi took out her phone and dialed a number. 3rd Hallmaster, send people to search the 4 major families, and also send a few hundred people to the Gu family's old residence. With this command, over 1,000 people surged from various corners of the city towards the Nanqing Society headquarters square. This used to be the headquarters of the Nanqing Society, and now, it had naturally become the headquarters of the Yama Hall. Under the arrangement of the 3rd Hall Master, more than 1,000 people were divided into 5 groups, with 4 groups heading to the residences of the 4 major families, and 1 group rushing towards the Gu family's old residence. Passers-by were frightened and hurried to the side. Wasn't it said that the underground forces in Jiangling were unified by the Yama Hall? Where did these people come from? Is it possible that these people are from the Yama Hall? Sigh, the underground force established by that demon Gu Feng can't be anything good. With such a big show, they must be going to kill and set fires again. Let's wait for tomorrow's news and see which unfortunate soul has caught the attention of this living Yama Gu Feng. At the Gu family's old residence, Ning Yushi put down her phone and looked at everyone. You all heard that I've sent the Yama Hall members to search your 4 major family residences. Now, I'm giving you a chance to tell me where else in your homes you were hiding evidence related to the Gu family massacre. If you honestly confess now, everything can still be discussed. If you deliberately conceal it and my people find out later, you will die. Upon hearing this, the 3 major families, who had just been silent, awkwardly approached, claiming that some evidence was too important to carry on them, so they had left it at home, and they informed Ning Yushi of the places where the evidence was hidden. Although they believed the places they had hidden were very safe and concealed, at this moment, who would dare to gamble? Having just escaped from the gates of hell, they were now even more afraid of death. Only Feng Hanjua remained silent, his face looking very grim. He had forgotten that this girl, Ning Yushi, had already become the lord of the underworld with Gu Feng's support. What should he do now? He had just firmly stated that there was no evidence, and now he was going to find Ning Yushi. How could he face her? After pondering for a moment, he had a sudden idea and called over a younger member of the Feng family, whispering, I'll tell you where the Feng family has hidden the evidence, you pass it on to that girl. Before long, the younger member came over and relayed the locations of the hidden evidence to Ning Yushi. After listening, Ning Yushi strode up to Feng Hanjua, turned her hand, and slapped him coldly, saying, Don't you have a mouth? Why let someone else speak for you? Before he could finish, Ning Yushi slapped him again. Did you not just say that there was no evidence in the Feng family mansion? Feng Hanjua was furious. You little girl, dare to hit me? I am the current head of the Feng family. Smack! Ning Yushi slapped him again. Is being the head of the Feng family so impressive? I'm working for the young master, and you dare to lie to me? Hitting you is already too lenient. Feng Hanjua could no longer tolerate it. When had he ever been hit by a woman?
especially by a little girl in her 20s whom he looked down upon, who had slapped him 3 times. You little bitch who only knows how to sell your body, relying on others for power. If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. I could crush you to death. Without Gu Feng, what do you think you are? I could kill you with one hand. You're right, but you can go die, Ning Yushi said, and with that, she struck down with a thunderous palm towards Feng Hanjua. Feng Hanjua laughed savagely. Anyway, a seductive little whore like you wouldn't be missed by Gu Feng if you died. At worst, I could pick 10 more young and beautiful ones from the Feng family to send to him. Boom! He threw a punch infused with the might of a 7-star master, clashing against Ning Yushi's jade palm. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. What the hell? I'm at the peak of the 7-star master level. How could a little whore like you break my hand with one slap? Feng Hanjua roared, entangling with Ning Yushi. But after a few exchanges, he was completely suppressed by Ning Yushi, and after 6 rounds, she punched him in the back. He crashed to the ground, and just as he tried to get up, Ning Yushi stepped on his forehead, rendering him immobile. It was only at this moment that he realized that the little girl he looked down upon was actually a Grand Master. Lord Ning, I apologize for my previous offenses. Feng Hanjua, concede. Please, Ning. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, a delicate dagger flashed coldly and sliced open his throat. Blood gushed out wildly. Feng Hanjua struggled weakly on the ground a few times before finally falling silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that Feng Hanjua, a peak 7-star master, would be defeated so quickly. Even more unexpected was how ruthless Ning Yushi's strike had been. When it came to killing, she didn't even blink, not dragging her feet at all. How many people had she killed to become like this? She was only in her 20s, right? It turned out that the one who had been following Gu Feng was not a mere vase, but a female demon? Ouyang Haitang looked at Feng Hanjua with a blank expression, secretly laughing in her heart. What a useless fool. It was just a few slaps, yet you couldn't hold back. Do you really think that someone chosen by Gu Feng could be an ordinary person? Someone like you, if not for being Feng Zhao's son, how could you possibly become the head of the Feng family? If it were me, even if Ning Yushi slapped me 10 times, I wouldn't furrow my brow. So, you are dead, and I am still alive. Just as I was thinking this, the sound of footsteps approached. The people from the Yama Hall had arrived, beginning to search everyone according to Ning Yushi's orders. An hour later, the thousands of Yama Hall members who had gone to search the 4 great families gathered at the Gu family's old residence. Each of the 4 great families had found some evidence, but indeed, they had not hidden any other evidence on themselves. This was not a lie to Gu Feng. Ning Yushi faced the hundreds of people from the 4 great families and spoke coldly. I will make copies of all the evidence and return them to you. As the descendants of the 4 great families, having enjoyed the blessings of your forebears, you should naturally repay their debts. Starting tomorrow, I want to see this evidence in your hands on the Jiangling network, and I want to hear you admit the heinous crimes committed by the 4 great families back then. If any of you dare to be sneaky or brush this off, then the fate of Feng Hanjua will be your fate. At this moment, in front of Ning Yushi stood hundreds from the 4 great families, and behind her were thousands from the Yama Hall. She stood in the middle. A hall master, already exuding sharpness.